transcending into a parallel world inhabited by elves. The fervent enthusiast of elves, Su Nuo, has awakened the god-level trainer system. To his astonishment, his novice gift package includes invaluable intelligence regarding legendary Pokémon, along with a Master Ball. The adage, "take a chance," and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle, resonates with Su Nuo as he proclaims, "I shall summon the divine beast. Go, Master Ball." Ding! You have successfully captured the Z deity Zygarde. Ding! You have awakened the Dragon Mastery. Chapter 1. XYZ, Life, Destruction, Order. In the southern region of the Flame Nation, within a secluded valley on the outskirts of Behi City, Area 13. This so-called Heavenly Wonder Mountain secret land is indeed a hidden gem, rarely trodden by human feet. It lacks even a well-trodden path. Amidst the rugged mountain trail, a youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, instinctively slows his pace. The young man, named Su Nuo, possesses strikingly handsome features, with a countenance imbued with a jade-like gentleness that is exceedingly charming. Su Nuo adjusted his climbing boots, forcefully stepping on the gravel strewn along the path. After a brief moment of calming his emotions, he resolved to relieve himself of his burdensome outdoor backpack and find a suitable spot to rest for a few minutes. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice resonated within Su Nuo's mind. Ding! Intense Pokemon life, energy fluctuations detected nearby. Please remain vigilant, host. Intense energy fluctuations? And they're not far from here. Could it be that I've finally located a legendary Pokemon? Upon hearing the system's alert, Su Nuo was overwhelmed with exhilaration, the fatigue in his muscles evaporating. System, can you accurately pinpoint the location of the energy fluctuations? Su Nuo's expression grew serious. Just days prior, he had traversed into this parallel world where Pokemon coexist with humanity. In this realm, elves are the focal point of human society, intricately intertwined with daily life. Aspiring to become an exceptional Pokemon trainer is nearly every student's dream. As a second-year student at Tianyuan Pokemon High School, Su Nuo is certainly no exception. On the very day of his arrival, he activated the so-called God-level trainer system and received precious information pertaining to legendary Pokemon. Additionally, the system generously bestowed upon him a genuine Master Ball. This novice gift package filled Su Nuo with tremendous excitement. It is worth noting that the intelligence regarding legendary Pokemon and the Master Ball are both exceedingly valuable. In the black market, such commodities are rare treasures that command exorbitant prices, often unattainable. Su Nuo fully comprehended the significance of these two items combined, especially for someone of his humble origins. This presented an unparalleled opportunity to capture a divine beast and soar to great heights. Thus, guided by the intelligence, Su Nuo bravely ventured alone to this heavenly wonder mountain secret land. Ding! Navigational assistance is now active. A course of action has been plotted for the host. A blue screen materialized before Su Nuo, revealing 3 white points of light flashing in a rhythmic pattern. Meanwhile, deep within the valley, 3 colossal Pokemon stood face to face, each distinct in form, their expressions grim, emanating an aura of intense animosity toward one another. One resembled a deer, adorned in shades of blue and black, its antlers shimmering with iridescent light. The second was a fierce-looking red and black bird, exuding a menacing energy field around its body. The final one bore a striking resemblance to a towering giant, predominantly gray and green, its wings embellished with peculiar blue and red patterns. X-Deer, Ebith, Z-Snake, Xerneas, Yveltal, Zygarde. These 3 divine beasts represent life, destruction, and order. And now, they appeared simultaneously, their impending battle seemingly inevitable. Roar! Yveltal emitted a fierce, guttural growl, launching the initial assault. As the embodiment of destruction, it possesses the terrifying ability to seize other lives, obliterating them and rendering them to stone. Suddenly, it swept its wings with great force, stirring up a violent tempest. Within this whirlwind, Yveltal augmented its speed of movement, achieving such astonishing velocity that it appeared to vanish into thin air in an instant. Igale, Yveltal surged toward Xerneas with lightning speed. This was its signature move, the Divine Bird Strike. Iksha, Xerneas emitted a soft chirp, its antlers glowing ever more brightly, transforming from a pale blue to a vibrant spectrum. This signified a shift from a relaxed state to an active mode. Confronted with Yveltal's formidable offensive, Xerneas showed no inclination to evade. Instead, it boldly chose to engage head-on. With a powerful leap, it concentrated an overwhelming force upon its antlers and charged forward with great vigor. It was none other than the Super Horn Strike. The seemingly gentle Xerneas proved to be remarkably fierce in battle. Its authority is to bestow life, sharing its eternal vitality. This stands in stark contrast to Yveltal's abilities. To describe them as arch-rivals would be an understatement. The collision of the two divine beasts erupted with a tremendous roar that resonated throughout the mountains. Did you hear that? Has the battle commenced? Over there. Su Nuo gazed towards the source of the sound, his heart racing, and his footsteps quickening in pace. The fierce confrontation between Yveltal and Xerneas resulted in the release of their respective auras. Both sought to gain the upper hand in close proximity. The pink aura and the dark aura intertwined, yet neither triumphed over the other. For the moment, both sides remained in a stalemate. Ecology. Yveltal struck first once more. It opened its gaping maw, and the destructive ray swiftly coalesced. This was the annihilating light, a powerful beam of devastation. As the harbinger of life's demise, Yveltal's reckless aggression could be deemed instinctual. Iksha. Facing the approaching destructive ray, Xerneas showed no intention of retreating. It erupted with a terrifying force, launching an ultimate charge directly towards the annihilating light, confronting Yveltal head-on. As the embodiment of eternal life, Xerneas harbored no fear of injury. Even if the destructive beam inflicted harm, it could recover at an astonishing rate. A kaleidoscopic life energy slowly unfurled around Xerneas, forming a natural protective shield. Under the safeguard of this energy barrier, Xerneas boldly charged forward, braving Yveltal's destructive light. You have arrived at your destination. Please exercise caution. This astounding fluctuation of life energy. It is Xerneas and Yveltal. Indeed, the divine beasts associated with life energy are unmistakably present. From his vantage point atop a towering rock, Su Nuo observed the battle below with clarity. The destructive ray has been completely neutralized by the life energy emitted by Xerneas. It seems Xerneas has gained a slight advantage. Sudden realization struck Su Nuo as he noticed the hovering form of Zygarde in its perfect form, his expression shifting to one of surprise. The X and Y deities were locked in fierce combat. Yet Zygarde chose this moment to remain an observer. This was decidedly contrary to its powers of order. It must be noted that Zygarde's ultimate task is to maintain the balance of the ecosystem by countering the other two. Zygarde, why do you merely stand by and watch? Chapter 2. S-Class Reward, Eye of Insight. As if responding to Su Nuo's words, or perhaps due to a shift in the battle's dynamics, the previously passive Zygarde suddenly sprang into action. Zidu. With a mighty shudder, Zygarde cracked open the fissure in its chest, channeling a potent surge of green energy. Moments later, it unleashed two powerful beams of light, aimed directly at Xerneas and Yveltal. The core Punisher? Zygarde intended to strip Xerneas and Yveltal of their aura abilities first. Yet, such a move would inevitably place it in the crosshairs of their combined assault. Su Nuo could hardly fathom Zygarde's audacity, as this direct confrontation instantly maxed out the enmity levels of the other two legendary Pokémon. The Z-shaped rays released by Zygarde struck Yveltal and Xerneas with a resounding thud. As a result, the aura surrounding both legendary creatures was utterly dismantled. Ecology. Iksha. The once entangled X and Y, upon receiving Zygarde's core Punisher, were forcibly separated. In an instant, both divine beings pivoted, their piercing gazes locking onto the levitating Zygarde. At that moment, the tide of battle had quietly shifted. Ding. Hidden achievement: the true battle of legendary Pokémon completed. Achievement details: observe a legendary level battle at ultra-close range. Received S-Class Reward, Eye of Insight. Can be used to observe and analyze Pokémon data. A hidden achievement? Eye of Insight. This sudden system reward took Su Nuo completely by surprise. Moreover, the Eye of Insight sounded remarkably impressive. Activating the Eye of Insight. Silently, Su Nuo engaged this S-Class reward, and in an instant, a flash of white light swept through his eyes, encompassing Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde in its brilliance. Pokémon, Xerneas. Type, Fairy. Ability, Fairy Aura, can release a Fairy-type aura, enhancing the power of surrounding Fairy-type moves. Qualification, Legendary. Level, 92, initial stage of Legendary. Status, Active Mode. Xerneas has entered a heightened alert state. Maintain your distance. Skills: Pokemon, Yveltal. Type: Dark, Flying. Ability: Dark Aura, can release a Dark-type aura, enhancing the power of surrounding Dark-type moves. Qualification: Legendary. Level: 92, initial stage of Legendary. Status: Yveltal is about to launch a devastating attack. Do not approach. Skills: Pokemon Zygarde. Type: Ground Dragon. Form: Complete Form. Zygarde's ultimate form, as steadfast as a mountain. Ability: Aura Break, can suppress all aura abilities, rendering surrounding auras ineffective. Qualification: Legendary. Level: 97. Advanced stage of Legendary. Status: Zygarde is maintaining the dynamic balance of surrounding life forces. Efficiency at 100. Skills: Indeed, these legendary Pokemon lived up to their name, boasting qualifications and levels of unparalleled stature. In this world, each Pokemon's qualification represents the pinnacle of its potential strength. The qualifications, ranked from lowest to highest, are Ordinary 0 to 9, Rare 10 to 19, Elite 20 to 29, Expert 30 to 39, Gym Leader 40 to 49, Near Champion 50 to 59, Champion 60 to 69, Near Master 70 to 79, Master 80 to 89, and Legendary 90 to 100. A legendary qualification signifies that their level cap is 100. The X, Y, and Z deities preside over the cycles of life. Yet this Zygarde simultaneously dominates the other two legendary beings in level. Thus, it dared to brazenly provoke both at once. Through the eye of insight, Su Nuo gleaned critical information about these three legendary Pokemon. From his backpack, he retrieved a large purple Master Ball, his eyes gleaming with desire. As the three deities clashed, Su Nuo patiently awaited the opportune moment, a chance to capture a legendary Pokemon with a 100 success rate. In the dense thickets outside the Tianchi mountain range, two youths clad in pure black and red uniforms scanned their surroundings. One was tall and slender, while the other was short and stocky. Emblazoned on their uniforms was the bold crimson letter D. Their fierce eyes glinted with malice, radiating an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. "Have you located the entrance to this secret realm?" queried the taller one, glancing at the thorny woods with evident impatience. The stocky youth fiddled with a black device, fervently pressing the soft keyboard. "Damn it. The locator indicates the entrance is nearby, but this is a thicket of thorns. Where's the entrance?" "Nearby, you say? Hand me the locator." The tall one snatched the black device, scrutinizing the electronic display. The screen clearly indicated that a spacious valley entrance lay just 10 meters ahead. "Damn it, it really is nearby. Since we can't find it, I won't bother looking anymore. Come forth, Nidoking." With gritted teeth, the tall one viciously retrieved a red and white Pokeball from his waist, releasing the Pokemon within. In a flash of white light, a robust purple creature materialized before him. Nidoking. Clenching its fists, Nidoking seemed prepared to showcase its might. "Smash the path ahead, Nidoking. We must hurry. This mission is extremely urgent. If we fail to complete it, our performance for the month is down the drain." The tall one gestured sharply forward, issuing his command. Nodding in acknowledgement, Nidoking's eyes mirrored the cold glint of its master. Roar. With a mighty bellow, it charged ahead, effortlessly toppling trees and shattering thorns beneath its powerful limbs. "The path is cleared? Well done. Thank goodness your combat Pokemon is Nidoking. It makes clearing the way so much easier. My Skuntank could never manage such a feat." The previously frustrated stocky youth's face lit up, and he began to flatter his companion. "Enough chatter, follow closely. This investigation task is no small feat. I refuse to let my guard down. We must complete it swiftly and report back to the higher-ups." The tall one signaled to his partner before dashing after Nidoking. It was curious that this was merely an investigation task, yet the organization had assigned it a purple difficulty level. Normally, such tasks were only blue. The stocky youth muttered under his breath, striding forward as he endeavored to keep pace with his companion. Chapter 3. Capturing Zygarde. Roar. How roar. Xerneas and Yveltal unleashed their heavy roars simultaneously. At this moment, both were gravely injured, clearly lacking the overwhelming power they had possessed at the onset of battle. In contrast, Zygarde had sustained far less damage than the other two legendary creatures. After several rounds of fierce combat, Zygarde had astonishingly managed to subdue X and Y to such an incredible degree. It seemed that the Z deity's victory in this battle was merely a matter of time. Su Nuo shifted his body to the right, seeking greater concealment. He had no intention of causing any commotion that might alert the three legendary Pokemon to the presence of another human on the battlefield. Such behavior is exceedingly perilous, for the wild spirits of this world are predominantly aggressive. To them, Humans are almost universally perceived as adversaries. Su Nuo harbors no desire to meet a tragic end at the hands of these divine beasts, especially considering he has only recently traversed into this realm. The antlers atop Xernea's head once again emitted an extraordinarily brilliant spectrum of colors. Iksha. It suddenly unleashed a wave of purplish-red energy directed towards Yveltal's form. Remarkably, this energy rejuvenated Yveltal, restoring a semblance of vitality. Its speed of movement was noticeably enhanced compared to moments prior. Eagle-Eye. Yveltal expelled a colossal surge of dark energy, hurtling towards Zygarde with ferocity. This attack was executed with such swiftness that even Su Nuo could scarcely discern when Yveltal had gathered its strength. It was the healing wave and the wings of death. How had Xernea's and Yveltal's collaboration become so seamlessly synchronized? Su Nuo was taken aback. The healing wave could aid Yveltal in regaining some strength, and this modest restoration was sufficient for it to launch a more rapid assault. Just moments ago, the X and Y deities were foes, yet they now exhibited such formidable synergy. This was a turning point in the midst of battle. The combined offensive of Yveltal and Xernea's propelled the previously sluggish conflict back into a rapid tempo. Indeed, even Zygarde had not anticipated such a turn of events. Roar! Zygarde raised its right arm, as verdant energy surged forth from the earth, clashing against the black energy. This was the Thousand Waves, a unique, ground-type skill exclusive to Zygarde. Yet it was too late. As the Thousand Waves commenced, the dark energy of the Wings of Death had already surged forth. Caught unawares, Zygarde evidently lost the initiative in this round of assault. The Wings of Death shattered the Thousand Waves, striking Zygarde head-on. Zygarde, struck by the Wings of Death, emitted a heavy roar. This offensive landed perfectly, leaving Yveltal with a significant wound. Hakya! A surge of dark energy returned to Yveltal's body, and it emitted a joyous cry. The Wings of Death, upon assaulting its opponent, could siphon a portion of their strength. Now, Yveltal found itself revitalized to a degree. Had Yveltal's attack succeeded? Indeed. Xernea's healing wave proved formidable, directly altering the course of battle. Su Nuo felt his heart racing, captivated by the breathtaking spectacle of the divine beast clash. He was utterly uncertain which divine beast he would target next, for he possessed only a single Master Ball. He had but one opportunity to choose. Shido. Zygarde's verdant energy suddenly dissipated partially, as countless cells detached from its form, vanishing into the ether. Subsequently, its physique underwent a transformation. The towering giant, resembling a mecha, morphed into the visage of a colossal serpent. Zygarde's 50 form, commonly referred to as the Z-Serpent. This was its most frequently utilized form. Far more agile than its 100 form. Roar! Zygarde unleashed another roar, its battle intent significantly amplified compared to before. Now stripped of half its Z-cells, it exhibited palpable fury, a barrage of arrows. Zygarde launched the first offensive, as innumerable black-green energy arrows rained down upon Xernea's and Yveltal. In response to this formidable assault, the antlers atop Xernea's head shifted from a vibrant array of colors to a serene blue. It had unexpectedly transitioned from an active mode to a relaxed mode. Iksha. With a powerful thrust of its four limbs, a protective white barrier materialized around its battered form. Xernea's then cast a deep gaze at Zygarde, swiftly ascending into the air and retreating behind itself. Even the arrow barrage was rendered ineffective by the white barrier, failing to impede its escape. That was a shield of protection. Had Xernea's resolved to disengage from this confrontation? Su Nuo deciphered Xernea's intentions. In its eyes, Zygarde had sufficiently demonstrated its prowess, discouraging further engagement. To continue would yield no benefit, prompting its decision to depart. The departure of the X-deity did not diminish Yveltal's combat fervor in the slightest. It was now consumed by a bloodlust, determined to prove its superiority over Zygarde. Eagle-Eye. Yveltal suddenly summoned a tempest, augmenting its own speed. Simultaneously, it exerted all its might, flapping its wings, charging towards Zygarde without a care for the arrows piercing its form. The divine bird strikes. Yveltal unleashed this signature flying-type technique once more. Shido. Zygarde, unwilling to back down, spun its body, generating a tempestuous assault aimed at Yveltal. That was the reverse scale. Zygarde intended to deliver this final blow to its opponent. Boom. The fierce collision of the two divine beasts produced an explosive resonance. Moments later, Su Nuo discerned the outcome. Following this clash, the severely injured Yveltal retreated in disarray. Meanwhile, Zygarde stood resolutely in place. As the arbiter of ecological balance, it had triumphed, successfully repelling the two divine beasts. Shido. Zygarde emitted a feeble cry. Its form once again radiated with verdant energy, as additional cells detached and vanished into the earth. This epic clash of divine beasts had finally concluded. Was Zygarde, the Z-deity, the last one standing? Su Nuo emerged from behind the rocks, racing towards Zygarde below with remarkable speed. He gently pressed the button on the Master Ball, executing a remarkably stylish throw towards the Z-deity. Shido. Before it could react, Zygarde was enveloped by a red light, drawn into the Master Ball. Ding, 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 thud. Moments later, the Master Ball lay quietly upon the sandy ground. Nice. He had successfully captured Zygarde. Su Nuo picked up the Master Ball, slowly exhaling. Chapter 4, Crisis. The Death Demon Legion. Ding. Achievement unlocked. First successful capture of a Pokémon. Reward, 100 points. Ding. Achievement unlocked. First successful capture of a divine beast. Reward, 2,000 points. Ding. Detection of host successfully capturing the Z-deity, Zygarde. Awarded the Awakened Trainer's special ability, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Mastery? What is this? An unknown force suddenly surged from Su Nuo's body, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. This sensation granted him a feeling of profound transformation. Name, Su Nuo. Trainer's 4-dimensional data. Strength, 6 points. Constitution, 5 points. Agility, 6 points. Spirit, 8 points. The average human's 4-dimensional data value is 5 points. Special abilities possessed by the trainer. Dragon Mastery. 1. Enhances all aspects of physical attributes, reducing damage inflicted by Pokémon on the trainer. 2. Grants innate affinity with Dragon-type Pokémon, enhancing telepathic communication with them. 3. Active skill, Dragon's Might. B rank, level can be upgraded. Effects can be enhanced concentrates and briefly expends mental energy to unleash a Dragon's Might, capable of inflicting mental shock on any foe, instilling a terrifying aura. Remaining reward points, 2,100 points. Reward points can be redeemed for items in the point store or used for point lottery draws. Through the completion of achievements, victories in Pokémon battles, and challenges such as gym matches and competitions, one can earn reward points. The ability to directly enhance a trainer's physical prowess is simply astounding. Furthermore, the affinity for Dragon-type Pokémon is remarkable. The effects of this Dragon Lord's might are nothing short of magnificent. I am utterly enamored. As Su Nuo felt the immense boost bestowed upon him by the power of the Dragon Lord, he was taken aback by the multitude of enhancement effects. This world predominantly revolves around Pokémon and trainers. Each day, numerous trainers suffer injuries, and even disabilities, due to Pokémon attacks. Trainers not only train Pokémon, but also engage in battles alongside them, facing tremendous risks. Now, the power of the Dragon Lord effectively serves as a safeguard for Su Nuo. It can be said that as long as he avoids perilous situations, surviving in this ruthless arena of Pokémon combat should pose little trouble. Speaking of which, let me check on the status of Zygarde. Su Nuo glanced at the figure within the Master Ball. Pokémon, Zygarde. Type, Ground Dragon. Form, 10 for me. The primary form of Zygarde, primarily focused on speed, exceptionally agile, and an adept attacker. Ability, Aura Break, can suppress all aura-related abilities, nullifying the effects of surrounding auras. Potential, Legendary. Level, 90. Legendary tier, entry level. Status, Zygarde's Z-cells have scattered, and its power has slightly diminished, requiring time to recover. However, it is believed that full restoration will occur shortly. Moves, Bind, Heavy Slam, Dragon Breath, Bite, Mist, Dig, Safeguard, Crunch, Dragon Pulse, 1,000 Arrows, Sandstorm, Earthquake, Reverse Scale, Coiling, Destruction Ray, Protect, 1,000 Waves, Barrage, Core Punisher. Scattered cells and diminished strength? Indeed, the recent battle has had a slight impact on Zygarde's capabilities. Observing Zygarde, now resembling a Doberman within the Master Ball, Su Nuo pondered. Prior to his transmigration, he was a fervent Pokémon enthusiast. Thus, Su Nuo was quite familiar with Zygarde's other ability, Power Construct. Depending on the circumstances of battle, Zygarde can freely switch between its 10 for me, 50 for me, and complete for me. Akin to a Doberman, Zygarde Snake, and its fully evolved state, respectively. This adaptability allows it to adjust to various unexpected combat scenarios. Therefore, even though Zygarde currently takes on its 10 for me, Su Nuo remains unperturbed. On the contrary, this form grants Zygarde enhanced agility. Now, regarding the reward points system. How exactly does this reward point system function? Su Nuo intended to further comprehend the intricacies of the points shop and lottery system, yet he suddenly fell silent. He sensed two menacing auras approaching from behind, emanating a palpable sense of intimidation. Hand it over. That item. Raise your hands obediently. Now, toss that peculiar Pokeball over here. Two young men commanded Su Nuo sternly. One was tall and the other short. Both clad in stark black and red uniforms emblazoned with a striking crimson letter D. This is dire. Extremely dire. These two individuals are members of the Death Demon Corps. Upon recognizing their identities, a chill ran down Su Nuo's spine. In his memory, the Death Demon Corps is a vast and terrifying organization. Every member is a Pokemon trainer. They exploit their trainer identities and strengths to engage in various lucrative yet nefarious activities along the gray margins. Not only do they capture rare Pokemon for exorbitant sales, but they are also implicated in murder and smuggling. Damn, I've encountered formidable adversaries. Moreover, this is an absolute crisis. Su Nuo swiftly concealed the Master Ball within his sleeve. Although he had only just transmigrated a few days prior, Su Nuo, with 2 lifetimes of experience, remained remarkably composed in this critical moment. Item. What item? I'm sorry, but I didn't quite understand, he replied, feigning a naive smile that appeared rather harmless, while his mind raced with thoughts. To think they would demand the legendary Zygarde he had just captured. Such audacity. You must have caught that precious Pokemon with that thing. Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Hand it over now, and we might let you off easy. Don't provoke us, or we'll leave you with nothing but a corpse. The taller one declared, gesturing for his Nidoking to step forward with heavy footsteps. Nido. It let out a fierce roar, glaring at Su Nuo with eyes as fierce as its masteress. Kid, if you know what is good for you, hurry up and hand over that purple Pokeball. Members of the Death Demon Corps generally do not trouble children, but disobedient children? That's another story. The shorter, stocky one said, producing a Pokeball to summon his Pokemon. Crocodile. A large, wholly purple skunk Pokemon adorned with milky white patterns appeared beside Nidoking. The tank skunk. This Pokemon's nature and attack methods are as foul as its name suggests. Many trainers have suffered from the noxious spray attacks of wild tank skunks. Both Pokemon fixed their gazes on Su Nuo, and the atmosphere turned palpably tense. Chapter 5. The Dual Threat of Zygarde and the Might of the Dragon Lord. In an instant, Su Nuo discerned the details of the enemy Pokemon. Pokemon, Nidoking. Type, ground, poison. Ability, rivalry, increases damage when facing an opponent of the same gender. Potential, elite. Level, 16, rare mid-tier. Status, Nidoking is intensely fixated on you. It harbors an irreconcilable hostility. Moves, glare, poison sting, focus energy, fury attack, double kick, horn attack. Toxic spike, spite. Pokemon, tank skunk. Type, dark, poison. Ability, stench, has a chance to frighten opponents upon attacking. Potential, rare. Level, 15, rare mid-tier. Status, tank skunk has identified you as an enemy. Please maintain your distance. Its poison is extremely dangerous. Moves, acid bomb, scratch, focus energy, flamethrower, poison gas, faint attack, smokescreen. These 2 Pokemon have evolved into their final forms at such low levels. They must have undergone some form of catalytic evolution or sacrificed significant attributes. Su Nuo quickly calculated in his mind. Master, after a brief recovery, I still possess 2 units of residual power available for battle. At that moment, Su Nuo received a telepathic message from Zygarde. Zygarde could communicate directly with its trainer, and with the enhancement of the Dragon Lord's might, their exchange was seamless. However, he had not anticipated that having just captured Zygarde would prompt it to willingly assist him. The affinity for Dragon-type Pokemon conferred by the Dragon Lord's might is indeed extraordinary. 2 units of residual power? That is more than sufficient to navigate the current predicament. Upon confirming that Zygarde still had the capacity to fight, Su Nuo felt a surge of confidence in overcoming these 2 members of the Death Demon Corps. Brothers, let us discuss this calmly. Please, do not resort to violence. I shall present the Pokemon I just captured. Su Nuo slowly retrieved the Master Ball from his sleeve, cautiously approaching the adversaries. Uncertain of the practical range of the Dragon Lord's might in battle, he resolved to close the distance between them as much as possible. Such actions appear exceedingly perilous, for the adversary may strike at Su Nuo himself at any moment. The impact of subduing the trainer directly in battle is invariably far greater than that of incapacitating the Pokemon. Halt! Do not approach any closer. Seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation, the tall figure immediately barked at Su Nuo, commanding his Nidoking. Nidoking, go. Retrieve that peculiar purple Pokeball. Our mission will be deemed accomplished. With a resolute stride, Nidoking advanced towards Su Nuo, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath its heavy steps. 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. The distance between Nidoking and Su Nuo dwindled. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters attack, Zygarde. 1,000 waves. Just as the words left Su Nuo's lips, Zygarde burst forth from the Master Ball. The white light had yet to dissipate when a surge of verdant energy erupted from the ground, resembling a fountain. Unleash! Zygarde roared. The cascading waves of green energy sweeping Nidoking off its feet in an instant. In a heartbeat, the once formidable Nidoking succumbed, rendered incapable of battle. It was struck down so decisively that it lay unconscious on the ground, teetering on the brink of oblivion. What? What just happened? My Nidoking. You little brat. This is sheer madness. Tank Skunk. Go eliminate that Pokemon. Then finish off that brat. At the moment Nidoking was vanquished, the two members of the Death Demon Corps exhibited starkly contrasting reactions. Eliminate whom? My Zygarde? Then take me down? Su Nuo flicked his right hand, shedding his earlier benign demeanor. He fixed his cold gaze upon his foes, his eyes glinting with menace. Tank Skunk, what are you doing? Get moving. Use Acid Sludge Bomb to silence this little brat. The stout figure shouted in exasperation, yet his Tank Skunk remained immobilized, unable to launch an attack. Wooka! The Tank Skunk trembled on all fours, instinctively avoiding both Zygarde and Su Nuo. In a surprising turn of events, it fled in terror, as if a frightened dog escaping from water. Did you just claim to be members of the Death Demon Corps? Is that so? Su Nuo approached the two young men, channeling his mental energy. Nidoking. The tall figure recalled his Pokemon into its Pokeball, his expression one of bewilderment. It was evident he never anticipated his Pokemon would be defeated so swiftly. Moreover, it was without any chance to react. It was a complete and utter rout. The opponent's Pokemon resembled a dark green canine, one he had never encountered before, and the trainer appeared to be merely a high school student. You little brat. What does your victory mean? The stout figure cracked his knuckles ominously, seemingly intending to resolve matters through brute force. I am inquiring about your affiliations. You assert that you are members of the Death Demon Corps? Is that so? Su Nuo lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the stout figure's belly, causing him to double over. With the enhancement of the Dragon Lord's power, Su Nuo's physical prowess had surged beyond his previous capabilities. He had essentially surpassed the fighting strength of an ordinary adult. Ugh! The stout figure retched audibly, drenched in cold sweat from the force of Su Nuo's blow. Clearly, he had never encountered a high school student with such explosive combat ability. Is it or is it not? Su Nuo mimicked their earlier tone, demanding answers. Simultaneously, he unleashed the formidable presence of the Dragon Lord, directing its mental intimidation at the two before him. The sensation of dread enveloped the tall youth, his heart constricting painfully, his limbs faltering. The stout figure fared even worse. Having already absorbed Su Nuo's powerful punch, he succumbed to unconsciousness under the mental pressure of the Dragon Lord's presence. Akin to Nidoking moments prior, nearly in a state of shock. Yes, we are indeed members of the Death Demon Corps. However, we are merely novices. The tall figure quivered as he responded to Su Nuo's inquiry, clutching his heart and collapsing before him in utter disarray, devoid of the earlier bravado. Are you truly just novices? Su Nuo peered down at the tall youth, as if passing judgment upon him. Chapter 6, Rich Rewards. Zygarde. At that moment, Zygarde approached, emitting a dangerously resonant roar. Its body surrounded by layers of green energy particles, poised for action. Do not kill me. Everything I say is true. Here is my rank card, and my currency card, worth 100,000 Alliance coins. Take it all. I implore you, spare my life. The tall figure hastily produced 2 cards, presenting them to Su Nuo with bated breath. His demeanor was one of abject reverence, akin to a child offering tribute to a parent. The 2 cards, one white and one black, signified his rank card and currency card, respectively. Kaimaoyan. Member level, novice. Assigned area, Beihai City. The rank card bore simple details of his identity, prominently displaying the emblem of the Death Demon Corps in the upper right corner. In essence, the rank card served as proof of membership in the Death Demon Corps. Speak plainly. What is the purpose of your Death Demon Corps in Tianqi Mountain? Su Nuo toyed with the cards, continuing his rigorous interrogation. For members of such a shadowy organization, Su Nuo aimed to extract all potential value from them. It's a mission. The higher-ups assigned us to investigate Tianqi Mountain within a stipulated time frame. We just happened to witness you capturing that rare Pokemon, Kaimaoyan reluctantly divulged. True to the Death Demon Corps modus operandi, his original plan had been to forcibly seize the rare Pokemon from the young trainer. They believed that such an act would yield a substantial reward upon their return to the organization. Moreover, Kaimaoyan had even fantasized about being prominently recognized for delivering the stolen rare Pokemon, thereby ascending to a position of esteem within the organization, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of his ambitions. Little did he know he had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Now Not only was he bereft of his dreams of promotion and reward, but he had also found himself in a dire predicament, his very life hanging in the balance, awaiting the fate determined by his adversary. Strip this fellow of his valuables. Su Nuo cast a cold glance at the other member of the Death Demon Corps. The stout figure lay incapacitated, entirely at Su Nuo's mercy. Yes, yes. Kai Maoyan nodded eagerly, commencing to search his companion's person. His movements were deft and nimble, revealing a background in thievery. 2 minutes later, 2 additional cards were placed into Su Nuo's hands. These cards were entirely distinct from the previous 2. One was a savings card from Peanut Bank, a renowned institution within the Yin Nation, known for its exceptional services. Almost everyone possessed a card from Peanut Bank. The other was a silver flash card, emblazoned with the words XWX and VIP. XWX? I feel I've seen that somewhere before, but the memory eludes me. Su Nuo glanced at the VIP card before pointing to the stout figure with the savings card. Within 3 minutes, reveal the password to this card, and then you may leave. Today, I am in a rather good mood, and do not intend to fuss over you too much. As for these items, consider them a toll for passing through. Do you understand? With that, Su Nuo focused intently, silently unleashing a wave of draconic might towards Kai Maoyan. Once again, Kai Maoyan was overwhelmed by the sudden oppressive presence. What was this involuntary sense of submission? Could it be that the youth before him possessed some extraordinary ability to influence the minds of others? Comprehending the gravity of the situation, Kai Maoyan realized that his primary concern was to comply with the demands of this young man. He needed to escape from this predicament alive. The fear deep within him warned that this boy was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Hey, you fat deadweight, wake up. Kai Maoyan slapped his companion. The sound was crisp, akin to bamboo being snapped. Who the hell dares to strike me? The short, stout man opened his eyes only to find Su Nuo glaring at him with a cold expression, as if he were ready to kill. No, Grandpa, please. The stout man recalled the pain he had just endured at Su Nuo's hands upon seeing that handsome face. Stop barking. Quickly hand over the password to your card, and we can leave. Kai Maoyan shouted at the stout man, clearly eager to distance himself from Su Nuo, driven by a strong will to survive. Card. Password. The stout man rummaged through his pockets, only to find that his bank card had vanished. Suddenly, he understood what had transpired. Goodness. So, the notorious Dead Demon Brigade, which has always robbed others, has now been robbed itself. Truly, one who walks by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. He glanced at the dark green sprite poised to attack at any moment, fully aware that if he displeased Su Nuo, his life could end today. Thus, he swallowed his pride and reluctantly divulged the password to his bank card. The password is 849,806. There's approximately 140,000 Alliance coins in there. Please enjoy. The stout man clasped his hands together in a gesture of prayer, appearing quite honest and naive. Kai Maoyan also seemed unusually restrained, a stark contrast to their previous arrogance. Indeed, when one's life is threatened, people will go to great lengths to survive. Now leave. Su Nuo decided not to waste any more time on the 2 pitiful individuals. He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away wild dogs. Thank you, sir. We're leaving right away. The 2 men, one tall and one short, stumbled away, hastily fleeing the mountainous area. To them, this place had become a realm of calamity due to Su Nuo. They would not return here for any amount of money. Once the 2 members of the Dead Demon Brigade had completely departed, Su Nuo exhaled deeply, rubbing his temples. The draconic power he had summoned indeed exerted a significant oppressive force on his adversaries. However, the toll it took on his mental fortitude was quite demanding. After merely releasing the draconic might twice, his mind began to feel overwhelmed. It seemed he must manage the frequency with which he employed this power. With a sense of joy, Su Nuo stored the spoils of his encounter in his backpack. Originally, he had come to capture a divine beast, but unexpectedly, he had also acquired a fortune. Chapter 7. Points Lottery and the Accelerated Characteristics of the Fire Chick. I'm so exhausted. I've reached my limit. The voice of Zygarde echoed in his mind, sounding utterly frail. Thank you for your hard work, Zygarde. You should rest now. Su Nuo took out a master ball, enclosing Zygarde within. The recent tumult had nearly depleted its strength. Afterward, Zygarde had continued to maintain a battle-ready state despite its fatigue, showcasing its determination. This was precisely why Su Nuo had refrained from eliminating the 2 men. It was not that he was unwilling to act, but rather that Zygarde's condition did not permit any further offensive maneuvers. Perhaps this was the best course of action. After all, those 2 posed no significant threat to Su Nuo. System, open the points store. Su Nuo stroked his chin, contemplating how to spend his 2,100 reward points. The first tier points store has been opened for the host. A total of 2,100 reward points have been accumulated. 900 more points are required to unlock the next tier of the points store. Points lottery, 500 points per draw, with an additional free draw for 10 consecutive draws. Super Balls, Ultra Balls, Quick Balls, Capture Nets. Why is it all just Pokeballs? Looking at the offerings before him, all of which were Pokeballs, Su Nuo couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Although Pokeballs held immense significance in this world, what did it mean that this tier of the points store consisted solely of them? Typically, in a trainer's shop, the most common red and white ball costs 5,000 Alliance coins each. A slightly stronger Super Ball costs 18,000 Alliance coins, while a more advanced Ultra Ball reaches an astonishing 35,000 Alliance coins. Special purpose balls like Quick Balls and Capture Nets can even soar to an outrageous price of 70,000 to 80,000 coins each. As for Master Balls and Ultimate Balls, not only can they not be purchased with money, but many trainers have never even seen one. In summary, as a Pokemon trainer, Pokeballs undoubtedly represent a substantial expense on the path to growth and strength. This is indisputable. Super Balls are 50 points each. Ultra Balls are 100 points each, and Quick Balls are 200 points each. What is going on? There's no Master Ball for exchange. Am I supposed to trade points for Pokeballs and then sell those for Alliance coins? The first tier point store is truly a low-tier marketplace, rather disappointing. Indeed, as a top-tier luck-based player, I must engage in the points lottery, take a chance, and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If I don't gamble now, when will I? System, let me have 4 consecutive draws. Su Nuo resolved to stop overthinking and proceeded to draw. Initiating points lottery. 4 draws are in progress. Prize pool ranges from the first tier store to the 5th tier store. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 priority balls. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 power ball. Damn, why are they all Pokeballs? Is my luck really this terrible today? I feel like I've turned into an African person. Su Nuo looked at the 4 Pokeballs in his hand, feeling somewhat disheartened. Priority balls, beloved by seasoned trainers, without exception, with sufficient capturing skills. Their performance is theoretically capable of capturing elite level and even quasi-champion level Pokemon. Possessing such a powerful Pokemon could allow one to gain recognition as a trainer within a city or even a larger region. Unlike the ordinary red and white balls, Super Balls and Ultra Balls, priority balls are rare, handcrafted by traditional ball-making masters, making them artisanal products. Consequently, their prices remain perpetually high, typically around 500,000 each. Powerball. What is this ball? I've never seen this type in the game. Su Nuo toyed with the radiant purple-red Pokeball in his hand, utilizing his discerning eye to thoroughly examine its attributes. Ball type, Powerball. Color, purple-red. Effect, upon release, it forcibly suppresses the strength of the captured Pokemon, limiting their ability to struggle. Automatically reverts upon successful capture. Manufacturing craftsmanship. Your ball-making skills have not reached the necessary level to analyze the results. Overall evaluation, SS, a rare and exceptional ball, forcibly suppressing Pokemon strength, limiting struggles, automatically reverting upon successful capture. Is this the reason it is termed the Powerball? After discerning the effects of the Powerball, Su Nuo couldn't help but marvel in admiration. The capabilities of this ball should rank just below that of a Master Ball. After all, it was the first time he had heard of a ball that could forcibly lower a Pokemon's strength during capture. Let us see what the remaining 2 chances will yield. Surely, I cannot continue to have such bad luck. Once he had stowed the 4 precious balls into his rugged backpack, Su Nuo commenced his wait for the results of the 3rd draw. Ding! With a flash of white light, a red and white ball materialized in his left hand, leaving him utterly perplexed. What on earth? Is it possible to draw a red and white ball? Must my luck be this atrocious? Suddenly, a figure sprang forth from the red and white ball, swiftly landing on Su Nuo's shoulder. What is this? Su Nuo did not hastily evade, but instead felt the gentle warmth radiating from his shoulder, finally discerning the identity of the figure. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A-level Pokemon partner, Torchic. Ability, Speed Boost. It's Torchic. Moreover, it's a dream ability Torchic, equipped with the Speed Boost ability, allowing it to excel in battle. Nice. I truly am fortunate. Su Nuo snapped his fingers, keen to examine Torchic's details. Pokemon, Torchic. Type, Fire. Gender. Ability, Speed Boost. Increases its action speed rhythmically upon entering battle, making it an absolute champion in prolonged encounters. Qualification, Near King level. Current level, 9, Ordinary High Tier. Status, Torchic is meticulously observing you. It seems to have taken quite a liking to you. Please nurture your bond and synergy with your Pokémon. Skills: Scratch, Growl, Ember. Quick Attack, Flame Charge, Dig, Focus Energy, Agility. Not only does it possess the Speed Boost Dream ability, but it also boasts near King level qualifications. Furthermore, this Torchic has learned both Dig and Agility. My goodness, this is truly a premium starting Pokémon. Torchic eventually evolves into Blaziken, gaining both fighting and fire types. Additionally, it can learn a myriad of formidable physical attacks. Coupled with the Speed Boost ability, it can effectively become a powerhouse in the team. In truth, cultivating a Blaziken alone would already render one quite formidable, not to mention possessing a Blaziken with the Speed Boost ability. Chapter 8. The Specialization of a True Trainer. It is my pleasure to work with you, Torchic. Torchic nodded enthusiastically in response. Indeed, Su Nuo felt immense satisfaction in having such a Pokémon. He believed that, with his expert training, Torchic would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior in his team. Thus, even without employing legendary Pokémon like Zygarde, Su Nuo could still shine in battles. Generally speaking, Pokémon battles are categorized into two types: standard battles and deathmatches. Standard battles emphasize a level of restraint, typical of trainer duels, gym matches, and various competitions. The outcome is determined through the clashes between Pokémon and the trainer's commands. As for deathmatches, they occur under extreme circumstances, where trainers may sustain injuries or even face death. Naturally, such occurrences are infrequent, unless profound animosity exists between the battling parties. Fourth reward draw completed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired an SSS level reward, Specialization of a True Trainer. This reward belongs to a System Function module. It is an ultra-rare limited edition reward. This module will significantly enhance the host's experience in strengthening their abilities, yielding twice the result with half the effort. Specialization of a True Trainer? Twice the result with half the effort. What does that precisely entail? I never expected my 4 draws to improve progressively. The acquisition of Torchic had already greatly satisfied Su Nuo. And now this 4th draw turned out to be a functional module. Who could have anticipated that? Note, when the host trains with their Pokémon, there will be a marked enhancement in results. A qualitative transformation triggered by quantitative change, ultimately achieving the breaking of limits and surpassing common sense. Breaking limits? Surpassing common sense? Su Nuo immediately grasped the implications of this true trainer specialization. Torchic, enter battle mode. Use Flame Charge to strike that granite. Su Nuo pointed towards a medium-sized granite rock not far away, a particularly sturdy type of stone. Now he was about to test Torchic's striking power. Torchic nodded and leaped down from Su Nuo's shoulder. It took a powerful leap mid-air, charging towards the granite, enveloped in blazing crimson flames. Flame Charge. When Torchic employed this move, not only did it enhance its action speed, but the surrounding flames also provided a degree of protection, minimizing incoming damage. Boom. Crack. 3 distinct explosive sounds erupted as the surface of the granite shattered. At the moment Torchic's flame charge collided with the rock, it held firm. However, after Torchic's foot struck its surface, the once solid rock fractured into countless fragments. Such power and speed, truly befitting its near king qualification. Su Nuo had initially thought the little one would struggle against the granite, but to his astonishment, it succeeded in one blow. Moreover, its speed and execution were remarkably efficient. Even Su Nuo, the master, was left in awe. Ding! Torchic successfully shattered the granite with Flame Charge, gaining a moderate amount of speed EV and a substantial amount of attack EV. Ding! Torchic utilized the Speed Boost ability, gaining a small amount of speed EV. Note, when a Pokémon's EV in a particular attribute reaches its peak, it will subsequently enhance that attribute's base value. So this is what it means to break limits. It seems that the specialization of a true trainer indeed possesses an overwhelming advantage. Su Nuo finally comprehended why it was termed true trainer specialization. In the world of Pokémon, strength is paramount. There are myriad methods to enhance one's strength, and obtaining EV through training is one of them. However, the enhancement of EV ultimately has its limits. In a sense, base values represent a Pokémon's strength limit. Yet now, he could enable his Pokémon to elevate their base values through training and battles. How extraordinarily domineering. I must try this enhancement as well. Su Nuo seated himself cross-legged on the ground, adopting a contemplative posture. In his previous life, after work, aside from playing Pokémon games, he practiced meditation to clear his mind. Believing that meditation fortified his spirit, Su Nuo committed to an hour of meditation daily, continuing this practice for several years until he traversed into this world. 5 minutes later, ding. The host has completed 5 minutes of meditation, enhancing spiritual value by 0.008. It truly proves effective. At last, my mental prowess can be enhanced through meditation training. Once I possess a mental strength several times greater than my current state, I shall be able to wield the might of dragon mastery with effortless ease. Su Nuo glanced at his phone. It was 4:23 in the afternoon. Fire Chick. Maintain free training for 30 minutes, then take a break. I shall engage in half an hour of focused meditation. Su Nuo commanded. With a determined nod, Fire Chick darted towards the towering rock face a dozen meters away, ready to utilize its formidable structure for independent training in speed and strength. Meanwhile, Su Nuo continued his meditation practice, concentrating his mental energy in a specific space, then fixing his attention on his own body. Gradually, he moved this realm of mental energy, traversing through various parts of his being. This was the meditation technique he had mastered. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour swiftly passed. Ding. Host has completed 30 minutes of meditation, increasing mental value by 0.05. Ding. Fire Chick has acquired a substantial amount of physical attack effort values and speed effort values. Speed effort values have reached their peak. Ding. Fire Chick has increased its speed base value by 0.02. Excellent. The sensation of rapidly boosting my strength is truly exhilarating. You performed admirably, Fire Chick. After praising his Pokemon partner, Su Nuo recalled it into its Pokeball. Suddenly, he turned and made his way down the mountain path. This was not an exit from Heavenly Miracle Mountain. Next, we shall delve into the depths of this secret place. I am genuinely curious if powerful Pokemon hatchlings reside within. Su Nuo's original plan had been to safely exit the secret area of Heavenly Miracle Mountain after capturing the Divine Beast. However, now armed with 3 Ultra Balls and 1 Master Ball, how could he refrain from testing his luck in the deeper recesses? Missing the chance to encounter a rare Pokemon would be a grave oversight. Moreover, Fire Chick desperately required a cadre of wild Pokemon to hone its battle skills. Yigali. A piercing bird call reverberated through the mountains, imbued with a sinister sense of triumph. Was that Yveltal? Chapter 9. Confrontation, Su Nuo versus Yveltal. It could not be mistaken. That distinctly recognizable cry could only belong to Yveltal. Su Nuo could not fathom another source. Yet wasn't Yveltal supposed to have fled Heavenly Miracle Mountain after its previous defeat against Zygarde? Could it be that Yveltal had ulterior motives? Su Nuo furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. System, immediately locate the source of that call. Additionally, scan the surroundings for any Divine Beast signals. Scanning for Divine Beast signals within a 50-mile radius. Ding. Location successful. In less than 5 seconds, a detailed mountain map materialized before Su Nuo's eyes in the form of blue particles. It was here. Yveltal had indeed not departed. That creature lingered nearby. Observing the flickering white light on the particle map, Su Nuo's voice quivered slightly. He resolved to cast aside his thoughts and sprint towards the luminous point. Just a few minutes into his run, the surrounding environment heightened Su Nuo's vigilance. The trees, grass, and even the vibrant wildflowers had all lost their original colors. Even more astonishing was that they had all succumbed to a petrified state. The signs unmistakably indicated that the life force of these plants had been forcibly siphoned away by some entity. It was not difficult to deduce that this was undoubtedly Yveltal's handiwork. Was Yveltal attempting to restore its own life by absorbing the life energy of other beings? Su Nuo endeavored to establish a mental connection with Zygarde within the Master Ball, only to discover that the deity had fallen into a deep slumber. Clearly, the previous battle had drained it beyond a critical threshold. Not to mention, in such a weakened state, Zygarde had still managed to execute the 1,000 waves of impact, annihilating Nidoking. As Su Nuo's ultimate trump card, Zygarde was temporarily out of commission. Nevertheless, I must press on. Su Nuo's pace did not waver in the slightest. Stunky, Weezing, Meowth, Mewtwo. Even the likes of Tank Stunky and Nidoking were not spared. After just a short distance, the petrified victims transitioned from plants to Pokemon. These creatures had also fallen victim to Yveltal's death wing, losing their lives. Wait a moment. Why do Tank Stunky and Nidoking seem so familiar? Have I seen them somewhere before? Su Nuo slowed his steps, casting his gaze upon the 2 petrified Pokemon, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. Moments later, he unearthed the answer. Behind Nidoking, 2 familiar figures were frozen in place. One tall, one short, their expressions a mix of shock and terror. Transformed into stone due to the deprivation of life. By the gods, it was the 2 from the Death Demon Corps. No wonder Nidoking appeared so familiar. Both individuals clutched Ultra Balls in their hands, seemingly intent on capturing Pokemon. Capturing Yveltal? The audacity. These fools likely didn't even comprehend Yveltal's capabilities. Hence, they perished alongside their Pokemon. Yveltal has inadvertently assisted me. Su Nuo dismissed the petrified statues from his mind and quickened his pace towards Yveltal's direction. He understood that time was of the essence and could not afford any delay. 10 minutes later, atop Heavenly Miracle Mountain. Roar. The colossal avian Pokémon emitted a fierce roar that seemed to rend the very air. Its eyes glowed crimson, exuding an aura of extreme peril, as if issuing a warning signal. Standing a mere 10 meters away was an extraordinarily handsome young man, poised in confrontation with it. Yveltal, you indeed did not vacate this mountain range immediately. It is because you were severely weakened after your earlier clash with Zygarde, isn't it? If any other Pokémon trainer were to face a divine beast of Yveltal's caliber, they would likely quiver in fear, entirely incapacitated by the pressure, or recklessly charge in, only to perish beneath the beast's onslaught. But Su Nuo was different. He coldly regarded the floating Yveltal in the air, his expression calm and fearless. Human, you are the one who captured Zygarde. I can sense its faint energy fluctuations emanating from you. There exists a peculiar power within your being that I feel I have encountered before. Answer me. Who are you? Though Yveltal radiated hostility towards Su Nuo, it surprisingly chose to engage in direct mental communication with him. This was utterly unfathomable. A fierce wind began to whip around, as if Yveltal was poised to strike at any moment. The gale tousled Su Nuo's hair, bestowing upon him an unusual charm. Who I am is of little consequence. You need only recognize that as the god of destruction, you will eventually submit to my will. Su Nuo spread his arms wide, having no intention of answering Yveltal's inquiry. A smirk graced his lips as he began to silently concentrate his mental energy. As for the peculiar power you speak of, it is this. He suddenly made his move, unleashing the might of dragon mastery in a spectacular burst towards Yveltal. What? This is... Yveltal suddenly sensed a peculiar force invisibly striking against its body, an unsettling sensation that compelled it towards submission. No. It was imperative to break free from this influence at once. This human before it had proven to be a formidable challenge for the harbinger of destruction, Yveltal. Previously, it had looked down upon humanity with an air of regal disdain. As Yveltal found itself constrained by its own draconic might, Su Nuo swiftly retrieved a premier ball and, with deft precision, hurled it toward the sharp head of Yveltal, the most vulnerable point of its avian form. Not a chance. Just a moment before the premier ball was set to strike Yveltal, it miraculously extricated itself from the clutches of its own power. With a slight flick of its right wing, a swift and sharp air slash was unleashed. Crack! The premier ball was cleaved in two the instant it made contact with the air slash, rendered utterly useless. Have you truly regained this level of strength? I underestimated your capacity to absorb the essence of other beings. Upon witnessing the premier ball's failure, Su Nuo clenched his teeth silently and reached for another power ball. Put away that peculiar sphere in your hand. You shall not ensnare me with it. Yveltal bellowed. It briefly closed its eyes before reopening them, but this time, the piercing gaze that met Su Nuo was devoid of hostility. Has it entered a state of complete vigilance? Su Nuo understood that he had lost the opportunity to utilize the Pokeball and wisely tucked the Powerball away. Regardless of the trainer's prowess in capturing or the efficacy of their Pokeballs, even if it were a Master Ball, when a legendary Pokemon becomes wary of the notion of capture and possesses the will to resist, it becomes impossible to force it into submission. Human, you have disrupted the balance of life. Interfering in our battle will surely lead to your regret. So be it. I have taken note of you, and I trust we shall meet again. Due to the apprehension of Zygarde's power and the mysterious abilities residing within the young man, Yveltal had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. With a powerful beat of its wings, it vanished into the horizon. Ding. SS level mission triggered. The Triad of Life's Authority. Mission details. Capture Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde. Mission progress. 1-3. Mission reward. 5,000 points. 1 unknown mysterious item. This SS level mission sounds exceedingly challenging. Yveltal has indeed slipped away. Nevertheless, it matters not. According to its words, I shall have another opportunity. Su Nuo exhaled a deep sigh, not allowing himself to appear disheartened. The crimson sunset suddenly reminded him that the day was growing late. It seemed he would have to spend the night outdoors, he mused. As someone well-versed in wilderness survival, he had anticipated such a scenario. Hence, before setting out, he had prepared a tent, food, and drinking water, all neatly packed in his spacious backpack. Fire Chicken. Let us engage in practical training before the night falls. Su Nuo announced as he summoned Fire Chicken from its Pokeball. Chirp, chirp. Fire Chicken nodded vigorously, exuding an eagerness that mirrored its trainer's ambition for strength. From the mountaintop, we shall advance downward to the flat hillside. Do not let any wild Pokemon escape your notice. Understood? Chirp, chirp. Fire Chicken affirmed enthusiastically, charging ahead into the woods. Su Nuo sprinted after it. Chirp. In a blaze of flames, Fire Chicken surged toward its adversary, a wild caterpie. The unfortunate caterpie fell victim to the agile Fire Chicken in a single strike. Ding. Fire Chicken has gained medium attack EVs, nearing the maximum. Ding. Fire Chicken's speed stat has increased by 003. Ding. Fire Chicken's strength has risen, now at level 11, rare beginner. Well done, Fire Chicken, Su Nuo praised, raising his right fist in celebration. Throughout their journey, Fire Chicken had effortlessly dispatched 7 or 8 wild Pokémon, rapidly enhancing its combat experience and prowess. Chirp, chirp. Fire Chicken excitedly chattered at Su Nuo, only to suddenly fall silent. Whoosh. It unleashed a torrent of scorching flames towards Su Nuo. Are there insects? Realizing Fire Chicken's unusual behavior, Su Nuo quickly comprehended the situation. Clearly, this fiery attack was not directed at him. He deftly sidestepped the oncoming flames. A pale green spider-like Pokémon was struck by Fire Chicken's flames. After a moment of struggle, it succumbed, unable to continue fighting. Ding. Fire Chicken has gained a small amount of special attack EVs. Is that a Spinarak? Do bug-type Pokémon become more abundant at night? Su Nuo pondered, retrieving a powerful flashlight from his backpack. This was an essential tool for outdoor excursions. The flashlight not only provided illumination in the pitch-black night, but also served to ward off wild Pokémon, preventing them from launching silent ambushes against trainers in the dark. As he turned on the light, the sudden brightness startled him. A flurry of small Pokémon, Rattata, Sentret, and Elekid, moved in unison toward a common destination, as if pursuing a shared objective. What an odd phenomenon. Could it be that Pokémon of different species band together? Su Nuo, ever vigilant, sensed that there must be a reason for this gathering. He gestured to Fire Chicken to keep quiet and follow closely. Fire Chicken understood and matched Su Nuo's pace. In a clearing amongst the bushes, a group of wild Pokémon surrounded a small bear-like creature. Leading the charge were Arbok, Sandshrew, and Swablu. In the face of this overwhelming assault, the small bear Pokémon, with its beige fur and resolute gaze, showed no signs of fear. It held a small, colorful crystal in its left paw and taunted the other Pokémon with a gesture of defiance. Arbok, Sandshrew, and Swablu lunged simultaneously, aiming to snatch the colorful crystal. Humph. Break. The small bear shouted, delivering a series of swift punches. With just 3 simple strikes, Arbok, Sandshrew, and Swablu were sent flying several meters away. Instinctively, they realized the futility of their efforts and retreated from the bear, abandoning their pursuit of the crystal. Found it. Is that a Cubchoo? Indeed. The Heavenly Wonder Mountain is home to rare Pokémon. So, these wild creatures gathered here to seize the crystal from the Cubchoo. After observing quietly, Su Nuo felt a familiar energy emanating from the crystal. He surmised it was a fragment of life energy inadvertently scattered by Xerneas. Due to its boundless life force, Xerneas' energy often overflows, coalescing into energy crystals. For the feeble fairies, this is a remarkable treasure that enhances their strength, a rare gem indeed. It is no wonder that this group of wild fairies has banded together to launch an assault on the bear apprentice. Roar. Karuto. The bear apprentice tossed his beige fur aside and let out a fierce roar at the multitude of wild fairies. Chapter 11. Fire Chick vs. Bear Apprentice. How intriguing. This little creature seems to regard the fairies present with utter disdain. I find this audacious confidence quite appealing. Fairy, Bear Apprentice. Attribute, fighting. Gender. Ability, inner focus. Possessing formidable mental fortitude, it will not succumb to flinching. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Current level, 8, ordinary initial stage. Status, the Bear Apprentice is wholly focused on protecting the object in its grasp. It remains oblivious to your presence. Skills, Rock Smash, Glare, Endure, Focus Energy, Brick Break. While Su Nuo marveled at the prowess of the Bear Apprentice, several fairies charged forward to challenge it, only to be effortlessly defeated one after another. Karu. The Bear Apprentice delivered powerful punches to the monkey monster and kicked the snake-patterned bear, growing increasingly self-satisfied. Although there were numerous wild fairies here, none could possibly match the Bear Apprentice in combat. How fascinating. Fire Chick, let us engage it. Attack using Ember. Seizing the opportune moment, Su Nuo swiftly commanded Fire Chick to act. He was determined to capture this Bear Apprentice. With diligent martial training, the Bear Apprentice could evolve into the legendary Pokémon martial arts master. It possesses extraordinary strength and is a formidable physical attacker. Nurturing such a powerhouse could elevate Su Nuo's regular team of fairies to an elite level. This would not only allow Su Nuo to stand out in the Celestial Fairy Academy, but also significantly enhance his chances of victory in battles against other trainers. In this world, everything is dictated by strength. The simplest method to demonstrate a trainer's prowess is by evaluating the level of their fairy team. In other words, if a trainer cannot cultivate powerful fairies, it merely indicates their limited capability. Such trainers cannot expect to go far in this world, where fairies are the melody of existence. Su Nuo was resolute in his ambition to become a commanding presence, renowned far and wide. Zygarde, upon receiving the battle command from its master, Fire Chick immediately entered combat mode. Its body heated up, and its speed of movement escalated. Ember. Fire Chick emitted a small flame directed at the bear apprentice, as if to say hello. Karu? Karu. The bear apprentice was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Fire Chick. Moreover, it sensed a threat emanating from this unexpected fiery newcomer. It vaguely perceived that this red-haired creature's strength might surpass its own. Roar. With a low growl, the bear apprentice chose to disregard Fire Chick's ember attack and began to gather energy. It seemed to have no intention of defending against this strike. Gathering energy allows a fairy to concentrate its power, temporarily enhancing its attack and damage potential. In battle, this can be considered an excellent technique. However, Su Nuo's pupils narrowed slightly, hesitating at the bear apprentice's response. This little creature is not defending at all. Is it planning to withstand the ember with its body? Although ember is not an overwhelmingly powerful move, it seems the bear apprentice is rather overconfident. Karuto. Just as the ember was about to strike the bear apprentice, it emitted a light shout. In such a brief moment, it had already consolidated its strength. The bear apprentice thrust its right fist, delivering a powerful punch that cleaved toward the flame. A fierce gale erupted forth. That was Brick Break, one of the fundamental skills of the fighting type. Yet, unlike other fairies, the bear apprentice unleashed several devastating whirlwinds with its Brick Break, completely dispersing Fire Chick's ember. No wonder it is so audacious. As a legendary Pokémon juvenile, it truly possesses remarkable skills. Even Su Nuo couldn't help but marvel in astonishment. The bear apprentice's godlike defensive technique is hardly characteristic of a wild fairy. Such skillful use of techniques to counter others is typically only observed in fairies under a trainer's command. Yet now, you have fallen into a passive position in this battle. Fire Chick used Charged Flame to launch a direct assault on it. Su Nuo retrieved a quick ball from his backpack, preparing for his capture attempt. In this confrontation, Fire Chick, thanks to its speed-boosting ability, was continuously increasing its agility. This meant that the bear apprentice had lost the initiative to attack. Once it fell into a passive state, it meant that the bear apprentice had entered the rhythm of Fire Chick's offensive. It could only adopt a defensive stance, attempting to break through each wave of Fire Chick's attacks. If it fails to hold its ground, it would only be a matter of time before the bear apprentice was defeated. Zygarde. Fire Chick unleashed astonishing agility, its body surrounded by fierce flames. It charged directly at the bear apprentice with all its might. Karu. Faced with Fire Chick's charged flame assault, the bear apprentice did not hesitate. It swung its right fist for another powerful Brick Break. Bang! The collision of their forces produced a crisp, shattering sound. The bear apprentice successfully defended against the impact of charged flame with its Brick Break. Step back and continue using Ember to deplete its stamina. Su Nuo remained unfazed, knowing that Fire Chick, with its speed-boosting trait, held an absolute advantage in a war of attrition. The enemy often falls before it reaches the peak of its acceleration. Zygarde. Fire Chick deftly stepped on the bear apprentice before unleashing another ember towards its opponent. However, this time, the bear apprentice appeared to struggle. Its movements had noticeably slowed due to the two Brick Breaks, and its reaction time had dulled significantly. Karu. The bear apprentice puffed out its belly, bracing itself against the ember attack. The flames inexplicably lost their potency against its round belly. That was endure. Excellent. The opportunity has arrived. Fire Chick, use quick attack. Su Nuo smiled, having discerned the bear apprentice's condition. Zygarde. Zygarde. A red afterimage streaked forth like the wind, charging at the bear apprentice. The speed of Fire Chick in its accelerated state was truly astounding. Thud. Its quick attack successfully struck the bear apprentice. At that very moment, Su Nuo's quick ball was also thrown towards the bear apprentice. In a fairy capture attempt, the initial throw of a quick ball yields the highest efficiency. However, to ensure a 100 capture of the bear apprentice, Su Nuo had abandoned the idea of using the quick ball directly from the start. It was far more prudent to render it temporarily incapacitated through battle before capturing it. Ding, ding, dong. The bear apprentice showed little resistance, quietly resting within the quick ball. Chapter 12, Class Flower Tao Shuxian. Su Nuo hurriedly strode forward, retrieving the yellow-blue quick ball and attaching it to his waist. Now, both the energy crystal and the bear apprentice belong to me. Now then, Do you still wish to contest this energy crystal? He cast a provocative glance at the surrounding wild fairies, gesturing for them to come forth. Zygarde. Meanwhile, Fire Chick seamlessly leaped in front of Su Nuo, ready to engage in battle with the remaining wild fairies. Duras, Rada, Daduga, Palace, Little Rada, and the Ladybug were the first to choose retreat. The recent battle between the fiery chick and the bear apprentice instilled a sense of trepidation in them, prompting their decisive departure. Soon, this group of wild Pokémon vacated the area with great discretion. Indeed, were there truly no capable contenders among them? As the twilight deepened, Su Nuo resolved to find a flat piece of land to pitch his tent. After surveying the surrounding environment, he discerned that the tall grass in this region was abundant, rendering it unsuitable for camping. Therefore, he opted to descend to a lower elevation, where he hoped to find a more suitable location. After approximately 20 minutes, the sound of Su Nuo's mountaineering boots echoed with a rhythmic clatter. Although these boots provided stability on the rugged terrain, they also impeded his pace. Despite walking for an extended period, he had yet to discover an appropriate campsite. Let me consult the map of this vicinity first. In the forest, Su Nuo let out a gentle sigh, retrieving his phone to check the nearby map. However, much to his dismay, in this remote area of Tianqi Mountain, his phone had no signal whatsoever. Not only was he unable to access the internet for map navigation, but he couldn't even make a phone call. This undoubtedly added to Su Nuo's growing frustration. Damn, even I, usually well-versed in outdoor knowledge, have stumbled today? Truly, one cannot walk along the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. After expressing his lament, Su Nuo resolved to continue onward. His steps, however, had slowed due to fatigue. Just then, a clear voice reached Su Nuo's ears, causing him to startle. Ninetales. Use Ember to drive it back. The voice belonged to a girl, and it seemed to be quite near. But how could anyone still be lingering on Tianqi Mountain at this hour? She appeared to be commanding her Pokémon in battle. How peculiar. Could it be that someone, like him, had ventured to this secluded place to capture Pokémon? Rubbing his head in contemplation, Su Nuo cautiously approached the direction of the girl's voice. In an effort to remain undetected, he stealthily concealed himself behind a thicket, gazing towards the battlefield. Before him lay a natural mountain lake, the moonlight cascading upon the water, rendering it a shimmering silver mirror. On the flat ground beside the lake, a reddish-brown fox-like Pokémon was engaged in a fierce struggle with another Pokémon of pale blue skin. Was that a Ninetales battling a wild Nidorina? Who was the trainer of this Ninetales? As Su Nuo focused on the two Pokémon, his gaze naturally shifted to the female trainer commanding the battle. She was clad in a pristine white uniform shirt, draped in a translucent veil synonymous with Tianyuan Pokémon Academy's attire. Her beautifully proportioned thighs were adorned with black knee-high socks, and she wore beige flats on her feet. Even in the night, Su Nuo could vividly imagine the allure of her enchanting legs. Is that not Tao Shuxian, the class flower from my school? What is she doing here? Upon recognizing her identity, Su Nuo's expression turned to one of confusion. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, seizing Su Nuo's attention. Nidorina had straightened slightly and dealt a vicious slap to Ninetales. The already slender Ninetales was sent flying several meters away, landing with a thud. Pokémon, Ninetales. Type, Fire. Gender, Ability, Flash Fire. This Pokémon takes no damage from Fire-type moves and absorbs flames to boost its special attack. Qualification, Expert level. Current level, 8, Ordinary Advanced. Status, Ninetales is concentrating on its opponent, though it harbors a hint of fear. Skills, Ember, Tail Whip, Confuse Ray, Quick Attack, Howl Tackle. Trainer, Tao Shuxian. Pokémon, Nidorina. Type, Poison. Gender, Ability, Poison Point, has a chance to poison the opponent upon contact. Qualification, Elite level. Current level, 16, Rare Intermediate. Status, Nidorina is extremely angry and seems intent on defeating its current opponent. Skills, Howl, Poison Sting, Scratch, Tail Whip, Fury Swipes, Focus Energy. Upon examining the details of the two Pokémon, Su Nuo clicked his tongue slightly. For an ordinary trainer, an expert-level Pokémon is already qualified for primary training. Thus, the class Flower's Ninetales possesses commendable qualifications. However, regardless of its qualifications, its current combat level is merely ordinary. In comparison to the wild Nidorina, the level disparity is simply staggering. No wonder Ninetales is being utterly dominated. Tao Shuxuan's stubbornness is quite remarkable. Su Nuo shook his head, unable to watch any longer. In his view, it was only a matter of time before Ninetales was defeated by Nidorina. Currently, Nidorina showed no intent to unleash its full offensive capabilities. It seemed to be employing a tactic of slowly wearing down Ninetales' fighting spirit. Once Nidorina utilized its poison-type attributes in an assault, Even if Ninetales did not perish, it would surely succumb to poisoning, placing it in a perilous situation. Ninetales. Tao Shuxuan's expression suddenly turned frantic. Her once charming face lost color, becoming pale with fear. Clearly, the situation unfolding was entirely unexpected for her. Nito. Ryan. Nidorina emitted a low growl and charged directly at Ninetales, seizing the reddish-brown fox in its grasp. There is something peculiar about this Nidorina. Typically, Nidorina is quite docile. Why is this one behaving so aggressively? It's even more frantic than a Nidorino. Su Nuo scrutinized Nidorina's eyes and noticed something amiss. The once distinct red and white gems of its eyes were now entirely blood red, devoid of any white. It appeared as if blood had engulfed its eyes, rendering it somewhat terrifying. Roar. Nito. Nidorina suddenly swung its right arm, violently tossing Ninetales in the direction of Su Nuo's thicket. Chapter 13. Intimidation. Su Nuo takes action. Ninetales Tao Shuxian's eyes were glazed over. Faced with her Pokemon being treated so brutally, she, as the trainer, felt utterly powerless. What an agonizing and despairing experience. Damn, where are you throwing it? Su Nuo clicked his tongue, his expression turning cold. Coincidentally, Nidorina had flung Ninetales directly toward the thicket where he was hiding. Moreover, Nidorina began charging towards Su Nuo's position, intent on delivering a final, devastating blow to Ninetales. Fiery Chick. Get ready. Charge Flame. Su Nuo signaled, and the Fiery Chick leaped forth from behind him. He certainly did not wish to be collided with by the frantically charging Nidorina. That could end in disaster. With a powerful leap, the Fiery Chick sprang from the thicket, encased in a fiery aura. Its speed matched that of the oncoming Nidorina. Nidorina was completely unprepared for the sudden emergence of another Pokemon at this critical moment. The charged flame collided directly with its head. Roar. Nidorina emitted a pained groan, the sensation of pain in its head abruptly halting its charge. Meanwhile, Su Nuo expertly caught the severely injured Ninetales midair. Where did this Fiery Chick come from? Wait, Su Nuo? Is that you? How did you come to be in this place? Upon seeing her six-tailed fox safe and sound in the hands of her classmate, Tao Shuxian let out a sigh of relief, her pale complexion regaining a hint of color. Fire Chick, step back. Execute dig. Su Nuo did not respond to Tao Shuxuan's inquiry. His focus was entirely on the battle with Nidorina. This particular Nidorina was of a higher level than Fire Chick. Yet Su Nuo felt no great pressure. For an experienced Pokemon trainer like him, defeating opponents of a higher level was merely an everyday occurrence. With a swift motion, Fire Chick began to dig into the earth. Nidorina, caught off guard by the dig attack, lost its opportunity to strike back. Ground-type moves held an absolute advantage over Poison-type Pokemon. From the moment Su Nuo decided to make his move, he had already devised a plan to conclude the battle both elegantly and swiftly. With a resounding thud, Fire Chick erupted from the ground, crashing directly into Nidorina's soft abdomen, their weak point. Nidorina emitted a pained groan, indicating that the dig attack had inflicted considerable damage. How could this be? After enduring a charged flamethrower, it still managed to withstand a ground-type attack? What on earth was happening with this Nidorina? It only possessed elite-level potential. Su Nuo furrowed his brow slightly, as the situation exceeded his understanding. Su Nuo, listen to me. That Nidorina was not originally a Nidorina. I intended to capture that Nidoran, but it devoured a large piece of a colorful crystal. Then, it suddenly evolved and began attacking me in a frenzy. Tao Shuxuan's explanation instantly clarified Su Nuo's confusion. A large piece of a colorful crystal? An energy crystal? It evolved after consuming it? The residual life force left by Xerneas. Now I see. I understand. Fire Chick, retreat. We cannot resolve this through combat for the time being. Su Nuo instructed his Pokemon partner to cease its assault. Simultaneously, he silently began to gather his mental energy. The substantial energy crystal had rapidly elevated Nidorina's power level, but it also placed it in a state of energy saturation. This explained why it, despite being severely injured, still harbored a fierce desire to attack. If it could not fully absorb the life force bestowed by the deity, it would only inflict severe damage upon itself. Begone! Su Nuo uttered the word with indifference, and in that moment, the might of his draconic aura erupted forth. An immense, intangible force emanated from Su Nuo, radiating outward. This terrifying aura was enough to restore Nidorina's senses. Nidorina lowered its head and fled in panic under the pressure of the draconic aura. What a formidable display of intimidation. Is this truly my classmate Su Nuo? As she gazed at Su Nuo's suave and striking silhouette, Tao Shuxian felt a wave of trepidation, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this not our class's illustrious beauty? Tao. To venture alone into the desolate Tianqi Mountain for a night, you truly possess remarkable courage. Su Nuo was the first to speak. Approaching Tao Shuxian and handing her the unconscious six-tailed fox, which had succumbed to its injuries. "Oh, don't even mention it. Today has been the unluckiest day of my life," Tao Shuxian said as she stored the six-tailed fox in its pokeball, revealing a pitiful expression. "Oh, as a Pokemon trainer, isn't it common to face the pursuit of powerful wild Pokemon? Why does Lady Tao deem this the unluckiest day?" Su Nuo raised an eyebrow, observing Tao Shuxuan's delicate features. His tone laced with mockery. "Isn't the class division examination approaching? There will undoubtedly be fierce Pokemon battles among classmates. I was hoping to capture a rare Pokemon with just my six-tailed fox to ensure my place in Class S. So I thought I might try my luck at Tianqi Mountain. Yet, not only did I fail to capture a Pokemon after a day of searching, but I also attracted a heap of trouble. Now I feel utterly miserable." The beauty of the young lady was undeniable. Even in a state of distress, Tao Shuxian managed to exude a unique charm that compelled Su Nuo to steal another glance. The class division examination was a rigorous evaluation conducted every year at Tianyuan Pokemon High School for the second-year students. Its format was straightforward. The results of Pokemon battles against classmates determined the scores. Victories awarded points, while defeats incurred penalties. The brutal class division examination would categorize aspiring Pokemon trainers into 3 tiers: S, A, and B, with 2 S classes for A classes and 8 B classes. The students displaying exceptional skill assigned to Class S would receive a welcome gift, 100,000 Alliance coins. For high school students who had only recently embarked on their journey as Pokemon trainers, this was a considerable reward. Thus, every cohort of Tianyuan Pokemon High School's second-year students would fervently compete for the honor of Class S. Failing to secure a place in Class S would severely limit their growth as trainers. Therefore, as students of Tianyuan Pokemon High School, regardless of their backgrounds, be it humble or affluent, they must strive with unwavering determination to stand out in the class division examination and secure a position in Class S. Chapter 14. I want to share a tent with you. The class division examination. Ah, so you are preparing for it. Su Nuo returned Fire Chick to its Pokeball and surveyed the surrounding terrain. Indeed, the ground was level and devoid of underbrush, making it quite suitable for pitching a tent. And the worst of it is, I had meticulously prepared both supplies and mentally readied myself for a night in the wilderness. Yet, down in the woods, a large bird Pokemon snatched my backpack away. Not only have I failed to capture any Pokemon, but I nearly fell victim to that night arena. I truly am the epitome of misfortune. Sob, sob, sob. A large bird? What kind of bird? It couldn't possibly be Yveltal, could it? Su Nuo, who was in the midst of setting up the tent, was taken aback by Tao Shuxuan's description. He instinctively recalled Yveltal. Could she have encountered the deity as well? Due to the limitations of Pokemon studies, divine beasts and mythical creatures were seldom included in high school Pokemon theory textbooks. Thus, even if Tao Shuxian had seen Yveltal, she would certainly not recognize it as a divine beast. However, that thought was quickly dismissed. Yveltal would never steal a human's belongings. Perhaps he was suffering from divine beast aftereffects. As expected, Tao Shuxuan's subsequent reply confirmed this notion. It seemed to be a vulture, I believe. Alas, my understanding of Pokemon theory isn't very strong. In any case, that Pokemon appeared quite menacing, snatched my bag, and flew off. Hey Su Nuo, what are you doing? Are you setting up a tent? Tao Shuxian rambled on, but upon noticing Su Nuo's silence, she realized he was in the midst of erecting a black tarp. After quietly positioning the final pole, the survival tent was successfully assembled. Wow, Su Nuo, you really are impressive. As our class is aloof idol, how is it that you excel at everything? Tao Shuxian gazed at Su Nuo with admiration sparkling in her eyes as he skillfully completed the tent. Su Nuo retrieved a bottle of drinking water from his backpack, taking a few sips before returning it. I'm feeling a bit tired now. If you have no further matters, I shall rest. With that, he crawled into the tent, seemingly uninterested in engaging in further conversation with the class beauty. Huh, you're going to sleep already? Tao Shuxian was momentarily taken aback, but then suddenly seemed to remember something. That's not right. What am I supposed to do tonight? The young girl suddenly awakened, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Dear, I would suggest you sleep on the ground, came the reply. You can use the sky as your blanket and the earth as your mattress. Let courage accompany you as you roam the world. Su Nuo said, retrieving a simple blanket from his rugged backpack and tossing it into the tent before lying down. I thought you would be gentlemanly enough to let me have the tent, she responded. Are you truly heartless enough to make me sleep on the cold, hard ground tonight? Brother Su? Tao Shuxuan's tone dripped with charm, her playful innocence on full display as she attempted to manipulate Su Nuo into granting her the privilege of the tent. Heh, if it were any other boy in our class, they would surely rush to offer you the tent. After all, you are the class beauty. And there are indeed many who admire you, Su Nuo replied. However, I, Su Nuo, am a man of principle. I refuse to endure discomfort for the sake of a woman's whims. Besides, we are merely classmates. Therefore, whether you resort to moral coercion or act coy, it is of no consequence. I am not swayed by such tactics, Su Nuo asserted firmly. Yu Tao Shuxian was left speechless by his unyielding logic. She found herself in a state of utter confusion. After 10 seconds of silence, she suddenly blurted out a line that made her own cheeks flush with embarrassment. Su Nuo, can I sleep in the tent with you? Silence. A profound silence enveloped them, the weight of her words hanging in the air for a full minute. The class beauty's proposition left Su Nuo momentarily stunned. Sleep in the tent together? What a brazen suggestion. Are young people today truly this bold? Ahem, Tao Shuxian. Please take a moment to calm down and reflect on what you just said. We are merely classmates, not lovers or friends. Please conduct yourself with decorum. Su Nuo adjusted his glasses, feeling his previously unwavering resolve begin to waver. Surely you jest. I demand to share the tent with you. I refuse to sleep on the ground, Tao Shuxian declared, boldly lifting the tent flap and crawling inside. Is this an act of audacity? And he is the one being passive? Illuminated by the tent's portable light, Su Nuo finally caught sight of Tao Shuxian's face, which was nearly as crimson as her embarrassment. Despite her firm words, her bashfulness was unmistakable. Do as you please, classmate Tao, as long as it brings you joy. Su Nuo sighed, turning away to avoid further temptation. This affair was known to heaven and earth, to you and me. I fear nothing in this regard. Besides, I wouldn't harm you. After casting a lingering glance at Su Nuo's handsome profile, Tao Shuxian switched off the portable lamp. Goodness, heaven and earth know, you know, and I know. What sort of books has this girl been reading? How does she seem so familiar with such matters? In the darkness, Su Nuo shook his head, surrendering to sleep. The following noon, in the residential area of Bihai City, the doorbell rang incessantly. Coming. I'll be right there. Peng Yao hurried out of the kitchen and opened the door, revealing her son standing there with his rugged backpack. Xiao Nuo, you're back. What's wrong? You look utterly exhausted. The wilderness survival experience wasn't as pleasant as you imagined, was it? Peng Yao quickly took his backpack from him and hung it on the coat rack. Oh, don't even get me started, Mom. I made a grave error. It's a long story, so I won't get into it. Su Nuo recalled the torturous night he had spent in the tent. Painful was an understatement. It was akin to a purgatory on earth. In the living room, Su Nuo's father, Su Tianao, was engrossed in the latest news on television. The anchor delivered a prepared script in a crisp, formal tone. The world-class elf union, Dynamic Balance, has officially been established. Key members include Sharona, Karuna, and Zvalky Daigo. My son has returned. How was your journey? What did you gain? Su Tianao glanced at Su Nuo, but upon seeing his disheveled appearance, quickly changed his tone. I told you, capturing elves isn't as simple as you imagined. Did you end up with nothing? Well, it's no matter. I have set aside some funds for you. You can use it to purchase an elf you like as your initial partner. That should resolve the issue regarding the class placement exam, right? No need for a lengthy trip. With that, Su Tianao produced a platinum credit card and handed it to Su Nuo, a gentle smile of paternal affection gracing his face. Momo. The family's suction cup doll, Momo, approached and affectionately patted Su Nuo's messy hair, seemingly trying to comfort him. Overwhelmed by such affection, Su Nuo momentarily found himself at a loss for words. In this world, his family was merely an average household, with their primary income derived from Su Tianao's work as an engineer at the power plant. Yet now, to provide his son with a better initial elf and a semblance of confidence against the affluent peers at school, Su Tianao was willing to part with a significant portion of his savings. How could one not be moved by such kindness? It's not as you think. Dad, I have already captured the elf needed for the class placement exam. I merely had a rough night in the tent. Besides, I'm about to turn 18. I can't bear to trouble the family over such trivial matters. Su Nuo then released his fire chick and bear apprentice. Jiga. The two little creatures curiously explored the living room, having never seen a human dwelling before. Su Tianao and Peng Yao were equally astonished upon seeing the fire chick and bear apprentice. They had never imagined that Su Nuo could actually capture wild elves on his own, and two at that. The fire chick? How adorable. And what's the other one? The bear-like creature? So impressive. Well done, son. You truly succeeded. Momo. Su Nuo yawned, making his way to his room. He was utterly fatigued, his eyelids heavy with sleep. Mom, Dad, and Momo, please don't disturb me. I'm too tired. I need to sleep well, and we'll skip lunch. Momo was the name of the suction cup doll, a beloved member of the family. Seeing their son so worn out, Su Tianao and Peng Yao respected his wishes and refrained from further inquiries. In his room, Su Nuo collapsed onto his soft bed and fell into a deep slumber. Hours later, ding ding ding. His phone buzzed incessantly. Who is sending so many messages? Must be someone flooding the group chat. Groggily, Su Nuo reached for his phone, forcing himself to sit up and check who was bombarding the group chat. To his surprise, Bear Apprentice and Fire Chick were playfully batting at his sandbag. Giga, Giga. The two elves took turns pummeling the sandbag, as if engaged in a contest of strength. Wow, these little fighters. I had no idea my elves would train themselves while I slept, Su Nuo chuckled, bemused by their spirited antics. An announcement blared, next weekend. The school will conduct its annual class placement exam. Dear students, please proceed to register in the group. The deadline for registration is tonight at 8 o'clock. I urge all of you to actively respond to the school's arrangements. The announcement regarding the class placement examination? Su Nuo has finally grasped why his phone has been incessantly buzzing. For the students of Tianyuan Pokemon High School, this is of paramount importance. The nature of your senior year will be dictated entirely by this class placement examination. To aspire to become an exceptional Pokemon trainer, one must at the very least demonstrate the capability to enter an A class or above. Moreover, to emerge as the elite among the trainers at Tianyuan Pokemon High School, one must secure a place in the S class. This has long been an unspoken rule within the school. Register, for I have nothing to fear. Su Nuo shrugged, appearing utterly relaxed. Students choosing to forego participation in the class placement examination, please respond immediately and provide your reasons for withdrawal. A message from the homeroom teacher's account, noted as remarks, suddenly appended this information. Yet, this rather discouraging note promptly elicited responses from the students. I withdraw my registration. I too withdraw my registration. Reasons for withdrawal included, I lack suitable battle Pokemon. I am insufficiently skilled. In an instant, 2 students opted to forfeit, promptly offering their reasons for abstaining from the examination. The absence of Pokemon and inadequate trainer prowess. This is the lament of every ordinary student. On the surface, the class placement examination is an opportunity for students to cultivate their Pokemon for battle and ultimately achieve a score. In reality, it tests how much capital a student's family possesses to nurture formidable Pokemon. If one cannot capture and develop Pokemon on par with those of affluent students, then a common student's participation in the class placement examination merely serves as a tool for others' victories, relegating them to the role of mere background figures. Consequently, many self-aware common students choose to withdraw, proactively relegating themselves to the lowest tier classes. Such is the brutal reality of Tianyuan Pokemon High School. I also withdraw. My skills are insufficient. Withdraw. I refuse to be a fool in defeat. Withdraw. You all strive for the examination, only to be trampled upon by others. I await the spectacle of your demise. Before the registered students had even begun, Su Nuo's phone screen was inundated with messages regarding withdrawals. Are these individuals truly so disheartened? This class placement examination is indeed merciless. Observing that a third of his classmates had chosen to forfeit, Su Nuo sighed. Moments later, no further students opted to relinquish their examination eligibility. The first successful registrant soon emerged. Tao Shuxian, student ID TYZX 20856, registering for the examination. It's the class beauty? I didn't expect her to be the first to register. She is indeed quite courageous. Chen Haoming, student ID TYZX 20833, registering for the examination. Xia Songlin, student ID TYZX 20842, registering for the examination. Following Tao Shushuan's declaration, the remaining 2/3 of the class commenced their registrations. Su Nuo, student ID TYZX 20813, registering. Su Nuo swiftly entered his information and successfully registered. There are some things in this world that, if not attempted, will lead to regret. Just then, the slumbering Zygarde suddenly awakened its telepathic connection with Su Nuo. Chapter 16, A Tragedy Sparked by a Bag of Coffee. The following morning, at Tianyuan Pokemon High School. Little Elephant, use Tackle. Dodge it, Electric Monster. Employ Thunderbolt. The proud swallow dived at full speed, followed by a flash of electricity. Fear not. Confront it head-on with a frenzy attack, Fire Sparrow. As fellow flying types, we cannot possibly lose. Su Nuo had just secured his bicycle when he heard the familiar shouts of students echoing across the campus. They were entirely engrossed in directing their Pokemon in battle, their aim being to secure victory. Our school truly deserves its reputation as one of the premier Pokemon high schools in Bihai City. The fervent atmosphere of battle is indeed astonishing. As Su Nuo walked along the lengthy tree-lined path, he gazed towards the battleground, where throngs of students had gathered, most of them spectating. "Good morning, Su Nuo." A familiar female voice called from behind him, as its owner gently patted his shoulder. "Morning, Tao Shuxian." Su Nuo glanced at the suddenly appearing beauty beside him, momentarily taken aback. The class beauty was clad in the standard black uniform of Tianyuan, her legs adorned with immaculate white stockings, complemented by brown square-toed leather shoes. The delightful scent of lilac perfume wafted from Tao Shuxian, causing Su Nuo to momentarily lose his focus. "I'll head to class first. See you later." The girl offered Su Nuo a warm smile before jogging towards the teaching building. Are we that familiar? It was merely a coincidence. As Su Nuo pondered the nature of his relationship with Tao Shuxian, a male voice interrupted him from behind. "Shuxian, wait for me. Step aside, don't block my way." Someone shouted the class beauty's name, hastily pushing past Su Nuo and rushing towards Tao Shuxian. The individual wore an expression of arrogance, his eyes seemingly yearning for something. Chen Haoming, the top troublemaker and wealthy heir of Class 8, Year 2. The troublemaker is notorious for rarely attending theoretical classes, preferring instead to engage in fights and Pokemon battles within the year level. The Chen family owns the Haotian Group in Bihai City, dominating numerous industries and enterprises, making them a formidable presence. As a member of the Chen family S branch, Chen Haoming is undoubtedly a privileged second-generation rich kid, impetuous, disdainful, and so unruly that even the teachers find it challenging to manage him. He wields considerable influence due to his family's wealth. Su Nuo brushed off his clothes, disinterested in engaging with Chen Haoming. If I recall correctly, isn't this guy one of the many suitors vying for the class beauty's affection? Su Nuo mused. Thinking along those lines, it seems Tao Shuxian has quite a number of admirers. Su Nuo rubbed his forehead, a look of exasperation crossing his face. "Is this your school, Su Nuo?" "I can sense a faint yet pure fire-type energy," Zygarde interjected. After a night of training and communication, Su Nuo had established a relatively equal rapport with his Pokemon, facilitating more fluid exchanges. "Yes, this is my high school." "It must be your first time entering a human school, Zygarde. As for the fire energy you mentioned, it's because our school's clock features a feather from the legendary Ho-Oh. It is said that Ho-Oh visited here during the school's founding." Su Nuo pointed towards the tallest red building, upon which a massive clock was embedded. At the center of the clock lay a magnificent seven-colored feather. "Now I understand." 10 minutes later, Su Nuo finally settled into his seat, the penultimate row by the window, often referred to as the legendary main character's seat. "Hey bro Nuo, have you finished the weekend homework? Hurry and let me copy it." "Su Nuo, how on earth do you solve this problem? What is the function of dragon scales? Bro, where did you disappear for 3 days last week?" No sooner had he taken his seat than the surrounding male classmates eagerly surrounded him. In the eyes of the ordinary students, Su Nuo had undoubtedly become their esteemed leader. Not only did he excel in theoretical courses, but he was also handsome, good-natured, and eager to help others, earning the admiration of his peers. Consequently, many of his friends would exclaim, "Su Nuo is perfect. He just needs to have a daughter." "Bro Nuo, my dear bro Nuo, I missed you so much after just a few days. Roll away, don't get all worked up over Su Nuo. If you want a duel, form a line. Everyone, queue up behind me." Su Nuo listened to the frenzied chatter of his male classmates, feeling a dull ache in his forehead as he sighed. "Could you all please speak normally? It frightens me." With that, he pulled out his homework from his bag, allowing them to peruse and copy it. Dragon scales, a particularly rare material. Moreover, it's exceedingly expensive. If my memory serves me right, it's used for the evolution of the Spiked Dragon King. Su Nuo answered his classmates' inquiries without reservation, as these were fundamental concepts. "Nice. Su Nuo, the savior of my homework. Copying it feels delightful, soft, and the aroma is simply exquisite. Shut up already, let's finish this quickly. We can't let traditional skills fade away." "For the evolution of the Spiked Dragon King? Okay, got it." The boys surrounded Su Nuo, enthusiastically discussing without end. Suddenly, a figure slipped in like an eel. It was none other than the class beauty, Tao Shuxian. "Su Nuo, thank you for what you did before. This is my token of gratitude," Tao Shuxian said, presenting a package of coffee adorned with an owl design, placing it on Su Nuo's desk. "Wow, Tao Shuxian knows that Su Nuo loves coffee. How thoughtful." The class beauty's gift was indeed delightful. "Isn't this the brand endorsed by the champion, Cynthia? They not only produce ice cream, but instant coffee as well." Su Nuo was momentarily taken aback by Tao Shuxian's gesture of giving him coffee. What was going on? When did she learn to be so courteous to others? Had he been too hasty in not inviting her to camp out together? Ahem, would that have made him seem overly forward? Thank you. Just as Su Nuo extended his hand to accept the coffee, a long, dark-skinned hand intercepted him. Wait, can you sell me that coffee? I'll pay any price. The voice sounded quite domineering, easily conjuring an image of an arrogant young man. Chen Haoming, what are you doing? Why are you following me again? It's just a bag of coffee. Is it really that serious? Tao Shuxian shot a disdainful glance at the suddenly intervening boy. Serious? Of course it is. Anything gifted by you, Tao Shuxian, holds great significance for me. Chen Haoming retorted sharply. Chapter 17. Engage. The Classroom Combat Showdown. The group of boys that had gathered around Su Nuo dispersed due to Chen Haoming's sudden appearance. In this class, hardly anyone dared to provoke the notorious Chen Haoming, especially those from the common folk. Then I'll sell it to you for 1 million. How about that? Quite a bargain, isn't it? Su Nuo raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. Selling a bag of coffee for 1 million? What was Su Nuo implying? You. Chen Haoming's expression darkened instantly. He had never anticipated that Su Nuo would demand such an exorbitant price. The previous air of dominance around him dissipated significantly. What's wrong, Chen? Everyone knows you're the wealthy heir of a rich family. 1 million is just a small number for you. Su Nuo narrowed his deep-set eyes, silently smiling. As a clever individual, Su Nuo was fully aware of his intentions. He offered a price that was neither too high nor too low, deliberately avoiding an outright rejection of Chen Haoming. According to Chen Haoming's usual claims, 1 million was merely his pocket money for a month, hardly a substantial sum. If Chen Haoming agreed, Su Nuo would profit. Conversely, if he declined, it would reflect poorly on him, as he would appear to be a fool who couldn't afford such a price. What's with the hesitation, Chen? I'm trying to be friendly here. How about I give you a discount, 50,000? I would sell it for 1 million to anyone else, but for you, just 50,000. The smile on Su Nuo's face broadened. Uffed. Tao Shuxian, who had been watching the scene unfold, couldn't suppress her laughter. Initially feeling drained by Chen Haoming's relentless pursuit, Su Nuo's antics brought her unexpected amusement. Is this foolish commoner truly desperate for money? You poor wretch. Do you think I, Chen Haoming, am a fool? You've brought trouble upon yourself. Chen Haoming's face darkened, and he suddenly clenched his right fist, swinging it towards Su Nuo. You moron. Su Nuo coldly uttered those 2 words, the smile vanishing from his face as he swung his left hand, effortlessly deflecting Chen Haoming's punch. You're asking for death. Chen Haoming bellowed in rage. Pain shot through his right hand. Su Nuo's seemingly casual motion had been incredibly forceful. The clash escalated swiftly, leaving Tao Shuxian momentarily stunned. Chen Haoming, what are you doing? Fighting is prohibited in school. Moreover, this is a classroom. Exactly. Prepare to be expelled, shouted the classmates, exerting pressure on Chen Haoming. Oh, right. Our school forbids students from engaging in physical fights. Hearing the collective voices, Chen Haoming seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. He reached for his waist and pulled out a high-grade pokeball. Teach this ignorant commoner a lesson. Let him know my strength. With that, Chen Haoming released a muscular humanoid Pokemon. Is he out of his mind? Using a Pokemon against a human? Do you even know what you're doing, Chen Haoming? Using Pokemon power can be fatal. The crowd gasped in shock. However, as the muscular creature emerged, Tao Shuxuan's anxious heart suddenly calmed. If it were a Pokemon, Su Nuo's capabilities would undoubtedly prevail. No fatalities? That would be best. Machoke, use Karate Chop. Strike this fool into the ICU. Chen Haoming gritted his teeth, his expression ferociously intense. Onyx. Machoke instantly gathered fighting energy into its arm and struck directly at Su Nuo, who was seated. Carbink. A flash of white light shot forth from Su Nuo's Pokeball, immediately positioning itself before him. Smack. The sound of a fierce collision reverberated through the classroom, capturing the attention of all students. What Pokemon is that? Is it Su Nuo's battling Pokemon? No wonder he seems so unbothered. Wow, look at Su Nuo's Pokemon. Quick, take a look. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a gray bear raised its right arm, effortlessly absorbing Mashoki's Karate Chop, appearing remarkably composed. What's wrong, Chen? Unable to pay 1 million and resorting to violence? Even if you choose to fight, it seems you can't offer me any amusement. So, is this all you and your Pokemon are capable of? Su Nuo spread his arms, a look of indifference on his face, as the information about Machoke failed to impress him. Pokemon Machoke. Type, fighting. Gender, ability, guts, physical attack increases when suffering from a status condition, ignores 50 burn effects. Quality, elite. Current level, 14, rare mid-tier. Skills, Leer, low kick, focus energy, revenge, low sweep, karate chop. Trainer, Chen Haoming. Is this truly all you have? Su Nuo's words ignited Chun Haoming's fury once more. That was a premium Pokémon he had procured for over 40,000 from an acquaintance. The power of this arm strength has aided him in vanquishing countless elves and humans alike. Yet, to Su Nuo's eyes, it seems as inconsequential as mere weeds. Chun Haoming is now ablaze with rage. He yearns to swiftly triumph in the elven battle, then thoroughly punish this foolish commoner. In Chun Haoming's perspective, having been born with a silver spoon, he is inherently superior, 100 times stronger than Su Nuo. However, after fruitlessly pursuing Tao Shuxian for so long, to his utter disbelief, the class flower has taken the initiative to befriend this commoner named Su Nuo. This is utterly unacceptable to him. He initially planned to humiliate Su Nuo through the purchase of coffee, wielding his wealth as a weapon. Yet, unexpectedly, the tables have turned, and now Su Nuo dares to display his prowess in the elven battle? Chun Haoming will not permit such an affront. Arm strength, take revenge. Let this brat regret opposing me. With a resounding battle cry, Arm strength charged forward with a powerful punch aimed directly at Bear Disciple. It deliberately slowed its movements, intending to unleash even more devastating damage with a subsequent strike. Let us see just how vast the chasm of our strength truly is. In return, Su Nuo discerned Arm strength's deliberate slow motion. He understood that a counterattack could yield double the fighting damage, which is why Arm strength had intentionally delayed its assault. Nevertheless, he chose to strike first. His calculations indicated that Bear Disciple had a staggering 1,000 probability of overcoming Arm strength. Chapter 18. In return, a single move to subdue the foe. Elf, Bear Disciple. Type, fighting. Gender, ability, mental strength, possesses formidable mental fortitude, will not falter in battle. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Current level, 16, Rare Intermediate. Status, Bear Disciple is brimming with fighting spirit, eager for victory. Skills, Rock Smash, Glare, Endure, Focus Energy, Brick Break. In return, Phantom Face, Low Kick. Trainer, Su Nuo. Just last night, Bear Disciple fully absorbed the life energy contained within a small energy crystal. Its level and strength rapidly ascended to the Rare Intermediate tier. In terms of both qualification and strength, Su Nuo firmly eclipsed Chun Haoming. Kalu. Bear Disciple leaped from its position, its form suddenly vanishing. Such agility is breathtaking. Disappeared? So fast. What on earth is happening with Su Nuo's elf? I've never witnessed such a fighting-type move before. Is that elf truly capable of vanishing into thin air? As the students searched for Bear Disciple's whereabouts, a resounding impact erupted against Arm Strength's abdomen, akin to a tempestuous gale striking it. Then, a shadow swiftly returned to Su Nuo's side. The shadow was none other than Bear Disciple. The entire offensive sequence flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. Swift, accurate, ferocious. After executing Yin return, Arm Strength, as the recipient of the attack, could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. Arm Strength, what are you staring at? Quickly, retaliate and crush this bear cub. Frankly, Chun Haoming hadn't even grasped what had just unfolded, but upon realizing that his elf had yet to act, a sense of urgency began to rise within him. What is happening? This sensation is unfamiliar to him, as if something were beyond his comprehension. Bear cub? Huh. Young Master Chun, perhaps you ought to delve deeper into the latest elf data. Moreover, your strength is as dismal as your character. Do not expect to find relevance in my presence. With that, Su Nuo casually recalled Bear Disciple into its pokeball, his face radiating confidence. You scoundrel. Chun Haoming, initially intent on voicing more, suddenly noticed that his arm strength had fainted, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Su Nuo achieved a resounding victory. In a single blow, Bear Disciple had obliterated arm strength, and that strike, in return, was executed with such speed that no one could even discern how it was performed. Is it over? Has it truly ended? I didn't even have time to comprehend how that move was executed. A single strike to subdue the foe. Su Nuo decisively delivered that blow. My goodness, Su Nuo's prowess is truly formidable. No wonder he was so eager to enroll during the class division examination yesterday. Although I didn't fully grasp it, Su Nuo, would you indulge me with another elven duel? Let us have another match. My Onyx is absolutely itching for a challenge. Su Nuo's triumph seemed to ignite the enthusiasm among his classmates. Some were still savoring the elegance of Bear Disciple's earlier strike, speculating on the name of that move. Others were eager to spar with Su Nuo, wishing to personally experience Bear Disciple's strength. Next time, for certain. Next time, without fail. A faint smile reappeared on Su Nuo's face as he responded to his classmates' challenges. Truly, you are remarkable, Su Nuo. Tao Shuxian approached Su Nuo, brimming with excitement, nearly throwing her arms around his neck. Chun Haoming cast a sidelong glance at the affection shared between the class flower and Su Nuo, a shadow of resentment crossing his features. He withdrew his arm strength, retreating with a glower. Su Nuo, is it? I shall remember you. Our conflict is far from over. At that moment, someone shouted, "The teacher is coming. The teacher is coming." The students, who had gathered in a huddle, instantly dispersed, rushing back to their seats with lightning speed. In the third period, at the podium stood a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, his demeanor serious as he lectured. He is the homeroom teacher for Su Nuo's class, Qian Jianbai. When a Magikarp evolves into a Gyarados at the elite initial stage, it becomes an exceptionally powerful creature. Though named Gyarados, this Pokémon does not possess dragon attributes. Instead, it is of the water and flying types. Therefore, when battling against a Gyarados, one must be acutely aware of type advantages. Most of the students below the podium listened attentively, while a few others were dozing off. Ahem, ahem. Qian Jianbai cleared his throat. That concludes today's lecture. Now, allow me to discuss the class division exam scheduled for this Sunday. The list of students who have registered for the exam is finalized. 2/3 of the class intends to participate in this examination, so now I shall outline the exam regulations. Upon hearing the words class division exam, several drowsy students instantly perked up. Even Su Nuo, who had been engrossed in flipping through appreciation of Fire Nation Pokémon, paused. The class division exam is a crucial test faced by every second-year cohort. It signifies a turning point in your destiny. As your homeroom teacher for this final week, I sincerely wish for each of you to qualify for Class S, gaining access to the best resources our school can offer, bringing glory to our institution throughout Bihai City and the entire 13th district. Qian Jianbai spoke earnestly, his tone imbued with solemnity. All candidates from the entire grade will be randomly paired for 2-on-2 Pokémon battles. The battles will follow a singles format, concluding only when one party's Pokémon can no longer fight or one party opts to forfeit, at which point the referee will determine the outcome. Only the victors of the first round will advance to the second round. There will be a total of 3 rounds of combat. Winners advance, losers are eliminated. Winning one match will place you in Class B, 2 matches will secure you a spot in Class A, and conquering all 3 rounds will earn you entry into Class S. In summary, the class division exam is a comprehensive evaluation of the synergy between you and your Pokémon, as well as your battle prowess. This is entirely distinct from the theoretical knowledge covered in textbooks. Upon concluding his speech, the entire Class 8 of the second year fell into a profound silence. 3 rounds of battles, with failure resulting in elimination, and no opportunities for retries or revival mechanisms. It is undeniably a brutal affair. Indeed, is that the format? Su Nuo pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. This class division exam is not based on a point ranking system. This implies that to gain entry into Class S, one must showcase their utmost strength, vanquishing opponents to claim victory. Based on past experiences, rare-level Pokémon merely meet the passing threshold during class placement exams and cannot be deemed particularly outstanding. Only those who attain elite-level strength can truly compete with the strongest individuals. Su Nuo pondered that, at present, his Pokémon team, consisting of the Bear Apprentice and the Fire Chick, though possessing considerable potential, still only exhibited rare-level capabilities. Chapter 19, Old Qian, I request a week off. If he wished to secure a triumphant 3-win streak in the class placement exam, mere rare-level strength would certainly be insufficient. Although Su Nuo possessed a top-tier ace, Zygarde, deploying the ultimate power of AZ Pokémon for such a minor examination seemed overly extravagant. It appeared imperative that he devote time before this Sunday to rigorously train the Bear Apprentice and the Fire Chick, thereby enhancing the strength of his team. In his mind, Su Nuo deliberated. Cultivating powerful Pokémon is a fundamental task for many trainers. Common methods to elevate a Pokémon's strength typically include outdoor battle training, sparring with other ordinary trainers, and challenging gym competitions. Every Pokémon trainer encounters these battles on their journey to becoming stronger. Yet, it is evident that these approaches are not the most optimal solutions for rapid enhancement of strength. In this world, there exists a unique profession known as Pokémon trainers, who tailor training programs and schedules based on the distinct species of Pokémon, adeptly unlocking their racial potential in a short span of time, thus swiftly augmenting their strength. Generally, these Pokémon trainers possess formidable skills. During training, ordinary trainers can not only acquire battle techniques specific to designated attributes, but also glean special tactics and insights from these Pokémon trainers. However, to gain something, one must naturally offer an equivalent exchange. The advantage of such training services lies in their rapid effectiveness, enabling swift improvements in strength during the initial phases. As for the drawback, there is but one: the exorbitant cost. The more powerful and pedagogically skilled the trainer, the higher the staggering hourly rates they demand. Consequently, the primary clientele for these trainers comprises the children of affluent families. Indeed, numerous trainers of considerable strength opt to become private coaches for others. With my personal savings combined with the 2 cards I previously acquired, I possess approximately 300,000 Alliance coins. While I may not afford a top-tier trainer, I should be able to engage an expert level 1. Having finally clarified how to enhance my abilities, Su Nuo exhaled a sigh of relief. Therefore, your time is limited. Make good use of the days ahead. Qian Jianbai continued to emphasize the importance of time to his students when he was abruptly interrupted by a bright male voice. Old Qian, I wish to request a leave of absence. This statement startled Qian Jianbai momentarily, followed by a swift furrowing of his brow. The gaze of the entire class converged upon the owner of this voice, many faces reflecting astonishment. The speaker was none other than Su Nuo. Su Nuo, the placement exam is imminent, and you are also a participant, are you not? What reason could you possibly have to request a leave at this crucial moment? The middle-aged man's face betrayed a hint of displeasure, clearly perturbed by Su Nuo's unusual request. Requesting leave during class, wasn't that a blatant disregard for the classroom? A flagrant breach of discipline. Indeed, it is precisely because I wish to achieve a satisfactory outcome in the exam that I must request this leave. And I require it immediately, without delay. Su Nuo maintained a calm demeanor as he packed his bag. He understood that attending classes as usual over the next week would leave him with little time to enhance his strength. He had no desire to sit idly in class, listening to lectures before the placement exam. The entire class stared at Su Nuo in disbelief, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Ahem. Very well, Su Nuo. I see your theoretical grades have been quite commendable, so I shall make an exception for you. How many days do you wish to take off? Qian Jianbai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, forcibly suppressing his displeasure. After all, it was the final days of his tenure as the class teacher. He could afford to be less stringent. A week. I wish to take a week off for specialized Pokémon training. Su Nuo replied with unwavering composure. This declaration sent shockwaves through the classroom. Wait, a week off? Does that mean he won't be coming at all? Su Nuo, what is up with him today? Has he lost his mind? Is this serious? Our school rules prohibit unexcused absences. Is Su Nuo merely seeking attention? The ensuing discussions thrust Su Nuo into the spotlight. Humph. A week off? Granted. I can certainly approve that. Qian Jianbai scoffed, his gaze fixed on Su Nuo. Approved? Old Qian actually approved it? No way. Can it really be this simple? I want to request leave to attend the fashion show of Kamazure. Wow, one dares to ask, and another grants. This is unbelievable. Tao Shuxian quietly regarded Su Nuo's profile, a smile gracing her lips. This fellow truly was an enigma. Now it was Su Nuo's turn to be astonished. Approved? Qian Jianbai had granted his request without hesitation? Something felt amiss. According to his recollections, a traditionalist like Qian Jianbai would surely seek ways to refuse his request. Moreover, Su Nuo had prepared contingency plans. Even if Qian Jianbai did not approve, he had ways to secure his week's leave. Come forth. Primeape. Qian Jianbai retrieved a red and white Pokeball, summoning forth a white-furred Primeape Pokemon. Is that old Qian's Pokemon? I had no idea he had his own Pokemon. Primeape? I recall its final evolution is quite formidable. The appearance of Primeape instantly sparked intense discussions among the students. After all, the contrast between a middle-aged man training such a lively and combative Pokemon was indeed delightful. If your Pokemon can withstand 3 moves from Primeape, I shall immediately approve your week-long leave. Otherwise, there will be no discussion. Qian Jianbai's tone was stern, seemingly conveying to Su Nuo, want to take leave? Not so fast. You lack the qualifications. Primeape. The Pokemon thumped its chest and let out a resounding cry, affirming its master's decree. 3 moves? What does that imply? Does old Qian possess such confidence in his Pokemon and his own strength? Wow, I've never witnessed a teacher-student battle before. Old Qian truly is extraordinary. Su Nuo, do not fear. Just go all out. It's merely 3 moves. Right. Are you all foolish? This Primeape clearly possesses extraordinary strength. Do you truly believe it's as weak as someone else's Pokemon? The last remark caused Chun Haoming, who had remained silent for a while, to darken in expression. Why must you step on me? Very well. I accept. Chapter 20. Evolution. The dual kick of the strong chicken. Su Nuo glanced at Primeape calmly, his tone remarkably nonchalant. Whoa, Su Nuo has started. This is beyond arrogant. Wow, this is going to be entertaining. Is this guy out of his mind? That teacher Chin's Primeape. Truly unaware of the gravity of the situation, Chun Haoming's expression mirrored astonishment. Someone truly believed they could exchange blows with the teacher. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. As he thought of this, he began to revel in the anticipated spectacle. How Su Nuo relishes the spotlight. Soon, when he faces an all-out reprimand from Mr. Qian, he will surely find himself in quite the predicament. After all, this is a public embarrassment before the entire class. Chen Haoming mused, seemingly dismissing his own recent defeat from his mind. Quite audacious, Mr. Qian affirmed. He then addressed the rest of the class. I heard many of you were contemplating taking leave. Now, is there anyone else willing to accept my challenge? If you can withstand 3 moves from my Ambipom, I shall grant you a week's leave. This time, however, no one responded. Pokemon, Ambipom. Type, normal. Gender. Ability, vital spirit. Pokemon with this ability will not fall asleep during battle, nor will they sleep. Qualification, elite level. Current level, 20, high initial elite. Skills, scratch, focus energy. Encore, growl, fury swipes, endure, reversal. Trainer, Qian Jianbai. This Ambipom has actually reached the elite high tier. It seems Mr. Qian has invested considerable effort into this Pokemon. It appears he is only asking for me to withstand 3 moves, which could be seen as an opportunity for myself, Su Nuo thought. However, he did not necessarily require such an opportunity, although I am merely a theoretical instructor at this school. This Ambipom has been by my side for quite some time and has now attained elite-level prowess. Mr. Qian adjusted his glasses and continued. If you wish to observe the Pokemon battle, you may proceed to the arena located beneath Building 3. Su Nuo, let us go. With that, this middle-aged man sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle strode briskly toward the stairs. Ganaloo. The Ambipom followed closely behind its master. Elite level? Mr. Qian claims it is elite level? My goodness. Su Nuo, can you truly handle this? That is a formidable elite. I am filled with excitement. Will Su Nuo be soundly defeated by Mr. Qian? As the subject of the speculation, Su Nuo chose to disregard the whispers around him. Little did he know, there was a glimmer in Mr. Qian's eyes, as if the impending Pokemon battle had ignited a spark within him. Perhaps Mr. Qian was once a passionate trainer himself. Su Nuo briskly vacated his seat, making his way toward the battle arena beneath the teaching building. A few minutes later, at the battle arena below the teaching building. Let us commence. Su Nuo, let us see how much effort you are willing to exert for the class division examination. Ganaloo. The Ambipom stepped forward, eager and ready to strike. Of course, I will give it my all, Mr. Qian. Su Nuo retrieved a Pokeball, and instantly, his Torchic burst forth. Chica. This fiery little creature was brimming with enthusiasm today. Can such a frail creature withstand a move from my Ambipom? Ambipom, use Fury Swipes. As Su Nuo released his Pokemon, Mr. Qian wasted no time and initiated his attack. His gaze was serious, seemingly ignited by a fervor for battle. Ganaloo. Sensing its master's battle fervor, the Ambipom sprang into action, showcasing its remarkable speed. Whether it could withstand the attack would soon be revealed. Torchic, charge in and use Ember. Chica. Facing the much larger Ambipom, Torchic showed no signs of backing down. It summoned a fiery aura around itself and bravely charged forward for close combat. Crack, crack, crack. 3 successive scratches failed to deter Torchic's onslaught. Bang. Despite enduring the Fury Swipes, Ember ultimately surged forth, striking Ambipom in the abdomen. Gur. Ambipom let out a low growl, clearly affected by the Ember attack. In contrast, Torchic, having braced against the Fury Swipes, appeared somewhat winded from the encounter. My word. Su Nuo can truly withstand a hit. When did he capture this Torchic? Its final evolution is quite formidable. Goodness. Is Su Nuo perhaps a hidden rich kid? How could he acquire such a Pokemon? Mr. Qian glanced at Torchic's condition, and a smile suddenly graced his face. Is it already faltering after the first move? However, he would not cease his assault. Ambipom. Once more, use Fury Swipes. Ganaloo. Ambipom patted its belly and resumed its flurry of claw strikes. It seemed the moment was ripe. In the face of Ambipom's aggression, Su Nuo suddenly proclaimed, the time is ripe. What do you mean, the time is ripe? Mr. Qian and the observing students were baffled by Su Nuo's words. Chica. As Ambipom charged in with its claws swinging, Torchic had no intention of countering. Whoosh. In an instant, a burst of white light enveloped Torchic. Then, this white light surged directly toward Ambipom. Use double kick. Su Nuo commanded. Chikuro. The white light swiftly dissipated, revealing a vibrant yellow-orange Pokemon bursting forth. It possessed sharp claws and impressively strong leg muscles. Bang, bang. The sounds of impact echoed. Ambipom's Fury Swipes were abruptly interrupted by this newly emerged Pokemon. One kick struck Ambipom's abdomen, while the other collided with its head. Ultimately, Ambipom was knocked to the ground. What just happened? What transpired? What was that white light? Evolution. It's evolution. Torchic has actually evolved into Blaziken mid-battle. Goodness. Ambipom's attack was directly halted. Moreover, it was struck by this suddenly appearing double kick. The rapid turn of events left the students in awe. Ganaloo. Ambipom rose from the ground, shaking its head. Mr. Chien regarded the suddenly evolved Blaziken thoughtfully, nodding in contemplation. Evolution. Interesting, Su Nuo. It seems you are indeed preparing something remarkable for the class division examination. Chapter 21. Leave granted. The bustling Xinghui Training Club. Indeed, in the forthcoming week, we shall conduct intensive training for the class division examination. Su Nuo nodded, his gaze steely, filled with determination. Therefore, Mr. Chien, please unleash your final move. My Blaziken and I are ready. Preparing for the class division examination, is it? This child certainly has ambitions. Mr. Chien ran his fingers through his sparse hair and commanded, Ambipom, use reversal. Ganaloo. Ambipom let out a low growl, gathering all of its strength. Reversal. A fighting-type physical attack that grows more potent the worse the user's condition. Employing this move signifies a do-or-die scenario. It is indeed a final gambit. Just moments ago, the suddenly evolved Blaziken delivered a powerful double kick, inflicting considerable damage on Ambipom. It can be said that now is the perfect moment for Ambipom to unleash reversal. The observing students from Class 8 held their breath. Utter silence enveloped the area as they awaited the outcome. They were all eager to see if Blaziken could withstand this move. Tao Shuxian silently clasped her hands together, seemingly praying for Su Nuo's victory. Defeat it, defeat it. Chun Haoming silently chanted in his mind, convinced that Blaziken would surely fall under the might of this reversal. Blaziken, let us showcase our true strength. Execute another double kick. With a decisive flick of his right hand, Su Nuo's expression hardened as he resolutely commanded a counterattack against the oncoming assault. Under the specialized enhancement of the Royal Path Trainer, the strength of his fire chick had surged dramatically. After evolving into the Mighty Chicken, its speed and power ascended to unprecedented levels. Su Nuo wholeheartedly believed that, with the bond he shared with Mighty Chicken, victory was within their grasp. Chiku Luo. Mighty Chicken let out a resounding battle cry, its power erupting forth in an instant. It leaped into the air, delivering a kick towards the hyperactive ape that was charging with its claws. Crash. Bang. The two Pokémon engaged in a fierce clash of combat. Kicks and impacts met head-on, with both forces proving to be evenly matched. Ganaloo. Chiku. After the intense confrontation, both the hyperactive ape and Mighty Chicken stood unharmed in the arena. Qian Jinbai sighed softly as he observed the two evenly matched Pokémon. Moments later, the balding middle-aged man announced, Su Nuo, you have successfully met the requirements. Wow, he really did it. Su Nuo was amazing. This is too fierce. Was he always this strong? Hooray. I knew you could do it, Su Nuo. The students were astounded. Su Nuo had truly succeeded, coming prepared. No way. What is going on with this guy? Chun Haoming widened his eyes, unable to believe that Mighty Chicken had actually endured that life-or-death blow. It seemed utterly impossible. A glimmer of white flashed in his eyes, and a thought crossed his mind. He merely got lucky. Just you wait. I will find a way to acquire even more powerful Pokémon. In the future, you, Su Nuo, will pay. Chun Haoming snorted coldly and departed from the crowd. Thank you, Teacher Qian. May I go back to the classroom to grab my backpack? Su Nuo asked as he recalled Mighty Chicken into its Pokeball. Of course. I will prepare your leave request and submit it to the grade office. You must work hard. You must aim to get into Class S. I have high hopes for you. After giving Su Nuo a deep look, Qian Jianbai took the hyperactive ape away. The youth is truly formidable. Today's battle has ignited a fervor in this middle-aged man. Indeed, this is the joy of being a Pokémon trainer. I will. Su Nuo bowed slightly and strode towards the classroom to retrieve his backpack. You all should learn from Su Nuo and observe his level of Pokémon battling. Qian Jianbai turned and educated the students of Class 8 behind him. The Starlight Training Club. Here lies the grandest and most luxurious training platform in Bihai City. Almost every Pokémon trainer has heard of this club's reputation. Renowned for its top-notch training services, its exorbitant fees are also legendary. Inside the spacious and brightly lit hall, a massive LCD screen cycles through training programs, photos of trainers, and their credentials and strengths. Hello, are you inquiring about one-on-one training services? The impeccably dressed male receptionist greeted the young boy who had just stepped into the club. Could you briefly introduce a few short-term training programs? And the prices? The boy nodded slightly, and, after a moment's contemplation, added, I prefer the price to be between 200,000 and 250,000. He glanced at the chaotic commercial information displayed on the LCD screen. Only 50,000 alliance coins per session, with teacher Zhang Lida teaching you fire-type combat techniques. Do you aspire to become a master electric-type trainer? A mysterious expert-level trainer will personally guide you, teaching you battle techniques step by step. Monthly payment of 500,000. With a professional training team safeguarding your interests. As expected, the training services were astonishingly pricey. Here, even the most basic services seemed to cost tens of thousands. Moreover, some trainers were demanding fees reaching up to 1 million. Training services, it appeared, could only be sustained by the affluent. The boy in question was Su Nuo, his eyes somewhat dazed as he struggled to process the vibrant advertisements. Short-term programs. The staff member at the front desk tapped away on the computer before inquiring. What type of Pokemon training do you require? Generally, selecting a type you favor or excel in will help find a suitable trainer. What type? Does it mean selecting a Pokemon attribute to specialize in? Su Nuo stroked his chin, pondering deeply. His bear disciple and mighty chicken both possessed fighting-type attributes. Thus, specializing in fighting-type training was undoubtedly the best choice. Fighting-type, please assist me in finding a suitable fighting-type trainer. Additionally, I am looking for 4 days of training, with a total budget of around 250,000. After speaking, Su Nuo surveyed the lively surroundings. I need a trainer experienced in breeding speedy hounds for my card dog. Provide me with the contact information of your finest bug-type trainer. I'm eager for someone to lead me in capturing a Scyther. Are you kidding? I hired that trainer before. The results were abysmal. Hurry and replace them. Almost every front desk was crowded with individuals seeking training services. Some were regulars, while others, like Su Nuo, were first-timers. Chapter 22. The Tiger of Beihai, the Fighting Overlord. Specializing in fighting types? Very well. We have already selected candidate trainers for you based on your requirements. The staff member expertly operated the front desk computer, retrieving a white tablet and handing it to Su Nuo. The screen clearly displayed several trainers' profiles and their fee structures. Trainer A, Junior Expert, with core Pokemon being Kung Fu Weasel, excelling in speed-based fighting techniques. 25,000 alliance coins per session. Customer satisfaction rate, 97. Trainer B, Junior Expert, commonly using Pokemon such as Strike Ghost and Wrestling Ghost, with a unique battle style that excels at surprise victories. 24,000 alliance coins per session. Customer satisfaction rate, 98. Trainer C, Senior Elite, commonly using Pokemon such as Bandana Thug, passionate about fighting-type battles. 180,000 alliance coins per week. Customer satisfaction rate, 87. Trainer D, Intermediate Expert, with primary Pokemon being Quick Swim Frog and Poison Skull Frog, a powerful figure and one of Beihai City's renowned fighting masters. 200,000 alliance coins per day. Customer satisfaction rate, 100. Despite the clear categorization of trainers' specialties, the dazzling descriptions left Su Nuo momentarily stunned, unable to make a choice for quite some time. This was not only mentally taxing, but also a strain on the wallet. Su Nuo silently lamented. Are there any new trainers available for hire today? A rugged male voice broke through Su Nuo's thoughts from behind him. Ah, it's the dojo master. Are you here to seek training again? The staff member quickly greeted the imposing figure that had just entered. Dojo master? Did I hear that correctly? Su Nuo turned in curiosity. A muscular young man clad in a white gym outfit strode forward with an imposing demeanor. A serious expression was etched on his square face. Flanking him were 2 fighting-type Pokemon, Infernape and Machamp. Both exuded an invisible aura of strength, mirroring their master. The master of Beihai City's Gangli Dojo, Zhou Tongli. Su Nuo had never imagined he would encounter the sole dojo master of Beihai City here. It seemed that Zhou Tongli frequented this training club often. This Starlight Training Club was indeed a place brimming with hidden talents. Even the dojo master sought training here. This week, there have been surprisingly few trainers coming to book challenges at the dojo. Thus, I have come in search of someone to spar with, to stretch my skills. Are there any candidates here that meet my requirements? Zhou Tongli directly bypassed Su Nuo and moved closer to the front desk. His Infernape and Machamp also positioned themselves beside Su Nuo, exuding an intimidating aura. How formidable! Is this the strength of a gym leader? Su Nuo pondered silently. Being suddenly surrounded by 2 Pokemon of such gym leader caliber would give anyone a chill. Pokemon, Infernape. Type, Fighting. Ability, Blaze, when HP is low. Its physical attack power rapidly increases. Qualification, Near Champion. Level, 45, Mid-Tier Gym Leader. Status, Infernape appears highly relaxed, posing no threat. Moves, Rage, Encore, Revenge, Leer, Scratch, Focus Energy. Taunt, Karate Chop, Fury Swipes, Low Kick, Earth Throw, Quick Attack, Roar, Fire Punch, Ice Punch. Pokemon, Machamp. Type, Fighting. Ability, No Guard. This Pokemon ensures that all moves hit during battle. Qualification, Near Champion. Level, 48, High-Tier Gym Leader. Status, Machamp is currently very relaxed. Moves, Low Kick, Leer. Revenge, Wide Guard, Strength, Knock Off, Dynamic Punch, Seismic Toss, Dual Chop, Bulk Up, Earth Throw, Cross Chop, Superpower, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Ultimate Impact, Protect, Reversal. Close Combat. Su Nuo, I will protect you. Upon sensing a slight emotional fluctuation from his master, Zygarde suddenly communicated telepathically. It's all right, Zygarde. Gym Leader Zhou is the master of our Beihai City Dojo and a public figure. His Pokemon are undoubtedly as virtuous as he is and pose no threat to me. Su Nuo replied telepathically to Zygarde. As gym leaders dispatched by the Flame Nation Pokemon League to various regions, they indeed represent a formidable force of righteousness. It is precisely because of their vigilance across cities that those terrifying organizations and malevolent forces dare not act too recklessly in the open. Thus, influential gym leaders like Zhou Tongli serve as role models for trainers in every city. Oh, isn't that Gym Leader Zhou? Are you here looking for sparring partners again? Wow, Brother Zhou is back again. That high-level expert trainer from last time has already thrown in the towel? Hee, it's obvious he must have been scared off again. This month, 5 expert trainers have already complained online about Zhou Tongli. To have exhausted 5 expert trainers in a month? That's truly impressive. The Xingsan Training Club was abuzz with Zhou Tongli's sudden arrival, as everyone was eager to discuss this valiant young gym leader. Well, what can I say? They just aren't up to my level. After 3 or 4 hours of battling, they start whining about not being able to continue. If I don't battle Pokemon every day, I feel utterly bored. Zhou Tongli chuckled, revealing his 2 pristine canines. Despite his exceptional strength, he bore no airs of a gym leader and genuinely enjoyed engaging with the citizens. Perhaps this is the demeanor of a righteous strongman, Su Nuo mused. I deeply apologize, Gym Leader Zhou. Unfortunately, we truly cannot find another available high-level expert trainer here. The last one, Zhang Wenhao, was indeed the final option, the staff member said, furrowing his brow after fiddling with the computer for some time. In fact, while the Xinghua Training Club boasts numerous high-level experts, initially, they were all eager to accept training sessions with Zhou Tongli. Battling a gym leader not only guarantees a handsome commission, but also enhances their own skills. Truly a win-win situation. However, it soon became apparent that high-level trainers no longer shared this sentiment. Every trainer who sparred with Zhou Tongli found themselves overwhelmed by the intensity of his rigorous battles, often choosing to withdraw midway. Each of them urged others to avoid training with him at all costs. Even if Zhou Tongli offered 1,000,000 yuan an hour, they cautioned against it. He spends money, but you risk your very life. The trainers at the Xinghua Training Club even coined a phrase to describe Zhou Tongli, the Tiger of Beihai, the Fighting Overlord. Chapter 23. Special Training from the Gym Leader? Su Nuo's Opportunity. Oh, what a disappointment, Zhou Tongli said, shaking his head in slight dismay upon hearing the front desk staff's response. For a Pokemon battle enthusiast to be unable to find a suitable opponent for a PK truly constitutes a significant regret in life. Oh, it appears there's a little brother here. My apologies, I was so excited earlier that I didn't notice you were right behind me. Zhou Tongli finally noticed Su Nuo behind him and offered an apologetic smile. It's no problem at all. You haven't inconvenienced me. Su Nuo graciously expressed understanding. After all, Zhou Tongli was tall, likely around 2 meters, making it entirely reasonable that he hadn't spotted a high school student like Su Nuo. Moreover, as a gym leader, he surely had no intention of cutting in line. Have you selected a trainer? The staff member suddenly inquired of Su Nuo, having previously sidelined him due to Zhou Tongli's arrival. This one will do. Su Nuo selected the information of one of the trainers and intended to return the tablet to the staff member, but Zhou Tongli snatched it away. Hey, let me take a look for you. Trainer C, elite level, commonly uses the Pokemon Hitmonlee, 180,000 Alliance coins per week. Customer satisfaction rate little brother. Are you looking for a fighting type trainer for your practice, aren't you? Zhou Tongli asked, giving Su Nuo a warm, big brotherly smile as he held onto the tablet. Before Su Nuo could respond, the staff member answered on his behalf. Yes, Gym Leader Zhou. That's correct. I plan to find a sparring partner to enhance my strength until this Saturday, Su Nuo added. Until Saturday, huh? Just as I was wondering what to do this week. How about this? I'll train with you, and I 1T charge you a dime. What do you say? Zhou Tongli placed the tablet on the front desk, hands on his hips, giving Su Nuo a meaningful look. Go, Infernape. Machamp. In response, both Pokemon let out a low growl and gently patted Su Nuo on the back, seemingly encouraging him to agree. Wow, Gym Leader Zhou is even targeting high school students now? Young man, I advise you not to play with fire. The gym leader's devilish training is not something a mere mortal can endure. Kid, you still have plenty of wonderful youthful days ahead. Don't do anything rash. Many individuals in the club chimed in unison, attempting to dissuade Su Nuo. Meanwhile, the staff member discreetly fell silent. A week of special training from a gym leader? And I wouldn't have to spend a penny? Is this not a stroke of luck falling from the heavens? A faint smile appeared on Su Nuo's handsome face. Absolutely. Receiving guidance from Gym Leader Zhou in Pokemon battles is an honor for me, an ordinary high school student. Great. That's exactly the response I was hoping for. My car is just outside the club. Shall we head out now? Zhou Tongli pointed with his thumb toward a light green Porsche 911 parked outside, shooting Su Nuo an appreciative glance. All right. Su Nuo replied decisively. Wow, this high school student really agreed. Unbelievable. Some people truly dare to challenge fate. The young and fearless. I hope nothing happens to him. Thus, under the astonished gazes of many, the two departed from the Xinghui training club. Speaking of which, I haven't inquired about your name yet, young boy. Zhou Tongli ignited the engine, and the 911 roared to life. As for me, I am Su Nuo, with Nuo representing promise. Currently a sophomore at Tianyuan Academy of Pokemon. At present, the Pokemon team is primarily composed of fighting-type Pokemon, although I do not intend to limit myself to just that. Su Nuo displayed remarkable composure while responding to Zhou Tongli's inquiry, neither overly humble nor arrogant, which significantly endeared him to Zhou Tongli. Tianyuan Academy of Pokemon, the dojo master mused. Nodding thoughtfully, Su Nuo is it? I shall remember your name. Now, our destination for this journey is the Gangli Dojo. With that, the man accelerated the 911, speeding forward like a bolt of lightning. Half an hour later, in the western district of Bihai City, at the Gangli Dojo. Su Nuo, let us not squander time. Let us delve directly into the main topic. First, produce the Pokemon you intend to train for today. Zhou Tongli had already donned a set of black, practical training attire, exuding an air of authority. Understood. Come forth, Li Zhuangji and Xiong 2D. This marks the commencement of our intense training session. Su Nuo also changed into an identical training outfit to Zhou Tongli's, consisting of a short-sleeved top and shorts with a fabric belt, presenting a striking and dashing appearance. He retrieved his Pokeballs and released both of his Pokemon simultaneously. Jiculo, Karuto, Li Zhuangji and Xiong 2D mirrored Su Nuo's enthusiasm, brimming with vigor. Oh, it's Li Zhuangji. Not bad. Su Nuo, your Li Zhuangji appears to possess considerable potential. You must nurture it diligently. Once it evolves into Blaziken, it will undoubtedly become your formidable battle partner. Zhou Tongli nodded approvingly after observing Li Zhuangji, his eyes glimmering with excitement for the fighting-type Pokemon he adored. However, when he turned his gaze towards Su Nuo's other Pokemon, Xiong 2D, a stronger wave of astonishment surged within Zhou Tongli. Su Nuo, is your Pokemon the legendary fighting-type Pokemon, the martial arts bear's offspring, Xiong 2D? As the dojo master for several years, he could hardly contain his exhilaration upon encountering this Pokemon. Zhou Tongli gasped in disbelief, marveling at its resolute gaze and formidable posture. You truly surprise me, Su Nuo. Su Nuo nodded affirmatively, stating, Indeed, Master Zhou, it is Xiong 2D. I aspire to grow alongside it, and cultivate it into a legendary fighting-type Pokemon, the martial arts bear. The martial arts bear, a legendary Pokemon, possesses two forms, embodying distinct styles of fighting-type Pokemon, and is a cherished dream for every fighting-type trainer. Zhou Tongli was no exception, having traveled extensively at a young age. Mastering both the superpower and Primeape, he had maximized his understanding of fighting-type Pokemon, earning his position as a dojo master within the Pokemon League of the Yin Nation. How could such an ardent lover of fighting-type Pokemon remain unexcited at the sight of a legendary Pokemon's offspring? Decided. Su Nuo, the intensity of your training with Xiong 2D must be increased by at least 5-fold. Zhou Tongli proclaimed with unwavering determination. A foreboding sense washed over Su Nuo at the mention of 5-fold. Chapter 24, Elevation. Rigorous Training. Zhou Tongli snapped his fingers, announcing, Let us commence with 50 sets of fundamental rapid punch exercises. Su Nuo secured a thick professional boxing pad to his hand. This specially designed pad for fighting-type Pokemon trainers effectively absorbs the force exerted by Pokemon, assisting trainers in training alongside their Pokemon for mutual growth. Su Nuo ensured the pad was securely fastened before nodding in satisfaction. 50 sets of rapid punch exercises, each consisting of 10 punches from both sides. Zhou Tongli's initial demand for such high-intensity warm-up exercises left Su Nuo feeling overwhelmed. Moreover, it seemed that Zhou Tongli's intention was merely a prelude. I am ready, Xiong 2D. Let us begin throwing punches. Su Nuo clapped his hands on the pad, giving Xiong 2D an encouraging signal. Karuta. Huh. Xiong 2D nodded without hesitation, delivering a powerful right punch towards Su Nuo. Crack. The pad resonated with a resounding impact yet remained unscathed, and Su Nuo successfully absorbed the blow. Your power is lacking. Increase your punching speed. Adjust the striking position of your fist, and try again. Every punch must be executed with intention. Focus all your attention on your hands. Zhou Tongli commanded sternly. From the moment training commenced, he transformed into a figure brimming with the fervor of a warrior, his demeanor shifting from amiable to exceptionally strict towards Su Nuo. Perhaps this is the essence of a fighter. Life and combat are distinctly separate. Understood. I will correct my punching technique and continue. Su Nuo adjusted his stance facing Xiong 2D. Karuta. In an instant, Xiong 2D unleashed significantly more power than before, striking the center of Su Nuo's left pad with precision. Well done, Xiong 2D. That punch was executed flawlessly, even with the cushioning effect of the training pad. Su Nuo felt the tremendous force behind Xiong 2D's blow. Ding. Xiong 2D has completed a perfect punch, gaining a small amount of attack EV. Ding. Host's physical attributes have increased by a slight value of 002. Excellent. Continue punching. Complete all 50 sets in one go. Zhou Tongli regarded Xiong 2D with approval before turning his attention to the waiting Li Zhuangji. Li Zhuangji, you will follow my Sawarang for kicking practice. Also 50 sets. Jikulo. Li Zhuangji nodded, keeping pace with Sawarang as they engaged in leg-raising kick exercises. Ha, ha, bang, bang. The expansive Gongli Dojo echoed with the sounds of training and the clattering of equipment. After completing the 50 sets of punching exercises, Su Nuo was drenched in sweat, while Xiong 2D exhaled heavily, attempting to stabilize its erratic breathing. Ding. During this training session, the host has increased their physical attributes by 0.5. Please continue your efforts. Ding. Xiong 2D has reached the peak of its attack EV through this punching practice. This will directly enhance its attack-based stats. Meanwhile, Li Zhuangji had also completed its kicking warm-up and approached Su Nuo. Ding. Li Zhuangji has completed 50 sets of kicking practice, increasing its attack-based stats by 0.02. Now that warm-up exercises are concluded, I shall personally accompany you for practical combat training. Zhou Tongli removed his training attire, revealing his sculpted 8-pack abs, and flexed his fist joints. Wait a moment, Master Zhou. Are you implying that you will battle me personally? Surely you jest? Su Nuo glanced nervously at the formidable trio of Pokémon behind Zhou Tongli: Primeape, Superpower, and Sawarang. This was daunting. Even the weakest, Sawarang, possessed expert-level strength. How could Su Nuo possibly fight him? The level disparity was overwhelming. Seemingly understanding Su Nuo's apprehension, Zhou Tongli chuckled heartily. Of course, I won't use my main Pokémon. That would be unfair. However, if you wish to issue a challenge, I wouldn't mind. A challenge? What folly. That would be self-inflicted hardship. Su Nuo chuckled nervously. I am aware of my limitations. Please utilize your reserve Pokémon for our battle. With that, Su Nuo stepped towards the battle platform. As an officially recognized contest by the Pokémon League, dojo battles are essential for every Pokémon trainer. By vanquishing the gym leader, one can obtain the corresponding unique badge as proof. Accumulating a certain number of these badges grants access to battle tournaments in specific regions. Generally speaking, gym leaders will adjust the levels of their Pokémon according to the challenger's capabilities. Thus, it is quite customary for a formidable trainer like Zhou Tongli, who possesses significant prowess, to have several backup Pokémon of varying levels. Therefore, I shall dispatch 2 elite fighting-type Pokémon to engage you in battle. The match will be conducted in a 2v2 double battle format. Are you prepared, Su Nuo? Zhou Tongli also positioned himself on the opposite side of the battlefield. Elite level. You say? If I triumph in this round, I shall advance to expert level, correct? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Nuo nodded and declared, let the battle commence. Gym Leader Zhou, go forth. Halucha, Conkeldurr. As the Pokeballs burst open, 2 beams of white light revealed the elite Pokémon summoned by Zhou Tongli. Pokémon, Conkeldurr. Type, Fighting. Ability, Thick Fat. This Pokémon receives half damage from Ice-type and Fire-type moves. Qualification, Expert. Level, 25, Mid-tier Elite. Skills, Focus Energy, Sand Attack, Hammer Arm, Drain Punch, Force Palm. Air Slash, Knock Off, Counter, Brick Break. Pokémon, Halucha. Type, Fighting. Ability, Limber, This Pokemon's attack increases by 50 when affected by a status condition, and it receives half damage from burn status. Qualification, Elite. Level, 28, High Tier Elite. Skills, Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Revenge, Low Sweep, Knock Off, Phantom Force, Counter, Flying Press. Hawlucha and Conkeldurr, you say? Machoke, Grizzly, let us go? Jakuro, Karu. Upon witnessing Su Nuo's Pokemon take their positions on the battlefield, Zhou Tongli flashed a grin. It doesn't matter if I cannot win initially. What truly matters is constantly striving towards elite-level strength. Hawlucha, unleash your Flying Press. Conkeldurr, utilize Hammer Arm. A resolute glimmer crossed Zhou Tongli's eyes. He would not hold back simply because this was a training session for Su Nuo. Once the battle commenced, his singular goal was to secure victory. Understood. I shall give it my all. Chapter 25, Undercurrents. Machoke, anticipate. Block Hawlucha's Flying Press. Grizzly, in conjunction with Machoke's defense, execute acrobatics for cover. When faced with opponents of superior level, Su Nuo would not rashly initiate an attack. Defensive counterattacks. Waiting for the opportune moment to seize a fleeting gap to strike. That was the most effective strategy and the only feasible way to secure victory. Even with a significant level disparity, Su Nuo still yearned to explore whether suitable tactics could yield a glimmer of hope for triumph. Boom. Hawlucha surged forward with a powerful punch, the ferocity of his attack emanating an intimidating aura. Meanwhile, Conkeldurr opted for a surprise strike, exhibiting astonishing speed, launching an attack before any Pokemon on the field could react. With a crisp crack, Hammer Arm unexpectedly interrupted Grizzly's intended leap. Seizing the opportunity, Hawlucha unleashed his Flying Press towards Grizzly. In an instant, Grizzly became the focal point of the attack. What incredible timing with that Hammer Arm. Indeed, it is a technique for seizing the initiative. Su Nuo was somewhat taken aback by Conkeldurr's speed, but Machoke swiftly retreat. Jakuro. Machoke and Su Nuo shared an unspoken bond. As Grizzly was interrupted, Machoke's focus shifted entirely towards the incoming Hawlucha. Anticipate and release. Machoke swung his claws, managing to counter Hawlucha's Flying Press from below. How? Realizing his attack had been thwarted, Hawlucha staggered back 2 steps, creating some distance from Machoke. Not a bad first round, Su Nuo. But what comes next? Hawlucha, Phantom Force. Conkeldurr, unleash Hammer Arm. Observing that Machoke had neutralized Hawlucha's assault, Zhou Tongli wasted no time and immediately initiated a second wave of attacks. As long as he maintained relentless offensive pressure, he would forever hold the upper hand. In this manner, Su Nuo's defeat was merely a matter of time. In practical training, one must give their utmost. As a gym leader, Zhou Tongli had no intention of going easy. Grizzly, hold firm. Machoke, double kick. A flicker of urgency crossed Su Nuo's face. It was crucial to remember that Hawlucha's Phantom Force could drastically reduce the opponent's agility. He had anticipated that. With his speed-boosting ability, Machoke would soon gain the upper hand and maneuver fluidly in battle. Yet, Zhou Tongli's Phantom Force shattered Su Nuo's expectations. Prioritize hindering Conkeldurr's movement. This would create an opportunity to counter Hawlucha. Karuta. Grizzly braced his abdomen, releasing the stored energy in a sudden burst. Hold firm was a defensive maneuver that allowed him to conserve energy for the next wave of attacks under extreme conditions. Now, Grizzly aimed to assist Machoke in suppressing Conkeldurr. Crack, crack, crack. 3 consecutive hammer arms struck Grizzly, who valiantly endured the tremendous damage from each blow. Jakuya. Simultaneously, Machoke launched a rapid offensive, landing 2 kicks to Conkeldurr's abdomen. This coordinated attack was simply flawless. Tarek. Conkeldurr staggered back several steps from the double kick, instinctively clutched its abdomen and retreated a few paces. Effective. Truly effective. The damage inflicted by the double kick evoked a momentary fear of battle in Conkeldurr. Now Machoke. Unleash Energy Ball. Grizzly, provide cover and attack with acrobatics on Conkeldurr. Su Nuo's pupils constricted as he recognized the rare opportunity. In that instant, Conkeldurr had unwittingly created an exquisite tactical opening. Now was the perfect moment for Machoke and Grizzly to seize victory. How? Just then, Hawlucha let out a low growl, and Phantom Force was instantaneously unleashed. Machoke's movement slowed as he was ensnared by Phantom Force. Well done, Su Nuo. Your ability to seize opportunities is indeed impressive. However, this time, victory is utterly unattainable. Hawlucha, charge forth and execute counter. Zhou Tongli gestured with his right hand, directing it towards Machoke, enveloped in flames. Hawlucha, with its limber ability, was entirely unfazed by the burning effect. What? How could Hawlucha's assault become so rapid? Su Nuo was astonished by Hawlucha's sudden display of remarkable speed. Hawlucha darted towards Conkeldurr like lightning, managing to position itself right in front of it, in a certain secret base in Beehive City. A massive 72-inch LCD screen illuminated a pitch-black room. Seated at an elongated mahogany table were three indistinct figures, their features obscured by the darkness. Two of my junior personnel dispatched for reconnaissance have gone missing and are unreachable, began a man, his voice rugged and exuding a sense of wild abandon. Missing during a reconnaissance mission? What transpired? The only woman among the three retorted with a question. Unclear. They may have been eliminated. Or perhaps perished at the hands of wild Pokémon. The man shrugged, seemingly indifferent to the demise of two subordinates. So, it seems your underlings hold little significance to you. Ross, your leadership skills are quite remarkable, the woman quipped sarcastically. With so many junior members, what difference does it make if a few perish? We could save a considerable amount of expenses. After all, the salaries of our Death Legion are not limitless. Ross chuckled coldly, dismissing the woman's sarcastic remarks with an air of indifference. Don't just talk about me, Martha. Why not recount how you were chased for miles by a lowly dynamic balance minion last time? I find that quite intriguing. How shameless. The woman named Martha pointed a finger at Ross, only to retract it sharply, visibly struggling to control her emotions. Enough, both of you. This weekly meeting is not a venue for your emotional outbursts. A third individual, who had remained silent until now, interjected. The other two, clearly intimidated, obediently fell silent. It was evident that his status surpassed that of the other two. Recently, the higher-ups issued a mission, and our division is at the heart of it. You two should pay close attention. As he spoke, the third individual projected documents from his phone onto the enormous LCD screen. The display prominently featured an ethereal creature resembling a 9-colored deer, alongside a fierce black and red avian creature. These two creatures seem remarkably rare, Martha mused, stroking her chin as she examined the screen. Remarkably rare? These two are legendary beasts of unparalleled rarity. The fairy-type Pokémon known as Xerneas, and the other, of the same caliber, is a dark and flying type called Yveltal. Ross elaborated with enthusiasm, his gaze transfixed by the two divine beasts on the screen. Ross, it appears you possess quite an extensive knowledge of these legendary creatures, don't you? The voice of the third individual was rich and magnetic, clearly distinguishable. Captain Carlos, I have had the privilege of perusing scarce data about them in the headquarters archives. They are deities of life and destruction, exquisite yet perilous, embodying a lethal danger. Silence fell over the room for several seconds. The mission assigned to us is to unite the entire division as strength to locate and capture them at any cost, Carlos stated, deliberately slowing his pace to lend gravity to his words. Capture legendary beasts? Is the difficulty of this assignment truly so daunting? Martha began to speak, but the words caught in her throat, and ultimately she chose to remain silent, aware that certain matters were beyond her influence as a division officer. We have been allocated a mission startup fund of 20 million. We are to scour the entire 13th district for the whereabouts of these two legendary beasts. Once located, we will mobilize the entire division and even surrounding divisions to secure them. The operation is codenamed 0xy. With that, Carlos transitioned to the next slide, which displayed the stark white background with black text, 0xy, alongside the blood-red emblem of the Death Legion. Understood. As the command was issued, the LCD screen flickered off, and the silhouettes within the room vanished into the enveloping darkness. At the fighting gym, Bear Apprentice and Strong Chicken stood battered and bruised at the opposite platform. Despite their utmost efforts, Su Nuo had been unable to defeat any of Zhou Zhongli's two Pokémon. Howley emerged largely unscathed, while Iron Fist Warrior sustained only minor injuries. Let us call it a day. You and your Pokémon are nearing your limits, I presume? Zhou Zhongli gestured to halt the battle. Given the condition of both sides' Pokémon, a mere offensive from Howley would have rendered Su Nuo's Pokémon incapable of continuing, yet he refrained, deeming it unnecessary. Having achieved his objectives of assisting Su Nuo and honing his own skills, Zhou Zhongli felt no need to prolong the bout. Thank you for your thoughtful guidance. Gym Leader Zhou. Su Nuo expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Ding. Strong Chicken has gained significant battle experience from this encounter. Leveling up to level 19, rare high tier. Ding. Strong Chicken's physical attack base value has increased by 0.5. Speed base value has increased by 0.6. Ding. Bear Apprentice has gained significant battle experience from this encounter. Leveling up to level 18, rare high tier. Learned the skill Ghost Face. Ding. Bear Apprentice's physical attack base value has increased by 0.4. Physical defense base value has increased by 0.8. Ding. This advanced battle has awakened Bear Apprentice's potential. elevating its qualifications from gym leader level to quasi-king level. The system interface flickered incessantly in Su Nuo's view. The various enhancements for Bear Apprentice and Strong Chicken surged forth like a rocket, rapid and vigorous. The practical training at the gym leader level was indeed devilishly effective, yielding astonishing results. There's no need for further words. I find myself with little to do this week, as there are few gym challenges. You are welcome to train with me here every day, provided you can make it, Zhou Zhongli said, dusting off his training attire. Every day? I must not be hearing incorrectly. Su Nuo's eyes lit up. Quality training partners were rare, and the cost of training services was exorbitantly high. Now, the gym leader had chosen to offer free practical training. How could he not be overjoyed? You heard correctly, Su Nuo. Feel free to come for battles whenever you wish. I will gladly accompany you. I sense a fervent desire for strength within you and your Pokémon. Perhaps soon, you will rise to become a well-known Pokémon trainer. Zhou Zhongli regarded the high school student with approval, nodding slightly. Excellent. Let us conclude for today. Su Nuo returned Bear Apprentice and Strong Chicken to their Pokeballs, bowed to gym leader Zhou, and descended from the platform. A few minutes later, ding. The host has completed the achievement of the first breakthrough in Pokémon qualifications, reaching Quasi-King level. Reward, 1,000 points in the shop. Detected that the points have reached 3,000. The second-tier shop has been unlocked. Remaining points, 1,400. As Su Nuo exited the fighting gym, the system's reward notification captured his full attention. The second-tier points shop has been unlocked. This is truly a monumental development. System, open the second-tier shop. Let me see what items are available for exchange. The memory of the first-tier shop being limited to mere Pokeballs, lacking even a Master Ball, left Su Nuo feeling somewhat disheartened. Master Ball, exchangeable quantity, 1, requires 1,500 points. Firestone, exchangeable quantity, 2, requires 400 points. Thunderstone, exchangeable quantity, 2, requires 400 points. Waterstone, exchangeable quantity, 2, requires 400 points. System module function, triple experience gain buff, exchangeable quantity, 1, requires 1,000 points. SSS grade limited item, excess space, exchangeable quantity, 10, requires, first time for 2,000 points. Wow, there truly is a Master Ball. But only one available for exchange? Su Nuo mused, surprised. Wait, this triple experience gain buff sounds extraordinarily powerful. It has the ability to accelerate experience acquisition? This function seems tremendously advantageous. SSS grade limited item? What is this excess space for? Staring at the newly available items in the second-tier points shop and then glancing at his remaining points, Su Nuo found himself momentarily lost in thought. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. This triple experience gain buff is absolutely worth exchanging. It is the kind of treasure that yields twice the result with half the effort. For a battle enthusiast like Su Nuo, acquiring this item is undoubtedly akin to gaining wings. The battle experience gained from a single skirmish is thrice that of the usual amount. It feels reminiscent of the adage that one class surpasses another by sixfold. System, I wish to exchange for this triple experience enhancement buff. Ding. 1,000 points consumed. Activating system module function. Triple experience enhancement buff. Chapter 27. The class division examination commences. The weather on this day is splendid, with skies devoid of clouds and a gentle breeze accompanying the sun. Though it is a Sunday, the playground of Tianyuan Pokemon High School is bustling with numerous students. Today marks the annual class division examination, an epic assessment that will determine the fate of the senior students. Following this examination, they will be classified into 4 tiers, S, A, B, and ordinary classes based on their performance. Only those in the S class will receive the most elite education and the lion's share of resources. Indeed, only students from the S class can represent Tianyuan High School on a grander stage against other institutions. At this moment, the sounds of Pokemon battles resonate from various arenas, and the class division examination is proceeding in an orderly fashion. Rattata, charge in and unleash your Rage Bite. Diglett, use Dig to evade, then launch a surprise attack. Get up, Stunky. We cannot afford to falter in this first round. Pidgeotto, use Peck to finish it off. That way, my first victory is secured. Su Nuo strolls down the aisle, his gaze encompassing the fierce battles between his peers on either side. The class division examination is indeed intense, with everyone showcasing their utmost prowess in combat. The youth strokes his chin, a hint of a smile gracing his handsome features. Over the past week, he has trained vigorously at the Gongli Dojo with Zhou Tongli, yielding substantial results. With the triple experience enhancement buff, both his Combuskin and Bear Apprentice have made rapid progress. Su Nuo is brimming with confidence, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to display his skills in this examination. Darumaka, clamp down hard on your opponent. Let them witness our might. Watch out. Zubat, quickly take to the skies and evade. That assertive voice sounds rather familiar. Su Nuo halts, narrowing his eyes. To his surprise, one of the contenders is none other than his classmate, Chun Haoming, the one who has tasted defeat. Darumaka has pinned Zubat to the ground, biting down tightly on the unfortunate creature. It is merely a matter of time before Chun Haoming secures victory in this match. The strong must humiliate the weak. Without any financial backing, do you expect to achieve success in this brutal class division examination? Dream on. Chun Haoming smirks, exuding an air of confidence. This Darumaka cost me a staggering 900,000 alliance coins. With it, I am now invincible. Pokemon Darumaka. Type, Dark, Fire. Ability, Flame Body. Takes no damage from Fire-type moves and increases its special attack. Aptitude, Expert Level. Level, 19, Rare High Tier. Status, Darumaka is highly spirited, tearing into its adversary. Skills, Ember, Leer, Howl, Mist, Roar, Bite, Hyper Voice. A new pet valued at 900,000 alliance coins. Generally, a combat Pokemon of expert level aptitude ranges around 70 to 80,000 alliance coins. Considering Darumaka possesses dual types, its value could reasonably exceed by a few tens of thousands. Chun Haoming truly is a wealthy heir. Su Nuo casts a glance at Darumaka's information, chuckling silently, and continues down the aisle. He has no intention of watching the battle unfold any further, seemingly indifferent. The first round of the class division examination is a mixed bag, lacking any noteworthy insights. After all, as long as one possesses a battle-capable Pokemon, they can register for the examination. This results in a plethora of students with average abilities in this round. The harsh reality is that their ultimate fate is to be eliminated by stronger opponents, becoming stepping stones for others, relegated to the ordinary class. Those who are eliminated will either remain as ordinary Pokemon trainers or transition into roles such as Pokemon caretakers or other more fundamental professions, rendering their journey far from extraordinary. Ninetales, unleash your fire spin and incinerate your opponent. A sweet voice commands her Pokemon to attack. The cream-colored, fox-like Pokemon emits an endearing howl. Moments later, its body erupts in scorching flames, racing towards its adversary. The opposing Mewtwo stands no chance against such formidable fire. Its trainer can only watch helplessly as their Pokemon is engulfed by the flames, unable to rise again. Mewtwo has lost its fighting capability. Ninetales wins. Class 8, Tao Shuxian, advances to the next round. A student adorned with a referee's badge glances at the fallen Mewtwo, lightly waving a judgment card to announce the battle's outcome. Wow, that Ninetales is stunning, just like her trainer. Hey, how many WeChat contacts do you have? Let's chat. I heard she's the belle of Class 8, truly beautiful. The spectators outside the arena eagerly discuss the girl with the Ninetales. Tao Shuxian swiftly retrieves her Pokemon and exits the field. Has she evolved her Vulpix? Su Nuo keenly perceives the aura radiating from this Ninetales, reminiscent of the Vulpix he once held. To evolve from Vulpix to Ninetales, a Firestone is required. This evolution stone is somewhat rare, valued around 500,000 alliance coins in the market. It appears that Tao Shuxian might indeed be a little wealthy. It seems everyone has come prepared. As Su Nuo contemplates whether to greet the class beauty, he is interrupted by the announcement over the loudspeaker. Candidates 20813 and 21355. Please report to Arena 9. The battle is about to commence. Candidates 20813 and 21355. Please report to Arena 9. The battle is about to commence. Candidates 20813 and 21355. Please report to Arena 9. The battle is about to commence. The repeated announcements instantly transform Su Nuo's previously relaxed demeanor into one of alertness. 20813 is indeed his candidate number. It seems the moment has arrived. What kind of opponent will he face in the first round? He is truly looking forward to it. Su Nuo grins, confidence radiating from him. Within the Pokeball, his Bear Apprentice and Combuskin are eager to showcase their skills. After a week of rigorous training, they are keen to demonstrate their prowess in battle. Even Zygarde expresses a desire to stretch its legs and move about. After meticulous preparation, its condition has fully returned to its prime. Its strength has reverted to that of a legendary high tier. However, Su Nuo does not wish to unleash the cataclysmic power of a mythical beast during the class division examination. That would be rather excessive. Please have the two participants enter the arena. Chapter 28. A stunning display. The early comprehension of Flame Kick. The competitors are now in position, and the battle begins. The referee gently waves the black judgment card in his hand, officially declaring the commencement of the duel. Go Hypno. On the opponent's side, a brownish-yellow Pokémon resembling an elephant's trunk materializes in a flash of white light. Pokémon, Drowsy. Type, Psychic. Ability, Insomnia. This Pokémon cannot fall asleep. Sleep-inducing moves are ineffective against it. Aptitude, Rare Level. Level, 18, Rare High Tier. Status, the Dream Eater is cautiously observing you. Skills, Strike, Hypnosis, Immobilization, Telekinesis, Toxic Gas. Yoga Pose. Is this truly the caliber of opponents in the first round? Witnessing the appearance of the Dream Eater, Su Nuo's heart remained unperturbed. An adversary beneath the elite level is scarcely worthy of his consideration. Let this serve as a warm-up, Machoke. Su Nuo smiled faintly, retrieving a red and white ball from his waist and tossing it forth. Chikuro, Machoke. The Pokémon burst forth, radiating brilliance. What is this? Does this individual even understand Pokémon battles? Does he not realize that fighting types are weak against psychic types? Indeed, knowing full well that his opponent has summoned a psychic type, yet still opting for a fighting type, what a fool. It's evident that he lacks the theoretical knowledge essential for success. No rational person would be so stubborn. Outside the arena, a group of observing students chattered animatedly about the battle. Some were awaiting their turn to fight, while others had already triumphed in the first round, allowing them time to spectate. Go, Dream Eater. We possess the type advantage. Use telekinesis to crush the opponent. Commanded one. The Dream Eater's eyes glowed white as it concentrated purple-black psychic energy, rapidly gathering telekinesis, the most fundamental psychic type move. Type advantage? Psychic types counter fighting types? Certainly. These foundational concepts are well documented in Pokémon textbooks. However, does possessing such advantages guarantee victory in a Pokémon battle? That is impossible. The reason these concepts are foundational is that, in actual combat, many advantages simply fail to manifest. For instance, Machoke, do not hold back. Execute a full power strike. Use Flame Kick. Su Nuo smiled faintly as he commanded Machoke to launch its attack. The Flame Kick is a signature move that Machoke should learn upon evolving into its final form, Blaziken. During the week of rigorous training at the fighting gym, Machoke, striving for excellence like Su Nuo, had even learned this move in advance from Chavarang. The gym leader, Zhou Tongli, expressed astonishment and praised Machoke's extraordinary talent. Chikuro, Machoke leaped into the air, its powerful legs granting it a speed beyond normal comprehension. Fiery flames blazed around its right foot as it unleashed a fierce kick from midair. What incredible speed! What is that move? I've never seen a kick like that. Flame Kick. This guy's Machoke has grasped the signature move ahead of time. The spectators, watching Machoke soar, were filled with awe. Clearly, they had underestimated Su Nuo's true prowess from the very beginning. Onagwa. The energy of telekinesis finally erupted. With the Dream Eater locking onto the airborne Machoke, the crimson flames surged downward to meet the purple-black energy. Machoke's Flame Kick forcibly disrupted the opponent's telekinesis. Moreover, its attack continued, relentlessly advancing toward the Dream Eater. Bang! A tremendous force exploded, drawing the attention of all observing students. Nagwa. The Dream Eater staggered before ultimately collapsing. Ignoring its fallen foe, Machoke turned and strode confidently towards Su Nuo, not even sparing a glance at its opponent. What the heck? Defeating an opponent despite the type disadvantage? Wasn't it said that psychic types counter fighting types? One kick and it was done. Is this creature cultivated by him truly a monster? So terrifying. One kick. Are you sure? Don't you dare exaggerate. Absolutely. This fellow Machoke took out its opponent with a single Flame Kick. If not, I'll do a handstand and cry. By the heavens. Who is he? Which class does he belong to? Is there someone like this in our grade? Many students gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Su Nuo now laced with caution. This individual possesses extraordinary strength. Let us hope he is not assigned as an opponent in the next round. Even the referee was taken aback. The battle had scarcely begun, yet it ended in an instant. Is this Su Nuo even human? Has he activated some cheat code? The strength of this Machoke has surpassed the referee's comprehension. Ahem. The Dream Eater is unable to continue battling. Su Nuo from Class 8 advances to the next round. The referee cleared his throat and ultimately announced the result of the battle. Su Nuo's opponent, in a daze, recalled the Dream Eater into its Pokeball. Wasn't it said that psychic types counter fighting types? How could my Dream Eater be defeated with a single kick? Feeling a bit warm, Machoke. Let us go grab a drink. Su Nuo waved his hand and departed from the battlefield with an air of nonchalance. Chikuro. Machoke nodded eagerly, trotting along behind Su Nuo. At the vending machine, Su Nuo twisted open a can of chilled soda. taking a hearty gulp. He also thoughtfully purchased a box of fresh milk for Makhoke. Pokémon, especially fighting types, should avoid carbonated drinks. It would adversely affect their proud muscles. Su Nuo was quite aware of this. Makhoke deftly used its sharp claws to puncture a small hole in the carton before happily gulping down the milk. Pokémon Makhoke. Type, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost, periodically increases its speed during battles, a divine skill in prolonged engagements. Qualification, Semi-Champion level. Level, 23, Initial Elite Tier. Status, Makhoke is brimming with fighting spirit and enthusiasm for battle. Skills, Scratch, Howl, Ember, Quick Attack, Charge Flame, Detect, Sand Attack, Aerial Ace, Focus Energy, Double Kick, Feather Dance. Flame Kick. Let us make the most of it and secure victories in all 3 rounds. Consider it the culmination of our intensive training this week. Su Nuo glanced at Makhoke's current information, nodding affirmatively. Chikuro, let us do this. In response to his master's encouragement, Makhoke displayed an excited resolve. I found you, Su Nuo. So you're here taking a break. A familiar sweet voice reached Su Nuo's ears. Chapter 29. Is Joey in love with Su Nuo? The second round of battles begins. Su Nuo turned to see none other than the class flower, Tao Shuxian. Today, she donned a standard JK uniform, exuding a pure and charming aura. Alwu, Joey followed her, greeting Su Nuo enthusiastically. The memory of being cradled by Su Nuo during its previous injury lingered fresh. At that time, it had yet to evolve and was still an adorable little Vulpix. I'm just here taking a little break. Waiting for the second round to start, Su Nuo replied, his handsome visage remaining calm. Even someone as beautiful as Tao Shuxian could not ruffle his composure. I saw your battle earlier. So impressive. Your fighting style remains as graceful as ever. Tao Shuxian smiled, showering Su Nuo with praise. I suppose I performed adequately. But you, on the other hand, have made significant progress. Your strength must have reached the elite level by now, Su Nuo remarked casually, glancing at Joey, who was grooming its fur nearby. Indeed, my Vulpix has not only successfully evolved during this time, but our strength has also surged. Perhaps we might even qualify for Class S. My Joey is quite formidable now. If we encounter a similar situation again, I'm confident we will triumph, Tao Shuxian exclaimed, as Joey took the opportunity to snuggle affectionately against Su Nuo's leg. It was clear that Joey harbored a genuine fondness for Su Nuo. Makhoke observed Joey's affectionate antics, wanting to say something yet hesitating. Characteristics. Blaze. This Pokemon is not significantly affected by Fire-type moves and absorbs flames to enhance its special attack. Qualification, Expert level. Current level, 20, Elite Beginner. Status. The bond between you and the Ninetales is exceptionally high. You possess an inexplicable allure to it. Skills. Spark, Tail Whip, Bind, Quick Attack. Howl, Tackle, Incinerate, Psybeam, Flame Vortex, Flamethrower, Mystical Guard, Trick, Dazzling Gleam. Trainer, Tao Shuxian. It must be said that this Ninetales has made remarkable progress, even leaving Su Nuo somewhat astonished. The Evolution Stone harbors immense energy of its kind. Pokemon that evolve using it can swiftly enhance their strength and level. This has been mentioned in Fundamentals of Pokemon Evolution. Therefore, any Pokemon capable of evolving with an Evolution Stone holds a distinct advantage over ordinary Pokemon in terms of strength breakthroughs. That is splendid. Haha. You won't have the chance to bother me for a tint due to wild Pokemon attacks anymore. Su Nuo sighed deeply and exchanged a knowing glance with Tao Shuxian. This made the class flower blush, suddenly recalling the ridiculous events at Tianchi Mountain. Su Nuo, you're insufferable. Why must you bring that up? With that, Tao Shuxian playfully tugged at the sleeve of Su Nuo's white shirt, adopting a shy demeanor. The first round of the examination has concluded. Please pay attention to the broadcast if you have completed your promotion. The second round of the examination will commence shortly. The repeated announcements interrupted the interaction between Tao Shuxian and Su Nuo. As the second round of the examination began, Su Nuo immediately shifted from a relaxed state to one of readiness. His gentle eyes now exceptionally keen. Moments later, the announcement echoed once more. Su Nuo from Class 8 and Xiao Cheng from Class 11. Please gather at Arena 18. The second round of the examination is about to begin. Su Nuo from Class 8. Xiao Cheng from Class 11. Gather at Arena 18. Am I the first match of the second round? Su Nuo exhaled softly, addressing Tao Shuxian. Shuxian, let us leave it at that for now. We can chat more later. Sure. Good luck. You are the strongest trainer in our class. Su Nuo nodded and proceeded towards Arena 18, with his Corphish closely following. Observing the young man's determined departure, the girl's eyes flickered with resolve. We must give our all, Ninetales. Let us keep pace with him. Oh, Ninetales affirmed its master, its ruby-like eyes reflecting Su Nuo's figure. Arena 18. Xiao Cheng from Class 11. Pleased to meet you. The opponent was a sunny boy wearing a gray cap, a bright smile adorning his face. Su Nuo from Class 8, likewise. Su Nuo nodded in acknowledgement. I know you. That powerful kick from your Corphish left a profound impression on me. You are a formidable opponent. Xiao Cheng observed the Corphish standing before Su Nuo, a slight tremor of apprehension coursing through him. Nearly everyone present had witnessed the terrifying fire kick that had obliterated the opponent. This left many students feeling intimidated, fervently hoping not to be matched against Su Nuo. Thank you, but we shall see how strong you truly are. Su Nuo was not inclined to engage in further conversation, signaling Corphish to return to the battle position. He intended to rely solely on Corphish to navigate through the class division examination. The battle commences. Upon the referee's command, Xiao Cheng retrieved his pokeball. To Su Nuo's surprise, it was a dive ball. Its blue and white exterior appeared exceptionally pristine and aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, it was ideally suited for the study of water-type Pokémon. Unfortunately for you, Su Nuo, my Pokémon will surely give you a headache. Go, Swampert. Let them witness our might. The dive ball burst open, revealing a rotund, slick blue Pokémon adorned with purple and dark green stripes on its back. Look, that guy with the Corphish is up against Swampert. Who? Is that the Su Nuo who annihilated his opponent with a single fire kick? Hee. His opponent is Swampert. Now, this will be interesting. Arena 18 filled with students eager to witness the battle, their excitement palpable. Pokémon, Swampert. Type, water. Gender, ability, torrent. Water-type moves have no effect on this Pokémon. When hit by water-type moves, it restores health. Qualification, elite level. Current level, 20, elite beginner. Skills, water gun, tail whip, mud shot, mist, dark mist, tackle, muddy water. Trainer, Xiao Cheng. Swampert, huh? This battle should be a tad more suspenseful than the previous one. Of course, in my eyes, it presents no suspense whatsoever. Your Pokémon poses no threat to my victory. After swiftly analyzing Swampert's information, Su Nuo immediately formulated his battle strategy. The dual water and ground typing grants Swampert excellent resistance to fire-type moves. Thus, he commanded, let us go, Corphish. Use quick attack. A seasoned battler. Su Nuo was acutely aware of Swampert's glaring disadvantage, its sluggish speed. Consequently, Corphish had a distinct advantage in this encounter. Quickly, as Su Nuo directed, Corphish surged forward with remarkable speed, transforming into a blur as it launched its quick attack at the sluggish Swampert. How fast? Why is this Corphish so swift? Could it be its ability? A plain-looking student in the observation area adjusted his glasses, his keen intuition sensing that this Corphish was extraordinary. He promptly retrieved a small notebook and began jotting down notes. Tian Yuan ranking list. Strength tentatively rated as 3 stars. Su Nuo, holder of the Pokémon. Corphish, S rank. Terrifying burst power, dream trait, speed boost, extremely swift. A rather tricky opponent. Countermeasures, none at present. To be supplemented. The bespectacled boy, Lin Yinyu, known in the grade as a data analysis expert in Pokémon battles, continued his observations. Swampert, use tackle. Xiao Cheng's expression tightened. He had not anticipated Corphish's attack speed to be so rapid. This far exceeded his expectations. Arg. Just as Swampert prepared to swing its massive tail forward, it realized Corphish's assault had already arrived. Thud. Corphish executed a deft strike directly to Swampert's head. Following the attack, it swiftly retreated, evading Swampert's tackle with remarkable agility. The entire offensive sequence was seamless, devoid of any hesitation. Truly impressive. That Corphish of his. Xiao Cheng gasped, his pupils constricting. Quick attack demands high standards in terms of explosive power, physical strength, and coordination. This Corphish is undeniably exceptional. Lin Yinyu frowned, adding to his notes that one could not hope to contend with this Pokémon in a battle of speed. Defense and counterattack would be the only viable strategy. Since your speed is so remarkable, allow me to help you calm down. Swampert, use mud shot. Xiao Cheng clenched his fists unconsciously, Su Nuo's prowess unwittingly heightening his tension. Swampert had been his partner ever since it was a marsh stomp. They had faced numerous battles together. Yet this was the first time encountering an opponent as powerful as Su Nuo and Corphish. Su Nuo stood there, exuding a formidable presence akin to a mountain, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. How terrifying! The Swamp King unleashed a barrage of black mud clumps towards the mighty chicken. Upon striking its opponent, the mud attack effectively restricted the adversary's movements, proving to be an exceptionally adept control technique. If it landed successfully, it could cause the agile mighty chicken to stumble. Do you think you can control my offensive tempo with your mud shots? Alas, you are far too naive. Mighty chicken, Do not heed its assaults. Unleash your double kick directly. Su Nuo cast a cold glance at the Swamp King and continued his relentless assault. In comparison to speed, it is the explosive power that the mighty chicken prides itself on. With a mighty push off the ground, it soared into the air, its movements decisive and devoid of hesitation. The explosive force in its legs surged forth. The double kick targeted the gaping maw of the Swamp King. Ignoring the opponent's attack and pressing forward, it appears you are quite confident in your strength. Lin Yinyu adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting with a flash of light. He quietly observed the battle, meticulously recording the data that piqued his interest in his notebook. Crack, crack. Clumps of mud were hurled at the mighty chicken, but were effortlessly dispelled by its kicks. Boom, boom. Two loud explosions echoed as the mighty chicken's attack once again found its mark. The Swamp King was struck directly by the double kick. Incredible. Su Nuo's mighty chicken is merciless. Did it just shatter the mudshots with that kick? Xiao Cheng, could you exert a bit more force? I have a feeling this student from Class 8, Su Nuo, will ascend to Class S. This second round of combat is exceedingly brutal. I'm up next, and the anticipation is nerve-wracking. The students around him buzzed with endless chatter. Xiao Cheng finally comprehended the sensation of being thoroughly dominated. Am I destined to fall this round? Will I be relegated to Class B? No, I refuse to accept that. Swamp King, show your true strength. Unleash the turbid current. Xiao Cheng shouted in frustration. Roar. The Swamp King steeled itself and unleashed a massive wave of murky water. After enduring the electric flash and the double kick, its condition was evidently deteriorating. Even its movements had become somewhat sluggish. You have no chance left. Mighty Chicken, conclude this battle. Evade and execute another double kick. Su Nuo cast a languid gaze at the Swamp King. This Pokemon was nearing its limits. Yet it fought valiantly for its trainer. But reality is harsh. Everything relies on strength, and retreat is not an option. This is the essence of Pokemon battles. Mighty Chicken, rapidly leaping into the air, it skillfully dodged the Swamp King's murky torrent. In midair, it rapidly gathered momentum for two ferocious kicks, charging directly at the Swamp King, enveloped in an icy tempest. Swamp King, quickly evade. Xiao Cheng shouted, his face pale. However, with the Swamp King's sluggish speed, evading this double kick would be akin to climbing a mountain. Boom, boom. Two fearsome kicks struck the Swamp King, leaving it dazed and crashing to the ground. Class 8 Su Nuo. Victory. Advancing to the third round of examinations. The referee raised the judgment card, swiftly announcing the battle's conclusion. Incredible. Another overwhelming victory. How thrilling. When this Su Nuo faces off in the third round, be sure to call me to spectate. This is intense. Where can I capture a mighty chicken? I'm in urgent need. Students surrounding Lin Yinyu gasped. Their excitement ignited by the battle. Su Nuo. Indeed, his strength is as formidable as I anticipated. With that, Lin Yinyu made a few adjustments to the entry for Su Nuo in his notebook, adding another star. A tentative rating of 4 stars. Perhaps, it is only the tip of the iceberg. He adjusted his glasses, placed a question mark next to Su Nuo's name, and silently departed from the observation area. Well done. Mighty Chicken, maintain this momentum and seize victory. Chapter 31, A Strange Light. Su Nuo's support from the sidelines. The Mighty Chicken nodded and swiftly returned to Su Nuo's side. Just as they exited the competition arena, a familiar figure blocked Su Nuo's path. Oh, ISNT, this our class's Su Nuo? You actually made it to the third round. What incredible luck you have. Howl. Roar. It was none other than Chun Haoming and his Darumaka. This defeated foe dared to act arrogantly before Su Nuo. Oh, is that not our class's young Master Chin? What is this? Haven't you had enough of humiliation last time? Do you wish to seek trouble again? Su Nuo shot a cold glance at Chun Haoming, dismissing his taunts. You. Chun Haoming snorted. I'll tell you. Keep your distance from Tao Shu Xian. That woman is my prey, and you better watch yourself. Pray you don't get matched against me in the third round. Otherwise, my Darumaka and I will show you what cruelty truly is. With that, he shrugged and turned away with his Darumaka. What do you know about cruelty? Huh? With you and that Darumaka, which hasn't even reached elite status. It's laughable. Su Nuo, along with the Mighty Chicken, turned to leave, naturally disregarding Chun Haoming. However, if the latter insisted on instigating further conflict, Su Nuo would not hesitate to teach this arrogant scion a lesson. In the bleachers, 2 middle-aged men observed the orderly battles unfolding around them. One sported a receding hairline, while the other had a standard crew cut. The man with the receding hair was Qian Jianbai, the homeroom teacher of Su Nuo's class. The man with the crew cut was Li Chengzheng, the principal of Tianyuan Pokemon High School. Teacher Qian, it seems this year's class division examination is tremendously fierce. The students' fighting spirit remains as fervent as in previous years. Principal Li pointed towards the students engaged in their bloody battles. Indeed, it appears that this year's trial among the 5 schools may grant our Tianyuan High a chance at the top. Qian Jianbai nodded in agreement. Yes, last year was such a pity. We let Hengqi High take first place, even though our points were just a hair's breadth apart. Just that little bit. Our school could have claimed that substantial subsidy. We could have dominated the entire Beihai city and even positioned ourselves among the elite of District 13. What a shame. Li Chengzheng sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting regret. Enough of that. Let us focus on the performances of this year's students. Noticing the principal reminiscing about past disappointments, Qian Jianbai sought to redirect his attention. Very well. The two then made their way toward the battlefield. In Arena 6, the Sandshrew continued its rolling assault. Danger, Ninetales. Quickly dodge. The Sandshrew curled into a ball and rolled furiously toward Ninetales, who could only rely on its agility to evade these relentless rolling attacks. Ninetales' trainer, Tao Shuxian, found herself in a passive defensive position, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Undoubtedly, she and Ninetales were embroiled in a desperate struggle. This cannot continue. From the moment the battle began, the opponent seized the initiative, and remaining in this defensive posture would only lead to a slow demise. I must make a decision immediately to turn the tide of this battle. A glimmer of determination flashed in the girl's eyes. The Sandshrew, being a ground-type Pokémon, has a natural advantage against the fire-type Ninetales. The adversary commenced the battle by incessantly seizing the initiative through ground-type Stomp and Rock-type Roll, effectively suppressing the actions of Ninetales. In light of this, I shall dictate the rhythm of your offensive. Ninetales, execute the bind technique. With a flick of her right hand, Tao Shuxian commanded Ninetales to unleash this pivotal controlling move upon the Sandshrew. Should it successfully strike the foe, she would undoubtedly turn the tide of battle. A gentle howl escaped Ninetales as it summoned a peculiar force. It was the bind technique. Sandshrew, act immediately. Interrupt it before the move takes effect. Utilize rapid spin. The diminutive Sandshrew, previously curled into a ball, abruptly shifted its offensive strategy, transforming its roll into a rapid spin that hurtled towards Ninetales. The speed of rapid spin far surpassed that of a mere roll. With a resounding crash, Sandshrew collided directly with the head of Ninetales, sending it crashing to the ground. Ninetales! Tao Shuxian gasped in horror, her expression fraught with fear. This rapid spin had indeed inflicted significant damage upon Ninetales. Sandshrew possessed a considerable advantage. It seemed that the flower of Class 8 was on the verge of defeat. Indeed, it was evident that Ninetales had sustained grave injuries, and the next move would likely seal its fate. Such a pity. Sandshrew clearly held the upper hand. The cacophony of discussions from the observation area reached Tao Shuxuan's ears, causing her to momentarily lose her focus. Am I truly destined to lose? She tilted her head towards the observation area and unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. Su Nuo was standing there, watching her battle. His handsome visage was as tranquil as a placid lake. His lips moved slightly, as if conveying something. Was that lip reading? Was Su Nuo attempting to impart some wisdom to me? Perhaps a strategy to reverse the situation? Tao Shuxian blinked, pondering the meaning behind Su Nuo's silent words. For characters? What could they signify? Ninetales, deliver the final blow. Utilize roll. Just then, her opponent launched an attack. A thought flashed through Tao Shuxuan's mind. I understand. Su Nuo, you truly are a genius. Ninetales, unleash the mystical light. Tightening her fists, Tao Shuxuan's resolve solidified once more. A woo. Sensing her determination, Ninetales rose from the ground, swiftly channeling a dazzling purple light that shot towards the approaching Sandshrew. An astonishing scene unfolded. Struck by the purple brilliance, Sandshrew suddenly crashed into the ground. Moreover, even after reverting from its ball form, it continued to ram its head into the earth, as if under a spell. Sandshrew, what are you doing? Stop immediately. Tao Shuxuan's opponent, witnessing this spectacle, was equally astonished and shouted in desperation. Yet, the Sandshrew, now in a state of confusion due to the mystical light, paid no heed to its trainer's commands as it relentlessly continued to strike its head against the ground. Ninetales, now is the time. Utilize your psychic power. Observing the efficacy of the mystical light, Tao Shuxian seized the opportunity and promptly followed up with an attack, sealing her opponent's fate. Class 8's Tao Shuxian emerged victorious, advancing to the third round of the examination. Thus, the second round concluded in its entirety. Chapter 32, Fateful Encounters. A rematch with Chun Haoming. I won. You were magnificent. Ninetales. A woo. Following the referee's announcement of the match results, Tao Shuxian excitedly embraced Ninetales. Clap, clap, clap. Su Nuo smiled as he approached from the observation area, congratulating her on successfully advancing to the third round. Shuxian. Su Nuo. Upon seeing Su Nuo come forward to greet her, Tao Shuxian felt a surge of joy. That moment had been incredibly precarious. By the way, I deciphered your earlier message. She intended to say more, but was interrupted by Su Nuo's gesture. What is wrong with this girl? She is far too naive. Such external assistance should not be carelessly spoken of. If the referee hears it, it could lead to unfavorable consequences. Let us step aside for a moment. The draw for the third round has yet to commence. Su Nuo quickly diverted the topic. All right, that sounds great. You can help me treat Ninetales' wounds. I brought healing spray and ointment. A radiant smile adorned Tao Shuxuan's face. 10 minutes later, the groupings for the third round of battles have been finalized. All participants who did not advance must now promptly vacate the premises. We shall commence the third round of battles. Class 3's Lin Yinyu and Class 5's Zhou Kuer, prepare yourselves and gather at Arena 1. Class 1's Chun Xian and Class 4's Zhao Pan, please assemble at Arena 2. The announcement for the third round's matchups echoed throughout the area, and the students whose names were called uniformly proceeded towards their respective battle arenas. Class 8's Su Nuo and Class 8's Chun Haoming, please gather at Arena 12, in the rest area of the playground. Su Nuo, your name has been called. Your opponent is Chun Haoming. The expression on Tao Shuxuan's face, which had been lively as she chatted with Su Nuo, suddenly stiffened. Heh, it seems that my third round match will prove to be quite entertaining. Su Nuo dusted off his clothes, smiling nonchalantly as he strode towards Arena 12. Meanwhile, upon hearing the announcement, Chun Haoming was initially taken aback before erupting into raucous laughter. What? My opponent for the third round is that guy Su Nuo? Truly a stroke of luck. Haha. Not only can I avenge the humiliation from the classroom, but I can also step over that fool into Class S. A perfect 2-for-1 deal. How delightful. At his feet, his Darumaka seemed to be chewing on something. Teacher Qian, I heard there is a match among your students. Li Chengzheng, hands on his hips, walked ahead of Qian Jianbai. It is Su Nuo. He has indeed successfully advanced to the third round. Qian Jianbai felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed. Why don't we go watch this match? I have a feeling it will be quite spectacular. Qian Jianbai squinted and smiled, gesturing towards Arena 12. Very well. Let me see if your student possesses any remarkable qualities. The principal nodded in agreement. Both sides, take your positions. The match is about to commence. The referee, as per usual, produced the black judgment card and drew a line of distance towards each side. Humph, Su Nuo, this truly is a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon me. To trample you in victory is nothing short of a delight. Prepare to perish, fool. Chun Haoming waved his hand, and Darumaka surged forward, exuding an aura of ferocity. A trainer's emotions can easily influence their Pokemon. At this moment, Darumaka was infused with Chun Haoming's resentment towards Su Nuo, radiating malice. Brawny Chicken. Su Nuo intended to summon his trusty Brawny Chicken once more, but his belt's Pokeball containing the Bear Apprentice halted him. The Bear Apprentice, unable to contain its combative spirit, eagerly requested to take part in this battle. I see, you wish to make a splendid showing, do you? In that case, Brawny Chicken has already triumphed in 2 matches. Is it acceptable for the Bear Apprentice to take this one? Absolutely. Go forth, Bear Apprentice. Show off your prowess. Karuta. As the Bear Apprentice made its entrance, it swiftly assumed an offensive stance. Chun Haoming, do you recall how you lost last time? Su Nuo grinned, reminiscing about how the Bear Apprentice had effortlessly dispatched Chun Haoming's Brawny Chicken with a single strike. You dare to mock me? You are courting death. Darumaka utilized Smog. Chun Haoming vividly recalled the shock brought by the Bear Apprentice last time. He had never anticipated that his once dominant Brawny Chicken could be so easily defeated. To regain his pride, he had spared no expense in acquiring the more powerful Darumaka. In Chun Haoming's eyes, this was a golden opportunity for vengeance. Retreat, Bear Apprentice. That purple mist is poisonous. Through Su Nuo's meticulous insight, the level of ambush executed by Chun Haoming is utterly ineffective. Karu. The Bear Apprentice understood immediately, swiftly retreating several steps to the side, narrowly evading the noxious mist expelled by Darubi. Ha ha ha, you coward. Afraid to confront me, are you? Indeed. You tremble before my Darubi. Darubi, pursue recklessly and unleash your bite. A manic smile surfaced on Chun Haoming's cold visage, as his mind was consumed by visions of Darubi tearing the Bear Apprentice to shreds. He intended to instill regret in Su Nuo for opposing him. Howl! Darubi let out a fierce cry, charging towards the Bear Apprentice with its gaping maw wide open. What a fool. Combat requires understanding the art of evasion. If the odds are not in your favor, reckless aggression is futile. This point is beyond the comprehension of imbeciles like you. Bear apprentice, toy with him. Tease this foolish dog. Su Nuo observed quietly. Since Chun Haoming opted for a direct assault, Su Nuo had no intention of engaging head-on. In this battle, Su Nuo planned to impart a lesson to this privileged brat, devoid of tactical acumen, through agile strategies. Howl! 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 Darubi bit down fiercely 3 times. Yet each attack was deftly dodged by the bear apprentice. This infuriated Darubi further, intensifying its desire to shred the bear apprentice into pieces. Teacher Qian, could the Pokemon Su Nuo is utilizing be? Principal Li watched the nimble, sprightly bear on the field, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It is an exceedingly rare fighting-type Pokemon, the bear apprentice. Su Nuo could potentially emerge as a champion of this cohort. Qian Jianbai's eyes also brightened, as he had not anticipated that Su Nuo would possess a legendary Pokemon's offspring. This revelation left him profoundly astonished. After Su Nuo's sturdy chicken had successfully countered the 3 moves of the dynamic monkey, Qian Jianbai sensed that this young man was no ordinary talent. Su Nuo, this top student of his class, might indeed harbor even more astonishing capabilities. This notion led Qian Jianbai to harbor deep suspicions. Chapter 33, Frenzied Evolution. Black Luja. Worthless at evasion. Darubi, unleash spark. Realizing that Darubi could not contend with the agile bear apprentice, Chun Haoming was frantic. Since proximity was futile, he decided to attack from a distance. Howl! Darubi emitted a tremulous sound, launching a small sphere of searing flame directly at the bear apprentice. This sudden change in strategy was nearly guaranteed to hit. Finally, we can dispense with your foolish dog's random biting. Bear apprentice, split tile. Su Nuo decisively commanded, recognizing it was an opportune moment for offense. Karu, responding to its master's command, the bear apprentice swiftly struck, channeling a fierce energy straight ahead. To everyone's astonishment, its hand sliced directly towards the incoming spark of flame. Ha ha ha, have you gone mad, you fool? The might of fire is not something you can withstand. Just as Chun Haoming finished speaking, the expression on his face shifted dramatically. What? How is this possible? The bear apprentice's hand slice unleashed a tempest that extinguished the flames. And it did not end there. After neutralizing the spark, the bear apprentice's offensive momentum showed no signs of abating. Bang! Whack! Split tile struck Darubi squarely. Impressive. This Su Nuo from your class truly possesses extraordinary strength. If he successfully enters Class S, the future is indeed promising. Li Chengzheng nodded approvingly, affirming his thoughts. As the principal, he naturally cared about the outstanding individuals among each cohort of students. They would represent the formidable presence of Tianyuan Academy. I share the same sentiment. Qian Jianbai chuckled. In my eyes, Su Nuo is indeed a malleable talent. Not only does he excel in theoretical knowledge, but his practical prowess with Pokemon is also unparalleled in my class. Oh, in what way is he unparalleled? With Qian Jianbai's subtle implication, Li Chengzheng's interest was piqued. After all these years of teaching parallel classes, few students have earned his commendation, and now, he dares to label Su Nuo as unparalleled. How could one not ponder this? He previously dueled me to secure a leave of absence, and successfully endured 3 moves from my dynamic monkey, seemingly with ease. As he spoke, Qian Jianbai ruffled his sparse hair, sighing softly. Is there truly a student who can effortlessly trade blows with Teacher Qian? Perhaps he genuinely can become the hope of this cohort, as Qian Jianbai suggests. Principal Li's gaze towards Su Nuo suddenly took on a profound significance. Howl! After being struck in the abdomen by split tile, Darubi let out a pained wail. Fighting-type moves inherently counter Dark-type Pokemon, and the bear apprentice targeted its vulnerable abdomen. Damn it! Su Nuo, you wretched creature. Darubi unleashed a roar. Chun Haoming gritted his teeth, hastily commanding Darubi to respond. Roar! A tremendous tremor erupted as Darubi's roar propelled the bear apprentice back several steps. Do you think to gain a moment's respite this way? Su Nuo immediately discerned the opponent's intent. Bear apprentice. Show him again. Wing return. Karu. The bear apprentice's legs erupted with immense power, leaping into the air before swiftly diving down. Quickly, Darubi, use mist to force it back. For Chun Haoming, wing return was a haunting memory. Ever since his wrist was annihilated by Su Nuo's bear apprentice's wing return, he had nightmares about that heinous strike. Darubi forced itself to muster energy, exhaling a cloud of purple mist upwards. It's over. You've lost. Charge in, bear apprentice. Swish. The bear apprentice gracefully descended from the air, piercing through the mist with its target being none other than Darubi. With a dull thud, wing return successfully struck Darubi. These 2 moves should suffice to defeat the enemy, right? Su Nuo observed calmly as Darubi, now battered and on the verge of collapse, swayed unsteadily. It's still standing? That is unexpected. According to my calculations, the Bear Apprentice S2 moves should have been more than enough to finish off Darubi. It seems this Darubi is far more resilient than I anticipated. Oh, is Su Nuo about to win? A faint smile graced Principal Li's face, seemingly the outcome he had hoped for. It appears so. The young master of the Qin family is ultimately too inexperienced. Wealth alone cannot substitute for refined battle techniques. Qian Jianbai remarked thoughtfully. From the observation seats, Tao Shuxian clenched her delicate fists, whispering, Su Nuo, hurry up and win. I want to advance to Class S with you. Although some doubts lingered in her heart, Su Nuo was not one to hesitate. He had 1,000 opportunities for attack and no reason to hold back. Deliver this final blow and secure victory in the third round, and he would advance to Class S. You, Chen Haoming, shall remain a defeated foe. You will be utterly powerless. Finish it, Bear Apprentice. Strike with split tile once more. Karu. The Bear Apprentice did not pause for a moment, swiftly slicing towards the nearby Darubi. Crack. This powerful split tile sent Darubi flying several meters away. This should be the end. That strike was lethal. Su Nuo gazed at what should have been a downed Darubi. An astonishing scene unfolded. Darubi's eyes glowed red with fury, glaring defiantly at the Bear Apprentice, showing no signs of surrender. What is happening? This Darubi insight activated. Su Nuo realized that Darubi's status was undergoing a dramatic transformation. Status, frenzied bloodlust. Level is rising? Why is this happening? Su Nuo narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Chen Haoming, convinced that the problem stemmed from this individual. The peculiar changes occurring within the Pokémon could only be the result of its master's meddling. Su Nuo, do you truly believe you have triumphed? I have prepared a delightful surprise for you. Chen Haoming's expression twisted into a menacing grin. Prior to receiving the notification for the third round of competition, he had administered a solid yellow substance to Darubi. It was a high-priced item acquired from the black market. Capable of stimulating a Pokémon's bodily organs, it unleashed their potential, resulting in a rapid enhancement of their abilities, even evolution. Priced at 150,000 each, it was known as a potential catalyst. This was originally an insurance policy purchased by Chen Haoming to ensure victory in the third round. Now, by a twist of fate, it was pitted against Su Nuo, filling him with unbridled joy. Roar! Kurosu! A radiant white light enveloped Darubi, and its cries subtly transformed. This was a sign of evolution. Chapter 34, Resurrection. Victory in the third round of battle. Was that evolution? It had actually evolved? Both Principal Li and Qian Jianbai gasped in astonishment. They had believed the outcome was settled, that Su Nuo had already secured victory in this confrontation. Yet now, at this critical juncture, Darubi had completed a significant evolution. This rendered the previously clear situation once again shrouded in uncertainty. Was that Pokémon a Houndoom? The evolved form of Darubi? Tao Shuxian stared in disbelief at the newly transformed Darubi. This fearsome canine Pokémon now possessed blood-red eyes, radiating an aura of hatred. Pokémon, Houndoom. Type, Fire Dark. Gender. Ability, Flash Fire. This Pokémon is immune to Fire-type moves and, when hit by a Fire-type attack, its special attack stat increases. Qualification, Expert level. Current level, 23, Elite Beginner. Status, Houndoom is in a berserk state, inflicting immense damage. Skills, Bite, Howl, Ember, Smog, Roar, Bite, Odor Sleuth, Roar, Flamethrower. Trainer, Chen Haoming. Is it evolving now? And before reaching the standard evolution level? How could this happen? Su Nuo was momentarily taken aback upon noticing Houndoom's level. The standard evolution level for Darubi was 24, an elite intermediate. Yet this Houndoom was merely at level 23. Such premature evolution was undoubtedly suspicious, Su Nuo surmised. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as Houndoom's offensive had already commenced. Following its evolution, all its attributes surged dramatically. The current Houndoom was leagues beyond the earlier Darubi in terms of strength. Roar. Houndoom unleashed a powerful roar, sending invisible sound waves that forced the bear disciple back several steps. Simultaneously, the roar effectively diminished the opponent's special attack. In Pokémon battles, this move was a bane to special attackers. Acting autonomously without awaiting the trainer's command, there was certainly something amiss. Bear disciple, hold nothing back. Let us unleash the results of our week's training. Realizing Houndoom's abnormality, Su Nuo decided to go all out. Indeed, evolution could instantly enhance combat power, introducing an element of unpredictability in battle. However, the improvements he and the bear disciple garnered during their rigorous training at the Gangli Dojo were also genuine. Karuta. The bear disciple rallied, shifting its offensive stance. Humph, soon you'll understand my terror. Houndoom bite. Shun Haoming snorted, once more commanding Houndoom. Kurosu. Houndoom responded instantaneously, propelling itself forward with newfound vigor toward the bear disciple. Its speed post-evolution was exponentially greater. This astonishing velocity rendered the bear disciple unable to evade. Karuta. The bear disciple let out a soft growl as Houndoom clamped down on its left arm with unyielding ferocity. So fast, much quicker than before. Su Nuo was momentarily stunned but smiled silently, yet thought, you won't escape this time. Now is the perfect opportunity. Low kick. The bear disciple launched a swift and forceful low kick aimed at Houndoom's abdomen. Ugh. Although Houndoom suffered greatly from the blow, it resolutely refused to release its grip. Houndoom, use flamethrower. Shun Haoming, seeing that the bear disciple was not gravely injured by the powerful bite, decided to command flamethrower. At such close range, if it hit, it would be devastating. With a swift release, Houndoom opened its jaws, unleashing flamethrower in an attempt to incinerate the bear disciple. In that case, let us retaliate. Realizing there was no evading the flamethrower, Su Nuo ordered the bear disciple to press forward. The move retaliate, if executed after receiving damage, would deal double the massive damage. Karuta. The bear disciple roared, launching its fists toward Houndoom with tremendous force. Bang. Flamethrower connected. Retaliate hit. Both Pokemon were struck by each other's respective moves, collapsing to the ground. Houndoom, get up. Use flamethrower. We can win this. Shun Haoming shouted anxiously, unwilling to see his efforts unravel at this juncture. Win? Dream on. Su Nuo declared. Bear disciple. Now is the perfect moment. One final move. Resurrection. Steeling himself, he commanded the bear disciple to attack. Prior to Houndoom's evolution, it had already endured 2 of the bear disciple's blows. Now, although the bear disciple was in poor condition, it still had the strength to strike. As long as there remained a shred of energy, Resurrection could unleash devastating damage. Karuta. Wounded yet resolute, the bear disciple's eyes sparkled with determination, a reflection of its desire for victory. It, like Su Nuo, was committed to unleashing its full power to secure victory, especially in this crucial match. A fierce punch surged forth like a tempest, embodying the essence of resurrection, the bear disciple's final strength. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded. Houndoom collapsed under the might of the resurrection punch, losing consciousness entirely. Class 8 Su Nuo has emerged victorious. The referee promptly announced. Oh, Su Nuo won again. Truly impressive. Principal Lee praised, glancing over at Qian Jianbai. Phew, that was close. I was quite anxious for him, Qian Jianbai remarked, wiping his brow, clearly shaken by the intensity of the battle. All right, enough for today. Let's wrap this up. There are still many documents to process. The principal clapped Qian Jianbai on the back and turned to leave the field. Absolutely. Today's inspection was quite sufficient. Let us call it a day. They strolled away together, leaving the arena. Damn it. I lost to that wretched brat again. Shun Haoming's expression was dazed, his voice weakened. He feebly recalled Houndoom into its pokeball, gritting his teeth in frustration. Just you wait, Su Nuo. If I can't win against you, I'll find a way to eliminate you. We will meet again. With that, he silently retreated from the battlefield, shrouded in gloom. On the other side, well done, bear disciple. That battle was spectacular. Su Nuo recalled the bear disciple into its pokeball, exhaling a sigh of relief. The low kick and resurrection were both fighting techniques learned during their training at the Gangli Dojo, and now they were applied in the 3rd round. All the preparations made for this class exam had ultimately borne fruit. Chapter 35 Lin Yinyu, the omniscient sage of Tianyuan. Su Nuo, you have triumphed. Truly remarkable. You are a genius. At this moment, Tao Shuxian approached, her starry eyes brimming with admiration for Su Nuo. To be honest, the victory was not easily attained. But the outcome was indeed favorable. Su Nuo smiled faintly, casting his gaze towards the opposite battle station, only to discover that Shun Haoming had long since vanished. Had he left due to an inability to accept defeat? Are you watching Shun Haoming? That scoundrel just slipped away, as if he were a thief, vanishing in an instant. Tao Shuxian remarked, blinking her eyes. Is that so? I hope I won't encounter him again in the future, Su Nuo mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He's already been eliminated by you. He will likely be assigned to Class A. In any case, you two will not be in the same class anymore, Tao Shuxian added. As she was about to say more, an announcement interrupted her. Attention, Tao Shuxian from Class 8 and Wu Xiaomei from Class 5. Please gather at Venue 5. The battle is about to commence. The announcement sent a jolt of anxiety through the young girl's heart. This was her 3rd round of examinations. Winning would grant her entry into Class S, and perhaps she could be placed in the same class as Su Nuo. However, if she lost, she might never see Su Nuo again. Understanding the class beauty's worries, Su Nuo offered a gentle smile and whispered, "Good luck. You will undoubtedly win. I'll be waiting for you in Class S. All right. I will take your words to heart. For your sake, I will give it my all." With that, Tao Shuxian skipped merrily towards Venue 5. Cough, cough, cough. What do you mean by I will give it my all for you? Have I already captured the class beauty's heart? Watching the beautiful girl's retreating figure, Su Nuo found himself lost in thought. After a moment, he clicked his tongue and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Never mind, I won't dwell on this. I should wash my face first. Reflecting on the battle he had just fought, there were aspects that exceeded his expectations. He pondered how to review the match. A few minutes later, Su Nuo stood by the faucet, rinsing his handsome face. After elegantly shaking the excess water from his hair, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief. My classification examination has finally concluded. Once everyone has finished their battles, there will be an announcement regarding the results. Gazing at the pristine clouds in the sky, Su Nuo felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. However, there would be no announcement. The school would send a rapid electronic mail to each individual. Subsequently, classes of varying levels would be allocated to different areas of the school for management. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Su Nuo's tranquil solitude. Turning around, he saw a burly, bespectacled young man standing a short distance behind him, his expression calm. The man held a pen and notebook, seemingly preparing to record some information. "Hello. May I ask who you are?" After sizing up the individual, Su Nuo sensed no hostility and decided to inquire about his identity. "My name is Lin Yinyu. From Class 3. The bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses, fixing his gaze on Su Nuo and nodding gently. "Lin Yinyu? You are the famed sage of information among the students." Su Nuo realized. The omniscient sage of Tianyuan, Lin Yinyu, possessed the most outstanding intelligence network in the school. He was a veritable repository of information. No matter how rare or valuable the information within the school, he could procure it. However, acquiring information from him would require a considerable sum of money. Now, standing before the sage, Su Nuo began to contemplate his intentions. "I'm not as incredible as they say. I just happen to know a bit more." Lin Yinyu chuckled lightly, responding with a touch of modesty. "A bit more? Good sir, that is an excessive understatement," Su Nuo remarked, brushing his still damp hair into a stylish side-swept fringe. "If I am not mistaken, you are Su Nuo from Class 8? Lin Yinyu extended his notebook towards Su Nuo, prolonging the question. "Indeed, I am Su Nuo. Do you have business with me?" Upon receiving the notebook, Su Nuo's eyes brightened at the information contained within. Tianyuan rankings. Yang Tianming, Strength, 5 stars. Pokémon, Demo Baboon, S-Class. Fire type, Formidable Strength, Countermeasure, none. To be supplemented. Li Muxiao, Strength, 5 stars. Pokémon, Onyx, S-Class. Rock type, Impressive Defense, Countermeasure, use magic attacks to suppress first, to be supplemented. Strength, 5 stars. Su Nuo, Pokémon, Strong Chicken, S-Class. Terrifying Explosive Power, Dream Acceleration, extremely fast, a rather tricky opponent. Countermeasure, none. Bear Apprentice, A-Class. A very traditional fighting-type Pokémon with the most troublesome combat skill, Revival. Countermeasure, Attribute Restraint, Speed Victory, to be supplemented. Truly, the Sage of Tianyuan lives up to his name. Su Nuo marveled, astonished that Lin Yinyu's notebook contained records of many formidable talents within the school. Not only that, but Lin Yinyu had even contemplated strategies for combat against those ranked students. What do you think? My Tianyuan rankings are quite impressive, are they not? Although it is currently in the developmental stage, many entries remain incomplete. Furthermore, without actual battles, I have not yet ranked the expert strengths. Noticing Su Nuo's fascination with his notebook, Lin Yinyu spoke with a hint of pride, his demeanor becoming somewhat arrogant. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. The information here is exceedingly valuable. I suspect many will seek to purchase the insights contained within. Su Nuo chuckled, returning the notebook. In Pokémon battles, intelligence is of paramount importance. If one could gain advanced knowledge of their opponent's Pokémon lineup and combat style, they could adjust their battle strategy accordingly, potentially turning the tide of battle to suppress or even eliminate their adversary. Purchase? I wouldn't even consider selling such basic information to others. This is merely a draft of a list I am developing, and in truth, most people would struggle to obtain my insights. Lin Yinyu tucked away the notebook and pen, his expression growing serious. Su Nuo, I witnessed your recent match. You are indeed formidable. I can assure you of that. Chapter 36 Intelligence. The generous rewards of the 5 school trials. However, in this institution, the term strong is not lightly bestowed. Even I, who am reputed to possess an extensive intelligence network, cannot fully catalog their information. In addition to individual trainers like yourself with exceptional strength, there are also small groups dedicated to Pokemon battles. I have even heard rumors that this year, descendants of Pokemon aristocratic families may join Class S. Lin Yinyu lowered his voice deliberately, though his tone remained fervent. With that, he gave Su Nuo a meaningful glance, leaving him uncertain of its implications. Descendants of Pokemon aristocratic families? The last statement left Su Nuo gasping. The so-called Pokemon aristocracy refers to those hidden families that have aimed for generations to cultivate powerful Pokemon trainers. Typically, these families specialize in a particular type of Pokemon. Unlike ordinary wealthy scions, the descendants of Pokemon aristocrats possess combat skills that common playboys could never hope to master. It can be said that as long as one is a descendant of an elfin lineage, even if they are not a prodigy in elfin battles, they are undoubtedly among the elite in terms of strength among their peers. Now, Lin Yinyu has informed Su Nuo that there may be formidable opponents in the upcoming Class S. How could this battle enthusiast not be thrilled? Grateful for the insight. Su Nuo nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The willingness of the other party to share such confidential information signified Lin Yinyu's intention to cultivate a friendship with him. Naturally, Su Nuo was equally inclined to express his own amiable disposition. It's nothing really. Lin Yinyu waved his hand dismissively, continuing. Do you know why the school conducts class placement examinations during this time of year? What period do you refer to? Su Nuo pondered for a moment. Every cohort at Tianyuan Elfin High School completes class placements in the last month from the second to the third year. After the placements, students embark on entirely different high school experiences in their final year. The four classes, parallel class, B class, A class, and S class, differ significantly in terms of class rules, examination methods, and content. Even the final examination standards for college entrance differ. Suddenly, a fragmented memory flashed through Su Nuo's mind. It must be due to the annual 5 school trials. Su Nuo exclaimed, arriving at this conclusion. Precisely, the 5 school trials, the esteemed event held annually. Highly regarded throughout District 13, Lin Yinyu's speech quickened, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. He pushed up his glasses and exhaled deeply. At that time, the strongest students from the 5 most prestigious high schools in the 3 cities of District 13 would be selected to participate in this trial. Furthermore, the school that secures victory in the trials will be rewarded with a generous supply of resources from the Regional Elfin Alliance. Outstanding students would receive additional personal rewards. These rewards include not only substantial alliance credits, but also elemental energy bodies for rapid elfin enhancement, and even ultimate items such as Mega Evolution, Gigantamax, and Z moves. Once Lin Yinyu finished speaking, both fell into a momentary silence. Truly, Lin Yinyu is the epitome of knowledge at Tianyuan. Even before the class placement examination concluded, he had already grasped the significance of the events that would follow. This only deepened Su Nuo's admiration. Mega Evolution, Gigantamax, and Z moves? Such rare and advanced items would serve as rewards for the 5 school trials? The Regional Elfin Alliance is indeed a colossal entity, truly grand in its endeavors. Noticing that Su Nuo remained deep in thought, a smug smile adorned Lin Yinyu's face. This was the effect he sought. If information does not provoke contemplation, what then is it? To possess insights unknown to others. That is the allure of intelligence gathering. Lin Yinyu relished every moment of it. Well then, I have achieved my goal for today, so I shall not keep you any longer. Class S will typically be divided into 2 sections, S1 and S2. Perhaps we shall be classmates, Su Nuo. I look forward to testing my skills against you after the placements, as my Gyarados has been eager to battle from within its Pokeball. With that, Lin Yinyu waved once more and bid farewell to Su Nuo. Next time, I am certain the opportunity will arise soon, Su Nuo mused, stroking his chin as he watched the erudite Lin Yinyu depart. Gyarados? His primary elfin is Gyarados? That indeed presents a formidable challenge. Within the confines of Battle Arena Number 5, Tao Shuxuan's Ninetales fixed its gaze intently on the distant Lombra, 5 meters away. In a state of severe injury, the opposing Lombra was not without its own wounds. Just moments ago, Ninetales' sudden psychic attack had caught it off guard, inflicting significant damage. Lombra, quickly, use Bubble Beam. The opponent gritted their teeth and opted to unleash a water-type move in a bid to continue the assault. At this moment, the battle reached its most critical juncture. Only through offense could they seize the initiative. Should either party falter or hesitate, they would succumb to defeat. Do not fear, Ninetales. Face his attack head-on and unleash Flamethrower. Tao Shuxian steeled herself, though her back was already slick with cold sweat. Losing would mean missing out on Class S. a fate she absolutely wished to avoid. Bang! Whoosh! Fire and water collided, creating a thick mist that enveloped the entire arena. Visibility diminished as the fog thickened. What is this? The sudden appearance of mist obscured vision, prompting Su Nuo to raise an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. Had such a combat environment existed from the outset, the impact on both sides' elves would have been minimal. However, this was the final moment, a critical instant where one decisive blow could determine victory. The obscured vision provided the perfect opportunity for both trainers to mount an offensive. Lombra, use Bubble Beam again. The opponent made the first move, aware that the type advantage was glaringly apparent. The water-type move could indeed deliver a fatal blow to Ninetales. As long as the Bubble Beam could make contact with Ninetales' body, the probability of hitting amidst this obscured vision was akin to a lottery. A surge of elation coursed through Tao Shuxian as she realized her opponent had revealed their inexperience in battle at such a critical moment, presenting her with the perfect chance for retaliation. Ninetales, unleash Psychic once more. Howl! Ninetales forced itself to muster its energy, coalescing the power of its psychic move. As a psychic type's ultimate technique, this move did not require precise targeting of the opponent. Chapter 37, Radiant Curlia. The invisible psychic force erupted from Ninetales, silently striking Lombra just as it gathered its strength to unleash the Bubble Beam. Lombra. The creature collapsed, struggling before ultimately falling still. It was evident that this pivotal psychic strike had inflicted the final blow that altered the course of the battle. In this decisive moment, Tao Shuxian's Ninetales triumphed over its opponent. Class 8's Tao Shuxian emerged victorious. The battle concluded. As the mist dissipated, the referee announced Tao Shuxian's victory. Hooray, Ninetales! We did it! We won! The young girl excitedly clenched her fists. Though the battle had been arduous due to her strength, the final outcome was favorable. Thus far, the third round of battle examinations had concluded completely. The results would be recorded in the school's system. As for class placements, the school would send out emails tonight. Students were advised to await the good news. The referee, microphone in hand, calmly addressed the remaining students on the playground, relaying the final results of the class placement examinations. Clad in a sharp black suit, he was one of the officials overseeing the examination at Tianyuan Elfin High School. Just as Lin Yunyu had said, the final class placement results would be communicated via email. That fellow departed with such confidence. He truly possesses a remarkable capability, Su Nuo murmured to himself. In the suburbs of Bihai City, within a sprawling and luxurious mansion, 2 to 3 dozen personnel clad in identical uniforms stood at attention. Their black and red uniforms bore a blood-red letter D. At this moment, these individuals possessed cold, merciless gazes, akin to bloodthirsty hounds executing their mission, methodical and poised. They were ready for action. Now, commence the personnel count. After the completion of our tasks, we shall depart from this region aboard our vehicle. Our destination is the Black Dragon building in the city. The member at the forefront clutches a personnel report, poised to methodically verify each name on the list. ID 0366? Present. ID 1721? Present. Beside this member of the Dead Demon Legion stands a brawny figure clad in a deep purple t-shirt, gazing skyward with an air of arrogance. His hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a leader. Within the organization, he is frequently referred to by his codename, Ross. ID 1262? No response. ID 1262? Still no reply. Does anyone know the whereabouts of this individual? Ross turns to survey the junior members of the Dead Demon Legion before him. His gaze is cold and unyielding as iron. To the organization, a member is an integral part, an indispensable entity. However, to the higher-ups, members are merely pawns, expendable foot soldiers. Thus, in Ross's eyes, these junior members are but useful pieces to be sent forth into battle. Report, Lord Ross. This individual seems to have been here a few hours ago. He was likely the first to arrive. However, his current whereabouts are unknown. One of the junior members responds. Unknown whereabouts. How intriguing. Very well, let us not concern ourselves with this member for now. Let us proceed to the next. When this fellow returns, there will be ample time to deal with this pesky screw. Ross shakes his head, causing his thick neck to crack audibly. Yes, Lord Ross. ID 0345. Present. The serious interplay of questions and answers reverberates through the luxurious mansion. 10 kilometers away, on a tree-lined avenue. Halt. Stop right there. You vexing little sprite. Come willingly into my pokeball. A member clad in the uniform of the Dead Demon Legion bears a greedy grin, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a ravenous hyena on the hunt. What's the matter? Are you too frightened to make a sound? Hee hee. Fear not, little sprite. I shall treat you well. This dead Demon Legion member stands tall, grotesquely rotund, resembling a massive, walking mound of flesh, exuding an imposing aura. A black and white ID card dangles from his waist, inscribed with the organization number 1262, Kairu. A few meters away, hidden behind a grand phoenix tree, a remarkably adorable humanoid sprite peeks out. Its body is pristine white, resembling a ballet tutu. Its slender, pale blue legs are captivatingly charming, evoking a sense of endearment. This is a Kairulian. Unlike the ordinary Kairulian, this one possesses a rare light blue hue. Or, in other words, it is a shiny Kairulian. Presently, this Kairulian appears to be in a state of great fear, furtively glancing towards the member of the dead Demon Legion, attempting to ascertain whether the coast is clear. Hee hee. You don't truly believe you can escape, do you? A rare shiny sprite. Once I hand you over to the organization, I shall undoubtedly be rewarded and promoted. Go now, great hound. Use your keen sense of smell to track down that pesky little sprite. The corpulent member tosses a red and white sphere onto the ground. Upon its explosion, a fearsome black-gray hound sprite emerges. Growl. Haru. The hound immediately lowers its head to the ground, intently sniffing the surrounding scents. Kairu. The Kairulian's expression suddenly shifts to one of urgency, for it knows that the great hound's formidable olfactory abilities will soon pinpoint its location. What to do? I must not be captured by this wicked brute. The Kairulian resolves to escape successfully. A woo. The great hound suddenly emits an excited howl, a sound it only makes upon discovering prey. Found it. Found it. Found it. A grotesque smile dances across the corpulent member's face. Forward, great hound. Use bite. Today, we shall capture this pesky little sprite. Hee, little Kairulian, here I come. You shall not escape. Growl. The great hound bellows fiercely, charging toward the tree behind which the Kairulian is hiding. Kairu. Kairu. Witnessing the hound's ferocious assault, the Kairulian hastily leaps from behind the tree. Ha ha. At last. I have found it. Great hound, seize it. Tonight, there is a bounty to claim. Chapter 38. Engage. Zygarde. Kairulu. As the great hound lunges forward, the Kairulian suddenly emanates a peculiar wave of energy. With a swift motion, it vanishes from sight. This is simply inconceivable. What the hell? This creature has utilized teleport. Great hound, pursue. Let us see how much energy it has left to expend. The corpulent member's face, previously relaxed, now tightens with a sinister grin. With that, he lumbers forward, his exaggeratedly hefty form trailing behind the great hound. Phew, after 3 consecutive Pokemon battles today, I'm feeling rather drained. Su Nuo cradles his head in his hands, gazing upwards. This street is his usual route home, sparsely populated, sufficiently tranquil, allowing him to reflect on the events of the day. For someone as meticulous in thought as Su Nuo, utilizing the journey home to review and analyze is most advantageous. Ding. Due to the host's successful trifecta in the class division examination, a total of 600 battle points have been awarded. Remaining point total, 1,000 points. Friendly reminder. In addition to acquiring points through battles, the host may also gain corresponding points by capturing rare sprites. Moreover, the rarer the sprite, the more substantial the point reward. Damn it. What kind of friendly reminder is that? It's essentially meaningless. If I could encounter a rare sprite, I would surely capture it without hesitation. I don't need you to state the obvious. The system's sudden message dampens Su Nuo's previously buoyant mood, prompting him to retort curtly to the system. What is that? As Su Nuo strolls leisurely, he suddenly focuses his attention. A charming humanoid sprite is bouncing toward him, appearing frantic and distressed. Is that a Kairulian? And that coloration? A shiny Kairulian, indeed. Wow, I've truly stumbled upon a rare sprite. Could the system be prophetic? With that thought, Su Nuo retrieves a Pokeball from his pocket, preparing for a heroic capture. Pokemon, Kairulian, shiny. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Gender, NA. Ability, Synchronize. When this Pokemon is afflicted by poison, burn, toxic, paralysis, or similar status conditions, it inflicts the same status upon the opponent. Qualification, Expert level. Level, 20, Elite Beginner. Status, Kairulian is currently frantically evading something, filled with fear. Skills, Charm Voice, Growl, Shadow Clone, Psychic, Hypnosis, Drain Kiss, Teleport, Aura Sphere, Swift Star. Trainer, none. It is a wild sprite and can be captured. Now that it is confirmed to be a wild sprite, I shall proceed to capture it. Su Nuo intends to execute a precise throw of the Pokeball, only to discover that this shiny Kairulian does not seem intimidated by his presence at all. This sprite appears rather peculiar. Kairu. Upon encountering the shimmering Chikorita, it did not shy away. Rather, it boldly dashed directly towards Su Nuo. Chikorita exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? Is this creature unafraid of trainers? And is it truly this affectionate?" It was then that Su Nuo realized this dazzling Chikorita had leaped up and was clinging tightly to his leg. Its pitiful expression seemed to convey a sense of dependence on Su Nuo. Dependence? Surely, this is a mistake. Are wild Pokémon truly this forward nowadays? Moreover, it is a shiny one. Status: you have calmed Chikorita, which appears to be exceedingly fond of you. Intimacy level 99. Intimacy level 99? My goodness, I have yet to capture you. Could it be that a trainer's charm can influence wild Pokémon? Is it true that the more handsome the trainer, the more attention they attract from Pokémon? Su Nuo brushed his bangs aside with a sigh. Perhaps this is destiny. Chikorita chirped, "Chico, Chikorita, there are villains pursuing me. They sent a ferocious dog to capture me." At that moment, Zygarde suddenly conveyed a telepathic message to Su Nuo, who instantly understood that Zygarde was translating Chikorita's words for him. Huh, what do you mean by villains? Are they edible? Su Nuo found himself enchanted by Chikorita's adorableness, his thoughts becoming rather nonsensical. This clingy little sprite is simply irresistible. Gazing down at the Chikorita clinging to his leg, Su Nuo never imagined he would one day be so fortunate. Indeed, Chikorita's allure is extraordinary. Hey brat, hand over that shiny Chikorita. Quickly. If you don't surrender it within 10 seconds, I'll see to it that you meet your demise here. A gruff male voice abruptly interrupted Su Nuo, extinguishing his previously buoyant mood. Standing 10 meters away was a corpulent man resembling a mountain, clad in the sinister black and red uniform of the Death Demon Corps, his face brimming with malevolence. "Oh, it's you again, scum of the Death Demon Corps?" In an instant, Su Nuo's demeanor shifted. The warmth and gentleness that once adorned his face were replaced with a chilling coldness, his tone laced with deadly intent. When confronting the evil organization of the Death Demon Corps, Su Nuo had no desire for reason. In their last encounter, he had been similarly accosted by members of the Death Demon Corps, but those two had been fortunate enough to escape the clutches of Zygarde, only to fall victim to Yveltal. Pokemon, Houndoom. Type, Dark. Ability, Intimidate. This Pokemon instills fear in all opponents on the field, lowering their physical attack power. Qualification, Expert level. Level, 31, Beginner Expert. Status, Houndoom emanates a palpable hostility. Beware of its sudden assault. Skills, Roar, Howl, Sand Attack, Bite, Scent Detection, Bark, Bluff, Pursuit, Scary Face, Thief, Crunch. Fire Fong, Ice Fong, Thunder Fong. An expert level Houndoom? No wonder Chikorita fled without a second thought. The disparity in strength was as daunting as a mountain to the little creature, leaving it with no chance whatsoever. 10 seconds are up. Die, foolish brat. Houndoom, Thunder Fong. Make sure to sink your teeth into this little brat. The rotund man licked his lips with greedy anticipation. Damn fool, it's you. Attack, Zygarde. Chapter 39, Dynamic Equilibrium. As Su Nuo spoke, the Master Ball at his waist erupted open, Zygarde bursting forth in a flash of white light. Simultaneously, Houndoom lunged forward, its massive jaws agape. The crackling power of electricity surged from its mouth. The might of Thunder Fong was formidable. Just seconds before Houndoom could sink its teeth into Su Nuo, Zygarde unleashed an overwhelming force, sending Houndoom flying. In that moment, a surge of green energy enveloped Zygarde, transforming its form instantaneously. Zygarde morphed from its 10 form into its 50 form, reverting from its black-green Doberman shape back to that of a cobra. "Oh, your Pokemon can change forms? It appears quite rare," sneered the member of the Death Demon Corps. "But it shall soon belong to me." Houndoom Pursuit. Upon witnessing Zygarde's emergence, the man's eyes gleamed with greed. "Even as you face your doom, you still seek to steal from others? Prepare to meet your end." Su Nuo's gaze hardened, his resolve to annihilate the enemy unwavering. The Death Demon Corps was notorious for its misdeeds and left no room for clemency. This secluded path was seldom traversed, ensuring that even if Su Nuo acted, no one would bear witness. Hence, it was the perfect moment for him to strike, free from any constraints. Dragon Pulse. Eliminate him in your most proficient manner. Su Nuo and Zygarde shared a profound bond, allowing him to command its attack without uttering a word. Roar. In an instant, a powerful wave of purple-black energy coalesced from Zygarde's mouth, the dense dragon-type power surging toward Houndoom. Houndoom, in turn, unleashed its dark energy in response. With a resounding crash, Dragon Pulse collided with Houndoom, sending it hurtling back toward its master. What overwhelming power! Just what kind of Pokemon are you? But before the grotesque fat man could finish his sentence, both he and Houndoom were obliterated beneath Zygarde's core Punisher Ray. Without hesitation, Zygarde executed Su Nuo's command to eliminate the enemy, finally unleashing its fearsome, legendary-level destructive capability. In the face of such cataclysmic force, the members of the Death Demon Corps were as fragile as mere paper. Indeed, there was no need for mercy when dealing with such unadulterated villains. Observing Zygarde's efficiency, Su Nuo nodded in satisfaction. Now it's your turn, little one. Su Nuo's previously stern expression softened once more, his handsome face radiating warmth and gentleness. He pressed the button on the premier ball, which opened in that moment. Chico, Chikorita. With a look of utter bewilderment, Chikorita seemed unable to comprehend the situation. The premier ball arced gracefully through the air, landing gently atop Chikorita's head. A crimson light burst forth, drawing Chikorita into its embrace. Ding 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 thud. The adorable little creature offered no resistance whatsoever as Su Nuo successfully captured it. In the civilian residential district of Bihai City, Su Nuo had just stepped through the threshold when he heard Su Taneo's inquiry. How did today's placement exam go? Fairly average, I suppose, Su Nuo replied, having changed into his pokeball slippers as he entered the living room. The television was broadcasting a segment of an interview-style news report, and to Su Nuo's astonishment, the subject being interviewed was none other than Cynthia. Yes, Cynthia, also known as Sharona or Miss Bamboo. In this parallel world, she is the champion trainer of the Sinnoh region, a figure of formidable strength. In front of the camera, Cynthia donned her signature black attire and cloak, exuding elegance and poise. Today, we are fortunate to have an interview with one of the leaders of the dynamic Equilibrium organization, Miss Cynthia. Miss Cynthia enjoys immense popularity among trainers worldwide. Today, let us delve into the intriguing topic of dynamic balance. Good evening, Miss Cynthia, and welcome to our interview. Please extend your greetings to the audience watching on television. The reporter chuckled as he handed the microphone to Cynthia, who stood beside him. Good evening to all the viewers on the screen. I am Cynthia, the embodiment of dynamic balance, and a scholar of Pokemon history from the Sinnoh region. Cynthia smiled gently, her words imbued with tranquility and humility, devoid of any trace of the formidable aura typically associated with champions. It seems she still prefers to identify as a historian rather than basking in the glory of her champion status. Su Nuo silently chuckled, stroking his chin as he attentively watched the live interview. Let us cut to the chase. Miss Cynthia, could you enlighten us on the core purpose behind the establishment of the Dynamic Balance Organization? Cynthia responded. The primary aim of Dynamic Balance is to unite skilled Pokemon trainers from around the globe to assist various regional Pokemon leagues. The reporter inquired, so, would it be accurate to say that the actions of Dynamic Balance are based on the Pokemon leagues? Cynthia clarified, no, it is not accurate. The two entities exist independently. Dynamic Balance, in terms of personnel and organizational scale, will not reach the magnitude of the Pokemon leagues. Our membership will be quite limited. And in addition to collaborating with the Pokemon leagues, we will also undertake some highly confidential missions that span the entire globe. Highly confidential missions? The whole world? Su Nuo pondered, sensing he had grasped the underlying implications after a moment of contemplation. Beyond Cynthia, the known members of Dynamic Balance included Zygarde and Calyrex, all of whom were powerful entities on par with regional champions. Thus, Su Nuo surmised that the establishment of Dynamic Balance ostensibly aimed to provide strength to the regional Pokemon leagues. But their true objective might involve researching legendary Pokemon, exploring uncharted territories, or even dismantling certain shadowy organizations lurking in the periphery. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you not listening? Su Tianao waved the daily newspaper from Ocean City in front of Su Nuo, interrupting his thoughts. Huh, what did you say? I was engrossed in the interview and didn't catch that, Su Nuo replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Ugh, you young one. I asked you what careless means. How did you perform in the exam? Chapter 40, Group 7 of Class S1. Su Tianao put down the newspaper, intending to have a serious conversation with his son, something he had contemplated for quite some time. Although Su Nuo excelled academically in Pokemon theory and seemed to possess an average combat prowess, the family's financial status was rather modest, unable to provide substantial monetary support for Su Nuo's aspirations of becoming a top-tier Pokemon trainer. Therefore, if the results of the class division exam were unsatisfactory, it would be prudent to abandon the costly profession of a Pokemon trainer and consider becoming a Pokemon breeder instead, which offered better salaries and benefits compared to most other occupations. Not bad. I won all 3 battles and got promoted to Class S. I expect to receive a bonus of 100,000 League coins for being in Class S. Su Nuo's expression turned serious. All victories? Promoted to Class S? Is that for real? You must be joking. Su Nuo's response left Su Tianao momentarily speechless. Su Nuo, you got into Class S? Even Su Nuo's mother approached, her face a mixture of shock and amazement. Both parents expressed their astonishment and confusion over their son's placement results. As per the historical records of Tianyuan Pokemon High School, it was virtually impossible for students from ordinary backgrounds to breach the doors of Class S. Moreover, Su Nuo had not relied on any financial aid from home before the exam. He had achieved such commendable results entirely on his own merit. How could this not leave Su Dad and Su Mom utterly astounded? Indeed, while the process was somewhat challenging, I ultimately succeeded, Su Nuo declared, pulling out his phone and presenting it to them. The screen displayed an email from the official account of Tianyuan High School, with the subject line reading, "Congratulations on successfully passing the class division exam. You have been promoted to Class S. Student Su Nuo has achieved a 3-win streak in the class division exam and will be assigned to our school's premier Class S team. The specific grouping will be Group 7 of Class S1. Please arrive at the new classroom promptly tomorrow. It is located in the teaching building area behind the school." Su Nuo's parents took turns reading the content of the email, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. Su Nuo had genuinely secured his place in Class S through his own ability. This was a dream cherished by countless students at Tianyuan. This undoubtedly represented the crucial first step for Su Nuo in his quest to become a top-tier Pokemon trainer. Well then, I shall return to my room for a bit of rest. Please call me for dinner. Under the approving gazes of his parents, Su Nuo quietly made his way to his room. Kairukuru. As soon as Su Nuo sat down, his cherubi began to stir restlessly within its pokeball, seemingly unwilling to remain confined. If you dislike being in the pokeball so much, then feel free to come out. Su Nuo retrieved the pokeball and released Cherubi. He suddenly recalled that many Pokemon, like Cherubi, preferred not to linger in their pokeballs. Some were uncomfortable with the confined space, while others simply desired more interaction with their trainers. Kairu. A flash of white light erupted, and Cherubi appeared beside the foot of Su Nuo's mahogany bed. Meanwhile, Su Nuo was seated at his computer, typing rapidly, evidently engaged in a search for some information. Although this world bore a resemblance to the one he previously knew, there were still countless differences, particularly in regards to Pokemon knowledge and advanced technological research. It was as if he were starting from scratch. Observing the blank search results on the screen, Su Nuo muttered to himself, whether searching for Xerneas or Yveltal, the online content available is non-existent. This implied that these two terms were entirely unfathomable to the populace. What news is this? Just as Su Nuo was about to shut down his computer, a news pop-up unexpectedly appeared. Strange stone sculptures have emerged within Tianqi Mountain. The cause of their appearance remains unclear. Upon clicking, Su Nuo's expression shifted to one of intrigue. It turned out that the 2 members of the Death Legion had been discovered by climbers, photographed, and subsequently shared online, now making headlines. Who could have guessed that this would be the work of Yveltal? Su Nuo shrugged and chuckled in resignation, pondering that it might become one of the great unsolved mysteries of the Flame Nation. Kairukuru. Cherubi materialized a small surge of psychic energy, instantly appearing beside Su Nuo. It seemed quite fascinated by the news he was currently viewing. "Oh, teleportation? You little one have quite a knack for psychic abilities," Su Nuo remarked, taken aback by Cherubi's sudden closeness. Kairukuru. While Su Nuo was still in a state of astonishment, Cherubi surprisingly smiled and wrapped its tiny arms around Su Nuo's right hand. Why does it feel like it's quite attached to me? Is it merely my imagination? Su Nuo wondered, but seeing Cherubi revel in their time together, he decided to indulge it for a while longer. Thus, he refrained from closing his computer and continued browsing through other news articles. After all, having one's Pokemon by their side is an essential part of a trainer's journey. Su Nuo was well aware of this fact. At 7:30 the following morning, Su Nuo's alarm clock rang punctually. He intended to swiftly open his eyes and rise from his slumber, yet in an instant, he sensed something amiss. What is happening? Why does it feel so heavy in front of my eyes? With a sudden shake of his head, Su Nuo managed to struggle out of bed. To his surprise, there lay Kyrillian, peacefully napping beside his head. Ahem. Time to wake up, Kyrillian. We must hurry to school, or we shall be late. Su Nuo cleared his throat, bemused by how clingy this little creature was. Kyrillian rubbed its eyes, appearing quite drowsy. However, Su Nuo couldn't afford to dwell on it. He resolved to store Kyrillian in its pokeball later. He had to reach school before 8 o'clock to avoid tardiness. Brushing his teeth, washing his face, grabbing a piece of bread, and rushing to his bicycle, Su Nuo recited the essential morning tasks as he sprinted to the restroom, busying himself. Meanwhile, Kyrillian stared blankly at its owner, a look of confusion adorning its face. At the Tianyuan Middle School campus, Su Nuo was taken aback to discover that the new classroom was located in the teaching building on the back mountain. Was that place still in use? Surely, this was a sign of his ignorance. Every class of S had been allocated to that territory for years. It was referred to by the principal as a land of fortune. Just as Su Nuo secured his bicycle, he overheard two students discussing nearby. Are they members of the 7th group? Are these two also students from Class S? Su Nuo silently noted their appearances, thinking they might be classmates he would encounter later. Land of fortune? More like a place where no bird would dare to defecate. Do you have any idea how far it is from the cafeteria? My Daruma monkey and I are both gluttons. We need to eat until we're completely satisfied. The sturdily built student boasted, flexing his muscular arms. All right. Please spare us the display, Yang Tianming. Let us focus on our group's reputation, retorted the tall, lanky boy beside him, exuding disdain. With that, he patted Yang Tianming's shoulder and strode forward, seemingly uninterested in further conversation. Hey, Li Muxiao, why are you getting so cocky with me? Yang Tianming had intended to continue his remarks, only to realize Li Muxiao had already walked several meters away. Li Go, wait up for me, he called, chasing after him. Were these two such good friends? They truly seemed like a pair of lively characters. Su Nuo chuckled silently, but suddenly recalled something, causing his smile to fade and vanish. Yang Tianming and Li Muxiao? If his memory served him right, weren't these names also listed on Lin Yinyu's Tianyuan rankings? Goodness, so these two were indeed formidable competitors. One must not judge a book by its cover. Regaining his composure, Su Nuo proceeded towards the back mountain of Tianyuan Middle School. After traversing the tree-lined path, crossing the Grand Clock Tower, and passing through the Botanical Garden, Su Nuo finally arrived at the so-called back mountain of the school. A solitary 4-story brick building stood quietly on this desolate stretch of arid land. This was the exclusive teaching building for Class S. In front of the building was a spacious, makeshift battle arena, while behind it loomed a dense forest of pine trees. Without a second thought, Su Nuo headed towards the 2nd floor, where his S1 class was located. As he approached, he noticed the group distribution map posted at the entrance. Reflexively, he made his way to the second-to-last row by the window. The desks were specially designed for groups of 3, and Su Nuo found himself perfectly situated in the center of the trio. Is this the remarkable Su Nuo who dazzled everyone during the class division exam? Just as he set down his backpack, he heard someone from behind greeting him. Su Nuo? No way. Is that really the invincible Su Nuo? That flaming kick from the Mytina was absolutely brutal. Another voice exclaimed. Yes, I am Su Nuo. May I ask who you are? Su Nuo replied, slightly puzzled. These two are quite flattering, but their voices sound so familiar. Su Nuo smiled as he turned around, only to discover that the two were none other than Yang Tianming and Li Muxiao, the very ones who had walked ahead of him. I'm Yang Tianming, and this is Li Muxiao. Your performance during the class division exam left many people in awe, Yang Tianming declared, excitedly waving his strong left arm. His voice was notably boisterous, revealing his carefree nature. Indeed, if my estimations are correct, with your capabilities, Su Nuo, you should not feel inferior to anyone in Class S. Li Muxiao chimed in, stroking his chin with a knowing smile. He appeared to be a more composed individual, exhibiting a restraint that contrasted with Yang Tianming's exuberance. You two are overpraising me. It is you and your Pokémon who possess exceptional strength. I have heard of Yang Tianming's Daruma monkey and Li Muxiao's Onyx. You both must be top-tier trainers in the class. Observing the friendly exchange between the two, Su Nuo felt at ease and engaged in a bit of mutual flattery. Wow, Su Nuo really knows how to speak. I like this, Yang Tianming replied. TSK. Not only is Su Nuo adept at Pokemon battles, but he is also skilled in communication. Truly high emotional intelligence. The two jested, sharing a laugh. At that moment, a pure and charming girl appeared at the classroom door, looking around. She seemed uncertain if this was indeed her class, her fair face marked with confusion. Wow, how beautiful. How can there be such a stunning girl? Could she be a student in our class? Yang Tianming's eyes lit up, instantly captivated by the girl at the door. Mind your drool. Don't let it drip onto my notebook. Even if she is gorgeous, don't wear that lovesick expression. You'll embarrass our group, Li Muxiao warned, noticing his friend's infatuation. As the saying goes, a heart free of women ensures precision in throwing pokeballs. A competent Pokemon trainer cannot let a pretty girl distract him from his craft. However, as Li Muxiao glanced at the girl's pure and lovely face, he too found himself momentarily stunned, unable to suppress a gasp. Goodness, she is breathtaking. Shuxian, over here. Your seat is here. Su Nuo stood up, waving his right hand towards the entrance with a smile. The seating arrangement indicated each student's name and specific location, which is why Su Nuo had casually sat in the middle. Just moments ago, he had glanced at the names of the students on either side, raised an eyebrow, and sighed deeply before ultimately accepting reality. To his left sat the class beauty, Tao Shuxian, while the name on the right clearly read Lin Yinyu. So this was the entirety of the 7th group? It seemed that acquaintances had all been assigned to the same group. Su Nuo? Upon seeing Su Nuo, Tao Shuxian's face flushed slightly as she approached, her light beige bear backpack slung over her shoulder. Wait, what is happening? Did I just hear that girl call out Su Nuo's name? Am I imagining things? Damn, you heard correctly. I heard it too. Su Nuo, what is your relationship with this beauty? Could you be dating? Yang Tianming and Li Muxiao were initially lost in their own musings. But when they heard each other call Su Nuo's name, they suddenly became agitated. Such an exquisite female classmate surely must be Su Nuo's girlfriend already. If that were the case, it would be utterly outrageous. Please take a seat. This is your designated spot. Su Nuo indicated the label on the seat, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Tao Shuxian. Chapter 42. The new class teacher, Shunling Shuang. The beautiful girl today donned a crisp white shirt and ultra-short shorts. Her hair styled into a high ponytail, exuding a refreshing and capable aura that starkly contrasted her previously delicate demeanor. However, when Tao Shuxian noticed Su Nuo staring intently at her, a slight flush crept onto her fair, unadorned face. Oh, all right. Tao Shuxian replied in a voice as delicate as a whisper, then she lowered her head slightly and sat down beside Su Nuo. Wow, I feel so envious. Can you two stop flaunting your relationship? I'm about to be overwhelmed by jealousy. Su Nuo, you being handsome and formidable in battles is one thing. But why do you also bring along a girlfriend to the new class? And in the same group, no less. This is utterly absurd. Yang Tianming and Li Muxiao quickly discerned the underlying tension between the two. Furthermore, with Su Nuo today clad in a meticulously ironed black shirt, he and Tao Shuxian inadvertently formed a striking black and white duo. If anyone were to assert that these two had no connection, who would believe it? It was a devastating blow, undoubtedly striking the hearts of the singletons. A few minutes later, the sharp sound of high heels echoed in the corridor, growing ever closer to the classroom. Mere seconds later, a young woman in professional attire gracefully entered Class S1. Her long hair cascaded down, her exquisite features radiated beauty, and her serene face bore a cool, faint smile. Encased in black stockings, her elegant legs were long and slender, exuding an alluring charm. Welcome to Class S1, dear students. I am your future class teacher, or rather, your supervisor, Shunling Shuang. If all goes as planned, I will accompany you throughout your upcoming high school journey, so I look forward to your guidance. As Shunling Shuang spoke, she placed a small stack of documents on the high podium. This figure, those long legs, is this the allure of Class S? I'm absolutely smitten. Wow, Tianming. Our new teacher is simply mesmerizing. The school truly understands the hearts of its students. Getting into Class S is undoubtedly a decision I will never regret. Yang Tianming and Li Muxiao's eyes sparkled, both expressing their delight at the new teacher, feeling that their high school experience was already worthwhile. The cold and noble aura exuded by the new teacher swiftly captured the attention of all the students in Class S1. Many male students found it difficult to contain themselves, some even whistling to express their overwhelming excitement. Wait, our new teacher is such a stunning young lady? Tao Shuxian exclaimed softly, glancing towards Su Nuo on her right. To her surprise, Su Nuo was fixated on the empty seat beside him, completely oblivious to the new teacher's presence. Hey Su Nuo, where are you looking? The new teacher is greeting us. Tao Shuxian gently prodded Su Nuo's shoulder with her finger. Huh, Shuxian, the new teacher? Su Nuo suddenly snapped to attention, realizing that a young woman in her early 20s was indeed standing at the podium. Moreover, her breathtaking beauty seemed to have bewitched the male students entirely. Su Nuo mused after a brief pause. She's quite impressive. I'd give her a score of 98. His tone was nonchalant, reminiscent of a seasoned connoisseur. Su Nuo, I didn't ask you to grade our new teacher. What are you even thinking? Tao Shuxian looked at him quizzically, glancing at the name tag on the seat beside her. Lin Yinyu? That name sounds familiar at that moment. A burly man with glasses entered the classroom, abruptly disrupting the agitated atmosphere among the male students. Ahem, I hope I'm not late. The bespectacled man, carrying a briefcase, loosened his collar and appeared to be sweating profusely, as if he had sprinted to get here. You're just in time, class starts in a minute. If you were late, there would be consequences, by Shaoxing Lin Yinyu. Shunling Shuang remarked coolly, casting a fleeting glance at the student who had arrived just on the dot, her expression betraying a hint of restraint. That's good, that's good. Haha. I certainly don't want to be penalized by our school's most formidable teacher on the very first day, Lin Yinyu replied, a trace of smugness evident in his demeanor as he hurried to his seat. Very soon, we will commence our formal lessons, but first, let me enlighten you about some unique class rules. The beautiful yet stern-faced Shenling Shuang emanated an icy elegance that gave her the aura of a thorny rose. Simultaneously, she exuded an undeniable authority that commanded respect from the male students. This beautiful teacher is certainly not to be trifled with. Good morning. Su Nuo greeted Lin Yinyu with a faint smile, lowering his voice. After placing his briefcase down, Lin Yinyu took a deep breath and responded with surprise. Oh, Su Nuo? I can't believe it's you. What a blessing to be grouped with you. However, Su Nuo was not easily fooled by Lin Yinyu's feigned enthusiasm. All right, enough of the formalities. Given your intel skills, you must have already uncovered the group assignments, so why pretend? Su Nuo rolled his eyes at Lin Yinyu, feeling slightly caught off guard by his sudden antics. Rule number 1. You will have a freedom level of over 90. This means that over 90 of your time at school can be freely arranged. I will not impose control during that time. Shenling Shuang's tone was leisurely, but she emphasized the phrase freely arranged with deliberate clarity. Over 90 freedom? Goodness, what kind of celestial class rule is this? The students gasped in astonishment, their faces alight with joy. According to Shenling Shuang, there would only be one class period in a traditional sense each day. The rest of the time would be left for students to study independently. This had become a standard rule for every S-class, freedom, granting the school's most outstanding students absolute liberty to enhance themselves in their own preferred ways. As for the remaining 10 of your time, that will belong to me. During that 10, I expect complete compliance with my arrangements. Otherwise, based on the practices I've established with previous students, a comprehensive punishment package awaits you. And feel free to test it. The mention of a comprehensive punishment package caused the students, who had just been elated by the prospect of high freedom, to instantly lose their color. Chapter 43. You're not thinking of how to defeat the teacher, are you? Humph, a blend of kindness and severity. This tactic is quite adept. Having led 2 previous S-classes makes a significant difference. This first rule can surely keep the students in line. Lin Yinyu, reclining in his seat, adjusted his glasses and retrieved his well-worn notebook filled with dense notes. How much useful information do you have about this charming young supervisor? Su Nuo asked, tilting his head slightly, testing the waters. It was evident that Shenling Shuang, as the dedicated instructor for Class S, was not widely known among most students. This was apparent from their immediate reactions upon encountering her for the first time. In order for Su Nuo to gain a deeper understanding of his new homeroom teacher, he must extract some information from the intelligence expert Lin Yinyu. Shenling Shuang, 23 years old, an ice-type Pokemon trainer and a prodigy who graduated early from Lingqi Pokemon University. Currently employed at Tianyuan Pokemon High School for over 2 years, she is acclaimed as the strongest among her colleagues. Previous students have dubbed her the dangerous pride of ice. According to rumors, most of her Pokemon are above the expert level. There's even a Snow Queen with gym leader level strength. Lin Yinyu generously flipped his notebook to the page containing information about Shenling Shuang and slid it across to Su Nuo's desk. The dangerous pride of ice? Upon seeing this title, Su Nuo pondered for a moment. The first class rule is quite simple, and now I shall proceed to the second rule. Starting today, I will randomly select 2 groups each day for group-based Pokemon battles. The victorious group will receive additional rewards, while the defeated group will face no penalties. As Shenling Shuang spoke this second rule, her words flowed rapidly. For the students of Class S, Pokemon battles were a commonplace occurrence, requiring no emphasis. Given the routine nature of these battles, the students below felt little extraordinary about this second rule. Finally, we arrive at the third rule, which I consider the most crucial. With that, Shenling Shuang tilted her head and scanned all the students present, retrieving 3 Pokeballs from her waist. Rules are meant to restrict those lacking in strength. If any of you can demonstrate your prowess to me, not only may you disregard these class rules, but you will also earn a substantial reward from me and the school. Come forth, my beloved Pokemon. Pop, pop, pop. The 3 Pokeballs burst open simultaneously, releasing 3 beams of white light that ultimately settled before Shenling Shuang. A long-haired pig, a spike shell, and a sea demon lion. The moment these 3 Pokemon appeared, they infused the classroom with an icy aura. No wonder it feels so chilly. It turns out that Teacher Shin utilizes ice-type Pokemon. Such a powerful presence. These 3 Pokemon are far stronger than my Butterfree. Is this the terrifying strength of a homeroom teacher? Shenling Shuang suddenly summoned her battle Pokemon, causing a ripple of coldness to envelop the room. Expert level. They are all of expert level strength. The students gazed in awe at Shenling Shuang's ice-type Pokemon. The method to prove your strength is quite simple. As long as you can defeat any one of these 3 Pokemon of mine in a 1v1 battle, you will succeed. This third rule is valid for 6 months. Within this time frame, I hope someone from this class can achieve this. Once Shun Lingshuang clarified the situation, the students realized that this third rule was not truly a rule at all. It resembled more of a highly challenging hidden task set for her students. If someone can accomplish this hidden task, they will gain Shun Lingshuang's acknowledgement. They will be free to act as they wish in her class. However, the difficulty of this hidden task, defeating Teacher Shun in a Pokemon battle within 6 months? I can't help but feel this is a pipe dream. Teacher Shun is cunning. Who is she enticing with such a grand promise? How could any student possibly achieve victory over their teacher within half a year? Wouldn't he that throw the school into chaos? Alas, Teacher Shun is merely amusing herself with us. Surely, no one would dare to challenge her with such reckless abandon, right? Surely not, surely not. Whoever manages to fulfill this third rule would undoubtedly be the strongest of this year's Tianyuan High School. Who is in favor, and who is against? For the students who have painstakingly gained admission into Class S, Shun Lingshuang's task is akin to scaling a mountain. What teacher issues a challenge to be defeated? Is this not absurd? Just as the classmates were animatedly discussing and lamenting over this third rule, a pair of bright eyes quietly focused on Shun Lingshuang's 3 Ice-type Pokemon. Pokemon, Sea Demon Lion. Type, Ice Water. Ability, Frozen Body. This Pokemon gradually heals itself under hail. Qualification, Gym Leader Level. Level, 36, Intermediate Expert. Status, the Sea Demon Lion has a gentle temperament and generally harbors no hostility. Skills, Rollout, Round, Growl, Water Gun, Hail, Rest, Snore, Salt Water, Aurora Beam, Try Again. Heavy Slam, Icy Wind, Dive, Surf, Ice Beam. Pokemon, Long-Haired Pig. Type, Ice Ground. Ability, Dullness. This Pokemon cannot be entranced or provoked. Qualification, Expert Level. Level, 35, Intermediate Expert. Status, the long-haired pig is slow to react and lacks offensive intent. Skills, Ancient Power, Frenzy, Mud Slap, Tackle, Hail, Ice Shard, Mist, Endure, Icy Wind, Ice Fong, Dig, Stomp. Pokemon, Spike Shell. Type, Ice Water. Ability, Multi-Hit. This Pokemon's multi-hit moves will always hit the maximum number of times. Qualification, Gym Leader Level. Level, 37, High Expert. Status, the Spike Shell has a very irritable temperament and a strong desire to attack. Please do not provoke it. Skills, Ice Spike, Water Gun, Shell Blade. Withdraw, Sonic Boom. Aurora Beam, Ice Shard, Shell Smash, Glare, Toxic Spikes, Tackle, Spike Cannon, Ice Pillar, Water Cannon, Iron Defense, Ice Beam, Protect, Pin Missile, Self-Destruct, Rock Smash, Water Burst. Each of these 3 Pokemon possesses unique strengths, but the most formidable is undoubtedly the Spike Shell, the trickiest opponent among them. After carefully observing Shun Lingshuang's Pokemon, Su Nuo articulated his conclusions. The Spike Shell, also known as the Dragon Slayer Shell, boasts exceptional physical defense and can rapidly enhance its speed and combat capabilities by using Shell Smash in battle, making it an outstanding physical attacker. Su Nuo, everyone seems to be complaining. You're not contemplating how to defeat Teacher Shin's 3 Pokemon, are you? Tao Shuxian gently inquired, startled by Su Nuo's audacity. Those are Pokemon of expert-level strength. How dare he? Moreover, his analysis is so nonchalant. Could it be that Su Nuo possesses strength far beyond the expert level? Patience, Shuxian. I am merely applying the theoretical knowledge acquired in class to make a simple analysis and prediction about the Pokemon battle. I am not saying I am eager to step into the arena and face Teacher Shin. It's merely theoretical musings. On the surface, Su Nuo conveyed this to Tao Shuxian. Yet internally, his thoughts diverged. To cultivate an elite-level Pokemon to expert level, 6 months is more than sufficient for me, Su Nuo. The content of this third rule may seem an impossible task for others, but perhaps not for me. You are correct. The Spike Shell indeed possesses the most remarkable battle prowess among the trio. Besides the strongest Snow Queen, Teacher Shin's most frequently used Pokemon is the Spike Shell. In battles against teachers from other schools, this Spike Shell has frequently decimated entire teams. Flipping through the notebook, Lin Yinyu corroborated Su Nuo's assertions. According to my analysis, if I had to choose between the Sea Demon Lion and the long-haired pig as a foe, I would undoubtedly select the Sea Demon Lion. Su Nuo smiled faintly, as if he were already confident in his strategy. Though both are sluggish Pokemon, the long-haired pig possesses slightly superior durability and attack power compared to the Sea Demon Lion. Now that the class rules have been elucidated, let us discuss something of greater significance. Do you all understand what it means to be a student of Class S? In the prestigious 5 school trials, our Tianyuan Academy aims to shine brightly. The 5 school trials are an opportunity for our institution to achieve an esteemed ranking. Indeed, Let us aspire for Tianyuan Academy of Spirits to seize the championship title of Region 13. The students admitted into Class S evidently came well prepared, as they all responded in unison to Shun Lingshuang's inquiry, pointing towards the 5 school trials. Yes, precisely. The annual 5 school trials are about to commence. At that time, all 60 students from our 2 Class S sections will participate, and each one of you will emerge as the protagonists of Tianyuan Academy of Spirits this year. This is not merely a trial. It is a competition, a contest. Achieving the best ranking and securing the finest rewards and subsidies for our region is your mission as students of Class S. Upon concluding her speech, the classroom fell into a profound silence. The stillness was so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. The 5 school trials, organized annually by the 13 Region Pokémon League, represent a regional championship among 5 selected schools, each representing the prowess of the cities of Bihai, Kanglin, and Huanshui. Countless exceptional Pokémon trainers will partake in this contest, all vying for the title of champion school in Region 13, along with its accompanying rewards. Moreover, the content of the 5 school trials varies each year. The specifics remain undisclosed until the trials commence, shrouded in secrecy that renders it exceedingly difficult for participating schools to devise preemptive strategies. This ensures a level playing field, with champions changing hands each year. Ultimately, however, the essence of the 5 school trials lies in testing the capabilities of the students from each competing school. Thus, Tianyuan Academy of Spirits selects the strongest candidates through placement examinations annually to represent us in the 5 school trials. However, Teacher Shun, it seems our Group 10 is missing a member. ISNT, there are only 29 of us in class. A sudden voice shattered the quietude of the classroom. Belonging to Yang Tianming. Indeed, only Yang Tianming and I constitute Group 10. What could be the reason for this? As a good friend, Li Muxiao chimed in at that moment. Oh my, it's true. The seat adjacent to the corridor remains unoccupied. Wait, someone is absent on the very first day of class division? Am I perhaps being overly concerned? According to our class rules, doesn't this person deserve a punishment? Teacher Shun? Several students erupted in playful banter, their words laced with jest. That seat was meant for Ningyuman, correct? Shun Lingshuang arched her brows, casting a knowing glance at her students. Hearing this, Yang Tianming quickly glanced at the name tag on that seat. Moments later, he nodded and replied, Yes, Teacher Shun, it is indeed Ningyuman. Then there is no need for further discussion. You must have heard of the Ning family from Bihai City, yes? Additionally, Ningyuman called me today. She will be absent for 2 days due to family issues, so don't even think about any punishments. With that, Shun Lingshuang began tearing a blank sheet of paper into 9 pieces, inscribing something upon them with a gel pen. The Ning family of Bihai City, could it be? What kind of prestigious family is this? How come I haven't heard of such a name? You must be quite uninformed. The Ning family is among the few esteemed Pokémon families in Bihai City, with each generation aspiring to become distinguished Pokémon trainers. Could it be that Ningyuman is a direct descendant of this generation of the Ning family? Wow. So, does this mean our Group 10 has hit the jackpot? We've got a scion of a Pokémon family on our side? Su Nuo gently patted Lin Yinyu on the back, recalling how he had previously mentioned the Pokémon families. Could he enlighten me about the Ning family? Certainly. Ningyuman, the eldest daughter of the Ning family, is likely to inherit the family leadership. This family, while among the smallest in Bihai City's Pokémon elite, specializes in water-type Pokémon, thus utilizing creatures related to water. However, Lin Yinyu shrugged, pausing as if to build suspense. Come on, leaving it half-told is too much of a tease. You're being too. Su Nuo lowered his voice so that only those nearby could hear him. Just as he was about to continue, he noticed that Lin Yinyu's notebook had updated the Tianyuan ranking with Ningyuman's profile prominently displayed. Ningyuman, strength, 5 stars. Pokémon in possession, Gem Starfish, S rank. Exceptional speed, slightly lacking in explosive power. Countermeasure, my Youngera is unbeatable. Gyarados, a rank. A formidable foe for physical attackers. Highly lethal. Countermeasure, victory through speed. My Youngera is still unbeatable. Chow Baby, this is her newly acquired Pokémon, and due to its non-water type, I cannot assess its combat experience. To be updated. What do you mean, my Youngera is unbeatable? Lin Yinyu, you are quite shameless. Wait, Chow Baby. Su Nuo pondered. A rock type? Is it possible that Ningyuman does not intend to specialize in water types? Moreover, could the family issues have something to do with this Chow Baby? Su Nuo's thoughts wandered. Chapter 45, Racing. The bed of pure source crystals. Alright class, I have just conducted a random draw. Today's group battle will feature Group 2 versus Group 7. All students are to assemble at the nearby open battle arena within 5 minutes. The match is about to commence. Shen Lingshuang revealed 2 slips of paper in her hand, each inscribed with the numbers 2 and 7. Oh, Group 2 and Group 7? That is us. Tao Shuxian realized a moment too late. Indeed, it is our Group 7. One could say that Teacher Shun has excellent luck, as our first-class competition since the division belongs to us. Su Nuo smiled slightly, his tone brimming with playful sarcasm. As for the members of Group 2, I already know who the 3 unfortunate souls are. Leave the task of assigning opponents to me, all right? Follow my lead, and we shall secure victory in the group match. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall prevail in 100 battles. As an intelligence expert, Lin Yinyu certainly understands this principle. The group match consists of 3 individual duels, and as long as 2 members win, the entire group is victorious. In other words, he only needs to ensure that both he and Su Nuo can secure easy wins for their group match. The outcome of the match will not fundamentally be affected by the capable Tao Shuxian within their group. If the beautiful girl wins, it would merely be a delightful bonus for Group 7. Yet, even if she were to lose, it would not matter. After all, victory ultimately belongs to them. Furthermore, I must mention that since this is our first group battle since class inception, I will set the reward for this inaugural victory to be quite generous. Each member of the victorious group will receive a purple pure source crystal as a reward. With that, Shen Lingshuang produced 3 small purple crystals. These crystals, transparent and profound, seem to pulse with boundless energy. Wow, Teacher Shun is truly generous. To offer pure source crystals as rewards for such a group match? Wait, did I hear that correctly? The teacher mentioned pure source crystals? Truly pure source crystals? And they are purple. A single purple quality pure source crystal must be worth at least 1 million alliance coins. Teacher Shun is quite the affluent individual. Is she really this casual with her rewards? I adore this. I adore the rewards from Teacher Shun. At that moment, as the class beheld the pure source crystal in Shen Lingshuang's delicate hands, the entire classroom erupted in excitement. That is indeed a pure source crystal. It is the hard currency of this world, far more valuable than mere gold. For Pokémon can absorb the stable energy within pure source crystals to rapidly enhance their levels and even their potential. This is a rare item that Pokémon trainers would fight tooth and nail to acquire. In this world teeming with elves, the realm of humanity occupies merely less than 1/8 of the total landmass. Approximately a century ago, geological explorers stumbled upon a substance known as source crystal beyond the borders of human territory, causing a sensation throughout the entirety of the human realm. Experts discovered that these crystalline minerals harbored stable natural energy, undoubtedly offering immense convenience to human society. As a novel energy source, the existence of source crystals has catalyzed rapid advancements in high-end technology. They have also become crucial energy resources for various large mechanical vehicles, prompting countless companies to rush to extract them from foreign lands. Given the inherent rarity of this mineral, its extraction is undeniably arduous, making it quite rare for the average person to encounter or require such a substance. The term pure source crystal refers to source crystals of exceptionally high purity. The profound energy contained within them is highly cherished by the elves. Pure source crystals are generally categorized into 4 grades based on color: white, light blue, light purple, and black, with deeper hues indicating greater energy density. Is that truly a pure source crystal? We are indeed fortunate. Observing the violet crystal in Shen Lingshuang's hand, even Su Nuo could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Pure source crystals, a treasure that any formidable elf trainer has, to some extent, possessed. A beloved source of energy for the elves, it is green, natural, and harmless. Aware of the substantial rewards at stake, Su Nuo was determined to give his all to secure victory. Everyone immediately descended the stairs, eager to commence the battles and spectate. Shen Lingshuang's expression turned stern as she stowed away the pure source crystal and admonished them in a strict tone. Yes, understood. Your words resonate well, teacher. Like a whip crack, the students' actions became extraordinarily spirited, rushing out of the classroom towards the battleground. I have devised a strategy. Your opponents will follow my instructions, rest assured. Victory is guaranteed. Lin Yinyu chuckled as he stood up, ready to depart. Let us go, Shu Xian. There is no way I will lose in this group match. Su Nuo rose to follow suit. What is up with these two? Can even their enigmatic confidence be so in sync? Never mind, it doesn't matter. With Su Nuo around, there will surely be no issues. After hearing their words, Tao Shuxian found herself inexplicably influenced by their mysterious confidence. She now harbored an odd feeling that Group 7 was on the verge of becoming the most valuable group within Class S1. 3 minutes later, the students of Class S1 were swiftly positioned, awaiting the commencement of the battles. Now, I will assign the opponents for the group battles. I will call out names, and you may choose freely. Group 2, Wu Shuo, a rather unremarkable boy with small eyes, stepped forward rapidly, heading towards the leftmost battleground. Classmate Tao Shuxian, this individual is entrusted to you. He utilizes grass-type elves, and you and your Ninetales will surely prevail. Lin Yinyu slightly tilted his head, indicating to Tao Shuxian that it was her turn to battle. Grass-type, huh? Very well, I will assuredly win. Tao Shuxian replied softly, her tone brimming with determination. Fear not. Even if you were to lose, it matters not. Our group will triumph in the end. Observing the beautiful girl appearing somewhat apprehensive, Su Nuo raised an eyebrow and teased. You, Su Nuo, you're insufferable. I will definitely win. The girl feigned annoyance at Su Nuo, yet inwardly, she was elated. On the surface, Su Nuo seemed to be mocking her, but in truth, it was an expression of care and encouragement. It turned out Su Nuo possessed quite a sense of responsibility. Tao Shuxian mused inwardly. Hee, Su Nuo, let us engage in a race. As she watched Tao Shuxian stride confidently towards the battleground, Lin Yinyu signaled to Su Nuo. You mean a competition between us to see who wins their match first, right? Su Nuo chuckled, fully understanding Lin Yinyu's intent. Precisely. Let us add a little wager. Let us bet on the reward of the pure source crystal. That would certainly make it interesting, wouldn't it? Agreed. I accept your bet. Su Nuo replied without a moment's hesitation. Group 2, Fuji Chao. I'll take it. Group 7, Lin Yinyu. Chapter 46, The First Battle of Kairu Lian. Lin Yinyu adjusted his glasses and strode forward confidently. Finally, it was Group 2's Yuan Hong who would face off. Su Nuo, Group 7. Su Nuo smiled casually as he approached his designated position. Across from him stood a wiry, short individual, silently glaring with murky eyes, seemingly a formidable opponent. The group battle begins. Shen Lingshuang commanded as she noted the 6 students had taken their places, and the battle officially commenced. Go, Budu. I am counting on you, Ninetales. Just as Lin Yinyu had anticipated, Tao Shuxuan's opponent employed a grass-type elf, unwittingly establishing a strategic advantage for her. Fuji Chao, why aren't you taking the initiative? Hurry and send out your Butterfree. ISNT at your strongest elf? Lin Yinyu retrieved a high-grade pokeball from his waist, but did not rush to make a move. A subtle smile graced his lips, seemingly mocking his opponent, Fuji Chao. What is with you? Why are you so mouthy? Go, Butterfree. Fuji Chao's expression darkened, clearly irritated by the taunt. Hee, intelligence is key in battle, and I've already gathered all necessary information on you. Victory is assured for me now. Do you comprehend the value of an information expert? With that, Lin Yinyu adjusted his glasses and pressed the button on the high-grade pokeball. Beautifly. 2 beams of white light flashed before both sides, revealing the opposing elves, Butterfree and Pidgey. Elf, Butterfree. Type, Bug, Flying. Ability, Compound Eyes. Qualification, Elite Level. Level, 20, Elite Beginner. Status, Butterfree seems somewhat fearful of Pidgey. Skills, Gust, Tackle, String Shot, Bug Bite, Harden, Supersonic, Confusion, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Light Screen, Whirlwind. All trainers, Fuji Chao. Elf, Pidgey. Type, Normal, Flying. Ability, Big Pecs. This elf's physical defense cannot be lowered. Qualification, Elite Level. Level, 20, Elite Beginner. Status, Pidgey is eager for action, brimming with offensive intent towards Butterfree. Skills, Quick Attack, Gust, Sand Attack, Mimic, Wing Attack, Feather Dance, Tackle. All trainers, Lin Yinyu. The natural deterrence of birds over insects? You truly are something, Lin Yinyu. Su Nuo glanced at the adjacent arena, noting that Bai Shaoxing had not summoned his prideful Vigoroth, but instead opted for the type-advantaged Pidgey. Hey, where are you looking? Our battle has already commenced. Yuan Hong remarked, somewhat impatiently. My apologies. I seem to have spaced out. As he spoke, Su Nuo reached for a pokeball at his waist. Should he employ his powerful Feraligatr to swiftly resolve the battle, or perhaps showcase his Ursaring? Just as he was momentarily conflicted, Kairu Lian began to stir restlessly within the pokeball. Oh, you wish to battle? Very well. Let this match serve as our inaugural battle together. Kairu Lian nodded in affirmation of Su Nuo's sentiment. Charge forth. Cool Leopard. Grr. A purple, leopard-like elf emerged before Yuan Hong, its tail sharp like a scythe, exuding an air of cunning that instilled a sense of threat. Elf, Cool Leopard. Type, Dark. Ability, Soft. This elf cannot be paralyzed. It can self-remove paralysis effects. Qualification, elite level. Level 20, elite beginner. Skills: feint attack, sand attack, scratch, mischief, thief. All trainers, Yuan Hong. After casting a glance at the information of the cool leopard, Su Nuo took out the premier ball. And so, I entrust you with this, Kairu Lian. With a flash of white light, Kairu Lian stood gracefully, exuding an undeniable charm. Oh my, the coloration of this Kairu Lian? It's a rare, shiny little sprite. But wait, a shiny is merely a shiny. It does not inherently possess greater strength than its kin. In our world of Pokemon battles, such distinctions hold little weight. Though it is true that shiny Pokemon can fetch a starting price of 2 million Alliance coins in the black market. You know nothing. Shiny Pokemon symbolize faith, nostalgia. They represent a once-in-a-lifetime dream. If I could capture a shiny Pokemon in my lifetime, it would be worth it. By the way, is that Su Nuo? The one who single-handedly defeated his opponent with a fiery kick from his Mytina during the class division exam? Indeed, your reflexes are rather tardy. I had already known he was in our class. But why isn't he using Mytina? Is Su Nuo conserving his strength? To not utilize his main force, Mytina, is rather disrespectful. Exactly. He is clearly treating his opponent as if they were a mere soft persimmon to squeeze. The appearance of Kairu Lian drew a flurry of discussions among the observing classmates. Some debated the rarity of shiny Pokemon, while others expressed concerns about Su Nuo's apparent underestimation of his opponent, seemingly agitated by the absence of Mytina. Humph. He dares to forego his Mytina. He shall await defeat. This is Class S. Underestimating the strength of classmates will not bode well. Cool Leopard, let us seize the initiative. With a disdainful huff, Yuan Hong commanded Cool Leopard to act swiftly. His Cool Leopard was exceptionally fast, and utilizing the clapping surprise tactic would grant him absolute control over the battle. With a crisp clap echoing throughout the arena, Cool Leopard indeed struck first, landing a paw on the petite Kairu Lian. The swift blow sent Kairu Lian swaying unsteadily. What is going on? This is a guaranteed loss. Are you out of your mind? That Kairu Lian is so adorable. It is clearly not a capable fighter. Yuan Hong, move quicker. Su Nuo is underestimating you. Just make him lose already. Previously focused on the battle, Lin Yinyu's attention was suddenly diverted by the discussions among the spectators. Su Nuo isn't using Mytina or Ursaring. Those two Pokemon could perfectly counter Yuan Hong's Cool Leopard. Oh my, a shiny Kairu Lian? Su Nuo possesses such a rare Pokemon. I must jot this down in my notebook. Upon seeing Su Nuo's new Pokemon, Lin Yinyu excitedly pulled out a mini notebook from his pocket. However, his opponent would not allow him such leisure. You arrogant fool. Bought a die, use sleep powder. BB Bird, create a gust. Meanwhile, a perfect arc formed at the corner of Su Nuo's mouth. Excellent. Indeed, it is the clapping surprise. Speed, seizing the initiative. This is undoubtedly one of the most fundamental strategies in Pokemon battles. Once the initiative is obtained, one can unleash a relentless assault until the opponent's defenses crumble. However, as your Cool Leopard approaches with the clapping surprise, the close proximity presents my best opportunity to strike. Kairu Lian, use Draining Kiss. Chapter 47, a drawl simultaneous victory. Kairu Lian concentrated a surge of pink energy at lightning speed, transforming it into a flying kiss that darted towards Cool Leopard. At such a short distance, even Cool Leopard could not evade. Upon hitting Cool Leopard, the pink kiss instantly siphoned its strength, returning it entirely to Kairu Lian, who was rejuvenated in an instant. Gulp. This close-range draining kiss made Cool Leopard emit a feeble groan, its once powerful limbs succumbing to weakness, feeling utterly drained. What type of move is this Kairu Lian using? It seems to have inflicted tremendous damage on Cool Leopard. You do not know? That is a fairy-type move, perfectly countering the dark-type Cool Leopard. I sense something amiss. This Kairu Lian does not appear as weak as we initially presumed. Could it be that this is Su Nuo's new formidable strength? I had already suspected that no one could truly comprehend Su Nuo's intentions. Perhaps he has come merely to showcase the prowess of his shiny Kairu Lian. The chatter among the spectators left Yuan Hong, who found himself at a disadvantage, somewhat irritated. He was already troubled by Su Nuo's counter move, and now he had to endure the whispers of his classmates during battle, a most unbearable situation. Fairy-type moves are indeed troublesome. Cool Leopard, use Sand Attack. Yuan Hong resolved to no longer engage with Su Nuo. He must end this swiftly. If Kairu Lian successfully executes another Draining Kiss, losing the battle would become merely a matter of time. If that happens, the precious, pure purple source crystal would be lost. This cannot be allowed. Roar. Cool Leopard shook its head, swiftly leaping away, kicking up sand towards Kairu Lian's position. You think to temporarily halt my offense this way? Su Nuo immediately discerned the opponent's intention. Kairu Lian, use teleport. When power levels are comparable, Psychic-type moves cannot inflict damage on Dark-type Pokémon. However, teleport is not a winning move. It is merely an excellent technique for altering the course of battle. Kairu Lian harnessed its psychic energy, instantaneously shifting its position, rendering Cool Leopard's sand attack completely ineffective. Now is the time. Cool Leopard, use Thief. Yuan Hong suddenly commanded, and Cool Leopard surged forward like a flash of lightning. Moving so swiftly, it became a mere blur. The observing students gasped in astonishment. Attempting to attack at high speed while evading Kairu Lian's draining kiss? It seems this individual possesses some practical experience. But I too have my own strategies to counter you. Kairu Lian, unleash charming voice. Su Nuo initially acknowledged Yuan Hong's decision. However, how could he, Su Nuo, possibly face defeat? Kairu Lian once again gathered a dense pink energy, this time unleashing a sound wave attack. It could hit the enemy with 100 accuracy, delivering indiscriminate damage. Kairu, charming voice swiftly spread out, striking directly at the blurred form of Cool Leopard. Oh ho ho. Kairu Lian, my Kairu Lian, small, fragrant, soft. Oh ho ho. So incredibly cute. I can hardly contain myself. This move has utterly enchanted me. Kairu Lian, you've driven me to madness. What the? The two individuals beside me must be seriously unwell. Does this move even work on humans? Just as the students jested, Cool Leopard, struck by the charming voice, suddenly grew limp, collapsing to the ground. Fallen and unable to rise. Has the victor been decided? Shenling Shuang furrowed her brow slightly, quickly discerning the underlying trickery. Could the feigned death tactic of feline Pokémon be applied in Pokémon battles? Did I win? No, not yet. While draining kiss and charming voice indeed inflicted considerable damage on Cool Leopard, it was far from sufficient to secure victory. The opponent is likely waiting for me to let my guard down, then strike unexpectedly. After pondering for a few seconds, Su Nuo glanced at Cool Leopard and, with a teasing smile directed at Yuan Hong, remarked, "Classmate, that is a distance of over 2 meters. You cannot feign death and expect to act instantly." Yuan Hong, whose ploy was unveiled by Su Nuo, flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that his desperate maneuver would be seen through. Who exactly is Su Nuo? Sigh. Let us call it a day. Continuing this duel would only lead to my defeat, and that would be even more humiliating. Yuan Hong exhaled heavily. I concede. Su Nuo wins. As Yuan Hong proclaimed his surrender, the battle on the other side also concluded simultaneously, with a final, decisive wing attack. The Pidgeot sent the Butterfree crashing to the ground, leaving it incapacitated and devoid of any battle capability. Lin Yinyu, embodying an almost overwhelming presence, emerged victorious from his confrontation. Wow, has the battle over here concluded as well? Indeed, Pidgeot's triumph over Butterfree was quite evident. What about your side? Su Nuo effortlessly secured victory with his new Pokémon. I can't shake the feeling that this person possesses unfathomable strength. After elegantly twirling her long hair with her delicate fingers, Shenling Shuang proclaimed, Group 7 Su Nuo and Lin Yinyu have both emerged victorious. At the same time? Wait, so that means it's a tie, in our wager. After capturing Pidgeot in its Pokeball, Lin Yinyu hurried over to Su Nuo's side. A tie, huh? I thought you'd be quicker than me. After playfully teasing her shiny Curlia, Su Nuo coaxed it back into its Pokeball. No, that's not right. I don't think my battle with Pidgeot was too slow. Rather, you were simply too fast. You speedster. What do you mean I'm too fast? Clearly, you were the one lagging. Pidgeot could defeat Butterfree in at most 2 moves. So you must have made a mistake midway, didn't you? The two lowered their voices to briefly discuss their recent battles. Forget that. Tell me how you acquired that shiny Curlia. It must be worth at least 2 million Alliance coins. Su Nuo, could it be that you're a hidden scion of a wealthy family? Bike Xiaoxing remarked, pulling out a notebook from his pocket to jot down Su Nuo's shiny Curlia, assigning it an A-grade rating. Before Su Nuo could respond, Shenling Shuang's voice rang out. Group 7's Tao Shuxian has won. Group 7 has achieved a clean sweep in their first battle. Come forth to claim your victory rewards. The beautiful teacher produced 3 purple, pure source crystals, ready to distribute them among the 3 members of Group 7. Wait, I have an objection. A male voice interrupted, slightly hoarse as he shouted. Chapter 48. The Martial Arts Family, the Liu Family. The entire class quickly turned their attention to the source of the voice. Standing less than 2 meters away from Su Nuo was a boy clad in a white judo gi. He was robust, with a resolute expression on his square face. His gaze fixed intently on Su Nuo. Who is this guy? He's not from our class, is he? I don't know, but he seems to be looking for trouble. And it looks like Su Nuo is his target. Who wears a GI to school? Which class is this weirdo from? Keep your voice down. He looks like he could be a tough opponent. If you provoke him, he might confront you after school. What are you afraid of? I can definitely teach him a lesson with my primeape. We'll see who confronts whom. The boy in the GI cast a cold glance over the students of Class S1 before declaring loudly, I am Lu Xiongfeng from Class S2. I am here to challenge Su Nuo from your class. Oh, this guy is actually calling me out by name, and I don't even seem to know him, let alone have any prior conflict with him. What could his intentions be? Su Nuo silently assessed Lu Xiongfeng, then suddenly let out a light chuckle. Dear Lu, even if you've come from the neighboring class to issue a challenge, why must you specify me as your opponent? We don't appear to be acquainted. Acquaintance is irrelevant. After we battle, we will be familiar. Let us decide the victor with your Pidgeot. Lu Xiongfeng's tone was resolute, evidently not allowing for any consideration from Su Nuo. In other words, he was convinced that Su Nuo would accept the challenge, and he had come prepared to battle Pidgeot. Is this fellow a bit dense? With such a confrontational demeanor, does he honestly believe I would accept? The blunt and decisive attitude of his opponent made Su Nuo feel somewhat uncomfortable. Had the challenge been posed in a friendly manner, he would have gladly accepted. However, Lu Xiongfeng's aggressive stance and presumptuous tone were enough to irk anyone. You want me to acquiesce to this meaningless provocation? Not a chance. I, Su Nuo, take great pleasure in telling those who are full of themselves. No? Before the apology could escape Su Nuo's lips, their homeroom teacher, Shunling Shuang, interjected. So you are Lu Xiongfeng from Class S2, which means you are from the Lu family of the Shiwudo Hall. Yes, indeed, I am the eldest son of the Lu family. Representing the current generation of the Shiwudo Hall, Lu Xiongfeng bowed deeply to Shunling Shuang, his demeanor quite earnest. Wow, this guy is actually the eldest son of the Lu family. Does that mean he will be the future master of the Shiwudo Hall? Upon hearing Lu Xiongfeng's self-introduction, Lin Yinyu gasped, his tone heavy with concern. The Lu family in Bihai City is a very traditional Pokemon family, specializing in fighting-type battles, with each generation's Pokemon team naturally centered around fighting-type Pokemon. Furthermore, the Lu family operates the privately owned Shiwudo Hall, which boasts a history of nearly a century. Unlike the publicly controlled Gongli Hall of the Pokemon Alliance, this private dojo is entirely a family enterprise, and the records of its challenge battles are not uploaded to the Alliance's trainer database. Nonetheless, many trainers are willing to pay exorbitant challenge fees to gain battle experience and hone their skills at the Shiwudo Hall. Moreover, among all private dojos in Bihai City, the Shiwudo Hall is undoubtedly one of the top contenders. This Lu Xiongfeng is a member of the Lu family? Damn it. My brother just spent 50,000 Alliance coins to participate in a challenge match at the Shiwudo Hall last week, and he lost in the second round. I never expected this thick-headed fool to be a young master of the Lu family. TSK, tisk TSK. Do you have any other reasons for wanting to challenge our classmate Su Nuo? Shunling Shuang's icy, proud visage unexpectedly softened into a faint smile. She calmly approached Su Nuo, placing her delicate hand on his shoulder. This woman, Su Nuo, suddenly caught a whiff of the alluring fragrance emanating from Shunling Shuang, the cool and enchanting scent of sandalwood causing him to involuntarily close his mouth. My personal reasons are twofold. First, I am aware that Su Nuo is also a highly skilled trainer well-versed in fighting-type Pokemon. As the current heir of a fighting family, I naturally wish to test my mettle against him. The second reason is, of course, the purple pure source crystals in your hand. Dear teacher, may I inquire, if I defeat Su Nuo, can I claim the reward that rightfully belongs to him? Lu Xiongfeng's voice carried a hint of hoarseness. Yet his meaning was crystal clear. He sought to defeat Su Nuo and seize the pure source crystals, nothing more. How arrogant, this Lu Xiongfeng. Are all students from Class 2 this presumptuous? To be honest, I am quite eager to witness just how formidable Su Nuo's Pidgeot truly is. You all boast about it so much, but I wasn't present last time. Su Nuo, just give him a thorough thrashing. Show this brash youth from Class 2 the prowess of our class. As the main character of the scene, Su Nuo had yet to voice his thoughts, but the enthusiasm for battle among his classmates was already ignited. As members of Class S, the students of Class 1 would certainly not concede defeat. Your reasons and motivations sound quite reasonable, Shunling Shuang remarked, then turned towards Su Nuo. Why should I care about your reasons? What gives you the right to expect me to accept your challenge? If I win, there's no benefit for me. And who the hell are you? Just because you come from a martial arts family, does that make you special? Su Nuo stroked his chin, calmly expressing his refusal. His words ignited a wave of astonishment among his classmates. Su Nuo actually refused? Wow, did Su Nuo just back down? Does he feel he might lose and is afraid? Come to think of it, Su Nuo really has no reason to agree. Losing means forfeiting the pure source crystals, while winning brings no reward. Only a fool would accept such a thankless task. Even the perpetually aloof Shun Lingshuang could not suppress a chuckle, letting out a soft laugh. With a knowing glance at Su Nuo, she turned to Lu Xiongfeng and remarked, "It seems our classmate Su Nuo is rather indifferent to your affairs. Surely, you must provide him with a compelling reason to engage." "Of course, I merely stated my rationale a moment ago. However, I believe that once Su Nuo hears the conditions I am about to propose, he will undoubtedly be unable to refuse." Lu Xiongfeng spoke with a confident demeanor, piquing the interest of both Su Nuo and Shun Lingshuang. "I am aware that you possess a remarkably powerful bear apprentice. Naturally, you understand the prerequisites for its evolution into a martial arts bear master. As someone born into a family of fighters, I can certainly provide you with those conditions. Therefore, if your wager is that pure violet source crystal, then mine is the manual for the combo flow martial arts bear master, the Water Scroll. Chapter 49, Mighty Chick vs. Strike Ghost. The two distinct schools of martial arts bear masters, single strike and combo flow, represent entirely different offensive methodologies. In layman's terms, the evil fighting attribute of the single strike flow resembles a critical hit approach, emphasizing raw power. In contrast, the water fighting attribute of the combo flow embodies a rapid attack style, favoring agile, multiple strikes. When the time is ripe, the bear apprentice will grasp the profound truths within the evil scroll and water scroll, thus completing its respective evolution. "Oh, the Water Scroll? You dare to use such a rare artifact as a wager?" Shun Lingshuang mused with an amused smile. She was well aware of the knowledge surrounding martial arts bear masters, the Water Scroll, and the Evil Scroll. However, she was taken aback to discover that the dashing young man beside her, Su Nuo, had already tamed a legendary-level spirit bear apprentice. This revelation only deepened her intrigue towards Su Nuo. "What is the Water Scroll? I wonder if it's some kind of treasured heirloom," she pondered aloud. Look, even Su Nuo, who initially hesitated to accept the challenge, is now lost in thought. It appears we are in for a thrilling spectacle. As Su Nuo might very well accept this battle between classes. Tao Shuxian blinked her beautiful eyes and asked in confusion, "The Water Scroll? Is it of great significance to Su Nuo?" "Significance? It is beyond mere importance. Su Nuo has no choice but to accept now." Lin Yinyu adjusted his glasses, already preparing to record the details of the impending battle. "I see you are so confident. It seems you have already prepared your bargaining chip." Lu Xiongfeng's sudden revelation of his wager made Su Nuo unable to contain his excitement. The Evil Scroll and Water Scroll were essential for his future empowerment. With a scion of a martial arts family presenting one of them for a wager, Su Nuo was not about to let this golden opportunity slip away. Certainly, while the pure violet source crystal is precious, the Water Scroll is worth the risk. Rest assured, with your class instructor present as a witness, I, Lu Xiongfeng, will certainly uphold my end of the bargain. Should you triumph over me, you will receive the Water Scroll in the shortest time possible. I swear by the Lu family of Bihai City and the entire martial arts academy." Lu Xiongfeng thumped his chest, his voice gravelly yet brimming with assurance. "Teacher Shun." Su Nuo smiled slightly, casting a glance at Shun Lingshuang beside him. "Now that we have come this far, why not engage in battle? As Shun Lingshuang's student, should I fear such a fair wager? Rest assured, if you win, the Water Scroll will undoubtedly be yours. If not, I will assist you in acquiring it," Shun Lingshuang declared, her head held high, revealing her exquisitely alluring collarbone, radiating elegance. "Many thanks, Teacher Shun." As if blessed by her, a perfect smile graced Su Nuo's lips. "Then let us proceed, Lu Xiongfeng. Just to be clear, if anyone shirks their responsibility after losing, it will not be taken lightly." With that, Su Nuo adjusted his collar and strode solemnly towards the battlefield. "No problem. Whoever shirks their obligation is a fool." Provoked by Su Nuo's words, Lu Xiongfeng clenched his teeth and charged toward his position as well. The challenge was set. Lu Xiongfeng from Class 2 would face Su Nuo from Class 1 in a decisive battle. The match commenced. Chikuro, the Pokeball burst open, revealing Su Nuo's mighty chick amidst a brilliant flash of light. It flared its claws, stirring a heated breeze around it, its eyes sharp and alert. Since the opponent had specified to challenge his mighty chick, Su Nuo would not employ any other Pokemon. "Wow, look at Su Nuo's mighty chick. So impressive." Su Nuo was eager to teach this Class 2 challenger a lesson. At that moment, several students from Class S2 approached, crowding into the viewing area. "Isn't that our class's Lu Xiongfeng? Why is he fighting someone from Class 1? Lu Xiongfeng, you boast about being the strongest in our class, don't you? If you lose, We can't afford to lose face. The whispers of his classmates ignited a flicker of anger in Lu Xiongfeng's resolute features. Stop the chatter. In battles between fighters, I have never lost. Let us go, strike ghost. Daga. The Ultra Ball exploded, and a blue-skinned Pokemon appeared before Lu Xiongfeng. Clad in a white judo uniform with a black belt, its fit physique exuded vitality and competence. Pokemon, strike ghost. Type, fighting. Ability, sturdy. This Pokemon cannot be knocked out in one hit. Quality, gym leader level. Level, 24, elite intermediate. Status, strike ghost is intently watching Mighty Chick. Prepared to attack or defend at any moment. Skills, rock smash, glare, focus energy, double kick, quick defense, low kick, ice punch, brick break. Trainer, Lu Xiongfeng. A gym leader level Pokemon? It seems you are indeed using your ace. Su Nuo maintained a calm expression, already contemplating how to secure victory in this match. The water scroll was an object of deep desire for him, although it was still uncertain whether his bear apprentice would take the path of single strike or combo flow. Acquiring one of the two scrolls was undoubtedly beneficial. Strike Ghost? A quintessential fighting-type Pokemon, excelling in both physical attack and speed. Lin Yinyu quickly began jotting down notes, documenting Lu Xiongfeng's Pokemon as valuable battle intelligence. Doesn't he get the first move? Very well. Strike Ghost, let's go. Use double kick. Seeing Su Nuo remain silent for 3 seconds without issuing a command for Mighty Chick to attack, Lu Xiongfeng decisively opted for a preemptive and aggressive strike. Daga. Strike Ghost leaped into the air with an impressive jump. At the apex of its ascent, it swiftly aimed a kick toward the still motionless Mighty Chick. A direct assault right from the start? It seems that trainers specializing in fighting types revel in overwhelming power. Mighty Chick, let's also use double kick. We fear no one in a pure power contest. Although Su Nuo's expression remained as tranquil as a lake, the command issued was one of ferocious aggression. In a contest of fighting types, offensive momentum was paramount. Chikuro. Mighty Chick nodded, instantly grasping its master's intent. With a powerful push off the ground, its right foot unleashed a fierce storm, rising upward as its attack surged with equal ferocity to that of Strike Ghost. Chapter 50. Su Nuo prevails. The fully energized Mighty Chick. 1 kick, 2 kicks. Strike Ghost and Mighty Chick engaged in a direct confrontation, each unleashing their respective techniques in a fierce face-off. This is a pure contest of strength. The fighting techniques may lack elegance, yet their ferocity is unparalleled. Bang, bang. 2 resounding impacts echoed through the air. Looking up, one could see that both Pokemon had drawn evenly in this initial round, neither gaining the upper hand over the other. The fighting ghost pressed on, launching a low kick. Glancing at the position, Lu Xiongfeng chose to continue his offensive without hesitation. Daga. The fighting ghost propelled itself in midair, delivering a powerful kick akin to a meteor crashing down upon the Mighty Chicken below. Did you think that height would bolster your strength? Alas, your hopes are dashed. Mighty Chicken, use your insight. Su Nuo waved his right hand, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The students here belong to Class S, the strongest cohort of Tianyuan High School. Let me show you just how formidable my Mighty Chicken truly is through this battle. Almost simultaneously, the piercing gaze of Mighty Chicken brightened. It nimbly descended from the air, its speed significantly enhanced compared to before. With a casual step, it effortlessly distanced itself from the fighting ghost. Bang! The fighting ghost's kick struck the solid ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Your Mighty Chicken indeed possesses exceptional acceleration traits, and you must have undergone extensive training together. The level of synergy displayed indicates a profound connection between the Pokemon and its trainer. Observing the fighting ghost kick into empty air, Lu Xiongfeng remained unfazed. However, Su Nuo's stature in his mind rose once more. Battling such a powerful opponent was precisely what Lu Xiongfeng had longed for. Naturally, what kind of trainer would one be if they did not accompany their Pokemon in training? Mighty Chicken, use Gale Dash. Chiculo. Mighty Chicken responded, its speed surging once more. At this velocity, it transformed into a fleeting shadow, akin to a swift blade, rushing towards the fighting ghost. So fast, even quicker than before. Lu Xiongfeng was drenched in cold sweat from this astonishing speed. He suddenly regretted not suppressing Su Nuo's Mighty Chicken at the outset. Quick, fighting ghost. Defend swiftly. Daga. The fighting ghost crossed its arms over its head, bracing itself for the critical Gale Dash. This flying-type physical move holds a distinct advantage over fighting types. Thus, Lu Xiongfeng could not allow his opponent to succeed. A soft sound resonated as fighting ghost's arms absorbed the force of Gale Dash, the threatening move dissipating upon contact with its defense. But it's not over yet. Mighty Chicken, execute your flame kick. Su Nuo smiled slightly, having anticipated that his opponent would successfully defend against Gale Dash. The subsequent flame kick was his true trump card, Jiculo. In such close proximity, Mighty Chicken's attack was all but guaranteed, and its current speed far surpassed that of the fighting ghost. The acceleration trait reigned supreme in prolonged battles. Fiery energy rapidly coalesced around Mighty Chicken's right foot, restless and ready to erupt. It's the flame kick. By heavens, the flame kick is coming. Capable of annihilating even a dream eater in one blow. Keep your eyes wide open. Even the usually silent teacher Shin Lingshuang was taken aback. An acceleration trait. And it has already grasped the signature move, flame kick. Su Nuo's training methods for his Pokemon appear quite exceptional. This individual, it seems, warrants special attention. Whoosh. The flame kick stirred the scorching air as it struck towards the fighting ghost, a distance too close for evasion. Fear not, fighting ghost. In a battle of strength, we shall not falter. Use Ice Punch. Lu Xiongfeng clenched his fists in tension. This was the first time he felt nervous in a confrontation with peers. A sensation that unsettled him slightly. Daga. The fighting ghost kicked off with its left foot, swinging its left fist toward Mighty Chicken. That was its dominant hand, strengthened through years of training. Bang. The searing kick collided with the chilling punch, generating wisps of steam that vanished in an instant. Yet, you still lost in this round of confrontation. As if delivering a verdict to his opponent, Su Nuo's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Jiculo. Roaring fiercely. Mighty Chicken swiftly retracted its right foot. Then, in a flash, its left foot struck the fighting ghost's head with blinding speed. Ugh. The fighting ghost was caught off guard, reeling back several steps in pain. What? That was a double flame kick. How could such a move exist? The first flame kick was a feint. The second was the real deal. Su Nuo is quite the strategist. By heavens. Lu Xiongfeng, are you about to lose? Su Nuo smiled subtly, combining the double kick with the flame kick to unleash effects beyond anyone's expectations. This was undeniably challenging, yet he and Mighty Chicken had triumphed. And this was the true strength of Mighty Chicken. Fighting Ghost, do not panic at this moment. Strike at its right leg with your tile splitter. After its ferocious assault, it will undoubtedly be briefly weakened. This is the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Lu Xiongfeng hurriedly reassured his Pokemon while commanding the next wave of offense. Daga. The fighting ghost shook its head, rallying itself to deliver a hand chop towards Mighty Chicken. It's nearly time to conclude this. Mighty Chicken, use Gale Dash. The second kick had thoroughly disrupted the fighting ghost's stance. It was now far from stable enough to contend with Mighty Chicken. Jiculo. The fully powered Mighty Chicken dashed forward once again. Now, it had reached its peak speed. Moments later, the hand chop collided with the thrust. Yet the fighting ghost was once again pushed back several steps, sustaining significant injury. How is this possible? Did that one kick truly dictate the course of battle? Lu Xiongfeng found himself momentarily dazed. He suddenly realized he had not faced defeat in a long while. But now, Mighty Chicken, double flame kick. Su Nuo would not grant any opportunity. Pursuing victory is the way to triumph. Jiculo. Jiculo. Without hesitation, Mighty Chicken unleashed two kicks, the flames surging towards the already injured fighting ghost. With no strength left to resist, the fighting ghost collapsed under the onslaught of the fierce flame kick, losing consciousness. The outcome is clear. Class S Su Nuo emerges victorious. Chapter 51. A task worth 21 million Alliance coins. Wow, incredible. Is this Su Nuo's true strength? This guy from Class S managed to defeat Lu Xiongfeng. He is a member of our Class 2 elite team. Class 2. Next time you crash our class, make sure to bring your strongest. That was quite the humiliating defeat. Lu Xiongfeng's pupils constricted sharply as he hung his head in defeat. I actually lost, and it was in a fight of fighting types. He stared blankly at the fighting ghost, now lying motionless on the ground, his gaze drifting into the distance. The fighting ghost is his core Pokemon, a companion for many years. They trained together, growing stronger, and had bested numerous opponents, achieving many proud accomplishments. Yet, such a devastating defeat was a bitter pill for Lu Xiongfeng, the heir of a fighting family, to swallow. Since I have won, as the Lu family heir, you shall honor your promise regarding the water scroll. Su Nuo's tone was unruffled, his victory not clouding his judgment. The water scroll is what he truly cares about. Lu Xiongfeng exhaled heavily, feeling a weight lifted. Of course, a wager is a wager. I assure you. You will receive the water scroll in the shortest time possible. You are formidable, Su Nuo, far stronger than I had anticipated. After successfully capturing the ghostly creature within the confines of a pokeball, Lu Xiongfeng offered a profound bow to Su Nuo before quietly departing. Su Nuo, you are absolutely remarkable. Your prowess is simply astounding, exclaimed Tao Shuxian, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, Lu Xiongfeng's strength rating was not insignificant. However, it was unfortunate that his chosen opponent was none other than Su Nuo. After meticulously recording the data in his notebook, Lin Yinyu sighed in awe. All right, class. My time with you has come to an end. The remaining time is entirely yours. With a clap of her hands, Shun Lingshuang proceeded to distribute the purest source crystals to the 3 members of Group 7. This is your reward. As for its application, I trust you are well aware. Thank you, Teacher Shun. Arigato. Su Nuo quietly accepted one of the crystals and carefully stored it away. I never imagined that I would one day mentor such an exceptional student. Shun Lingshuang mused, casting a sidelong glance at Su Nuo's profile, a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of warmth gracing her lips. The ability to flexibly combine techniques and apply them in practical scenarios speaks volumes of this boy's extraordinary creativity. He undoubtedly has a boundless future ahead of him. Meanwhile, Su Nuo remained silent, lost in contemplation. In the coastal city of Bihai, atop the Black Dragon building, the top floor housed a glass-walled office where 10 grim-faced officers of the Death Demon Legion were seated around a transparent tempered glass round table. Scattered across the table lay dozens of A4 sheets filled with dense information, each brimming with intricate task details. Today's meeting was convened with the intention of ensuring clarity in our roles for the upcoming mission. Let us endeavor to execute this daunting task to perfection. Should we succeed in part, we shall all reap substantial bonuses from the headquarters. The officer at the helm, clad in a sharp purple suit, exuded an air of vigilance and competence. His code name was Carlos, the core officer of the Bihai branch. Ahem, I must admit, I have yet to review the task details. Might our esteemed branch chief Carlos enlighten me? A man with a hawkish nose and a scarred face spoke in a languid tone from across the table. His demeanor suggested a blatant disregard for Carlos, as if he deemed him inconsequential. You imbecile. The burly Ross rose from his seat. Fury etched on his face as he glared at the scar-faced man. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, Carlos raised a hand to intervene, prompting Ross to begrudgingly resume his seat. You must be Iwan from the Huanshui branch, correct? Since you have made such a request, I shall not refuse. The task assigned by headquarters requires the support of personnel from both our branches, aimed at capturing 2 exceedingly rare legendary Pokémon. However, due to technological constraints, we are unable to pinpoint their exact locations. Thus, we require a large-scale and agile search operation. The startup capital for this mission is 20 million Alliance coins. Additionally, my branch's personnel are already assembled. I would like to inquire about the situation in your second branch. Carlos surveyed the gathered officers, his voice resounding with authority. 20 million is hardly sufficient. Headquarters has allocated such a meager sum. Will it even cover the expenses for our 3 branches? The scar-faced man retorted dismissively. If you seek personnel, we have 4 officers from Huanshui City present. As for members, with just 20 million Alliance coins, we will naturally economize on personnel costs. Upon hearing this, the other 3 officers from the Huanshui branch crossed their arms in agreement, their attitudes remarkably unified. While Iwan's cooperative demeanor was distasteful, his points were not without merit. With a mere 20 million in startup capital, it seems you will be the only ones reaping the rewards. Iwan remarked. This presents a dilemma for our 2 supporting branches. Will we even receive a drop to quench our thirst? At that moment, Eamon, the leader of the Kanglan branch, interjected. Insufficient benefits and uneven distribution. So it appears you 2 are concerned about this matter. Carlos mused internally. Haha, I see now. You are indeed voicing your concerns regarding compensation. Carlos chuckled lightly. My dear Iwan and Eamon, headquarters has issued another announcement. For every legendary Pokémon captured, an additional 50 million in rewards will be granted. Will this persuade you to exert your utmost effort in assisting our mission? The officer's expressions shifted dramatically at this revelation. 50 million Alliance coins for each Pokémon? If the task proceeds smoothly, that would amount to a staggering 100 million in rewards, plus the initial 20 million. Such a lucrative bounty would afford the personnel from all 3 branches a lavish lifestyle for the next few years. How could such avaricious beings resist the temptation? Carlos, are you implying that if we succeed, we shall divide a total of 100,200,000? The scar-faced Iwan's words dripped with greed, starkly contrasting his earlier demeanor. 100,200,000. Headquarters is willing to offer such a princely sum. What an incredible opportunity for wealth. Eamon's eyes gleamed with excitement. With a generous reward, brave souls shall rise. The members of the Death Demon Legion are indeed ferocious predators. As long as the compensation is ample, they will risk their lives to fulfill even the most arduous of tasks. Countless members have perished in pursuit of such missions. They are well accustomed to it. After all, humans die for wealth, and birds perish for food. It is simply the way of the world. Oh, but it is not merely a fortune I speak of. Allow me to assure you further. Though you are merely collaborators, I am willing to offer you a 50-50 split of the final task rewards. This means that each of our 3 branches will receive 1/3 of the bounty. Is this satisfactory to you? Carlos sneered, a vicious grin spreading across his face. Chapter 52. Am I authorized enough? 1/3. Carlos, are you truly sincere? If that's the case, then the Huanshui branch will gladly follow your commands. Iwan could no longer contain his excitement, springing to his feet with a sinister smile creeping onto his face. To receive 40 million in rewards for mere collaboration. Carlos, feel free to voice any further requests. The Kanglan branch will comply without question. Eamon clasped his hands together, his attitude shifting to one of respect. This is a colossal reward of 40 million. Once the mission is successful, as the branch leader, he could easily pocket half. How could he not show reverence towards Carlos? At this moment, Carlos was akin to his personal benefactor. What I desire is precisely this earnestness from you, Carlos declared. I've already drafted the details and procedures for the mission. If all goes according to plan, we should see results within 60 days. The choice lies between 40 million alliance coins and 60 days of personal freedom. You may choose. Carlos adjusted the collar of his suit, exuding an air of authority. Before long, these bloodthirsty bounty hunters chose to submit in the face of wealth. Myself and all personnel from the Huanshui branch are at your service, awaiting your orders. Minister Carlos. Eamon, representing all members of the Kanglan branch, pledged their unwavering support for Minister Carlos's mission. We shall brave any peril for this cause. In an instant, the 2 branch leaders expressed their allegiance. They slightly bowed their heads in submission. The other 5 officers quickly followed suit. Very well. Let us commence immediately with the first step of my meticulously crafted plan. Carlos clapped his hands, and behind him, a liquid crystal screen illuminated with images and textual content. Days later, on the playground of Tianyuan High School, a series of soft sounds erupted from either side of Su Nuo. Chiku Luo. The vigorous Li Zhuangji paused, letting out a sigh as he halted his rapid strikes. Ding. Li Zhuangji has completed today's routine kicking training, increasing speed base stat by 1. Increasing physical attack base stat by 8. Ding. The host has accompanied Li Zhuangji in daily patrol training, increasing constitution value by 1. Increasing strength value by 12. The host's physical attributes have been updated. Name, Su Nuo. Trainer's attribute data. Strength, 72 points. Constitution, 62 points. Agility, 64 points. Spirit, 10 points. Every ordinary person's 4-dimensional data value is 5 points. Mighty Chicken, why have you stopped? Keep going. Sweating profusely, Su Nuo shook his drenched hair and cast a glance at Mighty Chicken. The creature pointed at the training sandbag in Su Nuo's right hand, its expression tinged with exasperation. What the heck? It actually burst. This sandbag has barely been used for 2 days. Only then did Su Nuo realize that the sandbag had been kicked open by Mighty Chicken, its fine sand spilling out effortlessly. You did it, Su Nuo. I've managed to acquire something truly remarkable. We must leave the school immediately and head there. Lin Yinyu came rushing in, visibly exhilarated. However, upon seeing Su Nuo and Mighty Chicken, he was instantly taken aback. What on earth are you 2 doing? Training? Oh, it's Lin Yinyu. Yes, we're engaged in our daily training, though we encountered a slight problem. Goodness. Su Nuo, you're truly a monster. Who trains their Pokemon like this? You haven't even prepared any protective gear? Observing Su Nuo in his plain white t-shirt and shorts, Lin Yinyu felt as though his worldview had been completely upended. He was all too aware of the ferocity of Mighty Chicken's kick. Yet Su Nuo dared to hold the sandbag aloft, bracing himself against Mighty Chicken's strike. How could he possibly have the audacity? Is this person's physical prowess still considered human? What remarkable thing. Why must we leave the school? So mysterious. Su Nuo discarded the sandbag and patted the dazed Lin Yinyu. You'll definitely love it. There are plenty of free sparring partners there. Before the 5-school trial, it'll be more than enough for us to train. Lin Yinyu shook his head, snapping out of his stupor. Their utmost priority was to enhance their skills and achieve outstanding results in the 5-school trial. Thus, for these past few days, Lin Yinyu, the information expert, had been seeking a stage for high-difficulty battles. And now, he had finally found it. Su Nuo recalled Mighty Chicken into its Pokeball and suddenly remembered something. Oh no. I just realized we haven't attended Teacher Shin's roll call today. Could that lead to trouble? That woman is exceedingly strict. What is there to fear? She can't possibly devour both of us at once, can she? That woman is all talk. She won't get serious with us. Lin Yinyu scoffed dismissively. I'm not scared, I just have a nagging feeling. After all, we've broken Shun Lingshuang's rules. Suddenly recalling Shun Lingshuang's elaborate system of penalties, Su Nuo felt a shiver run down his spine. That cold-as-ice woman might indeed take action. Well, that is fine. Rest assured, we are core members of the school. Shun Lingshuang will surely show some leniency. With that, Lin Yinyu urged Su Nuo toward the school gate. Class S1. Group 7, Lin Yinyu. No one responded. Group 7, Su Nuo. Again, no reply. Tao Shuxian glanced at the two empty seats beside her and let out a soft sigh. Have these two not even shown up for roll call today? On the podium, a hint of a smile appeared on Shun Lingshuang's haughty face. Her anger transformed into a faint smile. However, this smile sent a chill down Tao Shuxian's spine. Not adhering to my rules will indeed lead to punishment. Outside the Wanqing department store in the city. Is this what you referred to as a remarkable item? It feels. Su Nuo glanced at the towering 7-story department store, his expression becoming somewhat rigid. Don't worry. We're almost there. Follow me. Without further ado, Lin Yinyu hastened toward the front desk, and Su Nuo followed suit, albeit with some skepticism. Take me to the underground second floor, immediately. Pulling a green VIP card from his pocket, Lin Yinyu impatiently addressed the front desk staff. Huh, an XWX VIP card? I believe I have one of those as well, right in my wallet. Su Nuo silently noted the XWX emblem on the green card, recalling one of the spoils he had previously acquired. Sir, due to the high volume of users today, only those with purple cards and above are permitted to access the underground second floor. The male attendant didn't even glance at Lin Yinyu's green card, his demeanor quite haughty. What? Only purple cards can enter? I worked hard to obtain this green card. Like a deflated balloon, Lin Yinyu's spirits instantly plummeted. If the green card lacks sufficient authority, what about mine? Just then, Su Nuo, with an impassive expression, produced his XWX silver VIP card. Chapter 53, The Black Emperor Arena. A silver card? And a shining silver card at that? The male attendant excitedly stepped out from behind the counter, respectfully inspecting Su Nuo's silver card. What the heck? Where did you get this silver card, Su Nuo? Wait. No, really. Su Nuo, who exactly are you? Lin Yinyu beside him was utterly astonished, his voice trembling slightly. Indeed, this is a limited edition silver card. My sincerest apologies, esteemed guest, for my earlier rudeness toward you and your friend. Please, allow me to escort you. The male attendant, feeling beads of cold sweat trickling down his back, feigned composure as he gestured for Su Nuo and Lin Yinyu to follow him deeper inside. Su Nuo, where on earth did you acquire this silver card? And it's a shining card. Such a thing is not typically accessible to mere commoners. Lin Yinyu trailed behind, lowering his voice to inquire of Su Nuo. Others may be oblivious, but he, as an intelligence expert, understood precisely what the silver cards signified. The hierarchy of privilege cards ranges from green to blue, purple, silver, gold, and finally black. The green VIP card he possessed was merely the most basic entry ticket, easily purchasable for around 200,000 in the black market. A slightly superior blue card could be secured with a bit of money and connections. However, beginning with the purple card, the stakes changed. A purple card indicated that one must at least possess some connections. The silver card signifies that the cardholder's backing has gained recognition from the local power brokers. As for gold and black cards, those are exclusive to bosses, financiers, and high-stakes players, identifications that are never issued. The shining status denotes a limited edition, meaning no more will be produced. Now, with a shining silver card in hand, Su Nuo had truly left Lin Yinyu perplexed. We're all classmates, and yet you're holding back? This left Lin Yinyu's impression of Su Nuo shrouded in mystery. Just forget about it. It's not important. I can only say it's all down to luck. No further comments. Su Nuo waved his hand, signaling Lin Yinyu to cease further inquiries. I'm utterly perplexed. Could my prior intuition have been correct? Su Nuo, are you truly a scion of a great family hidden within the commoner district? With Su Nuo's enigmatic hints, Lin Yinyu's demeanor shifted from the information expert to one of utter despondency. Moments later, the inner elevator descended directly to the second underground level. We've arrived. Esteemed guests. Before the attendant could finish, Lin Yinyu stepped out of the elevator and into the brightly lit hall of the second underground level. We hope our esteemed guests enjoy their time here. Su Nuo nodded slightly, taking measured steps forward, and soon he beheld 5 large characters, the Black Emperor Arena. This was indeed a concealed underground arena. No wonder Lin Yinyu had mentioned the availability of free sparring partners. Beep. Card successfully scanned. Lin Yinyu was the first to scan his card, passing the identity verification. 0 points? Does this machine keep track of points? Observing the displayed numbers, Su Nuo contemplated briefly before scanning his card for verification as well. Beep. Card successfully scanned. 13 points. The cacophony of cheers and shouts from the arena resonated throughout the hall, as the fervor of the spectators seemed to permeate the very air around them. What purpose do these points serve? Before Su Nuo could continue his inquiry, Lin Yinyu responded with action. Following the direction indicated by Lin Yinyu's finger, Su Nuo's gaze fell upon several ultra-high-definition LCD screens to the left of the hall. Notably, 2 screens prominently displayed the list of rewards for point redemption, alliance coins, pure source crystals, potential enhancement potions, berserk potions, elemental energy blocks, and even some exceptionally unique equipment, such as infrared sensors and semi-body leap devices. The point redemption list for the Black Emperor Arena indeed boasted a remarkable variety. After quickly perusing the options, Su Nuo focused intently on the display screen showcasing the combat rankings. First, Nightmare, win rate 82, total points 996. Second, Barbarian, win rate 70, total points 802. Third, Hazaki, win rate 61, total points 688. Is it true that you've never been to this place before, Su Nuo? Lin Yinyu inquired, gesturing towards the right passageway, beckoning Su Nuo to join him. Certainly not. My reaction speaks for itself. Su Nuo shrugged and stepped into the passage. From what I've gathered, the Black Emperor Arena and the Wanqing department store above are both part of a family enterprise. Let us go. This will undoubtedly be fascinating. The two traversed the long, dark corridor and finally arrived within the arena. The moment light flooded into Su Nuo's eyes, he beheld the rectangular battleground ahead, where various Pokémon engaged in fierce combat. Use the cannon beam to defeat it, Magneton. Fight for your life, Infernape. Finish with Sonic Punch, Hitmonchan. Get up, Ampharos. We're risking 3 million if we lose this one. The battle on Ring 5 is about to commence. Bets are being placed. Make your decisions quickly. The odds are 19. 2 million on that Frogadier to win. Do you understand the art of all-in? 5 million on that Rapidash for sure. I'm in. 1 million on Rapidash. 50,000, Rapidash. 9 times. The exuberant voices of the spectators caused Su Nuo to momentarily lose focus. The Pokémon battles, point rankings, and the circulation of vast sums of money created an electrifying atmosphere within this underground stage, brimming with spectators. No wonder that mail server imposed restrictions on the entry levels of guests. The once spacious arena was now teeming with people. Many fervent spectators stood, eagerly gazing at the central battleground. This was the stage for both skilled players and those driven by wealth. This was the extravagant family enterprise of the Long family in Blue Sea City. Here, Pokémon battles had transformed into a captivating spectacle that drew everyone's attention. A victory or defeat would instantly ignite cheers from one crowd or another, explaining the continuous cries and wails echoing within the Black Emperor Arena. Damn, how did you find such a place? Su Nuo adjusted his slightly disheveled bangs, calming his racing thoughts, somewhat disturbed by the restless energy around him. I acquired the information from a street vendor in the black market. What do you think? Isn't it far more interesting than training Pokémon alone? Lin Yinyu offered Su Nuo a knowing smile. Indeed, I am quite satisfied. This is my stage. A perfect curve graced Su Nuo's lips. Meanwhile, in Ring 5, Rapidash, engulfed in searing flames, charged fiercely towards its opponent, Frogadier. Chapter 54, Just Call Me Shadow. After several minutes, the fiery vortex surrounding Rapidash surged forward once more, launching itself at Frogadier, which, in a final act of desperation, met the charge head-on with its last ounce of strength. Crash! The two tremendous forces collided, and the audience in the arena held their breath, their eyes fixed on Ring 5. Frogadier lay motionless on the ground, while the battered Rapidash managed to endure for 5 more seconds before collapsing as well. With a slight edge, Rapidash triumphed over Frogadier, claiming victory in the ring. It won. Rapidash damn well won. Now do you understand the value of an all-in? Just pay up already. I'm rich. My 9 times odds. Those who had bet on the winner erupted in ecstatic cheers, as if they had seized the wealth of the world. The arena staff, clad in sleek black attire and sunglasses, gracefully distributed an array of colorful chips to each victorious bettor. Remarkably, this individual, akin to a human calculator, executed each transaction flawlessly. Give me another 4 million on the Scyther in Ring 4. 8 million on the Scyther. 2 million on the Fire Camel in Ring 4. With each new battle, a wave of bettors eagerly tossed their chips onto the scale. Amidst the cacophony of the arena, the sound of chips clattering onto the scale created a rhythmic symphony. At the registration center of the arena, "Hello, are you here to register for the points competition?" the receptionist asked with a warm smile. She was a young woman with a sweet, oval face, dressed in professional attire. Both Su Nuo and Lin Yinyu presented their VIP cards. Beep. Card read successfully. Beep. Card read successfully. Please provide your designated code for participating in the points competition. The higher the ranking associated with your code, the more substantial the rewards within a stipulated time will be. The receptionist accessed their personal information, pausing at the code section. A code? It seems the confidentiality measures here are quite robust, Lin Yinyu remarked. That S for the best, to avoid any unnecessary concerns. Su Nuo silently observed the spacious dressing room nearby, filled with extravagant accessories like masks, cloaks, and coats. Were these items meant to conceal the identities of participants? After all, in such a place, no one would want to be recognized on the battleground, Su Nuo mused. I've got it. Wu Yen, the Wu from No, and Yen from literature. Lin Yinyu smirked, seemingly pleased with his chosen code. Damn it, Wu Yen? I'm the original Wu Yen. Su Nuo replied flatly. Just call me Shadow, the Shadow from Darkness. Wow, Shadow? That name is a bit over the top. I assent it? I salute you, Lin Yinyu teased. But Su Nuo was too indifferent to offer an explanation. In such a place, the less connection between the code and personal information, the better. This way, one's identity would be harder to uncover. Very well, gentlemen. Your codes are Wu Yin and Shadow. You may now choose your attire and proceed to the waiting room. Your first opponent will be assigned shortly. With a few swift keystrokes, the receptionist completed the registration of their participation. Let us go. Time to change our outfits. Hey, Su Nuo, it seems you're getting into the spirit. Minutes later, Su Nuo donned an aged black cloak, concealing his appearance and figure entirely. Lin Yinyu simply tied on a colorful mask to obscure his face. The two silently made their way toward the waiting room. From what I know, the Black Emperor Arena is indeed a place filled with hidden talents. Not only are there numerous expert-level Pokémon trainers participating in the arena, but even gym leaders of remarkable prowess have made their appearance. Our purpose here is to enhance our abilities through battles with other trainers. If we find ourselves outmatched, we may voluntarily forfeit, Lin Yinyu remarked in a voice only audible to the two of them. Gym leaders have graced this place? It seems indeed to be a realm of profound depths. Surely, our initial skirmish won't be against opponents of expert caliber? If we are overwhelmed by their levels, it could become quite the ordeal. Concealed beneath his dark cloak, Su Nuo intentionally spoke in a hoarse voice, which left Lin Yinyu feeling somewhat unsettled. It is highly unlikely. The proportion of expert-level trainers here does not exceed 20. This arena, though grandly named, primarily focuses not on combat, but on high-stakes gambling, correct? Su Nuo swiftly completed the thought. Lin Yinyu silently nodded in agreement. Before long, the two arrived at a rather spacious waiting room, where the floor was adorned with transparent glass tiles and bright crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling. Several genuine leather sofas were casually arranged, and LCD screens mounted on the walls displayed real-time battles in the arena. A few trainers were slumped on the sofas, appearing exceptionally fatigued, while their Pokémon stood vigilantly beside them, attentively scanning their surroundings to protect their trainers. Herdier, Iron Mask Ninja, and Mac-Hop, Elite Mid-Tier, Elite High-Tier, Elite Mid-Tier. Su Nuo silently surveyed the participants in the waiting room, discovering that their strength was at least Elite Mid-Tier. They would serve perfectly as sparring partners. I hope my upcoming opponent is of similar caliber. In Su Nuo's eyes, these individuals are essentially here to provide experience. Please summon the new contestant, Phantom, to Arena 2. Please summon the new contestant, Phantom, to Arena 2. Please summon the new contestant, Phantom, to Arena 2. Phantom will be battling our very own Spidey, Camus, shortly. Is it already my turn? Upon hearing his codename called, Su Nuo glanced back at Lin Yinyu. We must secure victory in our first battle. The points for the initial match are tripled. Lin Yinyu clenched his fists and lightly bumped fists with Su Nuo. Triple points? That sounds rather enticing. Just watch how I, Phantom, seize this rare opportunity for practice. With that, Su Nuo dramatically threw his cloak over his shoulder and strode down the red-carpeted corridor. Are you the new contestant, Phantom? Would you like me to explain this to you? A tall man in a black suit and tie intercepted Su Nuo in the corridor. Chapter 55. Betting at all, that's my style. Are these your chips? Su Nuo recognized the familiar betting tokens and felt a sudden jolt of excitement. As a new contestant, your odds are quite favorable. Would you care to try your luck with a 15-to-1 payout? The man in the black suit said, producing 2 chips. 1 black and 1 white. Then I shall take a chance. I'll wager 500,000 on myself to win. Please record it under my code name. If you would. To avoid leaving any trace behind, Su Nuo deliberately lowered his voice. 500,000. This was all he possessed. To an ordinary high school student, This was a substantial sum. Yet for a Pokemon trainer, 500,000 is merely a trivial expense on the long road to power. Nevertheless, Su Nuo chose to go all in. He bet on his assured victory. Betting at all is indeed his style. One black chip represents 500,000. May you enjoy your gamble. Mr. Phantom. The man took a black chip from the scale he held and tossed it into the left pit of the board. Strengthened Chick. I entrust you with this task. We must win this battle, and do so with flair. Su Nuo handed the pure source crystal to the strengthened Chick before him. Chikuro. The strengthened Chick nodded and promptly crushed the source crystal. A surge of purple energy erupted forth, slowly flowing into the strengthened Chick, causing its power to swell dramatically in an instant. Beep. Your Pokemon, strengthened Chick, has absorbed a substantial amount of energy. Beep. Strengthened Chick has leveled up to level 25. It has independently learned the skill Slash. Beep. Strengthened Chick has leveled up to level 26. Beep. Strengthened Chick has leveled up to level 27. It has ascended to Elite High Tier. The incessant notifications from the system left Su Nuo feeling somewhat dizzy. It has achieved Elite High Tier? Excellent. We are one step closer to expert level prowess. Sensing the enhancement from the pure source crystal, Su Nuo smiled faintly. Let us welcome the new contestant, Phantom, to Arena 2. Clap, 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 clap. The applause from the spectators at the arena's edge was deafening. Strengthened Chick and Su Nuo leaped onto the arena. Beneath their feet lay a deep bed of sand, and after a couple of light steps, Su Nuo retreated to the trainer's command position. His opponent was one of the seasoned veterans of the Black Monarch. Spidey, show this newcomer what you're capable of. Don't you dare lose again, Spidey. I bet 2 million on you to win. If you lose, I might as well throw myself off the roof. In 1 minute. I need you to resolve this newcomer. Amidst the shouts from the audience, a short, dark-skinned individual climbed onto the opposite side of the arena. He cast a sharp gaze toward the cloaked Su Nuo before spitting disdainfully. Rest assured, I can handle 10 of these new fools every month. Go. Electrode. Without further ado, Spidey released his battle Pokemon, Garo. As Electrode emerged, it shook its arms, crackling with electrical energy above its head. It's Electrode. Spidey is getting serious. Wow. 40,000 is practically in the bag. Surely no fool would bet on the newcomer to win, right? Don't make me laugh. Finish him quickly, Spidey. The quicker you win, the higher the odds. Pokemon Electrode. Type, Electric. Gender, NA. Ability, Vital Spirit. This Pokemon cannot fall asleep and is unable to use sleep moves. Qualities, Elite Level. Level, 26, Elite Mid-Tier. Skills, Quick Attack, Glare, Electro Ball, Charge, High Speed Star, Thunder Wave, Screech, Thunder Punch. All trainers, Spidey. So my odds are this high because my opponent is a seasoned veteran. But this truly gives me an advantage. And is Electrode's strength truly limited to this? Go. Strengthen Chick. Use Wing Attack. Su Nuo commanded, waving his dark cloak. Hearing his command, Strengthened Chick swiftly took action, leaping into the air and seemingly vanishing in an instant. So fast, Electrode unleashed Thunder Wave. The remarkable speed of Strengthened Chick caught Spidey off guard, compelling him to quickly instruct Electrode to engage in combat. What does speed matter? Thunder Wave is guaranteed to hit. How could that be possible? An astonishing scene unfolded the moment the battle commenced. The Thunder Wave was effortlessly dispelled by Strengthened Chick. With incredible speed, it swiped its sharp claws, causing the Thunder Wave to disintegrate into nothingness. After neutralizing the Thunder Wave, Strengthened Chick swiftly struck Electrode. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as Electrode was knocked back several steps. Meanwhile, Strengthened Chick returned to its original position with grace. What just happened? It was too fast. I couldn't catch a glimpse of it. It was Wing Attack. The magnificent offensive and counterattack unfolded in a single move. This newcomer, known as Shadow, appears to possess quite remarkable strength. Has the electric monster already felt the sting of pain at this early stage? Spider, what on earth are you doing? Focus. Do you no longer wish to win? Yet the battle is far from over. Shadow resumes his assault. Moreover, it seems to be even swifter than before. Su Nuo disregarded everyone present, merely gesturing slightly towards his opponent's electric monster. And with that, the mighty chicken comprehended his intent immediately. He was to unleash a full frontal attack, achieving victory as swiftly as possible. This was to be a flawless battle. Chikulo. The mighty chicken soared into action, swinging its slightly heated right claw, channeling all its might into its legs. Double flame kick. No chances to be given. The next move would be the decisive strike. Quickly, Electric Monster, unleash high-speed stars. Having spent years battling in the arena, Spider was no fool. Upon witnessing his opponent's successful strike, His immediate reaction was to execute agile maneuvers to restrain the mighty chicken, searching for an opportunity to break through. But Chiculo. The searing flames enveloped the mighty chicken's legs, and it charged forth at full speed, transforming into a mere afterimage. The electric monster unleashed a barrage of high-speed stars, hurtling directly towards the mighty chicken. Chiculo. With a slight lift of its right foot, the power of flames erupted instantaneously. Clang, clang, clang. It was as if something was shattering in rapid succession. The air was filled with the clear sound of breaking. What shattered? Were the electric monster's high-speed stars being obliterated? The mighty chicken's flame kick shattered the high-speed stars? No, wait. Why did the mighty chicken execute a flame kick? Can someone enlighten me? The audience was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 56. This newcomer named Shadow is extraordinary. The electric monster's high-speed stars had been completely obliterated. Spider's acne-ridden face was painted with disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. However, there was no time for contemplation, for the mighty chicken's fierce and powerful flame kick, after shattering the high-speed stars, was now steadily advancing towards the electric monster's head. Electric monster, execute Thunder Punch. If it failed to counter this flame kick, the electric monster would undoubtedly suffer severe damage. The consequences of such an event would be dire. As a veteran of the Black Emperor arena, Spider could not afford to falter. Roar. Geno. The electric monster swiftly concentrated its power into its right fist, golden lightning crackling with energy. Faced with the mighty chicken's flame kick, it remained rooted in place, directly executing its full-powered Thunder Punch. Bang! The collision of kick and punch emitted a heavy thud. The forces of fire and lightning clashed in the arena. Excellent. It caught it. What comes next? That is, what was once relief for Spider turned into a grimace once more. Don't be hasty. There's still another kick. This kick is the true finishing blow. Cloaked in black, Su Nuo silently smiled. He was already assured of victory in this battle. The mighty chicken instantly shifted its attacking stance, delivering another ferocious flame kick with its left foot. Smack! Bang! This kick not only completely dispersed the electric monster's thunder punch, but it also struck directly at its head. With a whoosh, the electric monster was sent flying to Spider's feet, battered and bruised. What the heck? Is this newcomer named Shadow really that formidable? Such a powerful mighty chicken must have required a significant amount of resources and effort to train. Regret floods in. Why didn't I place a bet on the newcomer earlier? Fivefold returns. The odds were substantial. Spider, don't you dare lose. The wind on the rooftop is terrifying. I'm so scared. What a disgrace, Spider. Why do you shatter at the slightest touch? You've already lost twice this month. Lose again, and you can kiss Black Emperor goodbye. Get up, electric monster. Don't be a waste. Spider ground his teeth in frustration. Once brimming with confidence, he was now thoroughly embarrassed. He never anticipated that this newcomer named Shadow would possess such terrifying strength. He was nothing short of a monster. Even someone like him, seasoned in the Black Emperor arena, had fully fallen into a disadvantage. The audience's jeers only served to heighten his humiliation. Geno, the electric monster, covered in wounds, finally managed to stand. Use electromagnetic wave to restrict the opponent's movements. Sensing that his Pokémon had yet to fall, Spider immediately commanded, "Finish it, mighty chicken. Cleave through." Recognizing the opponent's impending defeat, Su Nuo wasted no time, issuing the final decree. The electric monster's body, barely holding on, was nothing more than a flicker of its former self. Chiculo. With a swift and agile move, the mighty chicken transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking directly at the electric monster. Without a hint of hesitation, a sharp cleave descended from above, aimed straight at the electric monster's smooth head. Bang! An explosion of power erupted, and the electric monster crumpled beneath this final cleave. After delivering the finishing move, the mighty chicken didn't even spare a glance at its opponent, strutting proudly towards Su Nuo. My electric monster lost to a newcomer. Spider cast a furtive glance at his opponent's black cloak, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. His body involuntarily trembled. From the very beginning, he seemed to have been crushed under an overwhelming onslaught. If this were a life-or-death struggle, not only the electric monster, but surely that mighty chicken could easily eliminate him. This newcomer named Shadow possesses truly terrifying strength. Incredible. Our newcomer, Shadow, has expertly defeated the seasoned veteran Spider with a remarkably skilled series of attacks. The prowess of his Pokémon, Mighty Chicken, seemed utterly flawless. What is most astonishing is that the entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes. To be precise, it was 166 seconds. The strength of this newcomer is evident for all to see. Alas, our poor electric monster will likely spend several days recuperating at the Pokémon Center. It appears to have sustained severe injuries. So, dear audience, Did you place your bets wisely in this round of arena battles? The commentator smoothly summarized the events of the second arena battle, engaging with the audience as well. R&M, refund me. I bet 1 million on Spider. Sigh, forget it. See you on the rooftop. Spider, I curse you. Darn. The next match. Let us not take this lying down. Are the newcomers all this absurd now? They're defeating seasoned veterans with such ease? The betting audience erupted into a chorus of complaints. Meanwhile, Su Nuo calmly returned the mighty chicken to its pokeball and silently exited the arena. What the heck? Spider lost? That useless fool. As his agency, my salary will also be docked. This newcomer seems formidable. Let me ask you, if it were your iron-faced ninja, how would you fare? Fight. Apart from having a slight edge in speed, I wouldn't stand a chance in terms of strength. Fire-type moves are fatal against iron-faced ninja. Are all newcomers monsters now? Last time, there was a chap using a gem starfish who won 3 consecutive matches, leaving several black market traders with nothing left. The 3 trainers lounging on the sofa sighed deeply after witnessing the battle unfold. So strong. I can feel the aura of such power even through the screen. Watching Su Nuo's silent departure on the screen, Lin Yinyu clenched his fists tightly. Despite being members of the same group, he had a scheduled duel with Su Nuo. Until then, he would never concede defeat. Please, newcomer player Wu Yin, promptly report to the 4th arena battle. Please, contestant Kenny, promptly report to the 4th arena. The battle between Wu Yin and Kenny is about to commence. We kindly ask the audience to remain patient. Lin Yinyu took a deep breath, retrieving his elite ball from his waist, saying, "It's our turn. Let us go, Zygarde. That stage is ours now." Within the confines of the Pokeball, the formidable Zygarde kept its eyes gently closed, offering a subtle nod. This was the true core Pokemon of Baishaoshan, and it was destined to take the stage in this battle. Somewhere in a chamber of the Black Emperor Arena, an astute observer noted the swift defeat of a spider-like creature in just 166 seconds by a newcomer named Shadow. The young man with golden hair, appearing to be around 20, swirled the contents of his wine glass, savoring a sip of the crimson elixir. He regarded the cloaked newcomer on the screen with an air of admiration. "Master, should we pay special attention to this Shadow?" inquired a suit-clad attendant, bowing respectfully beside him. "Naturally. For such a promising newcomer, we must make every effort to entice and recruit him. This could be the latest sensation in the Black Emperor Arena's competitive scene. Who knows, it might even become a trending topic soon." The youth, referred to as Master, set down his glass, pulling up the footage of the recent duel and lowering the perspective. Yet the face concealed beneath Shadow's dark cloak remained elusive. Not only was the visage obscured, but even the figure's physique was shrouded, suggesting that this Shadow wished to keep their true identity hidden from all. How intriguing. The more concealed the perfection, the greater my interest. What manner of person could this be? What might they bring to the Black Emperor Arena? I find myself somewhat eager. The Master rubbed his hands together, his expression growing increasingly animated. As for our Spider, I refer to Cam. He, the suit-clad attendant, observing his Master's growing excitement over the figure on the screen, adopted a more cautious tone. "Cam, humph. He has botched several matches this month. Let him find his own way out. He is a worthless asset now. This place no longer requires him." The golden-haired youth scoffed, his disdain evident in his tone. He then slowed the footage down to an eighth of its original speed, this time fixating his attention entirely on the agile, robust chicken in the center of the arena. "Yes, Master," the attendant replied, slightly taken aback yet acknowledging his understanding. This Spider, Cam, had once been a respectable figure, having fought in numerous high-stakes battles and clandestinely profiting the Black Emperor Arena, enriching his Master in the process. Yet now, this Spider had consecutively lost crucial matches. Such a transgression could be deemed a death sentence. The Black Emperor Arena does not harbor incompetence. A hound that has lost its value ought to find its own grave. His Master had often proclaimed such sentiments. This is... The golden-haired youth continued to slow the footage, finally perceiving a clue. "Wait, don't leave just yet. There is something else." He gestured for the suit-clad attendant to return. "Master, I have made up my mind. You must find Shadow immediately. Bring him here to meet me. I have important matters to discuss with him. Use my name. Long Yunyao of the Long family." The golden-haired youth's voice bore an irresistible authority, prompting the attendant to lower his head even further in acknowledgement. "Understood, Master. Congratulations to Mr. Shadow on his triumphant debut. This is well-deserved." Su Nuo accepted the 5 black chips presented to him with utmost respect, shrugging as he prepared to depart. With 5-fold odds, and having wagered 500,000 on his victory, he was now in possession of 2,500,000 Alliance coins. As the fundamental currency for trainers, the significance of Alliance coins is self-evident. They are essential for daily sustenance, travel, and providing special nourishment for larger Pokémon like Snorlax, as well as for acquiring cutting-edge technological items. Money may not be omnipotent, but a lack of it is utterly debilitating. These chips can be exchanged for equivalent Alliance coins or items at the service hall. Understood, Su Nuo replied nonchalantly, then turned towards the waiting room without a backward glance. Wow, that Shadow has arrived. Keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. If he has a bad temper, we might not fare well. Both of you hush. Don't drag me down. This person clearly isn't someone to be trifled with. Are these three discussing me? It seems I have inadvertently instilled quite the fright in them. Su Nuo silently observed the trio of trainers huddled on the sofa, realizing they were deliberately maintaining their distance from him. Never mind them. What about Lin Yinyu? Has his battle begun? Su Nuo glanced at the large LCD screen, where Lin Yinyu and his opponent ascended the arena. On the stage, Lin Yinyu's colorful mask appeared particularly conspicuous, bordering on comical. However, it successfully concealed his face, preserving his anonymity without much issue. Let us go, Zygarde. Without hesitation, Lin Yinyu unleashed his Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a yellow Pokemon wielding a silver psychic spoon before him. Its visage bore resemblance to a fox, adorned with a red pentagram on its forehead, its ears long and slender, exuding an air of cleverness. Zygarde, with a cool gaze, Zygarde silently focused on the direction of its opponent. So this is Lin Yinyu's pride, Zygarde? Today, I finally witness it. Pokemon, Zygarde. Type, Psychic. Gender. Ability, Magic Guard. This Pokemon is immune to damage from weather, abilities, and status effects. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Level, 25, Elite Intermediate. Skills, Telekinesis, Spoon Bending, Confusion, Teleport, Psybeam. Reflect, Switch Places, Psycho Cut, Recover, Light Screen, Swift, Energy Ball, Shadow Ball. Status, Zygarde is composed and steady, concentrating on the opposing trainer. All trainers, Lin Yinyu. Gym Leader level qualification. And such a perfect multi-type skill pool. Indeed, Lin Yinyu has poured all his heart and soul into nurturing this Zygarde. After discerning Zygarde's information, Su Nuo was initially taken aback, but then smiled with ease. It appears Lin Yinyu is not only a dependable ally, but also a formidable challenger. Alright, we see that player Wu Yin has sent forth Zygarde. This Zygarde exudes remarkable strength. I wonder what kind of Pokemon Kenny will deploy to counter this battle. The commentator's voice was rich and magnetic, providing an excellent experience for the audience. Let us go, my most capable assistant. Starmie. Kenny also summoned his strongest Pokemon. This is undoubtedly a clash of Psychic-type Pokemon. Who will prevail? Let us await the outcome. Pokemon, Starmie. Type, Water, Psychic. Gender. Ability, Oblivious. This Pokemon cannot become infatuated or taunted, and is immune to Intimidate. Qualification, Expert level. Level, 27, Elite Advanced. Skills, Curse, Tackle, Withdraw, Growl, Water Gun, Yawn, Telekinesis. Confusion, Water Pulse, Headbutt, Psychic, Teleport. All trainers, Kenny. Just as Su Nuo was preparing to fully enjoy Lin Yinyu's inaugural battle, a voice interrupted him. Mr. Shadow, greetings. I am the General Manager of the Black Emperor Arena. Our boss wishes to schedule a private meeting with you. You? The boss? Me? Su Nuo, cloaked beneath his mantle, furrowed his brow slightly. Earlier, Lin Yinyu had mentioned that the Black Emperor Arena was the property of a prominent family. Before me stands a man who boldly claims to be the general manager, and astonishingly, he is searching for me on behalf of his employer. Could it be that our previous encounter has drawn the attention of the house here? This certainly does not bode well. Su Nuo's alertness surged to an all-time high. Goodness. This individual known as Yuying possesses remarkably fortunate circumstances. After just one battle, he has already been summoned for a discussion by his boss. One must consider the overwhelming momentum he displayed while crushing Spider Como. It is likely that young Master Long has already viewed him as a prized asset. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be infuriating. I have fought tirelessly in these tournaments, yet remain a solitary figure, with no merchants willing to invest in me. Of course, that is due to the fact that his debut victory was decisive and impressive, while the arduous nature of my own triumph was evident to the audience. Young Master Long, seeking investment? Considered a new treasure? What these individuals imply is, indeed, our employer, Long Yinxiao. Allow me to convey that he wishes to speak with you personally. I hope Mr. Yuying will grace us with his presence. While the general manager's tone was calm, it concealed an unmistakable insistence that brooked no refusal. Long Yinxiao? Could it be that your employer hails from the Long family? Su Nuo hesitated. If this were indeed the case, then it would be prudent for him to meet this Long Yinxiao. The The Long family of Beihai City is a true aristocracy. They are one of the 3 prominent families directly associated with the imperial capital of Yin Nation. Judging by the general manager's tone, Long Yunxiao seems to hold a significant position within the family. Naturally, he is the second young master of the family, overseeing all of the Long family's enterprises in Beihai City. Having said that, the general manager gestured gracefully, indicating that Su Nuo may proceed ahead. Long Yunxiao. Su Nuo silently repeated the name in his mind, committing it to memory. He then shook his dark cloak and strolled forward at a leisurely pace. After 6 or 7 minutes, Su Nuo finally encountered the second young master of the Long family. Long Yunxiao donned a flamboyant shirt, his golden hair resembling that of a golden lion, exuding an air of regality. His physique was robust, and his sharply defined features radiated a rebellious yet aristocratic demeanor. Are you the newly emerged contender, Yuying? Your recent victory was nothing short of spectacular. It was as though I beheld a new protagonist within my Black Emperor arena. Thus, I dared not delay for even a moment and promptly instructed my assistant to notify you. If you were to inadvertently vanish from my presence, it would constitute a significant loss for me, would it not, Mr. Yuying? Long Yunxiao spoke eloquently, a glass goblet in hand, his demeanor reflecting a quintessential businessman. This demeanor relaxed Su Nuo considerably, as it became clear that the owner did not seek to cause him trouble. Therefore, he was willing to engage in conversation. Young Master Long, I must confess that I am not a man of great patience. Please, let us get straight to the point. Beneath the black cloak, Su Nuo's voice bore an aged quality. In such a setting, he endeavored to avoid speaking in his natural tone, fearful of leaving traces. How dare you speak to my young master in such a manner? Show some respect, lest you invite trouble. The general manager's fury was palpable at Su Nuo's very first words. Had it not been for Long Yunxiao's gesture, he might have unleashed his wrath upon this insolent individual. After all, this was the second young master of the Long family. Everyone must tread carefully when speaking before him. Yet, Yuying dared to respond. Let me be forthright. I sincerely wish to discuss a collaboration with you. As for whether or not to accept, I hope you will thoroughly contemplate the potential benefits and drawbacks before making your decision. Long Yunxiao's demeanor shifted instantly from a flamboyant chatter to a stern, authoritative tone befitting a boss. I would like to invite you to become my private contender. For each battle you engage in, you will receive a remarkably high commission. Furthermore, I will ensure that the name Yuying becomes synonymous with the Black Emperor arenas in O1. Should you agree, this arena will be entirely your stage. You shall rise as a burgeoning star under my guidance. The prospect of becoming young Master Long's private contender, along with the promise of a high commission and the allure of stardom, presented an irresistible temptation. Fame, wealth, status. One must admit, Long Yunxiao is indeed deserving of his title as the second young master of the Long family in the imperial capital. His methods of winning hearts are as sophisticated as the comprehensive strength of his family. Apologies, young Master Long, but I must decline your offer. I have no interest in becoming your personal enforcer. If there is nothing else to discuss, I shall take my leave. Su Nuo's tone remained indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His purpose here was solely to enhance his strength and secure victories. The prospect of becoming a mere tool for young Master Long's ambitions was utterly unacceptable to Su Nuo. Even remaining here felt like an affront to his dignity. If necessary, he would not hesitate to engage in battle before departing the Black Emperor arena. Su Nuo, do you wish to engage in combat? The icy voice of Zygarde echoed in Su Nuo's mind, sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent within him. The general manager silently reached for the poke ball in his pocket, where an abominable beast awaited its cue. You truly have no regard for your own life. You shall perish here. Silence, Tian Junjia. This is not your place to speak. Long Yunxiao reprimanded with an angry glare, before turning to Su Nuo with a narrowed smile. It's all right, it's all right. Mr. Yuying is indeed a wise individual. I had anticipated that someone of your formidable caliber would not acquiesce to a position of such restriction. With that, he produced a black card from his pocket and tossed it onto the table before Su Nuo. Let us conclude our discussion here for today. Consider this black card as a token of my goodwill. I hope Mr. Yuying can overlook today's unpleasantness. After all, we will have ample opportunities to converse in the future. Long Yunxiao suddenly chuckled, a hint of softness gracing his previously rebellious visage. The general manager, Tian Junjia, was utterly bewildered. What on earth has gotten into the young master today? He seems like a completely different person. Ordinarily, anyone who dared to refuse Long Yunxiao would not live to leave this room. No one could reject the Long family's terms. Yet this Yuying has not only declined but also received a black card personally bestowed by Long Yunxiao. There are only 5 individuals who possess such a black card. And these individuals are shareholders, owners, of the Black Emperor Arena. So, does this mean young Master Long is suggesting? Su Nuo picked up the black card before him, examining it thoughtfully, and inquired with a contemplative tone. This black card represents my sincerity. With it, Mr. Yueying can enjoy priority rights across all my enterprises. I wonder if this could assuage the unpleasantness of today? As for other matters, we can defer them for now. Whenever Mr. Yueying feels inclined, we can arrange a more in-depth conversation. Long Yunxiao's smile widened. Given young Master Long's regard for him, Su Nuo felt compelled to accept. There would be ample time to discuss collaboration in the future. He would certainly return here. After all, the Black Emperor Arena is a veritable treasure trove. Who would refuse the allure of wealth? Su Nuo extended his hand to reclaim the black card before turning to leave. The negotiations had concluded, and he had no intention of lingering. 5 minutes later, Long Yunxiao gulped down a glass of ice water, beads of cold sweat suddenly beading his handsome face. He left? He gasped, his right hand gripping the glass tremulously, as though overtaken by anxiety. The general manager, Tian Junjia, cast a glance at the vacant corridor outside the room. Devoid of any presence. He has departed, young master. Bang! Long Yunxiao clenched his fists tightly, slamming them onto the table, producing a dull thud. Damn it! That guy is truly a monster. Undoubtedly a seasoned entity who conceals his true prowess. This person is utterly terrifying. Just a moment ago, while observing him, I felt as if he was also scrutinizing me from beneath that dark cloak. The intimidation, the sense of dread, it still sends chills down my spine. The general manager was taken aback by Long Yunxiao's unusual outburst of aggression. Why did he not experience the same fear when facing the shadow? Could it be due to his sluggishness? Ha! Suddenly, Long Yunxiao erupted into a maniacal laugh. Junjia, we struck gold. He accepted my black card, which signifies that this individual hasn't entirely dismissed my intentions. We still have a chance. Struck gold? Young master, your subordinate is rather dim-witted and fails to comprehend your meaning. Are you suggesting that the shadow is a treasure? Tian Junjia scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Struck gold. Such words emanating from Long Yunxiao's lips defy all logic. It is well known that, in Long Yunxiao's eyes, there exists no such thing as treasure within this world, no matter how rare. Any treasure can be acquired with the wealth of the second young master of the Long family, and anything attainable naturally cannot be deemed a treasure. Yet now, Long Yunxiao is behaving like a love-struck fool, his face alight with ecstasy. What on earth is happening? Pay attention. In the battle footage from earlier, there exists a pivotal frame that I have discerned. This is precisely why I must make this shadow mine. As he spoke, Long Yunxiao called up the crucial frame on the display screen. Look, this is the moment. He waved his hand. All the pokeballs at his waist were revealed. And this is why he must belong to me. Long Yunxiao pointed at the indistinct purple mass on the screen, which, upon magnification, began to reveal a somewhat clearer letter M. This is the Master Ball, also known as the Chief Trainer Ball, a true priceless treasure. Only a genuine legendary trainer could possibly possess such a pokeball. Even if the shadow is not a legendary trainer, he is undoubtedly closely associated with them. As he spoke, Long Yunxiao slammed the table again, declaring fiercely, this person, the shadow, must henceforth be mine. His existence must remain confidential. The most critical aspect is that my elder brother must not learn of this. Do you understand, Junjia? Understood, young master. This individual's information must never reach Long Yuntian. Tian Junjia bowed respectfully. He is the most loyal subordinate of Long Yunxiao, and his actions must be unequivocally clear. After the increase in mental stats, the consumption of dragons might will no longer overly impact me. Su Nuo slightly shook his head and made his way towards the waiting room. Earlier, while cloaked, he had exerted mental pressure on Long Yunxiao using Dragon's Might. This allowed him to maintain the upper hand during the negotiations, feeling no sense of restraint from the other party. On the contrary, it was Long Yunxiao who should have felt as though he was being led by the nose. Oh no, Shadow. I've secured our first victory with Yunhila. That guy's dumbshell beast is quite the handful. Lin Yunyu, concealed beneath his mask, nearly shouted Su Nuo's true name in excitement, but thankfully he caught himself just in time. As long as we win smoothly, let us just call it a day. Su Nuo said languidly. All right. After all, today was merely a practice session. The first victory grants triple points, totaling 30 points, which can be exchanged for approximately 30,000 alliance coins. Su Nuo silently smiled, cleared the 5 black chips in his hand, and proceeded towards the service hall. What the two did not notice was a figure clad in a purple trench coat within the waiting room, watching their departure. The next morning, at the Tianyuan Pokemon High School playground, A throng of students had gathered, their purpose unclear. 7th group, Su Nuo. 7th group, Lin Yinyu. Present. You two, step forward. The students of Class S1 watched with malicious glee as they approached their homeroom teacher, Shunling Shuang. Teacher Shin, why are we gathering on the playground so early? I was under the impression that our S class had no physical education today. Lin Yinyu asked, bewildered. Su Nuo silently glanced at Shunling Shuang. The class teacher's fair face was now as cold as ice, tinged with a hint of anger. This is bad. The punishment from Shunling Shuang has arrived. No wonder I had an ominous premonition earlier. We are about to be tormented by the homeroom teacher. What is it? What do you mean, what is it? You two have become quite audacious, haven't you? You didn't even show up for attendance yesterday? Did I give you face? Despite her languid tone, Shunling Shuang's inquiry was laced with a chilling reprimand. Su Nuo and the others are in for it now. Yang Tianming snickered. They've overstayed their welcome. And now Teacher Shun is here to administer justice. Li Muxiao grinned. Only Tao Shuxian shook her head, sighing. These two truly dare to disregard the class rules set by the homeroom teacher. You two, hop around the playground for 10 laps. Right now? I still have to teach you later. Shunling Shuang's gaze was frosty. 10 laps? No way. Teacher, this is dangerous. Lin Yinyu felt his body tremble. Though he was robust, he was not adept at sports. 10 laps of hopping. This is terrifying. Su Nuo, why did you start right away? 10 laps. You're really daring. Su Nuo maintained a calm demeanor, executing the frog jump with both precision and grace, leaving others to wonder if he had secretly practiced. Chapter 60. Damn it. He's just showing off again. Is he really planning to hop 10 laps? Just keep showing off. I'm eager to see how this guy will struggle later. No joke. Your brother is super brave. Go for it, Su Nuo. It's just a matter of jumping until your legs break. And that's it. Strength will create miracles. Detected hosts physical training content. Frog jump for 10 laps. Expected completion will enhance strength by 0. 1. Constitution by 0. 12. So this frog jump counts as physical training content, and it can yield decent stat enhancements. In that case, come forth, Mighty Chick and Bear Apprentice. Today's routine training commences. Su Nuo paused for a moment before releasing his 2 Pokemon. Maintaining such regular exercise daily would ensure that his Pokemon team's combat state is optimized. This way, he would be confident in achieving remarkable results in the upcoming 5-school trial in a few weeks, Su Nuo thought to himself. Jakuro, Karuta, Mighty Chick and Bear Apprentice nodded enthusiastically, joining Su Nuo in the frog jumps. Wow, Su Nuo, you're serious. You even brought your Pokemon along. Lin Yinyu, after jumping a mere dozen meters, felt utterly exhausted. Yet, Su Nuo, in no time, had already covered 100 or 200 meters, showing no signs of fatigue. Is this guy even human? With a physique like that, why isn't he a national-level athlete? To add, the frog jumps completed by the Pokemon can also count towards the trainer's own record. Shunling Shuang placed her hands on her slim waist, her expression icy as she said, Wow, Teacher Shin suddenly adds this regulation? What does this mean? Hey, doesn't this imply we should cultivate a few frog-type Pokemon? Like Fast Swim Frog, Bullfrog Lord, Bad Frog, or Greninja. That way, when we get punished with frog jumps, our Pokemon can help us out. I'm amazed. Dude, you're truly clever. My Bulbasaur has been itching for some exercise. Let us have it hop 10 laps to train well. Lin Yinyu smacked his lips as he summoned his Yunhila and BB-Raptor. Yunhila, BB-Raptor, please, grant me your strength. As long as you accompany me, I will leap through these 10 laps. Tonight, we shall indulge in barbecue. Bai Shaoxing adjusted his glasses, clenching his fists to rally his Pokemon. Yang Jila and BB Bird exchanged helpless glances with their master. Frog jumps? This was a challenge for psychic and flying types. While they were still caught in their dilemma, Lijuan Chicken, Bear Disciple, and Su Nuo had already completed a lap. Their speed was as swift as the wind, their movements graceful, and their gazes resolute, displaying no signs of distress whatsoever. How infuriating! Su Nuo was turning this punishment into his personal showcase. Su Nuo, the eternal god. My goodness, Squirtle, did he finish a lap without even panting? Is Su Nuo's stamina truly that remarkable? His girlfriend must be incredibly fortunate. This remark caused Tao Shuxuan's cheeks to flush inexplicably. How annoying. I am not his girlfriend. Why am I blushing? Tao Shuxian gently touched her slightly warm face. Forget it. I'll go buy them both a couple of bottles of water. With that thought, she headed toward the campus supermarket. Ding. Exercise task completed. Host has increased strength by 0.1, constitution by 0.12. Ding. Your Pokemon Bear Disciple has increased physical attack by 0.02, speed by 0.03. Ding. Your Pokemon Leguan Chicken has increased physical attack by 002, speed by 003. Kalu, Jiku, Bear Disciple and Leguan Chicken ceased their jumps and joined Su Nuo. Teacher Shun, how did I do? Was it satisfactory? Su Nuo smiled, having completed Shun Lingshuan's punishment while stretching his slightly sore limbs. Surprising. Not only are you well-versed in the theoretical aspects of Pokemon studies, but your battling skills and physical fitness are commendable as well. Quite impressive, Su Nuo. Shun Lingshuan, who had previously observed with a detached demeanor, suddenly brightened at the sight of such a remarkable student, unable to help but compliment him. Meanwhile, Lin Yinyu in the same group continued to struggle through the final lap. Su Nuo, have a bottle of ice water to cool down. Tao Shuxian cheerfully handed him a bottle of Hengda Ice Spring. Oh, perfect timing. I won't refuse, Su Nuo replied, accepting the ice water and shaking off the sweat from his hair, still looking charming and stunning after his workout. I'm so envious. The beautiful Tao Shuxian is concerned about Su Nuo. Yang Tianming tightened his hold on Li Muxiao, somewhat exasperated. Tianming, let go of me. If you're envious, just admit it. Why are you hugging me? I'm not into that. Li Muxiao lightly punched Yang Tianming's waist, prompting him to release his grip. Everyone, do not leave this place. Today, I will conduct a special lesson. This content is of great significance. Class S students must grasp part of it. Understood? Shen Lingshuang instructed. Understood. Got it. Yes, Teacher Shun. Su Nuo drank several gulps of ice water, the refreshing chill providing immense comfort. A special lesson? What could it entail? Today, Shen Lingshuang remained clad in her white shirt and ultra-short shorts, complemented by black stockings and high heels, her demeanor icy yet undeniably alluring. Truly the embodiment of an ice queen. 20 minutes later, in the laboratory on the third floor of the S-Class teaching building, 10 pristine mahogany benches were arranged, each accompanied by a mysterious square machine. The blackboard in the laboratory bore the bold inscription, Fruit Studies and Energy Cube Crafting. Wow, this box is filled with fruits. Moreover, the variety is astonishing, and the quality of these fruits appears to be quite exceptional. The school must have invested a significant sum to procure these raw materials. Astounding. What are we learning today? Is it how to make energy cubes? That would be fantastic. Energy cube crafting? I've heard my father mention it. This technique is quite challenging, and a professional craftsman requires certification. The students of Class S, upon finding their seats, eagerly scanned their surroundings, chattering excitedly. All right, students. I trust you are aware of today's lesson. Shen Lingshuang clapped her hands, instantly silencing the previously noisy atmosphere of the laboratory. Now you should understand why I deemed this lesson so crucial. Chapter 61. Is this really your first time? Fruit Studies delves into the composition and characteristics of each type of fruit, as well as the potential new transformations that may arise when mixed in varying proportions. This knowledge is fundamentally intertwined with the crafting of Pokemon energy cubes. I see. We are commencing the study of energy cube production today? This must be a significant decision by the school to enhance Class S's chances in the 5 school trials, Su Nuo murmured as he opened the colorful box filled with fruits. The crafting of Pokemon energy cubes is an essential aspect of Pokemon studies. A certified advanced energy cube craftsman enjoys high status and remuneration. The more skillful their craft, the more distinctive and personalized their energy cubes become. Some masters can create energy cubes that, after prolonged feeding to Pokemon, can enhance their comprehension, allowing them to master more complex skills. The finest energy cubes can even unlock a Pokemon's potential, facilitating their early evolution. Meanwhile, ordinary energy cubes serve as exceptionally nourishing sustenance, enabling Pokemon to go a day without hunger, saving trainers considerable food expenses. However, the art of crafting Pokemon energy cubes is notoriously daunting. In fact, it is so challenging that out of 100 trainers, perhaps only one may emerge as a competent ordinary energy cube craftsman. Now, I would like the group leaders from each team to come forward to collect your Pokemon cube boxes. This is a luxury specially arranged by the school. Shen Lingshuang indicated towards the large box containing an array of colored reinforced glass boxes, which are designed to effectively preserve energy cubes and extend their shelf life. Wow. The school must have spent a fortune on this. The market price for a Pokemon cube box is nearly 100,000 Alliance coins. Is it really that expensive? Wow. We are truly fortunate. Of course, the textbooks clearly state that Pokemon cube boxes are made from special materials, which excellently preserve the effects of energy cubes. The leaders of the earlier groups eagerly surged forward to select their cube boxes. I'll help you guys fetch the cube boxes, Su Nuo announced. Lin Yinyu and Tao Shuxian nodded in agreement, their eyes fixated on the intricate energy cube synthesis machine, though they struggled to decipher its workings. Since this is everyone's first time using the energy cube synthesis machine, just practice for now. There's no need to hold yourselves to excessively high standards. This craft is inherently challenging, understood? Shen Lingshuang encouraged. Understood. Honestly, I'm no genius. How could I possibly master such a complex craft without guidance? Exactly. Let us just practice today. After all, none of us have studied this before. Right? There's likely no one in our class who is proficient in fruit studies. The students echoed their agreement with their homeroom teacher. Even by Xiaosheng Lin Yinyu sighed, expressing his resignation. It's a pity that I've never studied this subject. I find myself utterly bewildered by this machine. Moments later, Su Nuo distributed the Pokemon Cube boxes to his 2 group members. With preparations complete, let us proceed directly to the task at hand. With that, Su Nuo extracted a blue, spherical fruit from the carton, still glistening with droplets of pure water, unmistakably fresh. Having been plucked just today, the orange berry, with its mildly subtle flavor, serves well to restore a small fraction of a Pokemon's vitality, making it an excellent auxiliary ingredient. Su Nuo deftly wielded a quartz fruit knife, skillfully slicing the fruit into 3 equally proportioned segments. Su Nuo, you have knowledge of berries? Tao Shuxian inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. No way. Su Nuo, could it be that you are also adept at crafting energy cubes? Don't frighten me. That is quite a challenge. Lin Yinyu swallowed hard, struggling to comprehend. Whether I am truly skilled is debatable. However, I possess a modicum of understanding. Su Nuo replied with a confident smile, selecting a glistening yellow-orange fruit next. The Wenga fruit, known for its slightly tart flavor, serves as a secondary ingredient in energy cube crafting. The banana berry, a sweet pink fruit, is the most fundamental primary ingredient. Numerous cubes are synthesized around the banana berry theme, boasting exceptional flavor and compatibility. As he meticulously selected and proportioned the berries, Tao Shuxian and Lin Yinyu could only stare in astonishment. Why, as fellow students of Class S, did Su Nuo seem to possess such confidence while they floundered in uncertainty? Is the disparity between individuals truly more pronounced than that between a human and a pig? Damn it, why is this so difficult? I followed the instructions and mixed 4 different berries in varying proportions in the machine. Yet what emerged was a ghastly, blackened mess. What dark culinary disaster is this? My friend, this sludge is unfit even for a dog. Perhaps I should feed it to a Magikarp instead. Please, no more ingredients, classmate. If you add anything else, the machine will surely explode. I cannot afford to reimburse the school. Yang Tianming, you fool. You've cut such a large piece. How on earth will it fit into the machine? Are you and your Darmanitan both brainless? The circumstances in the other groups were hardly more promising, each encountering various challenges that transformed the previously quiet laboratory into a cacophony of chaos. Minutes later, Su Nuo pressed the stop button on the energy cube synthesis machine, exhaling a sigh of relief. Finally, I have completed my first energy cube. Beep. Host successfully synthesized an energy cube. Evaluation: A grade, rarity, 3 stars, score, 83 points. This is a notably exceptional energy cube. Not only can it restore a Pokemon's vitality, but it also effectively alleviates fatigue. Su Nuo, you truly understand the craft of energy cubes? I am astounded. This trial product of yours appears remarkably impressive. The luster, the color. I am almost tempted to taste it, exclaimed Tao Shuxian and Lin Yinyu in unison, their faces brimming with astonishment. Oh, it seems a classmate has successfully crafted an energy cube. Allow me to assess it, Shen Lingxue said, her hands clasped, a satisfied smile suddenly gracing her icy visage. Click-clack, click-clack. She approached Su Nuo, her high heels clicking on the floor, her eyes revealing a glimmer of surprise. The superb quality of the energy cube elicited a soft gasp of admiration from Shen Lingxue. Su Nuo, is this truly your first attempt? Shen Lingxue squinted her enchanting eyes and inquired. I mean, in the creation of energy cubes. A gentle smile adorned Su Nuo's strikingly handsome face as he opened the glass front of the energy cube synthesis machine. Speaking at a measured pace, I previously studied the theoretical aspects of berry science and possess a somewhat personal understanding of the various ingredient combinations. However, this marks my first foray into the practical application of energy cube creation. After all, my family's financial constraints prevented me from acquiring such an expensive synthesis machine or the rare berries required for practice. With that, Su Nuo retrieved the still-warm energy cube, presenting it on a porcelain dish. I see, Shen Lingxue nodded, catching a whiff of an exceptionally pleasant aroma. What a delightful scent. The beautiful teacher extended her fair hand, delicately pinching a small piece of the warm energy cube to her lips. Very good, very good. To achieve such a high score with merely a trial product, Su Nuo, you truly are gifted. I bestow upon you an evaluation of 80 points. Group 7 earns an additional 10 points towards their final grade. Shen Lingxue declared with certainty. To achieve 80 points on your first attempt? You are indeed a prodigy, Su Nuo. Incredible. You seem to possess real talent. Exclaimed Tao Shuxian and Lin Yinyu, their admiration apparent. Wow. Group 7 has successfully crafted the first energy cube? Who is it? Su Nuo. Again, it's him. What sort of monster is he? How can he excel at everything? The students of Class S could hardly contain their excitement upon learning of Su Nuo's success. Teacher Shun, I too have completed my work. Please indulge in my creation. A proud voice called from the front row, belonging to a broad-shouldered boy with prominent features. Is that Lu Pengqing from Group 4? He has also succeeded? Indeed. Lu Pengqing's father is a renowned energy cube artisan. He must have learned a great deal at home. Is this the legacy of a craftsman's child? Surely he will also earn classroom credit. Lu Pengqing? Su Nuo squinted at the student in the front row, a silent smile creeping onto his lips. If he is the son of an artisan, his skills should not be lacking. With that thought, Su Nuo followed Shen Lingxue as she approached. Teacher Shun. Lu Pengqing grinned widely, pointing to a white porcelain dish on the table, upon which lay a tricolor energy cube. Lu Pengqing, your father is a remarkable energy cube artisan. I trust you've learned much from him, Shen Lingxue remarked, taking a small piece from the dish to taste. Indeed, Teacher Shun. My father is currently pursuing the 6th level of energy cube craftsmanship. I am confident he will achieve a favorable outcome. I frequently learn from him, Lu Pengqing replied, pride evident in his voice. Energy cube artisans are ranked from lowest to highest as level 2, level 4, level 6, level 8, and master. Each level increases in complexity and rarity of the energy cubes produced. Only a master artisan can be deemed a true graduate of berry science and energy cube crafting. Every master possesses their unique formula, enabling them to reign supreme in the world of trainers and artisans. Evaluation, C grade, rarity, 1 star, score, 58 points. This energy cube is rather ordinary, capable of alleviating a Pokemon's confusion. Only a score of 58? I had anticipated that the artisan's son would produce something extraordinary. Upon reviewing the system's assessment, Su Nuo couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. It seems Lu Pengqing has not truly grasped the skills of his father, a level 4 artisan. I shall begrudgingly award you a passing grade. Your production efficiency is commendable. However, the taste and quality are simply subpar. Shen Lingxue furrowed her brow, clearly unimpressed. What? Just a passing grade? Lu Pengqing exclaimed, his expression falling. But you are the son of Master Lu. This is not your first attempt at crafting energy cubes. The finished product pales in comparison to even Su Nuo's preliminary attempt. Doesn't it? Ah, how piercing Shen Lingxuang's words sound. Is she unwittingly delivering a devastating blow to the tender spirit of this esteemed master's offspring? Su Nuo silently touched his nose, suppressing a chuckle, not even measuring up to someone else's initial work. Lu Pengqing's pupils constricted, and his expression darkened immediately. I refuse to believe it. As the son of a distinguished level 4 energy cube artisan, how could my skills possibly be inferior? I will not accept this. The burly boy glared indignantly at Su Nuo and continued, are you brave enough to challenge me again? This time, I shall employ the secret recipe passed down through my family. Life and death are trivial. If you refuse, then face the consequences. One must admit, Lu Pengqing is a straightforward lad. Having lost to Su Nuo in the open, he is determined to reclaim his honor in the same arena. Upon hearing Lu Pengqing's declaration, Shen Lingxuang's expression became increasingly animated. What say you, Su Nuo? If you are afraid, I can assist you in declining the challenge, she teased, her tone lingering with an enchanting charm. Oh, this woman. She certainly knows how to stir the pot. However, Shen Lingxuang, please refrain from using me for your amusement. Since Lu Pengqing is so eager to best me, I shall accept. I, Su Nuo, have never turned down a fair challenge. He tilted his head slightly, confidently embracing the contest. Very well, let us begin forthwith. I shall employ all my crafting prowess to illustrate the disparity between us. What you witnessed earlier was merely a hasty, lackluster attempt. Lu Pengqing shot a cold glance at Su Nuo before selecting fruits from a cardboard box. Su Nuo shrugged, dismissing his opponent's taunts. Classmates, may I borrow your space? Upon this request, a row of students tactfully parted to create room for Su Nuo. He then commenced his own selection of fruits. Excellent, classmates. Gather around. These two will demonstrate the quintessential process of crafting Pokemon energy cubes. After witnessing this contest, you should be well equipped to create basic energy cubes. Shen Lingxuang clapped her hands, beckoning the students to observe. Goodness, this woman is quite adept. On the surface, it appears she wishes to pit Lu Pengqing against me, but in reality, she aims for us to personally instruct the entire class in the art of energy cube crafting. The intricacies of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Could Xinling Shuang be a femme fatale? Su Nuo pondered. Chapter 63. There is a flaw in your family recipes soon enough. The wooden table was crowded with students eagerly watching Su Nuo and Lu Pengqing's practical demonstration. They instinctively maintained a distance of 1 meter from the Pokemon cube crafting machine, ensuring they could observe and record the entire energy cube crafting process without hindering the competitors. First step, selection. Choose the types of fruits you require and select those of superior quality. Naturally, this largely depends on your knowledge of fruitology and your energy cube recipe. Xinling Shuang, with one hand delicately brushing her hair, pointed towards Lu Pengqing's station. At this moment, Lu Pengqing had chosen 6 distinctly different fruits and was preparing to peel them with a quartz knife. Meanwhile, his rival Su Nuo was observed enjoying Lu Pengqing's selection process alongside the other students. Not only that, but he also sliced a few pieces of yellow lemon berries, munching on them with an air of leisurely satisfaction. Su Nuo, what are you doing? Why aren't you taking any action? This is a competition. Tao Shuxian nudged, whispering her concern. Yet, Su Nuo remained undeterred, continuing to observe Lu Pengqing without heeding her warning. At this juncture, Lu Pengqing had already peeled his selected fruits and was now meticulously cutting them into precise portions. The second step he was undertaking was quantification, a crucial phase in the energy cube crafting process akin to laying the foundation of a house. Hey, Su Nuo, what are you doing? Why haven't you started yet? You seem so relaxed. Xinling Shuang, who had been explaining to the students, suddenly shifted her gaze, alarmed. Su Nuo had yet to take any action. He hadn't even selected the necessary fruits. What on earth? Why hasn't Su Nuo started yet? Is he really conceding defeat? Lu Pengqing is nearly finished with his quantification. Su Nuo, if you truly cannot compete with Lu Pengqing, then perhaps it's best to back down. After all, there's nothing at stake, and losing would mean nothing. Humph. Has he decided to retreat in the face of adversity? The craft of energy cubes is not something a novice like you can dabble in. Your earlier attempt was merely a stroke of luck. The true artisan here is me. Hearing that Su Nuo had not yet commenced crafting, Lu Pengqing felt a surge of triumph, even grinning broadly. Just then, Su Nuo sprang into action. Goodness, what swiftness! Such deft movements. Su Nuo silently selected 6 types of fruits: Limu, Peizai, Mimi, Taotao, Lingyu, and Ingzi, each identical to those chosen by Lu Pengqing. After observing Lu Pengqing's selection and quantification, Su Nuo had completely grasped his opponent's recipe. Ding! Rare recipe unlocked. Exceptional recovery block. Effect: helps Pokemon dispel various abnormal statuses. Next came the third step, mixing and heating, allowing all measured ingredients to blend together at the appropriate temperature while preserving their effects. The final step involved shaping and slicing. This constitutes the standard procedure for crafting energy cubes. Students, do you understand? Xinling Shuang elaborated. Meanwhile, the students were captivated by Su Nuo's exquisite technique. Leaving no one to respond to Xinling Shuang's inquiry. Peeling, cutting, grinding into powder, Su Nuo skillfully wielded his quartz knife, displaying solid knife skills and a balanced application of force during the quantification process. The entire workspace became his stage. Colorful fruit pieces and fruit powders danced at the tip of his knife, ultimately being perfectly categorized by weight. 50 grams, 50 grams, 100 grams, 50 grams, 150 grams, 150 grams. With the system's assistance in calculations, Su Nuo combined them with unparalleled precision. My goodness, just moments ago, they were saying Su Nuo was slacking off. Yet now that he is in motion, he appears remarkably professional. Indeed, his technique is astonishingly proficient. Perhaps he is truly gifted. You must remember that his Pokemon battling skills are top tier in our class. How many would dare challenge him? Battling is one thing, but crafting energy cubes is another. They are entirely different matters. Even Xinling Shuang was astounded by Su Nuo's quantification process. Goodness, I can hardly believe how adept Su Nuo's technique is. There is an almost ethereal aura of a master artisan about him. It's worth noting, this is only his second attempt at crafting an energy cube. What a remarkable prodigy. Wait, this recipe has flaws. Just as Su Nuo was about to proceed to the third step, a sudden tremor coursed through him, as if he had realized something, and he halted his actions. Upon hearing Su Nuo's declaration, Lu Pengqing was taken aback. He immediately shouted back, "You are the one with the issue. This is my family's secret recipe. If you cannot master it, at least have the decency not to slander it." Lu Pengqing had been quietly observing Su Nuo during the third step, fully aware that his opponent was attempting to pilfer his recipe. While there was no harm in Su Nuo learning from his family recipe, how dare he assert it was flawed? Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. No. It is a matter of what is tolerable and what is intolerable. Su Nuo had no intention of engaging with the other party. Instead, he selected a verdant wood fruit from the multitude of tree fruits. Subsequently, he ground out 75 grams of green fruit powder and mixed it with the previously separated tree fruit powders. Ultimately, this concoction was added to the energy cube manufacturing machine, initiating the blending and heating process. A few minutes later, the energy cubes of both individuals were complete. Teacher Shun, we can now proceed with the evaluation of this craftsmanship duel. Su Nuo extracted a product from the energy cube machine, a colorful creation imbued with hints of golden hue. He then sliced it into several small portions, gesturing for Shun Shuang to score them. Altering the ingredients of the original recipe without permission displays a lack of respect for the craftsmanship that birthed it. With such mediocre skills, how dare you attempt to modify the recipe to secure victory? Dream on. Lu Pengqing, with a cold gaze, derided Su Nuo before regaining his composure and stating, Teacher Shun, please evaluate my masterpiece. This is a high-quality energy cube made entirely according to the authentic recipe. With that, Lu Pengqing cut a small piece and placed it on a plate, presenting it to Shun Shuang. Evaluation, a grade, rarity, 3 stars, score, 90 points. This is a rather excellent energy cube capable of alleviating various abnormal states of the elves, a coveted item for most trainers. Did he claim this was an entirely authentic recipe? Chapter 64, Improvement. The unique 6-star recipe. Upon reviewing the system's evaluation of both parties' energy cubes, Su Nuo merely shook his head. Ultimately, he smiled silently without uttering a word. Indeed, for Lu Pengqing, this authentic recipe must have been a treasured legacy within his family, perhaps carrying special significance for him. However, in Su Nuo's eyes, it was merely an unfinished recipe. It did not fully realize the potential it was meant to achieve. Thus, Su Nuo unhesitatingly improved it according to his methods. Ah, splendid. The texture, flavor, and color are all top-notch. This energy cube is truly at the level one would expect from Master Lu's son. After just a small taste, Shun Shuang offered Lu Pengqing high praise. The gentle tone she adopted was a stark contrast to the stern critique she had just delivered. Hearing this, Lu Pengqing flashed a triumphant smile at Su Nuo, as if victory were already assured. Meanwhile, the other students were filled with anxious anticipation, eager to discover who would emerge victorious, Su Nuo or Lu Pengqing. Next came Su Nuo's creation. I noticed that he had added an extra tree fruit to the original recipe. Perhaps he had a better idea in mind. The color? This translucent beauty? Could it be perfection? Upon inspecting Su Nuo's energy cube, Shun Shuang could not help but admit her hesitation. Observing this energy cube closely gave her the sensation of appreciating a work of art. It left her somewhat entranced. She slowly took a small piece and placed it in her mouth, savoring it. The sweetness, saltiness, spiciness, acidity, bitterness, and astringency. All these flavors harmoniously blended in perfect proportions, culminating in an exceptionally unique and delightful taste. Although energy cubes were supposed to be a special food beloved by elves, humans could also consume them without much interest. Yet, Su Nuo's energy cube allowed Shun Shuang to experience a flavor that only elves could truly appreciate. This left her somewhat bewildered. After several seconds, Shun Shuang finally emerged from this pure, delightful reverie. She exhaled softly, feeling somewhat lightheaded, as if the high heels she wore had become unsteady beneath her. Teacher Shun, may I inquire how Su Nuo's product compares to mine? Noticing that the teacher had yet to voice her evaluation, a somewhat anxious Lu Pengqing cautiously asked. Su Nuo has triumphed in this energy cube craftsmanship duel. The energy cube he crafted is the finest specimen I have ever encountered. In terms of color, texture, flavor, and quality control, it significantly surpasses Lu Pengqing's creation. Su Nuo won, and he triumphed over the son of a level 4 craftsman. This sparked a flurry of animated discussions and praise among the students of Class S1. Incredible! Su Nuo is our class's eternal deity. Nuo God YYDS. Can anyone explain how he is so extraordinary? Did Su Nuo somehow cheat? Reflecting on Su Nuo's calm demeanor earlier, they couldn't help but feel that it was rather impressive. I declare Su Nuo to be our class's ultimate champion. Poor Lu Pengqing, yet another victim destined to live under the shadow of Nuo God. Is there no domain in which Su Nuo can be bested? Hearing his classmates extolling Su Nuo's virtues, Lu Pengqing was far from satisfied. How could my family's recipe possibly lose? Surely, Teacher Shun must have manipulated the results. With these thoughts, he angrily approached Su Nuo, shoving a piece of the energy cube into his mouth. However, At the very moment the energy cube touched his tongue, his anger was inexplicably quelled. Lu Pengqing found himself enraptured by the exquisite sensation brought forth by the energy cube. Evaluation, SSS grade, rarity, 6 stars, score. System unable to score. An exceptionally unique and high-quality energy cube, capable not only of alleviating all abnormal states of elves, but also uplifting the spirits of those who consume it. After Su Nuo's improvement, this originally 3-star rare recipe had transformed into a 6-star unique recipe. Moreover, its effects had become immensely powerful. For Su Nuo, this SSS grade 6-star recipe would undoubtedly prove invaluable in his upcoming journey as a trainer. The expensive elixirs used to remedy abnormalities were now rendered entirely unnecessary. The improved recipe had saved him a considerable sum in medicinal expenses. Lu Pengqing, it seems you remain somewhat unconvinced. Shall we have a rematch another day? Su Nuo smiled slightly, waving his right hand. Lu Pengqing, having finally relished that unique energy cube, cleared his throat and awkwardly chuckled. No. After tasting it myself, I realize there is indeed a significant gap between us. I just wonder, what type and quantity of tree fruit did you add at the end? 75 grams of wood fruit, which enhances the effects of the other 6 types of tree fruits, while also improving texture and flavor. Su Nuo candidly shared his modification method, shrugging his shoulders as if it were no matter of consequence, retreating to his desk. Witnessing Su Nuo's generosity, the straightforward Lu Pengqing felt a pang of shame. Had he known that his opponent was so masterful in the art of tree fruit studies and energy cube craftsmanship, he would not have subjected himself to humiliation. He had even lost to a recipe that had been passed down through his family. Ugh, he felt he deserved a couple of slaps for his earlier bravado. With such thoughts, Lu Pengqing dejectedly returned to his seat. Observing Su Nuo's demeanor, teacher Shenling Shuang nodded approvingly and remarked, "Now, for the remainder of today's class, you shall engage in the practice of energy cube production. Before the end of the day, every group that submits a qualified product will receive extra credit." This announcement elicited a chorus of complaints from the students. "No, Teacher Shun, I really can't. What about the recipe? Who will teach me the basic recipe? I have never studied tree fruit science. Let's ask Su Nuo for help. He is a master. Let him teach us." Several members from various groups gathered before Su Nuo, seeking his guidance on fundamental formulas. That night, within the martial arts hall of Bihai City, in the main back hall, the creaking of the old wooden door echoed as a sturdy figure swiftly slipped through the crack. That item was usually hung next to the portrait in the left side hall. Tonight would prove no different. He stealthily entered the side hall and approached the portrait in the center. The painting depicted a formidable and handsome bear-like spirit, the martial bear master. To the left of the portrait, a painting of a rushing river captured his attention. Chapter 65, The Invitation from the Lu family. The water scroll. Indeed, it was still here. The figure moved closer, carefully rolling up the river painting, tucking it under his arm, ready to make his escape. Suddenly, the yellow chandelier in the side hall illuminated, exposing him to the light. "Xiong Feng, why are you still awake at this hour, sneaking around the back hall?" Although the man's tone was languid, it betrayed a stern and menacing authority. Before this man, he had no room to maneuver. "Father." Lu Xiongfeng stared blankly at the middle-aged man in gray pajamas standing at the door, his face pale. This was bad. He had been caught stealing the family's water scroll. And worse, it was his father, the hall master, who had discovered him. This left Lu Xiongfeng utterly flustered. "Why did you steal the water scroll? Explain yourself immediately." The man admonished without mercy. This man was Lu Wei, Lu Xiongfeng's father and the current head of the martial arts hall and the Lu family. "I made a bet with someone, and I lost. Their strength exceeded mine by a significant margin," Lu Xiongfeng muttered, lowering his head. He had thought tonight would be an excellent opportunity to acquire the water scroll, only to be caught red-handed by his father. This left him at a loss, unsure of how to confront his father's wrath. "You mean someone bested you? From your school? What exactly happened?" To Lu Xiongfeng's surprise, Lu Wei did not explode in anger. Instead, he began to inquire about the entire situation with a calmness that contrasted sharply with his usual temper. Seeing that his father showed no intention of punishing him, Lu Xiongfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He gathered his thoughts and recounted, in detail, how he had lost to Su Nuo and the stakes involved. "Oh, this Su Nuo is quite capable to have managed to defeat you," Lu Wei mused. "Is he from a wealthy family, or perhaps a renowned lineage?" Lu Xiongfeng shook his head, denying, "Neither. As far as I know, he is just an ordinary high school student with an unremarkable background." Ordinary. Upon hearing this word, a faint smile flickered across Lu Wei's face. If he is merely from a common family, then this matter can be easily resolved. Return the water scroll and let me handle this. I will provide this young man named Su Nuo with an appropriate explanation. You will invite him to come here tomorrow to discuss it with me. Of course, you must inform him that the water scroll must be collected in person. With that, Lu Wei tilted his head, signaling his son to relinquish the water scroll. Have him come in person, huh? Lu Xiongfeng muttered. The following afternoon, at Tianyuan Spirit High School, on the second floor of the back mountain teaching building. What? Your father wants me to come in person to collect it? Wasn't it agreed that I would receive it in the shortest time possible? Your family's sudden change of heart is infuriating. So, this is how the Lu family operates. Su Nuo's expression darkened as he scoffed. He was genuinely disgusted by the so-called martial arts family, the Lus. It was evident they were attempting to renege on the bet and deny him the water scroll. Su Nuo saw straight through Lu Wei's true intentions. Now that I have conveyed the message, the rest is no longer my concern. Whether you choose to collect the water scroll is entirely up to you. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Xiongfeng turned to leave, denying Su Nuo any further opportunity for conversation. This family was likely taking advantage of his lack of backing. Su Nuo grimaced, contemplating. The hall master wanted him to come to the martial arts hall, likely to showcase his family's power and intimidate the weaker Su Nuo. After all, the water scroll was a treasured heirloom of the Lu family. Surely no one would willingly hand over their prized possession. If that was the case, then let the hall master wait. The water scroll would be Su Nuo's at all costs. It was a wager that belonged to him. Su Nuo declared coldly, the aura of draconic majesty surging towards Lu Xiongfeng. He reached for the master ball at his waist, his handsome face now devoid of warmth. The hall master seemed to test whether Su Nuo had the capability to retrieve the water scroll from the martial arts hall. To Su Nuo, this was akin to playing with fire. For the evolution of his bear disciple, he would not hesitate to unleash the formidable power of Zygarde. And if the Lu family's attitude remained excessively hostile and they refused to relinquish the water scroll, Su Nuo would not shy away from purging this martial arts family from Beihai City. Lu Xiongfeng shuddered, a wave of dread surging from his core. This guy. It was best to make a hasty retreat. He signaled an okay gesture before hastily fleeing. The red Ferrari sped through the urban avenues of Beihai City. Inside, loud and raucous DJ dance music blared, igniting an inexplicable sense of excitement. So, the old man of the Lu family intends to renege, does he? In the driver's seat, Shun Lingshuang inquired. To ensure Su Nuo could hear her clearly, she nearly shouted. Today, she had traded her usual black high-heeled, sexy lady attire for a more youthful, forest-style outfit. Dressed in a simple blue and white lace dress, paired with brown flat boots, she appeared vibrant and youthful, like a girl of 18 or 19. Exactly, Teacher Shun. That's why I asked you to accompany me. Su Nuo responded loudly. He initially planned to confront the martial arts hall alone, but reconsidered. If Shun Lingshuang's hall-level prowess could resolve the issue, that would suffice. Thus, he sought the assistance of his homeroom teacher. Without hesitation, Shun Lingshuang agreed and sped off towards the martial arts hall with Su Nuo. Su Nuo was surprised to see the usually aloof teacher displaying such protectiveness. Yet, the wild style of the car's DJ music clashed utterly with Shun Lingshuang's noble and cool demeanor. Could it be that beneath her icy exterior lay a fiercely passionate spirit? Su Nuo began to entertain such whimsical thoughts. Brace yourself. The teacher is about to accelerate, she declared. And before Su Nuo had time to mentally prepare, Shun Lingshuang pressed the gas pedal with fervor. The Ferrari transformed into a streak of red lightning, darting past numerous vehicles. Damn! Shun Lingshuang is actually a fan of speed. Chapter 66. Shun Lingshuang takes action, the power of the spiked shell. Within the martial arts hall, as Su Nuo and Shun Lingshuang stepped through the entrance, they were immediately intercepted by a young man. The man, appearing to be in his late 20s, had slick back hair and wore a tight, inexpensive black and white suit, embodying the image of a high-quality male. I presume you two are the guests the head mentioned? The head has instructed me to await you in the back hall. As for whether one can reach the inner sanctum, it ultimately depends on the prowess of the two of you, the man remarked with a squinting smile. After uttering these words, he clapped his hands and swiftly retreated. It appears that the Lu family is intent on making things difficult for you, Su Nuo. Thankfully, I accompanied you on this venture, smiled Shun Lingshuang. She had intended to say more, but was interrupted by Su Nuo's warning. They're coming. Two young men clad in white training attire swaggered over, their expressions fierce as they spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. To access the inner sanctum, you must defeat everyone in the dojo. There will be no exceptions. With that, they produced their pokeballs from their waists and released their Pokémon in one swift motion. Whoosh! Two beams of white light flashed past. Kato, Haru, a battle dancer, and a Macamp appeared before them. These two Pokemon shook their heads and gradually approached Su Nuo and Shunling Shuang. Pokemon, Battle Dancer. Type, Fighting. Gender, Ability, Technical Master. This Pokemon can enhance the damage of low-power moves. Qualification, Elite. Level, 25, Intermediate Elite. Skills, Triple Kick, Feint, Dynamic Punch, Tackle, Helping Hand. Focus Energy, Rapid Spin, Quick Attack, Euro Ball, Detect, Revenge, Quick Defense, Wide Guard, Ambush. Pokemon, Machamp. Type, Fighting. Gender, Ability, Guts. This Pokemon receives half damage from burn effects and gains an attack boost when affected by a status condition. Qualification, Elite. Level, 25, Intermediate Elite. Skills, Tackle. Focus Energy, Sand Attack, Heavy Slam, Dynamic Punch, Force Palm, Seismic Toss, Cross Chop, Low Kick. Are these merely elite-level lackeys? They truly underestimate us. Teacher Shun, allow me to handle this trivial matter. Su Nuo huffed, readying his Pokeball to engage. Wait, Su Nuo, since the teacher is here, it is only fitting that I clear the obstacles for you. It has been a while since I've had a good bout. Shelmet, warm up. Shunling Shuang placed her hand on Su Nuo's wrist, effectively halting her student's advance into battle. Shelmet emerged, exuding a chilling aura that made Su Nuo shiver slightly from the proximity. Forward, Shelmet. Our objective is to carve our way through to the end of the dojo. After issuing this command, Shunling Shuang abruptly gestured with her right hand, signaling Shelmet to attack at will. They found themselves in a long wooden corridor. The two of them standing in the center, the endless stretch obscuring their view of the end. Yet one thing was certain. The inner sanctum lay at the corridor's terminus. For now, they needed to keep winning. That was sufficient. Shelmet darted forward, confronting Machamp and Battle Dancer head-on. Machamp, let us use Dynamic Punch to strike swiftly. Assist their attack. Battle Dancer, charge. The two dojo members commanded their Pokemon to attack simultaneously. Smack, smack. Two crisp sounds echoed. The two, who had been reveling in their successful strike, suddenly changed expressions. Shelmet grinned wickedly, having withstood the combined assault from Machamp and Battle Dancer. Its rock-solid shell rendered it impervious to their attempts at damage. Battle Dancer, triple kick. Machamp, unleash heavy slam. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they hastily launched a second round of attacks, hoping to catch Shelmet off guard. Don't waste time, Shelmet. Use Ice Spike. Shelmet. Countless sharp ice shards rained down upon Machamp and Battle Dancer like an arrow storm. Bang, 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 bang. The barrage inflicted horrific damage on the two Pokemon, sending them careening several meters back. In just one move, this seemingly casual strike obliterated the Pokemon of the two dojo members in an instant. Battle Dancer, Machamp. Staring in disbelief at their downed companions, their expressions were vacant. What a terrifying display of power. This is the prowess of an expert at a high level. Against elite opponents like these, no matter how many come, it would be a swift defeat. Su Nuo thought to himself. This Shelmet is indeed worthy of being Shunling Shuang's second strongest Pokemon. Its offensive and defensive capabilities are truly exceptional. Considering this, Su Nuo felt an even greater curiosity about the full extent of his beautiful teacher's abilities. If her second strongest Pokemon is already so formidable, what level of strength does her most powerful gym leader Pokemon, the Frostlass, possess? Su Nuo, where are you looking? Run. Otherwise, you'll be dragged into unnecessary battles again. Shunling Shuang's voice snapped him back, and before he knew it, she had taken his hand, pulling him forward at a rapid pace. Feeling the chill of her palm, Su Nuo felt invigorated. What is the meaning of this, you mischievous woman? Can't you be a bit more reserved in front of your student? What does it mean to take my hand so freely? I get it. The student will charge ahead at full speed. Sprinting is my forte. Su Nuo gently released her hand and unleashed all his strength. With a single powerful stride, he outpaced Shunling Shuang by 3 meters. Conserving energy for the battles ahead is a fundamental principle of gym challenges. As they delved deeper into the dojo, several more members in white training attire approached them. Go. Arm wrestling. Marcia, show him what you're made of. Throwing master, take down that Shelmet. We aim to claim the gym leader's bounty of 200,000 league coins. 3 more fighting-type Pokemon were sent into battle. Yet this time, Shunling Shuang showed no signs of hesitation. She silently beckoned, and Shelmet understood immediately, positioning itself beside her to create a barrier between Shunling Shuang and the oncoming Pokemon. No need to hold back. Let them come in droves. We shall clear them all, Shunling Shuang declared coldly. Chapter 67, the senior disciple of the dojo. One by one, the fighting-type Pokemon unleashed their moves, charging towards Shelmet. Brick Break. Low kick, karate chop, pursuit, low sweep, aura sphere. This time, an astonishing 6 Pokemon converged for a joint assault. Yet Shelmet bore the same calm demeanor as its master, seemingly unperturbed by the onslaught. No need to hold back. It had heard Shinling Shuang's command. In that case, Shelmet's eyes gleamed, its strength coalescing in an instant. Shell Blade, Ice Spike, Needle Bomb, Rock Blast, Water Type, Ice Type, Bug Type, Rock Type. Shelmet unleashed a barrage of completely different attribute moves in rapid succession. At this moment, it was firing on all cylinders, unleashing its overwhelming power without reservation. As cries of despair echoed, the encroaching dojo Pokemon were annihilated without a trace. Shelmet stood like an indomitable ice barrier, repelling the assault with its superior attacks and instantly dismantling all opposition. The sheer strength of this Shelmet was utterly terrifying. Shelmet, keep up. Witnessing her Pokemon decimate a multitude of foes, Shinling Shuang maintained her calm demeanor. With a slight gathering of power, the Shelmet floated along, following suit. 10 minutes later. Teacher Shun, there's light. We are nearing the end of this corridor. At the end of Su Nuo's gaze, 2 ancient wooden doors stood ajar. Warm beams of light from the dojo illuminating the deep, shadowy hallway. Let us pass through that door. The back hall should lie just beyond it. Shinling Shuang pointed ahead. Behind them lay a group of dojo spirits, all rendered unconscious, an evident testament to the formidable prowess of the Shelmet. Under its protection, the duo's journey had been remarkably smooth and devoid of peril. 20 meters, 19 meters, 18 meters, the wooden doors loomed ever closer. 15 meters, 13 meters, 12 meters. At that moment, a nimble figure darted out from an obscure corner, blocking the entrance. Clad in a pitch-black training outfit, the man bore a rather ordinary face. Yet his expression was steeped in disdain. Please halt. I am Fong Haojia, the chief disciple of the Shiwudo Dojo. As the final gatekeeper, you must defeat me to pass through. As they stood 5 meters away from this sudden adversary, Su Nuo halted in his tracks. The chief disciple? This fellow? Shan. He intended to say something, but was overtaken as his beautiful teacher swiftly moved past him. Enough chatter. Clear the way at once. With her long hair flowing and her gaze sharp, Shinling Shuang commanded the Shelmet to attack the trainer directly. Attack now. Rock Blast. With a flurry of rocks propelled forth, the Shelmet unleashed a barrage of 5 consecutive strikes. The solid stones hurtled towards Fong Haojia. Should he evade, the wooden doors behind him would be violently shattered by the Shelmet's assault. If he chose not to dodge, he would confront the perilous onslaught of 5 powerful rock strikes. Rocks? Huh. A perfect target. Fong Haojia sneered. Come forth, bandit. A flash of white light erupted from his pokeball, and a nimble figure charged toward the incoming barrage of stones. Crack, crack, crack. The air was filled with the sound of shattering as the rocks meant for Fong Haojia were obliterated into dust. The bandit swiftly executed a series of precise strikes, dismantling the Shelmet's rock blast. After completing this feat, it audaciously spat in front of everyone present, a blatant provocation. Defeat me, and you shall meet Master Lu of the Shiwudo Dojo. How does that sound? Should be quite simple for you. Fong Haojia wore a haughty expression, as if defeat were unimaginable. Pokemon, bandit. Type, fighting, dark. Gender, ability, overconfidence. This Pokemon's physical attack increases after defeating an opponent. Qualification, expert level. Level, 39, high expert. Skills, tackle, leer, revenge, headbutt, sand attack, endure, protect, surround, scary face, brick break, bluff, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch. Expert level? No wonder this chief disciple exuded such confidence. Upon discerning the bandit's information, Su Nuo couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering Shinling Shuang's next move. Shelmet. Hydro Pump. Shinling Shuang's gaze sharpened as she unhesitatingly commanded the Shelmet to attack. Azure energy coalesced around the Shelmet, and the water-type energy surged toward the bandit. In a scenario where both parties were of similar levels, fighting-type Pokemon exhibit resistance to ice-type moves. Shinling Shuang was acutely aware of this, opting to employ a water-type attack to probe her opponent. Here it comes, bandit. Thunder Punch. Realizing he held a type advantage in this confrontation, Fong Haojia clenched his fists, a brazen smile spreading across his face. Bandit. Charge forth with Thunder Punch. As the bandit amassed golden lightning energy, it launched itself at the rushing Shelmet. Thunder Punch. Before Su Nuo could contemplate further, the Shelmet collided directly with the bandit. Boom. Hydro Pump and Thunder Punch met with a resounding explosion that echoed through the corridor. What? Could this Shelmet withstand a Thunder Punch? What sort of creature is this? In this initial clash, Fang Haojie was taken aback. The Shelmet, having endured the thunder punch, staggered back a couple of steps, seemingly unfazed. Meanwhile, the bandit, suffering from the hydro pump's damage, bore slight injuries. Unexpectedly, the Shiwudo Dojo possesses such hidden talent. Has the chief disciple's strength reached this level? Shen Ling Shuang remarked, running her fingers through her exceptionally long hair. Under normal circumstances, I might be inclined to continue this battle. However, I regret to inform you that my student and I are pressed for time. We shan't linger any longer. Come forth, Frostlass. Teach this chief disciple a lesson. What? She is summoning Frostlass. Is teacher Shin truly prepared to get serious here? Su Nuo felt a chill run down his spine, quickly replaced by anticipation. As a student, he was about to behold the true prowess of the renowned Ice Queen of Tianyuan High School. With a frigid voice, a petite female Pokemon materialized above Shen Ling Shuang. This Pokemon resembled the Yukiana from the legends of Sakura Country, draped in a pristine white gown, exuding an air of purity and clarity. Pokemon, Frostlass. Type, Ghost Ice. Gender, Ability, Cursed Body. This Pokemon has a chance to immobilize opponents upon contact. Qualification, Near Champion Level. Level, 45, Intermediate Gym Leader. Skills, Fate's Curse, Ice Fang. Bite, Powder Snow, Leer, Crunch, Scare, Headbutt, Destiny Bond, Protect, Shadow Clone, Ice Shard, Lick, Icy Wind, Rest, Blizzard, Volt Tackle, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Heavy Slam, Dazzling Gleam. Level 45, Intermediate Gym Leader. Truly a testament to my teacher's capabilities. The skill set of Frostlass was nothing short of extravagant. Was this the embodiment of Shen Ling Shuang's true strength? What a comforting realization. Indeed, accompanying Shen Ling Shuang was a wise decision. Throughout this journey, I had effortlessly triumphed over foes without lifting a finger. Such profound power? Could it be that this Frostlass was a contender on par with a gym leader? Fang Haojie's previously confident demeanor suddenly faltered. Upon witnessing Shen Ling Shuang summon Frostlass, he was struck by the faint yet palpable aura of strength emanating from her. No. Regardless of the circumstances, I must guard this door. This is a task entrusted to me by my master. Bandit, use revenge. Fang Haojie gritted his teeth, mustering the courage to face the challenge. His bandit held expert-level high-tier strength, perilously close to gym leader caliber. He believed there was still a chance of victory. Thus, the battle commenced. He must seize the initiative and launch the first strike. Took. The bandit, adorned with a headscarf, summoned a surge of purple malevolent energy into his hands before clenching his fists tightly. He leaped into the air, unleashing a fierce dark-type attack that surged towards the Snow Maiden. Since you have such a fondness for electric moves, allow me to introduce you to the taste of your own medicine. Snow Maiden, Thunderbolt. With a delicate flick of her petite right arm, the Snow Maiden released a torrent of electric energy that struck the bandit with precision. Zap! The potent yellow lightning crackled with astonishing speed. Just as the bandit approached within 1.5 meters of the Snow Maiden, he was struck by the overwhelming Thunderbolt. Goodness! That punch from the Thunder Fist earlier has now been repaid in kind. This woman holds a grudge, Su Nuo thought to himself. Bandit! Fang Haojie shouted loudly. Hatuk! The bandit, hit directly by the Thunderbolt, exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the electric onslaught. After a slight adjustment of his injured body and a quick shake to regain his composure, he charged at the Snow Maiden once more. An eye for an eye. A dark-type move that doubles in power when retaliating against an opponent's attack. Thus, this time, the purple-black malevolent energy enveloping the bandit's fists intensified. Having tasted the sting of electricity, it was time to bring this battle to a close. Blizzards, she muttered quietly, as if this battle no longer held any excitement for her. Gazing at the exquisite and alluring face of his beautiful teacher, Su Nuo could only inwardly exclaim, Bah! You wicked woman! You tormentor! On! The Snow Maiden slightly parted her lips, and an icy gale erupted around her, swirling with sharp, frigid needles of snow. Whoosh! A fierce blizzard howled from her vicinity, charging directly towards the bandit. Countless frigid ice energies swiftly engulfed the bandit. In merely a second, he was swallowed by the terrifying tide of snow. Soon after, he transformed into a frozen statue, crashing heavily onto the corridor floor. This is the pride of the ice flower that freezes all. With effortless grace, Shen Ling Shuang dispatched a formidable opponent of expert caliber. The entire confrontation encompassed no more than 2 moves. One could say it was accomplished without breaking a sweat. Bandit! Fang Haojie bellowed, calling out to his Pokemon, hoping to rally its spirits. Unfortunately, the bandit lay motionless within the icy block, utterly devoid of combat capability. Is this the strength of a gym leader? Teacher Shen rarely reveals her prowess and proves to be utterly reliable in critical moments. Su Nuo marveled. How comforting it is to have such a stalwart ally. I hope that when we meet Master Lu later, Shinling Shuang will likewise prove herself to be so formidable. What are you thinking about? What else with that grin on your face? Let us go. We can now head to the back hall of the gym. Noticing Su Nuo's honeyed smile, Shinling Shuang unexpectedly smiled back. Having said that, she steadily recalled the Snow Maiden and walked towards the wooden door. Teacher Shun is truly remarkable. I feel incredibly fortunate to be your student. Su Nuo praised his instructor, hurriedly following her. Enough already. Stop buttering me up. I don't fall for that. Although she claimed otherwise, Shinling Shuang felt quite pleased. After all, what woman does not enjoy compliments? Especially when it comes from her own student. Now, as the esteemed disciple of this gym, you ought to clear the way, right? Master Lu should be waiting for us in the back hall today. Shun Ti? Shinling Shuang and Su Nuo queried in unison. With that, Shinling Shuang produced a bottle of spray remedy and tossed it towards Fong Haojia. This is a miraculous spray for relieving frostbite. Make way for me. Another instance of wielding both kindness and authority. You see, the bandit is currently suffering from frostbite. Although the earlier blizzard didn't inflict any fatal damage, it severely weakened him. Presently, he was trembling in Fong Haojia's arms, ensnared by the ice-type power. Yes, indeed. The gym leader chose to remain in the back hall today for your arrival. Thank you for the remedy. Fong Haojia accepted the special spray and promptly applied it to the bandit. He then opened the wooden door, and the bright light outside momentarily blinded the three of them. Excellent. Su Nuo, let us go. It's time to seek out the main figure. Chapter 69. Now it depends on whether you have the capability. The long cobblestone path was flanked by the luxurious fish ponds of the Lu family. Kingler, Goldeen, and Gyarados, various aquatic Pokémon, bubbled in the clear waters, blinking their eyes as they observed Su Nuo and Shinling Shuang walking along the path. At the end of the cobblestone walkway stood a purely wooden traditional Japanese-style building. Its simplistic and ancient design reminiscent of a temple from a certain nation. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Sure Martial Arts Gym's back hall. The bamboo door stood wide open, evidently prepared by the host to welcome guests. In the center of the expansive back hall, a middle-aged man clad in plain black attire sat calmly upon the wooden floor, his demeanor tranquil. The middle-aged man's complexion was grim, and he spoke with an authoritative tone. Welcome to the Lu family. I am Lu Wei, the head of the Lu family and the master of the Sure Martial Arts Gym. Teacher Shun, that's the water scroll, Su Nuo exclaimed. His keen eyesight allowed him to catch a glimpse of the scroll to Lu Wei's right. The scroll lay clearly unfurled, and Su Nuo sensed the immense energy fluctuations contained within it. Through his insightful eye, the information about the water scroll fully manifested in Su Nuo's consciousness. S-rank item, water scroll. Description, the lifelong work of a master of a certain combo style. It contains vast amounts of water-type energy. Upon comprehending the essence within, Bear Disciple can master the secrets of combo techniques, evolving into a dual-attribute martial arts Bear Master of water and fighting types. Bonus, while grasping the essence, there is a certain probability that Bear Disciple will unleash his potential, triggering unknown hidden rewards. Master Lu, I believe you are already well aware of our purpose for visiting. Thus, Shinling Shuang also noticed the water scroll on the floor, her eyes narrowing. Haha. So this is the formidable force among all the teachers at Tianyuan High School, the perilous ice flower, teacher Shinling Shuang. Lu Wei feigned a smile. Shinling Shuang remained silent. Lu Wei paused, picked up the scroll, and continued, I know you are here for the water scroll. It is indeed in my possession. No counterfeit here. However, according to the rules of the Sure Martial Arts Gym, if you wish to claim the Gym Challenge reward, you must demonstrate your capability. Upon hearing this, Shinling Shuang immediately released the Snow Maiden, readying herself for battle. Indeed, another confrontation was necessary. Moreover, this was the most critical battle, facing the Gym Master. Victory in this battle was imperative. Rest assured, Su Nuo, as long as I am by your side, I will take responsibility for you, Shinling Shuang whispered. What on earth is this? How can the usually aloof Shinling Shuang utter such peculiar words in front of me? Such evocative phrasing left him somewhat bewildered. Su Nuo paused slightly, shaking his head to maintain his focus. Snow Maiden, Frost Wind. The Snow Maiden exhaled a chilling breath of ice directly towards Master Lu. As challengers, Shinling Shuang wasted no time and aggressively attacked the trainer himself. This was undoubtedly the commencement of hostilities. Duliga, a green figure suddenly darted out to shield Lu Wei. Then, a fierce punch disrupted the icy wind, causing it to vanish beneath the might of that blow. Was that a Shrimish? Is this the main Pokémon of Master Lu? Su Nuo focused his gaze, observing a green creature resembling a kangaroo, deftly clearing the frost from its right fist. Pokemon, Breloom. Type, Grass. Fighting. Gender. Ability, Technician. This Pokemon can enhance the damage of low-power moves. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Level, 42, low-tier Gym Leader. Skills, Bullet Punch, Absorb, Tackle, Stun Spore, Leech Seed. Giga Drain, Headbutt, Feint, Payback, Focus Punch, Mind's Eye, Sky Uppercut, Seed Bomb, Limit Move, Stone Edge. Trainer, Lu Wei. Breloom possesses exceptional physical attack capabilities, making it a remarkably reliable fighting-type partner, with numerous trainers choosing to cultivate it as the cornerstone of their teams. However, its opponent is Shun Lingxuan's Frostless. Against a Ghost-type, fighting-type moves are utterly ineffective. Thus, from the onset, the battle is skewed in Shun Lingxuan's favor. Moreover, Frostless boasts a level advantage over Breloom. Facing Breloom, shall we unleash our psychic prowess? Shun Lingxian glanced at her opponent and promptly selected the optimal offensive strategy. Psychic-type moves offer substantial long-range offensive advantages while also countering the enemy effectively. Attempting to forcefully breach with psychic attacks, Breloom deploys Stun Spore to disrupt it. As a gym leader, Lu Wei naturally has his own set of countermeasures. To recklessly attack while aware of his type disadvantage would be the folly of an incompetent trainer. In moments of disadvantage, one should employ a combination of moves, creating openings before striking back. Breloom tilted its head, releasing a cloud of pale yellow powder that wafted through the air. Use Powder Snow to settle the Stun Spore in the air, commanded Shun Lingxian. The Frostless, initially concentrating on gathering psychic energy for an offensive move, was compelled to halt. It exhaled a gentle flurry of snow, which perfectly dissolved the Stun Spore upon contact. Is this the measure of gym leader-level prowess? Su Nuo felt a momentary daze. The previous exchange lacked the grandiose display of powerful moves. Yet it was a battle of wits of considerable caliber. Had Frostless not paused its psychic focus to counter the incoming Stun Spore with Powder Snow, it would surely be ensnared in a paralyzed state. This exemplifies Shun Lingxuan's keen perception. Conversely, Master Lu remained unfazed despite the advantage in both type and level held by his opponent, displaying composure and strategy. Thus, the probing phase reached its conclusion. Unleash Shadow Ball. With a flourish of her hand, Shun Lingxian commanded Frostless to change tactics instantly. Two dark purple orbs of ghostly energy surged towards Breloom with astonishing speed. Breloom, Mind's Eye? Then use Stone Edge. Master Lu gestured with his right hand, maintaining a composed demeanor despite the onset of battle. This is the tranquility befitting a gym leader. Breloom's eyes gleamed with determination as it unleashed the Mind's Eye. When a Pokemon executes this move, the next attack is guaranteed to hit. It felt akin to activating a cheat. Solid rocks hurtled towards the two approaching shadow balls. What? Suddenly, Master Lu's expression shifted, filled with alarm. Chapter 70. The Construction Artisan. The second gym leader-level Pokemon. Bang! Bang! The collision of Stone Edge and Shadow Ball erupted violently, producing two deafening booms in the air. Yet, the tumult did not cease. Above Frostless, a pure icy energy had coalesced. It turned out that the Shadow Ball was merely a diversion. The ensuing blizzard was Shun Lingxuan's true finishing move. Frostless. It roared ominously, signaling the release of its full ice power. This terrifying blizzard was meant to conclude the battle. The frigid winds transformed into lethal blades, descending fiercely, and Master Lu found himself within the attack's radius. If he could not swiftly vacate that position, he would be forced to endure the onslaught of this fearsome blizzard. Breloom. Leaping forward, Breloom positioned itself in front of Lu Wei, its body coiled as if preparing to use a fighting-type move to shield against the icy onslaught. Use Seed Bomb. Master Lu suddenly stood, stretching his limbs. Crack, 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 crack. The seed bombs ejected by Breloom met the onrushing blizzard with resounding clarity. However, the blizzard showed no signs of relenting. The storm intensified, threatening to engulf both Breloom and Master Lu. Ultimately, Breloom could no longer withstand the ferocity of the blizzard. Its robust form succumbed under the relentless onslaught of icy blades. Is it over? Shun Lingxian asked in a voice only she could hear. No, not yet. An arc of white light burst forth from Master Lu's pokeball at his waist. It surged forth to intercept the formidable blizzard, demonstrating a Pokemon's unwavering loyalty to assist its trainer in overcoming this peril. The new Pokemon brandished two concrete pillars, its musculature impressively developed. It was the Construction Artisan. Moreover, this Construction Artisan surpassed Breloom in strength. Su Nuo could not help but exclaim. He had initially believed Breloom to be Master Lu's primary Pokemon. But little did he know the depths of the gym leader's capabilities. He possessed another Pokemon of gym leader level, and moreover, it was of mid-tier strength. Pokemon, Construction Artisan. Type, Fighting. Gender. Ability, Iron Fist. This Pokemon can proficiently utilize various punching techniques, enhancing the power of punch-based moves. Qualification, Near Champion level. Level, 46, Mid-tier Gym Leader. Skills, Low Kick, Rock Slide, Glare, Smackdown, Bulk Up, Rock Wrecker, Body Slam, Shadow Punch, Drain Punch, Hammer Arm, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Protect, Drain Punch, Revival. Superpower, Close Combat, Giga Impact. Trainer, Lu Wei. Is it the Construction Artisan? So, this must be Master Lu's core Pokemon? Shen Lingshuan's expression darkened, sensing something amiss. Instinctively, she cast a glance at the Frostless suspended in midair, a look of concern crossing her features. The recent blizzard had indeed struck true, rendering Breloom incapacitated. Yet, the unexpected emergence of the Construction Artisan caught her off guard. It was a complete surprise. To call it an abrupt turn of events would be an understatement. Currently, Frostless, having expended its power in the blizzard, found itself momentarily drained. For a brief period, it could not unleash any moves of significant potency. At last, the tempest subsided, and the Construction Artisan, standing before Master Lu, opened its eyes, dispelling the white energy barrier surrounding it. That was Protect. From the moment it entered the fray, it had employed Protect to shield its trainer from the blizzard. Teacher Shun, I must concede, your strength is indeed formidable, and your dedication to your students is commendable. However, you cannot defeat me. In this gym, both I and the Construction Artisan have never tasted defeat. Having said that, Master Lu gestured, issuing a command to the Construction Artisan. The Construction Artisan merely nodded, flames of intense heat swirling around its right fist. Whoosh! The fiery punch erupted with a velocity exponentially surpassing that of an ordinary flame punch. Such a terrifying level of martial prowess. Danger! Teacher Shun. Su Nuo sensed something amiss and retrieved the Master Ball from his waist. At that very moment, Zygarde was also poised for action. Hold on, Su Nuo. Do not interfere in your teacher's battle. This is a fair duel. You are my student. Until I am defeated, I will not allow you to disrupt the principles of fairness. Furthermore, I, Shen Lingshuang, am not so easily vanquished. Frostless, use rest. Shen Lingshuang commanded sharply. How could this woman be so obstinate? Su Nuo gazed at Shen Lingshuang's enchanting yet irate visage, and the Master Ball he was about to unleash was hastily returned to his side. The formidable fiery punch descended heavily upon the airborne Frostless. If it struck true, it would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic damage. As Frostless closed her eyes, her strength and stamina rapidly began to recover. Bam! The fiery punch collided with the slumbering Frostless. Yet the damage was effortlessly evaded by her rest. Such evasion is indeed effective against certain foes, but against an opponent like me, who is perpetually on the offensive, it merely serves as a delaying tactic for your inevitable defeat. Excavation Craftsman. Approach it with 100,000 horsepower. Lu Wei clenched his right fist tightly, as if attempting to grasp the Frostless within his sight. Upon hearing this, the Excavation Craftsman silently propelled himself off the wooden floor, soaring into the air. 100,000 horsepower, an Earth-type, powerful physical move. This was also a maneuver to compensate for the Excavation Craftsman's speed disadvantage. Crash! The violent impact finally roused the slumbering Frostless. Her strength and stamina had now nearly fully restored. Use Aura Sphere. Seeing Frostless regain her combat readiness, Shen Lingshuang hurriedly commanded her to act. If the Aura Sphere could successfully activate, it would induce a brief state of confusion in the Excavation Craftsman. In that case, it would be possible to draw and restrain the opponent's fierce assault. One more punch, Flame Punch. Lu Wei crossed his arms, his demeanor arrogant and self-assured. From the moment he rose from the floor, Lu Wei appeared transformed. No, that is not correct. It was after the Excavation Craftsman's appearance. This was undoubtedly his ace Pokemon. No doubt about it. Su Nuo judged in his heart. Bam! The speed of the Excavation Craftsman's punches was astonishing. In this less than a meter distance, his Flame Punch had already struck successfully before the Frostless could unleash her Aura Sphere. Chapter 71. Su Nuo reveals his hand. Zygarde takes the stage. This ferocious flame punch sent Frostless reeling several meters back. The force was simply astounding. Ugh! Frostless emitted a ghostly sound, evidently suffering considerable harm. Such swift punches, how infuriating. If it weren't for Shen Lingshuang's expression suddenly darkened. If both Pokemon had commenced battle under identical conditions, she would never have been placed in such a passive predicament. That blizzard had ultimately impacted Frostless's reaction speed and energy accumulation. But I still have one chance. Frostless unleashed Shadow Ball. Even in a disadvantageous position, Shen Lingshuang's calm and meticulous thoughts remained unaffected. With a deep breath, Frostless summoned several orbs of black and purple ghostly flames, hurling them towards the descending excavation craftsman. Humph! Such sluggish ghostly flames. Do you think they amuse me? Excavation craftsman, use Ice Punch to counter her ghostly flames. A frigid breath emanated from the excavation craftsman's fists, meeting the oncoming eerie flames head-on. In an instant, he effortlessly dispelled the ghostly flames. Humph! Nothing more than that. Give it the final blow, excavation craftsman. Use Flame Punch. Observing that the ghostly flames had no effect on his Pokémon, Lu Wei commanded the excavation craftsman to strike. Based on his calculations, the next Flame Punch would undoubtedly secure victory in this battle. Just as Lu Wei contemplated this, the excavation craftsman suddenly emitted a pained roar. Ugh! Its right fist trembled slightly, yet not a hint of fiery power surged forth. Could it be that? Lu Wei suddenly realized that when the excavation craftsman had come into close contact with Frostless, her body seemed to have released a peculiar wisp of dark energy. A cursed form. Damn it! The excavation craftsman was ensnared in a state of paralysis, temporarily unable to execute Flame Punch. Lu Wei furrowed his brows tightly, then declared, "No matter. Use Thunder Punch." Yet, just as he hesitated, Frostless's attack surged forth. It was none other than Oblivion Wing. Shen Lingshuang silently directed Frostless to unleash this powerful strike. A powerful yellow beam of destruction shot straight toward the excavation craftsman, and he was still struggling in a state of paralysis. TCH, what a troublesome opponent. Lu Wei nimbly sidestepped, evading his previous position. Use Protect, excavation craftsman. A white energy shield rose once more around the excavation craftsman's body. Although he could not employ Flame Punch to attack, he could still ensure his absolute defense. Meanwhile, Frostless, having unleashed Oblivion Wing, would fall into a brief state of stiffness. Boom! The obliteration of Oblivion Wing detonated around the excavation craftsman, generating a massive shockwave that sent a wave of heat throughout the entire hall, pushing the three combatants back a step. Even so, could one instantaneously establish defenses to withstand such an onslaught? Shen Lingshuang clicked her tongue, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. She had employed ghostly flames as a feint, yet still failed to launch a successful assault. Ice Punch countered the ghostly flames. Protect absorbed the obliteration beam. It must be said that Lu Wei, as a gym leader, was indeed quite adept. Observing her panting Frostless, Shen Lingshuang appeared somewhat dazed. What should I do next? Thunder Punch. Lu Wei commanded once more. After 2 rounds of continuous defense, he finally found an opportunity to attack. Watching Frostless, now in a state of exhaustion, Lu Wei felt a significant advantage. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full strength. Such a battle at the gym leader level truly stirred my blood. However, my objective remains that water scroll. So come forth, Zygarde. Perhaps Shen Lingshuang still possessed a means to turn the tide, or perhaps she did not. But at this moment, it was of no consequence to Su Nuo, for he intended to employ his own methods to secure the water scroll with absolute certainty. In summary, he, Su Nuo, had revealed his cards. The Master Ball exploded upon command, a brilliant light flashing forth. Zygarde. A resounding battle cry echoed throughout the vast hall, abruptly halting the clash between the 2 gym leader-level trainers. Shen Lingshuang, Lu Wei, Frostless, and the excavation craftsman were all forcibly interrupted by this sudden roar. Before them stood a Pokémon of colossal stature, adorned in hues of gray and green, with its wings displaying an array of bizarre red and blue patterns. The fully formed Zygarde had made its grand entrance. It emanated an overwhelming aura of supremacy, looking down upon all present, both trainers and Pokémon alike. Majestic and imposing, it stood quietly before Su Nuo, the waves of energy radiating from its chest shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Such immense power. What kind of Pokémon is this? As the towering giant Pokémon suddenly appeared before Su Nuo, Lu Wei was taken aback. What an astonishing aura. What Pokémon is that? Moreover, is it Su Nuo's Pokémon? The object in his hand, a legendary Master Ball? Shen Lingshuang was equally bewildered. She had never anticipated that her student would be in possession of such a legendary orb. Moreover, Su Nuo's Pokémon was not merely tall. Although she had deliberately concealed her own strength, Shen Lingshuang still sensed the terrifying destructive power emanating from Zygarde. Master Lu, I'm laying my cards on the table. What I desire is the water scroll. With that, Su Nuo narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. With a mere wave of his hand, the complete form of Zygarde erupted with an astonishing aura. This formidable presence compelled the esteemed craftsman to prostrate himself on the ground, rendered unable to even struggle. What difference does it make if the Pokémon is at the level of a gym leader? At this moment, they must obediently kneel before the Zygarde. Craftsman Lu, what's wrong? Are you alright? Observing the Pokémon that appeared to be crushed under an immense weight, Lu Wei felt his mind plunge into a void. What was happening? Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the Ice Fairy, and now he was suddenly subdued by this inscrutable Pokémon. What on earth was going on? Furthermore, Lu Wei was completely unaware of this Pokémon's information. Master Lu, rest assured, I am quite measured in my actions. Since this is not a life or death struggle, you still have your Pokémon. And even your family business is a dojo. I can entirely let it go. However, the prerequisite is that you must hand over the water scroll as per our wager. For that is something I must obtain. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what reckless actions I might take. Su Nuo's tone was hauntingly calm, yet it carried an air of lethal danger. He had arrived at the martial arts dojo prepared to use Zygarde to enforce compliance. Now Su Nuo's sharpness was evident. Chapter 72. The evil scroll is also in your possession? Silence, an oppressive silence. Lu Wei remained speechless, his gaze vacant. The once astute and lively expression on his face had transformed into one of despair. He bore no semblance of a gym leader. What's the matter, Master Lu? Do you need me to repeat myself? Su Nuo smiled again, his eyes narrowing slightly as he raised his right hand. Simultaneously, Zygarde gathered a vibrant green energy wave, launching a barrage of attacks. The target was none other than the incapacitated Lu Wei. For an ordinary human, this was a lethal strike. Such terrifying killing intent. What manner of Pokémon is this? This sense of imminent doom was far beyond that of an ordinary Pokémon. Moreover, even I know nothing of it. As Shun Lingxiang felt the overwhelming pressure from Zygarde, a chill ran down her spine. As a graduate of a prestigious Pokémon university, she was familiar with many rare and even legendary Pokémon. Yet, the one that belonged to her student was something she had neither heard of nor seen before. This inevitably led her to ponder Su Nuo's origins. The immense pressure exerted by Zygarde left Lu Wei panting heavily. Who exactly was this student from Tianyuan High School? Su Nuo? How could he possess a Pokémon with power far exceeding that of a gym leader? Could it be that he was backed by a force of Elite Four, or even champion level? No wonder his son, Lu Xiongfeng, claimed to have been utterly defeated in a direct confrontation. It seems the problem did not lie with his son, but rather with Su Nuo's overwhelming prowess. At this moment, Lu Wei began to feel a sense of foreboding, because he knew that the Lu family had truly encountered a formidable challenge. Cough, cough, cough. Young friend Su Nuo, please remain calm. I heard everything you just said. After a light cough, Lu Wei shook his slightly numbed head and began to formulate his words. Since your only intention is to acquire the water scroll, I believe you wouldn't wish to resort to violence here. After all, if the Lu family's backroom were to be destroyed in an instant, it would undoubtedly cause a media uproar. He continued, moreover, I see that you, young friend Su Nuo, are a person of discernment. I trust your future is bright and full of promise. He sought to stabilize the situation by reasoning with Su Nuo, then awkwardly praised him in an attempt to alleviate the previous tension and discomfort. After saying this, he gently tossed the water scroll to Su Nuo. If you have any doubts, feel free to verify its authenticity. Su Nuo picked up the water scroll, glanced at it, and then stowed it away. No need, Master Lu. I believe that at a moment like this, no one would choose to hand over a counterfeit in hopes of exploiting the situation. He added, moreover, I have remained calm. Otherwise, right now. At this moment, Su Nuo smiled, leaving his words unfinished. Simultaneously, the violent energy in Zygarde's grasp began to dissipate. Of course, with the discerning eye of insight, I certainly know this is the genuine water scroll. Seeing that Su Nuo had no suspicions, Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. His astute mind began to race. This Su Nuo was merely 17 or 18, yet already possessed such remarkable strength. Master Lu boldly speculated that Su Nuo would undoubtedly become a champion-level trainer in the future. At the very least, he would become a regional elite. This was a prominent figure among the younger generation of Beihai City. In light of this, why not do him a favor now? Such a move would not only resolve the conflict between them, but perhaps even garner some support from the forces backing Su Nuo. Just as Lu Wei was formulating his plans, Su Nuo spoke up. Now that I have successfully acquired the water scroll, we can return. With that, he returned Zygarde to its master ball. Shun Lingxiang also silently recalled her ice fairy. She cast a glance at Su Nuo, her eyes reflecting a hint of peculiarity. Young friend Su Nuo, please hold on. I have more to discuss. Seeing that Su Nuo intended to leave the back room, Lu Wei hurriedly intervened. He had already conceived a way to secure a favor from the martial arts dojo. Oh, what do you mean, Master Lu? Su Nuo stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. You are so eager for the water scroll. It must be for your bear disciple's evolution. Am I correct? Lu Wei chuckled. Su Nuo candidly replied, yes. I indeed seek it for the martial arts bear. Then you mustn't rush off. For my Lu family possesses a treasured heirloom. It is the labor of the master of the one-hit style, the evil scroll. Master Lu rubbed his hands together, sizing up Su Nuo. As the head of the Lu family, I am willing to bestow this evil scroll upon you, young friend Su Nuo. What do you think? At this proclamation, both Su Nuo and Shen Lingxiang were taken aback. Not only was it astonishing that the Lu family possessed both the water scroll and the evil scroll, but Lu Wei's drastically altered demeanor was also striking. Are you saying the evil scroll is also in your possession? Su Nuo's eyes brightened, his brow arching in delight. He had initially been contemplating how to inquire about the evil scroll after securing the water scroll. Now, it seemed fortuitous, 2 for the price of 1. Indeed, these 2 scrolls have been passed down through my Lu family for generations. They have been awaiting a fated individual to claim them. Of course, this fated individual must be a trainer with a bear disciple, for only a bear disciple can utilize such a relic. Then I shall go to the back hall and retrieve the evil scroll to bestow upon you, young friend Su Nuo. Lu Wei chuckled, straightening his attire as he headed towards the back room. It seems my bear disciple will now have 2 paths to choose from. As for whether it is a single strike style or a combo style, let it decide for itself. Su Nuo shook his head and smiled faintly. But don't rejoice too early. This Master Lu is not someone to be trifled with. You should consider what additional conditions he might impose, Shen Lingxiang warned, casting a knowing glance at Su Nuo. Additional conditions? We'll see how he elaborates on that shortly. Although he spoke casually, Su Nuo had already formed a solid understanding in his mind. The drastic change in Lu Wei's attitude was merely a manifestation of his trepidation. It was not just fear of Su Nuo and Zygarde, but also of the formidable forces that might lie behind him. Su Nuo smiled nonchalantly. Regardless of what it may be, it cannot alter the fact that he intends to leave here today with the dual scrolls. Chapter 73, The Dual Scrolls Acquired. Moments later, Lu Wei returned to the main hall, holding a rolled scroll in his hand. This was the other evolution scroll, the evil scroll. He unfurled the scroll in midair and presented it to Su Nuo for his unrestrained admiration. S-Class item, evil scroll. Description, the lifelong effort of a master of the single strike style. Contains vast amounts of evil energy. Once the bear apprentice comprehends its profound meaning, he can grasp the secrets of the single strike style, evolving into a master of the dual attributes of evil and combat arts. Ding. The host has collected 2 S-Class evolution materials. Indeed, this was precisely the evil scroll of the single strike style. As Su Nuo felt the dark energy of evil contained within the scroll, he found himself captivated. With both the water scroll and the evil scroll now in his possession, he could confidently declare that he had significantly exceeded his mission today. He chuckled, Master Lu, I wonder what you mean by gift. After rolling up the evil scroll and stowing it away, Su Nuo squinted and inquired. Lu Wei laughed heartily, as is well known. The Bear Master is an exceedingly rare legendary spirit, and its initial form, the Bear Apprentice, is even more so. Although my Lu family is a lineage of combat experts, we have not encountered a Bear Apprentice in nearly a century. While these 2 scrolls are indeed family heirlooms, to the average person, they are merely ordinary paintings. Now that I know my young friend Su Nuo possesses not only formidable strength, but also the rare Bear Apprentice, I am curious. As he spoke, Master Lu squinted his eyes, seemingly at a loss for words. Despite the cryptic nature of Lu Wei's words, Su Nuo discerned the underlying message. Master Lu, you wish to see the Bear Apprentice spirit, am I correct? Just then, Su Nuo withdrew a pokeball and released his Bear Apprentice. Karuta. A gentle roar resonated as the Bear Apprentice appeared before Lu Wei. It is it. Truly it. Lu Wei exclaimed, tears of joy welling up in his eyes. I never expected to witness this in my lifetime. It fulfills a long-held wish. As he explained further, Su Nuo began to understand the hidden significance. It turned out that the founder of the Lu family once had the Bear Master as his core spirit. These 2 scrolls were indeed his treasured legacy. Despite being heirlooms, no member of the Lu family had succeeded in capturing a Bear Apprentice in generations. Thus, these scrolls were practically worthless to them. Yet, it was still a legacy that could not simply be discarded. Today, Su Nuo not only proved his worth to claim this family heritage through strength, but this legacy was also continued through his Bear Apprentice. In the heart of Master Lu, this was somewhat acceptable. My young friend Su Nuo, I am already content to have seen the Bear Apprentice. Please do not dwell on past grievances. Lu Wei urged sincerely. I hope you will safeguard the two scrolls and become a formidable trainer, renowned in your domain alongside the bear apprentice. His tone was exceptionally earnest, leaving Su Nuo feeling slightly out of sorts. If that is the case, I shall take my leave, Master Lu. After clasping his fist in farewell, Su Nuo decided not to linger, gesturing for the silently observing Shunling Shuang to depart with him. Since Lu Wei had not imposed any further conditions, Su Nuo felt no need to inquire further. After all, receiving without cost was indeed delightful. After the two departed, a familiar, robust young man approached Lu Wei. It was Lu Xiongfeng. Father, I wasn't deceiving you earlier, was I? This Su Nuo's strength is unfathomable. In our second class, he is the most fearsome presence. Not only are his grades outstanding, but he has also never lost a battle against spirits. Recently, I've even heard that his energy cube craftsmanship has surpassed Lu Pengcheng from the Lu family. It seems he possesses no shortcomings. Lu Xiongfeng spoke excitedly. Previously, he had been among the top 3 students in Class 2. Ever since he lost to Su Nuo, the students in Class 2 would rather avoid him, treating Su Nuo like a formidable demon king of Class 1. Truly unfathomable. I never imagined that young man would possess such. Lu Wei trembled at the thought of the fear he felt facing Zygarde. He was acutely aware that had Su Nuo intended to destroy this place, it would have been a trivial task. To which mysterious force does that spirit belong? And who exactly is this Su Nuo? Xiongfeng, remember this. In the future, make an effort to befriend this Su Nuo at school. There are great benefits to be gained. Lu Wei sighed, reflecting on how close the Lu family had come to disaster today. Alas, Lu Wei sighed deeply as he exited the main hall. Befriend him? How does one go about that? By enduring his beatings? Moreover, what was his father's cryptic demeanor and troubled expression all about? Lu Xiongfeng scratched his head in confusion, feeling only partially enlightened. Clearly, he only understood that his father had failed in his guardianship and lost the evil scroll. But he remained oblivious to the full events that transpired in the hall. The Ferrari raced down the city avenue, its speed making Su Nuo feel somewhat unwell. What is going on? This time, Shunling Shuang is driving even faster than before. Su Nuo began to suspect that his beautiful teacher was speeding. Is she driving in a fit of anger? Teacher Shun, I truly appreciate your efforts this time. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Su Nuo smiled and suggested to the stern-faced Shunling Shuang at the wheel. However, she remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing Shunling Shuang's continued silence, Su Nuo grew anxious. He pressed on, Teacher Shun, next Friday is my coming-of-age ceremony. How about we go to the Victor Bar for a drink? Silence persisted. Shunling Shuang remained unresponsive. Damn, could it be that this woman is genuinely sulking about something? The intricacies of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Su Nuo found himself utterly perplexed by her thoughts. Just then, as Su Nuo was mulling over his predicament, Shunling Shuang suddenly exclaimed, Su Nuo, tell me, is the spirit you captured a Zygarde? I believe I've seen descriptions related to it in the news somewhere. A powerful and mysterious green spirit capable of obliterating everything. Quickly tell your teacher how you captured such a legendary beast. And where did you get your Master Ball? This barrage of questions left Su Nuo utterly bewildered. Shunling Shuang's focus was still on Zygarde. But that is not Zygarde. It's Zygarde. Su Nuo thought in exasperation. Information about legendary beasts in this world is virtually non-existent. Even a teacher from a prestigious university like Shunling Shuang is in the dark. Ahem, Teacher Shun. Can we change the subject? Perhaps you could keep this secret for me? Su Nuo coughed lightly, flashing a grin. Chapter 74, Excessive Space. The Evolutionary Dilemma of the Bear Apprentice. Half an hour later, Su Nuo returned home, making a beeline for his room. Although Shunling Shuang expressed curiosity about the matter concerning Zygarde, she ultimately acquiesced to Su Nuo. Thus, the events that transpired at the martial arts dojo became a clandestine secret shared between the two. With both scrolls now in hand, there was no time to waste. They would commence the evolution of Bear Apprentice without delay. Su Nuo locked the door, retrieving the 2 scrolls from his backpack, while Bear Apprentice was simultaneously released. So, which type of style do you feel suits you best? The single strike style, Fist of the Super Bear? Or the combo style, Water Flow Triple Whip? Su Nuo spread one of the scrolls, gently guiding Bear Apprentice in his decision. Kalu gazed contemplatively at the 2 scrolls, each representing a distinctly different style. Only Bear Apprentice could fully perceive the immense energy contained within them. Upon mastering the essence of either scroll, he would be able to flawlessly inherit and absorb its power, thus evolving into a martial arts bear master. Beep. The system has detected that the host's Pokémon possesses matching evolutionary items. Friendly reminder, during the evolution into a martial arts bear master, Bear Apprentice will unleash an uncontrollable surge of power. Please select a suitable evolution location. The host's actions carry inherent risks. This system bears no responsibility. What? No way. Is that really the case? Why are you only telling me this now? You blasted system. Su Nuo clicked his tongue, his expression darkening. The thought of Bear Apprentice's evolution posing a risk of destruction to their home had never crossed his mind. Hold on a moment, Bear Apprentice. We need to find an appropriate location for you to comprehend the essence of this scroll. Su Nuo felt somewhat perplexed. Where could he possibly find a spacious area for evolution at such a late hour? It was utterly baffling. Bear Apprentice scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. I just remembered. System, I still have 100 points in the points shop, right? Beep. The system has detected that the host's remaining points are 300. An extra 200 points? Never mind. Exchange them for an excess space. That should provide a safe environment for evolution. Without hesitation, Su Nuo spent 2,000 points to exchange for an excess space. Beep. Excess space has been exchanged. The first exchange cost 2,000 points. The second will require 4,000 points. Excess space, a completely independent small world. An ideal dwelling favored by powerful divine Pokémon. In an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped Su Nuo and Bear Apprentice. With a whoosh, they found themselves in a realm of chaotic nothingness. Though devoid of light, they could still see their surroundings. There was no darkness. Yet the entirety of the space remained elusive. It was, without a doubt, quite bizarre. Goodness. System, what in the world is this peculiar place? I'm feeling a bit dizzy from the spatial distortion. I think I might vomit. Just moments after entering the excess space, Su Nuo felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. A truly unpleasant sensation. Excess space requires the power of a potent divine beast to be shaped and reformed. In its initial state, excess space is a chaotic and decayed condition. The host must immediately utilize their divine Pokémon for reconstruction. Failure to do so may result in life-threatening consequences. The system provided only a brief explanation, and Zygarde suddenly emerged from the Master Ball, securely catching Su Nuo. Zygarde, channel your power into this chaotic space and reshape it according to your will. Having grasped the method of utilizing the excess space, Su Nuo promptly instructed Zygarde to get to work. After all, he was still young and handsome. He certainly did not wish to perish in this disordered neither black nor white realm. Understood. I shall commence immediately. Zygarde, through a mental connection, swung its powerful arms into the darkness. Deep green energy surged forth, roaring into this chaotic void. Soon, the excess space underwent a monumental transformation. Earth, soil, trees, flowers, and even light began to fill the entire space with the essence of life. Though a cerulean sky loomed above, there was no sun. Yet, even in the absence of sunlight, a brilliant radiance permeated the area. What a marvelous place. Just how vast is this space? After landing, Su Nuo finally felt a sense of stability. A mere whiff of the fragrant air filled with floral scents was exceedingly pleasant. The size of each excess space is influenced by the leading divine Pokémon, and the environment reshaped within is determined by them. The basic structure of this space is a plain, spring-like setting with a balanced life order, covering an area of approximately 10 kilometers in diameter. The size and environment of each excess space are dictated by the leading divine Pokémon. If it were Groudon, would it not create a landscape of molten lava? And if it were Kyogre, would there not be a vast ocean? Goodness. If it were Giratina, wouldn't it turn this place into the distortion world? Su Nuo pondered, suddenly smirking. Fortunately, the first divine beast I encountered was Zygarde. The transformation of this space is simply delightful. Su Nuo, this section of space has been reshaped. I will now proceed to restore the areas still in chaos. With that, Zygarde floated towards the more distant boundaries. Su Nuo was pleasantly surprised to discover Zygarde's perfectionist nature. Truly commendable. Observing Zygarde eagerly rush towards the border, Su Nuo tacitly approved. However, his primary objective was the evolution of Bear Apprentice. Come on, Bear Apprentice. You can now freely choose. Which will it be, the single strike style or the combo style? Su Nuo spread both scrolls before Bear Apprentice once more, allowing it to decide. Entrusting such a significant decision to the Pokémon itself exemplified the profound bond between trainer and Pokémon. Kalu. Bear Apprentice closed its eyes, entering a deep state of contemplation. 30 seconds later, a gleam of determination sparkled in its eyes, clearly indicating it had made its choice. Which would it be? Su Nuo fixed his expectant gaze upon Bear Apprentice. Kaluda. Bear Apprentice let out an impassioned battle cry, extending its hands and simultaneously pointing at both scrolls. The two drastically different energies, one of darkness and one of water, responded in kind, swirling around Bear Apprentice. Wait, you intend to master both styles simultaneously? Chapter 75, Mastering Dual Styles. The Unique Martial Arts Bear Master. Bear Apprentice closed its eyes again and nodded firmly, affirming Su Nuo's inquiry. Goodness, no wonder you are my Pokémon. You have truly inherited my ambition to possess it all. A satisfied smile graced Su Nuo's lips. To simultaneously master two styles was an unprecedented endeavor. Now, Su Nuo was about to witness Bear Apprentice undertake this challenge. Beep. The system has detected a powerful energy fluctuation generating beside the host. It is advised that the host maintain a safe distance. How annoying. Of course, I am aware. Su Nuo intended to chastise the system for its incessant notifications, but suddenly, a sharp blade of dark energy hurtled toward his handsome face. Had he not reacted swiftly to evade it, he would have been left with a scar. That was perilous. Too perilous. Your Pokémon, Bear Apprentice, is undergoing an SSS-level difficulty evolution. The difficulty coefficient is top tier. The energy hazards during the evolution are at the highest level. Please be advised to evade the surging energy storm, as it may inflict irreversible damage upon the human body. Goodness, it appears that mastering this dual school technique carries a significantly high risk factor. Not only does it endanger the Bear Apprentice himself, but even the trainer, Su Nuo, is at risk of losing his life. This is nothing short of a gamble. If victorious, both the Bear Apprentice and Su Nuo shall reap unprecedented evolutionary results. However, if defeated, what a calamity. Let us take a chance. A bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. Bear Apprentice, concentrate on resonating with the energies from the two scrolls. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Su Nuo commanded firmly, gripping the scrolls tightly. The Bear Apprentice nodded slightly and continued to absorb the two distinct energies within the scrolls. With one hand black and the other blue, the energies surged into its shoulders, chest, abdomen, and legs, enveloping its entire body. Meanwhile, Su Nuo diligently stabilized the two scrolls while cautiously avoiding the energy blades. His caution was indeed commendable. After approximately 1 minute, the energies contained within the scrolls were completely absorbed by the Bear Apprentice. It closed its eyes and sat down, entering a meditative state. Su Nuo finally exhaled in relief, rolling up the evil and water scrolls for safekeeping. Karu. The Bear Apprentice pondered, its voice transforming from youthful to resounding. Ding. Energy fluctuations detected ahead. Please evacuate immediately. What the? Why didn't you say so earlier, you dog of a system? Su Nuo's expression darkened as he swiftly dodged backwards, aware that the Bear Apprentice's evolution had commenced. A brilliant white light enveloped the diminutive figure of the Bear Apprentice. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy erupted, radiating outward and even forcing Su Nuo back 2 or 3 meters. Then, the Bear Apprentice's form suddenly expanded, towering nearly 2 meters tall. It was even a head taller than Su Nuo. In that moment, the Bear Apprentice had successfully evolved into a martial arts bear master. Its body was adorned with dark gray fur, robust and composed, with movements exuding strength, while the white hair on its forehead danced gracefully, exuding an air of charisma. Finally, the moment of evolution had arrived. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Su Nuo applauded, stepping closer to the martial arts bear master. Pokémon, martial arts bear master. Schools, single strike style, combo style. Mastery of dual schools. Unique. Attributes, fighting, water, dark. Gender. Trait, invisible fist. This Pokémon ignores all defensive moves when executing contact-type moves. Qualification, near champion level. Level, 28, elite high tier. Skills, hold on, charge, aerial ace. Phantom face, headbutt, ambush, rock smash, glare, brick break, detect, dark gale strike, water combo attack, rebirth. Status, the martial arts bear master trusts you immensely. With a bond of 200. Pokémon evaluation, S rank. Potential can be further enhanced through subsequent training and battles. Trainer, Su Nuo. Ding. Due to your Pokémon, martial arts bear master, being exceptionally talented, it has not only mastered the dual schools of power, but has also comprehended new techniques. Martial arts bear master has learned new techniques. Flame fist, ice punch, thunder punch. Success. You truly accomplished it. How impressive. Not only has it transcended into a super bear, but it has also become a master of the water combo whip. Su Nuo chuckled, retrieving a spicy energy cube from the pokebox and tossing it to the martial arts bear master. That was its favorite flavor. Roar. Upon receiving the energy cube, the martial arts bear master let out a thunderous roar, seemingly expressing its exuberance after evolution. It chewed the energy cube as if it were gum and then dramatically flexed its arms, performing for Su Nuo. Its moves could transition seamlessly from forceful to gentle, and its energy attributes could be altered instantaneously. The method of switching styles was truly astonishing. So, you can now forcibly change your attributes by altering your fighting style. Su Nuo mused thoughtfully. The martial arts bear master placed its hands on its hips, smiling and nodding, before sidling up to Su Nuo and throwing an arm around his shoulder. Goodness, bear brother, what are you up to? Seeing the sudden embrace from the martial arts bear master, Su Nuo had to admit he felt a bit flustered. After its evolution, not only had its strength multiplied, but its stature also overshadowed Su Nuo significantly, which was quite an adjustment for him. Well, it seems it has developed an addiction to energy cubes. He watched as the martial arts bear master skillfully fished out the poke cubes from Su Nuo's pocket and proceeded to dump all the energy cubes into its mouth. Su Nuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had thought the martial arts bear master, fresh from evolution, intended to release its pent-up energy by sparring with him. If that were the case, Su Nuo would firmly oppose it. After all, considering its current muscular build and strength, it was evident that Su Nuo, an ordinary human, could not withstand such power. Therefore, he resolved not to personally partake in its training sessions from now on. Another Monday rolled around, and in Class S1, Shin Lingxiang continued with the attendance roll call. 7th Group, Lin Yinyu. Present. 7th Group, Su Nuo. No response. Su Nuo's seat was once again empty. What the? Is Lord Nuo absent again today? Wow. He is probably preparing for the frog jump exercise. After all, with Su Nuo's stature, whether or not he attends class is entirely up to him. Is that a problem? Absolutely not. Speaking of which, the 10th Group S Ning Yuman is also absent today. Indeed, didn't T Ning Yuman report to school last Friday? These two wouldn't T have glancing at the empty seat to his left. Lin Yinyu helplessly rubbed his forehead. This guy? Could he possibly be off to the Black Emperor Arena for a tournament again? Chapter 76. Black Emperor's New Star, Shadow vs. Water Nan. Within the Black Emperor Arena. Shadow. Looking dapper. What a spectacular victory. This battle was exhilarating to watch. What a profit. Although Shadow's odds are no longer high, betting on him remains a surefire win. I adore you, Lord Shadow. I want to bear your children. The VIPs were all chanting Shadow's name. Some female guests unabashedly expressed their fervent admiration for Shadow, sending a flurry of kisses toward the arena. Truly remarkable. Shadow's shimmering cerulean appears delicate and frail, yet its prowess is extraordinary. In just 3 rounds, it effortlessly dispatched its opponent. Our Shadow's skills are indeed exceptional, standing out among the crowd. So far, he has participated in over 10 tournaments, maintaining a flawless win rate of 100. The arena resonated with the magnetic voice of the commentator. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, the opponent, Tauros, lay defeated on the ground, stripped of its fighting capability. What brazen flattery. My fans are excessively enthusiastic. Su Nuo adjusted his black cloak, furrowing his brow slightly. Ding. Your Pokemon Cerulean has reached level 25, elite middle tier. Ding. Cerulean's special attack effort value has reached its peak. It will soon break its limits and enhance its special attack-based stats. Pokemon Cerulean. Attributes: Psychic, Fairy. Gender. Trait: Synchronize. When this Pokemon is afflicted by a status condition, it inflicts the same condition on its opponent. Qualification: Expert level. Level: 25, elite middle tier. Skills: Charming Voice, Shadow Clone, Growl, Telekinesis, Hypnosis, Draining Kiss, Teleport, Aurora Beam, Life Dew. Trainer: Su Nuo. Not bad. In recent days, the improvement in battles has been remarkably significant. I firmly believe that it won't be long before Kyrulean evolves into its ultimate form, Shinado, Kyrukuru. Due to its recent victories, Kyrulean appears particularly jubilant. In an instant, it teleported to Su Nuo's side, clinging to his leg and playfully seeking affection, truly resembling an adorable little girl. Oh my, you are quite the clingy little creature, aren't you? I wonder if you'll still be like this after evolving into Shinado. Su Nuo chuckled as he scooped Kyrulean up and exited the arena. Is your information truly reliable? Queried Long Yunxiao, reclining in a lounge chair with his golden-haired head tilted back, his feet clad in leather boots resting upon the table. A look of skepticism crossing his features. Absolutely, young master. This is information relayed by my informant, placed with your elder brother, Long Yuntian. He is currently within the Black Emperor arena. Moreover, the report mentioned he brought along a personal trainer. I wonder if he is here to test the waters. Tian Junjia wiped the perspiration from his brow, clearly anxious. Humph. That Long Yuntian. Instead of staying obediently in the imperial capital, he dares to come here to Beihai City to probe into my affairs. He is genuinely curious about how I've fared these past few years. Long Yunxiao sneered. Although Long Yunxiao shares a name with his elder brother, they are not blood relatives. Long Yuntian is the legitimate eldest son of the Long family in the imperial capital, while Long Yunxiao is his junior by half a year. Due to the internal interests of their family, the relationship between the two, being the oldest of the younger generation, could be described as exceedingly strained. Long Yunxiao was relegated to Beihai City due to the division of family assets, while his elder brother remained in the imperial capital's Biling City. Despite their seemingly irreconcilable differences, for the sake of the Long family's future power and benefits, Long Yunxiao must outwardly maintain a harmonious relationship with this elder brother. He certainly does not wish to cause any misstep in the eyes of the family's elders and lose their support. I have an idea. Junjia. First, find out the name of the person he is testing the waters with in the competition. Long Yunxiao's mind sparked with inspiration, naturally thinking of Yu Ying. Hehe, coincidentally, Yu Ying is in the Black Emperor today. It wouldn't hurt to give my elder brother, Long Yuntian, a little taste of humility. With that thought, Long Yunxiao sat upright and took a hearty gulp of the bitter tea in his cup. As for the conditions to invite Yu Ying to battle, Long Yunxiao certainly had ways to arrange that. League coins, rare items, or advanced potions. None of these posed any challenge to his financial resources. Yes, young master. I will go at once. Tian Junjia bowed deeply before hurriedly making his way towards the inner arena. Goodness, Kyrulian, you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight. Haven to you? Have you been indulging in too many snacks lately? I find it a bit strenuous to hold you now. Su Nuo remarked as he entered the waiting room with Kyrulian, collapsing onto the plush sofa. Kyrulian, evidently displeased by Su Nuo's comment about its weight, began to pat Su Nuo's head, crumpling his cloak in the process. All right. You haven't gained weight. It's my issue. Is that acceptable? Su Nuo laughed. Oh dear, you're blushing. Is that a shy expression I see? It's my first time witnessing such a sight. Stop it. If you ruin my cloak, that would be disastrous. Su Nuo chuckled at the bashful demeanor of Kyrulian, realizing it possessed a hint of pride and was easily flustered. If I am not mistaken, you must be Yu Ying. A melodious female voice interjected, abruptly interrupting the intimate moment between Su Nuo and Kyrulian. The figure clad in a purple cloak and wearing a Gyarados mask appeared quite fearsome. Yet, her melodious voice betrayed her gentle disposition. Hehe, isn't that obvious? Is this your first visit to the Black Emperor Arena? Su Nuo replied in a gravelly voice, clearly displeased at being interrupted. He had already categorized this woman as an uninvited guest. Attention, Yu Ying and Shui Nan, please proceed to Arena number 3. The battle is about to commence. Yu Ying and Shui Nan, please prepare. The announcement reverberated through the waiting room, instantly shifting Su Nuo into a state of readiness. He returned Kyrulian to its pokeball and proceeded towards the passage leading to the arena. What a coincidence. We are the next opponents, Yu Ying. The woman in the Gyarados mask remarked from behind Su Nuo. Next opponent? So you are Shui Nan. Hehe, it seems I, Yu Ying, have underestimated you this time. Su Nuo replied without turning around, surprised to find himself in the same waiting room as his opponent, and one of the rising stars of the Black Emperor Arena, Shui Nan. Chapter 77. A punch that shocks the entire arena. Shui Nan, having joined the Black Emperor Arena for less than 30 days, has already risen into the top 30 rankings, boasting a staggering win rate of 90. With just a gem starfish, she has elegantly dominated various competitors. This newcomer has garnered quite a fanbase among the VIPs at the Black Emperor Arena. However, Su Nuo, not particularly interested in the competitor's information, was unaware that the woman before him was Shui Nan, which led to the earlier exchange. No worries. We shall soon see the outcome in the arena. Shui Nan crossed her arms, speaking calmly. Wow, such a bold gesture. Speaking of which, TSK, this woman truly possesses quite a stunning figure. Su Nuo mused inwardly as he stepped into the arena. First up, we have our absolute powerhouse, Yu Ying. Yu Ying is invincible. This is the 19th match. Can Yu Ying, who has already achieved 18 consecutive victories, secure yet another win? What's all the fuss? It hasn't even begun yet. Betting on Yu Ying is a sure win, you understand? Fortune code. Yu Ying will surely triumph. As soon as Su Nuo made his entrance, the entire venue erupted with excitement, igniting the passion of all the watching VIPs like a blazing fire. Moments later, Shui Nan gracefully made her appearance as Su Nuo's opponent. Dressed elegantly, she stood tall. Yet the fierce Gyarados mask she wore gave off a somewhat intimidating aura. Wow, I see my beloved Shui Nan once more. If memory serves, This Shui Nan is also a newcomer with an explosive win rate, correct? Indeed. And up until now, she has only utilized a gem starfish to wreak havoc. As the commentators confirmed both competitors were in position, they declared, "Alright, our competitor Shui Nan is now ready. The battle officially begins. Go, gem starfish." Without hesitation, Shui Nan unleashed her signature Pokemon. Pokemon, Gem Starfish. Types, Psychic, Water. Ability, Analysis. This Pokemon's power increases when it attacks after the opponent. Qualification, Gym Leader Level. Level, 27, Elite High Tier. Skills, Harden, Water Gun, Strange Light, Rapid Spin, Minimize, Illusion Beam, Salt Water, Light Screen, Power Gem, Psychic, Self-Restoration. Trainer, Shui Nan. Let us put this battle to the test. Martial Arts Bear? Su Nuo gently proclaimed, releasing the poised martial arts bear from its pokeball. Karalu. The martial arts bear emerged with a deep roar, exuding an aura of laziness, dominance, authority, and absolute confidence. That demeanor exuded an air of invincibility, as if proclaiming, "I am unmatched, and you may ride as you will." Such audacity, such unfathomable arrogance. My heavens, what manner of sprite is that? Our shadow contestant has not deployed either his formidable fighting rooster or the seemingly delicate, yet ferocious Kairu. Instead, he has summoned a rare Pokemon. One that even the commentators have never laid eyes upon. The moment the martial bear master made its entrance, it left the male commentator utterly astonished. Good gracious. What Pokemon is this? In my 30 years of existence, I have never encountered such a commanding presence, one that radiates the essence of a sovereign. Indeed, could this be the ace he intends to wield against contestant Shui Nan? After all, both are undoubtedly the most formidable figures among the newcomers. Haha. Thank goodness I've read extensively. This is the Martial Bear Master, a legendary Pokemon, the absolute monarch of the fighting type. In a shadowy corner of the audience, a silver-haired man observed the emergence of the Martial Bear Master on the arena, momentarily taken aback. Who would have thought that within this modest Black Emperor arena, a contestant would succeed in capturing such a rare legendary Pokemon? One could tell from his voice that he was undeniably a strikingly handsome individual. Has the young master already contemplated acquiring this Pokemon? A voice, as unpleasant as that of a crow, queried beside the silver-haired man. Silence. Do not speak out of turn. How could I, the esteemed heir of the Long family, entertain such base thoughts? A noble like myself would never stoop to such thievery. Should you presume to guess my intentions again, you will face severe repercussions upon returning to the family. The silver-haired man was none other than Long Yuntian, who coldly reprimanded his subordinate, his tone laced with authority. His companion fell into a sullen silence. On the arena, it was indeed the Martial Bear Master. Shui Nan hesitated, yet resolved to take action. Gemstar, unleash your odd light. At the instant she issued her command, Gemstar had already conjured a tricolored radiant orb, hurtling towards the Martial Bear Master. With remarkable swiftness, Gemstar sought to ensnare its opponent in a state of confusion. Odd light was her most frequently employed opening tactic. Excellent. Acknowledging her disadvantage in strength, she aims to seize the initiative through speed, Su Nuo mused, admiring Shui Nan's offensive strategy, yet a faint smile graced his lips. However, in the face of absolute power, such tactics may hold little significance. Prepare to strike, Martial Bear Master. No words are necessary. Disperse that odd light. Then unleash the abyssal strike. A full-force blow shall bring an end to this. Su Nuo clenched his fist tightly, transmitting his intentions to the Martial Bear Master. Roar. With two resounding roars, the Martial Bear Master instantly summoned all its energy. A shroud of dark, malevolent energy enveloped its form. With a fierce sweep of its left hand, it unleashed a black tempest that shattered the approaching odd light. Cough, cough, esteemed guests. I have just received credible intelligence that this Pokemon of the Shadow contestant is extraordinary. It is called the Martial Bear Master, a legendary Pokemon with astonishing physical prowess. Its signature move is the Abyssal Strike. The Martial Bear Master commenced the battle with an unparalleled display of might. The surrounding dark energy erupted, coalescing into an armor of shadows. It charged straight towards Gemstar with an unstoppable momentum. Use Illusory Beam to halt its advance. Realizing the dreadful assault of the Martial Bear Master, Shui Nan understood she was in dire straits. She hastily commanded Gemstar to execute a Psychic-type wave attack. Yet, all efforts were in vain. The Martial Bear Master swung its fists, obliterating the Illusory Beam with ease. Psychic Force, ineffective. Saltwater, ineffective. At that moment, the Martial Bear Master resembled a black steel war machine, ruthlessly trampling over every attack Gemstar attempted. Ultimately, it struck directly at Gemstar's core. Bang! A thunderous collision reverberated throughout the arena. The Martial Bear Master's blow astonished the entire Black Emperor arena. Chapter 78. The Arrival of Long Yunxiao. Following the deafening impact, Gemstar swayed disorientedly before collapsing heavily, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The victor was determined in a mere single round. The Martial Bear Master, with its abyssal strike, had decisively vanquished Gemstar. Such formidable prowess exhibited by the Martial Bear Master. Did that one blow truly determine the outcome? The potency of the abyssal strike is simply too ruthless. Goodness, did Shadow just secure victory with a single move? His strength is quite excessive. My heavens. Is Shadow merely slicing through vegetables? That was Shui Nan, with a 90 win rate. Ha ha, I told you investing in Shadow was the right choice. I still can't fathom how he lost. The entire inner arena of the Black Emperor erupted in fervor at that astonishing blow. The watching dignitaries expressed their admiration for Shadow in myriad ways, ultimately uniting in a collective cheer for him, as if it were a long-established tradition. Shadow, Shadow, Shadow. On the arena, Shui Nan, gazing at her fallen Gemstar, fell into a daze as she returned it to its pokeball. To be so decisively defeated by such an overwhelming move. She recalled the Martial Bear Master's terrifying abyssal strike, feeling a chill run down her spine. How frightening is his power? Though they are of similar age, the disparity in strength is simply too vast. Moreover, she never imagined she would be on the losing side of such a resounding victory. With that thought, Shui Nan sighed under her Gyarados mask, silently vanishing from the arena. Shrouded in sorrow. Heh. It seems I am indeed a bit stronger. The Martial Bear Master performed splendidly in this battle. Did you not feel the exhilarating rush of power surging within you? Su Nuo smiled broadly, evidently pleased with the Martial Bear Master's performance. The outcome of the battle was entirely as he had anticipated, thanks to the Martial Bear Master's intangible fist characteristic. Gemstar could not evade that fearsome full-force strike through protective moves. Furthermore, the abyssal strike guaranteed a direct hit on the enemy's vital points, compounded by the Dark-type move's advantage over Gemstar. The astonishing effectiveness of the Martial Bear Master's last attack was an inevitable result in Su Nuo's eyes. Karuto. The Martial Bear Master approached Su Nuo, smiling slightly, and gently bumped fists with its master. Together, they departed the arena with the poise of victors. In the audience, truly, the Martial Bear Master is remarkable. That individual known as Shadow has cultivated an enviable Pokémon. Just look at its imposing stature, and recall that awe-inspiring move that left us all astounded. Even I, who am not engaged in Pokémon battles, feel compelled to start training Pokémon from scratch. Long Yunxiao clenched his fists, exhilarated. The recent abyssal strike had indeed captivated this wealthy young master. He had witnessed countless thrilling shows, but such an electrifying and exhilarating Pokémon battle was a first for him. His subordinates remained silent. He had learned his lesson, wary of speaking out of turn. I asked you a question. What do you think of this contestant known as Shadow? Long Yunxian's expression darkened, his voice cold. Merely a small fry with elite-level strength. No matter how strong an elite may be, they remain just an elite. I am of expert caliber. The one known as Shadow has achieved victory with such flair, merely capitalizing on his attribute advantages. Yet, before me, his Martial Bear Master shall falter within 3 moves. His subordinate emitted a voice as grating as a crow's. Ha. Splendid. I shall arrange for you to challenge this Shadow right away. What say you? Dragon Yunxian chuckled. Fear not, my lord. For besting this individual shall require no more effort than a mere breath. The subordinate's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he caressed the weighty orb at his waist. I have uncovered the information, my lord. The trainer infiltrating from Dragon Yunxian's side is codenamed Us, reported Tian Junjia, the general manager with a bow. Us. Excellent. I shall head to the waiting room to find Shadow. Ha. That previous battle was truly spectacular. Junjia, I recommend you watch the replay of that match. You will undoubtedly be surprised. Dragon Yunxiao raked his golden locks and merrily dashed towards the waiting room. Surprise? What sort of surprise? My lord, just as Tian Junjia pondered. The expansive LCD screen displayed the Martial Bear Master unleashing a fierce dark energy, swiftly dispatching his opponent, the Gemstarfish. This elicited a momentary pause from the general manager, who chuckled in astonishment. Goodness, this is the epitome of beauty. This is the ultimate aesthetic of violence in the pursuit of power. Such a ferocious combat style. Shadow, as my lord predicted, shall indeed become the protagonist of the Black Emperor arena. With this victory, we shall be a mere 300 points away. Shall we see what useful items we can exchange for? Su Nuo entered the waiting room, addressing the Martial Bear Master behind him. Karuto, The martial bear master placed his hands behind his head, agreeing with Su Nuo's notion. Speaking of which, this Friday marks my 18th birthday. Should I prepare a gift for myself in celebration of adulthood? Moreover, I wonder what kind of special adult gift I could obtain? Su Nuo pondered, stroking his chin. In this world, turning 18 signifies the ability to apply for various avant-garde professions, such as professional Pokémon trainer, professional fossil researcher, or professional energy explorer, among others. In summary, reaching adulthood means that the entire world opens its doors to you. You may explore the remaining 7/7 of the unknown world at will, soaring under the identities of various avant-garde professions. In 2 weeks, the 5 school trials will officially commence. Competing alongside the top high school students from the entire 13th district is indeed something to anticipate. Su Nuo, who initially intended to head towards the service center, was abruptly halted by a rushing golden-haired youth. It was none other than Dragon Yunxiao. Ha! Shadow's victory in that last battle was truly magnificent. Even from the office, I could feel the overwhelming aura of strength. Dragon Yunxiao cast a fleeting glance at the martial bear master behind Su Nuo before commencing his flattery. Is that Dragon Yunxiao? He seems rather eager. Perhaps he seeks something from me? Su Nuo assessed the hurried young master, speculating inwardly. You flatter me, young Master Long. I wonder what wind has brought you to my presence. Su Nuo's polite words flowed effortlessly. Chapter 79, Miracle Potion. What wind, indeed. Shadow, I shall not beat around the bush. I will speak plainly. I wish for you to assist me in a match, and it must be you alone. For only your strength gives me peace of mind. Dragon Yunxiao declared with unwavering determination. His tone, though resolute, bore a sincerity that made it difficult to refuse. Oh, you wish for me to engage in a match that is certain to be victorious, correct? Su Nuo swiftly grasped Dragon Yunxiao's intent. Only his prowess could assure the Black Emperor Arena's proprietor. This was plainly indicative of Dragon Yunxiao's unwillingness to accept defeat. Moreover, from the sound of it, could it be that the opponent he speaks of possesses formidable strength? Indeed, Dragon Yunxiao nodded vigorously. Listen to me, Shadow. This time, I absolutely cannot afford to lose. Therefore, I implore you to take the field. Naturally, the reward for your assistance will be plentiful. Rest assured on that. His rapid speech revealed his fervent desire for victory. Yet it also suggested that the difficulty of the match Dragon Yunxiao was referencing was extraordinarily high. What is this nonsense, young Master Long? As the proprietor, I trust you will consider the matter of rewards. However, I am more curious about the nature of this opponent. What kind of strength do they possess? Su Nuo smiled gently. Out of caution, he felt compelled to inquire further. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. This question left Dragon Yunxiao momentarily flummoxed. He had rushed over without obtaining any information about the opponent from General Manager Tian Junjia. How was he to respond to Shadow now? Could he simply fabricate an answer? No, that would be utterly unacceptable. A strong individual like Shadow would never tolerate deceit. Such an act would irrevocably damage their mutual trust. Moreover, if he wished to maintain a close rapport with him, sincerity was the only path forward. Dragon Yunxiao frowned. Deep in thought. What troubles you, young Master Long? Have you not yet discerned the details of your opponent? Su Nuo inquired, adopting an aged tone that seemed somewhat confrontational at that moment. The individual uses the name Us. Here are some details about him. Just then, General Manager Tian Junjie arrived, handing Su Nuo an A4 sheet filled with black ink. Contestant name, Us, age, 25, number of matches, 0, strength level, expert, competing Pokemon, Electabuzz, Onix. Interesting. After thoroughly reviewing the opponent's information, Su Nuo merely murmured a single descriptor before falling silent. Noticing that the esteemed Shadow he intended to entrust with this significant task had yet to respond affirmatively, Dragon Yunxiao hastily increased his offer to persuade the illustrious support player before him. Mr. Shadow, to be candid, the challenge I am entrusting to you is of considerable difficulty. After all, we are facing a formidable opponent of expert caliber. Thus, I plan to offer you a precious treasure that I have cherished for a long time as an additional reward. That is, a miracle potion. Upon hearing this, General Manager Tian Junjia was taken aback with astonishment. My lord, is this truly the case? That miracle potion is an extraordinary rarity you exchanged a considerable amount of other valuable items to acquire. Even Su Nuo was utterly astonished. A miracle potion? The pinnacle of potential-enhancing elixirs? That must be a luxury item of astronomical value. How could Dragon Yunxiao offer it as a reward? The so-called potential-enhancing elixirs are broadly categorized into 2 main types, those that rapidly elevate Pokemon levels and those that enable Pokemon to evolve prematurely. The market is flooded with various potential-enhancing potions, both high-quality and low-grade mingling together. While most potential-enhancing potions can unleash previously unseen abilities in Pokémon, the side effects they impose on the Pokémon's health cannot be overlooked. Consequently, each year, many Pokémon experience adverse reactions from consuming inferior potential-enhancing potions, even resulting in tragic fatalities. The Miracle Potion, however, stands as the emperor among potential-enhancing elixirs. Its formula, production techniques, and even its creator remain shrouded in mystery. Yet, it holds a prominent position in the global market. Why, you ask? Because the Miracle Potion can propel a Pokémon to its final form at an astonishing pace. Moreover, it carries no side effects whatsoever. This is the true reason it is dubbed the Miracle Potion, a risk-free rapid evolution. Now that is a miracle. What an extraordinary treasure. This trinket holds little value in my hands. It would be far more fitting as a reward for Mr. Shadow. After all, as an accomplished Pokémon trainer, it is a precious asset that could significantly enhance the strength of his Pokémon. Moreover, I believe utilizing this miraculous potion to express gratitude for Mr. Shadow's valiant efforts in battle is most appropriate indeed. Long Yunxiao spread his arms wide, his demeanor relaxed. Ha! Young Master Long is indeed generous. He is as magnanimous as they come, but he is merely an expert-level trainer. You will take this challenge head-on. Please, both of you, sit back and enjoy the spectacle. I assure you it will be an extraordinary battle. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Nuo ultimately accepted the challenge. How could he refuse? This was a miraculous potion, the most precious and rare evolutionary elixir. With it, his sturdy chick could evolve into a fiery chicken ahead of schedule, elevating his Pokémon team to new heights. In the upcoming 5 Academy trials, the Fiery Chicken and the Martial Bear Master would become his premier forces. Thus, when Long Yunxiao presented the condition of the miraculous potion, Su Nuo would not entertain any thoughts of refusal, even against an expert-level opponent or even a gym leader. He would deploy his ace, Zygarde, to engage in battle. The allure of the miraculous potion was undeniable. Excellent. I have been waiting for Mr. Shadow to say that. I trust your judgment. Junjia, promptly send someone to fetch the miraculous potion from my treasury. It would be best if it arrives before Mr. Shadow's victory, lest we keep our star at the Black Emperor Arena waiting. Additionally, send over a currency card worth 5 million Alliance coins as a reward for Mr. Shadow. Long Yunxiao waved his right hand, instructing the general manager to prepare the victory reward for Su Nuo. Yes, young master. I will handle it immediately. I will ensure that Mr. Shadow's reward is arranged meticulously. With that, Tian Junjia darted off. Young Master Long is indeed generous. I find myself quite taken aback. He so easily offers 5 million Alliance coins as a reward. Long Yunxiao is truly the heir of the Long family, living life extravagantly. Oh, this is merely what Mr. Shadow deserves, he chuckled, waving his hand as he leisurely strolled toward the office. Chapter 80, Martial Bear Master vs. Electric Beast. Ahem, esteemed guests. I have just received word from the general manager. A special newcomer challenge match is about to commence. Someone is chosen to pay to challenge our rising star, Mr. Shadow. Moreover, this challenger is said to be of expert-level caliber. The magnetic voice of the male commentator resonated throughout the arena. Instantly, this announcement stirred excitement among nearly all the spectators present. Paying to challenge Shadow? Is this person perhaps a fan, trying to chase a star? But this challenger is of expert-level caliber. Perhaps Mr. Shadow will face his downfall this time. I doubt it, given Mr. Shadow's previous performances. He may not be without hope in this battle. It seems this match will be intriguing. The suspense is palpable. Regardless, I'll bet on whoever has the higher odds. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Long Yuntian spread his hands, yawning leisurely. I'm eager to see just how remarkable this arena run by Long Yunxiao truly is. And as for this Shadow, he brushed his silver hair thoughtfully. 5 minutes later, Su Nuo once again stepped onto the still warm stage. Opposite him stood the mysterious challenger, Us, with his electric beast ready for battle. Prepared to engage. The already restless Us wasted no time and summoned his battling Pokémon. Morris. The black and yellow electric beast crackled with visible, frenzied electricity, mirroring its master's anxiety as it seemed eager to commence and conclude the fight promptly. Pokémon, Electric Beast. Type, Electric. Ability, Electric Engine. This Pokémon absorbs electric energy when hit by electric-type moves, increasing its speed. Qualification, Expert Level. Level, 32, Expert Beginner. Skills, Electric Terrain, Flame Punch, Thunder Punch. Quick Attack, Volt Tackle, High Speed Star, Tackle, High Speed Star, Electromagnetic Wave, Protect. Status, thunderous energy surging, battle eagerness soaring. Trainer, us. Well then, we see that the challenger, us, has chosen Electric Beast. The commentator continued. Electric beasts are known for their volatile temperament and strong offensive desires. Trainers wishing to tame one must tread carefully. A jolt from it could land you in the hospital. Indeed, this was an expert-level Pokémon. And it was no wonder Long Yunxiao had offered such a lavish reward to secure victory. This opponent would undoubtedly prove formidable. The Electric Beast possesses exceptional physical output capabilities, making it a top-tier attacker, much like the Martial Bear Master. However, similar Pokémon types do not necessarily equate to similar strengths. Let's go, Martial Bear Master. Prepare to showcase your prowess. Karutu. The Martial Bear Master leaped from behind Su Nuo to a position 2 meters away from the Electric Beast. Our shadow contestant has once again summoned his Martial Bear Master. It seems he was not done battling from the previous match and wishes to continue. Observing the Martial Bear Master's entrance, us hesitated not a moment before commanding the Electric Beast to attack. Don't rush, start with quick attack. His crow-like voice grew increasingly grating, yet the Electric Beast was already accustomed to it. It steadied itself, adopting a strong stance, and unleashed several waves of quick attack directly at the Martial Bear Master. While the Pokémon appeared brutish and mindless, their strategy was surprisingly nuanced. Su Nuo discerned that us was testing the waters with his Martial Bear Master. But so what? A truly skilled trainer and his Pokémon would not crumble under scrutiny. For the miraculous potion, Su Nuo had to secure victory. What of expert-level strength? He would soon demonstrate an overwhelming defeat. Martial Bear Master, let us employ a combo technique. Water Flow Barrage. Karutu. The Martial Bear Master sprang into action, seamlessly transitioning from its robust and wild form to a more delicate and agile stance. In that moment, it unleashed a cleverly executed first punch. Smack, smack, smack. With just that first punch, it effortlessly neutralized the entire barrage of quick attacks. Magnificent. The Martial Bear Master swiftly dismantled the approaching quick attacks. Moreover, it transformed its fierce movements into such grace. What sorcery was this? Was this perhaps another fighting style of its own? The male commentator had evidently become an admirer of Shadow, unabashedly narrating from his perspective. No, that transformation involves more than just a fighting style. The energy within the Martial Bear Master has also metamorphosed. The originally purple-black dark energy has now shifted to a cerulean blue water energy. Could this Martial Bear Master truly master 2 distinct styles? Seated in the audience, Long Yuntian suddenly rose, astonished. Although he was not currently a Pokémon trainer, being the heir of the Long family did not preclude him from possessing knowledge. He had once read about the legends of dual-type Martial Bear Masters in a secret tome from the Flame Nation. Now, witnessing it with his own eyes was nothing short of exhilarating. This Shadow, I shall remember. A trainer of such caliber. I will undoubtedly recruit him from that foolish second son of the Long family. Long Yuntian stroked his chin, beginning to scrutinize the ongoing battle with great diligence. On the arena, the martial arts bear had unleashed its second punch, coupled with its agile footwork. This strike was poised to land squarely upon the head of the Electric Beast. Danger! The Electric Beast retaliated with a thunder punch. Us had never anticipated such a decisive counterattack from his opponent. After successfully scattering the rapid stars, the martial arts bear pressed forward without hesitation, charging directly at the Electric Beast. Moreless, the Electric Beast emitted a formidable roar as its right fist coalesced with the might of thunder. The ferocious electric energy surged violently. Bang! The Electric Beast and the martial arts bear collided with their fists, creating a tempestuous gust upon the arena. Ignoring the swirling black cloak that billowed around him, Su Nuo silently chuckled. Was this truly the extent of expert-level prowess? At that moment, the martial arts bear unleashed its third punch, the water flow combo. Although the previous exchange had seemed evenly matched, it had merely been a momentary occurrence. Why? The opponent's current onslaught appeared delicate. Yet my Electric Beast still found itself unable to gain the upper hand in strength. Could it be that this creature's spirit was monstrous? Us gritted his teeth. Be cautious. The third punch of the water flow combo is, after all, the dark strike of the evil type. Just as Su Nuo spoke, the martial arts bear's fist transformed into a tempest of malevolent energy. Chapter 81, Fierce Combat. Karu. The martial arts bear instantly showcased its brilliance. It turned out that the first 2 punches of the water flow combo were merely intended to gauge the Electric Beast's frontal strength. Until now, the true nature of the third punch, the dark strike, was finally revealed. The martial arts bear, adept in mastering 2 distinct styles, not only could seamlessly switch stances, but also harmonize the techniques of single strikes and combos, achieving a remarkable synergy. This is bad. It's that explosive, canon-like attack. Electric Beast, quickly use Protect. Us furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. He keenly noticed the martial arts bear's unexpected change in strategy, along with the hidden terror of the third punch, and urged the Electric Beast to assume a defensive stance. The Dark Strike was unleashed in an instant. The martial arts bear launched a torrent of overwhelming force with its fists. Meanwhile, the Electric Beast summoned all its might to create a white energy shield. Boom. The explosive sound reverberated across the arena, deafening to the ears. This Dark Strike penetrated the Electric Beast's energy shield and struck its abdomen directly. Moreless. The Electric Beast let out a painful groan, clutching its abdomen and retreating 3 steps. What? It couldn't even withstand the martial arts bear's assault with its protective move? Why is this happening? Us caught sight of the residual dark energy lingering on the Electric Beast's abdomen, remnants of the Dark Strike's lethal impact. Good heavens, what on earth has transpired? Despite the Electric Beast executing a flawless protective maneuver, the martial arts bear's attack had still proven effective. Moreover, it inflicted considerable damage. It was as if its offense disregarded all defenses. The commentator's voice was filled with excitement, as if he had never witnessed such a scene before. It's the invisible fist. The martial arts bear's contact-based technique can directly penetrate the opponent's defense. Curse it. I should have warned him earlier, that fool. When battling the martial arts bear, one should focus solely on offense. Attack is the best defense. Long Yuntian, anxious, could hardly contain himself. He understood that the success of this Dark Strike had placed the Electric Beast at a disadvantage. If Us's subsequent offense could not secure an advantage, then in this raw contest of strength, defeat was inevitable. Electric Beast, how are you? Are you all right? Can you continue fighting? Us inquired, concern evident in his gaze. Moreless. Upon hearing its master's concern, the Electric Beast's head suddenly burst forth with crackling currents, providing us with a reassuring response. Clearly, although the Electric Beast was injured, it was not grievous. It could still fight. Good. Now that's my reliable warrior. Let this fellow witness our unique skills. Us snapped his fingers, issuing commands. Roar. The Electric Beast let out a slight roar, releasing powerful currents from its right arm. Subsequently, it began to manipulate the surging energy across its forehead with abandon. Moreover, its abdominal abrasions seemed to heal somewhat as a result. Does this creature possess a special ability? Su Nuo activated his inside eye, suddenly discovering that the status of the Electric Beast had significantly changed. Enemy, Electric Beast. Status, energized, speed enhanced. Stamina partially restored. This Electric Beast not only could enhance its speed through self-released electrical currents, but also regenerate stamina to maintain its physical condition. Hee. Don't think that one punch would end it. The game is just beginning. Electric Beast, unleash electric terrain. Us cackled maliciously. Crack. The Electric Beast enveloped the entire arena in faint currents. Within the range of the electric terrain, electric-type moves would receive further augmentation. Us had clearly made the arena his own battlefield. Splendid. We can see that Us has employed a unique strategy to enhance his combat leverage. Perhaps, the next move will be decisive. The Electric Beast charged forth once more, executing another Thunder Punch. As a signature move of its type, the Thunder Punch was its specialty. The forceful Thunder Punch struck out fiercely. This time, the Electric Beast's Thunder Punch was evidently several notches stronger than before. Both speed and power had been amplified. How intriguing. This is quite a formidable tactic. Martial Arts Bear, read the opponent's moves. Then, use the Splitstone Strike. Su Nuo remained unperturbed, despite his opponent's enhanced state. He had yet to unleash his full strength. Roar. With a resonant battle cry, the Martial Arts Bear stood its ground, facing the Electric Beast's powerful Thunder Punch head-on. Simultaneously, a glint of cold light flickered in its sharp eyes, capturing every movement of its foe. Whoosh! The Thunder Punch sliced through the air. But the Martial Arts Bear merely swayed slightly, effortlessly evading the strike. The Martial Arts Bear's ability to read the opponent's close-range attacks proved exceptionally effective. Then, with a casual yet powerful Splitstone Strike, the target was naturally the Electric Beast's head. Moreless. At that moment, the Electric Beast abruptly altered the trajectory of its punch. The Thunder Punch once again returning to collide with the Splitstone Strike. Crack. The clash of fists and palms produced a fierce display of power. Now's the time. Martial Arts Bear. Water Flow Combo. Su Nuo smiled knowingly. He had awaited this opportunity. The agile combo technique of the Water Flow Combo held exceptional advantages at close range. It required no charging, relying solely on rapid attack speed to overwhelm everything. This was precisely where it excelled over the Dark Strike. Upon hearing this, the martial arts bear also smiled slightly, unleashing a burst of water-based energy. At this moment, the electric beast found itself utterly unable to keep pace with the relentless barrage. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid succession of 3 water punches struck heavily against the electric beast's abdomen, the very site of its injuries. Moreless. The electric beast cried out in anguish due to the swift offensive of the water flow combo. Electric beast. It was evident that Su Nuo's sudden shift in tempo had caught us completely off guard. The martial arts bear, mastering dual-style techniques, was truly versatile. It could harmonize nimble movements with fierce power, creating a distinctly unique fighting style. Here it comes again. The water flow combo. The torrent of water strikes was astonishingly swift. The consecutive 3 punches appeared to meld into one another, rendering them nearly indistinguishable. The male commentator, with a voice raised to a roar, began his exuberant commentary. There was no other explanation. The martial arts bear master's punches were so visceral that they uplifted the spirits of the spectators. This was more than sufficient. Even at an expert level, they seemed no more than mere ants. Su Nuo smiled faintly, already with a plan in mind. Chapter 82. Is Long Yuntian digging his own grave? The electric beast sustained another injury, causing us to lose his composure. What on earth is happening? The opponent's change in tactics required no preparation time whatsoever. It was utterly impossible to defend against. The martial arts bear master's moves defied all conventions. Who could possibly react in time? While Us was still helplessly calling for the electric beast, the martial arts bear master began to gather energy. Its arms vibrating as torrents of black, malevolent energy surged forth from within. After gathering energy, the outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. Su Nuo smiled gently. Waving his right hand, "Let it end, martial arts bear master. Allow everyone here to witness the true Dark Abyss strong strike." Karutu. The martial arts bear master nodded, fully understanding Su Nuo's intent. With a powerful leap, it soared upwards, enveloped by a thick shroud of malicious energy. At that moment, the martial arts bear master appeared suspended in midair like a ball of black malevolence, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Quickly, electric beast. Find a way to thwart that terrifying impact. Us was clearly panicking. Even he could sense the dreadful power emanating from that dark flame. If struck by such a blow, the electric beast would surely face dire consequences. Morris. The electric beast trembled, its once sturdy arms now rigid, weakened by the recent onslaught of water strikes. A commanding roar resonated throughout the arena. This was the true canon strike. This Dark Abyss strong strike channeled all of the martial arts bear master's malevolent energy. With a swift motion, the martial arts bear master plunged down from the sky, cutting through the air like a fierce gale. Bang! This powerful strike directly hit the electric beast, which could not evade due to its slow movements. But that was not all. The residual black energy violently tore a gaping hole in the sturdy arena floor. This power was nothing short of terrifying. The strike left the electric beast battered and bruised, causing it to fall unconscious. What the hell? The martial arts bear master actually shattered the arena. That was a specially crafted alloy plate. My goodness, the shadow was simply too ruthless. This incredible lethality has left me speechless. It seems that the shadow is destined to be the top contender in the Black Emperor arena. It's just a matter of time and rounds, and whether he is willing to continue battling on the stage. The current top 3 are nothing but mediocrity. The shadow is truly our strongest. The most astonishing part is that the opponent was of expert caliber, yet the shadow effortlessly crushed him like a mere pig. This is unbelievably ruthless. This unreserved strike sent the audience into a frenzy of gasps. Indeed, the defeat was inevitable. Heh. It appears I must have a word with this shadow. He is a rare talent. Although his subordinate lost the challenge match, Long Yuntian seemed unfazed. He brushed his silver hair back and departed from his seat with a smile. What a spectacle. The shadow truly lives up to his name. After an intense battle, he and his martial arts bear master secured a decisive victory. Well done. This is your reward. Su Nuo commended as he approached the martial arts bear master. Tossing 2 spicy energy cubes, the martial arts bear master effortlessly caught them and began to chew. These energy cubes are capable of aiding the spirits in rapid recovery and are one of Su Nuo's most frequently utilized basic formulas. A few minutes later, in the waiting room, upon witnessing Su Nuo's triumphant victory, Long Yunxiao had been waiting there for quite some time. He held a small aluminum alloy box in one hand and a purple currency card in the other, his face radiating a beaming smile. Just as Su Nuo stepped into the waiting room, followed by the imposing martial arts bear master, he exclaimed, What a thrilling match. Mr. Shadow did remarkably well. This is the reward I promised you. With that, Long Yunxiao laughed heartily, moving beside Su Nuo and offering the currency card. A currency card worth 5 million. Equivalent to cash, stamped with the emblem of the Long family. It is certainly more convenient than a check. Haha, young Master Long is indeed generous. I am flattered. Su Nuo replied, feeling quite pleased with the enthusiasm of this wealthy young man. Accepting the currency card, he then turned his gaze to the military-grade aluminum alloy box. According to prior discussions, it contained the miraculous potions that countless Pokémon trainers dream of. The preservation conditions for the miraculous potions are somewhat stringent, reportedly requiring a specific temperature range. Long Yunxiao then opened the small box, revealing a transparent quartz test tube nestled within the foam cavity. Inside the test tube lay the orange liquid, the miraculous potion. Additionally, an ample amount of dry ice surrounded the potion, ensuring it remained at an optimal temperature. This is what Su Nuo had been hesitant to mention, the miraculous potion. As for its specific usage, I trust Mr. Shadow knows far better than I do. Long Yunxiao gently closed the box and handed it to Su Nuo. Indeed, this item has quite the reputation. However, due to its extreme rarity, this is my first time seeing it in person. Su Nuo gestured, and the martial arts bear master understood, lifting the military-grade box with ease. Absolutely. After all, Long Yunxiao intended to continue speaking, but was interrupted by a loud, boisterous laughter from behind. Haha, Yunxiao, my second brother. It's been a while, how have you been? Turning to the voice, a silver-haired man approached Long Yunxiao, arms outstretched for an embrace. He appeared to be in his early 20s, seemingly a year or two older than Long Yunxiao. Brother Yuntian? Long Yunxiao responded with a look of surprise, immediately reciprocating with a warm embrace. Second brother, big brother? This silver-haired man was also a member of the Long family? And is he indeed a part of Long Yunxiao's clan? Su Nuo observed the two youths, one with golden hair and the other with silver, and began to ponder. Us. Could this fellow be a subordinate of Long Yuntian? The trainer standing 2 meters behind the silver-haired youth alerted Su Nuo. The arena operated by second brother indeed seemed extraordinary. It was filled with many outstanding Pokémon trainers. I, as the elder brother, found myself envious, especially of this Mr. Shadow. The previous battle had me fired up, making me wish to challenge him myself. Unfortunately, I'm not a trainer, haha. Just as Long Yuntian finished his greeting, he shifted the conversation to himself. Moreover, from the sound of it, was he attempting to undermine his younger brother? And he was doing so right in front of Long Yunxiao. Su Nuo silently observed the expressions of Long Yunxiao and Long Yuntian, detecting the subtle intricacies of the situation. Chapter 83, Early Evolution, Blaziken. Although Long Yuntian and Long Yunxiao appeared to share a close bond on the surface, there was an unmistakable sense of distance between them. What was more perplexing was that in front of his elder brother, Long Yunxiao was deliberately putting on a naive facade. This left Su Nuo utterly bewildered. After all, Long Yunxiao was typically quite unruly and audacious. It seems their relationship is not as amicable as it appears. Big brother is overthinking things. Mr. Shadow is indeed a distinguished guest of my Black Emperor arena. It is evidently unrealistic for you to attempt to poach him from me. Long Yunxiao chuckled, casting a glance at the silent Su Nuo and the martial bear master beside him. Upon hearing this, Long Yuntian raised an eyebrow and inquired of Su Nuo. So, does this mean Mr. Shadow is not bound? That is even better. Why should someone of your extraordinary caliber linger in this small place of Bihai City? Have you considered coming to Bailing City? That is where a powerhouse like you can truly showcase their talents. The capital of the first district, Bailing City? Indeed, Long Yuntian is undoubtedly a member of the Long family. Moreover, since Long Yunxiao refers to him as elder brother, he must be the legitimate heir of the family. Su Nuo deduced. Speaking of which, the Long family is a prestigious lineage of Pokémon trainers in Bailing City. It is said that each descendant excels in Dragon-type Pokémon. Yet, why are these two brothers, Long Yuntian and Long Yunxiao, so engrossed in business? I appreciate your lofty praise, young Master Long, but I have always been a free spirit and would prefer not to trouble you. Su Nuo politely declined. What a jest. He had only decided to assist this time out of consideration for the miraculous potion and Long Yunxiao's previous sincerity. Naturally, Su Nuo could not accede to Long Yuntian's personal invitation. However, the mention of Bailing City piqued his interest. The capital, Bailing City, is the most bustling metropolis in the Yen Kingdom. It is home to the renowned Pokémon University, Lingqi University. The homeroom teacher, Shunling Shuang, graduated from there. Turning to Long Yunxiao, Su Nuo said, Boss Long, let us leave today as matters as they are. I shall take my leave now. With that, He and the Martial Bear Master exited the Black Emperor arena through the passage before OSI. That night, within the excessive space, Su Nuo found a patch of open grassland and released his robust chicken from its pokeball. Shiku? The robust chicken gently tapped Su Nuo's shoulder, wearing a puzzled expression as if questioning what he intended to do. I am preparing to grow stronger. I have obtained a miraculous potion. It can assist you in evolving early. With that, Su Nuo produced a vial of orange potion from the aluminum case. The robust chicken stared at the clear orange liquid, scratching its head in apparent confusion. What do you think? Would you like to give it a try? This can help you evolve into a Blaziken. Su Nuo smiled gently, encouragingly asking. Of course, matters of early evolution must be discussed with the Pokemon itself before making a decision. This Su Nuo was fully aware of. Thus, he needed to seek the robust chicken's opinion and could not act impulsively based on his own desires. Shiku? Shiku. The robust chicken lightly touched the vial with its claw, its tone filled with questions. Was this thing dangerous? Would it explode? At this moment, Zygarde kindly assumed the role of Pokemon translator, providing warmth and comfort. Haha. Will it explode? What are you imagining? This liquid is absolutely safe and will awaken your potential without any side effects. It will enable you to evolve swiftly. Su Nuo revealed the effects of the miraculous potion entirely, allowing the robust chicken to ponder the decision. Shiku. Upon hearing Su Nuo's words, the robust chicken nodded enthusiastically, indicating its willingness to try. Excellent. Let us begin right away. Carefully extracting the miraculous potion, Su Nuo utilized his insight eye to meticulously analyze its components. S-Class item, Miraculous Potion, Effect, a perfect potential activator. It can induce early evolution in Pokemon without causing any bodily harm. Components, 20 grams of pure black source crystal, 10 grams of orange fruit, and difficulty level 2 high, unable to fully analyze the finished product. Goodness, this item truly deserves its S-Class designation. Even the inside, I could only discern part of its components. Su Nuo had initially hoped to see if he could replicate it in the future, but it seemed that was nothing more than a pipe dream. Never mind. Let us use it directly. With that thought, Su Nuo began to drop the miraculous potion onto the robust chicken, drop by drop. Shiku, Shiku, Shiku. The robust chicken gasped for air, its skin quickly absorbing the miraculous potion. A tremendous heat radiated from its body, as if it had transformed into a steam engine. Detected intense fluctuations of fiery energy around the host. Please retreat at least 3 meters. Oh no, not again. The last time the Martial Bear Master evolved, it caused quite a commotion. And now with the robust chicken before Su Nuo could finish his thought, a gust of hot wind rushed toward him. It's coming. Martial Bear Master, come and shield me. Karu, in a flash of white light. The Martial Bear Master stood firmly in front of Su Nuo, blocking the fiery energy surging from the robust chicken. At that moment, the robust chicken emanated a golden glow, a clear indication that it had fully absorbed the miraculous potion. Ordinary evolutions are generally quite calm. Could this early evolution yield even greater power than a regular evolution? Leaning against the Martial Bear Master, Su Nuo observed the robust chicken's shimmering golden form. Robust chicken evolution progress, 303-849-6178. As the progress bar advanced steadily, the robust chicken's height and physique rapidly transformed. Upon reaching 100, a brand new Pokemon appeared before Su Nuo's eyes. It possessed a strong and tall physique, blue eyes, and a striking combination of red, white, and yellow hues, appearing immensely formidable. At that moment, flames danced around the Blaziken, enveloping it in an aura of scorching heat. Several bursts of fierce flames surged towards Su Nuo, but they were effortlessly intercepted by the Martial Bear Master with a swift motion of his right hand. Success! The miraculous potion truly works wonders. Observing the new form of Blaziken, Su Nuo nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Your Pokemon Robust Chicken has successfully evolved into Blaziken. Moreover, it has broken its limits, elevating its potential to the champion level. Ding! Blaziken has learned new moves: Flame Burst, Flame Tornado, Mimic, Flame Punch, Flying Knee Kick. Shiku, Blaziken, elated after its successful evolution, let out a triumphant roar. Subsequently, it dashed forward to Su Nuo, exchanging fist bumps with both Su Nuo and the Martial Bear Master. Chapter 84. Was Zapdos captured? In the Eagle Nation, at the headquarters of the Dynamic Balance Organization, a young man with green-dyed hair entered the spacious and brightly lit office hall overlooking the river. He wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, casually placing his hands in his coat pockets, a friendly smile adorning his face. Following closely behind him was a light purple dragon-type Pokémon, the Dreepy. At that moment, the Dreepy was stretching its neck, peering around the office hall, seemingly lost in thought. There is no need, absolutely no need. Although your optimization plan could yield great benefits, the expenses required to achieve this effect are simply too exorbitant. I roughly estimate it will cost around 20 million Alliance coins. Adu, clad in a black cloak with red hair, pressed his hands onto a sheet of paper filled with dense proposals, his expression agitated. What is wrong with that? By breaking through this tunnel at this location, not only can we establish a sizable mine that aids in the extraction of pure source crystals, but it will also provide more development opportunities for local Pokémon trainers, achieving two goals with one effort. As for the expenses you mentioned, 20 million is nothing. I will cover that. The individual seated opposite Adu spread his hands, responding with an unperturbed expression. Zafuchi Daigo casually waved his hand in response, which immediately dampened Adu's spirits. After all, it was a staggering 20 million. To Daigo, it seemed as trivial as $2. Behind Adu, his Dragonite shook its head in dismay, letting out a series of sighs. Ah, what an enthusiastic start to the meeting this morning. The green-haired man, Zhou, nonchalantly took a seat on a nearby office chair, while his sticky Dragonair glided over to the window, where a majestic Garchomp stood, gazing out at the scenery. They were merely discussing the excavation plans for a foreign mining tunnel. Good morning, Zhou. A blonde woman clad in a black trench coat took a seat beside Zhou, crossing her legs. She was none other than Cynthia, the owner of the Garchomp. Zhou, full name Zhou Jian, hailing from the Flame Nation and a member of the Dynamic Balance, had his strength yet to be determined. Is there any special news today, Zhou? It seems you've made quite the effort to come to headquarters. Surely something important has arisen, Daigo inquired, lifting his chin. Indeed, as you say in the Flame Nation, this is a visit that warrants no trifling matters. Do tell us of any urgent developments. Even Adu set aside his discussion with Daigo, pressing Zhou for answers. Late again. Late again, late again. A melodious female voice suddenly disrupted the atmosphere of questioning. A striking woman dressed entirely in white hurried into the office hall, followed by a resigned-looking Shineduo, seemingly exasperated by her owner's tardiness. Good morning, Karuna. Zhou waved his left hand, signaling her to take a seat. Good morning, everyone. Karuna smiled faintly as she settled into a chair near the corridor. I have come to headquarters primarily with both good news and bad news. Seeing that all members were present, Zhou Jian wasted no time in getting to the point. Let us hear the bad news first. No, let us hear the good news first. The four, except for Karuna, clamored in unison to hear the bad news. Ah, my apologies, Karuna. I shall commence with the bad news. Zhou scratched his head and chuckled, pulling a small device from his pocket and placing it on the table. Why is it that your attitudes remain so uniformly aligned on such matters? Karuna sighed. Ding. The miniature device soon projected a series of images onto the expansive silver screen. Though the quality was rather blurry, obscuring many details, the audience could only discern a group of individuals in standardized uniforms wreaking havoc at a power station. Is that the letter D? Could it be members of the Death Demon Corps? Cynthia, the first to pose a question, stroked her chin, hesitating. She had heard of the Death Demon Corps in various contexts, but had paid little attention without direct confrontation. Let us continue watching. Zhou nodded affirmatively at Cynthia's words, then slowed the footage by 1/3. Wait, over there. Look at that. What is that electric bird emanating thunderous power? Adu exclaimed. Could that possibly be Zapdos? His question plunged the room into silence. The image was too indistinct for them to ascertain the true identity of the formidable electric-type Pokémon. Captured. They must have first drained its electric power with a charging device, then ensnared it with an insulated capture net. Daigo exclaimed in shock. Is this despicable or merely skilled? At the footage's climax, the indistinct yellow Pokémon was forcibly subdued, prompting Daigo to gasp in horror. Despicable. Utterly despicable. How can one resort to such vile methods to capture Pokémon? This is precisely the sort of dirty work that those loathsome Pokémon hunters engage in. Karuna seethed. It appears this is indeed the handiwork of the Death Demon Corps, and this is a record of their large-scale operation. Cynthia affirmed. By the way, how did you acquire this footage, Zhou? And is this the bad news you mentioned about the legendary Zapdos potentially being captured by evil forces? Adu looked at Zhou, eager for answers. Cough, cough, cough. This is the first piece of footage I wish to share with you. It is a fragment recorded by a camera at the incident site, capturing the moment of the attack. The entity behind this force, the Death Demon Corps, has forcibly captured none other than one of the legendary bird Pokémon, Zapdos. Zhou's voice suddenly grew grave, his expression ashen, as if he were reluctant to acknowledge the situation. His words struck every individual present like a bolt from the blue. My goodness. This is indeed terrible news. One of the legendary bird Pokémon has fallen into the hands of the Death Demon Corps. Karuna's face paled. So it truly is Zapdos. How shall we address this situation? Adu inquired. At that moment, Daigo bowed his head, lost in thought. Zhou, surely you intend to convey more than just this. You're always one to propose solutions alongside the problems you present, are you not? Cynthia remarked, arms crossed, her tone calm. Chapter 85, The Actions of Dynamic Balance. Zhou Jian smiled slightly, but did not immediately respond to Cynthia's query. Additionally, I acquired a recording from a senior informant embedded within the Death Demon Corps. Now, let us listen. Embedded? Senior informant? The mere mention of these terms caused the other four to glance at Zhou Jian in astonishment. Could it be? This individual has infiltrated the enemy's ranks successfully? Zhou produced a small disc, inserting it into the miniature device, which soon emitted sound. The recording was a 30-second transmission, filled with static noise, making it nearly inaudible. The disarray of electrical interference made it uncomfortable for the listeners. After 30 seconds elapsed, none of them could discern the contents of the recording. Their expressions turned serious, brows furrowed. This is a special encryption method. We must first read the entire recording before reversing it to unlock and decrypt it. Seeing their puzzled faces, Zhou Jian explained, eventually succeeding in breaking the recording's encryption. Here is 628. It has been confirmed that Zapdos has been captured. The next mission is in the Flame Nation, Area 13. Target, Xerneas and Yveltal. The information provided in the 30-second recording was somewhat fragmented, yet it clearly conveyed the critical intelligence. Flame Nation, Area 13? And the new targets are Xerneas and Yveltal? Adu frowned, realizing the gravity of the situation. If these two powerful legendary Pokémon fell into the hands of the Death Demon Corps, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, they now possessed Zapdos, a formidable asset. Hence, the likelihood of the Death Demon Corps capturing more legendary Pokémon would only increase. The bad news is that they have already begun operations for these legendary Pokémon. The good news is that we have timely obtained this intelligence, granting us sufficient time to thwart or even dismantle their plans. Am I correct, Zhou? Cynthia stated, waving her hand toward the window, summoning her Garchomp, which promptly approached. Zhou Jian nodded slightly, affirmatively agreeing. Isn't that precisely our objective? Suppress certain shades of gray and black in their cradle. The man from the Flame Nation, with his hair dyed a vibrant green, adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, his expression calm and untroubled. Is this all the intelligence we possess? How many personnel will be dispatched for this operation? What is the strength of the leader at the helm? Furthermore, what specific areas will the operation encompass? Are these questions beyond our grasp? Daigo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, questioning the incompleteness of the information and offering a prudent caution. Daigo was indeed correct. While we have a general understanding of the situation, acting recklessly may not yield favorable results. Adu also expressed his agreement with Daigo's viewpoint. It was evident that both were motivated by caution, seeking to acquire more intelligence before making any decisions or taking action. Karuna glanced at Zhou Jian and then at Daigo, ultimately refraining from voicing her opinion. I must participate in this operation, Zhou Jian declared resolutely. My hometown lies in District 13, and I will not allow the Dead Demon Corps to wreak havoc there. That is all I have to say regarding the intelligence. His words immediately startled everyone. So that place is Zhou Jian's hometown. No wonder he came to Dynamic Balance today. This indicated his determination to intervene against the Dead Demon Corps actions. With that said, further discussion would be futile. Regardless of everyone's stance, I am definitely taking action this time. I, Zhou Jian, will not stand idly by. Nian Mei Long. Let us depart. Zhou Jian called out to his spirit and then stood to leave. Wait, Zhou, are you not being a bit too hasty? This is rather unlike you. Shallona's inquiry halted Zhou Jian's steps. It is not haste. Rather, it is a preemptive measure. The more divine beasts they control, the greater the threat they pose to the world as a whole. This is something each member should understand. Besides, Dynamic Balance stands in opposition to such organizations. Does it not? Zhou Jian replied with an unruffled demeanor and remarkably clear enunciation. Then how about this? I will join you in executing this operation first. Daigo and the others will prepare reinforcements and be ready to dispatch additional personnel at a moment's notice. What do you think? Shalona suggested. I find no objection. Once you ascertain the specific operation point, Adu, Karuna, and I can swiftly set off for the scene. Zhou and Shalona will scout ahead and provide immediate feedback. How does that sound? With that, Daigo retrieved a tablet and began drafting a detailed operational plan. Agreed, Adu expressed his support. This proposal is quite good. I concur. Karuna nodded. Very well then, I shall take my leave first. Zhou Jian waved his left hand and proceeded toward the elevator. Shalona silently nodded, summoning her Sharpedo to chase after Zhou Jian. In Bihai City, at Tianyuan Pokemon High School, in the S1 classroom. Students, our 5-school trial will officially commence next Sunday. Let me remind you all in advance. Are you prepared to face this grueling trial? Early in the morning, Shun Lingshuang rapped on the blackboard, announcing this news to the students below. What the heck? Only 10 days left? I'm not ready at all. Next Sunday? Oh my gosh, I'm starting to panic. I haven't won a single match in the previous group battles. Not to mention, our group's ranking is at the bottom. We've only won one match. And our points are probably negative. Honestly, I have no confidence in participating in the 5-school trial. I feel like I'm going to embarrass the school. The students lamented. Their outlook on the 5-school trial decidedly pessimistic. Next Sunday, I wonder what the assessment will entail this year, Su Nuo yawned. Feeling exhausted from training late into the night with his Torchic in the hyperdimensional space. Every year's assessment content is different, but they all share one common trait: extreme difficulty. Lin Yinyu replied to Su Nuo. Additionally, I have recorded the individual points of our class, aside from the group rankings. Chapter 86, The Contest. The reward is a Mega Evolution Keystone. Today, we will determine the individual rankings. The reward for first place is a Mega Evolution Keystone. Due to the rarity of this reward, only the first place in both the S1 and S2 classes will receive it. The school has only prepared 2 for each year. With that, Shun Lingshuang produced a small, exquisite black box, inside which lay a resplendent, multicolored evolution keystone. A Mega Evolution Key? Wow. The school has really gone all out. This evolution keystone is practically unattainable on the black market. Everyone, I am so excited. Seeing the stone radiating with vibrant hues, the students expressed their desire for it. However, just as everyone was caught up in their excitement, a sweet female voice doused them with cold water. What is there to be excited about? The only one who can obtain this keystone is the one who ranks first. Such a precious item, of course, cannot be claimed by everyone. With just those 2 sentences, the students' spirits were immediately crushed. Their earlier excitement dissipated as they realized this evolution keystone was beyond their reach, filling them with anger and resentment. Such a wonderful item, and yet it has nothing to do with me. What can I do? It's not like I have the strength. Oh, from what you're saying, do you feel confident about securing the evolution keystone, Ningyuman? Lin Yinyu turned around, squinting and smiling at the voice from the back. The girl from the water-type family shrugged and replied candidly, of course not. But that evolution keystone won't be yours either, so don't worry, by Shaoshan. Currently, the top 4 students in our class's individual points are Lin Yinyu, Su Nuo, Ningyuman, and Li Muxiao. I will now draw lots to arrange these 4 students for combat. The homeroom teacher, Shin Lingshuang, announced to the students below. Oh, I didn't expect it to be a battle between our 10th group and your 7th group. Hee. Li Muxiao, sitting behind Su Nuo, chuckled. Then let us draw the lots quickly and get started. I'm about to fall asleep. Su Nuo yawned again, his eyes brimming with fatigue. Hee. I'm actually looking forward to competing with you, a trainer specializing in water-type Pokemon. Your Starmie is said to be quite strong. Lin Yinyu adjusted his glasses, casting a glance at Ningyuman. Su Nuo was momentarily bewildered by this. What? Lin Yinyu's commentary on the Tianyuan rankings claimed that Ningyuman was weak and couldn't defeat his Gyarados. Yet they had never even battled. This guy is truly a narcissist. Alright, the lots are drawn. Everyone, please gather at the battle arena. Additionally, students who wish to spectate may also come to watch. 5 minutes later. First match, Ningyuman versus Su Nuo. Second match, Li Muxiao versus Lin Yinyu. Once the students were in position, Shin Lingshuang quickly announced the matchups. The first match is a performance by the great Su Nuo. Wow, Su Nuo is going to battle a noble scion again. Victory is certain. I was just thinking that this first place is definitely Su Nuo's. No other reason. It's just a strong feeling. Just as the students were abuzz with discussion, the next scene left everyone present utterly speechless. Ningyuman blinked her beautiful eyes and announced loudly, Teacher Shun, I forfeit. I have fought Su Nuo in private, and I lost terribly. I will not humiliate myself further. This statement has undoubtedly stirred a tempest within Class S1. What? Ningyuman has chosen to forfeit? Is she intimidated by the esteemed Su Nuo? Haven't you heard her claim that they battled privately? Privately, indeed. And she lost quite miserably? Just how formidable is Su Nuo? Then, Su Nuo is incredible. This evolution keystone must surely belong to you. Shin Lingshuang was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated anyone would forfeit outright. However, she quickly regained her composure. Very well, the first match shall be declared a victory for Su Nuo. The sequence of events left Su Nuo who was already somewhat drowsy. Utterly bewildered. What is happening? Have I won without even lifting a finger? What is going on with Ningyuman? She forfeited voluntarily? Wait a moment, Ningyuman. When did we ever compete privately? You needn't resort to such absurd reasoning to forfeit. As Ningyuman approached, Su Nuo yawned and remarked, of course we have competed. And it was against your martial arts bear master. Ningyuman stepped beside Su Nuo and whispered softly, I am Shui Nan. Moreover, your approach is rather too brutish. This revelation instantly invigorated the previously drowsy Su Nuo. What? Ningyuman is actually Shui Nan? Su Nuo suddenly recalled that day when he faced Shui Nan. And indeed, she had used a gem starfish. What is more, Ningyuman's primary Pokemon is also a gem starfish. But wait, how did you know I am Ghost Shadow? Su Nuo desperately wished to inquire, yet Ningyuman had already slipped away, leaving him in utter disarray. Damn, that is my goddess Ning. Su Nuo, don't you already have Tao Shuxian? Woe is me. Su Nuo, return Ningyuman to everyone. Why must you flaunt your affection for her in front of us? I feel so envious. Su Nuo the Great One. Lin Yinyu asked, Su Nuo, what did Ningyuman say to you? Why did you suddenly seem so shaken? Even Tao Shuxian, who had been idly observing, inquired, Su Nuo, what is your relationship with Ningyuman? It seems rather special. Goodness, here I am. Still pondering how my identity in the Black Emperor arena was leaked, and my classmates are gossiping about my connection with Shui Nan? This is absurd. Let us commence the Pokemon battle swiftly. I must secure that evolution keystone. Su Nuo decided to forego further banter and promptly reminded Xinling Shuang to initiate the ranking competition. Lin Yinyu, Li Muxiao, commence. Upon hearing this, the two moved to their respective battle positions. Let us end this quickly. The victor will have the chance to battle the esteemed Su Nuo. Li Muxiao was evidently a fervent admirer of Su Nuo and eagerly anticipated a true showdown with one of the top contenders in their class. A quick resolution is assured, but the one worthy to battle Su Nuo is me, not you. Having said that, Lin Yinyu summoned his Zygarde from its Pokeball. Li Muxiao also released his strongest Pokemon, the Onix, to engage in battle. The second round of combat officially began. Chapter 87, Onix vs. Zygarde. Pokemon, Onix. Type, Rock, Ground. Gender, Ability, Sturdy. This Pokemon cannot be knocked out in one hit. Qualification, Expert Level. Level, 27, Elite High Tier. Skills, Harden, Bind, Rock Slide, Rock Tomb, Stealth Rock. Rock Polish, Euro Ball, Rock Wrecker, Dragon Breath. Roar, Tackle, Protect. Trainer, Li Muxiao. Li Muxiao's Onix appears to be quite impressive. Su Nuo stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. A fine physical tank like Onix may not excel in a 1v1 duel, but when paired with other offensive Pokemon in doubles or chaotic multi-battles, Onix's role becomes significant. It can establish a formidable control chain effect through moves like Stealth Rock, Bind, and Roar. A truly troublesome adversary. Wow, such an overwhelming presence. Onix's size is indeed astonishing. I instinctively took a few steps back. Encountering such a large Pokemon in the wild would undoubtedly terrify me. Only Yang Tianming stood at the forefront, shouting to Li Muxiao, Li Bro, hurry and make your move. Let me see just how fierce your Onix can be. This goofball had earned a sidelong glance from Su Nuo, who shook his head in exasperation. Please be quiet, Tianming. Li Muxiao, clearly amused by his brother's antics, composed himself and commanded, Onix, use Rock Polish. With a low rumble, Onix unleashed a deep growl as its speed surged following the polish. Yet, the initiative still belonged to me. Zygarde, unleash Shadow Ball. Lin Yinyu habitually adjusted his glasses and directly ordered Zygarde to attack. Although Onix possesses remarkable physical defense, its durability and special defense are merely average. Against the exceptionally strong special attacker Zygarde, Onix's sturdy rock body may as well be non-existent. Zygarde struck with lightning speed. Shadow Ball is practically second nature for it, executed with remarkable finesse. The colorful psychic energy wave shot directly towards the hefty Onix. If this move lands, Onix will undoubtedly suffer severe damage. Onix, use Protect. Li Muxiao calmly commanded Onix to defend itself. His main Pokemon, Onix, is a top-tier tank. Such a defense is merely routine for it. Onix shuddered slightly, and the white energy shield absorbed Zygarde's Shadow Ball entirely. Lin Yinyu's initial offensive attempt was rendered utterly futile. Well defended, Li Bro. As expected of you, your Onix is the #1 tank in Beihai City. Yang Tianming cheered from the sidelines. A change in strategy is necessary. A direct assault may not work against certain opponents. Su Nuo mused, smiling as he observed Lin Yinyu. To be honest, this was his first time watching Zygarde fight up close. Last time at the Black Emperor Arena, he had missed Lin Yinyu's match against the Hippo King due to discussions with Long Yinxiao. It was indeed a pity. Zygarde, use Energy Ball. Lin Yinyu did not let the previous failure demoralize him. Rather, his attacks became more targeted. The Grass-type move Energy Ball posed a significant threat to Onyx. This indicated that Lin Yinyu was prepared for an all-out offensive. In this battle, he aimed to penetrate Li Muxiao's defenses with the most ferocious assault. A Grass-type move? He gearing up. Li Muxiao's eyes sparkled with determination as he unleashed Dragon Breath to extinguish the Energy Ball. Onyx released a powerful Dragon Breath directed at the incoming green Energy Ball. This concentrated mass of Grass-type energy posed a grave threat to Onyx. The clash between Dragon Breath and the Energy Ball produced a sound reminiscent of vaporizing liquid, sending chills down one's spine. The remnants of two distinctly different energies colliding possess immense lethality. As expected of a trainer renowned for defense, quite capable indeed. Lin Yinyu grinned. In that case, Zygarde, use Psychic. Zygarde paused momentarily before bending the spoon in its grasp with psychic power. However, Onyx displayed no discernible reaction. What just happened? What was that all about? I don't understand. What was the purpose of bending the spoon? It seemed utterly ineffective. I have never trained a Pokemon like Kadabra or Alakazam. I simply cannot afford to raise a psychic type. The spectators, filled with confusion, could not fathom the significance of Lin Yinyu's seemingly bizarre move. Oh, Lin Yinyu has begun. Realizing that a swift assault would not lead to victory, he intends to disrupt his opponent's state to gain a suppressive effect. The astute Su Nuo quickly discerned Lin Yinyu's unique strategy. The move Bend Spoon is a specialized technique exclusive to the Kadabra and Alakazam species. It employs psychic powers to diminish the accuracy of the opponent's attacks, making it a divine skill in prolonged battles. Should the opponent falter, Kadabra can swiftly suppress their actions with its high speed and attack power, leading to an effortless victory. Onyx, use Rock Slide. Clearly, Li Muxiao did not grasp the significance of Lin Yinyu's Bend Spoon, and without hesitation commanded Onyx to attack. Massive boulders crashed down towards Kadabra below. Has he taken the initiative? Excellent. I shall turn the tables on you. Kadabra, use Teleport to dash towards Onyx, then unleash Psychic Blade to slice through its robust defenses. Lin Yinyu's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. This Tianyuan Baixiaoxing only exhibits such meticulousness when he has already determined the final answers to certain questions. For instance, right now, Lin Yinyu knows precisely how to achieve a flawless victory against his opponent. Humph, have you lost your mind? Daring to engage in close combat with my Onyx? Just what I was hoping for. Onyx, immediately use Bind. Secure Kadabra. Observing Kadabra teleporting within a meter of Onyx, Li Muxiao smirked. He had been pondering how to approach the troublesome artillery that is Kadabra. Now, his opponent had chosen to close the distance, practically handing him victory. Onyx swiftly repositioned, presenting its solid rock body. However, in the next instant, it ensnared Kadabra with unyielding force. When Onyx fully executed the bind move, the immobilized opponent would be rendered helpless, experiencing extreme discomfort. Simultaneously, it was Onyx's strongest physical control move. Let us see how you escape. With Onyx successfully securing Kadabra, Li Muxiao wore a smug grin. For according to the usual rhythm, transitioning from defense to offense meant victory was near. Yet, Kadabra did not completely lose its ability to act due to the bind. It merely waved its left arm lightly, unleashing an invisible psychic blade. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as if something had shattered within Onyx's form. The tremendous pressure forced Onyx to loosen its rock body. Vulnerabilities, abundant vulnerabilities. Although Li Muxiao demonstrated remarkable defensive capabilities during battle, his command of Onyx's offense was rather haphazard and rigid. Were it my turn, facing such a gift-wrapped Kadabra, I would have unceremoniously struck it with Euro Ball to disrupt its action continuity, seizing the initiative with a powerful throw to deepen the damage and take control of the battle entirely. Su Nuo shrugged, clearly unimpressed with Li Muxiao's offensive tactics. It should be known that he, Su Nuo, specializes in studying Pokemon trainers' offensive strategies, creating unparalleled techniques. The question of how to execute the most exceptional combination of tactics is a perpetual contemplation for him. Moves like Bind, which inflict minimal damage, are only employed when coordinating with his other Pokemon's assaults. Compared to Su Nuo, Li Muxiao's understanding of Pokemon offense is significantly lacking. Onyx's sturdy defenses have been breached. I shall conclude this battle within 2 moves. Kadabra, unleash Illusion Ray once more. Recognizing the perfect opportunity for attack, Lin Yinyu acted decisively. At such close range, Kadabra's Illusion Ray was bound to strike true. The reason for approaching Onyx with teleport was to set up this very moment of assault. What? How is this possible? How did it break free from Onyx's bind? Li Muxiao gasped in shock, realizing the battle had exceeded his expectations. Yet, time for him to react was dwindling. Onyx, quickly use Rock Block to withstand this attack. Though he had issued the command, Kadabra's speed was simply too swift. Onyx barely managed to gather a small amount of rock power before the rapid illusion ray struck it head-on. It let out a pained howl, evidently overwhelmed by the damage inflicted. Even with superior physical defenses, they were rendered meaningless in the face of the special attacker, Kadabra. Li Muxiao's back broke into a cold sweat, but he quickly regained his composure. Not yet defeated, there is still hope. Use Euroball. In such proximity, Onyx's Euroball could certainly turn the tide with sheer force. Onyx curled its sturdy rock body, rapidly spinning as it charged toward Kadabra. However, something unexpected occurred. Instead of barreling directly into Kadabra, Onyx inexplicably veered off course, colliding with the space behind Kadabra. This Euroball, which should have threatened Kadabra, inexplicably missed its target at this critical moment. What? The Euroball missed? Li Muxiao stood in disbelief, staring blankly at his Onyx. How could the Euroball in a stage of white-hot intensity? Such a blunder should not have happened. This provided Lin Yanyu with a myriad of opportunities. For at this moment, Onyx was riddled with vulnerabilities. How about that? The effect of Ben Spoon is rather pronounced, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yanyu chuckled, raising his hand to signal Kadabra for the final assault. End it with Energy Ball. Kadabra concentrated its inner energy, releasing a vibrant green energy ball that soared forth. Boom. The grass-type energy ball struck Onyx squarely from behind. This, too, was an absolutely decisive finishing move. As the dust settled, Onyx unequivocally lost its fighting capabilities, and its trainer, Li Muxiao, was defeated in this battle. Lin Yanyu is formidable indeed. It feels as though he toyed with Onyx at will. Li Muxiao found himself in a rather humiliating defeat, particularly in the final confrontation. What on earth? Are the two in Group 7 some kind of monsters? How can they be this strong? Su Nuo, having quietly observed the battle, smiled subtly. The next match would be his against Lin Yanyu, and as fate would have it, the two had previously agreed to contest before the 5 Academy trials. Today presented an excellent opportunity. Moreover, there was a Mega Evolution Keystone, specifically for trainers, at stake. A prize both had long coveted. Victory in this battle belonged to Lin Yanyu of Group 7. Ultimately, the top 2 of the class would be determined between Su Nuo and Lin Yanyu. Shen Lingxiang toyed with the multicolored keystone in the box, casting a meaningful glance at the two contenders for the final duel. Would the strongest student of Class S1 emerge from the same group? This situation was indeed intriguing. Who would have thought that this contest for the Mega Evolution Keystone would unexpectedly evolve into our scheduled duel? Upon witnessing Li Muxiao depart from the battlefield, Su Nuo gradually approached the designated area. Su Nuo, unleash your full potential in this duel. I've longed to determine our standings. Lin Yanyu declared with a smile after adjusting his glasses. He rummaged through his pocket to produce a small notebook. The title boldly inscribed as Comprehensive Analysis of Su Nuo's Combat Style and Countermeasures. I have diligently prepared for this battle for quite some time. After swiftly perusing the contents of the notebook, Lin Yanyu's eyes sparkled with excitement and vigor. Is your Zygarde in prime condition? I would prefer not to achieve victory through an unworthy opponent. After all, triumphing over an adversary in a subpar state yields little satisfaction for someone of my caliber. Pointing to the slightly injured Zygarde, Su Nuo chuckled and touched his nose. You needn't worry about that. Zygarde utilized self-restoration. At Lin Yanyu's command, Zygarde gathered an extraordinary energy enveloping its entire being, remarkably healing all prior injuries sustained in battle. In the absence of interference, the self-restoration ability proved astonishingly potent. Chapter 89, A Battle of Equal Standing. Who do you think has a greater chance of winning this final showdown? Su Nuo. I believe he possesses a slight edge. After all, his previous achievements are well documented. I wouldn't be so sure. Lin Yanyu's Zygarde is formidable and may well contend with Su Nuo. Indeed. Did you see how Zygarde faced off against Onyx earlier? It hardly seemed to exert its full strength, yet still triumphed effortlessly. Don't be ridiculous. I'll bet you a hot pot that Su Nuo will win for sure. Are you in? I'm in. I'll even throw in a meal at Hadaleo. Lin Yanyu will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Even before the battle commenced, the students of Class S1 began animatedly discussing the matchup. Clearly, each student held their own opinion on who was the stronger contender, and their views varied widely. Self-restoration? In that case, I need not delay any further. Go forth, Blaziken. With Zygarde fully rejuvenated, Su Nuo saw no reason to squander time. He skillfully retrieved a Pokeball and summoned Blaziken. Blaziken! A flash of white light heralded Blaziken's grand entrance, its spirited battle cry akin to flames erupting from its arms, radiating enthusiasm. Wow, is that Blaziken? Has Su Nuo's Combusken evolved? No wonder Su Nuo exudes such confidence. It turns out he has Blaziken as his trump card. Oh no. I sense Lin Yinyu is feeling the pressure. This Blaziken is not to be underestimated. I can feel it. Blaziken instantly captured the attention of the entire arena upon its arrival. Its commanding and powerful stance made it impossible to overlook. Truly embodying the essence of a battle's main character, Combusken has actually evolved. This means Su Nuo's strength has been further augmented. Observing Blaziken fixate on Zygarde, Lin Yinyu instinctively adjusted his glasses. This is problematic. It seems that all my previous analyses on how to combat Su Nuo have become partially obsolete. With Combusken's evolution into Blaziken, Su Nuo's strategy will undoubtedly transform significantly. As expected, just as Lin Yinyu pondered his strategy, Su Nuo had already commanded Blaziken to attack. Blaziken, unleash Fire Spin. With a vigorous flapping of its arms, Blaziken expelled a fierce vortex of flames toward Zygarde. It's Fire Spin, a control-type fire attack. But is Su Nuo merely testing the waters, or is this a genuine assault? The initial move left Lin Yinyu momentarily flustered, unable to discern whether Su Nuo's opening strike was a feint or a real threat. No matter, I'll treat it as a genuine attack. Zygarde, use Psychic to dissipate the Fire Spin. Zygarde swayed its spoon, immediately releasing waves of psychic energy that surged forth. The Fire Spin, which was destined to engulf Zygarde, was instantaneously scattered by the psychic waves, ultimately vanishing entirely. Lin Yinyu successfully defended against the first move. What? How could it be resolved so swiftly? Lin Yinyu, initially expecting a brief respite, was taken aback as Su Nuo launched his second offensive. The blazing punches from Blaziken marked Su Nuo's follow-up attack. Thus, the Fire Spin was merely a preliminary probe. Zygarde quickly used Teleport to create distance. Lin Yinyu gritted his teeth and urgently instructed Zygarde to act. Given Zygarde's fragile physique, it could not endure multiple hits from Blaziken. Zygarde, responding to its trainer's command, Zygarde concentrated its psychic energy and teleported several meters away, deftly evading Blaziken's powerful fire punch. Quite impressive speed. If it were any other Pokemon that acted a moment slower, they would surely have been struck by that fire punch. However, soon, your speed advantage may turn into a disadvantage. Su Nuo smiled subtly. Blaziken's acceleration traits continuously activated, enhancing its speed significantly from the previous moment. Since we're at a distance, Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. Without a hint of hesitation, Su Nuo resolved to maintain the offensive. Blaziken, with another swift motion of its arms, Blaziken unleashed an even more ferocious torrent of flames directed at Zygarde. This was not Fire Spin. Psychic could not possibly thwart such an intense assault. The tempo of the battle quickened, illustrating Su Nuo's tactical prowess. Once he gained the upper hand in the duel, he pressed his opponent relentlessly, leaving them gasping for breath. Today, I am finally witnessing it firsthand. Su Nuo's relentless, multifaceted attacks compelled Lin Yinyu to focus intently. Zygarde, use Shadow Ball to counter the Flamethrower. Zygarde nodded and released a swirling sphere of dark, ghostly energy. The Shadow Ball collided with the Flamethrower, resulting in a powerful explosion of energy. Boom. The explosion reverberated throughout the arena, enveloping the two Pokemon in a dense cloud of smoke. What a spectacular display. With consecutive attacks, neither combatant has yet to establish superiority. Indeed, these are our two strongest contenders. If it were anyone else, one side would have likely succumbed to disadvantage or outright defeat by now. So who appears to have the upper hand now? I still feel Su Nuo has the advantage, as I have yet to witness him falter. Look, the smoke is about to clear. We're on the verge of witnessing the next move. The students watching from the sidelines were undeniably exhilarated. This battle had them fervently engaged, their blood racing. Such unpredictable encounters, where the outcome remains uncertain, always prove to be the most riveting, as one can never anticipate the next move. Now, Zygarde, use Psyshock. Lin Yinyu could no longer restrain his exuberance and laughed aloud. At that precise moment when the smoke dissipated, it was the opportunity for which he had been waiting. Zygarde, a psychic-type Pokemon, possessed superior perceptive abilities compared to Blaziken. This was the perfect moment to strike first. Furthermore, Psychic-type moves held a decisive advantage over Blaziken. Even if this Psyshock did not yield a one-hit knockout, it would undoubtedly place Blaziken in a position of disadvantage, thereby reversing the tide. The pivotal moment of this battle was now. Zygarde let out a deep, resonant roar, ignited by the fervor of the duel. It twirled its psychic spoon, and Psyshock was unleashed. Chapter 90. A full throttle strike, the Inferno Blast Kick. A kaleidoscopic beam of psychic energy surged towards the fiery chicken with astonishing swiftness. Yet, Su Nuo exhibited no trace of panic. In the face of such a formidable attack, he calmly commanded, "Mimicry." The fiery chicken, upon hearing his voice, instantly swung its right arm, and an astonishing event unfolded. Identical energy rays shot forth from between its arms, colliding with the illusory beam of the opponent, Zygarde, and completely nullifying it. Remarkably, it had countered the opponent's attack with the very same technique. What is happening? Surely I did not missee that? What just transpired? A student from Class S1 rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had witnessed. "Dude, you saw it right." "I saw it too." "Absolutely astonishing," exclaimed another. "What the heck? How can the fiery chicken perform illusionary beam?" It's mimicry, a move capable of imitating any opponent's technique. However, the speed at which the fiery chicken mimicked is simply astonishing. It's like a flawless replication at 100. The last to speak was Yang Tianming, a robust figure with well-defined muscles, who excitedly clasped his best friend Li Muxiao's shoulder. Li Muxiao, who had been disheartened after losing his match, suddenly perked up. He raised his arms and shouted, "Wow, Su Nuo is incredible. Go for it. Defeat Lin Yinyu. If you win, I'll treat you to a sauna." In the arena, Lin Yinyu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The fact that it was mimicry? After the fiery chicken acquired this move, it had become a perfect blend of offense and defense. "Su Nuo, your strength has undoubtedly increased significantly since our last encounter." At this moment, he realized that Su Nuo had unveiled several new battle techniques that he had never witnessed before. This revelation made Lin Yinyu acutely aware that his chances of victory in this duel had diminished considerably. As a Pokémon trainer, one must evolve alongside their Pokémon, growing until they attain a legendary status, mustn't they? As the smoke cleared, Su Nuo's elegant and handsome visage reappeared in by Xiaoxing's line of sight. After uttering these words, he waved his right hand, prompting the fiery chicken to spring into action once more. This time, its speed had reached its zenith, moving so swiftly that only an afterimage remained in the spectator's vision. The afterimage leaped, hurtling towards the sky at lightning speed. Then, a resounding cry echoed, "Mocha! Jiku!" The fiery chicken's voice plunged from the heavens, targeting its adversary, Zygarde. It was the flame kick. It was preparing to unleash it again. The double flame kick. The signature move of the fiery chicken. Wait, what? What in the world is that? My goodness. Is that the flame kick? It resembled a gigantic fireball. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, the fiery chicken transformed into a deep crimson ball of flames, descending to deliver a kick. The searing heat and forceful kick melded seamlessly with the fiery chicken's essence. This fiery assault from above was Su Nuo's decisive move. Let this determine the outcome. Fiery chicken, unleash the Inferno Blast Kick. Su Nuo stated softly. The Inferno Blast Kick, a ferocious fire kick conceived by Su Nuo and the fiery chicken, would temporarily exhaust all the flame energy within the fiery chicken's body, leaving it in a state of fatigue. However, in return, the power of this Inferno Blast Kick equated to a staggering 10 flame kicks. Quickly evade that position, Zygarde. Use teleport. Lin Yinyu realized the gravity of the situation. If Zygarde were struck by such a terrifying attack, its frail body would surely not withstand it. It was imperative to find a way to dodge this move. Zygarde swiftly gathered its psychic energy to vacate its original position. The teleport maneuver created a 5-meter gap from its previous location. Yet, this proved utterly futile. Evasion was of no consequence against a fiery chicken ablaze with fierce flames. In its accelerated state, the enemy it had locked onto could not escape. Jiku. The triumphant battle cry accompanied the rapid Inferno Blast Kick as it hurtled towards the evasive Zygarde. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 consecutive energy explosions reverberated against Zygarde's form. After striking Zygarde, the Inferno Blast Kick unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, dealing subsequent damage. Zygarde, quickly use self-restoration. Lin Yinyu exclaimed in a panic. The fact that even teleport could not evade such a move indicated that the fiery chicken's power far exceeded by Xiaoxing's expectations. No, rather, Su Nuo's strength had escalated to an incomprehensible level. Zygarde had uttered a weak groan, beginning to gather energy anew to heal its wounds. It'll be fine. Just a little longer, and self-restoration will allow Zygarde to recover some of its injuries. It can still fight. Lin Yinyu, drenched in cold sweat, was alarmed. It would be futile, even if the Pokémon did not lose its fighting capability directly upon being struck by this move. it would still suffer burns from the pure flame energy until it succumbed. Su Nuo stroked his chin, his expression composed. Mocha. The fiery chicken exhaled a plume of white vapor, a sign of its temporarily depleted flame energy. In this state, it could not utilize fire-type moves. Small wisps of white energy began to coalesce within Youngura's body. However, the residual scarlet flame energy swiftly consumed these newly formed healing energies. Subsequently, the searing burns inflicted upon it caused Youngura to suffer further damage from the aftermath of the Inferno Blast kick. Youngura's eyes rolled back, and it collapsed, losing its fighting ability. What? Not even self-restoration could salvage it. I've lost. Watching Youngura fall, Lin Yinyu felt a profound sense of loss. A complete defeat. Ultimately, he had been bested by Su Nuo. This left him in a state of despair. He won. Su Nuo triumphed. Truly deserving of the title of a master. Such prowess. That kick from the fiery chicken sent chills down my spine. Bro, let us hit up Hadaleo tonight. Remember to treat me to that place in Nanxing. Yang Tianming shook Li Muxiao's shoulder, exclaiming loudly, wow, Su Nuo is incredible. He is on a completely different level from us. Such power. Isn't that right, Li Go? Damn it. Su Nuo is indeed formidable. Anyone struck by that kick from the fiery chicken is bound to be severely injured or worse. Tianming, you must remember, if we encounter Su Nuo during the inter-school competition, let him have our backs. He is our class's pillar. Li Muxiao, having witnessed Su Nuo's victory, couldn't he help but sing his praises, especially since he had just lost to Lin Yinyu and was acutely aware of the latter's strength. Chapter 91. Shun Lingxiong's Troubles. Su Nuo, you are indeed powerful, far surpassing my expectations. Exhaling a sigh, Lin Yinyu withdrew Youngura into its pokeball. After experiencing defeat, he ultimately accepted this reality. Too much flattery. Su Nuo waved at Lin Yinyu before striding over to Shun Lingxiong with the fiery chicken in tow. Teacher Shun, this Mega Evolution Keystone is now mine, correct? With a knowing smile, Su Nuo pointed to the black box containing the multicolored stones. The Mega Evolution Keystone, as the reward for the top rank in Class S, was of undeniable value. This was one of the reasons Su Nuo was determined to secure it. Just as its name suggests, possessing the Evolution Keystone would be akin to holding the key to unlocking the treasure trove of Mega Evolution. In the future, upon acquiring Evolution Stones for Pokémon, Su Nuo, as a trainer, would see a significant enhancement in combat effectiveness. Mega Evolution is undoubtedly one of the pinnacle energy technologies, accessible to a mere fraction of trainers, perhaps only 80 to 90%. It represents a formidable buff that countless powerful trainers ardently aspire to attain. Has your Machoke prematurely evolved into Blaziken? From my observations, while its combat gait is indeed lively, certain movements remain overly hasty and lack the necessary steadiness. Today, Xinling Shuang continues to wear her usual cold demeanor. This beautiful instructor does not reward the victorious students as an ordinary teacher might. Instead, she directly admonishes and reprimands Su Nuo. Blaziken and Su Nuo exchange glances, ultimately nodding in agreement with her assessment. Indeed, it has indeed undergone premature evolution. Although I have previously assisted it with several sets of foundational training exercises, yet, it has yet to fully acclimate to this new form. As expected of my homeroom teacher, her keen eyes miss nothing. She likely observed every detail of the recent battle. While gaining power ahead of time is undoubtedly exhilarating, it may inadvertently have adverse effects on the Pokémon. As a trainer, you must prioritize the Pokémon's experience. Otherwise, your journey will be short-lived. Xinling Shuang continued her admonishment, speaking each word with a measured intensity, ensuring Su Nuo comprehended her message. Su Nuo slightly nodded, acknowledging Xinling Shuang's words. Indeed, those methods of premature evolution that carry side effects can inflict lasting harm on Pokémon, a truth Su Nuo is well aware of. However, the miracle potion does not have such repercussions. Thus, Xinling Shuang's warnings seemed of little relevance to him. Su Nuo mused. So, what means did you employ to assist Mashoki's premature evolution? Or rather, what type of potential-enhancing elixir did you utilize? Xinling Shuang fixed her gaze on him with an unusual intensity, as if fearing he might evade her inquiry. It's the miracle potion. Seeing her curiosity piqued, Su Nuo decided against withholding information and answered her directly. This revelation seemed to strike Xinling Shuang like a bolt from the blue. What? Did you just say miracle potion? The beautiful teacher's brows furrowed in surprise. This caught the attention of the students in Class S1, who turned their gazes towards Su Nuo and Xinling Shuang. Oh no! What secret conversation is Xinling Shuang having with Su Nuo? Why is she leaving us hanging for several minutes without dismissing us? I'm feeling so envious. Shinling Shuang is giving Su Nuo special treatment, and I'm just dying of jealousy. Why does it seem that all the good fortune falls to Su Nuo? Jealousy is tearing me apart. Wake up, buddy, you're human. Unlike us, you don't have a cell wall. Let us talk about dinner plans at Hadaleo tonight instead. The class erupted into chatter. Shinling Shuang had no choice but to call for dismissal. You may disperse and arrange your own activities. Additionally, the 5-school trial is approaching. Remember to familiarize yourselves with the content of previous year's joint examinations. Although this year will not cover those topics, understanding the examination format and methodology is essential. Yes, understood. With their homeroom teacher's approval, the students hastily made their exit. Where did you acquire the miracle potion? Can you share the details with me? Once the classroom was devoid of students, Shinling Shuang no longer maintained her authoritative teacher facade before Su Nuo. She now appeared more like an older sister. Well. The process was arduous, yet the outcome was triumphant. Nevertheless, it is not something easily replicated. Now it was Su Nuo's turn to feel cornered. He certainly couldn't disclose that this reward was bestowed upon him by Long Yunxiao, the proprietor of the Black Emperor Arena. Su Nuo had made a principle of not revealing anything about participating in the arena's battles. TSK, you're my student. And yet you're trying to keep secrets from me. Shinling Shuang lightly patted Su Nuo's shoulder, feigning anger. He chuckled. Hee, teacher Shun. While I would love to procure more miracle potions, after all, who wouldn't want more of such a rare treasure? Good things come in abundance. Unfortunately, my means are rather unreliable, and I may not be able to get a second one. After returning Blaziken to its pokeball, Su Nuo secured it at his waist. I see. Since you've said that, I have nothing further to say. Alas, what a pity. I had hoped my situation might be promising. However, it seems that hope has once again been dashed. Shinling Shuang, stroking her delicate chin, wore a troubled expression. It was evident that she had something weighing heavily on her mind and could not find a solution. The miracle potion Su Nuo had mentioned was indeed the key to resolving her dilemma. Perhaps it pertains to the evolution of a specific Pokémon? Observing her beautiful teacher's disheartened demeanor, Su Nuo felt a surge of curiosity. Thus, he inquired, "What troubles you, Teacher Shin?" While your troubled expression possesses a unique charm. As your student, I can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Shinling Shuang shot him a glance before slowly responding. It's about my Long Mazu. It has been over a week, and every time it shows signs of evolution, it howls erratically as if possessed, yet ultimately fails. I've been fretting over its evolution for days now. The evolution of Long Mazu. No wonder Shinling Shuang brightened at the mention of the miracle potion. That is indeed the divine elixir of evolution, transcending any conditions. Never mind. Since the miracle potion is out of reach, I shall seek alternative solutions. With a sigh, Shinling Shuang handed Su Nuo the black box, waved her hand, and departed towards the school exit. Chapter 92. Information on past 5-school trials and a mysterious delivery. That evening, after finishing his bath, Su Nuo donned a set of yellow Pikachu pajamas and entered his room. The martial arts bear was relentlessly striking Su Nuo's punching bag, producing a rhythmic thumping sound. It relished the tactile sensation of practicing, often engaging in a few extra punches each night to maintain its physical condition. Meanwhile, Kairu Lulian comfortably lounged on Su Nuo's soft bed, engrossed in a mobile game. With its adept use of psychic powers, Su Nuo's phone floated in midair, remaining as stable as if placed on a table. Ever since it discovered Su Nuo's lock screen password, it frequently seized the opportunity to play with his phone when he wasn't paying attention. Blaziken was engrossed in perusing various encyclopedic volumes. Titles such as Essential Wilderness Survival Skills, How to Neutralize Poison-type Pokémon Effectively, Necessary Fishing Techniques for Anglers, and Shocking Grafting Methods for Specialty Fruit Trees captured its interest. The eclectic and intricate nature of these topics was precisely what it enjoyed. Observing the warm and comfortable ambience in his room, Su Nuo dried his damp hair with a towel. Once he had finished, he hung the towel up and settled in front of his computer. Today, Teacher Shin mentioned that her Long Mazu was encountering issues with its evolution. How could I not come up with a reasonable explanation for this? This was becoming increasingly intolerable. Su Nuo opened his browser and began searching for information regarding Long Mazu's evolution. Knowledge about Pokémon evolution varies. Some aspects are quite common, while others are exceedingly rare. Clearly, Long Mazu's evolution falls into the latter category. After several minutes of searching, Su Nuo finally stumbled upon insights from trainers who had successfully raised Long Mazu. They revealed that Long Mazu could only evolve into Ebonier after mastering the move primitive power. Otherwise, it would require a potential-enhancing elixir for evolution. Oh my! It is no wonder that Shinling Shuang would harbor such anxiety and distress. The conditions for the evolution of the Longmazu are exceedingly arduous to fulfill. Moreover, one must master the move primitive power. Under ordinary circumstances, Longmazu cannot learn primitive power. Generally, this can only be achieved through either recall or technical discs. The requirements for recalling a move are even more stringent. It necessitates a memory potion that is rarer than a potential enhancing potion. Clearly, this is rather unrealistic. As for the technical disc, primitive power, being a rather rare move, is not available for purchase at any ordinary Pokemon supermarkets. Perhaps, Teacher Shin can only try her luck in the black market, Su Nuo mused. He then began to scour the content of the previous 3 annual inter-school examinations, preparing earnestly for the upcoming challenge. 3 years ago, the examination comprised a student battle tournament, quite simple and unadorned in nature. However, this examination system most effectively tests the rapport between students and their Pokemon, as well as their true capabilities. Su Nuo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Upon hearing Su Nuo's murmurs, Blaziken, Master Wu Dao, and even Kairu Lien curiously approached him. It was evident that they too were intrigued by the specifics of the inter-school examination Su Nuo was preparing for. 2 years prior, the content involved a challenge tournament, during which the Pokemon League of District 13 invited 100 expert trainers, 30 gym leaders, and 5 quasi-elite trainers. Students were scored based on their ability to challenge these trainers, and ultimately, the points were tallied for comparison within the school. Truly, the expenses for such personnel must have amounted to millions of Alliance coins. Su Nuo exclaimed in astonishment. There could be a lack of fairness in such challenge tournaments, as those invited trainers might not exert their full strength to test the students adequately. Was our school's performance merely mediocre 2 years ago? TSK. It appears that the other 4 schools are quite formidable indeed. As Su Nuo spoke, he turned his attention to last year's inter-school examination information. Last year's content involved each school randomly selecting 10 students to participate in 3 different gym challenges. This difficulty level was perhaps the highest. Gym challenges are also recognized as official small-scale competitions by the Pokemon League. Upon successfully winning a gym leader challenge, the gym leader bestows a special badge as a qualification reward. This badge not only signifies the hidden glorious achievements of a Pokemon trainer, but also serves as proof of their strength. Battling against a true gym leader is not as simple as contending with a gym-level trainer. Numerous factors come into play. Generally speaking, those capable of holding the position of a gym leader conferred by the Pokemon League must possess considerable prowess. Many of these gym leaders are seasoned, boasting elite or even champion-level standards. Even if they use Pokemon of the same elite tier, such gym leaders can easily toy with challengers and emerge victorious. Thus, Su Nuo's assertion about last year's trials being the most challenging holds merit. Su Nuo, your delivery has arrived. Hurry and retrieve it from the entrance. Su Tianao called out from the living room. Oh, all right. Su Nuo responded loudly to his father, then turned to Blaziken, saying, quickly, Blaziken, it's all up to you. I see great potential in you. You must be an excellent errand runner, so please fetch the package for me. Blaziken, huh? It pointed its claw at itself, looking utterly bewildered as it realized Su Nuo was teasing it. Kairu Lien, Master Wu Dao, hurry. You can reach the entrance in 5 steps. I've calculated it. Su Nuo gently patted Blaziken's back, grinning widely. Seeing Su Nuo so insistent, Blaziken refrained from further protest and swiftly dashed toward the entrance, stirring up a breeze, just as Su Nuo had envisioned. It's evident that the examination content from the previous years varies entirely. There is no discernible pattern to follow. This inter-school examination, indeed, reiterates that it all hinges on strength. Only with true power can one adapt to any circumstance. With a slight sigh, Su Nuo felt a twinge of pressure. After all, he was determined to shine brilliantly in the inter-school trials. Before long, Blaziken returned, clutching a cardboard box, and with a thud, placed it before Su Nuo. I don't recall ordering anything recently. Kairu Lien, did you buy something on Tengu? Su Nuo queried as he began to unpack the box. Kairu Lien shook its head vigorously, denying Su Nuo's suggestion. Not purchased by Kairu Lien. This package is quite mysterious. Chapter 93, The Silver White Moon Guild. Upon fully unboxing the package, Su Nuo discovered its contents were even more enigmatic. Inside was a small square box exquisitely crafted from redwood. The box was adorned with a silver-painted emblem of the moon. Who could have sent this to me? The box's material is surprisingly redwood. Moreover, what does the emblem signify? Su Nuo paused momentarily, his expression growing somewhat grave. The sender's information and address were deliberately fabricated, clearly not authentic. This was apparent to Su Nuo at a glance. After all, who would list the name of the Eagle Nation as the Cinder in the Fiery Nation, alongside an international phone number? Surely, no one would presume this to be the Cinder's true information. Yet, due to the box's material, its value was quite exorbitant. This left Su Nuo pondering. He carefully opened the ornate redwood box and discovered a scroll secured with golden threads, alongside a fragment of a blueprint. Dear Mr. Su Nuo, your remarkable performances have captured our attention. Upon unrolling the scroll, he found the first line read thus, causing him to furrow his brow. We will continue to monitor your subsequent performances, and once you meet our conditions, we shall offer you a special qualification. Please remain expectant and composed. Your current progress stands at 1. 3. Inside the red box, we have placed 1/3 of an equivalent blueprint. Once you fully realize our vision, both the blueprint and the qualification shall belong to you, and you shall also discover our identity. Furthermore, we have prepared a grand gift for you in celebration of your impending 18th birthday. Please keep this matter confidential. It is our little secret. Yours, your absolute ally. Grade A item, mysterious fragmented map 1. 3. Description, a gift provided by a certain mysterious force. Upon gathering it, something wonderful may transpire. After meticulously reading the contents of the scroll, Su Nuo scrutinized the fragmented blueprint with his inside eye. Expectant and composed? Who are these mysterious individuals? One must admit, their knack for suspense is quite remarkable. Even I cannot help but feel intrigued. Su Nuo cautiously returned these items to the redwood box and stowed them away in his system space. Clearly, some of Su Nuo's abilities had caught the attention of these individuals, prompting them to go to great lengths to employ such mysterious methods to capture his interest, while also indicating that they were testing him. An 18th birthday gift, you say? Have they even investigated my birthday? Who exactly are they? Su Nuo steadied himself and, after a fruitless contemplation, decided to simply note this matter and not dwell further on it. He then resumed searching online for the past results of the inter-school trials. In Bihai City, the suburban district of the eastern city, nestled alongside the tranquil river, a striking edifice resembling a black and red church stands in solitude, far removed from the bustling neighborhoods. This peculiar structure, with its air of desolation, bears a rarely mentioned name, the Silver Crescent Guild. Inside the guild, the dim flicker of candlelight barely illuminates the grand hall. On this serene night, 3 guild members are seated at an ornate circular stone table. Have the letters and blueprints been delivered to Su Nuo? The first to speak is a meticulously dressed middle-aged man, clad in an immaculate white business suit complemented by a pink tie. His exceedingly modern attire stands in stark contrast to the classical elegance of their surroundings. Rest assured, I will handle matters with utmost diligence, he continues. But tell me, does this Su Nuo truly deserve such recognition? We not only bestowed upon him a small portion of the guild's treasured map, but also prepared an exceptionally rare birthday gift for his 18th. Even I did not receive such treatment at that age. Responding to the middle-aged man's inquiry is a young woman dressed in a black Lolita-style gown. Appearing no older than 19, she possesses a delicate oval face framed by long hair, her seemingly innocent countenance tinged with a hint of mature allure. Haha, are you expressing dissatisfaction with the guild's support, dear sweetie? Interjects a young man beside her, a rock musician with a buzz cut, sporting dark sunglasses and a black t-shirt. He bears a striking purple statue on his left arm. His laughter reverberates in the air, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Silence. Do not call me sweetie. Wulin Hai. Pay attention. The Lolita-clad girl retorts, pointing at the buzz-cut youth, her expression one of clear annoyance at the nickname. All right, enough of this. Let us return to the matter at hand. I personally verified Su Nuo's qualifications. There can be no doubt. He is the guild's highest priority, bar none. The reason is simple. If you can confront the likes of Lu Wei at the martial arts hall and depart unscathed, then you too may attain a status akin to Su Nuo's within the guild. The middle-aged man adjusts his suit collar, his tone grave. Wait, is it true? Su Nuo's strength can rival even that of Master Lu? You mean to say that this Su Nuo, at merely 18, could defeat the master of the martial arts hall? The incredulity in the voices of the young man and sweetie is palpable, far exceeding their previous perceptions of Su Nuo. Indeed, I received this information directly from Lu Wei himself. It cannot possibly be false. Would Master Lu publicly admit to being bested by a mere youth, thereby humiliating himself? That day, while we were drinking, he unwittingly revealed the details of Su Nuo's visit to the hall. Following that, I took it upon myself to investigate Su Nuo in depth. The middle-aged man's revelations leave the others momentarily speechless, their understanding of Su Nuo transformed, realizing he is a promising talent indeed. Remember the tasks I assigned you to. As for the other members, I shall inform them separately. With that, the middle-aged man gestures, signaling the end of the meeting. Understood. Acknowledged. Sweetie replies, glancing at the red and white ball in her hand, within which rests a metallic Pokémon resembling a white dumbbell, shiny dumbbell. She is confident that Su Nuo will be quite pleased with this 18th birthday gift. Chapter 94. The Invitation, Catila Auction House. It was the weekend, and Su Nuo rose early, as was his habit. While brushing his teeth, his phone unexpectedly lit up with a new message. Upon unlocking it, he was taken aback to discover the sender was none other than his homeroom teacher, Xunling Xuan. Su Nuo paused, pondering the significance of her message. Did she have something important to discuss with him so early in the morning? The text was succinct. Meet at Catila Auction House. There will certainly be rare items you wish to bid on. Was Xunling Xuan inviting him to the auction? Su Nuo furrowed his brow, perplexed by her intentions. He shrugged, feeling a mix of curiosity and resignation. 20 minutes later, Su Nuo donned a casual outfit and stepped out of his home. The Catila Auction House is situated within the city's only black market, where a myriad of extraordinary items are bought and sold daily. The offerings range from highly qualified powerful Pokémon hatchlings to unique evolutionary materials, and even rare items not found in the market occasionally surface here. It could be said that the Catila Auction House and the black market are the most promising avenues in Beihai City for uncovering extraordinary treasures. This treasure trove of opportunity is owned by Long Yunxiao, the master of the Black Emperor Arena, whose authority reigns supreme within the Catila Black Market and Auction House. As Su Nuo stepped through the entrance of the Catila Commercial Building, he was intercepted by a robust man in a black suit. As the top-tier security personnel of the commercial complex, these guards adhered strictly to protocol. I wish to access the underground black market, Su Nuo stated, producing his currency card. The entrance fee is 100,000 alliance coins, replied the suited man, his expression stern. He held a small black machine, the device for processing the entrance fee. Without hesitation, Su Nuo swiped his card. The guard nodded, leading him to the elevator. Enjoy your visit, he said, gesturing for Su Nuo to enter. His demeanor still rigid and devoid of warmth. For an average person, the entrance fee of 100,000 alliance coins is exorbitant. However, for the businessmen, elite trainers, and owners who frequent the Catila Commercial Building, it is merely a drop in the ocean of their expenditures. Ding! The elevator chimed as it arrived at the underground black market. Stepping out, Su Nuo found himself in a long, expansive corridor lined with various stalls. The vendors lounged comfortably on plush high-backed sofas, awaiting customers. Despite being a black market, this level resembled a bustling marketplace, bright and lively without the chaos. Both vendors and patrons engaged in hushed conversations, as no one dared to raise their voices. Boss, why is your Magikarp price so high? 200,000 alliance coins for one, queried a slick-haired youth, pointing to a tank in the stall on the far left. Oh, it seems this gentleman is a first-time visitor. I am a seasoned trader here. Those who have browsed the black market know that my Magikarp has undergone special cultivation. It possesses a developmental speed far superior to that of wild Magikarp and can evolve into Gyarados ahead of schedule. A formidable asset indeed. Would you like to take a look? The stall owner, a balding middle-aged man, replied with a squinting smile. Is that true? It can evolve early? Let me see 2 of them. The youth exclaimed, clearly intrigued, rubbing his hands together in excitement. The prospect of early evolving Magikarp piqued Su Nuo's interest, prompting him to approach the stall. What do you think? Heh, behold the strength of this Magikarp, exclaimed the balding proprietor as he scooped up a Magikarp with a net, only for it to leap vigorously and escape. To be frank, it was quite impressive. Should it evolve into a Gyarados, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Witnessing this spectacle, the young man felt a spark of interest in the vibrant Magikarp. Pokemon, Magikarp. Type, Water. Gender, NA. Ability, Swift Swim. This Pokemon's speed doubles in rain. Aptitude, Ordinary. Level, 5, Intermediate. Skill, Splash. Evaluation, utterly abysmal. Without special methods, this Magikarp will never evolve into a Gyarados. Such mediocrity. No wonder this was the black market. The owner here is truly unscrupulous. Su Nuo mused silently. After fully grasping the information about this Magikarp, he could only smile in silence. The fact that a Magikarp with such poor qualifications could fetch a staggering price of 200,000 alliance coins in the Catila black market was a testament to the nature of business. One party willing to buy, the other to sell. Sure enough, the slick-haired young man began to swipe his card to purchase the Magikarp. Shaking his head, Su Nuo proceeded down the corridor. One must be prepared to be swindled when visiting the black market. It's an unspoken rule. Young master, would you like to see the latest arrivals of evolution materials? I have only the finest. Missing out would be a lifelong regret. After all, I do not frequently set up stalls. A man clad in a cerulean jacket called out to Su Nuo, enthusiastically promoting his wares. Oh, Evolution materials? Upon hearing those words, Su Nuo instinctively halted his steps. Evolution materials are essential items for certain Pokémon during their evolution process and are considered rare commodities. They also represent one of the most frequently traded goods in the black market, with considerable transaction volumes. Indeed, I possess a wide variety of materials, the man exclaimed, unveiling the covered layers of his stall, revealing his goods displayed behind tempered glass. Dragon scales, deep-sea fangs, and deep-sea scales? Su Nuo stroked his chin, pondering. It appeared that this stall owner was indeed a merchant specializing in marine commodities, he concluded. Young master not only possesses handsome features, but is also quite knowledgeable. To identify all these evolution materials with such clarity demonstrates that you must be an extraordinary Pokémon trainer, and surely a master of water-type Pokémon. Otherwise, how could you discern my entire inventory so effortlessly? Noticing Su Nuo's calm demeanor and his understated nature, the stall owner decided to take the initiative, lavishing him with praise. This was a common tactic for businessmen, aimed at understanding customer psychology. Chapter 95, Sword Dance Technical Machine. The goods are indeed of high quality. However, I am not a trainer well-versed in water-type Pokémon. Thus, these evolution materials hold no value for me. After saying this, Su Nuo waved his hand dismissively to the stall owner and moved past the stall. To be honest, he didn't mind merchants promoting their goods. But Su Nuo would not be coerced into purchasing items he did not require. The stall owner, visibly disappointed, raked his fingers through his hair. Taken aback by the rationality of a black market customer like Su Nuo, which he had never encountered before. After passing several stalls, Su Nuo noticed a large crowd gathered around a circular stall, buzzing with excitement. Such a bustling stall must be offering something rare. A slight smile crept onto Su Nuo's face as he approached. As expected, the stall's proprietress was showcasing an adorable Mareep, presenting it to the customers in front of her stall. Shiny Mareep, starting bid, 3 million alliance coins. Increment, 100,000. Let the bidding commence. The pink-haired Mareep emitted a cute bleat. 3,500,000 alliance coins. Someone quickly raised the bid. Is the increment truly 500,000 alliance coins? The bidding at the black market stalls is rather intense. Upon realizing that it was a shiny Mareep, Su Nuo shook his head and smiled. Shiny Pokémon were frequently sold in the black market, yet this particular shiny Mareep did not pique Su Nuo's interest. 3,700,000 alliance coins. Another bid emerged. I bid 4 million. Amidst the bidding frenzy, Su Nuo decided to leave the crowd, making his way down a passageway to the left. At the end of that passage lay the destination of his visit, the auction house. Good day, sir. Someone entrusted me to deliver this to you. I believe it is of great importance. A black market attendant dressed in a tailcoat and tie bowed slightly to Su Nuo, stating, Delivered to me? Su Nuo inquired, puzzled. Indeed. She said you would understand upon receipt. The attendant replied as he handed Su Nuo a classical redwood box. This box? Another one from them? Upon seeing the identical redwood box, Su Nuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Very well. After accepting the box, Su Nuo swiftly moved to an unoccupied area to open it. This is your 18th birthday gift. Wishing you joy in Cartilla, Su Nuo. Once again, a note was present, inscribed with brief text detailing the contents of the box. A birthday gift for Su Nuo. A birthday gift? What could it be? Upon uncovering the gift's contents, Su Nuo gasped. Inside the red and white ball, a shiny beldam was intently gazing at him, their eyes locking in a moment where time seemed to stand still. Even the air appeared to forget its flow. Pokémon, beldam, shiny. Type, steel psychic. Gender, NA. Ability, clear body. This Pokémon's ability cannot be lowered by any means. Aptitude, gym leader level. Level, 15, rare intermediate. Skills, tackle, iron defense, confusion, magnet rise, light screen, rest. Status, beldam is cautiously observing you. Affection, 75. Evaluation, the juvenile form of the demigod Pokémon Metagross. An immensely powerful Pokémon with unlimited potential. Worthy of cultivation. Gazing at the shiny beldam with its silver body, Su Nuo could not help but admit to feeling a slight loss of composure. Moreover, he grew increasingly curious about those who gifted him this present. Who could they possibly be to bestow such a lavish gift? A shiny demigod's juvenile form. Meanwhile, at the exit of the Cartilla black market, a Lolita girl holding an umbrella quietly departed from the underground level. I hope you will be satisfied with this gift. Su Nuo. I, too, am quite eager to see what sort of change you will bring to the guild. Even in her soft murmurs, her voice was remarkably sweet. Please take good care of it, beldam. Su Nuo gazed intently at the unique life form, his eyes deep with contemplation, utilizing its magnetic abilities. Beldum responded in a barely audible voice. 5 minutes later, Su Nuo finally reached the end of the left corridor of the black market. As expected, another suited thug stood guard at the door. When does the auction officially commence? This time, Su Nuo chose to take the initiative, producing the black VIP card gifted to him by Long Yunxiao, maintaining a nonchalant expression. The guard's face shifted with surprise, seemingly doubting his own vision. He removed his flashy sunglasses and stowed them in his pants pocket. Black card? Is this from the boss's shareholder? He appears so young. Never mind. Age is not a determinant of a shareholder's capability. I must not fail to recognize the gravity of the situation before the bosses. Just let him pass. The burly guard composed himself and respectfully replied, "The first auction will commence in approximately 10 minutes. As you enter, there should still be some excellent seats available." With that, he added, "Would you like me to arrange a seat for you?" "No need. As long as there's a seat. I'm not that particular," replied Su Nuo, his expression impassive as he brushed past the suited doorman and made his way into the auction hall. It must be said, Long Yunxiao's black card proved quite useful. At least within his sphere of influence, he enjoyed the highest priority. The burly man in the suit bowed slightly to Su Nuo's retreating figure before resuming his stern watch. The Katila auction house was not particularly spacious, having hastily arranged fewer than 50 seats. However, this did not diminish its standing as a trading venue in Bihai City. Most of the items auctioned here possess unique qualities that one might only encounter in this establishment. Even now, before the auction had commenced, the front rows were already filled with patrons. Upon entering the auction hall, Su Nuo quickly cast a glance at the assembled guests. Soon, he spotted Xin Lingshuang in the center of the last row. Clad in a wine-red dress, she donned a sleek black hat, and her striking black lace gloves were exceptionally eye-catching, making her resemble an elegant noblewoman. "Good morning, Teacher Shun," Su Nuo said quietly as he seated himself beside her. This was indeed the finest spot in the entire auction hall, allowing for a clear view of the stage while also enabling him to observe every guest seated ahead. The vantage was superb, perfectly suiting Shun Lingshuang's character. "Su Nuo, I didn't expect you to arrive so punctually," Xin Lingshuang remarked, assessing him before removing her opulent hat. Her long, cascading black hair exuded a delightful scent of sandalwood perfume, momentarily leaving Su Nuo a bit dazed. "I have reliable information. Today's auction will feature a sword dance skill machine." "What? Are you saying that among the items being auctioned today is a sword dance skill machine?" Upon hearing Shun Lingshuang's words, Su Nuo gasped in astonishment before asking in return. The beautiful teacher nodded gently, affirming his question. No wonder she claimed it was a rare item she absolutely needed. It certainly was. Su Nuo thought to himself. The sword dance technique is considered a divine skill for certain physically oriented Pokémon. Successfully executing this move in battle would significantly enhance one's physical attack, resulting in devastating damage. This was the key technique for enhancing the strength of his Blaziken. With it, Su Nuo and Blaziken could undoubtedly dominate the 5 schools trials and even achieve remarkable feats. The thought of competing for the sword dance skill machine in the auction stirred a sense of anxious anticipation within Su Nuo. Such a precious item, would it fetch an astronomical price beyond his means? Minutes later, the auction hall was finally filled to capacity, and 2 professional auctioneers were poised at the podium. Ahem, the host, clad in a black and white tailcoat, cleared his throat. Today's auction is officially underway. With that, he gestured for another staff member to bring forth the items for the guests to admire. The atmosphere within the auction house was remarkably relaxed, devoid of the stifling seriousness typical of traditional auction venues, which Su Nuo quietly appreciated. Our first item is a premium giant. Encased in a reinforced alloy cage is a small Pokémon with an orange shell and a round head, blinking its starry black and white eyes and cautiously observing the guests below. This giant possesses exceptional qualifications. Its ultimate form, the Desert Dragonfly, boasts various impressive attribute resistances, making it a formidable combatant. The starting price is 1 million Alliance coins. Bids can begin at 50,000. Let the bidding commence. Su Nuo stroked his chin, quietly evaluating the giant before nodding in affirmation. Pokémon, giant type, ground. Gender. Ability, Sand Trap. This Pokémon prevents non-ghost type ground Pokémon from escaping. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Level, 20, Elite Beginner. Skills, Sand Throw, Frighten, Sharpen, Bite, Mud Throw. Quicksand Hell, Heavy Tread, Sandstorm, Gathering Energy. The Desert Dragonfly, also known as Little Earth Dragon, is a Pokémon that many trainers prioritize training due to its strong capabilities and stylish appearance. even serving as a means of aerial transport. This gym leader-level jaw ant indeed holds exceptional breeding potential. The quality of items at this auction house was evidently more reliable than what one might find in the black market. What's the matter? Are you intrigued? Shenling Shuang inquired softly. Su Nuo shook his head in denial. The training period for the desert dragonfly was considerably lengthy, and he lacked the energy to invest in it. He only recognized the value of the jaw ant. Soon, the gym leader-level jaw ant was sold for 2,350,000 alliance coins to a young trainer. Next item, a rare treasure. Its formula and origin are unknown. Moreover, there is only this one piece. The host spoke in a mysterious tone, piquing the curiosity of everyone present. A devolution potion. With this, you can revert any evolved Pokémon back to its prior form. Who says there is no such thing as a regret remedy? This is the remedy for regrets. Still mourning over your Pokémon's unavoidable evolution? The starting price is 300,000 alliance coins, with a minimum increment of 10,000. Let the bidding begin. Upon hearing the name and function of this second item, nearly all the guests gasped in astonishment, engaging in animated discussions. A devolution potion? This potion is for devolving Pokémon. I've never heard of such a magical potion before. Neither have I. Even if I don't use it, it would make a fine collectible. After all, this isn't something you come across every day. 350,000 alliance coins. 380,000. Within moments, patrons were raising their paddles to bid. A potion capable of reverting evolved Pokémon was indeed rare. Watching the price of the devolution potion rise, Su Nuo reflected. Such peculiar items frequently appeared at auctions. Although often lacking practical use, people still vied for them. After all, for them, spending this amount could bring joy. Shenling Shuang spread her hands, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. The next item is a secret technique skill machine. Its content is a favorite among offensive trainers, the sword dance. Uncertain how much time had passed, as Su Nuo began to feel drowsy, the host finally presented the coveted item. The value of this skill machine hardly needed elaboration. Any trainer of decent skill would grasp its significance. According to customary standards, the starting price is 800,000 alliance coins, with a minimum increment of 200,000. Let the auction begin. Just as the auctioneer finished outlining the bidding rules, someone immediately responded. 1 million. A young man in the front row, wearing a baseball cap, called out in a prolonged voice. I bid 1,200,000. Before the young man could finish, a middle-aged woman immediately raised her bid. 1,600,000 alliance coins. Seeing the competition heat up, the young man adjusted his cap and calmly raised his bid. 2 million. The middle-aged woman was undeterred. The bidding for the sword dance skill machine had barely commenced. Yet the intensity of the competition was palpable. Observing this, Shenling Shuang sighed and remarked to Su Nuo, it seems quite difficult to secure such a hot item. However, at this crucial moment, Su Nuo paid no heed to his teacher's words. With a slight smile, he raised his bidding paddle, declaring in a clear, resonant voice, 4 million alliance coins. He had audaciously raised the bid by 2 million. This prompted many guests present to cast furtive glances at the young man seated in the center of the last row. After a prolonged silence, no further bids emerged. Very well, the gentleman has placed a bid of 4 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes? The host continued, 4 million once. 4 million twice. At this moment, the young man wearing a baseball cap interrupted, 4,200,000 alliance coins. As he spoke, his tone lacked the earlier nonchalance, now tinged with uncertainty, as if he felt somewhat less assured. 5 million alliance coins. Su Nuo raised his bidding paddle once more, maintaining an air of calm. He scanned the competition with a keen gaze before silently smiling. Chapter 97. A bid of 20 million for the original power? Magnificent. Though Su Nuo had only bid twice, he left a profound impression on the auction attendees. His unwavering willingness to raise the bid made others instinctively wish to shy away from his boldness. Upon hearing Su Nuo's bid of 5 million, the young man in the baseball cap's expression shifted. He tightened his hat and fell silent. Had he truly conceded so easily? Su Nuo mused inwardly, expecting him to persist a bit longer. His aggressive entry with an absolute high bid followed by a further increase was a conventional tactic in auctions. This almost unreasonable display of wealth could effortlessly obliterate any opponent. Historically, a skill machine for sword dance rarely fetched more than 3 million. Hence, the young man's hesitance at bidding 420,000 was understandable. Market value had shaken his resolve. The essence of bidding is to remain steadfast. Su Nuo's determination regarding the sword dance was unwavering. He was prepared to spare no expense to secure it. 5 million twice. 5 million thrice. Excellent. Congratulations to this young master for successfully acquiring the sword dance skill machine. The host declared, finalizing Su Nuo's acquisition at 5 million alliance coins. Su Nuo, 5 million. You didn't even blink? Shenling Shuang teased, jesting at her student. Oh, teacher, you're jesting. I did blink, just not in the way you'd expect. However, the power this skill machine can bestow upon me far outweighs the mere 5 million, Su Nuo replied, waving his hand dismissively, still exuding nonchalance. I never anticipated my student would spend money so similarly to myself. Yet, you are correct. Good steel must be used wisely. If it enhances strength, then it is indeed worth the expenditure. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had elapsed, and the auction was nearing its climax, the final highlight approaching. Every auction features such a climactic moment, where 1 or 2 rare items, meticulously prepared by the Cartila Trading Company, are unveiled. This is the true aim of many attendees. The genuine centerpiece. Here it comes. Shenling Shuang gently roused the dozing Su Nuo, adding, if my sources are accurate, today's finale item will be precisely what I need. What she needed? Could it be the memory elixir? Or perhaps a special evolution potion? Su Nuo yawned and focused his gaze on the auctioneer. Ahem. The host cleared his throat and announced, today's final item is singular. However, it is undoubtedly a treasure worth your collection. The successfully inscribed original power skill machine. No one knows which master has accomplished this feat. Let us marvel at their genius. Its value, as appraised by our professional evaluators, starts at 4 million alliance coins, with increments of 500,000. Furthermore, once the base price is raised, subsequent bids cannot fall below this threshold. The original power skill machine? Wasn't this precisely what Shenling Shuang had longed for? With it, her long-haired pig could effortlessly evolve into an ivory pig, significantly enhancing her prowess as a trainer. Indeed, it was what I require. This original power skill machine must be mine, Shenling Shuang exclaimed, clenching her delicate fist. Such a rare item would surely hold immense value for collection. Value? Huh. Acquire it first, then resell it for double the profit. That would be quite a windfall. Many ice-type trainers would seek this, particularly those training long-haired pigs. Rarity begets value. Whoever secures it stands to gain a fortune. Seeing this final centerpiece, every guest's demeanor shifted. Their gazes turned greedy and fervent, countless eyes fixated on the skill machine in the auctioneer's hands. Its worth was undeniably acknowledged. This is troubling. Shenling Shuang might find this challenging. Su Nuo surveyed the room, rubbing his forehead. 6 million alliance coins. The first bidder's voice rang out with remarkable clarity. As with Su Nuo's earlier tactic, they immediately launched a high bid, raising the stakes right from the outset. Huh, who's afraid of you? 8 million alliance coins. A rebellious man with a pompadour unhesitatingly increased the bid by 2 million. Goodness, these individuals are truly daring to bid so aggressively for wealth. Su Nuo frowned, glancing at Shenling Shuang. Those leading the bidding were undoubtedly resellers, acquiring at high prices only to sell at an even higher rate for profit. Trainers like Shenling Shuang, genuinely in need of the original power skill machine, would find it nearly impossible to gain the upper hand against these profiteers. Could this be a disaster? 11 million alliance coins. Just as Su Nuo contemplated how to assist his esteemed teacher in this bidding contest against the resellers, Shenling Shuang suddenly raised her paddle, declaring an astonishing bid of 11 million, thus elevating the base price to 3 million. Goodness, does this woman possess such wealth? 11 million, just like that? Su Nuo finally noticed that Shenling Shuang's breath had become somewhat ragged, her impressive curves rising and falling, clearly absorbed in the bidding war. Teacher, please be rational with your bidding, Su Nuo quietly cautioned. Bidding without reason could lead to tears. Yet, in this heated moment, it was evident that the beautiful teacher was beyond listening. 11 million once. The host repeated. 15 million. A voice from the second row calmly interrupted the host, silently raising the base price to 4 million. 4 million base price? Are these resellers out of their minds? Or are they colluding to swindle? This time, Su Nuo couldn't help but feel suspicious. The starting price had merely been 4 million alliance coins. Yet now, the bidding base had stealthily climbed to 4 million. This signified that the price of the original power skill machine had surged exponentially. Teacher Shen, please pause for a moment. Su Nuo intended for her to observe carefully. In such situations, maintaining composure was crucial. Typically, once bids reach this level, one must closely monitor the competitor's states to prevent malicious bidding. Yet it was clear that Shenling Shuang had become utterly engrossed in the bidding frenzy. 20 million. She raised her paddle, her expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 98. Su Nuo takes action, an absolute privilege. My goodness, is this woman insane? A bid of 20 million alliance coins? Is this truly her limit? Normally, Shenling Shuang appeared quite composed. Why was she behaving so irrationally today, as if she had lost her senses? Su Nuo shook his head in exasperation. Oh. In the final row, the lady in the middle raised the base price to 5 million. This had already surpassed the initial price of the item, and I urge everyone to remain rational. Malicious bidding will result in a permanent ban from this auction house. The supporter first explained the situation and then reiterated the price quoted by Shenling Shuang. 20 million once. 20 million twice. In the audience, Shenling Shuang stood up, exhaling softly. In a voice only Su Nuo could hear, she murmured, I have already put forth all my savings. If I cannot secure it now. All her savings? Wasn't he that a bit too reckless? Su Nuo felt somewhat at a loss for words. He never expected that Shenling Shuang, in her fervent desire for something, could reveal such madness. 20 million 3. Just as the host was about to conclude, a cool male voice interrupted him once more. I bid 25 million alliance coins. It was the man from the second row again, dressed in a short-sleeved floral shirt. His scarred face startled Su Nuo. All right, we have a bid of 25 million alliance coins. 25 million once. In an instant, Shenling Shuang seemed to lose her spirit, collapsing back into her seat. The counteroffer plunged her into despair. 25 million. This meant that the next increment would have to be at least 30 million alliance coins. For Shenling Shuang, this was impossible. 20 million was already her limit. Was this the sensation of hope being ignited only to be extinguished? Su Nuo's arm hesitated to reach out. He had intended to comfort Shenling Shuang, but seeing her despondent state left him unsure of how to proceed. Finally, he merely inquired, Teacher Shun, are you all right? To Su Nuo's astonishment, a surprising event unfolded. A delightful fragrance wafted toward him, and in the next moment, Shenling Shuang unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his neck. Whoa. Su Nuo, I lost. I actually lost. But I still want that primal power skill disc. With it, my long-haired pig can evolve into an ivory pig. Shenling Shuang's whispers made Su Nuo suddenly feel a warmth on his left side. He had never anticipated that the usually aloof and composed Shenling Shuang would reveal such vulnerability before him today. Although she often appeared as an elder sister when alone with Su Nuo, this newfound intimacy left him utterly speechless. Wait a minute. What was she doing hugging him? My dear aunt, I cannot help you secure that item. Am I to just steal it? Steal it? The thought crossed Su Nuo's mind, and suddenly, an idea sparked within him. He chuckled softly. Ahem, Teacher Shun. I just remembered that you owe me a favor from when you accompanied me to the Lu family to spar. I suppose I'll repay you this time. Su Nuo sighed gently, then extricated himself from Shenling Shuang's embrace. Su Nuo? Shenling Shuang gazed at her student with tear-filled eyes as he stood up, holding the bidding paddle. His handsome and carefree face remained as calm as still water. 25 million 3. Wait, I bid 100 million. Just as the host was about to finalize the bid, Su Nuo declared an astonishingly high price. 100 million. What? Did I hear that correctly? That guy is bidding 100 million? Holy cow. Is this for real? Isn't that the young man who previously bid for the sword dance skill disc? 100 million? Could he possibly be a scion of some wealthy family? Such a bold move. 250 million suddenly jumped to 100 million? Is he a reckless fool? The entire audience instantly fixed their gaze upon Su Nuo. Even the scarred man in the floral shirt furrowed his brow, casting a fierce glance at Su Nuo before turning back. 100 million? Su Nuo, have you lost your mind? Where do you think you got 100 million? You can't just say whatever you want here. Shenling Shuang stared at Su Nuo, suddenly feeling that her student was somewhat unfamiliar. Ahem. Young master, please think this through. Malicious bidding is not tolerated in this auction house. The hostess' microphone was exceptionally clear, causing all to hear the tremor in his voice. 100 million alliance coins. That is no trivial sum. The initial bid for this primal power skill disc was merely 4 million. Su Nuo's audacious bid left even the auction host momentarily disoriented. Yes, 100 million. Just a moment ago, I deemed this skill disc worth 100 million. But now, I consider it worthless. Su Nuo stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted. Worthless? What does that even mean? God knows. This young man should truly be a reckless fool, merely a clown. Ugh, what a buzzkill. This guy is about to be thrown out. The host's face turned ashen. Guard, immediately remove this fool from the premises. Permanently revoke his entry privileges. Su Nuo's words sounded like mad ramblings, inciting inexplicable anger. Soon, a burly guard in a suit silently appeared behind Su Nuo. However, he did not follow the host's orders to eject Su Nuo from the auction house. Oh, it's you? I didn't expect you to be in charge of the interior as well. Su Nuo smiled slightly, handing the muscular guard his black card. then gesturing toward the host on stage. Yes, this is my official duty. The guard accepted the black card and respectfully bowed to Su Nuo before striding toward the stage. Shenling Shuang, witnessing everything, was utterly perplexed. 30 seconds later, the black card appeared before the auction hostess' eyes. In that instant, the host, who had been furious just moments ago, suddenly lost all his bluster. His voice trembled slightly. This is the old boss? As the host of the Catilo auction house, he certainly recognized that black card. According to Long Yunxiao's rules, seeing that black card meant seeing him in person. The holder of the black card wielded power equivalent to Long Yunxiao himself. This fact was indelibly stamped in the minds of every employee in Long Yunxiao's enterprises. Catilo auction house was no exception. What? The boss? Holy cow! That young man is one of the stakeholders here? No wonder he dared to act so brazenly. My goodness, I just called him a clown. Will I be in trouble now? I'm so anxious. Su Nuo spoke calmly. Now, this auction item will not be sold. I declare it. Chapter 99. Principal Li's Invitation. What a display of arrogance. With that, Su Nuo leisurely walked toward the stage. As his words fell, all the guests in attendance were immediately unsettled. Not selling? What does that mean? Is this for real? I have visited Catilo auction house many times, and this is my first encounter with such a situation. This young boss is quite the character. Let's hear what he has to say. At this moment, Shenling Shuang wore an expression of utter disbelief. Although she still couldn't grasp what was happening, one thing was certain. Su Nuo was employing special means to achieve his goal. Moreover, judging by his tone, he seemed completely unconcerned about adhering to the rules here. Shall I repeat myself? Su Nuo reached the front row, glanced at the host, then shot a look at the scarred man. I want that primal power skill disc. So today's auction ends here. He stated it so nonchalantly, yet with an undeniable air of authority. Indeed, boss. The auction concludes here. Please have the guests who have successfully completed their bidding proceed to the backstage staff to settle their accounts and collect their acquired items. The male host scratched his head and ultimately, much to everyone's surprise, forcibly concluded the auction of this final centerpiece, adhering to Su Nuo's wishes. Unbelievable. He actually went through with it. There are ways for the house to intervene. After all, you cannot bid on this grand item anyway. Indeed. Hurry to the backstage to settle the payment and take your belongings. Why meddle in others' affairs? The little boss can do as he pleases. This is Long Yunxiao's domain, and one must abide by his rules here. Upon hearing the announcement of the auction's conclusion, the guests began to vacate their seats. Some left the main hall directly, while others headed backstage to the lobby. Yet, at that moment, the scar-faced man approached Su Nuo. He stiffly turned his head and rasped. Is there truly someone as unruly as you among Long Yunxiao's partners? This fellow, that repulsive face, do I recognize it from somewhere? After scrutinizing the scar-faced man, Su Nuo's expression turned icy. I am the rule here. If you're displeased, do not come. Leave. Casually dismissing the man with a wave, Su Nuo instructed the host. Immediately send someone to wrap up those 2 items I requested. I need them urgently. The host could only nod submissively and comply with Su Nuo's wishes. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man's right hand clenched into a fist, reaching for his waist, but he ultimately refrained from making any threatening move. After glaring at Su Nuo for a moment, he silently departed the main hall like a phantom. 10 minutes later, outside the black market, Su Nuo handed a paper bag to Shenling Shuang. Inside is the original power skill device you requested. Teacher Shun, I must say, I did well this time, managing to seize it for you. Upon confirming that the contents of the bag were indeed what she desired, Shenling Shuang gazed at Su Nuo with astonishment and asked, Su Nuo, you truly leave me perplexed. How did you accomplish this? I overheard the staff referring to you as the boss. You know that their boss is Long Yunxiao, right? Shenling Shuang nodded eagerly. Akin to a chick pecking at rice, Long Yunxiao is somewhat of an acquaintance. On his territory, my authority is nearly equivalent to his, Su Nuo explained. This revelation left his beautiful teacher gasping in surprise. Goodness, my own student is acquainted with young Master Long of the Long family. Su Nuo usually keeps a low profile. Who knew he was so formidable behind the scenes? To maintain such a close relationship with someone as influential as Long Yunxiao. It seems that Su Nuo is destined to become a notable figure in Bihai City. Seeing that Shenling Shuang had no further inquiries, Su Nuo cheerfully bade her farewell and headed homeward. On the following Wednesday, as Su Nuo stepped through the classroom door, he received a rather extraordinary text message. The content of the message invigorated his previously weary body. Dear strongest individual of Class S1, Su Nuo, I formally invite you to my office this afternoon for tea. Naturally, our discussion will revolve around the upcoming 5-school trial this weekend. Additionally, I have a special gift to present to you, the strongest of Class S. To aid you in achieving outstanding results in the 5-school trial and securing an excellent ranking for our school. The message was signed by Principal Li Changzhen. Afternoon tea with the principal. Furthermore, the conversation would touch upon the 5-school trial just days away, and there would be a special gift. This brief note filled Su Nuo with excitement. Clearly, this was the school's way of providing him with special support. Moreover, the school's intentions were unmistakable, to cultivate the most formidable scoring force in Tianyuan Spirit High School, and that individual must undoubtedly be the top-ranked Su Nuo. At 3:30 that afternoon, Su Nuo arrived as scheduled at the top floor of the main teaching building. At the easternmost corner of this floor was Principal Li's office. Gently pushing the door open, he inquired, "Principal Li, are you available now?" Upon recognizing Su Nuo, Principal Li immediately set aside the Beihai City Daily he had been reading. He quickly patted the soft leather sofa, saying, Come, Su Nuo, have a seat." Principal Li then began boiling water on the rosewood tea table, evidently intent on enjoying afternoon tea with Su Nuo. "The purpose of this meeting is to discuss the 5-school trial with you. As our school's top combatant, the burden of responsibility on your shoulders is not light," Principal Li remarked, heaving a sigh. He paused before continuing. "You should know that each session of the 5-school trial tests the pinnacle strength of each school. In essence, it assesses the top students from our 5 high schools." Su Nuo smiled knowingly. He was well aware of this. Despite the varying content of each 5-school trial, it ultimately fell to the few strongest students from each school to bear the banner and secure high scores. As for the other participants, their limited strength rendered their impact on the overall outcome minimal. Consequently, the school annually provides a special gift to the strongest participants, ensuring their remarkable performances. "Good steel should be used on the blade," Principal Li declared, his gaze towards Su Nuo brimming with eagerness. "This must be the principal's office," a frivolous male voice interjected. Chapter 100, Acquired. Fire Chicken Mega Evolution Stone. Bang. The next moment, the sound of the office door being kicked open echoed. A boy with deep red spiky hair swaggered into the office, hands shoved into his pockets, and plopped down on the long wooden chair beside Principal Li. Was this guy so disrespectful even in front of the principal? Su Nuo silently scrutinized him. "Chen, I didn't expect you to arrive here on time. I'm quite surprised," he remarked. After the water boiled, Principal Li poured Su Nuo a cup of bitter tea. "Why wouldn't I come when the school has something good to offer me? Hurry up, where's the stuff? Bring it here." The boy named Chen was still warming the chair when he began to urge Principal Li impatiently. "Humph." Principal Li coldly snorted at Chen, clearly attempting to deflate his arrogance. "You will receive your special support reward shortly, but for now, stay put and allow me to explain some key points about the trial." Chen Yi's facial muscles twitched as he replied, "Whether I listen or not makes no difference to me. With my strength, I won't encounter any opponents who pose a threat in the 5-school trial." Su Nuo quietly sipped the tea Principal Li had prepared, utterly unfazed by Chen Yi's arrogance. This Chen Yi was likely the top student of Class S2, which explained his blatant bravado in front of Principal Li. The main points I wish to convey are merely 2 principles, applicable in every session of the 5-school trial. First, preserve your strength in the early and middle stages. Once you grasp the trial rules, strike swiftly in the heated phase, as this is the most efficient approach. Second, do not overextend yourself. Understand when to avoid confrontation, and do not recklessly challenge opponents without confidence. Doing so will only lead to repeated failures in the trial. Principal Li spoke earnestly. "Enough with the rambling. You might as well have said nothing. Hurry up and bring out the special reward you've prepared. With that, I will undoubtedly secure first place in today's 5-school trial." Chen Yi waved his hand, impatiently insisting. This hothead is truly exasperating. The incessant urging from the other party caused Su Nuo to furrow his brows. "Just let me have a moment of peace." Su Nuo thought to himself as he quietly unleashed the long-dormant might of his dragon sovereignty upon Chen Yi. The invisible pressure caused Chen Yi, who had been lounging arrogantly in his chair, to suddenly shudder and nearly topple over, a sight both comical and absurd. "Chen Yi, silence yourself. Remain obediently seated. The evolution stone has long been prepared for you. I will present it to you once I conclude my discussion with Su Nuo." Principal Li's expression darkened. Clearly exasperated with Chen Yi's behavior, faced with Su Nuo's imposing dragon might, Chen Yi fell into a more subdued state, ultimately falling silent. Evolution Stone. Could it be the Mega Evolution Stone for Pokemon? Su Nuo speculated within his mind upon hearing the principal's words. This possibility seemed highly likely, especially since he had previously secured the trainer's evolution keystone as the top student in his class. Thus, It seemed the school might have prepared a corresponding Pokemon evolution stone for him. You two, as the strongest representatives of the current S1 and S2 classes, must strive for excellence. Should our school secure victory in this year's 5-school trial, accompanied by commendable individual scores, additional rewards will be bestowed upon you. Principal Lee continued, sharing tales of past exemplary students from Tianyuan High School who faced various challenges during the trials, along with their solutions. After imparting this wisdom, he approached his wooden bookshelf, opened a drawer, and retrieved 2 document bags. These are the Pokemon evolution stones prepared for both of you. Su Nuo opened the brown document bag to reveal a round Mega Evolution Stone in a black and red hue, quietly resting within. This was the Mega Evolution Stone for Blaziken. With the keystone hanging around his neck, it would empower Blaziken to Mega Evolve, significantly enhancing its battle prowess. Utilizing it as support for the 5-school joint examination, it was evident that Tianyuan High School was making a substantial investment. It should be noted that both the Keystone and the Pokemon Evolution Stones required for Mega Evolution are virtually unavailable in the market. Feeling the cool aura of the Evolution Keystone, Su Nuo felt an increase in his confidence. This is precisely what I wanted. The Mega Evolution Stone for Electivire. With it, my already formidable Electivire can ascend to new heights. Dominating the 5-school trial will be effortless. Chun-Yi let out a harsh laugh. Retrieving a yellow Mega Evolution Stone with a blue-red hue from his document bag and placing it into his pocket. He then carelessly tossed the document bag onto a chair and swaggered towards the office exit under Principal Lee's watchful gaze. Electivire? That guy's main Pokemon is Electivire? Su Nuo mused, recognizing their similarly restless natures. Thank you, Principal, Su Nuo offered politely, expressing his gratitude succinctly. Off you go. Principal Lee nodded, indicating that the afternoon tea had concluded, allowing Su Nuo to leave. After stowing the Blaziken Mega Evolution Stone in his wallet, Su Nuo exited the office and made his way toward the staircase. With just 2 or 3 days remaining, he could engage in final training sessions with Blaziken and the others before the 5-school trial. As Su Nuo pondered training strategies, he suddenly sensed a menacing aura approaching him from the corridor's end. So you are Su Nuo. To think you managed to secure first place in Class A. Clearly, you possess some skill. A flippant male voice spoke disdainfully from 5 meters away. Chun-Yi? Su Nuo's brows knitted tightly upon recognizing the speaker. Indeed, it was the very Chun-Yi who had arrived earlier, the top student of Class S2. Standing before Chun-Yi was a large canine Pokemon, Electivire, which was exhibiting restlessness, crackling with erratic electricity, seemingly poised to attack Su Nuo. Pokemon, Electivire. Type, Electric. Gender. Ability, Lightning Rod. This Pokemon is immune to electric-type damage and increases its special attack when hit by electric-type moves. Qualification, Gym Leader Level. Level, 28, Elite High Tier. Skills, Flame Fong, Tackle, Thunder Wave, Glare, Howl, Quick Attack, Electro Ball, Bite, Thunder Fong, Volt Switch, Wild Charge. This fellow means business. Chapter 101. The final training before the 5-school trial. What's the matter? Do you need something from me? Su Nuo replied with an impassive expression, his right hand quietly reaching for the Pokeball at his waist. Why not greet our Class A's strongest student, Electivire, use Thunder Wave. Without further ado, Chun-Yi commanded his Pokemon to attack Su Nuo. However, in the next instant, a flash of white light appeared, and a Pokemon materialized before Su Nuo in a blur. With a swift motion of its right arm, it dispersed the Thunder Wave. Clap, clap, clap. Chun-Yi suddenly applauded Su Nuo. Not bad, Blaziken. It seems your reputation as the top of Class A is well-deserved. It is no wonder my foolish cousin, Chun Haoming, fell to you, unable to even secure a spot in Class S. Cousin Chun Haoming? So, Chun-Yi hails from the Chun family. Su Nuo realized this individual was seeking vengeance for his foolish cousin. Silently gesturing with his right hand, Blaziken nodded and assumed a defensive stance. Although the school explicitly forbade Pokemon battles within the teaching buildings, the current situation did not permit hesitation. But rest assured, I am not here to trouble you over that idiot. Consider this a warning. Be cautious during the 5-school trial. Avoid crossing paths with me. Otherwise, I shall ensure your elimination is most unceremonious. For in our school, having one top student is sufficient, and that is me, Chun-Yi. Only I am worthy of the title of Tianyuan S number 1. With that, Chun-Yi recalled Electivire into its Pokeball and vanished into the stairwell adjacent to the corridor. Is this a declaration of war against me? Su Nuo chuckled silently, unfazed by the provocation. However, this did not imply that he would cower in fear. The only reason he had refrained from allowing Blaziken to engage was due to the restrictive environment. Should a confrontation arise, Su Nuo would not hesitate to employ decisive measures to overcome his opponent. Tianyuan S. Number 1. Does such a title still exist within the school? Su Nuo mused as he ran his fingers through his hair, lost in contemplation. That day, within the excess space, Su Nuo released all his Pokémon and prepared for the final training session. Blaziken, the martial arts bear master, Chikorita, and Metong stood in a row, awaiting Su Nuo's commands. As for Zygarde, it remained comfortably at the edge of the space, indulging in a long nap. According to its own words, if there was no need, Su Nuo need not awaken it. It simply wished to be a lazy deity. Su Nuo acquiesced to Zygarde's wishes, allowing it to stay in the excess space. After all, the environment was beautiful and spacious, providing ample opportunity for Zygarde to rest without issue. With just a focused thought, Su Nuo could summon it from the excess space. As convenient as a Pokeball. Now, Blaziken, these 2 tasks are entrusted to you. Mastering the move Swords Dance will undoubtedly enhance your strength. Su Nuo spoke as he handed the Swords Dance TM and the Mega Evolution Stone for Blaziken to it. Mocha. Blaziken nodded, fastening the Mega Evolution Stone onto its forehead before accepting the Swords Dance TM. Martial Arts Bear and Cerulean, you two shall guide Iron Dumbbell in its specialized training. Martial Arts Bear will focus on enhancing Iron Dumbbell's defensive and physical attack capabilities, while Cerulean will instruct it in the art of psychic abilities. Do you understand? Su Nuo meticulously assigned each Pokémon's tasks, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to their training. Chu. Cerulean and Martial Arts Bear nodded in agreement and led Iron Dumbbell away to commence their training. Clutching the Swords Dance TM, Blaziken closed its eyes in meditation, attuning itself to the techniques inscribed within the TM. Waves of white energy pulsated around Blaziken, continuously coalescing and dissipating, a clear manifestation of its intense focus. Indeed, I believe it will soon grasp Swords Dance. Su Nuo mused, observing Blaziken entering a state of complete concentration, affirmatively nodding. A distinguished Pokémon trainer must not possess any shortcomings. I must ensure that each Pokémon is in peak condition for battle. 20 minutes later, Su Nuo cautioned, Martial Arts Bear, please control the force of your punches. Do not strike too hard. We wouldn't want to daze Iron Dumbbell. Watching Martial Arts Bear unleash a series of powerful punches at Iron Dumbbell, Su Nuo felt a slight headache coming on. Fortunately, Martial Arts Bear's technique was well balanced. Otherwise, with such strength, Iron Dumbbell might have been knocked out with a single blow. Ding. Your Pokémon Iron Dumbbell has gained a moderate amount of experience points. Ding. Iron Dumbbell has significantly increased its physical attack EV. Ding. Your Pokémon Iron Dumbbell has improved its physical defense EV. Ding. Iron Dumbbell has received a large amount of experience points under Martial Arts Bear's training. The system notifications reverberated in Su Nuo's mind. Clearly, Martial Arts Bear's gentle striking training was proving highly effective for Iron Dumbbell's improvement. Ding. Blaziken has successfully mastered the move Swords Dance. At that moment, a notification rang out, prompting Su Nuo to return to Blaziken. Mocha. Blaziken excitedly swung its arms, promptly demonstrating its adeptness at Swords Dance. One could easily discern its satisfaction with its own comprehension. Excellent. Blaziken. Now, let us attempt Mega Evolution. Su Nuo clapped his hands, eager to explore the formidable Mega Evolution with Blaziken. Blaziken nodded in joyful agreement. Gently touching the keystone necklace hanging around his neck, Su Nuo intoned, respond to our bond, Blaziken. Mocha. A vibrant burst of colors emanated from Blaziken's forehead where the Mega Evolution Stone was affixed, and the radiance from the keystone necklace dazzled Su Nuo's eyes. After the kaleidoscopic light dissipated, Blaziken had successfully undergone Mega Evolution. Ding. Blaziken has successfully unlocked the Mega Evolution state. Due to the buff from the specialized training of a master trainer, Mega Blaziken will temporarily be able to utilize the powerful moves Flare Blitz and Brave Bird. The ability to use Flare Blitz and Brave Bird. Su Nuo was momentarily taken aback. These were Blaziken's most powerful moves in its standard form. To discover that they could be directly unlocked in Mega form filled Su Nuo with uncontainable joy. Observing Mega Blaziken in its imposing new form, Su Nuo nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, Iron Dumbbell's strength was also soaring at an astonishing pace. Ding. Your Pokémon Iron Dumbbell has gained a considerable amount of experience points. Ding. Iron Dumbbell has markedly increased its special attack EV. Ding. Your Pokémon Iron Dumbbell has improved its special defense EV. Ding. Iron Dumbbell has leveled up to level 18. It has reached a rare high tier. Su Nuo clasped his hands together, eagerly anticipating the forthcoming 5 school trials. Chapter 102, Hellish Difficulty. The 40-day survival trial. Every year, the 5 school trials become a hot topic throughout the 13th region, and this year is no exception. Outside the borders of the 13th region lies a vast expanse of primal wilderness spanning hundreds of miles. This area, scarcely trodden by human feet, boasts a complex and diverse terrain, serving as a paradise for various wild Pokémon. This year's 5 school trials challenge participants to survive for an entire 40 days within this uninhabited land. This is undoubtedly the most challenging trial to date. I never imagined this year's assessment would be so arduous, Su Nuo mused, stroking the wristband on his left hand beneath the towering tree. At that moment, he realized he possessed nothing but the Pokeballs at his waist and the trial wristband provided by the Regional Pokemon League. Surviving for 40 days in the wild solely relying on a student's training prowess. And to make matters worse, there was no food or water to start with, truly a trial of hellish difficulty. Furthermore, the participating high school students could only maintain a faint connection to the outside world through their special wristbands. In other words, one could only receive external assistance by choosing to forfeit their qualification for the trial. However, doing so would not only bring shame, but also significantly impact their school's final score. It would considerably affect their ranking. Thus, students had no retreat. Brutal, frantic. Even Su Nuo felt immense pressure from the numerous risks inherent in this trial. Minutes later, Su Nuo stepped lightly over a thick green vine in the primal land. The flora in this region dwarfed that of human territories by several magnitudes, imparting to Su Nuo a surreal sensation as though he had entered the realm of giants. Crack, crack. A heavy footfall sounded from Su Nuo's left. Peering silently, he noticed a brown-furred, beast-like Pokemon nonchalantly passing by the towering tree. Pokemon, Kangaskhan. Type, normal. Gender. Ability, inner focus. This Pokemon cannot flinch. Aptitude, expert level. Level, 37, expert high tier. Skills, Comet Punch, Bite, Pound, Stomp, Focus Energy, Headbutt, Pursuit, Double Hit, Bite. This wild Kangaskhan possessed an expert high tier level of strength. Were the wild Pokemon in this primal land truly this formidable? Su Nuo cautiously concealed himself behind the tree, waiting for the Kangaskhan to move further away. As Kangaskhan was a very docile Pokemon, it would usually not attack other targets. So Su Nuo did not panic. He decided to explore deeper into this massive forest while looking for weaker Pokemon to practice against. Come forth, Iron Dumbbell. The Pokeball burst open. An iron dumbbell materialized before Su Nuo, floating forward without hesitation. After walking for several minutes, a cacophony of buzzing bees filled the air. A swarm of Beedrill was parading in their territory, driving away other wild Pokemon. Weaker Pokemon such as Tylo and Snivy instinctively avoided them. It must be noted that a group of Beedrill was a veritable disaster for bug types. They possessed a strong offensive instinct, biting anyone they caught. Finally, I have found a target to practice against. Go for it, Iron Dumbbell. Su Nuo quickly glanced at the information on the swarm of Beedrill and commanded his Iron Dumbbell to launch an attack. These Beedrills are merely elite-level beginners, with only a slight difference in rank compared to the Iron Dumbbell, making them rather suitable adversaries. The previously encountered expert-level Bag Beast was merely an exceptional case of extraordinary strength. Upon hearing this, the Iron Dumbbell charged directly at the unruly swarm of Beedrills. With a slight tremor, it unleashed its Mind Hammer, striking straight into the heart of the Beedrill group. The sound of a fierce collision echoed, and astonishingly, this single strike of the Mind Hammer obliterated 2 or 3 Beedrills instantly. Ding! Your Pokemon Iron Dumbbell has leveled up to level 19. Keep up the good work. Splendid execution, Iron Dumbbell. Su Nuo snapped his fingers, thoroughly pleased with the outcome of the assault. The sudden attack from the Iron Dumbbell incited fury in the leader of the Beedrills. It commanded the remaining Beedrills to launch a ferocious onslaught against the Iron Dumbbell. Twin Needle, Frenzy, Fury. Countless attacks hammered against the Iron Dumbbell's formidable body, producing a cacophony of sounds. Yet in the end, the Iron Dumbbell suffered not even a scratch. Thanks to its unparalleled physical defense prowess, the assault from the Beedrills felt akin to mere raindrops against its sturdy physique. The targeted enhancement training previously undertaken proved to be remarkably effective. The Iron Dumbbell's physical defense was nothing short of extraordinary. One might say these attacks wouldn't even compare to a casual punch from my martial arts bear master. Su Nuo stroked his chin, observing the Iron Dumbbell withstand the blows with an unperturbed heart, even feeling a tinge of delight. Let us finish them off in one go. Use Tackle. Spirit. The Iron Dumbbell's eyes sparkled with determination as it surged forward, unleashing a powerful force that pierced through the entire swarm of Beedrills. But that was not the end. Following this attack, it executed another tackle. In a mere moment, the iron dumbbell had inflicted 2 consecutive devastating charges upon the entire Beedrill group. Its speed was simply astonishing. The fragile Beedrills stood no chance against such a forceful onslaught. The remaining dozen or so Beedrills, including the leader, were swiftly eradicated by the iron dumbbell. Ding! Your Pokemon Iron Dumbbell has leveled up to level 20. It has advanced to Elite Level Beginner. As soon as the battle concluded, the system promptly notified that the Iron Dumbbell had achieved a level increase. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped the Iron Dumbbell, causing it to tremble as if some energy within was about to burst forth. It was evolution. The Iron Dumbbell was undergoing evolution. Then, a silver-white disc-shaped Pokemon appeared. It boasted robust and powerful arms, with sharp edges like blades. Ding! Iron Dumbbell has successfully evolved into Metal Monster, mastering the move Metal Claw. Ding! The intimacy level between Metal Monster and you has reached 120. Ding! Due to the buff from the Master Trainer specialization, Metal Monster has learned the moves Bullet Punch and Cannon Beam. After successfully evolving, Metal Monster floated beside Su Nuo, showcasing its newfound steel physique. Excellent! Let us aim for an early evolution into the final form, Metagross. Su Nuo remarked, patting the gleaming Metal Monster's head. Just then, a loud dispute not far away caught his attention. Chapter 103, Contest. The Supply Box of Trials. You fools from Illusionary Water Academy, step aside for your grandfather. That supply box is mine. Heh, is it yours? Just because of you? A trash from Hungchi number 1? The extraordinarily clear dialogue immediately led Su Nuo to pinpoint their exact location. Were they about to clash? Silently, Su Nuo approached the source of the commotion. 2 high school students, of similar age, were posturing aggressively around a box, reaching for their Pokeballs, ready to fight. That box. It was a supply box. Su Nuo's eyes brightened as he gazed at the uniquely crafted, sturdy box before him. It bore the mark of the Regional Pokemon League. There was no doubt about it. It contained the allocated supplies. During this trial, the Regional Pokemon League would periodically dispatch planes to drop batches of supply boxes into the wilderness every 5 days. Inside these boxes were various foods, water, and some special equipment. These supplies were highly coveted by the participating students, as they significantly increased the likelihood of success in the trial. Before the trial commenced, the Regional Pokemon League had already completed an airdrop of these supply boxes. Clearly, this was one of those earlier batches. Go, Agile Bug, take him out immediately. Humph, Dudu, go. In the blink of an eye, both sides summoned their Pokeballs and prepared for combat. We have the type advantage. Dudu, use Peck. Use Shadow Clone to evade its attacks. Dudu and Agile Bug quickly transitioned into battle mode, engaging in close combat with fervor. Pokemon, Agile Bug. Type, Bug. Gender. Ability, Moist Body. This Pokemon can remove all abnormal statuses in rainy weather. Qualification, Elite. Level, 23, Elite Level Beginner. Skills, Mega Drain, Bug Resistance, High Speed Star, Shadow Clone, Heavy Slam. Dissolve, Pokemon Dudu. Type, Normal, Flying. Gender. Ability, Early Bird. This Pokemon is less affected by sleep effects. Qualification, Elite. Level, 22, Elite Level Beginner. Skills, Quick Attack, Rage. Fury Attack, High Speed Movement, Pursuit, Peck. Is this the strength of other schools? They must be just 2 ordinary students. Observing their main Pokemon, Su Nuo shrugged nonchalantly. Among the 5 schools participating in the trial, approximately 400 to 500 individuals were dispatched, most of whom were of such mediocre strength. Su Nuo licked his slightly dry lips, feeling genuinely parched. Forget it, I want to wait for them to finish. I'll intervene directly. Metal Monster. They're bound to be drinking water in that supply box. With a mere wave of his hand, the gleaming Metal Monster swiftly floated to the forefront. Apologies, gentlemen. This supply box belongs to me, Su Nuo. Furthermore, I declare you both eliminated. Su Nuo's expression turned cold as he stepped forward, and the Metal Monster manifested instantly. The 2 students, who had been focused on their battle, were suddenly drawn to Su Nuo's presence, their battle movements ceasing abruptly. Another fool here to snatch supplies? Who the hell are you to dare challenge me? The 2 students showed no signs of yielding, unaware that they were on the verge of being eliminated from the trial. Go, Agile Bug, use Heavy Slam on him. Dudu, unleash Fury Attack. At that moment, both students unexpectedly directed their attacks at Su Nuo. But Su Nuo was no pushover either. He simply let out a playful whistle, and the Metal Monster charged forward, positioning itself in front of him. Bam! Thud! Thud! The attacks from Agile Bug and Doodoo relentlessly struck against the metal monster's body. Yet, astonishingly, the metal monster endured these combined assaults without resistance. It even appeared to be quite at ease. What? My attacks are utterly ineffective. Such formidable defensive capabilities. This Pokemon of his is simply terrifying. Just as the two students realized the extraordinary strength of Su Nuo's metal monster, Su Nuo made his move. Bullet Punch. Huh. The metal monster and Su Nuo synchronized their voices, delivering two rapid-fire punches akin to cannon fire towards Doodoo and Agile Bug. Dodge it, Agile Bug. Use Shadow Clone. Doodoo. Use high-speed movement to evade that move. With an impressive display of agility, the swift insect created two clones, narrowly evading the metallic creature's lightning-fast punches. However, Doodoo was far less fortunate. Even with its high-speed movement, the metallic creature's bullet punches were alarmingly swift. A single, forceful blow landed squarely on Doodoo's fragile head, delivering a devastating impact. In the blink of an eye, Su Nuo and the metallic creature had seized the upper hand. Even against two opponents, they showed no signs of hesitation. Swift Insect unleashed Dissolve. Doodoo, once again, activated its high-speed movement. The two students finally recognized the formidable challenge they faced. They promptly commanded their Pokemon to enhance their abilities. Let us make this a swift resolution. I am truly parched. Metallic creature, unleash Cannon Blast. Boom. A silvery surge of steel energy erupted rapidly from the metallic creature's arms. This powerful strike sent Doodoo crashing to the ground, rendering it incapable of further combat. The swift insect, too, bore the brunt of the mighty Cannon Blast, sustaining severe injuries. Doodoo, what overwhelming power. Swift insect, quickly activate bug resistance. In the end, Su Nuo merely gestured slightly at the swift insect, and the metallic creature immediately comprehended his intent. With a burst of light-speed acceleration, it unleashed another bullet punch. This time, the swift insect fell without contest beneath the metallic creature's onslaught. 3 minutes. No, not even 3 minutes. Su Nuo and the metallic creature easily dispatched the two opponents from the other school. This was a sheer display of overpowering strength. I trust you two are not too bothered now, Su Nuo remarked with a slight smile at the fallen swift insect and Doodoo. The two students, now rendered speechless, could only silently withdraw their main Pokemon. Their earlier arrogance completely evaporated. Hold on, don't rush off just yet. Kindly hand over your trial wristbands. Those are rather valuable items for scoring. Su Nuo's voice, haunting and devilish, sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, the metallic creature was gathering steel energy, preparing to take aim at the two students. According to the trial rules, confiscating other students' wristbands could both eliminate them from the competition and increase one's own score. Su Nuo was acutely aware of this. Reluctantly, the two students surrendered their qualifications to Su Nuo. After all, they wished to avoid receiving a cannon blast from the metallic creature. Enduring such an attack could prove perilous for their very lives. Chapter 104. The Trial Rankings Unveiled. After expelling the two unfortunate souls, Su Nuo approached the supply box and unlocked its encryption with the wristbands. Only through the identity verification of the trial wristbands could this specialized resource supply box be opened. Indeed, this addressed part of the survival issue. One could say that the true trial had only just begun. Gazing into the supply box, overflowing with various resources, Su Nuo pondered deeply. Although it contained well-packaged drinking water and simplified compressed food, it amounted to no more than enough provisions for 4 or 5 days for a single individual. This meant that even if they managed to seize an initial supply box from other students, they would still need to participate in the next round of resource airdrop competition. It seemed the Regional Pokemon Alliance was deliberately increasing the competitiveness of the entire trial. After packing the water and food into his deep green backpack, Su Nuo was pleasantly surprised to discover an additional layer of items beneath the massive supply box. Were those Pokeballs and healing sprays? After rummaging through the lower layer of supplies, Su Nuo secured 6 high-grade Pokeballs and several bottles of healing spray. Let us test the effectiveness of this healing spray. With that thought, Su Nuo retrieved a bottle and sprayed it toward the floating metallic creature. Dueling. The metallic creature emitted a soothing sound as its physical abrasions instantly vanished. The healing effect was quite remarkable. What is this peculiar chip? Finally, Su Nuo discovered a small chip and quickly understood its usage. After inserting the chip into the side of his wristband, a blue screen displaying the trial rankings materialized before him. He soon noticed his ranking flickering on the list. In 86 Su Nuo, accumulated points, 1,000 points, seized a level 2 supply box. The list contained 592 names, indicating that a total of 592 students from 5 schools had entered this primordial region. Remarkably, Su Nuo had already secured the 86th position. Let us go, metallic creature. This trial has only just begun. Su Nuo dismissed the wristband S trial rankings and beckoned the metallic creature to venture deeper into the vast forest. Meanwhile, within the district-level Pokémon Alliance in Area 13, a massive screen displayed the real-time rankings of the 5-school trial. The president has truly conceived an impressive trial this year. It surpasses many previous iterations in terms of excitement and authenticity. A portly middle-aged man boasted, his belly protruding prominently. Indeed, in my view, this year's trial is undoubtedly the most valuable. I recommend the president allocate more resources to the top school to nurture more exceptional Pokémon trainers. Added the man with a mustache. These two were Principal Tan from Hengqi No. 1 High School and Principal Peng from Huanshui High School. Beside them, a bald man waved his hand in response. You are both overly flattering. Resource supplements can certainly be requested, but ultimately, only one school will claim the top spot. The bald man was Feng Peng, the president of the District Pokémon Alliance, who orchestrated the annual 5-school trial himself. Ha ha ha, that is indeed the case, after all. The capable shall inherit. Exactly, the capable shall inherit. The strongest school deserves the richest rewards. That is the rule and must not be broken. The two beamed with pride, their smugness evident. Conversely, the principals of the other 3 high schools appeared considerably more subdued. They stood silently to one side, and an observer might assume they were discontented. This was due to the standings in the rankings. Hengqi No. 1 High School and Huanshui High School dominated nearly 70 to 80% of the top 100 rankings. Their collective superiority had firmly suppressed the other 3 schools. Naturally, this left the 3 principals somewhat displeased. Principal Li of Tianyuan Pokemon High School scrutinized the trial rankings and finally located the standings of Su Nuo and Chen Yi. NO 86 Su Nuo, NO 77 Chen Yi. Among the top 100, aside from these 2 students from his school, only 2 or 3 others remained at the bottom. Su Nuo, Chen Yi. The future of our school rests upon your shoulders. Principal Li silently urged, hoping that the 2 gifted students he entrusted with high expectations would emerge victorious from this brutal trial. As for the design concept, I have pondered it for quite some time. Would you like to hear it? Bald President Feng spread his arms, adopting a tone reminiscent of an impending lecture. Of course we wish to hear it. Since the president is willing to impart such advanced design ideas, we should certainly learn from it. Principal Tan from Hengqi No. 1 High School quickly interjected. Indeed, please enlighten us, President Feng. Principal Peng from Huanshui High School promptly echoed. Ahem. As for this area, it lies beyond our district. The entire primordial land encompasses vast perilous environments such as giant forests, mountainous terrains, and expansive hills. Such external lands are beyond our control. Yet their pristine Pokémon habitats are ideally suited for use as trial grounds. Feng Peng cleared his throat and commenced his speech, displaying evident experience in the art of oration. The 5 principals were left to listen to his self-indulgent discourse. The day swiftly passed, and as night fell, Su Nuo expertly ignited a campfire, then retrieved a simple tent, which he had prepared in his deep green backpack, and began to set it up. It seemed the competition on the trial leaderboard was rather fierce. He had been preoccupied with battles against metallic creatures and wild beasts. To his surprise, he found himself outside the top 100. Indeed, once the leaderboard was activated, the participating students appeared to have become more motivated. After another glance at the trial leaderboard, Su Nuo stroked his chin and shook his head. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he pulled out the previously acquired bracelet, scanning it with his own. To his astonishment, his points surged dramatically, originally possessing only 1,000 points. Su Nuo skyrocketed to 7,000 points. His ranking catapulted him into the top 50. No, 47 Su Nuo. Goodness. So, by eliminating others directly, one could garner higher points? This implies that, as long as my own needs are met, I could ambush those students snatching supply drops. Wouldn't that lead to a massacre on the trial leaderboard? After taking a bite of stale bread, Su Nuo pondered. A supply crate yields far less trial points than the elimination of another participant. It appears this is the true strategy of the current trial. However, the challenge lies in locating those students participating in the trial. The vast expanse of the trial grounds makes finding someone akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 105, The Prey Delivered? A domineering doubles match. If this is a game of mutual hunting among participants, then each student's trial bracelet serves as the spoils of this hunt. In this brutal contest, to claim the top spot, one must exert every effort to eliminate others, regardless of the methods employed. Gurgle, gurgle. After finishing the stale bread, Su Nuo began to savor the sweet, pure water. The biting cold of the night wind was piercing. But thankfully the campfire provided a cozy warmth. Haha, truly, there is no dead end in life. Upon seeing the bright campfire, I knew I was saved. A resonant baritone echoed from a distance. In the next moment, a male high school student clad in a white and green school uniform appeared in Su Nuo's line of sight. His hair was disheveled, and his attire seemed somewhat disordered, exuding a hint of unruliness. Su Nuo's bracelet swiftly displayed the individual's information. No. 189 Xiao Ruilong, Lingji High School. Points. 800. A student from Lingji High School? Su Nuo's expression darkened as he deftly reached for his pokeball. Lingji High School is typically regarded as mediocre among the 5 schools. Nevertheless, Su Nuo remained vigilant. Ha, so you've managed to snag a supply crate. It must contain some decent food. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten anything all day. This wretched trial has left me in quite a predicament. Xiao Ruilong chuckled and promptly summoned his Pokemon. Go Weezing and Toxicroak. A flash of white light revealed 2 Pokemon, mirroring their trainer's demeanor, charging towards Su Nuo. Oh, a doubles match? Su Nuo remarked nonchalantly before swiftly releasing his Blaziken and Machoke. Thud. Bam. 2 resounding impacts echoed as Blaziken and Machoke effortlessly intercepted the onslaught of the 2 Pokemon. Pokemon Weezing. Type. Poison. Gender. NA. Ability. Levitate. This Pokemon is immune to ground-type moves. Qualification. Elite. Level. 27. Elite High Tier. Skills. Double Hit. Poison Gas. Mist. Smokescreen. Clear Smog. Venomous Pursuit. Mud Bomb. Haze. Pokemon. Toxicroak. Type. Poison. Fighting. Gender. NA. Ability. Dry Skin. This Pokemon is unaffected by Water-type moves and regains health when hit by Water-type attacks. Qualification. Expert. Level. 27. Elite High Tier. Skills. Poison Jab. Mud Shot. Taunt. Revenge. Poison Jab. Surprise Attack. This fellow's 2 Pokemon possess Elite High Tier strength. It seems he is quite the standout at Lingji High School. Su Nuo stroked his chin, contemplating his battle strategy. Weezing, use Poison Gas. Toxicroak, capitalize with Surprise Attack. Xiao Ruilong tugged at his grimy collar, immediately commanding his Pokemon to attack. Gas. The purple poison gas swiftly surged towards Su Nuo's position, while Toxicroak seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Machoke. Poison Gas. This opponent is truly repulsive. Su Nuo executed a nimble leap, evading the oncoming purple poison gas. This toxic gas could ensnare both humans and Pokemon into a poisoned state, complicating matters significantly. Blaziken also deftly sidestepped Weezing. Machoke, Thunder Punch. Karu, remaining steadfast. Machoke did not retreat. In the face of Toxicroak's surprise attack, it maintained its composure, gathering energy. Zing. Golden electric energy coalesced rapidly in Machoke's right fist. Boom. In the next moment, a powerful explosive punch was unleashed. The incoming Toxicroak was knocked back several steps by the Thunder Punch. Simultaneously, this forceful strike sent Weezing flying. Grr. Toxicroak shook its dazed head, clearly bewildered by the punch. Humph, it seems I have encountered a formidable opponent. My Toxicroak has never failed a surprise attack before. Xiao Ruilong licked his lips, fixing his gaze intently on Su Nuo. At that moment, Su Nuo remained silent, with an icy demeanor. Humph, ignoring me? Let me show him a real spectacle. Weezing, use Mud Bomb. Toxicroak, Poison Jab. Frustrated by Su Nuo's indifference, Xiao Ruilong commanded his Pokemon to unleash their strongest moves. Yet, Su Nuo remained utterly unfazed. Blaziken, unleash a flame kick on Toxicroak. Machoke, Water Gun Barrage. Mocha. Blaziken let out a fierce roar, igniting itself with blazing flames. It charged towards Toxicroak with rapid strides. Meanwhile, Toxicroak closed in on Blaziken, emanating a formidable purple poison energy. Machoke, on the other hand, swiftly adapted its attack style, transforming its earlier ferocity into a gentle, persistent flow of strikes. The energy of the water type erupted as it swung its fists in a flurry, neutralizing the incoming mud attacks. Bang! Bang! 2 tremendous explosions of energy resonated as Flame Kick collided head-on with Poison Jab. In a single kick, the first strike of Flame Kick sent Toxicroak reeling. The subsequent kick utterly dismantled Toxicroak's defenses. Double Flame Kick. Swift and fierce. Blaziken's 2 powerful kicks annihilated Toxicroak in an instant. What? Holy smokes! My Toxicroak. Witnessing his Toxicroak's swift defeat left Xiao Ruilong in utter shock. What in the world is happening? In just one exchange, my key Pokemon was taken down by his Blaziken. Yet, What stunned him even more was yet to come. Su Nuo softly uttered the words Shadow Force, and the dark gray Pokemon's demeanor shifted instantaneously. The initially gentle offensive transformed into an unprecedented ferocity. In an instant, the martial arts bear master switched from a combination attack style to a singular strike approach. With his fists coalescing dark, malevolent energy, he launched a direct assault on the floating double bubble gas. Boom! The explosion resonated like thunder. The dark strike struck with lightning speed, hitting the double bubble gas directly. After being subjected to such a powerful frontal assault, the double bubble gas was knocked to the ground, convulsing twice before losing its combat capability. Double bubble gas. Xiao Ruolong's face turned ashen. What on earth is happening? How is it that after only a few exchanges, both of my Pokemon have been utterly defeated? I have never been so thoroughly crushed in school before. Is this person before me a monster? Xiao Ruolong stared in terror at Su Nuo, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 106. The legendary figure of Beihai City, Zhou Jian. Hand over the trial bracelet, Su Nuo commanded coldly. As he spoke, the fire chicken and martial arts bear master approached Xiao Ruolong menacingly, their demeanor reminiscent of two underworld figures seeking retribution. Xiao Ruolong swallowed hard, feeling his lower body weaken, and obediently surrendered the bracelet. Having lost all combat capability, he was now but a lamb to the slaughter, forced to await his fate. Su Nuo, in this trial, was the hunter. After handing over the bracelet, Xiao Ruolong stumbled away from Su Nuo's camp, his retreat as awkward as it was desperate. Su Nuo, having secured the trial points, had no intention of annihilating his opponent. After all, this was merely a special examination organized by the Pokemon Alliance, not a life-or-death struggle between trainers. With the acquisition of this individual's trial points, Su Nuo's total score reached 10,800 points. His ranking soared to 43rd place at that moment. Are those ahead of me truly this formidable? My performance on the first day is not bad at all, yet their efficiency is astonishingly high. Glancing at the leaderboard, Su Nuo was taken aback to see the first-place holder had amassed nearly 50,000 points. The gap was staggering. Moreover, the students ranked above him were predominantly from the prestigious schools of Huanshui Middle School and Hengqi No. 1 Middle School. As a student of Tianyuan Pokemon High School, he was surprised to find he could not locate any of his classmates. It became clear that his school was merely a below-average standing among the 5 high schools. Oh, has this individual also made it to the front? While contemplating this, a familiar name caught Su Nuo's eye. Number 51, Chen Yi, Tianyuan Middle School, points, 500. Chen Yi from Class S2 had indeed reached 51st place. As Su Nuo continued to peruse the rankings, he discovered several students from Tianyuan Middle School had secured positions within the top 100. Number 81, Lin Yanyu, Tianyuan Middle School, points, 900. Number 85, Ning Yuman, Tianyuan Middle School, points, 600. Number 93, Yang Tianming, Tianyuan Middle School, points, 800. No worries, this trial has only just begun. What the final outcome will be remains uncertain. With that, Su Nuo closed the leaderboard. He stated this because regardless of how high your previous trial points were, if you were eliminated due to defeat, your prior ranking would be rendered null and void, even if you had held the first position for half a month. A subsequent loss resulting in the forfeiture of your trial bracelet would still lead to elimination. All points would be inherited by the victor. In this ruthless trial, only strength reigns supreme. No one remembers the vanquished. Fire Chicken, Martial Arts Bear Master, you will take turns keeping watch tonight. Su Nuo instructed before retreating into the tent to recuperate. The Fire Chicken and Martial Arts Bear Master nodded in understanding, agreeing to the arrangement. Even during the deep of night, safety must be ensured to prevent attacks from wild Pokemon or other trial participants. Su Nuo was acutely aware of this necessity. Beihai City, Qinyang Airport. In the spacious waiting area of the airport, 2 trainers were engaged in a Pokemon battle. Charizard, Unleash Flamethrower, commanded a young man with an explosive hairstyle. Roar. A torrent of crimson flames erupted from Charizard's back, surging towards its opponent, a white and red origami-like Pokemon. Such flames pose no threat to my paper sword. Cut through it with the holy sword. The opponent, the owner of the paper sword, was a man with brilliantly dyed green hair. This individual was none other than Zhou Jian of the Dynamic Balance Organization. Yeah, the paper sword emitted a peculiar cry as it brandished its sharp form, charging directly into the searing flames. Glowing, horn-like energy surged forth. In the next moment, the opponent's flamethrower was indeed severed by this holy sword. The flames in the air were instantly dispersed. But that was not the end. The paper sword continued to swing its body. the energy of the holy sword still flickering. With a second strike, it cleaved towards Charizard. Smack! With a crisp sound of impact. Charizard was unexpectedly sent crashing to the ground. In a single move, merely one move, the paper sword had vanquished its opponent. Even absolute type disadvantage was rendered meaningless before it. Well done, paper sword, Zhou Jian praised, stepping forward. Charizard. The defeated young man ruffled his explosive hair before retrieving the fallen Charizard. Your reputation as the legend of Beihai City precedes you, Mr. Zhou Jian. Your strength is indeed unparalleled. Today's defeat has been immensely enlightening. The explosive-haired young man extended his right hand to shake Zhou Jian's. Not at all, Zhou Jian humbly responded. After the explosive-haired trainer departed, applause erupted from behind Zhou Jian. Clap, clap, clap. Welcome back to Beihai City, brother. The speaker was a robust man with sharp features. Clearly a fitness enthusiast. Flanking him were his signature Pokémon, Blaziken and Machamp. He was none other than Zhou Tongli, the master of the Gongli Dojo, known as the Tiger of Beihai. Moreover, he was Zhou Jian's younger brother. With a brother as the master of the dojo, Zhou Jian's status as an elder brother was even more illustrious. Not only in Beihai City but throughout the entire Region 13, he was a legendary figure of great renown. With his strength, the Pokémon Alliance regarded him as a deity. Tongli, did you drive here today? Zhou Jian smiled upon seeing his younger brother, recalling the paper sword back into its Pokeball. Of course, it's parked in the open lot over there. Zhou Tongli grinned, pointing to the parking area on the right and understandingly taking the luggage from Zhou Jian's hands. Machamp assisted in lifting Zhou Jian's heavy backpack. How long do you plan to stay, brother? You haven't been back in nearly a year. As they walked, Zhou Tongli inquired. I expect to remain for quite a while. I have some matters to attend to in Beihai City, Zhou Jian replied, retrieving his phone to find a concise text message received moments earlier. I have arrived in Beihai City. Please contact me with any updates on the mission. The message was succinct, sent by Cynthia, perfectly reflecting her efficient and brisk personality. That's good to hear. If I may suggest, it would be best for you to take a good 6 months to rest. It has been quite some time since the two of us gathered together. Tonight, we must indulge in a few more drinks. In the presence of Zhou Jian, Zhou Tong, the younger brother, spoke with lively enthusiasm. Their bond as brothers undeniably solid. All right, let me see if your drinking capacity has improved. Last time we drank together, you were incapacitated after just 2 cups, Zhou Jian remarked, crossing his arms with a smile. The two brothers exchanged laughter as they made their way to the car. Chapter 107. The action begins on the top floor of the Black Dragon building in Beihai City, in a dimly lit room. A scar-faced officer downed the red wine in his glass, as if savoring blood itself. He gripped the glass tightly, as if intent on shattering it with sheer force. Thud. The scar-faced man slammed the glass onto the stone table with a resounding thud. Hey, Yuan, what's wrong with you? While waiting for Mr. Lin to finish his work is indeed excruciating. There's no need to vent your frustrations so openly. The officer seated opposite him was Eamon, one of the division heads of the Death Demon Corps in Region 13. Bound by the constraints of their mission and interests, both he and Yuan found themselves subservient to Carlos. My apologies. I was just reminded of an unpleasant incident that occurred earlier, when admitted, a hint of contrition flickering across his scarred visage. Upon hearing this, Eamon's interest piqued. What could possibly have irked the notoriously temperamental Minister Yuan? Surely, there must be an intriguing tale behind it. With Yuan's disposition, any grievance would typically be addressed with violence. Oh, do share, Eamon urged, leaning eagerly on the stone table. Yuan cast a glance at him, contemplating in silence before finally responding. I had been searching for the skill machine of primal energy to assist the long-haired pig in its evolution. That day at the Katira auction house, I finally found it. He spoke through gritted teeth, but then, some scoundrel snatched it away. The image of Su Nuo's handsome face floated through his mind. That arrogant young man must be dealt with personally next time we cross paths. Yuan silently clenched his fists. Eamon observed the scar-faced man in silence. Who would dare to intercept a prized possession sought after by a division head of the Death Demon Corps? Who could be audacious enough to risk their life in such a manner? Witnessing Yuan's face twisted in rage, Eamon knew that this fellow had indeed suffered a significant setback. The thought brought a silent chuckle to his lips. There was a certain satisfaction in this misfortune. I did it. I succeeded. A jubilant shout echoed throughout the top floor of the office building. Moments later, a figure materialized in the dim room. Let us go, mister. Lin should have completed the positioning device by now, Carlos said, gently tapping the stone table, addressing the two men. Thus, the trio made their way to the adjoining laboratory. A short, portly middle-aged man adjusted his round glasses, fervently tinkering with a complex black machine before him. "Mr. Lin, is it done?" Carlos inquired. Almost. I just need to embed this component and finish the circuit welding." As he spoke, small sparks erupted from the machine as he connected the final piece with a welding gun. Once completed, Mr. Lin pressed the red button on the black machine. Ding! An electronic map suddenly illuminated the massive screen behind them. "Is this the precise positioning system of the device?" Eamon craned his neck to observe. "Mr. Lin, how does this compare to the one at headquarters?" When asked, the middle-aged man patted the electronic screen, causing the 2D image to morph into 3D. "It's comparable. This is essentially a simplified version. Carlos, do you have any special items related to that thing? They are crucial for achieving precise positioning." Mr. Lin initially answered their questions succinctly before turning to inquire. Carlos stroked his chin and replied, "Yes. My subordinates procured a small shard of the energy crystal it generates. This must undoubtedly originate from the same source." He produced a small, multicolored crystal and handed it to the short, bespectacled man. "Excellent. Next, Mr. Lin placed the colorful crystal into the recessed area at the back of the black machine. A surge of red light scanned the crystal, and a torrent of unknown data flooded into the positioning device. Ding, 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 ding. The machine emitted a cacophony of sounds, and the electronic map instantly displayed dozens of red dots. "What is this? Positioning points? How can there be so many? Is the positioning machine malfunctioning?" Mr. Lin furiously typed on the machine's keyboard, and the number of red dots quickly dwindled, ultimately leaving only 13. This represents the positioning range within the last 15 days. It is the most simplified method of classification. The remaining work will be entrusted to your human resources, as the machine's calculations do have their limits. Afterward, the middle-aged man retrieved 3 miniature screens and handed them to the 3 ministers. The information displayed would synchronize with the machine. Carlos gripped the small screen, a wild grin spreading across his face. Finally, after waiting for so many days and incurring expenditures of millions, this positioning machine is finally complete. The difficulty of searching for the divine beasts will be significantly reduced. And now, the official commencement of the divine beast capture mission begins. "Carlos, which divine beast did you just locate?" Eamon inquired, rubbing his sore neck. "Ex-god, Xerneas. That is its life energy crystal," Carlos replied. "Carlos, this positioning is no longer within our region 13. Clearly, Xerneas has long since departed. It is currently roaming in border territories." Yuan cautioned. "What? It has already escaped to the border area?" Carlos paused momentarily, scrutinizing the electronic map once more and confirming that the positioning range indeed extended beyond region 13. "Yuan, Eamon. Immediate orders. Assemble your division's officers and main forces and head to this extensive area at once. We 3 divisions shall exert our utmost to seal off this region. The task of capturing ex-god Xerneas begins now." Carlos resolved without hesitation, his decisive nature ever present. Had it not been for the creation of this positioning machine, he might have already acted alone. "Understood. I will lead the team immediately." Eamon bowed deeply and exited the laboratory. I didn't expect to narrow the search range so quickly. Truly, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting firewood. Rest assured, with my division's support, capturing a mere ex-god will be a walk in the park. The scar-faced Yuan chuckled, cracking his knuckles as he hurried towards the office area, accompanied by several of his subordinates. Xerneas, and then Yveltal. Shall undoubtedly ascend to greatness. Carlos mused, retrieving a high-grade ball containing a golden lightning bird peacefully slumbering within. Chapter 108. Chaos. The first wave of airdrop supplies descends. In the vast forested expanse, Su Nuo was engaged in a fierce battle with a group of Flareon. Observing the several red and white creatures just 10 meters away, Su Nuo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Creature, Flareon leader. Type, bug, steel. Gender, ability, dustproof. This creature is unaffected by sandstorms or hail, immune to powder-type moves. Quality, expert level. Level, 31, expert beginner. Skills, mirror shot, body lightning, heavy impact, bug bite, body slam, high-speed spin, endurance, nature's blessing, spreading thorn, self-detonation. Status, the mood of the Fletchinder is exceedingly unstable, having reached the threshold of endurance. At the brink of its limit, the lead Fletchinder made Su Nuo instantly alert. Generally, these Pokémon are known for their gentle disposition. However, once they perceive a threat, they will engage in reckless, frenzied attacks. Such assaults often culminate in self-detonation. Fire Chicken, move away from that spot immediately. They are about to self-destruct. Su Nuo commanded loudly. Machi, The fire chicken nodded and swiftly leapt away from its original position. Yet, at that moment, the leading Fletchinder had commenced its self-detonation display. A brilliant white light erupted from its body, unleashing a torrent of unstable energy. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves that forced Su Nuo, standing 10 meters away, to stagger back several steps. But the chaos did not end there. Following the self-detonation of the lead Fletchinder, the remaining Fletchinders hastened to follow suit, each one detonating in succession. Boom, boom, boom. A series of colossal explosions ensued, ultimately engulfing the towering trees in the vicinity. The Fletchinders that fell from the trees reduced the area to a barren wasteland. Once all Fletchinders had succumbed to their self-detonations, the fire chicken shook off the residual effects of the blasts and casually flexed its limbs. Ding! Your Pokemon, Fire Chicken, has successfully increased its defense stat by 5 points. Ding! Your Pokemon, Fire Chicken, has successfully leveled up to level 30. It has advanced to the beginner expert tier. Fire Chicken has successfully learned the flying type move. Bounce. Cough, cough, cough. The dust from the explosions caused Su Nuo to cough. Finally, a beginner expert level? I did not expect this day to arrive so swiftly. Su Nuo mused. With Fire Chicken attaining expert level proficiency, he could bolster his self-preservation capabilities in this trial. For the past few days, Su Nuo had been accompanying Fire Chicken in battles to hone its skills, and today it had finally achieved expert status. At that moment, a blue screen suddenly popped up on his wrist device, displaying succinct notifications for all trial participants. The first batch of airdrop supplies is about to arrive. Attention, students from the 5 schools. Today, the Regional Pokemon League will be dispatching new airdrop supply boxes. Oh, is this news about the supply drop? Speaking of which, I should replenish my food and water supplies. Su Nuo raised an eyebrow, contemplating. This notification was broadcasted to all trial participants, and those still within the primordial land would undoubtedly rush towards the nearest supply drop. It was apparent that the number of supply boxes was limited. This implied that the forthcoming airdrop supplies would necessitate competition with others. Seemingly a benevolent supply drop, yet it is, in fact, a bait designed to forcibly eliminate trial participants. Upon analyzing the fundamental purpose of the Pokemon League's airdrop, Su Nuo couldn't help but smile knowingly. However, this posed no issue. Su Nuo would not shy away from this challenge, for he precisely required such a fortuitous opportunity to increase his score. The more competitors he faced for the airdrop, the better. This would propel his ranking forward. Minutes later, the thunderous roar of an aircraft echoed like distant thunder, soaring low overhead. It was a resource transport plane from the Regional Pokemon League, on a mission to randomly drop a batch of supply boxes within a 100-mile radius. Dozens of resource-laden supply boxes deployed parachutes and descended steadily, releasing crimson warning smoke signals. Naturally, this attracted the attention of countless trial participants. Here it comes. The airdrop is arriving. Finally, my grandfather's Eagle Kingdom canned goods have arrived. Charge. Let's pursue the airdrop. Within the trial grounds, students gazed skyward at the descending supply boxes, each one springing into action to reach the nearest box as swiftly as possible. However, they soon realized that it was not as simple as they had envisioned. At each airdrop location, several trial participants from different high schools scrambled to reach it first. Consequently, these individuals were compelled to engage in fierce battles over the airdrop. There's only one supply drop, but more than one person wants it. Give it to me. Raichu, unleash Thunderbolt. Bear Cub, smash them with Fire Punch. This airdrop is mine. What a joke. I'll starve if I don't get this supply. It must belong to me. Swinub, use Power Gem. Trial participants summoned their Pokemon, engaging in a fierce struggle, each unwilling to concede defeat. In the giant forest, the dark swamp, the hills, and even the open plains, the sounds of Pokemon battles echoed as students from the 5 schools vied for the airdrop. Sprinting a kilometer, Su Nuo finally reached his destination. He exhaled a breath of relief. A kilometer sprint was merely a warm-up for him. Gently parting the towering bushes, the airdrop emitting crimson smoke signals was a mere 7 or 8 meters away. Tauros, use Charge. Don't hold back. Macamp, use Dynamic Punch. The decisive blow is upon us. Scyther, tear open its wound with Poison Jab. Danger. Evade that attack, Swallow. The cacophony of battle echoed in Su Nuo's ears. He clearly observed that near the airdrop, 6 trial participants were commanding their Pokemon to attack one another. They exerted every ounce of their strength in a bid to secure the coveted supplies. Wow, a chaotic free-for-all. What is this? Moreover, it was a senseless melee? Su Nuo frowned, smirking slightly. In that case, let us join the fray. Go, Chikorita. Chapter 109, Discovered? Chikorita. Upon its arrival, Chikorita immediately employed teleport to leap onto the branch of a towering tree above the airdrop box. It cautiously surveyed the chaotic skirmish below. 3 seconds later, Chikorita seized an opportunity and struck. A precise beam of illusionary light hit the descending Swellow directly. With a cry, Swellow plummeted to the ground, struggling but ultimately unable to rise, having lost its ability to battle. What just happened to my Swellow? Whose Psychic-type Pokemon was that? The owner of Swellow, witnessing his Pokemon's defeat, promptly recalled it to its Pokeball and summoned his second Pokemon, a Dugtrio. Yet, throughout the chaos, he never discerned who had vanquished Swellow. While he hesitated, a Tauros suddenly charged at his Dugtrio with a powerful tackle. With a resounding crash, the two Pokemon engaged in a fierce contest of strength. The trial participant was compelled to respond to the sudden assault of Tauros with his own attack. Dugtrio used Dig. On the outskirts of the tumultuous battlefield, Su Nuo chuckled softly. From this impeccable vantage point, he could not only observe the combat of the 6 participants, but also remain undetected. It was the perfect hunting ground, and Chikorita, positioned above them, was even more advantageous. Amidst the chaos, they were utterly oblivious to the presence of that diminutive yet silent creature. Through mere glances and gestures, Su Nuo was able to command Kairu Lien to launch an attack. Naturally, Kairu Lien, known for its acute perception, understood Su Nuo's instructions intuitively. It only intervened during the most critical moments of the fray, swiftly dispatching a severely injured opponent. Thus, the seldom-seen Kairu Lien remained elusive to the trainers. Use Illusion Beam on that Iron Palm Warrior. Su Nuo pointed towards the Iron Palm Warrior, signaling Kairu Lien to strike. With a slight nod, Kairu Lien instantly comprehended the directive. In that moment, the Illusion Beam was unleashed, targeting the Iron Palm Warrior, which was entangled in a fierce battle with the Sea Rabbit Beast. With a brilliant burst of colorful energy, the Psychic Beam accurately struck the Iron Palm Warrior's back. As the Iron Palm Warrior convulsed, it succumbed to Kairu Lien's unexpected assault, collapsing to the ground. Ding! Your Pokemon Kairu Lien's special attack stat has increased by 0.05. Ding! Your Pokemon Kairu Lien's speed stat has increased by 0.03. Kairu Lien's level has risen to 27, elevating it to Elite Tier. Having successfully eliminated yet another foe while sustaining no damage, Su Nuo smirked. In this melee, cunning strategy is always far more effortless than brute force. Do you comprehend the true worth of a tactical master? He shrugged nonchalantly. It could be said that as long as no one detected Kairu Lien's presence, Su Nuo could effortlessly secure victory in this small-scale skirmish through the ambush tactic alone. What? How could my Iron Palm Warrior suddenly be? The high school trainer, bewildered, hastily summoned his second Pokemon to continue the fight. Sea Rabbit Beast, take him down. Go, Thunder Zebra. Use Charged Flame Strike. With a crackle, a black and white zebra Pokemon burst forth from the Pokeball, radiating an aura of electric sparks, exuding an intimidating presence. Pokemon, Thunder Zebra. Type, Electric. Gender, Ability, Lightning Rod. This Pokemon is immune to electric-type moves and boosts its special attack when hit by electric-type attacks. Qualification, Expert Level. Level, 30, Initial Stage Expert. Skills, Plasma Bath, Quick Attack, Tail Whip, Charge, Shockwave, Electromagnetic Wave, Charged Flame Strike, Pursuit, Thunderbolt. Oh, an expert tier Pokemon? It seems there are still formidable students amidst this melee. Su Nuo mused, stroking his chin as he observed the Thunder Zebra's entrance. Steel-faced ninja. Use Aerial Ace to eliminate that Scyther. Buzzing and chirping filled the air as a yellow and black bug-type Pokemon darted towards the Scyther on the ground. Scyther, counter with Poison Jab. Snap. Though the battle between the two Pokemon was relatively quiet, the attacks exchanged were undeniably lethal. In this round of confrontation, both Pokemon sustained injuries from their reciprocal strikes. An opportunity arises. Flaws. All flaws. Su Nuo, possessing immense patience, awaited the perfect moment to strike. Upon witnessing the two Pokemon in a precarious situation, the eager Su Nuo decided to intervene. He gestured for Kairu Lien to immediately unleash Drain Kiss, aiming to conclude their skirmish. Kairu Lien nodded, gathering a surge of pink fairy energy, preparing to execute Drain Kiss. However, at that moment, what the heck? You Mountain King, where are you attacking? A trainer shouted. The Mountain King, caught in a state of confusion, charged wildly towards a towering tree. Crash! The impact startled a nearby flock of Pidgey, sending them fleeing in terror. Yet, more disastrously, Kairu Lien was knocked from the tree due to the collision. Kairu, after rolling to regain its composure, it appeared before the onlookers. Oh no, this is bad, Su Nuo thought, quickly calming himself as he ran his fingers through his hair. His stealthy ambush tactic had been inadvertently disrupted. One could only surmise that the Mountain King's luck was exceptional, having inadvertently discovered Kyrulian. What? Where did that shiny Kyrulian come from? I must capture it. What? There's a wild Kyrulian here? And it's shiny? Where? Where? Thunder Zebra, forget about that guy Sea Rabbit Beast, and deal with Kyrulian immediately. The moment Su Nuo's shiny Kyrulian made its appearance, it captivated the attention of all trainers. They abruptly halted their battles, shifting their focus toward Kyrulian. Ahem. Everyone, please remain calm. This Kyrulian is already claimed. I kindly ask you all to abandon that thought. Seeing his stealth strategy exposed, Su Nuo decided not to hide any longer and boldly stepped into the fray. Chapter 110. Su Nuo got serious. Flame Chicken Mega Evolution. Who is this guy from another school? No. What do you mean by that? What does claim mean? Such arrogance. Does this imply you possess courage? Thunder Zebra quickly used Quick Attack to evade its water pulse. With a steady stride, Su Nuo advanced confidently, prompting the students to heighten their vigilance. As their master officially declared his entry into the fray, the fallen Kyrulian swiftly approached Su Nuo's side, clinging to his leg. Hee. What does that mean? This is what it means. Let us go, Flame Chicken. Prepare to clear the field. Use Double Fire Kick. The Pokeball exploded, and the Flame Chicken dashed forth. Huh. Mocha. It roared with fervor, flames erupting in an instant. Boom. A powerful kick landed squarely on the disoriented Mountain King. The first strike incapacitated it entirely, but that was not the end. The Flame Chicken swiftly pivoted, enhancing its attack speed, and unleashed a second, even more ferocious fire kick towards the nearby Tauros. Another resounding explosion echoed as Tauros fell helplessly to the might of the Flame Chicken's relentless assault. In merely the opening move, Su Nuo's Flame Chicken demonstrated its formidable ability to dominate the battlefield. What? My Mountain King just went down like that? Tauros, damn it. His Flame Chicken's strength is palpable. This guy is definitely not to be trifled with. Quick, retreat. We can't continue fighting. That Flame Chicken is stronger. A student with the Thunder Zebra exclaimed. What? Someone's Flame Chicken? This means its strength is at least mid-level expert? Sea Rabbit Beast, halt your attacks. As they witnessed the two Pokemon swiftly fall, the trainers began to realize that Su Nuo was the true focal point of this chaotic melee. Some even speculated that he was the strongest among them. However, in such a scenario, the most formidable target would inevitably become the center of attention. Thus, all 6 trainers unanimously directed their attacks toward the Flame Chicken. Thunder Zebra, use Quick Attack on his Flame Chicken. Sea Rabbit Beast, Water Pulse. Steel-Faced Ninja, Bug Bite. Scyther, Poison Sting. This is my last Pokemon. Go, Cat Leader. Use Malicious Pursuit. I shall summon my Water EV, which will undoubtedly suppress your Flame Chicken. In that fleeting moment, Su Nuo had unmistakably become the common enemy of all. Simultaneously, the Flame Chicken was besieged by 6 distinctly different moves. Trapped in a siege, Su Nuo displayed no signs of panic whatsoever. On the contrary, his calmness was almost unnerving. He executed a leap and quietly instructed his Blaziken to evade. While he silently took out the Mega Evolution Key, Blaziken nodded, leapt from a tree trunk, and suddenly soared into the air. Its speed surged once more at that moment. The attacks from the Huntail, Zebstrika, and Meowth had evidently lost their efficacy. Only the Iron-Faced Ninja and the Scyther kept pace with Blaziken's movements. Yet, their assaults were utterly futile. With a swift kick in midair, Blaziken abruptly retreated, initiating the second phase of its jumping attack. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds resonated as they struck the exoskeletons of the Iron-Faced Ninja and Scyther. Blaziken's aerial kick had landed directly on them. The 2 Pokemon, struck by this fierce blow, plummeted to the ground, incapacitated. What? My Iron-Faced Ninja has fallen too. Scyther. The 2 challengers could only shout in despair. Amidst their cries, Blaziken landed gracefully and stylishly. Now that we have reached this juncture, it is time to get serious. Respond to my bond, Blaziken. Mega Evolution. Su Nuo squeezed his keystone, and a dazzling array of colorful energy illuminated the arena. Blaziken quietly underwent a metamorphosis within this radiant glow. What does it mean to get serious? So this guy was not serious before. Goodness, what is happening? Did he just decimate the battlefield with his sudden appearance? Is that Mega Evolution? Indeed, it is Mega Evolution. Who on earth is he to possess such a relic? My word, I have a foreboding feeling about this. Am I going to meet my end today? The crowd gasped in shock, their expressions turning grim. Once the kaleidoscopic brilliance fully dissipated, Blaziken had successfully completed its Mega Evolution. Its robust legs turned a striking black red, and the crimson horns atop its head became immaculately white. exuding an air of elegance and grace in its new form. Blaze Kick. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Nuo commanded an attack. With a fierce cry, the Mega Blaziken charged towards its foes with astonishing speed. Enveloped in searing flames, it resembled a formidable war chariot forged from fire. The Blaze Kick mercilessly struck Meowth and Huntail, instantly shredding them to pieces with its violent fiery energy. With a cry of anguish, Meowth and Huntail collapsed to the ground, defeated. Immediately afterward, Mega Blaziken surged towards Zebstrika. After executing a swift charge, it pivoted and began its assault on Vaporeon. In an instant, Mega Blaziken had steamrolled through the entire battlefield. It cut through the throng of opponents as if they were mere phantoms. Following this Blaze Kick, only Zebstrika and Vaporeon remained standing in the arena. A palpable aura of terror enveloped the arena in the wake of Mega Blaziken's onslaught. What a terrifying adversary, one challenger trembled. Is he even human? How can his Pokémon be so formidable, effortlessly taking on multiple foes? Some cast resentful glances at the cold-faced Su Nuo, perceiving him as a relentless harbinger of death engaged in a merciless hunt. Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly summon your remaining Pokémon. We must determine the victor against this insufferable foe. A challenger clad in the uniform of Hungchi No. 1 spoke, the trainer of Zebstrika. The recent Blaze Kick had heavily injured Zebstrika, but it had yet to fall. Yes, let us summon our remaining Pokémon and settle this with that detestable opponent. Come forth. Golem. Go Arbok. I refuse to believe that 6 cannot overcome 1. Let us go Mothim. 3 more intact Pokémon emerged onto the field, and their trainers had evidently entered a state of shared animosity, eager to eliminate Su Nuo's Mega Blaziken. These Pokémon swiftly encircled Mega Blaziken, akin to a boss being besieged. Chapter 111, Ranked 5th. Hungchi No. 1 Tang Yimao. Faced with such a situation, Su Nuo and Blaziken remained composed and ready to counter. Rock Slide, Poison Jab, Toxic Powder, Thunderbolt, Water Pulse, Power Gem. The remaining 6 Pokémon unleashed their respective moves, all targeting the central Mega Blaziken. Blaziken, leap into the air and unleash Brave Bird. Even surrounded, Su Nuo understood how to secure victory. Now accelerated to its utmost limits, Mega Blaziken possessed an absolute speed advantage. It was time for its true display. Mega Blaziken deftly dodged, nimbly leaping from its position. It skillfully evaded several moves. However, only Zebstrika's Thunderbolt and Vaporeon's Water Pulse managed to lock onto it. Here we go. Blaziken folded its arms, releasing a roar that reverberated throughout the arena. Seizing the low-altitude advantage from its jump, it unleashed Brave Bird with great determination. Just then, Zebstrika charged in with its Thunderbolt. Boom. The collision between the two bodies produced an explosive impact. However, Zebstrika was defeated in the fray. Its physical resilience paled in comparison to Mega Blaziken's. Brave Bird had decisively taken it out. Next, against Vaporeon's Water Pulse, Mega Blaziken effortlessly dispersed the watery energy with its lightning-fast Brave Bird. Boom, boom, boom. In a mere instant, Mega Blaziken had swept through 3 opposing targets. All the Pokémon struck by Brave Bird fell victim to its relentless assault. Zebstrika, Arbok, Vaporeon, Mothim. Their trainers called out desperately for them, but cruelly, they all lay defeated beneath the onslaught of Brave Bird. Now, only 2 remained. Su Nuo surveyed the still capable Golem and Drifloon, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, Blaziken took a few light breaths. The recent flurry of attacks had drained much of its stamina, leaving it momentarily vulnerable. Pokémon, Golem. Type, Rock, Ground. Gender, NA. Ability, Sturdy. This Pokémon cannot be knocked out in 1 hit. Qualification, Expert Level. Level, 30, Expert Beginner. Skills, Rock Slide, Rock Smash, Endure, Sand Tomb, Tackle. Rollout. Status, this Pokémon is currently in a state of fear, incredibly weak, and unable to move. Pokémon, Drifloon. Type, Ghost, Flying. Gender, NA. Ability, Unburden. This Pokémon's move accuracy is not reduced. Qualification, Expert Level. Level, 31, Expert Beginner. Skills, Power Gem, Glare, Phantom Force, Scary Face, Confuse Ray, Perish Song. Through his insight, Su Nuo clearly discerned the strength and condition of the remaining 2 Pokémon. Undoubtedly, they were both of expert caliber, having survived the fierce onslaught of Mega Blaziken. Golem, however, had instinctively entered a state of fear from the relentless barrage of attacks. Let us deal with that one first. Its life is already flickering like a candle in the wind. Su Nuo snapped his fingers, and Mega Blaziken instantly grasped his intent. In a flash, it appeared above Golem, ready to launch 2 fierce kicks in a sudden offensive. Use your soul eye and immediately assist Golem with your ability to see through. A student commanded anxiously. The soul eye nodded and positioned itself resolutely in front of Golem, its eyes emitting a radiant white glow. The two Pokémon had evidently become the last bastion for this group of challengers. Meanwhile, Su Nuo and Mega Blaziken represented the ferocious force intent on breaching this defense. The ability to see through was indeed a formidable skill in close combat. However, Mega Blaziken suddenly jolted its legs and soared into the air. It chose to bypass the illusory defense of the Soul Eye. With a swift double kick, it aimed directly at the Golem, who was paralyzed with fear below. Crack! Crack! After two crisp sounds emanated from Golem, it ultimately fell before the onlookers. My Golem! Its trainer lamented. How infuriating! Which school does he belong to? Could he possibly be one of the top 10 on the trial leaderboard? This is too overwhelming. We lost. 6 of us couldn't even overcome a single opponent. The Soul Eye exclaimed, Unleash Dark Magic Night Shadow. A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the crowd, leaving only one last Pokémon remaining among the challengers, still struggling valiantly. Golem. Use Dark Magic Night Shadow to strike at Mega Blaziken from behind with an Inferno kick to end this chaos. Su Nuo shouted, fully engrossed in the battle, rendering his opponent's sudden assault ineffective. Mega Blaziken erupted with astonishing fiery energy, spewing forth from its right foot. The flames clashed violently with the spectral energy of the Soul Eye. Yet, the outcome was swiftly determined. The Inferno kick easily dispelled the Dark Magic Night Shadow's power, landing a decisive blow that sent the Soul Eye crashing to the ground. The residual flames immediately engulfed the Soul Eye, marking its tragic defeat at the hands of Blaziken's relentless assault. Now, relinquish your trial wristbands, Su Nuo declared, surveying the fallen Pokémon and scrutinizing all the challengers present, a sly smile creeping across his face. The group remained silent for several seconds before dutifully surrendering their wristbands. After all, in the face of utter defeat, they had no hope of escaping from Blaziken's might. Upon handing over their wristbands, the 6 fled in disarray. With a slight smile, Su Nuo toyed with his newly acquired spoils and approached the supply drop box. Chasing after a supply drop requires strength. If one lacks the capability, one must not complain about the uneven path. Ding, dong. As he spoke, Su Nuo validated the identity of the supply drop box with his wristband and proceeded to open it. Suddenly, a rapid applause erupted from behind him, causing Su Nuo to turn around sharply. Are there other challengers present? He set the supply box down and pivoted back. Before him stood a challenger clad in the uniform of Hengqi No. 1 Middle School, now merely 5 meters away. He was stocky with prominent eyebrows and a square-shaped face, emanating a sense of arrogance. That earlier melee was quite the spectacle. Fellow student, your prowess is remarkable. You must be among the upper echelons of the trial leaderboard, he remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. UK. The Pokémon beside him emitted a threatening roar, its tone far from friendly. Glancing at his wristband, Su Nuo noted the information displayed. Hengqi No. 1 Middle School, Tangyema, No. 5. Chapter 112, breaking into the top 30. Beside Tangyema, a crimson-hued crocodilian Pokémon, adorned with black stripes, fixated its gaze on the now non-mega evolved Blaziken. Its claws were poised and sharp, eyes pitch black. It was a rogue crocodile. Ranked 5th on the trial leaderboard, we've encountered a formidable opponent, along with this rogue crocodile. Pokémon, rogue crocodile. Type, dark ground. Gender, ability, overconfidence. This Pokémon can temporarily enhance its physical attack after defeating an opponent. Quality, gym leader level. Level, 35, intermediate expert. Skills, swagger, claw sharpen, glare, quicksand hell. Phantom face, bite, troublemaking, dig, bluster, crunch, sandstorm, deceit. Status, this Pokémon is in a state of readiness, exhibiting heightened vigilance. Realizing that his Blaziken had reverted from Mega Evolution, Su Nuo summoned his martial arts bear master. Though he had yet to take advantage of the supplies within the drop box, he was prepared for another bout. The martial arts bear master stepped forward, ready for action. My ranking is not particularly high, so feel free to attack, Su Nuo stated calmly. Due to the presence of the intermediate expert rogue crocodile, he had no intention of initiating an offense. To engage aggressively might reveal a vulnerability, and exposing oneself to such an opponent could lead to a crushing defeat. Thus, Su Nuo cautiously observed his adversary's movements. Ha ha ha, had I not witnessed that earlier melee, I would have undoubtedly commanded the rogue crocodile to charge. However, your formidable strength has left me in awe. We shall meet again on the final leaderboard, but certainly not now. Tangyema laughed heartily, seemingly unwilling to make an aggressive move against Su Nuo, wary of his prowess. With that, He clapped his hands, signaling the rogue crocodile to retreat. Is this fellow simply giving up? Su Nuo mused, taken aback by Tang Yema's decisive exit. But he quickly regained his composure, sweeping the points from the 6 wristbands into his total score. Bingo! Su Nuo's trial points surged to an unprecedented height. Su Nuo, Tianyuan Pokemon Academy, total points, 33,000. His ranking catapulted into the top 30, landing at the 28th position in the Pokemon Alliance S Lounge. Principal Li Cheng of Tianyuan Pokemon Academy scrutinized the electronic screen in his hand, his gaze resolute. Su Nuo has ascended to the 20th position. Chun Yi is currently ranked 41st. Moreover, there are already over a dozen students from our school within the top 100. After reviewing the rankings, Principal Li exhaled deeply, lost in thought. As it stands, Tianyuan Pokemon Academy occupies a commendable mid-tier position among the 5 schools in the leaderboard, a remarkable achievement indeed. Moving forward, their primary competitors remain the formidable Hengqi No, one middle school and Illusory Water Academy. It is rumored that this year's trial rewards will include Pokemon Gigantamax technology. One can only wonder if our school can secure it. In Bihai City, at the Gongli Dojo, Zhou Jian dialed Cynthia's number. Miss Cynthia, my informant has obtained some leads. Although the final target location is yet to be confirmed, I am now aware of the general operational range of the Death Demon Corps. He rubbed 3 distinctly different Pokeballs in his palm, one a love ball, another a luxury ball, and the last an ultra ball. Each contained Zhou Jian's 3 most formidable Pokemon, Gardevoir, Steelix, and Honedge. In this mission, Zhou Jian planned to hold nothing back, striving to eliminate all members of the evil organization he encountered. Understood, Zhou. If you have a more detailed operational plan, inform me immediately. I will be ready to move. Cynthia's response was crisp and decisive. I will draft the mission plan tomorrow. Also, have Dai-Tu and the others on standby. We are preparing to employ the Iron Fist policy. Zhou Jian's expression darkened. Iron Fist policy. Cynthia repeated the term, clearly hesitant. So, Zhou Jian intends to forcefully dictate the lives of our enemies? But why? Indeed, we will harness the power of Zapdos during this operation. Moreover, the goal of the Death Legion's full-scale mobilization this time is the legendary Pokémon, ex-God Xerneas. Zhou Jian explained in a low voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet exuding an air of chilling ruthlessness. I see. So we are to engage in a direct confrontation with a mythical being, are we? Upon hearing this, Sharona finally grasped the gravity of Zhou Jian's intent. The difficulty of this mission would be exceedingly high, and as members of the dynamic equilibrium, their participation could entail grave risks to their lives. Therefore, they must exert every effort to eliminate all adversaries from the Death Legion. Zhou Jian silently ended the call. Brother, you seem unusually pensive, remarked Zhou Tong, observing Zhou Jian's solemn demeanor, instinctively sensing that something significant was about to unfold. It was well known that the usually affable and charismatic elder brother now wore an unexpectedly somber expression, a foreboding sign indeed. It's nothing, Tongli. I might be quite busy in the next few days and will likely need to temporarily leave the Power Dojo, Zhou Jian replied in a hushed tone. Oh, all right then. Although Zhou Tong was curious about his brother's intentions, as a younger sibling, he chose to refrain from asking further. After all, his elder brother was a trainer of champion caliber at such a young age, an illustrious figure in the entirety of Bihai City and even the 13th region. There was nothing Zhou Jian could not accomplish in this world. Amidst verdant mountains and clear waters, Su Nuo gazed at the rugged path ahead, feeling an unsettling tingle at the nape of his neck. Damn it, days had passed, yet he still could not find his way out of this colossal forest. It felt akin to an ant lost in a giant's garden, utterly forsaken by the world. Were it not for the substantial rewards associated with the final rankings of the 5-school trial, he would never willingly participate in such a life-threatening survival challenge. Su Nuo brushed back his damp bangs, voicing his frustration. Suddenly, the gentle sound of flowing water captured his attention, mingled with a few peculiar noises. Could there be others nearby? Perhaps other school contestants? Su Nuo's heart quickened as he stealthily approached. The scene that unfolded before him left him momentarily stunned. In a nearby spring pool, a graceful figure frolicked in the water, her lithe form causing Su Nuo to involuntarily hold his breath. Chapter 113. Encountering Ningyuman. The news of the map. Su Nuo observed the hazy silhouette bathing in the misty water, swallowing hard in silence. I can't believe it. Someone is bathing in the spring pool. What an environmental disgrace. Snap. The sound of a twig breaking underfoot startled him. Who is there spying? The girl in the pool exclaimed, promptly releasing her Pokemon. Go, Gem Starfish. Use Psychic. Damn it, I was merely passing by. How could I be accused of spying? Su Nuo longed to explain. Yet he knew she would not listen. Stop it, Martial Bear Master. He swiftly retrieved his pokeball and deftly rolled over the grass, appearing at the edge of the spring pool. Apologies, I was just passing through. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. To be honest, I'm quite strong and would prefer not to engage in combat under these circumstances. At that moment, the Martial Bear Master burst forth from the pokeball, charging towards the gem starfish. However, upon catching sight of the enchanting beauty in the water, Su Nuo was momentarily taken aback. No way. Isn't that Ning Yuman from our class? What an incredible coincidence. You are Su Nuo? Ning Yuman, recognizing the newcomer, stood upright in the water, slightly startled. Wow, I truly can't believe this. Could you please put on some clothes? Su Nuo instinctively averted his gaze, slowly retreating. The gem starfish and Martial Bear Master, initially poised to clash, paused their aggression, equally bewildered by the unexpected development. Minutes later, Ning Yuman, now clad in a flowing azure garment that accentuated her long, slender legs adorned with damp black stockings, blushed with embarrassment. I never expected to encounter you in this trial, Su Nuo. I was just passing through here. I still have no idea where to go next. This trial area is incredibly vast. Su Nuo cleared his throat awkwardly, feeling the weight of the earlier incident. He needed to be cautious with his words, lest he provoke Ning Yuman's ire, for he was indeed in the wrong. Well, speaking of which, I've been quite frustrated too since I lost my map. I've had to rely solely on intuition to locate other school contestants, which has proven to be remarkably inefficient. My ranking has now plummeted beyond the 100th position. Ning Yuman gazed intently at Su Nuo's handsome face, seemingly lost in thought, not dwelling on the earlier incident. No map? So you had one before? Su Nuo's keen senses detected the underlying significance in Ning Yuman's words. Are you implying that you previously possessed the complete map of this trial area? Indeed. I originally acquired it from others, but 3 days ago, a particularly powerful Talonflame snatched it away. I couldn't possibly defeat it. So I had no choice but to give up, Ning Yuman explained. Wow, a wild Talonflame. Su Nuo was taken aback by her revelation. This ferocious Pokemon was notorious for seizing human belongings with ruthless methods. Typically, a fully evolved Talonflame would be around level 54, reaching a quasi-legendary caliber. For an ordinary trainer, it was a formidable adversary. Therefore, Ning Yuman's ability to escape its clutches was already a commendable feat. I understand now. Lead me to its lair. You must remember its location, right? Talonflame won't destroy anything it has stolen, as it considers such items valuable treasures. Therefore, the map must still be intact in its nest. Su Nuo, well-versed in Pokemon characteristics, spoke gently to Ning Yuman. I do remember, but are you sure you want to go? Ning Yuman eyed Su Nuo with some hesitation, her concern evident. Her meaning was clear. If they couldn't defeat Talonflame, the journey would be futile. Moreover, given Talonflame's fierce temperament, provoking it could lead to serious danger. Just guide me. How to deal with it is my responsibility. Su Nuo's gaze was resolute, clearly determined to obtain the map. Once he secured it, he could navigate the trial area with ease, swiftly vanquishing and eliminating his competitors. It was evident that if Su Nuo wished to ascend into the top 10 quickly, acquiring the map was absolutely essential. All right, it might be a bit far. Roughly a day's journey, Ning Yuman replied, gesturing as her gem starfish floated to her side. Its exceptional memory would easily record all the paths they had traversed. Su Nuo and his martial arts companion, Bear Master, silently followed suit. This is my trial wristband, containing a total of 1,000 points, a young man with a buzz cut, clad in a black sports jacket, said with a bow. He respectfully handed his trial qualification to Su Nuo before scampering away with his defeated great hound. Without uttering a word, Su Nuo scanned the points into his wristband. At that moment, his score had surged to over 30,000, yet he remained in a mere 27th place. The higher the rank on the trial leaderboard, the more points each position commanded. Presently, the individual in first place astonishingly boasted nearly 100,000 points. The disparity between competitors was truly disheartening. Behind Su Nuo, Ning Yuman gazed at him with a look of complex emotions. As a classmate who had battled Su Nuo, she was acutely aware of his formidable prowess. However, in their recent confrontation, Su Nuo's fiery chicken had effortlessly dispatched the opponent's great hound with a single fiery kick, leaving her utterly astounded. The depths of Su Nuo's strength were unfathomable. Then, as she regarded his tall and handsome silhouette, she recalled the embarrassing moment from yesterday when Su Nuo had seen her playing in the water, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. How much longer? Su Nuo inquired suddenly. We'll be there shortly, just up the slope to the top of the low hill, Ning Yuman replied, turning her head, seemingly unable to meet Su Nuo's gaze. Chapter 114, Crisis. the wild elite of Dual Kings. 5 minutes later, the two finally arrived at the hillside Ning Yumin had mentioned, where two large bird nests soon came into view. Look, Su Nuo, it's the fledgling eagle, Ning Yumin exclaimed, pointing excitedly at one of the nests. The fledgling eagle, the juvenile form of the valiant eagle, is known for its fierce temperament and vigorous spirit. Most valiant eagles struggle to coexist with humans, making their integration into human society quite challenging. Consequently, while there are deliveries by various avian species like the BB bird and the steel armor crow, there is no such service provided by the valiant eagle. Quick, find the map. It should be near the eagle's nest. Su Nuo disregarded the group of fledgling eagles, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Before long, Ning Yumin located the cave containing the spoils of the vulture queen. I see it. That's the supply pack I obtained earlier. The backpack is still intact. The map should be inside, she said, moving towards the cave, which was merely 3 steps away. Go retrieve it. I'll keep watch here. As Ning Yumin swiftly found the map, Su Nuo felt a wave of relief. However, with the vulture queen's presence still unconfirmed, he remained cautiously vigilant. The stark white bones, picked clean in the nest to their right, served as a grim reminder. Wild vulture queens become increasingly formidable and dangerous. Stealing their spoils within their territory would undoubtedly provoke their wrath. This was indisputable. Gem Starfish, unleash your psychic force. Just as Su Nuo remained on high alert, Ning Yumin had already released her Pokémon into battle. An invisible psychic beam shot forth towards their adversary. Inside the spoils cave, a gigantic purple cobra was immediately intimidated by the attack. It fled the cave in a panic, like a startled bird. Is that an aber monster? Su Nuo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sudden exodus of the creature. Soon, Ning Yumin returned to Su Nuo's side, carrying a somewhat muddy backpack. Look, this is the map of the entire trial area. I didn't expect this operation to go so smoothly, she said, unfurling a large map with a gleeful smile. Upon seeing the map, Su Nuo nodded in approval. With the map in hand, they would avoid aimless wandering during the upcoming trials, which was crucial. Suddenly, a high-pitched avian screech reverberated through the sky. The sound carried a menacing tone, signaling an approaching threat. It's coming. The vulture queen is returning. Su Nuo's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious. This unmistakably signified the arrival of the vulture queen. Huh, the vulture queen is back? We should hurry. Ning Yumin's demeanor shifted, her expression fraught with concern. The moment you heard that sound, you entered its attack range. There's no escaping now. Be prepared for battle. Su Nuo quickly dismissed Ning Yumin's thoughts, silently stroking the pokeball at his waist. If they were to engage the vulture queen, it was imperative to deploy a flying Pokémon of considerable strength. Moreover, Su Nuo felt a twinge of unease. Caw! As the vulture queen circled overhead, another eagle's cry pierced the air. A valiant eagle appeared simultaneously, diving swiftly from the sky, heading directly towards Ning Yumin. Gem Starfish, activate Reflect. Ning Yumin urgently commanded her Pokémon to erect a physical barrier for defense. The invisible psychic wall was quickly established above her head. However, it proved utterly ineffective. The valiant eagle's aerial maneuver shattered the Reflect barrier effortlessly. Incredible. Ning Yumin was left dumbfounded. The effectiveness of her Reflect was nullified. The physical prowess and offensive capabilities of this creature were astonishing. Pokémon, Valiant Eagle. Type, Normal, Flying. Gender, NA. Ability, Resilience. This Pokémon rapidly increases its physical attack when its abilities are lowered by the enemy. Qualification, King level. Level, 65, Intermediate King. Skills, Strength, Wing Attack, Tailwind. Menacing Face, Quick Attack, Cut, Whirlwind, Tier, Air Slash, Brave Bird, Ultimate Impact. Status. This Pokémon is currently executing a diving attack. Please maintain a safe distance. Pokémon, Vulture Queen. Type, Dark, Flying. Gender, NA. Ability, Shattered Armor. This Pokémon rapidly increases its speed when subjected to physical attacks. Qualification, King level. Level, 66, Intermediate King. Skills, Bone Club, Gust, Glare, Swagger, Brave Bird, Toxic, Tailwind, Knock Off, Iron Defense, Whirlwind, Air Slash, Dark Pulse Trick. Status. This Pokémon is patiently observing you. Be wary of its sudden assault. King level. And an Intermediate King at that. Upon discerning the details of these two Pokémon, Su Nuo exclaimed in astonishment. He had anticipated facing a foe of Quasi-King level, having already devised strategies for a tactical retreat. Yet, these two adversaries had reached Intermediate King status. What? King level, no? Intermediate King level? Su Nuo, are you suggesting? Ning Yumin's complexion paled upon hearing Su Nuo's exclamation, her panic evident. A Pokemon of king level possesses such strength that the entire mountainous region likely serves as its hunting ground. There might not even be other Pokemon capable of contesting against them. Before Su Nuo could respond, the valiant eagle executed a somersault in midair, adjusting its posture. A terrifying energy erupted from its body, a cyclone swirling around it. Brave bird. At that moment, the valiant eagle unleashed its attack, targeting Ning Yuman below. Simultaneously, the vulture queen, who had remained passive until now, also made its move, channeling its potent flying energy. The vulture queen executed the same technique, brave bird. Two ferocious wild Pokemon dove simultaneously, akin to two sharp spears, charging towards Ning Yuman. At that moment, the only entity that could serve as a shield for her was the gem starfish. Go, Gyarados. To North Nose. Unleash Hyper Beam. Block their path. One must admit, Ning Yuman, a scion of a prestigious Pokemon family, demonstrated remarkable tenacity, refusing to concede defeat despite the overwhelming odds. Instead, she summoned all her Pokemon in a desperate attempt to seize a flicker of hope. Chapter 115, the map in hand. Onward to Dragon Valley. Yet, in the face of such a stark disparity in power, her strategy of direct defense with her Pokemon was utterly futile. The attacks from Brave Eagle and Vulture Na arrived with terrifying swiftness, instantaneously obliterating both the Gem Starfish and Gyarados. The descent of the two predators did not relent. Vulture Na positioned itself before Ning Yuman, striving to obstruct their advance with its formidable form. Gem Starfish, Gyarados, Ning Yuman cried out in despair. Was this the crushing weight of insurmountable strength? Observing the onslaught of these two formidable Pokemon, Su Nuo rubbed his nose thoughtfully. In the face of a king-level wild Pokemon assault, it was not just Ning Yuman who stood no chance. Even the students participating in the five-school training were utterly incapable of mounting a successful defense. This, indeed, was a principal reason why countless trainers perished in the wild each year. Powerful wild Pokemon never held back in their assaults on trainers. They were the chief culprits behind the alarmingly high mortality rate among trainers. Zygarde unleashed a barrage of arrows. At that moment, Su Nuo took action. Others would surely not survive such an encounter, but he would not falter. Dodge. In the excessive space, Zygarde returned to reality at an astonishing speed, swiftly transitioning to its Fermi 10, thereby maximizing its movement speed. A torrential downpour of emerald energy arrows erupted forth, with countless razor-sharp blades hurtling through the air like a tempest. Whoosh, 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 clang. The piercing assault struck Vulture Na and Brave Eagle, producing a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The two Pokemon struck by the arrow storm plummeted from the sky. In a mere instant, Zygarde had decisively interrupted the assault of these two king-level Pokemon, reclaiming the initiative in the battle. Subsequently, it radiated an aura of verdant life energy. As the remaining cells returned from the excessive space, in its complete form, Zygarde transformed back into its towering shape and strode towards Vulture Na and Brave Eagle. Its giant form caused a subtle tremor in the ground, leaving Ning Yuman momentarily dumbfounded. What is happening? What is this suddenly appearing green Pokemon? How can it easily suppress both Vulture Na and Brave Eagle? They are king-level beings. Moreover, wasn't this Pokemon resembling a Doberman just moments ago? How could it suddenly become such a towering giant? Countless questions flooded Ning Yuman's mind regarding the unexpected appearance of Zygarde, yet she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. I almost fell victim to those two Pokemon, Su Nuo murmured. Then, Zygarde swiftly gathered multiple streams of potent black-green energy, unleashing a wave of shockwaves from the ground. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Vulture Na and Brave Eagle collapsed under Zygarde's onslaught. What of their king-level status? Once Su Nuo wielded his true trump card, even a champion would have to tread carefully. Well done, Zygarde. Observing the unconscious Vulture Na and Brave Eagle, Su Nuo praised. He did not command Zygarde to deliver a fatal blow. Rather, he simply rendered them incapable of continuing the fight. Having averted the immediate crisis, Zygarde returned to the excessive space. Let us depart. We should leave this place before they awaken, Su Nuo said, gesturing towards the incapacitated Vulture Na and Brave Eagle with a grin. Su Nuo, is that green Pokemon yours? Ning Yuman, having witnessed everything, swallowed hard and asked, bewildered. What? Does it not seem so? Su Nuo shrugged nonchalantly, sauntering away, seemingly uninterested in a second glance. At this moment, Ning Yuman was utterly stupefied. To dispatch two king-level adversaries in an instant? Good heavens! What on earth is Su Nuo's mysterious Pokemon? And does this imply that Su Nuo's strength has already surpassed the king level? Surely not. That would be far too terrifying. The girl recalled her injured Pokémon into their Pokeballs, suddenly noticing Vulture Na stirring, seemingly on the verge of awakening. Hey, Su Nuo, wait for me. Don't leave me here. Ning Yumin hurriedly quickened her pace, chasing after Su Nuo with light steps. Several minutes later, Su Nuo unfolded the entire map, entering it into his trial wristband. Ding. Successfully recorded official data. Activating trial location positioning function. The wristband emitted this sound, causing Su Nuo to rub his forehead in exasperation. Damn it. So, the wristband already had a built-in map function. Yet, trial participants must seize the physical maps provided within the resources to activate this feature. I must say, the Pokémon Alliance is rather devious. Well, now that I have the map, Su Nuo returned the physical map to Ning Yumin, hesitating momentarily before adding, "Oh, I just remembered. I hope Ning Yumin does not casually spread word about my actions today." Ning Yumin, having taken back the map, was momentarily at a loss for words. Do not spread word? Was he referring to that mysterious Pokémon? All right. Ning Yumin nodded numbly. Let us part ways here. I am bound for the Dragon Valley of the trial grounds. You surely do not wish to accompany me? Su Nuo remarked with a mischievous smile. What? Dragon Valley? ISNT, that area marked as high risk on the map? Are you truly going to such a perilous place? Ning Yumin initially intended to express concern for Su Nuo's safety, but then reconsidered, realizing Su Nuo's strength far surpassed her own. Her worries were wholly unwarranted. Thus, we shall part ways. I strongly advise you to keep your distance from such a dangerous location. Moreover, even if you were to accompany me, you would gain no advantage. The trial leaderboard is solely based on points, and I shall not share my points with anyone. You understand this, correct? After saying this, Su Nuo waved his hand and turned to leave. Ning Yumin remained silent, and 3 seconds later, she called out to Su Nuo's departing figure. Su Nuo, I truly believe you will secure the top spot on the trial leaderboard. I have this feeling, and it is quite strong. Beneath the towering tree, Su Nuo silently raised his left hand, providing a wordless affirmation. Before reaching Dragon Valley, there lay a long stretch of marshland to traverse. He gazed at the map in the blue display, feeling somewhat vexed. Marshland, a terrain inherently fraught with danger, was clearly delineated on the map into several sections: Lost Marsh, Dragon Valley, Primal Wilderness, Giant Forest, and Dusk Mountain, among others. This marshland occupied a central position within the entire Primal region. In other words, it was a battleground. Most trial participants would pass through this area, and there were often those who lay in wait, ready to ambush unsuspecting trainers. A full 15 kilometers still lay ahead. Let us first test this agile device. Once more delving into the depths of the colossal forest, Su Nuo retrieved a sophisticated leg-binding device from his backpack. The apparatus was flanked by supple hooks, and a compact electronic display revealed an available grappling distance of 20,000 meters. This was one of the spoils he had acquired from an airdrop. Within the confines of the forest, this contraption served as an exceptional substitute for ambulation. Accompanied by the launch of the grappling claws, Su Nuo leapt effortlessly from one towering tree to another, his progress markedly swifter than mere walking. Simultaneously, in the southwestern wilderness of the trial grounds, a bespectacled young man found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. Use Energy Ball, Hu Di. 2 verdant spheres of energy were hurled by Hu Di towards his formidable opponent, a menacing rogue crocodile. The rogue crocodile deftly evaded the assault, as its trainer, Lin Yinyu, a student from Tianyuan Pokémon Academy, felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. Despite his own Hu Di having evolved from a Yujia prior to the 5 Academy trials, this adversary was proving to be a formidable challenge. The formidable Tang Yimao from Hengqi No. 1 High School, currently ranked 5th on the trial leaderboard, stood before him. An unfortunate encounter indeed. Sharpen your claws. Tang Yimao remained unperturbed by the lack of movement from his opponent. He commanded the rogue crocodile to fortify its position, seemingly intent on securing a gradual victory. Engaging in a war of attrition was certainly within the capabilities of Hu Di and himself. Yet, as he observed his Pokémon partner, Lin Yinyu began to ponder. With Hu Di's remarkable self-recovery abilities, a protracted battle was certainly not out of the question. However, the rogue crocodile held a distinct advantage in type, and its trainer possessed extensive combat experience. Should he make even the slightest misstep, defeat would be inevitable. To fight or to flee, he needed to reach a conclusion quickly. Hey, are you really so distracted during our battle? Are you resigning yourself to defeat? Tang Yimao taunted, noticing his opponent's lack of intent to attack or defend. Yet, Lin Yinyu remained impervious to his provocations. What would Su Nuo do in this scenario? In the midst of this uncertainty and the imbalance of power, Lin Yinyu's mind raced. attempting to adopt Su Nuo's approach to the impending confrontation. Are you stunned, rogue crocodile? Attack. Use deception. The rogue crocodile exhaled a foul breath, brandishing its claws as it charged at Hu Di. Just then, a flash of white light erupted. Lin Yinyu released his Biberian. The Biberian soared with a fervor, darting away from the area with such swiftness that Tang Yimao was left utterly flabbergasted. Fleeing? This individual chose to escape? He disregarded Hu Di entirely? But as Tang Yimao glanced at Hu Di's position, he was left speechless. Hu Di had vanished from sight. With the ability to teleport, it could escape far more efficiently than any flying steed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. How dare you toy with me? A surge of inexplicable rage welled within Tang Yimao, yet he found no opportunity to pursue. After all, with his and the rogue crocodile's chasing capabilities, it was utterly impossible to catch up. Ranked 83rd, Lin Yinyu from Tianyuan Academy. I will remember you. Tang Yimao clenched his fists tightly as he beheld the information displayed on his trial wristband. 2 days later, the sky was shrouded in a melancholy gloom. Use Absorb Kiss. Under Su Nuo's command, Kairu Lilian unleashed a pink energy attack against the wild, colorful butterfly before them. Pokemon, colorful butterfly. Type, bug, flying. Gender, dash. Ability, compound eyes. This Pokemon's move accuracy is enhanced. Qualification, elite level. Level, 28, elite high tier. Skills, gust, powder, hypnosis powder, poison powder, paralysis powder, bug resistance, illusion ray. Supersonic, light screen. Struck by Absorb Kiss, the colorful butterfly trembled as if its vitality had been siphoned away. Yet even so, it attempted to unleash supersonic against the perfectly poised Kairu Lilian. Swiftly evading the sluggish attack, Su Nuo commanded another Absorb Kiss. With precision, he maneuvered onto the trunk of a nearby tree, instructing, that should suffice. After 2 days of directing Kairu Lilian in battle, it has advanced to the late stages of elite high tier. Now, it is merely a step away from reaching expert level. Kairu Lilian nimbly leapt, evading the supersonic once more, and followed up with Absorb Kiss, defeating the colorful butterfly. Ding. Your Pokemon Kairu Lilian's special attack stat has increased by 1. Ding. Kairu Lilian has reached level 30, advancing to beginner expert level. The system's notification resonated in Su Nuo's mind. Subsequently, a layer of white light enveloped Kairu Lilian's petite form. Underneath this gentle glow, Kairu Lilian's appearance subtly transformed. Following a lengthy evolution process, it successfully evolved into its final form, Shinado. Its elegant stature and exquisite beauty caused Su Nuo to momentarily pause in astonishment. Ding. Shinado has learned the move Magic Shine and Cuddle. Ding. Due to the specialized buff of a righteous trainer, Shinado has successfully grasped Trick Room, Future Sight, and Meditate. Ding. Shinado's qualification has successfully transcended its limits, transforming into quasi-champion level. Oh, has it finally evolved? This is its ultimate form. Su Nuo nodded in satisfaction. Shauna. Upon completing its evolution, Shinado emitted a delightful cry, instantly teleporting beside Su Nuo and nuzzling against his shoulder. Ahem. Now that the evolution is complete, perhaps you might tone down the affection a tad? Su Nuo said, slightly embarrassed as he cleared his throat. Let us proceed, Shinado. We are approaching the Lost Marsh, where we are likely to encounter numerous foes. With that, he deftly maneuvered the grappling device forward, and Shinado, swaying its head, utilized teleportation to follow closely behind. Chapter 117. An encounter with an ambush? Within the Lost Marsh, a trial participant cautiously advanced, utilizing the low-hanging branches for support. He treaded slowly along the branches, careful not to slip and fall into the depths of the swamp below. A slip could mean a struggle to escape. Hee. Prepare to strike, Tiger. A voice commanded from beneath the cover of large leaves. Understood, big brother. Same plan as always. A companion, referred to as Tiger, replied confidently. Quickly dispatch your two-tailed monkey and steal his trial wristband. Then we can dispose of him. The elder brother waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of indifference. As the younger brother, Tiger dutifully followed his brother's orders. He summoned his Pokemon and began the task. Go, two-tailed monkey. A purple-hued Pokemon scuttled down the tree trunk with remarkable agility, its two tails enabling it to navigate seamlessly among the branches. Soon enough, the two-tailed monkey stealthily approached the trial participant's side, executing a swift grab to snatch the trial wristband from his grasp. Who is it? A wild two-tailed monkey? Quickly return my trial wristband. The trial participant was also thrown into a state of panic, hastily summoning forth their Pokemon. Go, Beedrill. Show it what you're made of. Use Twin Needle. With a buzz, the trainer's Beedrill emerged, brandishing its sharp stingers and lunging directly at the bait Pokemon. Humph. One must be cautious of what lurks behind. The trainer, referred to as Big Brother by Huzi, let out a cold snort before gesturing for his Servine to launch an immediate attack on the trainer himself. A sleek black serpent flicked its tongue as it charged at the trainer, sinking its fangs into the man's thigh and injecting a paralyzing neurotoxin. Ah, that hurts. What is this? The afflicted trainer let out a wretched cry, plummeting from the low branches into the swamp below. He felt his body growing heavier, and ultimately, he could only muster a feeble cry for help before being entirely consumed by the lost swamp. Meanwhile, his Beedrill was effortlessly toyed with by the bait Pokémon, ultimately knocked into the mire by a swift double strike, unable to survive. Well done, bait Pokémon, Huzi exclaimed with a triumphant laugh, evidently pleased with the outcome. He accepted the trial bracelet seized by the bait Pokémon and handed it to his elder brother. Another fool lost to the lost swamp. In this marsh, we too are invincible. His elder brother toyed with the freshly acquired trial bracelet, gazing at Huzi with a smug expression. At that moment, Servine returned to his side, wearing a similarly proud demeanor. It's all thanks to Big Brother's astute strategy. We've effortlessly collected quite a toll these past few days. With Big Brother around, I'm truly blessed as a subordinate. Huzi hurriedly lavished praise upon his elder brother. Ha ha ha, Lu Shanhui, you truly know how to flatter me. Come, let us drink. This is a rare treasure from yesterday's airdrop. His elder brother laughed heartily, retrieving 2 cans of beer from the supply box behind him and handing them to Lu Shanhui. Did you hear that sound just now? Shinado. Su Nuo set down his mechanical claw and paused at a sturdy tree, his brow furrowing. Shauna. Shinado nodded in affirmation of her master's words. Indeed, someone was calling for help. Although the voice was fleeting, it had been captured by his acute hearing. Follow my lead, Shinado. After briefly recalling the direction of the cry for help, Su Nuo turned and proceeded northeast. In treacherous areas like the swamp, fierce battles could erupt at any moment. However, it was also a prime location for ambushing numerous prey. Su Nuo's expression suddenly turned grave. Moments later, Zhao Shanhui, having finished a can of beef stew and downed 2 bottles of beer, contentedly belched. His elder brother, meanwhile, was resting with his eyes closed, silent as ever. Servine coiled nearby, emanating an icy aura. Having eaten, it's time to stretch our legs. Let us patrol the vicinity. Bait Pokémon, Zhao Shanhui instructed, patting his slightly protruding abdomen. Just as they were about to depart, his brother interrupted him. Wait, Huzi, we have new prey in position. Let us adjust our strategy. It's time to get to work. What? New prey? Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Zhao Shanhui nodded knowingly. How could he not sense anything, while his elder brother, Yulinbua, could? Truly remarkable. No wonder he was my elder brother. He was extraordinary. Not only was he intelligent and powerful, but his reflexes were also unparalleled, a first-rate trainer indeed. Speaking of which, as the elder brother, Yulinbua was ranked 24th on the trial leaderboard. Such an accolade was enough to overshadow countless other trial participants. Crack. Pop. The sound of breaking branches echoed from a low tree nearby. They've arrived. No talking. Prepare to execute the plan, Yulinbua whispered, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Zhao Shanhui nodded in readiness, alongside the bait Pokémon. 5 meters below them, Su Nuo silently halted. He quietly signaled to Shinado, indicating the trunks of the surrounding trees. Shinado understood the cue and activated her psychic abilities, swiftly scanning the area, soon nodding in confirmation of her master's suspicions. An ambush? Huh, how laughable. This tactic may work on others, but it holds no sway over Su Nuo. What? Are you waiting for me to stroll into your attack range? Surely no one believes that such a simplistic evasion strategy could effortlessly eliminate every passing trial participant? He boldly derided, his expression suddenly vigilant. What? That scoundrel dares to taunt us? Zhao Shanhui gritted his teeth, only able to hear Su Nuo's voice without pinpointing his location. Could this fellow be a tough nut to crack? Yulinbua furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Typically, how could a mere high school student possess such keen perceptive abilities? Chapter 118, 1 against 2. Just as Yulinbua marveled at this new prey's sense of danger, Su Nuo commanded Shinado to commence the assault. Moments ago, Shinado had already utilized her psychic abilities to locate the bait Pokémon's position. Magic Flash, a dazzling beam of multicolored light shot forth, aimed directly at the bait Pokémon concealed behind the leaves. Since the opponent had no intention of initiating an attack, Su Nuo decided to make the first move. Quick dodge. As the elder brother, Yulinbua swiftly assessed the situation, retreating with Servine behind the trunk of a large tree. What? He truly discovered our position? Jump to the tree on the opposite side, bait Pokémon. Faced with Shinado's onslaught, Zhao Shanhui's expression darkened, urgently instructing his Pokémon to evade the long-range attack. Although this probing strike did not land, Su Nuo silently chuckled. While the enemy's Pokémon successfully dodged the magic flash, it revealed itself within Su Nuo's line of sight. Pokémon, bait Pokémon. Type, normal. Gender, ability, multi-hit. This Pokémon's multiple moves will stabilize at maximum times. Qualification, expert level. Level, 29, elite high tier. Skills, double hit, scare. Sand attack, baton pass, scratch, frenzy, quick star, screech, quick attack. So, the bait Pokémon is the visible adversary? Su Nuo thought to himself, commanding Shinado to execute the next attack. Illusion Beam. The psychic beam surged forth from Shinado's hands, hurtling toward the bait Pokémon. At such an extreme distance, the advantage of a special attacker was undeniable. The bait Pokémon had no choice but to evade the barrage of Illusion Beam, fleeing in all directions. Elder brother, what should we do? Since we've been discovered even in a state of acute anxiety, Zhao Shanhui sought counsel from his elder brother. Indeed, you are quite the tough nut. To force me to confront you head-on, for the first time in such a predicament, I am genuinely impressed. As the elder brother, Yulinbua ignored his younger sibling, signaling to Servine before leaping into Su Nuo's line of sight. This individual's information was refreshed in Su Nuo's trial bracelet. In 024 Yulinbua, Huanshui High School. 24th? That's quite a respectable rank, Su Nuo mused. Thus, could it be that this two-tailed creature is the spirit of Yulinbua? Despite a hint of hesitation, Su Nuo pressed on with his assault. Shinado, unleash your dazzling magic. Maintaining a distance allows for the full expression of his spirit's offensive prowess, he thought, as he reached for a red and white ball at his waist. However, to ensure absolute safety, he had to prepare a backup spirit for the ensuing battle. Two-tailed monster. Evade with swift movement. At that moment, Yulinbua unexpectedly commanded his subordinate's spirit directly. Meanwhile, the Snivy stealthily positioned itself on a branch above Su Nuo, poised to leap down and deliver a venomous bite to the adversary below. The spirit in question was a shiny Shinado, visibly formidable in strength. Moreover, shiny spirits are exceedingly rare, indicating that this individual before him must be a trialist of considerable means. Hence, he could not be underestimated. Yulinbua wore a grim expression, sensing the situation was far from optimistic. He had a strong premonition that in a direct confrontation, victory against Su Nuo was utterly improbable. Therefore, Yulinbua resolved to adhere to his old strategy, intending to let the Snivy's venom eliminate the trainer. Perched atop the tall trunk, the two-tailed monster executed its swift movement, cleverly avoiding Shinado's dazzling magic. Yet, it was grazed by the final burst of light, resulting in a painful wail. Just then, the Snivy launched its attack. It opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Su Nuo, its corrosive fangs radiating a lethal aura. Humph, success is within my grasp. Seeing his opponent on the verge of being bitten by the Snivy's poisonous fangs, Yulinbua suddenly laughed. However, the next moment, his laughter evaporated. A silver, disc-shaped mechanical spirit immediately shielded Su Nuo, absorbing the venomous strike intended for him. So, you're tacitly acknowledging a death match, are you? Su Nuo remarked in a low tone. From the two-tailed monster's lack of responsiveness to Yulinbua's commands, Su Nuo deduced that it was not his spirit. Furthermore, it was evident that Yulinbua had concealed another spirit for a surprise attack. Indeed, the Snivy had now made its silent appearance. With a growl, the metallic creature unleashed a powerful punch, sending the Snivy crashing to the ground beside Yulinbua. Spirit, Snivy. Type, poison. Gender. Ability, penetrate. This spirit's attacks can bypass defensive moves. Qualification, expert level. Level, 30, expert beginner. Skills, bite, lick, poison impact, venom fong, big snake gaze, poison trap, dark strike. Gastric juice. Status, temporarily immobilized. What? My ambush was effortlessly thwarted? Yulinbua exclaimed in shock. Is that a shiny Metagross? Upon witnessing Su Nuo's second spirit, Yulinbua was utterly astounded. This individual possessed not one, but two shiny spirits, one of which was of near-divine caliber. Could it be that he had encountered a top-tier contender ranked among the top 3 on the trial leaderboard? Big brother, are you alright? Observing his brother Snivy's failed ambush, Zhao Shanhua leaped to his elder brother's side and summoned his other spirit. Go, Noibat. A flash of white light heralded the arrival of a deep blue bat spirit, charging towards Su Nuo. However, this time, getting close to Su Nuo it would not be so easy. Before its trainer could issue a command, the Metagross autonomously floated to the forefront, preparing to intercept Noibat's assault with its steadfast mechanical body. Meanwhile, witnessing the failure of his ambush, Yulimbo wasted no time in deploying another spirit for battle. Boom Burst. Use Bite on Metagross. The cacophonous purple spirit erupted from its ball, joining Noibat in an attack against the Metagross. At this moment, the Snivy also regained its combat ability, stealthily positioning itself below. Noibat used Malicious Moonsault. Seeing his elder brother ready to launch a full-scale attack, Zhao Shanhua was equally resolute. Since this Yulimbo dared to directly target trainers, he would hold nothing back. Su Nuo speculated that the cries for help he had heard earlier likely indicated that someone had perished at their hands. Charge in, Metagross. That level of physical assault poses no threat to you. Chapter 119. Foreseeing the future, Su Nuo's true move. With a roar, Metagross immediately reacted offensively. Its steel arm coalesced with a silver radiance, striking down upon the advancing Noibat and Boom Burst. As Metagross launched its attack, Su Nuo silently gestured to Shinado, then scrutinized the information on the adversary's two spirits. Spirit, Boom Burst. Type, normal. Gender, ability, soundproof. This spirit is unaffected by sound-based moves. Qualification, elite level. Level, 29, elite high tier. Skills, bite, roar, echoed voice, howl, rest, dream eater, stomp, screech. Spirit, Noibat. Type, psychic, flying. Gender, ability, klutz. This spirit's special items become ineffective. Qualification, expert level. Level, 30, expert beginner. Skills, gust, charm, telekinesis, reckless, air cutter, seal, malicious moonsault, instant amnesia. With a clash, Metagross collided with its adversaries, producing a resounding explosion. It withstood the onslaught of the dark-type moves with its unyielding mechanical body. Furthermore, Metagross swung its metallic claws, successfully repelling both Noibat and Boom Burst. Two-tailed monster, immediately unleash frenzy swipes on that fellow. Seeing Su Nuo holding his own against two opponents and slightly gaining the upper hand drove Zhao Shanhua, the subordinate, into a frenzy. He commanded the two-tailed monster to attack the trainer directly. This indicated that the battle would be a fight to the finish. The trainer's very life was now at stake in this confrontation. The Snivy hissed menacingly, launching a torrent of purple venom towards Su Nuo, executing a dark strike with astonishing speed. Had it truly lost all sense of restraint? This was akin to a rabid beast. Martial arts bear master, remedy their affliction. Use Brick Break. Seeing that both of his opponent's spirits had targeted him, and with Metagross and Shinado unable to assist at this moment, Su Nuo had no choice but to deploy his martial arts bear master. As the premier ball burst open, the martial arts bear master gracefully leaped from the branch. Soaring through the air, it executed a swift hand chop, slicing through the surrounding air, while its left hand delivered a brick break that forcefully suppressed the two-tailed monster's frenzy swipes. Subsequently, the martial arts bear master swung its right hand down upon the Snivy. This concentrated fighting force shattered the Snivy's dark energy. Ultimately, the martial arts bear master delivered a brick break, sending it plummeting into the swamp. Snivy, witnessing his spirit fall into the mire, Yulimbo was utterly helpless. In the swamp, the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. Yet the Snivy was oblivious to this fact. It intended to fight its way back to the tree, only to be mercilessly consumed by the swamp. Damn it! Boom Burst. Quickly use Stomp. Unable to accept that the Snivy had been so easily defeated, Yulimbo seethed with rage. Grr. Boom Burst opened its grotesque maw, furiously stomping on the branch beneath it, attempting to dislodge Su Nuo from his perch. Yet Su Nuo was well prepared, deftly retreating to the sturdy trunk behind him, subsequently granting Shinado the space to unleash its potential. As Shinado exhaled softly, it appeared to relax after executing a certain offensive maneuver. In the next instant, however, the Howling Bomb and the double-headed monster were obliterated by an invisible surge of psychic energy, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Given the nature of this deadly confrontation, I felt no need to restrain myself any longer. Unleash your might, martial arts bear master. With such a foe, we need not adhere to any rules, commanded Su Nuo, a sly grin spreading across his face. Following his order, the metal monster unleashed a devastating cannon blast that eliminated the enemy's final heart bat. Was that a premonitory strike? Upon observing the peculiar wounds adorning the Howling Bomb's body, Yulimbo finally grasped what had transpired. It became evident that all of Su Nuo's previous defenses were merely a ruse to await Shinado's concealed premonitory attack. This was the essence of true skill. TSK. After recalling the Howling Bomb into its pokeball, Yulimbo removed his trial bracelet. Heh, I presume you desire this, do you not? A mischievous smile crept across his face as he brandished the trial bracelet. This guy? Is he attempting to use that trinket as leverage in negotiations with me? Su Nuo silently gestured to the martial arts bear master, commanding it to cease its assault. If you voluntarily relinquish your qualifications, I may consider sparing your life. As fellow trialists, you are undoubtedly aware of which is more valuable, the trial bracelet or your very existence. To ensure that neither of them would act recklessly regarding the bracelet, Su Nuo resolved to attempt to defuse the situation between these two. After all, in this trial, points were of paramount importance. Of course, I willingly offer my trial bracelet, in hopes that you will show mercy and let me go. With that, Yulimbo produced both his bracelet and his subordinate Zhao Shanhua's bracelet, affixing them to the tree sheath at his feet. Martial arts bear master, go and retrieve their bracelets. Kurutu. The martial arts bear master nodded and leaped towards Yulimbo and Zhao Shanhua. But unexpectedly, a surprising turn of events unfolded. Yulimbo suddenly pulled out a small round pouch and smashed it to the ground, instantly releasing a foul-smelling yellow wind that enveloped the two. Martial arts bear master. Dark shadow strike. Sensing something amiss, Su Nuo immediately commanded the martial arts bear master to attack. But it was too late. The noxious wind had shrouded Yulimbo and his companion, and they vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two had retreated at lightning speed. A stink bomb. Damn it. I can't believe a trialist would carry such a foolish tool favored by thieves. Su Nuo clicked his tongue, and once the stench dissipated, he leaped to the branch where the two had previously stood. The trial bracelets remained precariously perched on the frail tree sheath, hundreds of meters away. Big brother, since we chose to flee, why didn't we take the bracelets? Zhao Shanhua asked, bewildered. I wish we could have. Do you think we, unarmed, and with our Pokemon incapacitated, could have carried them away? If we had taken the bracelets, that guy named Su Nuo would have undoubtedly pursued us, and he would likely seek our demise. Yulimbo hesitated, his frustration palpable. He had never encountered such a significant setback, and in his anger, he kicked a nearby stone to vent his emotions. That fellow named Su Nuo is ridiculously powerful. He is only ranked 27th, Zhao Shanhua remarked, cradling the back of his head. Crash. He suddenly collided with Yulimbo, who stood in front of him. The name you just mentioned, is it Su Nuo? A chilling voice inquired from ahead of Yulimbo. Chapter 120, Vanguard Captain Chun Haoming. Yulimbo focused his gaze and beheld a fierce-looking young man glaring at him, dressed in a black and red uniform. The two Pokemon at his side exuded a menacing aura. Such attire? Could he belong to the Death Demon Corps? Upon spotting the emblem of the letter D on the man's clothing, Yulimbo was momentarily stunned. Encountering a member of the Black Organization in such a situation was dire. I'm asking you a question. The name you just uttered is Su Nuo, correct? The young man pointed his right hand at Yulimbo and Zhao Shanhua, and his black Houndoom and Mismagius lunged forward menacingly. Yes, that's correct. It is indeed Su Nuo. The opponent we just faced was Su Nuo. Before Yulimbo could respond, Zhao Shanhua, as his subordinate, hastily replied. The reason was simple. The claws of Mismagius were poised at his throat, and if he failed to speak up, he would soon witness blood erupting from his windpipe. Yulimbo furrowed his brow, torn between words. Though he yearned to reprimand Zhao Shanhua, the menacing glare of Houndoom deterred him from doing so. To find themselves in such a predicament, with all their Pokemon vanquished, was infuriating. Humph. That dog bastard is indeed participating in this 5-school trial. This makes it all the more convenient for me to eliminate him. Heh, in this exquisite location. The young man said, licking his lips as he removed his black hat. This member of the Death Demon Corps was none other than Su Nuo's defeated adversary, Chun Haoming. Eliminate? So, this person before me has a grudge against Su Nuo? An idea sparked in Yulimbo's mind, prompting him to speak up. That fellow named Su Nuo is just beyond there. In the depths of the Black Marsh. The terrain here is complex. We can guide you. In an effort to avoid inciting the wrath of the Death Demon Corps member before him, the typically arrogant Yulimbo chose to humble himself and curry favor. Yes. We can help you find that bastard named Su Nuo. Zhao Shanhua chimed in eagerly. However, the next moment brought an unexpected turn for both of them. Mismagius's gaze sharpened, and it swiftly unleashed 2 slashing strikes. Its speed was astonishing, even leaving behind 2 ghostly afterimages. After the slashes, Yulimbo and Zhao Shanhua collapsed silently, their breaths extinguished. Subsequently, Houndoom unleashed a torrent of searing flames, swiftly incinerating the 2 corpses. The coordination between the 2 Pokemon was remarkably seamless, requiring no commands from Chun Haoming. Guide you? I have no need for that. Worthless debris that has lost its value should not linger before me. Chun Haoming dismissed the charred remains without a glance, signaling to several individuals clad in similar attire behind him. Vanguard Squad, heed my command. Prepare to eliminate all obstacles in our path. Understood. Acknowledged. With that, this 7-member squad advanced with spirited strides. Su Nuo effortlessly located the trial bracelets belonging to the two, claiming their points for himself. Upon acquiring these points, his ranking on the trial leaderboard soared to an impressive 15th position. Karalu, the martial arts bear master, had discovered all the supplies belonging to the two nearby. It excitedly waved its hands at Su Nuo, clutching 2 cans of dark beer. Meanwhile, the metal monster floated over, carrying a box filled with various ingredients. Beer, a barbecue grill, meats, vegetables. These items could easily be transformed into a barbecue feast. Su Nuo's eyes sparkled at the sight of such a bountiful array of provisions. Without hesitation, he stored all these supplies into his excessive space for future use. Let us take a moment to rest. There shouldn't be any more trialists arriving at this hour. Su Nuo clapped his hands, instructing his Pokémon to prepare for a brief respite. However, he soon sensed unusual noises in the surroundings. Wait, someone is approaching, and it's a whole group. Upon hearing Su Nuo's warning, the martial arts bear master, metal monster, and Shinado instantly assumed a state of readiness. As the sounds of the approaching individuals grew louder, Su Nuo released his fire chicken, poised for battle. In the excessive space, the previously slumbering Zygarde suddenly opened its eyes. 20 seconds later, Chun Haoming and his vanguard squad halted their swift advance. They should be nearby. I can sense the remnants of a fierce battle having transpired here. Chun Haoming swiftly surveyed his surroundings and promptly commanded, all members, immediately search for the ancient blue cedar nearby. That scoundrel Su Nuo must be hiding among these colossal trees. The remaining 6 members, akin to hounds on a hunt, quickly formed a line, meticulously scouring each giant tree for signs of human presence. Who is that? Chun Haoming. Is he clad in the garb of the Death Demon Brigade? Has that fool truly allied himself with such an organization? Perched atop the tallest blue cedar, Su Nuo witnessed the unfolding events below with clarity. However, upon glimpsing Chun Haoming's disdainful visage, he momentarily faltered. Joining the Death Demon Brigade meant he had entered the ranks of the wanted. All members of that brigade below were the sworn enemies of the Elf Alliance and must be eradicated. This was a well-acknowledged truth. Ruga, the black houndoom, sniffed the air around, suddenly alert, lifting its gaze upwards. At that moment, Marshadao beside it adjusted its line of sight to match. Chun Haoming, sensing the stirrings of his Pokémon, silently chuckled, for he knew that Houndoom had found its target. Crack! Marshadao leaped nimbly, springing toward the towering cedar. It vigorously swung its right claw, unleashing a formidable cleave. The target of Marshado's assault was none other than the trunk of the blue cedar where Su Nuo was concealed. Martial Bear, Flame Fist. Hiding among the branches, Su Nuo hastily commanded Martial Bear to counterattack. Otherwise, if Marshadao succeeded, he would find himself with no foothold. Martial Bear surged through the foliage, delivering a powerful punch toward the oncoming Marshadao. Bang! The clash of the two Pokémon unleashed a violent surge of energy, causing all the leaves surrounding Su Nuo to rain down. Behind a tangle of bare branches, Chun Haoming discovered Su Nuo's concealed presence. We meet again, Su Nuo. Chun Haoming cracked his knuckles, his gaze icy. Is that you, young Master Chin? What's the matter? Can't manage school anymore and have resorted to being a lapdog for the Death Demon Brigade? How utterly lacking in ambition. Su Nuo met Chun Haoming's glare without a hint of trepidation. The captain has located the target. Return immediately. Captain has found the target. Return at once. Chapter 121, Intense Team Battle. Chun Haoming, upon hearing Su Nuo's words, laughed rather than fuming. That arrogant laughter obscured his true thoughts. I must thank you, Su Nuo. I now possess powers several times greater than before. I am thriving in the brigade, and today marks your unfortunate day. Prepare to meet your demise. In the blink of an eye, the other 6 members had leaped onto the towering trees surrounding Su Nuo, encircling him and his Pokémon. The Torchic, Shiny Gardevoir, Metagross, and Martial Bear took their positions at the center, shielding Su Nuo. The 6 distinct Pokémon, Weezing, Grimer, Toxicroak, Ponyard, Durant, and Torterra, were unleashed in unison, successfully overwhelming the scene with sheer numbers. Marshadao and Houndoom stepped forward, clearly becoming the core of the vanguard squad. Pokémon, Marshadao. Type, Dark Ghost. Gender, Ability, Technician. This Pokémon can steal items from opponents upon contact. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Level, 39, Expert High Tier. Skills, Quick Attack, Pursuit, Revenge, Cleave, Ambush, Ice Shard, Taunt. Metal Claw, Icy Wind, Foul Play. Pokémon, Houndoom. Type, Dark, Fire. Gender, Ability, Flash Fire. This Pokémon is unaffected by Fire-type moves and will enter a state that boosts its special attack when hit by Fire-type moves. Qualification, Expert Level. Level, 38, Expert High Tier. Skills, Thunder Fong, Ember, Howl, Trick, Inferno, Smog, Bite, Roar, Scent Detection, Ambush, Fire Fong, Critical Hit. Expert High Tier? Are these two Pokemon now Chen Haoming's main forces? Su Nuo quickly scanned all the opposing Pokemon and absorbed the information. The strength of the remaining 6 members' Pokemon ranged from Elite Mid-Tier to Expert Low-Tier. Only Chen Haoming's Houndoom and Marshadao possessed the highest levels. Troublesome. This battle will undoubtedly be quite challenging. This was Su Nuo's immediate impression. Yet, it was not without a chance for counteraction, at least before revealing his trump cards. He felt he could still break through the encirclement. Poniard, use Pursuit. Torterra, unleash Shellblade. Before Captain Chen Haoming could utter a word, 2 members had already launched their attacks. Kill. Slay all his Pokemon. Then leave this filthy dog alive. I want him to experience the sweetness of personal retribution. With that, Chen Haoming produced a secure communication device from his pocket, swiftly sending a message. The vanguard has arrived at the Lost Marsh, currently clearing out the surrounding riffraff, ready to await further orders. The next moment, Chen Haoming's demeanor shifted dramatically. He witnessed Su Nuo's Torchic and Marshall Bear advancing, executing Double Kick and Thunder Punch to counter Poniard and Torterra. Breakthrough. Suppression. In a mere exchange, the 4 Pokemon had determined the outcome. Poniard and Torterra were sent crashing off the giant tree, plummeting into the abyss-like black marsh below, decisive and resolute. Su Nuo swiftly employed the fastest counterattack to eliminate the enemy's 2 Pokemon. The opponent's swift victory momentarily stunned Chen Haoming. What is happening? Why does it feel as though this guy is completely unperturbed by my squad? Charge. All at once. Attack now. Chen Haoming waved his hand, commanding his team to launch a full-scale assault. Meanwhile, Marshadao and Houndoom were enhancing their offensive capabilities with Swords Dance and Trick, respectively. Use Iron Head, Durant. Toxicroak. Fire Mudshot. Weezing, unleash Toxic Gas. Mudshot, Grimer. The remaining 4 swiftly executed a comprehensive assault, aiming to establish firepower suppression and swiftly take down Su Nuo. Faced with the barrage of incoming attacks, Su Nuo's countenance darkened, yet he promptly countered. Metagross, intercept their advance. Gardevoir, use Heal Pulse to treat Metagross's wounds. Marshall Bear, launch a Dark Blast to obliterate Weezing. Su Nuo calmly directed his Pokemon in this team battle. Every command he issued was calculated. Metagross's formidable defense could serve as a shield, with Gardevoir providing healing support and long-range strikes. Then, Marshall Bear would directly penetrate the enemy's weak points. Finally, Torchic. Mega Evolve. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the battlefield, and Su Nuo unhesitatingly commanded Torchic to undergo Mega Evolution at this crucial moment. What? Mega Evolution? This guy possesses a Mega Evolution item. Attack. Move quickly. What is going on? Weezing's Toxic Gas hasn't even been released and has already been dealt with? What are you all doing? Break through that shining Metagross at once. Su Nuo's strategy instantly threw the enemy vanguard team into disarray. This left Chen Haoming, who had yet to engage, feeling anxious. Clearly, Su Nuo was alone. Why was his prideful vanguard squad unable to secure a victory? It seemed he had no choice but to intervene personally. Houndoom, Marshadao use Ambush. Ruga, Naira. The 2 malevolent Pokemon erupted in synchrony, unleashing dark energy of the same sinister nature, executing identical maneuvers. Here it comes. The assault from Chen Haoming was imminent, and Su Nuo understood that this was the true offensive. Such a vigorous onslaught was far beyond what the metal monster could withstand at its current strength. Blaziken, intercept those 2 Pokemon with a flame charge. Facing 2 high-tier expert adversaries simultaneously was undeniably arduous for the current Mega Blaziken. Su Nuo was acutely aware of this as a trainer. However, he merely required a moment's respite to afford the Marshall Bear Master a chance to deliver consecutive strikes. Marshall Bear Master. Mega Blaziken conjured a powerful vortex of flames enveloping its form, then propelled itself towards the Black Houndoom and the Mismagius with a powerful leap off a tree branch. Concurrently, the Marshall Bear Master amassed energy once more, executing another dark strike. This time, its target was the Grimer. Shaman, now is the moment. Use Illusion Beam. Su Nuo's eyes gleamed with determination as he locked onto the enemy's ant moments ago. It had engaged in a direct confrontation with the metal monster using Iron Head, yet it had gained no advantage. Now was the perfect opportunity for Shaman to eliminate it. Meanwhile, the metal monster began to coalesce silvery steel energy atop its head. It was preparing a cannon beam. Its intended target was the enemy's final blue toad. Chapter 122, The Bloodthirsty Boscodora. The fury was unleashed. The fierce skirmish erupted instantaneously, with each Pokémon in Su Nuo's team executing their roles swiftly under his precise command. Smash, crash, clink. The attacks of the martial bear master, Metal Monster, and Shaman erupted in unison. Mega Blaziken pressed forward valiantly, successfully intercepting the oncoming assault from Houndoom and Mismagius. Such formidable Pokémon. What manner of creature is that bear Pokémon? It just obliterated my Grimer with a single blow. My ant was also swiftly dispatched. Were those wounds inflicted by the illusion beam? The blue toad spewed a corrosive liquid. In another instant, the previously encircled enemies collapsed en masse. Only the blue toad remained, clinging to life. It unleashed a torrent of purple acidic liquid aimed directly at the metal monster. However, the cannon beam obliterated the corrosive substance. Boom. Another explosion reverberated throughout the battlefield as the cannon beam left the blue toad battered and bruised. Before Su Nuo could issue a command, the martial bear master, with remarkable instinct, executed a surprise attack, swiftly dispatching the blue toad. In an instant, Su Nuo's encirclement crumbled into chaos. The 6 members of the Vanguard team were thoroughly outmatched by the meticulous coordination of Su Nuo's team. This is absurd. These fools can't even handle this minor task without my direct involvement. Witnessing his team members fall one by one, Shun Haoming was consumed by frustration. His Houndoom and Mismagius were currently exerting their full strength, yet Mega Blaziken, despite its desperate resistance, was still succumbing to the pressure. Martial Bear Master, assist Blaziken immediately. With the encirclement now broken, Su Nuo hastily commanded the Martial Bear Master to aid Blaziken. Meanwhile, Shaman was employing life due to rejuvenate the metal monster. Still seeking to reinforce? Mismagius, retaliate to halt it. Houndoom, unleash Thunder Fong immediately. Glancing at the situation on Su Nuo's side, Shun Haoming felt a wave of dread. If this continued, he might face defeat himself. After all, Su Nuo's team currently held a numerical advantage. Silently, he reached for the weight ball at his waist, hesitating slightly. Should I deploy it here? This is a secret weapon provided by the organization. I must not use it unless absolutely necessary. After all, it contained a bloodthirsty enhanced monster. Before long, the Martial Bear Master and Mismagius were engaged in a fierce struggle. While neither could immediately gain the upper hand, Mismagius maintained a slight advantage. Mega Blaziken delivered a fiery kick against Houndoom's Thunder Fong, producing a peculiar crackle of fire and electricity. Shaman, Metal Monster, go reinforce them. Use Magical Shine and Bullet Punch. Seeing that the 2 Pokémon had reached their peak condition, Su Nuo quickly issued his command. This is dire. Extremely dire. I must eliminate this wretched Su Nuo immediately. Just once. I will use it. After all, this is the weapon personally entrusted to me by the great leader of Kalos. Using it once is hardly a significant issue. Shun Haoming thought to himself, his right hand eagerly reaching for the weight ball. Su Nuo, you are forcing my hand. Prepare to meet your demise. Boscodora, go forth. With that, he summoned the Pokémon contained within the weight ball. A Pokémon clad in silver armor materialized atop the giant tree, its crimson eyes glaring fiercely at all in its vicinity, seemingly intent on tearing everyone to shreds. What is this? This fool, Shun Haoming, possesses other Pokémon. Wait, what is this Boscodora? The sudden appearance of Boscodora caused the massive tree to sag several centimeters, and Su Nuo could distinctly feel its oppressive presence. It's that Boscodora. The captain actually unleashed it? Run, run. That Pokémon is lethal. Soon there will be quite the spectacle. Upon the emergence of this Pokémon, some team members panicked while others began to cackle ominously. Subsequently, all 6 members instinctively fled their positions, seemingly subconsciously evading Boscodora. Pokémon, Boscodora. Type, Steel Rock. Gender. Ability, Hard Head. This Pokémon does not suffer recoil damage from its own moves. Aptitude, Gym Leader level. Level, 48, High-Tier Gym Leader. Skills, Metal Claw, Tackle, Harden, Rock Block. Head Smash, Protect, Rock Slide, Iron Head, Metal Sound, Heavy Slam, Takedown. Status, in a bloodthirsty state, instinctively acquired a consciousness for slaughter. Please keep a safe distance from this individual. Danger, danger, danger. What? Bloodthirsty state? Could it be that the Death Demon Core injected some kind of serum into this Boscodora, transforming it into a living weapon? Su Nuo was equally astonished. He had long heard of the Death Demon Core utilizing terrifying enhancement serums to cultivate specialized Pokémon as expendable weaponry. These living weapons typically entered a state of obsolescence after several uses. However, when activated, they would recklessly annihilate their targets. He never anticipated that Shun Haoming had such a terrifying living weapon at his disposal. Roar. Boscodora suddenly unleashed a terrifying force, barreling towards the martial bear master. Despite its massive size, it moved with remarkable agility. It was a takedown. This Boscodora was indeed a living weapon. Su Nuo instantly sensed the perilous shift in the situation. Therefore, he quickly instructed the martial bear master to retreat. Martial bear master, do not linger. Immediately fall back from that position. Metal monster, swiftly fly over to support the martial bear master. Upon hearing Su Nuo's command, the martial bear master, already injured, staggered momentarily before leaping backward. It had not gained an advantage against Mismagius. On the contrary, it had suffered 2 surprise ice shard attacks from Mismagius. Smash! After executing a stylish backflip, the martial bear master landed firmly atop the metal monster's head. Boom! Boscodora's takedown followed immediately. In that moment, it indiscriminately charged towards Mismagius in that position. The sheer force of the impact sent Mismagius crashing down onto the massive tree. The frail Marura was rendered unconscious by that terrifying blow. Subsequently, the bloodshot-eyed Boscodora raised Marura with a fist of fury and kicked it into the dark marsh. Throughout this entire process, it was merely venting its rage, wholly disregarding its own bodily abrasions. Indeed, this Pokémon was reckless. Its devastating onslaught showed no discrimination against targets whatsoever. Chapter 123. Total annihilation of the team? Witnessing Boscodora's bloodthirsty rampage, even Su Nuo felt a chill in his heart. As the captain of the Vanguard team, Chun Haoming was acutely aware of the terrifying lethality of this living weapon he had unleashed. With such a fatal assault from Boscodora, Marura's chances of survival appeared grim. However, there was no time to dwell on that. Everything that followed could be entrusted to Boscodora. He merely needed to bide his time. Houndoom, we retreat. With that, Chun Haoming instructed Houndoom to prepare for withdrawal, readjusting its black hat. Roar! At that moment, Boscodora unleashed a deep growl, the metallic surface of its body shimmering with silvery waves. It was utilizing its hardening ability. This not only enhanced its physical resilience, but also allowed it to withstand some of the abrasions. Once more, it charged recklessly. This time, Boscodora targeted the metal monster that was retreating with the martial arts bear master. Danger! Metal monster. Realizing the peril, Su Nuo urgently commanded Shinado to launch a supportive attack. Shinado. Magical Shine. A burst of pink energy swiftly converged and shot towards Boscodora. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective. Shinado's assault felt akin to mere raindrops against Boscodora. In its bloodthirsty state, Boscodora was indifferent to its own injuries. Hee, today is your day, Su Nuo. Just wait for me to collect your corpse. Chun Haoming had barely taken a few steps when he turned to see Boscodora charging towards Su Nuo. The sight filled him with delight. This was precisely the outcome he had yearned for. He let out a few sinister chuckles and swiftly maneuvered to temporarily evade the battlefield. This is beyond what my Pokémon team can handle together. The gym leader level strength alone is insurmountable, especially with Boscodora in its bloodthirsty state. The collision between Boscodora and the metal monster erupted with a fierce clamor. The metal monster, which had been floating steadily in the air, was now teetering precariously. The martial arts bear master was also heavily affected by the momentum of this reckless charge, bearing numerous wounds. Zygarde, prepare to neutralize this out-of-control weapon. In a moment of dire urgency, Su Nuo chose to awaken Zygarde from its excess dimension. Zygarde 100 form. Zygarde appeared before Su Nuo, its arrival stirring up a torrent of fierce winds, stabilizing itself mid-air. As Zygarde came into Boscodora's line of sight, the latter immediately locked onto this new target. It abandoned its assault on the metal monster, swung its iron-hard tail, and began to gather energy for a charge towards Zygarde. Be cautious, Zygarde. This Boscodora is troublesome. Not only is its defensive capability formidable, but it also attacks without regard for its own pain. Su Nuo quickly warned Zygarde. In the face of such a reckless adversary, one must remain vigilant at all times. Understood, Su Nuo. Zygarde's chest glimmered with radiant light, ready to engage in direct combat at any moment. Boscodora amassed a surge of energy and hurled sharp rocks towards Zygarde, instinctively testing its opponent even against a stronger foe. Use Dragon Pulse. Su Nuo commanded instantly. Zygarde erupted with multiple streams of purple dragon energy to counter the incoming debris, swiftly shattering the rocks into dust that danced in the air. Roar! At that moment, Boscodora charged towards Zygarde with immense force. Heavy impact. With its eyes ablaze, Boscodora launched itself with all its might, unleashing its power upon Zygarde without reservation. Good. Now is the moment, an excellent opportunity. Strike it with 1,000 waves. Su Nuo clenched his fists, eagerly anticipating Boscodora's approach. A vibrant green energy wave erupted from Zygarde's head, surging toward Bashikadora. Zygarde, steadfastly enduring the heavy impact, executed its offensive maneuver with precision and decisiveness. Crash! The thousand waves struck Bashikadora, inflicting a massive wound. This attack, possessing absolute attribute superiority, forced Bashikadora to stagger back several paces. Bashikadora. It emitted a faint whimper, its gaze toward Zygarde gradually tinged with fear. The once crimson eyes, seemingly brightened by pain, were soon clouded with renewed rage as this creature, now a living weapon, recklessly charged once more. Poor Punisher. Su Nuo cast one last glance at Bashikadora and gestured for Zygarde to attack. This bloodthirsty experimental weapon, beyond the control of any trainer, was no longer worthy of mercy. A kaleidoscope of vibrant energy erupted from Zygarde's chest, swiftly engulfing Bashikadora entirely. Minutes later, in the Lost Marsh's stunted woodland, a member of the Vanguard team trembled as he spoke. I didn't know our mission was merely to reach this marsh. I truly don't. Only to meet a grim fate under Zygarde's destructive beam. Since the enemy could not provide any useful information, they had lost their value. Su Nuo had no reason to spare them. The sixth one, this makes it their sixth member. So now, only Captain Chen Haoming remains? Su Nuo pondered, stroking his chin. He was still uncertain about the true reason or objectives of the Death Demon Corps in this area. Let us go, Zygarde. Another target awaits our search. That fellow, as the Vanguard team's captain, must possess some knowledge. Su Nuo patted Zygarde's shoulder, signaling it to proceed. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the trial grounds, members of the Death Demon Corps had gathered, their demeanor rigid and expressions solemn. What? Total annihilation? The entire Vanguard team is gone. The imposing figure leading the group, Ross, a cadre from the Beihai City branch, was gripping his encrypted communication device tightly, his expression one of disbelief. This was due to the recent message he had just received. I am the captain. The entire team is annihilated. This text had only transmitted partially before going silent. One could only surmise that the captain had been eliminated shortly after sending that message. Are you saying the entire Vanguard team has perished? Inquired Minister Carlos beside him. Chapter 124, Operation Delayed, Plan B Activated. Indeed, though it is hard to believe, Ross replied, his icy gaze scanning the gathered personnel, lost in thought. So Ross, what kind of useless members have you trained? Where did the problem lie? Who did they fall to? This isn't under the scrutiny of dynamic equilibrium, is it? Don't tell me they all fell to mere Pokemon trainers. Behind Ross, a flamboyantly dressed woman with an alluring figure chuckled mockingly at her colleague. The woman, codenamed Martha, is one of the 3 senior officials in the Azure Sea Division. This aspect remains rather unclear. The enemy acted with alarming swiftness, leaving the Vanguard team with no opportunity to relay their intelligence. When faced with adversity, one must stand tall. Ross, now aware of his own shortcomings, had no intention of contradicting Martha. He pulled his black round hat down firmly, obscuring all expressions on his broad face. Listen carefully. Martha barked at all the members beneath her. We have the Vanguard team's unfortunate experience to guide us. You understand what the final task is that must be completed before death, do you not? The alluring woman caressed her voluminous waves, her demeanor grave. When she became fierce, she was as relentless as a vulture. Silence enveloped the room. Everyone remained mute. Those familiar with Martha's temperament understood that this was not a moment for responses. This ill-tempered woman despised interruptions during her tirades. Remember to relay enemy information. The shorter and more precise, the better. Soon, she answered her own query. At that moment, Carlos, the division leader, spoke up. We need to alter our operational strategy. We might encounter some minor complications. Carlos stowed away his compact electronic screen and spoke in a tone audible to all. Upon hearing their leader's words, the expressions of the gathered members shifted dramatically. Change the plan. Ross hesitantly echoed. What do you mean, boss? Martha also looked momentarily bewildered, not comprehending Carlos's statement. The captain of that Vanguard team had a live weapon assigned to him by me. Yet, despite this, he did not survive. This indicates that his enemies are formidable. As the division leader, Carlos maintained a far more stable demeanor than the other 2 officials. He was still pondering the identity of the adversary. A live weapon? Which one? Is it the experimental specimen, Boscodora? Ross and Martha inquired simultaneously. Yes, it is the high-tier Boscodora under the curator's command. After being injected with the bloodthirsty serum, it possesses at least quasi-king level strength. Yet, even so, that newly appointed elite captain still Carlos suddenly recalled the moment he had entrusted this weapon to the individual. That new elite seemed to be called Chun, or something like that. He couldn't quite remember. Indeed, he was a valuable piece, quite useful. And it was a pity for him to perish like this. A wave of agitation swept through the members below. So, Captain Shun was eliminated by a being with strength surpassing the Quasi-King level? Goodness, how unfortunate. Who could survive being targeted by such a formidable opponent? My scalp is tingling. I can't shake the feeling that this mission is fraught with peril. Even Ross and Martha were left speechless, profoundly shaken. It is worth noting that the strength of these two officials was merely on par with the curator level. Now they faced an enemy capable of eradicating those of Quasi-King status. Anyone would be unnerved. Everyone, calm down. Even if it's a Quasi-King level adversary, so what? Wu-Hao am here. Even if a champion arrives, it cannot thwart the ultimate success of our entire brigade. Witnessing the rising panic among the members, Carlos delivered a strong pep talk to help them regain their composure. Let us be clear, who am I? I am a top-tier elf trainer from the Flame Nation. Even among the upper echelons of the Death Demon Brigade, I am a prominent figure. I am an acknowledged powerhouse by the headquarters. He even had access to the legendary Zapdos, a source of pride for Carlos. With just 2 simple sentences, Carlos managed to steady his subordinates. Suddenly, a young man clad in a white uniform approached Carlos. Although his attire bore the emblem of the Death Demon Brigade, it was evident that he did not belong to the Azure Sea Division. So, the large-scale movements of the other 2 divisions have been spotted? Carlos's expression shifted upon hearing the young man's whispered words. He understood that this individual was a communications signal member dispatched by Ivan and his team. The use of human communication was to conceal this significant information. Yes, Minister Carlos. Ministers Eamon and Ivan's teams might be delayed by several days. The young man affirmed with a nod. Carlos fell silent, deep in thought. After pondering for several seconds, he clapped his hands and announced, "Attention, all members. We will delay this operation. Activate Plan B. Once the other 2 divisions arrive, we will employ a blockade strategy for a gradual advance, followed by a capture operation." Having said that, he added to the young man, "Return and notify them to control the movement's noise. We must not allow those dynamic balance fellows to catch wind of us." The young man nodded in understanding and quietly vanished from the crowd. In the Lost Marsh region, Su Nuo was applying healing spray to the metal monster, while Shinado utilized droplets of life water to help the martial bear and Blaziken recover from their ailments. Zygarde circled around them, keeping watch. The series of battles had left Su Nuo and his team somewhat fatigued. Now was their moment of respite. The presence of Chun Haoming, a member of the Death Demon Brigade, was perplexing, or rather, astonishing. It is known that the Death Demon Brigade usually undertakes small team missions only during assignments. They are bounty hunters who won't act without compensation. Moreover, it seemed that Chun Haoming was the captain of this vanguard team. It appeared the Death Demon Brigade had set its sights on this area. Perhaps something here had drawn their attention, prompting them to send someone to gather intelligence. After the wound healed swiftly, the metal monster emitted a joyful sound. Su Nuo discarded the empty spray canister and began to plan for the upcoming trials. Chapter 125, The Dragon's Gorge. What wretched weather! Is a downpour imminent? Su Nuo looked up to see the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, growing darker by the minute. After several days of arduous travel, he had finally emerged safely from the Lost Marsh. Awaiting him now was the area known as the Dragon's Gorge. This marks the commencement of the entire Twilight Mountain range at the northernmost extent of the primal testing grounds, and the terminus of the Lost Marsh. Tester Su Nuo has arrived at the Dragon's Gorge, currently ranked 19th on the trial leaderboard. Just as he stepped onto the rugged terrain of the gorge, Su Nuo's trial wristband began to alert him. Having been preoccupied with travel over the past few days, Su Nuo had not engaged in any conflicts with other testers. Consequently, his trial points had not increased. Instead, several other testers had seized the opportunity to surpass him, relegating him to a lower rank. Oh, Lin Yinyu has now entered the top 50? Impressive. Ning Yumin has also climbed to the 70s. Even Tao Shuxian has squeezed into the top 100, perusing the leaderboard. Su Nuo expressed his astonishment. Then, upon closer inspection, he discovered that Xuan Yi from Class S2 had also made it into the top 30, not far behind him. Overall, the testers from Tianyuan Elf High School were performing significantly better than at the outset. As Su Nuo retracted the leaderboard's blue display, he walked silently along the wide gorge path, the towering, barren rocks on either side causing him to feel somewhat disoriented. I should find a place to shelter from the rain. There must be a cave nearby. Drawing upon his familiarity with rocky terrain, Su Nuo mentally assessed his surroundings. On the winding mountain road to the left, several small geodudes were sprinting frantically, pursued closely by a massive onyx. Above them, on the rocky ledge, a mantine lay peacefully, indulging in a deep slumber. Just as Su Nuo became entranced by the scene, he collided with a hard object. What on earth is blocking the path? He muttered. clearing his mind and focusing his gaze. To his astonishment, it was a Rhydon, ambling leisurely across his path, resulting in a rather abrupt encounter. Observing the Rhydon's formidable gray armor, Su Nuo felt a wave of relief that this particular Rhydon was not in a foul mood. Otherwise, it might have gone berserk, rampaging through the area. A rampaging Rhydon could be a perilous creature, and Su Nuo certainly wished to avoid being caught in its brute force. With a slight grunt, the Rhydon acknowledged Su Nuo and then casually moved aside, showing no further interest in this intruding human. If only all wild Pokémon were as gentle as this Rhydon, Su Nuo mused. Then perhaps there wouldn't be so many trainers getting injured in the wild each year. After watching the Rhydon depart quietly, Su Nuo continued his journey. Reaching the heart of Dragon's Canyon after several minutes of walking, suddenly, a series of rhythmic rock crashing sounds caught his attention. As he approached the source, he beheld a peculiar Pokémon adorned in white armor, forcefully striking large boulders with its hardened head. In this flat mountainous region, it had already shattered numerous such resilient stones. Is that a Druddigan? Is it engaged in its daily head training? Pokémon, Druddigan. Type, Dragon. Gender. Ability, Rough Skin. This Pokémon does not receive recoil damage from its own moves. Aptitude, Gym Leader level. Level, 33, Expert Beginner. Skills, Bite, Dragon Breath, Crunch, Dragon Claw. Scary Face, Protect, Rest, Rock Slide, Charge. Status, Druddigan is focused on its training. The final evolution of Druddigan is the formidable Bloodwing Dragon, a Pokémon of considerable prowess. Classified as a quasi-divine entity, its powerful dual offensive capabilities and impressive speed make it a natural-born attacker, coupled with its ability. The Bloodwing Dragon is truly an unparalleled offensive machine. Thus, this lineage is a favorite among many trainers specializing in Dragon-type Pokémon, primarily due to its strength and speed, as well as its suitability as an excellent aerial mount. Trainers fortunate enough to possess a Bloodwing Dragon can enjoy comfortable long-distance aerial travels. Su Nuo paused momentarily, deftly retrieving 3 Premier Balls from his backpack. He had long been aware that this untamed region harbored numerous rare and powerful Pokémon, and he was elated to finally encounter one today. The old adage rang true. Truly formidable trainers wander the far reaches of the wilderness. With practiced precision, Su Nuo simultaneously threw the 3 Premier Balls, targeting Druddigan's head, face, and feet. Crack, crack, crack. Although the Premier Balls struck Druddigan with pinpoint accuracy, they proved utterly ineffective. Druddigan merely shook its body, effortlessly shattering the balls. The Premier Balls quickly exploded, losing their potency. No matter how high-performing these balls were, they were merely mass-produced factory models. The more powerful the Pokémon, the less susceptible it was to such devices. If it were a fully evolved Bloodwing Dragon, its temper would likely result in it crushing the trainer's Pokeballs with ease. It appeared that ordinary Pokeballs were simply inadequate. Faced with this failure, Su Nuo resignedly shook his head and retrieved a special Pokeball, his prized Powerball, which now seemed to be of great use. Just as he contemplated how best to deploy the Powerball, a black-green dragon-type Pokémon leapt forth from a nearby rocky cavern, presenting itself before Druddigan. Its 2 prominent fangs were remarkably distinctive. A fracture? So that cavern is the hiding place of this fracture? I wonder if there are more within. Pokémon, Fracture. Type, Dragon. Gender. Ability, Mold Breaker. This Pokémon can nullify the effects of certain abilities during battle. Aptitude, Gym Leader level. Level, 39, Expert Advanced. Skills, Bite, Cut, Pursuit. Taunt, Dragon Claw, Double Chop, Crunch, Dragon Dance, Hone Claws, Scary Face, Dragon Pulse. Status, Fracture is currently taunting its opponent. What is this? Taunting its opponent? Su Nuo, initially astonished by Fracture's appearance, found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this Fracture looking for a fight? The very next moment, Druddigan abandoned its rocky target and turned to unleash a torrent of Emerald Dragon Breath toward Fracture. This signaled the imminent clash between the 2 Dragon-type wild Pokémon. Chapter 126, Encounter. Trial Ranking Number 10. In the face of Druddigan's Dragon Breath attack, Fracture showed no inclination to evade. It shook its head and immediately retaliated with a surge of violet-blue energy, colliding with Druddigan's attack. The clash of Dragon Breath and Dragon Pulse unleashed a tempest, forcing Su Nuo to stagger back several steps as he observed the battle. Fracture's final evolution is the formidable Bisharp, a dominant force among Dragon-type Pokémon. It seemed that Druddigan had finally met its match. Witnessing this battle of Dragon-type Pokémon, Su Nuo decided to take a few steps back, eager to watch the outcome unfold. The fierce conflict between the 2 Dragon-type Pokémon was marked by various violent assaults, each honing their physical prowess in the quest for dominance. As the first exchange yielded no clear victor, the two Pokémon quickly initiated a second round of combat. Druddigon propelled itself off the ground, unleashing a powerful black dragon claw strike. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, indicating its rising fury. Fracture, undeterred, mirrored Druddigon's attack with an equally forceful dragon claw. With a resounding crack, Fracture's strike overpowered Druddigon's, landing a solid blow. "Get out of my territory," Druddigon growled, despite being at a disadvantage. "This area belongs to me." Fracture huffed defiantly, relishing its upper hand as it pressed the attack. The two Pokémon were engaged in a territorial dispute. Thanks to the unique ability of the dragon taming power, Su Nuo could clearly understand the exchange between the two dragon-type Pokémon. Next, Druddigon gathered energy and unleashed a barrage of rock fragments aimed directly at Fracture. That was Rock Slide. This time, Fracture did not counterattack directly. Instead, it swiftly dodged and slipped towards Su Nuo's direction, with the Rock Slide following closely behind. "Oh no, is it leading the attack towards me?" Su Nuo thought, realizing that Fracture was indeed playing tricks. Raising his right hand slightly, Su Nuo summoned the long-lost dragon taming power. With a whoosh, an invisible aura of intimidation erupted from him, forcibly breaking the combat stances of both Fracture and Druddigon. Their bodies bent slightly, each one yearning to submit to this overwhelming force. Even the rock slide that was originally aimed at Su Nuo quietly dissipated into nothingness at this moment. "Creel, what is this ability? It fills me with awe, acceptance, and allure all at once." The armored dragon was instantly devoid of its fighting spirit. Under the might of the dragon sovereign, its own intense consciousness was firmly suppressed by Su Nuo's power. The axe-toothed dragon fared even worse. Once boasting its dominance before the armored dragon, it now found itself prostrated before Su Nuo. It mumbled indistinctly, "Floraflu, what a peculiar human trainer, possessing such power." Having temporarily subdued these two Pokémon with the dragon sovereign's might, Su Nuo contemplated capturing the armored dragon. After all, the demigod-level Bloodwing dragon was both formidable and magnificent, making it an excellent flying mount. Wouldn't it be delightful to capture it? "You are Su Nuo, correct? From Tianyuan High School? If you are wise, hand over your trial bracelet immediately. Spare yourself the embarrassment of a crushing defeat later. Let me make it clear, I am exceedingly powerful." A brash voice echoed from a few meters behind Su Nuo. Has another trialist already arrived at Dragon Canyon? Moreover, judging by the audacity of their tone, they must be ranked quite high. Su Nuo turned to see a tall, lanky male high school student come into view. He donned a white and green school uniform, with long bangs obscuring his eyes, leaving his gaze concealed. At that moment, this male student advanced towards Su Nuo step by step. He had turned off the blue screen of his trial bracelet, indicating he had already discerned Su Nuo's complete information. "Come forth, Death's Coffin. We finally have work to do." With that, the high school student released a ghostly Pokémon resembling a coffin. This creature, known as Death's Coffin, possessed striking red eyes and a peculiar grin that sent shivers down one's spine. Pokémon, Death's Coffin. Type, Ghost. Gender. Ability, Mummy. This Pokémon causes opponents to lose their abilities upon contact. Qualification, Expert level. Level, 29, Elite High Tier. Skills, Dark Mist, Black Magic Night Shadow, Protect, Shadow Claw. Bind, Will-O-Wisp, Black Gaze, Misfortune. Trial ranking, 10th, Liang Jingqiao. Is he truly a top 10 contender? Su Nuo regarded the approaching adversary with a grave expression. To be among the top 10 meant that Liang Jingqiao was certainly no ordinary opponent. However, if he could defeat him head-on, not only would he usurp his 10th place position, coupled with his existing trial points, he might even climb 1 or 2 ranks higher. It was an exceptional opportunity for advancement. With this in mind, Su Nuo retrieved his first combat Pokémon, the Martial Bear Master. "Cree, run, Umfu. Don't even think about fleeing. This is my turf." Ignoring the commotion, Su Nuo suddenly noticed that the armored dragon and the axe-toothed dragon had broken free from the dragon sovereign's influence. They dashed toward the depths of Dragon Canyon, one after the other. "Oh, it seems something is attempting to escape. Is it in fear of me?" Death's Coffin unleashed Shadow Claw. Liang Jingqiao, with his hands buried in his pockets, approached Su Nuo with an air of arrogance. Death's Coffin darted towards Su Nuo like a specter, unleashing a ghostly energy claw aimed at his head. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted as the Martial Bear Master burst forth from its pokeball, shattering the Shadow Claw with a barehanded strike. This momentarily startled Liang Jingqiao, who noted, "Your Pokémon seems rather rare, but I wonder how strong it truly is." Su Nuo had no intention of responding to this braggart. His mind was solely focused on the armored dragon. "Martial Bear Master, we shall employ a swift attack strategy in this battle." The opponent's strength is inconsequential. What matters is our combat efficiency. Su Nuo instructed his Pokémon. Though Liang Jingqiao was ranked 10th, Su Nuo remained undaunted. Karu, the martial bear master, nodded, silently channeling a surge of dark energy, ready to strike at any moment. Go. Dark Shadow Strike. The martial bear master leapt onto the rocks, launching itself toward the floating Death's Coffin. Oh, quite quick, are we? Death's Coffin, Black Magic Night Shadow. Liang Jingqiao remarked, slightly taken aback. Chapter 127, A Soul Snatching Eye. Dark phantoms surged from all directions, closing in on the martial bear master. These swirling black energies resembled invisible tendrils, attempting to ensnare the opponent. With a powerful roar, the martial bear master was enveloped in a burst of purple energy. Despite the relentless attacks of Black Magic Night Shadow, they were completely repelled by the violet armor, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Then, the martial bear master retaliated, delivering a punch that struck Death's Coffin. The Dark Shadow Strike collided with Death's Coffin's face like a cannonball. The immense energy wave caused Liang Jingqiao's hair to stand on end, his once vacant fish-like eyes still devoid of emotion. Indeed a remarkably forceful attack. Among the opponents I've faced, your offensive capability is the strongest. However, Liang Jingqiao wore a peculiar grin, seemingly unfazed by the fact that his Pokémon had been struck head-on. Yet Death's Coffin did not lose its fighting ability from the blow. It shook its body, forcibly pushing the martial bear master back several steps. Truly deserving of its top 10 ranking, it clearly possessed some prowess. Had it been any other ghost-type Pokémon, they would have fallen to the martial bear master's Dark Shadow Strike. But Death's Coffin's exceptional defense left Su Nuo in quiet admiration. Karu. The martial bear master shook its right fist but soon realized that a peculiar force had infiltrated its body. Is it the mummy ability of Death's Coffin? It temporarily nullifies the opponent's abilities. Su Nuo instantly discerned the shift in the battle. Death's Coffin. Execute Black Gaze. Observing that the martial bear master was being tormented by the mummy ability, Liang Jingqiao promptly commanded Death's Coffin to proceed with its next move. With a mournful wail, Death's Coffin unleashed Black Gaze, locking onto its foe. With this move, the martial bear master would be unable to evade its attack, leap over, and use Aerial Ace. Su Nuo was acutely aware of the effects of Black Gaze, yet he had no intention of retreating. He merely wished to swiftly eliminate the opponent before him. Upon receiving the command, the martial bear master sprang into action, leaping toward Death's Coffin. It conjured pure blue energy in its hands, transforming it into two blades that sliced downward with ferocity. Death's Coffin immediately used Protect to defend against its attack. With that, Liang Jingqiao retrieved another Pokeball from his waist, containing his ace Pokémon. The sharp Aerial Ace struck toward Death's Coffin, but was effortlessly intercepted by its white energy shield. Having failed in its assault, the martial bear master retreated to its original position. What a stroke of luck! Death's Coffin's mummy ability has rendered the invisible punch ineffective. Thus, the martial bear master's attack was momentarily unable to penetrate Protect's defensive maneuver. Observing the battle still at a stalemate, Su Nuo furrowed his brow. This would not do. He needed to seize the initiative immediately. Come forth, Blaziken. Prepare for battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Nuo summoned his second Pokémon into the fray. Mochaka. As Blaziken emerged, its arms erupted in scorching flames, exuding an unmistakable fighting spirit. Feeling that he was at a disadvantage, Liang Jingqiao decided to unleash his other Pokémon as well. Soul Snatching Eye, go for the kill. Seeing Su Nuo summon his second battling Pokémon, Liang Jingqiao was equally unwilling to hold back, releasing his ace Pokémon into the fray. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as a diminutive, purple-hued sprite materialized before the Reaper's coffin. Its eyes sparkled like precious gems, and a red gem-like substance adorned its chest. With a chilling giggle, the Soul Stealer made its entrance, evoking an inexplicable discomfort. Sprite, Soul Stealer. Type, Dark Ghost. Gender. Ability, Keen Eye. This sprite's attack accuracy cannot be diminished by any means. Qualification, Expert level. Level, 33, Beginner Expert. Skills, Shadow Strike, Piercing Gaze, Frenzied Claw, Knockback, Shadow Claw. Power Gem, Odd Light. Is that the Soul Stealer? Observing Liang Jingqiao's other sprite, Su Nuo sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. He had a foreboding feeling that this would be a formidable adversary. Reaper's Coffin. Unleash Will-O-the-Wisp. The moment the Soul Stealer appeared, Liang Jingqiao immediately altered the course of battle. Transitioning from a defensive strategy, he now embraced an offensive stance. In an instant, two dark orbs of ghostly flames silently surged towards the frontline fighter, the Martial Bear Master. Flame Chicken, assist the Martial Bear Master. Execute double flame kick. The ghostly flames would inflict a torturous burning state upon their target, and Su Nuo was resolute in preventing this from succeeding. With a swift dash, Flame Chicken surged forward, flames raging beneath its feet. The two successive flame kicks shattered the ghostly flames head-on, and the volatile energy subsequently engulfed the opponent's will-o'-the-wisp, amplifying its power. Witnessing Flame Chicken successfully liberate the Martial Bear Master, Su Nuo commanded, "Martial Bear Master, seize the moment. Deliver another punch of dark fury." A fleeting shadow darted past as the Martial Bear Master capitalized on the opportunity. It followed closely in the wake of Flame Chicken's onslaught towards the Reaper's coffin. And this second punch of dark fury was far more vigorous than the previous one. Boom, boom. The two flame kicks erupted with a thunderous resonance, striking the Reaper's coffin directly. A torrent of purple, dark energy surged forth as the Martial Bear Master's attack collided with the same target, the Reaper's coffin. This combined assault was a common tactic in double battles. After successfully dispatching one of the opposing sprites, the ensuing battle would be significantly easier. Soul Stealer, employ Piercing Gaze. At this moment, Liang Jingchao suddenly commanded his Soul Stealer to strike. And this strike was aimed squarely at Flame Chicken. The Soul Stealer spread its arms wide, a surge of power emanating forth, successfully intercepting the double flame kick. Meanwhile, on the Reaper's coffin's side, the Martial Bear Master's punch of dark fury also landed a second time. An astonishing whirlwind erupted from the exterior of the Reaper's coffin. This time, the punch of dark fury shattered its formidable defensive capabilities. Ugh! The Reaper's coffin emitted a pained wail, its surface cracking slightly and suffering severe injury. Its defenses had become a breach. As Su Nuo observed the wavering Reaper's coffin, he sensed it could collapse at any moment. One strike, just one casual strike, could easily topple Liang Jingchao's Reaper's coffin. Now, Soul Stealer, unleash Odd Light. Liang Jingchao disregarded the Reaper's coffin's injuries and hastily instructed the Soul Stealer to disrupt the battlefield. Upon utterance, the Soul Stealer's eyes shot forth two peculiar beams of light directed at Flame Chicken and the Martial Bear Master. Quickly evade those beams of light, Su Nuo immediately exclaimed. His focus sharp and reflexes astonishingly swift. Flame Chicken deftly sidestepped, its agility in battle allowing it to evade the odd light with ease. However, the Martial Bear Master was not so fortunate. Its evasive steps lagged slightly behind Flame Chicken, ultimately resulting in it being struck by the Soul Stealer's odd light. Still unable to evade, the angle of that dazzling light was simply too cunning. Su Nuo thought as he shouted, "Flame Chicken, go and deal with his Reaper's coffin. Use Eruption Flame." Mocha. Successfully escaping the beams of light, Flame Chicken landed on the rocky ground and unleashed a torrent of blazing fire towards the Reaper's coffin. This fiery eruption struck true. Following the two punches of dark fury from the Martial Bear Master, the Reaper's coffin could no longer withstand this devastating assault. The dense black energy surrounding its body dissipated entirely, rendering it incapable of combat. The truly intriguing part was only just beginning. After capturing the unconscious Reaper's coffin within a pokeball, Liang Jingchao smiled ominously, as if he still had more cards to play. Meanwhile, the Martial Bear Master, affected by the odd light, had completely succumbed to chaos. Its eyes darkened, its body swayed precariously, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Only the Soul Stealer remained. Su Nuo glanced at the Martial Bear Master and began formulating a battle plan. A sprite in a state of chaos would temporarily have its mind affected, possibly even attacking its allies. This posed a significant challenge for the upcoming battle. Su Nuo contemplated recalling the Martial Bear Master into its Pokeball for a brief respite. However, due to the black gaze cast by the Reaper's coffin earlier, the Martial Bear Master was directly restrained. With no alternative, all hope rested on Flame Chicken. Flame Chicken, perform Swords Dance. After a moment of strategic contemplation, Su Nuo promptly commanded Flame Chicken to establish a fortified position. Swords Dance would rapidly enhance Flame Chicken's physical attack capabilities. And coupled with its speed-enhancing ability, it would soon dominate the battle. Su Nuo aimed to conclude the encounter with the Soul Stealer as swiftly as possible, planning to fortify your position and then exert power. Such a notion was commendable, perhaps even the most effective strategy at present. However, Liang Jingchao unexpectedly withdrew a Mega Evolution Keystone from his pocket. Soul Stealer, Mega Evolve. Upon utterance, the purple-red Mega Evolution Source Stone embedded in the Soul Stealer glimmered with vibrant hues. Surrounded by this radiance, the Soul Stealer's form underwent a striking transformation. A colossal ruby shielded the Mega Soul Stealer. Through this gem, the Mega Soul Stealer cautiously assessed its opponent. Simultaneously, as the Soul Stealer completed its Mega Evolution, Flame Chicken having executed Sword's Dance, unleashed a significantly greater force than before. Is that a mega evolution? Su Nuo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. No matter. What of the Mega Soul Stealer? You are not the only challenger with the power of Mega Evolution. Flame Chicken, we shall Mega Evolve too. Su Nuo drew forth his own evolution keystone, igniting the power of Mega Evolution within. As he felt the surge of energy coursing through his forehead, Flame Chicken successfully completed its Mega Evolution. Oh, you possess a Mega Evolution item as well. I underestimated you. Now it was Liang Jingchao's turn to be astonished. He had never anticipated that Su Nuo, ranked lower than himself, would also possess such a formidable item. Underestimate me? Perhaps. But soon, this duel will reach its conclusion. Flame Chicken, leap away from there. Su Nuo commanded the Mega Flame Chicken to attack, while keeping his gaze fixed on the Martial Bear Master. At that moment, the Martial Bear Master remained completely disoriented. Acting without Su Nuo's orders, it unleashed Thunder Punch on its own. Roar. The Martial Bear Master emitted a heavy roar as it swung its golden-tinted fist, imbued with electric energy, towards the Mega Soul Stealer. Though its steps were heavier and its speed diminished, the increased weight added power to its strike. Oh, you can still accurately target the enemy, even in a state of chaos? I must commend your sprite's bravery. Soul Stealer, unleash Piercing Gaze. Liang Jingchao waved his right hand with precision, instructing Mega Golai to counter the onslaught of the martial arts Bear Master. Soon, the formidable Thunder Punch struck directly against the transparent ruby. Unexpectedly, the ruby did not shatter. Instead, the force of the punch was absorbed by the gem itself. The brave bird launched an aggressive assault. At this moment, Su Nuo commanded Mega Blaziken to dive from the sky for an aerial strike. Golai, attempt to knock it down. As Blaziken descended with lethal intent, Liang Jingchao planned to use this maneuver to nullify the enemy's aggression. It is crucial to note that this knockdown technique is exceptionally effective against airborne foes, particularly those attempting to launch aerial attacks. Powerful cyclones erupted from around Blaziken, initiating a fierce melee between Mega Golai and Mega Blaziken. Boom. The moment they clashed, an enormous explosion erupted, generating staggering gusts of wind. Mega Blaziken shook its arms. The recoil from the move inflicted slight injuries upon its body. Liang Jingchao evidently underestimated Blaziken's prowess. His Mega Golai was sent tumbling backwards several meters after being struck by the brave bird assault, leaving bloody trails on the rocky ground. Karu. While Su Nuo remained focused on Golai's condition, he suddenly heard the low growl of the martial arts Bear Master, initially expecting it to gradually recover from the state of chaos. He was taken aback as the bear swiftly executed a hand chop, aiming a lethal strike at Mega Blaziken. Has it begun attacking its own allies? He wondered if the effect of the black gaze had worn off. Blaziken, maintain your distance from the martial arts Bear Master. It has completely succumbed to chaos. After issuing commands to Blaziken, Su Nuo attempted to recall the martial arts Bear Master into its pokeball, but failed once more. The black gaze from the Death God's coffin rendered the bear incapable of disengaging from battle. In the face of the bear's attack, Blaziken could only evade its fierce strikes. Wasting combat energy on allies would be an unwise move. This was something it fully comprehended about Su Nuo. How does it feel? Quite distressing, I imagine. The combination of the black gaze and the peculiar light must leave you, as a trainer, utterly bewildered. Golai, unleash the power gem. Liang Jingchao showed no mercy. Seizing the opportunity in battle, he launched a fierce counterattack. Chapter 129, The Wrathful Evolution of the Shelmet. In an instant, the ruby in Mega Golai's grasp erupted with a pale energy, shooting straight towards Blaziken. This dazzling white light represented a rock-type special attack, the power gem. Was he hoping to seize control of the battlefield and then strike hard? Su Nuo shielded his eyes from the blinding brightness, commanding Blaziken to retreat and employ Feather Dance. The Feather Dance could forcibly lower the opponent's attack capabilities, a control move that Blaziken had mastered. In such a closely matched battle, Su Nuo was compelled to seek victory through such tactics. Mocha. The Blaziken, struck by the power gem, leapt back, then swept its right claw, scattering countless soft feathers like willow fluff. Not only Golai, but even the martial arts Bear Master found its abilities hampered by this special move. In light of this, Golai, use Shadow Sneak. Mega Golai concentrated its energy, its shadow darting towards Blaziken with ghostly swiftness. The speed of this shadow strike was truly astonishing. An opening. The enemy is rife with vulnerabilities. This presents the perfect opportunity for a forceful breakthrough. Charge in with Flare Blitz. Seizing the moment, Su Nuo opted for a direct approach to victory. Upon hearing these words, Mega Blaziken unleashed its full fiery might, flames erupting around its form as it charged towards the enemy. Meanwhile, the martial arts bear master's state of confusion suddenly lifted. Shaking its head, it ultimately collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. It appeared that the peculiar light had significantly drained its stamina. The flames mercilessly consumed Gulai's ghostly energy, and in the state of flare blitz, Blaziken barreled through its opponent like a relentless inferno. Gulai raised the large ruby as a shield, positioning it defensively. Bang! The ruby produced a dull thud upon impact with flare blitz, yet remained entirely unscathed. Mega Gulai remained in the rear, secretly reveling in its apparent invulnerability. Humph! My Gulai excels in defense post-Mega Evolution. That solid ruby is impervious to any attack, Liang Jingqiao boasted. For the final blow, Blaziken unleashed Blaze Kick. Ignoring the opponent entirely, Su Nuo commanded Blaziken to deliver a concentrated strike. Fiery energy instantly gathered upon Mega Blaziken's right foot, preparing for its most powerful assault. I have already stated that your attacks are futile. Gulai, use Detect to nullify its offensive. Liang Jingqiao responded with a calm demeanor. Ding! Gulai's eyes glimmered with intensity, seemingly scrutinizing the opponent's move. In the next moment, Blaziken unleashed a ferocious kick. The searing flames surged towards Mega Gulai, which again raised the massive ruby to block. After using Detect, Gulai was confident that its shield would mitigate Blaziken's assault. Mocha! Bang! 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 3 explosive sounds resonated throughout the battlefield. The Blaze Kick ruthlessly shattered the enemy's shield, delivering 2 devastating hits. The first wave of searing flames knocked Gulai to the ground, leaving it battered and bruised. The second wave of flames mercilessly scorched the opponent, causing the already weakened Gulai to convulse. Ultimately, it was forcefully reverted from its Mega Evolution state, collapsing and unable to rise again. What kind of move was that? It penetrated my strongest defense. Liang Jingqiao stood in shock, witnessing his Pokémon's demise at the hands of the opponent's final strike, unable to fathom that this was reality. You have lost. Hand over your trial qualifications. My Blaziken will show no mercy. Do not say I did not warn you. With a wave of his right hand, Su Nuo signaled for Blaziken, which swiftly advanced towards Liang Jingqiao. Though that Blaze Kick had temporarily drained its fire energy, it did not hinder its capacity to continue fighting. I concede. You are indeed formidable. You are the first to breach the defenses of Mega Gulai directly. Liang Jingqiao surrendered the trial bracelet from his wrist to Blaziken, feeling a sense of loss. On the other side, the battle between the Shelmet and the Axu continued. More accurately, it was the Axu mercilessly overpowering the Shelmet. With claws charged with power, the Axu unleashed a series of dual slashing attacks against the Shelmet, relying on the enhancement of Dragon Dance and its level advantage. It cornered the Shelmet into a dire situation. The Shelmet, battered and bruised, was in utter despair. Roar! Fluru! How dare you challenge me in my territory? The Axu's claw struck the Shelmet's shell, its tone increasingly aggressive. Kuri, that was originally my territory. Even while enduring a severe beating, the Shelmet persisted in its stance. Fluru! But now it belongs to me. Get out of here! The Axu roared, unleashing Dragon Pulse that knocked the Shelmet flat onto the ground. It lay on its back, basking in its triumph, seemingly uninterested in the defeated opponent any longer. Boom! Thunder rumbled as torrential rain began to pour, cleansing everything on the ground. The conflict among dragons is fundamentally a contest of strength, and the defeat of the Shell Dragon is not without justification. Prior to its evolution into its ultimate form, its abilities were rather mediocre. Anger, resentment. Amidst the torrential downpour, the Shell Dragon yearned to trample the Axe Dragon beneath its feet. You ought to be enraged. Such fury can empower you. Channel this wrath into your heart, and then go forth to crush that Axe Dragon. A figure materialized beside the Shell Dragon. It was Su Nuo, who had pursued the trail of the Shell Dragon, drenched by the relentless rain. Ding! Your intimacy with the wild Shell Dragon has reached 70. Krakiri? What is this aura emanating from you? Who exactly are you? The Shell Dragon inquired with a feeble voice. Su Nuo remained silent, instead approaching the Shell Dragon and invoking the power of Dragon Mastery. An invisible energy surged into the Shell Dragon's body, revitalizing its weakened form significantly. Ding! Your intimacy with the Shell Dragon has reached 100. Your relationship has upgraded to friendly. What is this power? The Shell Dragon suddenly sensed the energy bestowed by Su Nuo, awakening its latent, true strength. A torrent of fervent heat surged forth from within, fiery, comforting, and filled with yearning. Ding! Your intimacy with the Shell Dragon has reached 150. Your relationship has elevated to intimate. The power of anger harmonized flawlessly with the strength granted by Su Nuo, ultimately enabling the shelled dragon to shatter the confines of its abilities. Whoosh! A brilliant white light enveloped the shelled dragon, and thus it underwent a miraculous evolution. Chapter 130, Ascending to 8th Place. The shelled dragon's new visage boasted blood-red wings shaped like crescent moons, signifying its ultimate form, the imposing bloodwing dragon. Species, bloodwing dragon. Type, dragon, flying. Gender. Ability, overconfidence. This creature can enhance its physical attack power after defeating an opponent. Qualification, gym leader level. Level, 33, expert beginner. Skills, bite, dragon claw, phantom face, headbutt. Dragon breath, protect, sleep, rock slide, fly, focus energy, dragon tail. Intimacy, 150. Indeed, the enhancement in its capabilities post-evolution is remarkable. Observing the entire process of the shelled dragon's transformation, Su Nuo remarked with certainty. Roar. Thaku. The bloodwing dragon's eyes fixed intently on Su Nuo, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sent his garments swirling. Is this a final test of my worthiness? Su Nuo quickly grasped the intention of the bloodwing dragon. He prepared to capture it by arranging the remaining 3 premier balls. First, the wings. Snap. A premier ball was accurately thrown above the bloodwing dragon, only to be crushed in an instant by its outstretched jaws. Next, Su Nuo hurled the second ball towards its abdomen, targeting that area. Roar. The bloodwing dragon flapped its wings vigorously, instantly coalescing a white energy around its belly. Despite Su Nuo's cunning angle of attack, the move was effortlessly countered by a protective barrier. But that was not the end. The final premier ball was stealthily launched. It cunningly circumvented the bloodwing dragon's line of sight, soaring in a graceful arc towards its robust tail. Snap! With a flick of its tail, the bloodwing dragon proudly shattered Su Nuo's third ball. Thaku! Such feeble attempts shall not suffice to capture me. The bloodwing dragon elevated its head with pride, putting on a show before Su Nuo. Those were mere illusions. This is the final ball. Su Nuo produced his last premier ball, the power ball, which now radiated an ethereal black glow. Whoosh! This last ball flew straight towards the bloodwing dragon's gaping maw, the trajectory direct and peculiar. The power ball erupted with purple-black light, instantly engulfing the bloodwing dragon, which remained blissfully unaware of its predicament. Within the power ball, it struggled briefly before succumbing to an uncanny calm. After successfully capturing the bloodwing dragon, Su Nuo scanned Liang Jingchao's trial bracelet. His trial ranking had ascended into the top 10, landing directly in 8th place. As the trial leaderboard updated dramatically, the remaining participants erupted in astonishment. What the heck? The top 10 of the trial has changed? Does this mean someone has been eliminated? My goodness. Someone actually made it into the top 10. I thought it was merely a dream. What the hell? That Liang Jingchao seemed formidable earlier. How could he possibly be taken down now? Su Nuo from Tianyuan High School has surged to 9th place on the trial leaderboard. If I am not mistaken, this individual's prowess may extend beyond what we've witnessed. Numerous participants were astonished by Su Nuo's ascendance into the top 10. In the Great Forest, Chun-Yi observed the leaderboard refresh in silence, his expression darkening. I never expected Su Nuo from Class 1 to ascend faster than I. Can this fellow truly surpass me? He glanced at his own rank, no, 21, and lamented. Within the district-level Pokemon Alliance's hall, Principal Li Chung of Tianyuan High School gazed at the real-time updated trial leaderboard with exhilaration. Well done, Su Nuo. Keep pushing for the top 5, or even the top 3. If we secure a place in the top 3, our school might just have a chance to contend with the strongest. Li Chung rubbed his hands together, speaking with great anticipation. High above, Su Nuo, riding on the back of the bloodwing dragon, inquired, have you located the previous axe dragon? Roar. No. The bloodwing dragon responded, scanning the surroundings, yet failing to detect any trace of a dragon-type Pokemon, which left it feeling somewhat disheartened. Let us return to our previous location. We must approach the axe dragon's lair. Su Nuo recalled the position previously occupied by the axe dragon and commanded accordingly. Thus, the bloodwing dragon soared directly towards the canyon's perimeter. In just about 10 minutes of flight, they spotted the axe dragon strutting boldly in the central area of the canyon. There, let us greet it, bloodwing dragon. Execute Dragon Claw. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, Su Nuo silently chuckled and commanded the bloodwing dragon to attack. Thaku, with a deep dragon roar, the bloodwing dragon unleashed a pitch-black dragon claw aimed directly at the axe dragon. It dove through the air, launching a powerful, straight assault. Fluru? Why do I sense an ominous feeling? The axe dragon, vaguely perceiving a formidable aura approaching from behind, turned to look. Fluru FL. What is this? Bam! In the next moment, the bloodwing dragon's claw struck the axe dragon, the sheer destructive force knocking it to the ground. Not precise enough, Bloodwing Dragon. It seems you have yet to fully adapt to your new form, Su Nuo mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. The previous dragon claw had not struck a vital area on the axe dragon, resulting in only a minor injury. Roar. Thakura. Prepare to meet your end. The Bloodwing Dragon circled in the air, roaring, its eyes ablaze with rage. Fluru. You are that fellow from before. A defeated foe, the axe dragon quickly regained its footing, adopting a battle stance, having recognized the shadow of the shelled dragon within the Bloodwing Dragon. However, the Bloodwing Dragon had no intention of wasting words on its adversary before Su Nuo could issue a command. It unleashed a torrent of purple dragon breath directly towards the axe dragon. As the adversary, the axe dragon retaliated with its own dragon pulse. The two streams of dragon energy collided, instantly igniting a cataclysmic explosion. Bam! 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 The explosive sounds reverberated continuously, conjuring layers of white smoke that obscured the line of sight for both parties. Unable to see clearly, Su Nuo inquired, "Can you sense the position of the Axu?" The Bloodwing Dragon shook its head, then began to flap its wings vigorously, whipping up a gale that gradually dispersed the smoke. Once visibility was restored, Su Nuo was momentarily taken aback. "Hurry, chase after it. It intends to flee into its lair." With a roar, the Bloodwing Dragon decisively surged forward in pursuit. Chapter 131. The Twin Axe Dragon Leader. Crash! Crash! Inside the cave, the Bloodwing Dragon shattered the surrounding rocks. Even within the confines of this narrow tunnel, it maintained its flying posture. One must admit that the Shellmet had a genuine passion for flight. Ever since its evolution, its powerful wings had never ceased their motion. To think that the interior of the cave where the Axu was hiding would be like this, Su Nuo marveled as he followed closely behind the Bloodwing Dragon, moving with remarkable agility. On either side of the tunnel, various rock-type spirits stared in astonishment as Su Nuo and the Bloodwing Dragon dashed past Rocky, Moonstone, and Cacnea. Before long, the Bloodwing Dragon halted ahead. There it was, members of the Axe's clan? Su Nuo was astonished to see a group of Axu grinding their teeth against the rocks within the cave, while the Axu leader swaggered among its companions, indulging in a feast of berries. Hiding behind a massive rock, the Bloodwing Dragon fixed its gaze upon the Axu leader. "Let us go meet them." Su Nuo patted the Bloodwing Dragon's back and charged ahead. The sudden intrusion of humans made the Axu vigilant. They quickly scurried into nearby small holes. Among them, the majority were elite intermediate and elite high intermediate, but only the Axu leader was at the expert level, reigning as the dominant figure among its kin. With a roar, the Bloodwing Dragon charged in, instantly capturing the attention of all the wild spirits within the cave. "Foolish humans, you dare to follow us here." The Axu leader glared with murderous intent, seemingly unperturbed by Su Nuo and the Bloodwing Dragon, projecting an air of arrogance. It was hard to imagine that this overconfident creature had recently fled like a disheveled stray dog. "Use Rock Slide." Without hesitation, Su Nuo commanded the Bloodwing Dragon to retaliate. The Bloodwing Dragon flapped its powerful wings, conjuring waves of rocks that were hurled forcefully at the group of Axu. Just then, a tall, deep yellow spirit burst forth from an unseen corner, blocking the attack with its own body, absorbing the rock slide. Its speed was astonishing, catching even Su Nuo off guard. The Twin Axe Dragon? What could it be? Spirit, Twin Axe Dragon. Type, Dragon. Gender, Ability, Breaking Rank. This spirit can nullify certain abilities of its opponents during battle. Qualification, Expert Level. Level, 37, High Expert. Skills, Malicious Pursuit, Split, Dragon Claw, Bite, Dragon Pulse, Double Slash, Dragon Dance. The sudden emergence of the Twin Axe Dragon was indeed a high-level expert. "Leave this place at once, human," it commanded, exuding immense hostility and arrogance, clearly not regarding Su Nuo and his companion as worthy adversaries. With a low growl, the Bloodwing Dragon glared at the suddenly appeared Twin Axe Dragon, its temper flaring. Had Su Nuo not restrained it, it would have already lunged into battle. Attempting to dissuade us? That may prove a bit challenging. Su Nuo concentrated, unleashing the might of Dragon's majesty within him. This invisible pressure forced the observing Axu to fall to their knees, and even the Axu displayed signs of fear. In the presence of Su Nuo, empowered by the full force of Dragon's majesty, he exuded an imperial authority. "This power is Dragon's majesty. Human, you dare?" The Twin Axe Dragon struggled against its instinct to bow before Su Nuo, yet it still humbled itself, lowering its head. "We come for vengeance. You are the true leader of this clan, are you not? Hand over that Axu immediately," Su Nuo proclaimed, exuding an aura of authority. Glimpsing the panicked expression of the Axu leader, the previously haughty demeanor of the twin-axed dragon began to dissipate. It seemed to realize that its kin had caused trouble, and the human before it was here to settle the score. However, as the leader, it was unwilling to yield. Protecting its own kind was in its nature, and besides, this was its territory. With a mighty roar, the twin-axed dragon charged silently towards the blood-winged dragon, its dark claws poised to strike at the intruder. How amusing. Let me teach you a lesson, leader. Prepare for battle, blood-winged dragon. Use tail whip. Su Nuo retreated a few steps, granting his partner the space to unleash its might. With that, the blood-winged dragon lunged forward, swinging its massive tail with great force. The melee between the two dragon-type spirits was ferocious. As the tail and claws clashed, the twin-axed dragon began its pursuit. It swung its sharp claws, unleashing a double slash aimed directly at the blood-winged dragoness abdomen. This angle of the double slash was unlikely to break through. Use headbutt to counter. Su Nuo smiled silently. Wild spirits without a trainer's guidance were always a step behind in their offensive strategies. At Su Nuo's command, the blood-winged dragon instinctively thrust its head forward to counter the incoming attack. Crash! Crash! The double slash struck, but was ultimately deflected by the powerful headbutt. Following this, the blood-winged dragon maintained its momentum, delivering a robust headbutt that slammed into the twin-axed dragoness abdomen, sending it staggering back several steps. Damn you, human! The twin-axed dragon leader grimaced, rubbing the wounds on its abdomen and arms, glaring furiously at Su Nuo. The previous rock slide and now this headbutt had inflicted significant damage, leaving it in pain. As a leader, it might possess a more capable mind than its brethren. However, before a trainer, such attributes were insignificant. Have you thought of how to beg for our forgiveness, leader? Su Nuo gestured with his right hand, signaling the blood-winged dragon to temporarily cease its assault. Oh, by the way, it was that Axu who was in the wrong first. I was merely seeking justice for my blood-winged dragon. Blood-winged dragon, gather energy. Su Nuo snapped his fingers, adding roar. A massive flow of energy was stirred by the blood-winged dragon's wings, rapidly condensing within its body. At that moment, it radiated an overwhelming presence, exuding an aura of invincibility. Damn you, human! Don't think you can defeat me. The twin-axed dragon leader once again assumed an arrogant posture. It swayed its body, gathering a strange dragon-type energy. With this power, its offensive capabilities and speed were enhanced. It was the Dragon Dance, and the twin-axed dragon leader had chosen to engage Su Nuo in a do-or-die battle. Chapter 132, S-Rank Item, Ancient Dragon Tooth. Bloodwinged Dragon, use Dragon Claw. Just as Su Nuo issued the command, the blood-winged dragon gathered a surge of dark power. However, the twin-axed dragon leader was quicker. After benefiting from Dragon Dance, its speed had surpassed that of the blood-winged dragon. In a fierce burst, it dashed forward, claws extended, unleashing its own dragon claw. Although the blood-winged dragon's strike was slower, it did not hinder its ability to engage in a clash with its opponent. The two spirits' claws collided, resulting in a raw contest of strength. The standoff between the two sides lasted a full 20 seconds. Unleash Dragon Breath. As the contest of strength yielded no victor, Su Nuo swiftly commanded the blood-winged dragon to launch a supplementary assault. The blood-winged dragon nodded affirmatively and immediately exhaled a vibrant emerald breath. Simultaneously, the struggle with its adversary showed no signs of abating. Roar! The double-axe war dragon leader, not to be outdone, expelled a violet energy wave to counter the blood-winged dragon's breath attack. Crash! The collision of the dragon breath and the dragon wave resulted in a tremendous explosion, prematurely concluding their struggle. Yet, the double-axe war dragon leader merely took a couple of steps back, gathered its strength, and executed a double slash toward the blood-winged dragon. Another double slash? In a direct confrontation, we are more than capable of holding our ground. Su Nuo paused momentarily, contemplating alternative strategies, and opted to employ a protective barrier to thwart the impending strike. Thud! A translucent energy shield gradually enveloped the blood-winged dragon. The double-axe war dragon's double slash met the barrier as if striking a cotton cushion, yielding no real force. Rock collapse. Seizing the opportunity while the double-axe war dragon remained dazed from its failed offense, Su Nuo decided to act immediately. Several fragments of rock cascaded forth like a torrent, crashing toward the double-axe war dragon leader. This was evidently a surprise attack. The double-axe war dragon intended to neutralize it with a dragon wave, but it was too late. As soon as the blood-winged dragon unleashed the rock collapse, Su Nuo initiated a pursuit with a powerful bite. Smash! 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 Multiple rocks collided with the double-axe war dragon's body, inflicting considerable damage. The blood-winged dragon swiftly closed in, delivering another potent bite to the double-axe war dragon's neck. These two maneuvers decisively shifted the tide of battle. The defeat of the double-axe war dragon was now merely a matter of time. Final strike. Blood-winged dragon, dragon claw. Su Nuo uttered calmly. Roar. The blood-winged dragon let out a fierce roar, conjuring a tempestuous storm as it charged at the double-axe war dragon leader. Fuan. I surrender. At that moment, the leader capitulated to Su Nuo. Acknowledging its impending defeat, it chose to yield. Upon hearing the double-axe war dragon's surrender, the blood-winged dragon's assault ceased instantaneously. Then, you shall relinquish that axe-toothed dragon. This is the feud between my blood-winged dragon and it. Su Nuo spoke in a low tone. The double-axe war dragon leader, panting heavily, replied, Fuan, I am willing to offer my clan's treasure. And I implore the great dragon clan's understanding. The leader's words piqued Su Nuo's interest. A clan treasure? What could it be? Oh, a treasure? Pray tell, what treasure is it? After suppressing the blood-winged dragon's restlessness, Su Nuo inquired. Fuan, a dragon tooth imbued with wondrous power. The double-axe war dragon, after settling its rapid breaths, slowly approached the depths of the cave. Fulu? What? The leader intends to present that dragon tooth to this human. Fulu, that is our most prized treasure. Fulu, it's all your fault, boss. You've provoked someone you shouldn't have. Even the leader had to concede. Fulu, I had no idea this human and the evolved carapace dragon would be so formidable. Once the leader departed, several axe-toothed dragons began to whisper among themselves. Naturally, Su Nuo, possessing the power of the dragon, overheard their conversation. Before long, the double-axe war dragon leader produced a shattered tooth emanating a silvery glow and extended it with its sharp right claw towards Su Nuo. Fuan, let this be a token of apology to the great dragon lord. I hope you will spare my descendants. S-class item, Ancient Dragon Tooth. Effect, contains mysterious dragon-type power. Dragon-type spirits can enhance their abilities by harnessing its energy. Su Nuo merely cast a cursory glance at the dragon tooth, withholding his judgment. Though he recognized its rarity as a dragon-type artifact, Su Nuo resolved to consider the blood-winged dragon's opinion. To his surprise, the blood-winged dragon's reaction was nothing short of spectacular. Upon sighting the ancient dragon tooth, it fixated its gaze upon it with fervor and longing. Clearly, it had become utterly captivated by the tooth. Blood-winged dragon, how do you feel about this item as your compensation? Su Nuo suggested, gesturing toward the ancient dragon tooth and then to the trembling axe-toothed dragon beside him. As a Pokemon trainer, it was prudent to let the spirit make such a decisive choice. After all, it was the carapace dragon that had endured the earlier beating. Thud. This is undoubtedly it. The blood-winged dragon lifted its head towards Su Nuo and decisively chose the dragon tooth. It was evident that the allure of the artifact far outweighed any desire to punish the axe-toothed dragon. After all, it was the carapace dragon that had been punished. And what was that to the blood-winged dragon? Su Nuo nodded. Very well, let it be according to your wishes. Roar. Upon receiving Su Nuo's consent, the blood-winged dragon excitedly seized the dragon tooth in its mouth. Then, with a mighty leap, it soared out of the cave with Su Nuo in tow, completely disregarding the double-axe war dragons. Minutes later, Su Nuo returned to the canyon, and the ancient dragon tooth was ingested whole by the blood-winged dragon. The power contained within must be tremendously enticing for dragon-type spirits, Su Nuo mused. The blood-winged dragon, having devoured the dragon tooth, erupted with a dark aura that enveloped Su Nuo as well. Detected a rich concentration of dragon energy in the vicinity. Concentration 95. Roar. The blood-winged dragon danced wildly through the skies with Su Nuo atop its back, its exuberance reminiscent of breaking free from some binding restraint, unrestrained. Was the power contained within the ancient dragon tooth truly that profound? Su Nuo clutched the blood-winged dragon's back tightly to prevent himself from tumbling through the air. Yet the gusts swirling around him sent shivers down his spine. Ding! Your Pokemon, blood-winged dragon, has successfully absorbed the ancient dragon energy. Ding! The level of blood-winged dragon has risen to level 35. It has successfully learned the enhanced move, Dragon Dance. Ding! Due to the specialized buff of a kingly trainer, the blood-winged dragon has also acquired the move, Dragon Dive. Dragon Dance and Dragon Dive. Enhanced moves and finishing techniques. The newfound abilities of the blood-winged dragon dazzled Su Nuo. This was surely the rhythm of wreaking havoc in the upcoming trials. Chapter 133, Full Assault. Days later. Within the giant forest, Cat Mongoose Slash immediately unleashed Rending Claw to tear it open. A student from Tianyuan Spirit High School commanded his spirit to launch an attack. The white and red-furred Cat Mongoose Slash fiercely swung its right claw, attempting to break through the formidable foe before it, a colossal Toad King. Smack! The Toad King effortlessly deflected the cat mongoose slash's sharp claws with a casual flick of its fist. Then, it rapidly charged its energy, delivering a powerful absorb punch that sent the cat mongoose slash flying. Little one, weren't you supposed to submit quietly? While my mood remains favorable, you might avoid a harsher fate. The Toad King's master spoke in a rasping voice, his scarred face as calm as a still lake, yet each word dripped with menace. This individual was none other than Iwan, the deputy commander of the Death Demon Legion. Behind Iwan, 2 squads of the Death Demon Legion silently observed the lopsided battle. However, the high school boy remained defiant. He retrieved another pokeball and released his second combat spirit. Go, big-tailed raccoon. Use rabbit fangs. A flicker of displeasure crossed Iwan's face. Still clinging to the delusion of defeating me? Truly stubborn. Toad King, unleash earthquake. Boom, boom, boom. As big-tailed raccoon charged toward the Toad King, the latter summoned a violent shockwave that rippled through the ground. This time, Evan's assault was not solely directed at the large-tailed raccoon, but also at its master. The terrifying shockwave from the earthquake plunged the high school student from Tianjuan Spirit High School into a state of shock, leaving their fate uncertain. Ribbit. The Toad King seized the trial bracelet from the male student and promptly handed it to Evan. After toying with the bracelet for a moment, Evan swiftly accessed the trial leaderboard. He chuckled. Ah, this must be the annual 5-school trial of Region 13? Just look at these students and their school names. It's utterly laughable. I wonder what the evaluation criteria set by the District Spirit Alliance will entail this year. With that, Evan exerted tremendous force, crushing the trial bracelet into smithereens with his bare hands. Team Captain, inform Carlos that my division is in position and we can commence the clearance operation. Moreover, convey to him that we might encounter a horde of vermin. Behind him, a tall and burly member was frantically hammering away at his communicator. Soon, Carlos responded. Boss, Carlos has stated that all vermin within the target area must be eradicated. Those outside the perimeter can be disregarded. Ha ha ha, splendid. After a fit of maniacal laughter, the scarred-faced Evan bellowed, advanced towards the target area immediately. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and the Toad King instantly comprehended Evan's intent. A yellow beam of destructive energy surged forth, hurtling towards the unfortunate high school student. Meanwhile, on the other side, Carlos was finalizing the personnel assignments before the operation. Martha, lead your squad to secure Area C, he commanded, producing a miniature electronic screen and handing it to the division officer. Martha. Understood, Chief. Grasping the locator device, Martha led her 2 squads away from the crowd. Ross, Carlos patted the tall individual beside him. You and your squad will serve as the vanguard, tasked with clearing all vermin in Area A. The robust Ross silently nodded and beckoned a group of Death Legion members to charge toward the wilderness. Now it's your turn. Carlos addressed the remaining members, numbering around 50. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. I will not personally lead you into action. Each of you is free. Therefore, your singular task is to conduct dynamic searches within this radius of several hundred miles. Eliminate any targets that may pose a threat to our plans. Do you understand? Upon concluding, Carlos retrieved a communicator from his pocket and began issuing directives to the final collaborator, Amon. Understood. Yes, boss. Orders received. As everyone nodded in agreement, they quickly departed the scene like a swarm of bees. Carlos finally issued his last command, instructing them to search areas F and G, the zones marked most densely on the locator. Ah, Xerneas, hidden within these lands. We shall meet soon. A sinister, maniacal grin flashed across Carlos's face as he silently ventured northward, his figure ghostly and elusive. On the rugged mountain road, Cynthia accelerated her off-road vehicle, racing toward the perilous outskirts. In the back seat, Zhou Jin anxiously tousled his green hair, his expression rife with worry. His phone displayed a stark message. All 3 divisions in the area have commenced operations. Please ensure to follow up. For communication security, we must sever contact henceforth. With her keen insight, Cynthia detected Zhou Jin's unease through the rearview mirror. Zhou, the Death Legion has begun a full-scale assault, hasn't he it? As soon as she posed the question, she slammed the gas pedal, causing the vehicle's speed to surge dramatically. On this mountainous path, the specially designed off-road vehicle bulldozed through the terrain with the ruthless efficiency of a tank, seemingly indifferent to the landscape. Yes, we must expedite our progress. We are only 5 kilometers from the border. This mission will undoubtedly be arduous. Our enemies comprise 3 divisions, Zhou Jin explained. After contemplating Zhou Jin's words for a brief moment, Cynthia pressed down on the accelerator once more. 5 kilometers? We shall reach it in no time. Then we will split up and devise a plan to neutralize their leaders. The ordinary personnel pose negligible threats. Cynthia's gaze hardened, her expression resolute. At the periphery of the Twilight Mountains, the airdrop. The supplies have finally arrived. After days of subsisting on wild fruits, I'm nearly starving. A slender, short individual dashed toward the red signal smoke, flanked by 2 large-tailed raccoons. If you wish to contest me for supplies, you'd best consider your qualifications. Goddess Duck. Use water pulse to attack that large-tailed raccoon. Just as the short individual was about to reach the airdrop site, a trial participant emerged from nearby, seeking to seize the supplies. You two are nothing but lowly scum ranked outside the top 50. Instead of diligently climbing the ranks, you dare to swoop in for an airdrop. Let us go, explosive-headed water buffalo. Use mountain press. Just as the 3 trial participants were about to engage in battle, a dragon's roar reverberated from above. Chapter 134, Phantom Water Academy, Chui Liang. The 3 trial participants simultaneously glanced upward, their faces etched with terror. Holy crap! Is that a bloodwing dragon? Run! It's charging at us. If you wish to live, get away. Damn it! That can't be a wild bloodwing dragon, can it? They instinctively retreated from the airdrop supply crate, while the Pokémon that had been locked in combat also abruptly ceased their skirmish. Bloodwing dragon. Unleash Dragon Dive and finish them off. Su Nuo rode atop the Bloodwing Dragon, delivering a devastating aerial assault upon the trio. With a thunderous roar, the Bloodwing Dragon emanated a chilling aura, enveloped in shadows. It then swooped down like a blade, targeting several Pokémon on the ground. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Dragon Dive precisely struck the Bloodwing Dragon's intended targets. In an instant, the 2 large-tailed raccoons, Goddess Duck, and explosive-headed water buffalo were utterly vanquished by Su Nuo's Bloodwing Dragon. What is going on? I expected your rankings to be higher. I can't believe the strongest among you is only ranked 48th. In the midst of the Bloodwing Dragon's triumphant roar, Su Nuo leaped forth. He glanced at the rankings of the 3 and expressed his disappointment. The lower the rank, the fewer trial points they possessed. Even if he obtained their points, it would scarcely narrow the gap with the 7th place. That was the source of his discontent. If only there were a way to pinpoint the top 7 trial participants accurately, that would be the most effective way to climb the ranks. What a fierce individual. No way, he is Su Nuo, the 8th-ranked student from Tianjuan Academy. Really? That is Su Nuo? We're in for it now. The trio hastily returned their Pokémon to their Pokeballs, eyeing Su Nuo warily. Just then, another trial participant descended from the sky on an armored bird. Sporting a buzz cut and casually clad in a black jacket, he shouted at Su Nuo, "You're the one who snatched my 8th place on the trial leaderboard. Aren't you, Su Nuo from Tianjuan Academy? What a coincidence. You're also here to grab this special supply crate. N09 Phantom Water Academy, Chui Liang." Su Nuo cast a glance at the blue screen of his bracelet, which prominently displayed the buzz-cut individual S information. Chui Liang. Humph. You'll soon find yourself in a chilly predicament. Since you're so discontent, why not come and reclaim it? In response to Chui Liang's taunts, Su Nuo merely smiled faintly and gave a gentle pat to his partner, the Bloodwing Dragon. Roar! The Bloodwing Dragon swiftly comprehended its master's intentions. It unleashed a thunderous roar at the armored bird, its body coalescing with multiple powerful energies, poised to erupt at any moment. Just moments ago, having vanquished several elves, its overconfidence trait was triggered, significantly amplifying the Bloodwing Dragon's combat capabilities beyond its usual state. The clash between the 8th and 9th contenders on the trial rankings? This promises to be a fierce battle indeed. How fierce? Well, I can't bear it. I must make a hasty retreat. I do not wish to be merely a backdrop for the Titans. You 2 fools, once they finish their bout, it will be your turn to face the consequences. Although these 3 challengers are slightly stronger than their peers, before the top 10 of the trial rankings, they are but mere playthings. Thus, while Chui Liang engaged with Su Nuo, the 3 decided to make a quick escape. Su Nuo cast a glance at the fleeing trio, too apathetic to force them to stay. After all, defeating Chui Liang before him would yield far greater rewards than dealing with those 3 insignificant pests. Elf, armored bird. Type, steel, flying. Gender, NA. Ability, sturdy. An elf with this ability cannot be knocked out in one hit. Qualification, expert level. Level, 33, initial stage of expert. Skills, quick attack, wing attack, steel wing. Fury attack, lightness, cut. His first summon was the armored bird, a premier defensive elf with exceptional physical defense. The combination of steel and flying types endows this creature with remarkable resistance. Hence, after a mere glance at the armored bird's information, Su Nuo devised a strategic plan. Go. Shenado. Under the influence of overconfidence, the Bloodwing Dragon's lethality was undeniably formidable. However, attempting to overpower a physical defense tank with physical attacks was a strategy only a novice trainer would employ. Thus, Su Nuo opted to summon the special attacker, Shinado, to counter. With a flash of white light, Shinado gracefully materialized before Su Nuo. The moment he unleashed his second Pokémon, it was clear he had no intention of holding back. In that case, I shall finish you in one fell swoop. Go, Explode. Chui Liang, observing this, summoned his second combat elf. As this creature emerged, even Su Nuo couldn't suppress a grimace. What the hell? It's Explode. This is going to be a headache. This elf is renowned for its astonishing speed and penchant for self-detonation, a reckless powerhouse. Since Chui Liang was its trainer, he surely had a strategy to exploit Explode's advantage. Elf, Explode. Type, Electric. Gender, NA. Ability, Static. This elf has a chance of paralyzing the opponent upon contact. Qualification, Expert level. Level, 30, initial stage of Expert. Skills, Sonic Boom, Shock, Light Screen, Self-Destruct, Poison. Su Nuo furrowed his brow, instantly discerning his opponent's tactics. Chui Liang undoubtedly intended to sacrifice Explode to gain an advantage, subsequently relying on the highly durable armored bird to finish the fight. Naturally, Su Nuo believed that Chui Liang must have a trump card up his sleeve. Sure enough, Chui Liang commanded his swift Explode to initiate the first attack. Explode, unleash Sonic Boom on his Bloodwing Dragon. With a toothy grin, Explode emitted several waves of invisible sound that surged toward the Bloodwing Dragon. Did he really think he could gauge the Bloodwing Dragon's true strength with such a feeble tactic? Assuming I am on par with other trainers? How utterly laughable. Su Nuo instantly perceived Chui Liang's intentions. He promptly ordered Shinado, counter that Sonic Boom with Magical Shine. Bloodwing Dragon, unleash Dragon Breath. With a swift command, Shinado released a dazzling wave of energy, targeting the Sonic Boom. The impact was immediate. Magical Shine effortlessly nullified the sonic attack, showing no signs of energy depletion. Chapter 135, The Final Victory. This shimmering wave of energy surged toward Explode. Danger, Explode. Dodge. Chui Liang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his probing strike would be countered in such a manner by Su Nuo. However, Shinado's speed of attack was ultimately too rapid. The Magical Shine accurately struck Explode, which, despite its pain, stubbornly endured the hit. Concurrently, the Bloodwing Dragon unleashed its Dragon Breath toward the Armored Bird. Armored Bird. First, lighten your body, then execute Quick Attack. After employing these two maneuvers, the Armored Bird's agility significantly increased. It soared upward, deftly evading the Dragon Breath attack. This Su Nuo is indeed formidable. Right from the outset, he has managed to suppress me, Chui Liang mused. Seeing that Explode had regained its fighting stance, he immediately urged it to continue the battle. Charge forward and use poison. With renewed vigor, Explode darted toward the Bloodwing Dragon, releasing purple toxins to inflict the poison status. Shinado, assist the Bloodwing Dragon. Use Illusion Beam. Su Nuo had anticipated this scenario, confident in his approach. Illusion Beam was the perfect defense against Explode. What? He is already prepared for my strategy? After Shinado landed another hit on Explode, Chui Liang felt a chill in his heart. He realized that time was running short for making a decision. Explode's condition was rapidly deteriorating. Given this, he resolved to unleash its ultimate move. Self-destruct, Explode. Seeing that the poison status was ineffective, Chui Liang had no choice but to activate Explode's signature move. Boom. A colossal explosion engulfed the battlefield. Just when Chui Liang thought he had gained the upper hand, the ensuing scene left him utterly speechless. The Bloodwing Dragon spread its wings, shielding Shinado from the blast. Subsequently, it activated Protect, absorbing the damage from Explode's self-detonation without so much as a scratch. What? You even anticipated my self-destruct? Chui Liang exclaimed in shock. Quickly reveal your trump card. These two are certainly not your strongest elves. Su Nuo's tone was calm. He had seen through his opponent's facade. TCH, you figured it out, huh? Go, Beedrill. Chui Liang tossed a great ball onto the field. A dark yellow bee-like Pokemon swiftly emerged, heading straight for Shinado. What incredible speed. Bloodwing Dragon, assist Shinado. Use Dragon Claw. Chui Liang's final Pokemon moved with such swiftness that Su Nuo could only react instinctively to defend. Bang. The dark Dragon Claw aimed at Beedrill was completely thwarted by its black stinger. That move was Poison Jab. Upon recognizing Chui Liang's trump card, Su Nuo couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. Elf, Beedrill. Type, Bug, Flying. Gender, NA. Ability, Sniper. This elf prevents opponents from using berries during battle. Qualification, Gym Leader level. Level 34, intermediate stage of expert. Skills, Gust, Poison Jab, Aromatherapy, Air Slash, Poison Sting. At that moment, the armored bird also rushed in, its wings shimmering with a silvery light as it targeted the Bloodwing Dragon. That was Steel Wing. Launching an aggressive attack on the Bloodwing Dragon would surely result in dire consequences. Shinado, use Illusion Beam on the armored bird. With precision, Shinado launched a rapid psychic beam, striking the charging armored bird and inflicting considerable damage in an instant. Before the elite attacker, the formidable defenses of the armored bird were rendered utterly insignificant. The armored bird's steel wing assault was decisively interrupted. Air Slash. Following the armored bird's failure to attack, Chui Liang hastily commanded the Beedrill to launch a supplementary assault. Yet, it proved to be futile. The Bloodwing Dragon swung its tail, overpowering the Beedrill with sheer force. What? How could this be? Chui Liang could scarcely comprehend such a turn of events. His ace Pokémon had failed to deliver the anticipated results, a humiliation of the highest order. Bloodwing Dragon. Unleash Dragon Dive and finish them off. Shinado, employ Charm on the armored bird. Just as Chui Liang was still reeling from the Bloodwing Dragon's might, Su Nuo initiated the final offensive. Shinado emitted a surge of pink energy, instantly diminishing the armored bird's offensive capabilities. Roar. The Bloodwing Dragon gathered energy and plummeted from the sky with relentless force. Bang, bang. Two strikes swiftly incapacitated the weakened armored bird, leaving the Beedrill gravely injured as well. Armored bird. Chui Liang gasped in disbelief as he witnessed his formidable bastion collapse. You have already lost. Deliver the final blow, Bloodwing Dragon. Use Bite. The moment Su Nuo issued the command, the Bloodwing Dragon moved with astonishing speed, sinking its fangs into the Beedrill's head with a resounding crunch. In an instant, both of Chui Liang's Pokémon succumbed to defeat. Ding. Your Pokémon Shinado has leveled up to 34, achieving the rank of Intermediate Expert. I never anticipated you would be this formidable. After recalling his Pokémon into their Pokeballs, Chui Liang exhaled heavily. To his surprise, he willingly handed over the trial bracelet to Su Nuo, catching the latter off guard. So generous? Su Nuo mused as he toyed with the opponent's bracelet, retorting, I am not one to shy away from defeat. Additionally, let me offer you a word of advice. Within that supply crate, there is a special hidden compartment, specifically designated for the top 10 contenders. A battle enthusiast like yourself will surely find it intriguing. Su Nuo, you are indeed powerful. However, among the top 5, there are undoubtedly challengers stronger than you. With that, Chui Liang frowned, ultimately shaking his head and departing alone. After all, words of the vanquished are merely bravado. The top 5? Merely a ranking. Su Nuo shrugged, dismissively striding toward the airdropped supply crate. He fully absorbed Chui Liang's trial points into his own, subsequently refreshing his position on the leaderboard. Challenger Su Nuo has ascended to N06. Please continue striving. Following this, Su Nuo opened the supply crate and began searching for the hidden compartment. Is this the special hidden compartment? He activated his credentials by opening the right side of the partition. Identity detected as a top 10 trialist, automatically activating the active duel feature. Upon receiving this prompt, the trial bracelet instantly unfurled a blue screen. On this blue screen, the locations of all trialists were illuminated with glowing markers. Truly a feature tailored for battle enthusiasts. This spares me the trouble of searching blindly. Su Nuo's eyes lit up as he swiftly filtered out the positions of the top 5. Who shall be the next unfortunate target? Perhaps someone nearby? Tang Yimao? I believe I have encountered him before. Suddenly, the images of this individual's Pokémon flashed in his mind, resembling the Rogue Croc. Chapter 136. Ivan takes action. Rogue Croc. Charge forth and unleash trickery. Dunxiao, follow suit and charge in. Smash them to pieces with a brutal collision. A lean, sharp-faced boy with thick brows commanded his Pokémon to initiate the assault. His expression was calm, his gaze unwavering as he faced the 5 members of the Death Demon Corps. This individual was none other than Tang Yimao, ranked 5th on the trial leaderboard. Huichia, roar. Rogue Croc and Dunxiao launched their simultaneous assault, charging towards the enemy. Their combined attack was ferocious and imposing. Zubat, counter with Supersonic. Tank Skunk, use Tackle as well. Vanishing Dragon, swoop down from above with a surprise strike. We have the advantage in numbers, after all. Cat Boss, pursue maliciously. Big Wolf Dog, unleash Ice Fong on that Rogue Croc. The 5 members simultaneously commanded their Pokémon to encircle Tang Yimao's duo. Yet, Dunxiao transformed into a powerful whirlwind, crashing through the ranks of these Pokémon and scattering them with ease. Rogue Croc followed up. It manifested sharp claws, unleashing two torrents of dark energy that ruthlessly struck the Pokémon of the Death Demon Core. In an instant, Zubat, Cat Boss, and Tank Skunk were defeated by Tang Yi Mao's onslaught, leaving even Vanishing Dragon and Big Wolf Dog at a disadvantage. How can this kid be so strong? Cat Boss, get it together. Damn it. How could my Zubat fall so easily? 3 of the 5 were utterly astonished by Tang Yi Mao's prowess. Vanishing Dragon, rally yourself and unleash ancient power. Assist it, Big Wolf Dog. Use Roar. The remaining 2, seeing the predicament, could only grit their teeth and command their Pokémon. Yet, it was utterly futile, for Tang Yi Mao's second wave of aggression was already upon them. Dunxiao stomped the ground forcefully, causing tremors to ripple through the earth. The shockwave surged towards Big Wolf Dog and Vanishing Dragon, while Rogue Croc conjured a whirlwind of sand, unleashing Sand Tomb upon the enemy. Boom. Crackle. Dunxiao and Rogue Croc's attack obliterated the 5 opposing Pokémon in a brutal display. All 5 members, clad in identical uniforms, found themselves ensnared within the Sand Tomb, unable to escape. Is that all there is to it? I expected the members of the Death Demon Core to be formidable. Yet, you are powerless against my onslaught. Witnessing his Pokémon swiftly subdue all adversaries, Tang Yimao clapped his hands in admiration, a proud smirk gracing his face. Damn little brat. This guy is a student from Hengqi No. 1? His strength is astonishing. The 5 members, firmly entrapped by the swirling sands, glared intently at Tang Yimao. Speak. What is the purpose of the Death Demon Core in this primordial land? Don't tell me you're merely here for a vacation. As he spoke, Tang Yimao gestured, and Rogue Croc lunged at one of the members. In the next moment, its sharp claws were poised at the throat of the Death Demon Core member. My Rogue Croc hasn't tasted blood in ages. Today, let us have a slice of you villainous scoundrels. Tang Yimao declared fiercely. Speak. I will. The member, ensnared and terrified, stammered. Silence. Such matters must not be divulged. Fool, shut your mouth. Are you insane? If you die, I don't want to be eliminated by the boss. Immediately, 3 members rushed to cover the mouth of the terrified individual. Tang Yimao realized that pressing them would yield no results. So he unhesitatingly commanded Rogue Croc to deal with these terrorists. Roar. Just then, a commanding avian cry abruptly interrupted Rogue Croc. From the heavens descended a towering, purple-black bird, accompanied by a fierce tempest. In the next second, a cold-faced, scarred man leaped down from the great bird. Holy crap! The boss has arrived. The boss has come to save us. It's Minister Ivan. We're saved. Boss, over here. Take a look at the sand over here. The members cried out in frenzied relief upon spotting their savior. Boss, Minister Ivan. So he is the leader of this gang? Tang Yimao cautiously assessed the man descending from the majestic steel-armored crow, instinctively taking a few steps back. What is the story behind this scarred face? This barely perceptible aura of menace instills a primal fear within me. How terrifying is that? Could it be that this Ivan possesses a strength that even Tang Yimao's Rogue Croc and Dunjia now cower beside their master? After casting a fleeting glance at Tang Yimao, the scarred visage of Ivan turned towards the sandy soil behind him, where his subordinates, mere foot soldiers, were trapped. What a useless bunch. They cannot even eliminate a single rat. With that, Ivan waved his right hand. The steel-winged crow unexpectedly conjured a silvery energy, its cannon firing directly at the 5 individuals. Boom. The thunderous explosion instantly drowned out the screams of the 5. What is happening? He is eliminating his own subordinates? What is Ivan truly thinking? Witnessing the tragic demise of those 5 members of the Death Demon Core, Tang Yimao's expression turned pale. He finally recognized the terrifying nature of this scarred face. Is there truly a high school student capable of overpowering my team members? Pray tell, which school do you hail from? Surely not from my Misty Water City? Ivan inquired in a chilling tone, offering Tang Yimao a sinister smile. The intentions of this newcomer are far from benign. I must strike first. Dunjia, unleash Thunderfang. Gritting his teeth, Tang Yimao resolved to make the first move. Roar. Dunjia summoned its courage, opening its mouth wide, and unleashed a torrent of golden lightning breath towards the steel-winged crow. Electric-type moves are effective against steel-winged crow. A preemptive strike is certain to succeed. However, what transpired in the next moment was beyond Tang Yimao's imagination. The steel-winged crow flapped its wings and executed a ground dash. Its wings, infused with steel energy, sliced through the air like a blade, aiming directly at Dunjia's fangs. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the arena. With a single strike, the steel-winged crow effortlessly neutralized Dunjia's Thunderfang. Moreover, its sharp attack sent Dunjia tumbling over. This is Dunjia we're talking about. Its substantial weight is a natural defense. yet it was so easily overcome by the enemy. Dunjia, Tang Yimao shouted, helplessly staring at the incapacitated Dunjia. Could that steel-winged crow possess the strength of a gym leader? No, it may have even reached the level of a quasi-king. A chill suddenly gripped Tang Yimao's heart. Chapter 137, A Reunion. Since the rat is so eager for death, I shall expedite your journey to the afterlife. After speaking, Ivan summoned forth another powerful spirit. Toad King, Absorption Punch. A massive blue spirit strode with vigorous steps towards the rogue croc. Its right arm bulged, seemingly ready to unleash immense power. Danger! Rogue croc, quickly burrow underground to evade. Tang Yimao's brow furrowed as he issued the urgent command. The Toad King's absorption punch is formidable. Should it strike the rogue croc, the consequences would be dire. Crack! As soon as the order was given, the rogue croc began to dig at lightning speed, diving into the freshly excavated hole. However, the Toad King's attack was swift to follow. It slammed its fist into the ground, channeling its power below. With a dull thud, the force of the absorption punch blasted the rogue croc out of the hole. Ugh! The rogue croc emitted a pained wail, grievously injured by the impact of the absorption punch. Rogue croc. Tang Yimao could hardly believe that his rogue croc, despite successfully executing the burrowing maneuver to avoid damage, was brutally overwhelmed by the Toad King. I shall not afford you any opportunities. First, I will utterly crush this rabble with a deafening roar, then obliterate the area with a death ray. A sinister smile spread across Ivan's scarred face, seemingly pleased with the outcome. Roar. With that, the Toad King unleashed a resounding roar, sending a cacophony of shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield. Under this sonic assault, not only were Dunjia and Rogue Croc rendered unconscious, ultimately succumbing, but even Tang Yimao, the trainer, was affected. He clutched his heart in agony, his consciousness fading. Subsequently, the Toad King unleashed its final annihilation ray, mercilessly resolving both Tang Yimao and his spirits. What is that sound? Are there still challengers battling nearby? High above, Su Nuo, riding the Bloodwing Dragon, was hastening towards a certain location. Suddenly, he discovered that the positioning on his trial bracelet had inexplicably failed. This was utterly bewildering. What the heck? How could Tang Yimao's locator point vanish? How could this be? Su Nuo exclaimed in astonishment. Throughout his pursuit, the locator points had been remarkably precise and consistently updated. Yet now, at such a critical moment, they had disappeared. No, something is amiss. It cannot be that the locking function is malfunctioning. There must be another reason. Upon further inspection of the trial leaderboard, Su Nuo discerned the peculiarities of the situation. The information of Tang Yimao, ranked 5th, had inexplicably turned black. If he had been eliminated, his information should have vanished entirely. Could it be that the 5th place has simply evaporated into thin air? There is something amiss in this vicinity. Bloodwing Dragon. We must make an emergency landing in the forest. Su Nuo patted the Bloodwing Dragon's neck, carefully recalling the position of the locator point. It was within a few hundred meters. It couldn't be mistaken. Minutes later, Su Nuo leaped from the back of the Bloodwing Dragon and began to search for human traces in the vicinity. It wasn't long before he detected something unusual. Signs of battle. This place had recently been occupied, and the previous confrontation had been fierce. Blood. Su Nuo spotted pools of blood, heightening his alertness. That fellow, Tang Yimao, could it be that he was taken down by someone to make the 5th-ranked challenger unable to escape? Could it be the elite members of the Death Demon Corps? Su Nuo suddenly recalled Chun Haoming, the captain of the Vanguard team. It seems there is something they wish to seize in this primal land. Return, Bloodwing Dragon. To ensure the stealth of his actions, Su Nuo recalled the Bloodwing Dragon into its pokeball. Then, he silently followed the trail. Ivan, my team has completed the clearing task. Boss, my team has also finished. In the radio, 2 squad leaders reported to Ivan on their progress. Excellent. You will lead the remaining personnel to rendezvous with Minister Amon. The next tasks will be assigned by him. Ivan swaggered through the thicket, flanked by the Steel-Winged Crow and the Toad King. Yes, boss. Understood. After the 2 squad leaders concluded their report, they promptly terminated the radio communication. However, a new communication forcefully interrupted Ivan's channel. This is Amon. How is it going on your end? A deep male voice, familiar to Ivan, resonated. It is essentially cleared. Next, we shall meet with Carlos. Ivan's scarred face flickered with a hint of hesitation. He intended to say something, but abruptly fell silent. Steel-Winged Crow, unleash metal sound. He pointed towards the tall grass not far behind, issuing a terrifying roar. A sharp, metallic sound surged towards the targeted location Ivan had aimed at. What's the matter? Ivan, is there still a situation on your end? The radio crackled with Amon's inquiry once more. It will be resolved shortly. Give me a few minutes. I will clean it up. This rat seems rather substantial. With that, Ivan casually placed the radio on a nearby low branch, not even bothering to hang up properly. Come out. I know that blow did not pierce your heart. Do you dare to reveal yourself after daring to follow me? Evan waved his hands, and both the Toad King and Steel Wing Crow entered a state of combat simultaneously. He then produced a high-grade Pokeball, seemingly ready to unleash a third battling Pokemon at any moment. Hey, Evan, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, Carlos might just lose his temper. Came the urgent voice of Eamon over the radio. Oh, it's you? I didn't expect you to be a member of the Death Demon Corps as well. Moreover, it seems your standing within the organization is quite significant. Su Nuo remarked with a faint smile, casually emerging from the tall grass nearby, exuding an air of ease and composure. The metallic sound from earlier had barely affected him in the slightest. It's you. It's you. It's you. Evan exclaimed in shock, his voice rising in intensity to near fury. He recognized this young man as the one who had brazenly seized the primal power from him at the Katira auction house. How could this not infuriate him? In fact, it could be said that he harbored a deep-seated hatred. Yes, it's me. What of it? Funny how things turn out, Su Nuo replied with a smirk, seemingly dismissing the scar-faced man entirely. Evan clenched his face tightly, his expression contorted with rage. The only reason I didn't take action that day was out of respect for Long Shao. But today, you shall pay for your previous arrogance. Toad King. Use acid spray, Evan declared angrily. A stream of purple acidic liquid erupted from the Toad King's mouth, hurtling towards Su Nuo. If this attack struck a human, it would surely leave them clinging to life by a thread. Yet, Su Nuo effortlessly dodged it with a swift movement, his agility akin to that of lightning. Through relentless training, his physique and reflexes now far surpassed those of an ordinary person, making it a mere trifle to evade such an attack. Pokemon, Toad King. Type, water, ground. Gender. Ability, poison touch. This Pokemon has a chance to poison the target upon contact. Qualification, near champion level. Level, 56, mid-level near champion. Skills, absorb punch, bubble beam, acid spray, destruction beam, roar, mud shot, muddy water, snarl, fury swipes. Pokemon, Steel Wing Crow. Type, steel, flying. Gender. Ability, pressure. This Pokemon prevents opponents from using berries in battle. Qualification, near champion level. Level, 54, mid-level near champion. Skills, Steel Wing, Metal Sound, Peck, Brave Bird, Hyper Beam, Air Slash, Fly, Curse. 2 near champion level Pokemon. The strength of this scar-faced man is remarkable. Su Nuo was momentarily taken aback upon reviewing the information of Steel Wing Crow and Toad King. I had hoped to let you experience the sensation of being dissolved in strong acid, but it seems you are ungrateful. In that case, you shall meet a fate akin to that of the previous brat. Toad King, unleash Destruction Beam. Evan commanded, seizing the opportunity to direct Toad King into a fierce assault. The previous brat? So, Tang Yimao met his demise at your hands. Su Nuo swiftly grasped the situation. Boom. Toad King's Destruction Beam surged towards Su Nuo, who simultaneously prepared to counterattack. Let's go, Zygarde. A flash of white light revealed Zygarde standing resolutely before Su Nuo. It absorbed the Destruction Beam from Toad King without sustaining any damage. What? What kind of Pokemon is that? How can it withstand a Destruction Beam and remain unscathed? Evan gasped in disbelief at the strange Pokemon that had suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, the blue, pudgy toad found itself momentarily immobilized. While you're down, I'll take your life. Su Nuo pointed at Toad King and promptly commanded Zygarde to attack. Land S Divine Power. Boom. Zygarde summoned a powerful wave of deep yellow energy, tearing apart the ground beneath. From the collapsing earth, an immense force of ground-type energy surged forth towards Toad King. Boom. This mighty Land S Divine Power directly overwhelmed Evan's Toad King, incapacitating it in an instant. Impossible. What is happening? The strength of this Pokemon. Upon witnessing his Toad King fall with a single blow, Evan could hardly believe his eyes. Could it be that this young man possessed the strength of a champion or even a near champion level? How else could he be so formidable? Evan gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Su Nuo with unwavering intensity. Meanwhile, Su Nuo quietly scrutinized Evan, pondering his thoughts. Come forth, Mamoswine. After a moment of hesitation, Evan finally summoned his strongest Pokemon, the one that truly represented his power. Pokemon, Mamoswine. Type, ground ice. Gender, ability, thick fat. This Pokemon takes half damage from ice and fire type moves. Qualification, champion level. Level, 58, high level near champion. Skills, Ice Shard, Endure, Earthquake, Blizzard, Ice Wind, Take Down, Destruction Beam, last resort. A champion-level Mamoswine. So this is the true reason you sought the primal power TM. Su Nuo marveled at the high-level Mamoswine, recognizing its potential. If it were to master the primal power and evolve into an ivory swine, it would undoubtedly become a formidable ally. Mamoswine, use Blizzard. At this juncture, Evan was unwilling to hold back any longer. He intended to decisively eliminate the young man before him and his Pokémon. Not a chance. Zygarde, first use Glare. Then unleash 1,000 arrows to obliterate them. Su Nuo commanded sternly, unwilling to grant the scar-faced man any chance of escape. The target of the 1,000 arrows was also Steel Wing Crow. As long as he restrained Steel Wing Crow, this man would have no chance to flee from Su Nuo's sight. With all his might, Zygarde unleashed Glare. Mamoswine fell into a state of paralysis, rendering its previously gathered icy power completely restrained. Immediately after, Zygarde released a rain of dark green energy arrows. Swish, swish, swish. The dense barrage of energy arrows struck Mamoswine and Steel Wing Crow directly. Hey, Evan, what is going on over there? Eamon's tone suddenly grew grave over the radio. As nearly 10 minutes had passed without a response from Evan, this indicated that Evan had likely encountered a formidable adversary. If that were the case, he would need to be on high alert, Eamon thought to himself. How is this possible? Who are you? How can you exert such overwhelming pressure? Evan stared blankly at his crumbling Pokémon, his expression one of despair. As the head of the Illusion Water Division, he had never faced such a dire situation. The feeling of hopelessness was as frigid as an ice cavern. Poor Punisher. Su Nuo had no intention of responding to this pitiful high-ranking officer, directly commanding Zygarde to initiate the final judgment. From the outset, he had no intention of leaving any members of the Death Demon Corps alive. Such individuals were not worthy of mercy. Zygarde immediately unleashed a rainbow-colored beam of destruction, resulting in obliteration. Toad King, Mamoswine, Steel Wing Crow, and Evan were all engulfed by the terrifying energy, ultimately reduced to nothingness. Although Su Nuo had wished to extract some information from them, the possibility was exceedingly slim. Thus, without hesitation, he enacted a thunderous measure, eradicating the Illusion Water Division's head. Evan, what is the situation over there? I heard a tremendous explosion. Have you dealt with that large rodent yet? The radio crackled once more with Eamon's communication, but this time, it was Su Nuo who responded instead of Ivan. Indeed, I have taken care of that mouse, just as you wished, Su Nuo replied in a leisurely tone. Silence enveloped the air, leaving only the stillness on the other end of the radio. Noticing the lack of response, Su Nuo cleared his throat and added, Do not worry, your turn will come soon. Upon hearing this, Eamon coldly crushed the walkie-talkie. Chapter 139, The Conference. In the conference room of the Elven Alliance in District 13, 5 principals and the president of the Alliance sat upright. Have you noticed that the information of the student ranked 5th on the trial leaderboard has been blacked out? That is Tang Yamao from our school, whose strength is truly exceptional. Principal Tan of Hengqi No. 1 High School was the first to speak, his voice resonating like a bell, difficult to calm. The blackout of a student's personal trial information implies. Principal Peng from Huanshui High School hesitated. After a brief pause, he ultimately voiced the latter half. I fear that the student named Tang Yamao is likely in grave danger now. This statement cast a pall over the faces of the others present, leaving them speechless. It is likely not just him. The number of students whose trial information has been blacked out this time is far from singular. Such a situation indicates that their trial wristbands were forcibly destroyed, rather than falling into someone else's hands. Consequently, their trial information has been forcibly frozen by the database system. At that moment, President Feng Peng of the District Alliance began to explain. Does this imply that hidden enemies lurk within the primitive zone of the trial site? Principal Li of Tianyuan Elven High School inquired. It is highly probable. I firmly believe that our students possess the strength to withstand even the mightiest of wild elves. Principal Tan asserted resolutely. This trial among the 5 schools could be said to be the most challenging in history. Moreover, the students participating in the trial did so voluntarily. The emergence of such circumstances is entirely unexpected for President Feng. President, should we urgently halt this trial? I share the same sentiment, given our school's strength. We have no competition with the others, so it would be wiser to recall our students immediately. The 2 other principals surprisingly expressed intentions to withdraw at this moment. Halt. You think we can just halt it? If you wish to stop, then stop on your own. I will not terminate it. Principal Tan of Hengqi No. 1 High School quickly retorted. Based on the current rankings, his school had essentially secured the top position in this trial, which would mean a substantial monetary grant for him. Stopping the trial would mean cutting off his financial lifeline. I too oppose the cessation. Schools that do not wish to continue the trial may withdraw at their discretion. but all of our trial participants will persevere until the end. The principal of Huanshui High School crossed his arms defiantly, straightforwardly opposing the request to halt the trial. Enough, enough. Let us not argue any further. President Feng Peng swiftly intervened to halt the discord. He slammed his palm on the table, his eyes gleaming with determination as he declared, "This trial was orchestrated by me personally. How could it possibly be halted?" Stroking his bald head, President Feng refrained from voicing the subsequent thought. As the president of the District Elven Alliance, if he were to call off the trial now, it would be akin to shooting himself in the foot. Such an embarrassing act was beneath President Feng. With his words, the other principals fell silent, none daring to challenge Feng Peng further. Of course, regarding the matter of the trial participants, I will personally dispatch individuals to investigate this issue. Our District Alliance's few top-tier trainers should have some time available recently. After the meeting concludes, I will have them take charge of the inspection of the trial site. How do you all feel about this course of action? Feng Peng spoke with a smile, evidently pleased with his own cleverness. Excellent. Quite commendable. Having top-tier experts handle this matter will surely lead to uncovering the truth. The four principals nodded in agreement. Only one individual remained silent, and that was Principal Li Chengzheng of Tianyuan Elven High School. At this moment, he was stroking his chin, seemingly deep in thought. What's the matter? Does Principal Li have any further opinions? Noticing Li Chengzheng's silence, Feng Peng raised an eyebrow in inquiry. No. I believe your idea is quite sound, President. This is indeed the best moment to showcase the Alliance's strength. Dispatching top-tier experts to handle this situation is precisely the best means to display our might. However, as he spoke, Li Chengzheng's expression shifted, creating an air of suspense. What is it, Principal Li? Speak plainly, do not leave us guessing. Is Principal Li contemplating a better candidate? As the others speculated, Li Chengzheng smiled and continued, President Feng, are you aware that the strongest individual in our city, nay, the strongest in District 13, has recently returned to Bihai City? He clasped his hands behind his head and added, if I may suggest, it would be more effective to invite him alone rather than several top-tier trainers to act together. After all, he is our strongest champion. In an instant, the conference room fell silent, with all 5 individuals, including President Feng, displaying looks of astonishment. What? Mr. Zhou has returned to Bihai City? When did this happen, Principal Li? Isn't Zhou Jian supposed to be abroad honing his skills? It has been ages since he last returned. The strongest in District 13? Our champion is back? Do you have Mr. Zhou's contact information? Our school has a lucrative business proposition we've been eager to discuss with him. Principal Li's statement caused an uproar among the attendees. The name Zhou Jian resonated throughout District 13. His prowess could even rank among the top 3 in the entire Yin nation. Yet, due to his reserved nature, Zhou Jian had always avoided commercial engagements, rarely even gracing the Elven Alliance with his presence. But such strong figures are often like this. Few have seen him in person, yet his legends abound. Cough, cough, cough. If it is indeed Zhou Jian we are speaking of, then certainly his involvement would guarantee a satisfactory resolution for all. However, President Feng Peng cleared his throat, his expression turning troubled. You all know his temperament. Money and status mean nothing to him. They are akin to dirt. Convincing Zhou Jian to assist us is nearly as challenging as summoning a deity. He wouldn't even agree to share an afternoon tea with me. President Feng's reluctance to engage with such a figure was evident, likely stemming from previous rebuffs he had faced before Zhou Jian. The fact that Zhou Jian would dismiss the Alliance President's invitation was indeed remarkable. Was he truly so arrogant as to disregard the Elven Alliance? The crowd initially froze, then swiftly came to the realization that individuals like Zhou Jian had long since transcended the various restrictions of the Alliance. What did it matter to them whether they pleased the Elven Alliance or not? No, I firmly believe that Zhou Jian will surely agree this time. Based on my understanding of him, Li Chengzheng nodded gravely towards President Feng. Chapter 140. Zhou Jian, the Dragon of Bihai. With a heart full of trepidation, President Feng dialed Zhou Jian's number. The 5 principals began to listen intently. Hello, this is Feng Peng. May I inquire if Mr. Zhou is currently available? President Feng rubbed his bald head, attempting to ease his anxious demeanor. His approach was exceedingly cautious, fearful of inciting displeasure from the other party. In Zhou Jian's presence, he, as the District Alliance President, felt utterly insignificant. Please, President, just get to the point. There's no need for pleasantries. Came Zhou Jian's voice from the other end of the line, cold and detached, accompanied by the sound of whistling winds. Since you insist, I shall dispense with the formalities. Feng Peng replied, swallowing hard. Currently, we are conducting the trials for 5 schools in the wilderness beyond our district. However, There have been some unfortunate incidents regarding the safety of the students. Zhou Jian's next words illuminated the room. The wilderness? I am presently within that very area, preparing to eradicate the detestable death demon core. Your concerns about student safety are likely tied to them. Rest assured, I will resolve this matter. But I expect the Elven Alliance to maintain strict confidentiality. I trust one need not elaborate further. Zhou Jian articulated the situation clearly, dispelling the crowd's uncertainties. The students who had been blacklisted from the trial rankings had, it turned out, fallen victim to the sinister Death Demon Core. This revelation chilled the 6 individuals in the conference room. The Death Demon Core, those were indeed ruthless, bloodthirsty predators. The students participating in the trials were truly in peril. However, the silver lining was that with champion Zhou Jian taking charge, they could now await his favorable news. Very well, then. I appreciate your assistance, Zhou. But before Feng Peng could finish, Zhou Jian decisively hung up the phone. Did Mr. Zhou just say there are members of the Death Demon Core in the trial area? By his implication, their numbers may be significant. Good heavens, they are nothing short of monsters. I fervently hope the students can survive their clutches. Fear not. With Zhou Jian handling this situation, we can expect a smooth resolution. After all, with his strength, he is a veritable army unto himself. He is our very own Azure Sea Dragon. The 5 principals were divided in their reactions. Some were intimidated by the Death Demon Core, while others worried for the students' safety. Principal Li Changzhong, however, remained resolutely confident in Zhou Jian. Ahem. Did everyone hear what Zhou Jian just said? Once this trial concludes successfully, we must ensure the confidentiality of the matter. Feng Peng cleared his throat again, casting a meaningful glance at the assembly. In that moment, he reverted to his authoritative persona as the esteemed leader of the alliance, exuding a commanding presence. Understood. Acknowledged. The president is indeed formidable. The group nodded in agreement. In the heart of the colossal forest, a duckbill flame beast unleashed its overheat attack. A member of the Death Demon Corps pointed at the bronze bell floating before a massive tree, grinning widely. Roar. Upon hearing the command, the duckbill flame beast erupted in a torrent of searing flames, charging toward the bronze bell. The surge of flames instantaneously elevated the surrounding temperature. Boom. A muffled thud resounded as the terrifying energy collided with the bronze bell, rendering it incapacitated. The bronze bell. A high school boy, wearing a cap, gasped. Panic etched across his face. Pull yourself together. My floating ferret. A girl in a white skirt shouted beside him, shaking the unconscious ferret, which had completely lost its ability to fight. Hee, how about that? The volt tackle of Raichu is quite impressive, isn't it? Chuckled another member of the Death Demon Corps, reveling in his victory as his Raichu celebrated. Excellent. Now that we've dealt with these 2 brats, this area will be cleared. Finish them off, Duckbill Flame Beast. Use Flame Vortex to incinerate these pests. The 2 trial participants, wide-eyed and dazed, stared helplessly at the approaching inferno. Someone, help us. We need assistance. The girl desperately wished to scream, but her voice had gone hoarse from overwhelming sorrow. Let us go. Aluminum Steel Dragon. Use Iron Defense. At that moment, a cool male voice resonated from above. A flash of white light revealed a colossal aluminum-like Pokémon, which effortlessly neutralized the Duckbill Flame Beast's Flame Vortex. Who are you? New developments, shouted the members of the Death Demon Corps, now realizing a tropical dragon hovered above them. A young man with green hair leapt down from the tropical dragon. We're saved. Someone is here to rescue us. The boy patted the girl's shoulder, urging her to regain her composure. The girl slowly came to her senses. Are you the team responsible for this area? What happened? Are there only the 2 of you left? Where are the others? Zhou Jian's tone was faintly dismissive, filled with disdain. He had no intention of regarding these 2 as anything but expendable. Enough chatter. Duckbill Flame Beast, unleash overheat. Raichu, follow up with another volt tackle. Without hesitation, the 2 members of the Death Demon Corps attacked the Aluminum Steel Dragon. Not talking? No matter. I have ways to make you speak. Aluminum Steel Dragon. Dispose of their battle Pokémon. Use Dragon Pulse. Zhou Jian's gaze sharpened, as if he had already devised a plan for these 2. Roar. The Aluminum Steel Dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, releasing an immense purple shockwave. This shockwave consumed both the Raichu's Volt Tackle and the Overheat Flames, obliterating them beneath the force of the Aluminum Steel Dragon's Dragon Pulse. Impressive. This big brother is extraordinary. He looks so much like our Azure Sea Dragon, Mr. Zhou. The high school boy gazed at Zhou Jian, his eyes filled with admiration. What? How can this be? Terrifying. That Pokémon is horrifying. It eliminated them with just 1 move. The members of the Death Demon Corps trembled, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. Everything happened too swiftly. But in an instant, Zhou Jian charged forward, delivering 2 powerful punches to their abdomens. Where's your team leader? Which division are you from? Speak clearly. Zhou Jian's eyes widened in fury, resembling a beast ready to devour its prey. Chapter 141. Whose fierce bite shark are you? We are under Ross from the Azure Sea Division. Our team leader has been reassigned, and the main force is not in this area. The 2 members of the Death Demon Corps spoke in tandem, realizing after the pain that this man was not to be trifled with. They could only comply. Ross, Azure Sea Division? It seems that Carlos has resurfaced, bringing along new elite personnel. My previous failure to eliminate him during the last purge was a mistake, Zhou Jian coldly remarked, waving his hand. The aluminum steel dragon instantly comprehended its master's intent, unleashing a devastating beam of destruction that annihilated the 2 Death Demon Corps members. This mission is set to the highest alert level. Ensure the eradication of every last one of these Death Demon Corps terrorists. Furthermore, do not let any of the elite personnel escape. They are their main forces. After sending a brief message to Sharona, Zhou Jian and the aluminum steel dragon ventured deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, in the skies above the Twilight Mountains, Sharona was pursuing a target riding a 3-colored Archeops, dressed in a white uniform emblazoned with a bright D insignia. This individual was Eamon, another collaborator of Carlos. At that moment, Eamon was hastily making his way somewhere, and the Archeops flew with remarkable speed, causing Sharona considerable distress. Eliminate every last one? That certainly poses a conundrum. Sharona furrowed her brow, her expression revealing her concern. She gently patted the back of the tropical dragon, hastening her pursuit of the target ahead. Yet, it appeared as if the target was aware of being chased, commanding the ancestral bird beneath him to accelerate its flight. In an instant, the distance between the 2 widened once more. Half an hour later, are you saying Minister Ivan has been eliminated? The boss inquired. Ross swayed his neck and connected with Carlos via radio. Indeed. The information was conveyed to me directly by Eamon. It cannot be mistaken. It seems someone has detected our movements. I suspect it is that group from Dynamic Balance. Martha has completed her cleanup task. Expedite your work and join me here without any mistakes. With that, Carlos severed the radio connection. No mistakes? He muttered. The burly Ross stretched his slightly sore shoulders, surrounded by remnants of battle. Just moments ago, he had dealt with 3 rats, and now fatigue was settling in. Let us go, Ironclaw Lobster. We must head over to Carlos. Ross clapped his hands, intending to leave, only to find a green-haired man obstructing his path. This instantly put him on high alert. Oh, a new rat? And quite a sizable one at that. Canon. The Ironclaw Lobster emitted a threatening roar, positioning itself protectively in front of Ross, sensing the ill intent of the green-haired man before them. You must be the new cadre from the Blue Sea Division? You seem to possess only the strength of a mere guild master. Such a meager prowess hardly qualifies you for a cadre position. Zhou Jian stealthily withdrew a pokeball, casting a cold gaze at the imposing man. Ross scratched his head, offering no response to Zhou Jian. Instead, he summoned his other 2 Pokemon, the Fortress Dragon and the Hippo Beast. Go, Paper Sword. Unleash Leaf Blade. A flash of white light erupted as Zhou Jian summoned his Paper Sword, striking with the speed of light. Whoosh. The Paper Sword moved with astonishing swiftness, unleashing multiple streaks of green sword light from its form. These sword lights, imbued with grass-type energy, were none other than Leaf Blade attacks. 3 consecutive Leaf Blade strikes aimed at Ross's 3 Pokemon. The Ironclaw Lobster and Hippo Beast positioned themselves behind the Fortress Dragon. Observing this, Ross immediately commanded his Pokemon to defend. His team excelled in defense, so he remained composed in the face of the enemy's assault. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 Leaf Blade lights struck the Fortress Dragon, producing 3 crisp sounds. Soon, Ross discerned the gravity of the situation. The defensively oriented Fortress Dragon had been severely injured by the opponent's Leaf Blade attack. Such terrifying strength. Could it be that you are the trainer responsible for eliminating Ivan? Ross gasped, his arms trembling as he scrutinized the green-haired man before him. That face. I have seen it on the bounty board at headquarters. And the reward is astonishingly high. You are Zhou Jian from Blue Sea City, a member of Dynamic Balance. Upon recognizing the identity of his opponent, Ross's eyes widened in shock. Yet Zhou Jian had no intention of responding. Instead, he coldly commanded the Paper Sword to launch a second wave of assault, seemingly dissatisfied with the previous outcome. The next move could be lethal. Paper Sword. Eye of the Heart. Then Guillotine. Zhou Jian snapped his fingers, his focus solely on the enemy. Eliminating the cadre before him was the task he and the Paper Sword were bound to fulfill. Crackle. The Paper Sword emitted a peculiar vibrating sound, radiating a silvery power. In the forests surrounding Dragon Valley, let the Dark Fiends send them to their demise. Su Nuo gestured towards 3 members of the Death Fiend Legion, instructing the Martial Bear Master to execute the final judgment. Boom! A ferocious force erupted from the right fist of the Martial Bear Master, and the 3 members fell lifelessly before Su Nuo, unable to offer any resistance. Subsequently, Su Nuo snapped his fingers, and the fire chicken skillfully incinerated the corpses of the 3. 22. I've lost count. What could be so valuable that they would expend so many resources to come here? Speaking of which, regarding the division leader we previously eliminated. Su Nuo intended to reflect on that battle, but realized the opponent had left no useful clues behind. Martial Bear Master, Fire Chicken, let us proceed northward. The Death Fiend Legion in this vicinity should now be dealt with. As he clapped his hands, directing his team to advance, a shark-like Pokémon appeared 5 meters ahead. Its deep blue body and razor-sharp claws exuding an aura of formidable strength. What? Is that a Garchomp? Is it truly surviving in this primitive land? Su Nuo exclaimed in astonishment, moving closer. However, he quickly realized his mistake. This Garchomp was not wild. Given Garchomp's aggressive nature, it would have attacked upon seeing a human approach so brazenly, yet it did not. Hey, whose Garchomp are you? Su Nuo inquired, as his ability to communicate with Dragon-type Pokémon made it easy for him to engage. Huh, who are you? That you can converse with me directly? The Garchomp not only refrained from answering Su Nuo's question, but also countered with a question of its own. This took Su Nuo by surprise. Whose Garchomp is so clever? The Martial Bear Master and Fire Chicken approached, maintaining a safe distance from the Garchomp. Pokémon, Garchomp. Type, Dragon, Ground. Gender, Ability, Sand Veil. This Pokémon's evasion increases in sandstorm weather. Aptitude, Legendary. Level, 88, High-level champion. Skills, Dragon Rush, Tackle, Sandstorm, Dig, Dragon Claw, Cut, Bite, Earthquake, Dragon Breath. Sand Tomb, Dual Chop, Crunch, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Stone Edge, Rest, Protect, Shadow Claw, Flamethrower, Swords Dance, Surf, Outrage, Endure, Iron Head. Status, Garchomp is engaging in friendly communication with you. Evaluation, this Pokémon possesses absolute top-tier combat power. Even among the entire Garchomp population, it stands as a pinnacle existence of kings. Champion level high-tier strength. And with legendary aptitude. My dear Blastoise, you are far too powerful. Through his inside eye, Su Nuo finally comprehended the full extent of this Garchomp's information. Its strength left even Su Nuo astounded. Whose Garchomp is this, belonging to which champion-level trainer? Have you found the trail of that individual, Garchomp? A melodious female voice floated into Su Nuo's left ear. Following the sound, he saw a golden-haired beauty clad in a black trench coat approaching him with a lively gait. This young beauty possessed striking looks. Her exquisite face adorned with a warm smile that made Su Nuo feel as if he were basking in spring. Miss Cynthia? Upon recognizing the woman's identity, Su Nuo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The trainer raising this Garchomp was none other than Champion Cynthia herself. Cockham. No. Garchomp initially shook its head, then pointed its claw at Su Nuo, implying, this person? I am a participant in the 5 school trials of Area 13 in the Flame Nation. Miss Cynthia, are you in search of something? Su Nuo swiftly interjected, seizing the opportunity to engage Cynthia. In situations like this, one must take the initiative. Actively engaging with Cynthia is sure to significantly enhance one's favorability, a tactic that Su Nuo has found to be unfailingly effective in Galgame games. Malcha, Karutu, Blaziken and Macamp were also present by Su Nuo's side, responding in kind. Cynthia, stroking her delicate chin, first scrutinized Su Nuo and his Pokémon. The potential and prowess of these 2 Pokémon are commendable. It appears that this young trainer possesses a bright future ahead. Moreover, could he truly be just a high school student? His demeanor and appearance exude a calmness typically associated with adults. Contemplating this, she smiled and replied, have you encountered a peculiar individual clad in white garments nearby? This person poses a considerable threat. Upon hearing Cynthia's words, Su Nuo raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. As far as I am aware, there exists but one type of individual in this primeval land. That would be a member of the Dead Demon Corps. Furthermore, judging by Miss Cynthia's description, they must be a high-ranking officer. With that thought, Su Nuo suddenly recalled the high-ranking officer he had previously eliminated with forceful means. The fellow's name seemed to be Ivan. Regardless, it matters not, for that fool has already been obliterated by his Zygarde. At this, Cynthia immediately pressed on with urgency. You are quite knowledgeable about this area, are you not? I represent the dynamic equilibrium, and I am tasked with eradicating all members of the black organizations in this vicinity. Dynamic equilibrium? Upon hearing this term, Su Nuo recalled a television interview he had seen earlier. Ah, that explains Cynthia's presence before him. She is on a mission. Having clarified Cynthia's intentions, Su Nuo began to elucidate the current situation to her. The members of the Dead Demon Corps in this area have been purged. I have not spotted that high-ranking officer. They are conducting a large-scale sweep of the testers throughout the entire primeval land, seemingly in search of something. Purged? Does this high school student mean what I think he does? Cynthia regarded Su Nuo with a complex expression, finally responding, they are blocking off various regions, preparing to capture a certain mythical Pokémon. As she mentioned the mythical Pokémon, Cynthia carefully observed Su Nuo's demeanor. To her surprise, this young trainer exhibited no signs of shock whatsoever. This prompted Cynthia to reassess Su Nuo once again. A mythical Pokémon? Indeed. Only a target of such value would warrant their full mobilization. With that, Su Nuo recalled Blaziken and Machamp into their Pokeballs, subsequently releasing his Yveltal. Yveltal? Yet another Pokémon of boundless potential. This young lad before her is undoubtedly a promising prospect for the future. What are your intentions? Observing Su Nuo mount the back of Yveltal, Cynthia hesitated momentarily. My name is Su Nuo. I am 18 years old, and I am currently still a high school student. After a moment's thought, Su Nuo decided against mentioning that this status would soon change. Miss Cynthia, I believe our objectives align, if you do not mind. I would like to propose that we join forces. With that, Su Nuo offered a subtle gesture to the blonde beauty, inviting her to ascend Yveltal. Additionally, I am curious to know which mythical Pokémon the Dead Demon Corps is targeting. Xerneas, at least that is the information I have received. Cynthia, realizing that her flying mount, Tropius, cannot match the speed of Yveltal, graciously accepted Su Nuo's invitation. Consequently, she withdrew her Garchomp into its Pokeball and mounted the majestic Yveltal. Xerneas? The ex-Pokémon is actually lingering in this region? It must have succumbed to slumber following the last battle. Su Nuo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gently patted Yveltal's neck, signaling it to take flight. It seems you possess considerable knowledge regarding Xerneas, Su Nuo. This time, it was Cynthia who found herself momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that an ordinary high school student could display such composure while discussing mythical Pokémon. And judging by Su Nuo's tone, could it be that he had encountered Xerneas before? Knowledgeable? It's a long story. However, Xerneas will undoubtedly be astonished to see me again. Su Nuo smiled faintly, swiftly commanding Yveltal to surge into the sky at breakneck speed. Chapter 143, Zhou Jian's Determination. What kind of move is that? It managed to defeat my Bastiodon in one fell swoop. The burly Ross roared, veins bulging in fury. In a single exchange, Paper Sword had successfully brought down Bastiodon, which now lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Tell me, where is that fool Carlos hiding now? Zhou Jian bellowed sharply. Haha, who knows? Perhaps he has already captured Xerneas by now. Just wait for him to come and bid you farewell. Clawitzer, unleash the hydro pump and obliterate him. Ross wiped his rough face with a hand and barked orders. Roar. A fierce beam of destructive energy gathered at Clawitzer's pincers, and in the next moment, it was unleashed. The target of the attack was none other than Zhou Jian himself. Farewell? Humph. I fear it is I who will be sending all of you off shortly. My return is solely to eradicate the entire Dead Demon Corps in District 13. With that, a flash of white light materialized before Zhou Jian, and his steel dragon emerged effortlessly to block the hydro pump. Roar. The steel dragon emitted a thunderous roar. Its small eyes fixated intently on Ross. Its sturdy aluminum exterior served as a natural barrier, rendering Clawitzer's attack merely a trivial annoyance. It can even withstand hydro pump. How infuriating. Clawitzer, use Crabhammer on that peculiar Pokémon. Realizing his attack had failed, Ross appeared flustered and directly commanded Clawitzer to engage in close combat. Roar. Two surges of tumultuous water energy converged upon Clawitzer's pincers, and the massive lobster aimed to strike Paper Sword, which hovered in the air. Another leaf blade. Steel Dragon. Provide support with Hyper Beam. Zhou Jian calmly instructed his two Pokémon to counter, as this battle was merely a walk in the park for him. 3 more emerald green blades of energy sliced through the air. Swish, swish, swish. This time, Paper Sword's assault was devoid of any embellishment. As the leaf blade struck directly at Clawitzer's pincers, what transpired next was astonishing. The seemingly gentle leaf blade cleaved through Clawitzer's pincers with ease, forcefully interrupting its Crabhammer attack. Arg! Clawitzer let out a pained wail, clearly intimidated by Paper Sword's onslaught. It trembled, instinctively retreating several steps. What a terrifying attack. What is that peculiar sword-like Pokémon? Ross's Clawitzer was evidently no match. Is this the prowess of the strongest in Beehive City? Boss, don't stop now. As long as we keep attacking, our path forward will continue to expand. So it's Hyper Beam. Boss, quickly take defensive measures. Behind the burly Ross, an entire squad of members anxiously urged him on. They were his elite team, yet before Zhou Jian, their combat prowess was scarcely worth noting. Hippowdon, charge in and use Protect to block the Hyper Beam, Ross hastily commanded. For if Hippowdon could not withstand this attack, then Zhou Jian's Steel Dragon's move could very well claim his life. Who? Hippowdon roared, summoning a white energy shield to absorb the Hyper Beam. But in the next instant, Paper Sword's attack came crashing down. Sacred Sword. As soon as Zhou Jian's command was uttered, a dazzling silver-blue sword light instantaneously illuminated the entire arena. Crack. Shatter. This time, the attack from the Paper Guardian Sword astonishingly executed simultaneous strikes against both the hippopotamus beast and the iron-clawed lobster. Furthermore, this sacred sword effortlessly vanquished them. Boss, we're on. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, ready for battle. The moment all of Ross's Pokémon succumbed, his elite team surged forward, eager to continue the fight against Zhou Jian. Stay back. Anyone who approaches will meet their demise. This is a duel between real men. Do not ruin my excitement. Ross spread his robust arms wide, directly preventing his subordinates from interfering in his battle, and then retrieved his last Pokeball from his waist. It was a heavy ball. This is my strongest shield. If it falls, then I. With that, he unleashed the Pokemon, shouting, Steelix, Mega Evolve. In an instant, a multitude of vibrant colors emanated from the pouch on Ross's chest, enveloping both him and his Pokemon. Odo, a colossal steel Pokemon materialized before Ross, its shell impenetrably hard. Mega Steelix. Ross's final combat Pokemon was indeed the formidable physical shield, Mega Steelix. It's Mega Steelix. The boss has finally revealed his trump card. Ross, let this creature show them what true invincible physical defense is. Haha. Before my Mega Steelix, no physical offensive tactic stands a chance. The members of the elite team expressed their renewed hope. With Mega Steelix, their lives might just be spared. Invincible physical defense? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jian relaxed his left hand that had rested upon his waist. He had originally intended to have the sticky dragon complete the final touches, but now, Paper Guardian Sword. Execute Dance of the Sword. Then directly unleash Sacred Sword to shatter that Mega Steelix. Zhou Jian commanded. A physical defense shield? It is mere chaff before the absolute offensive prowess of the Paper Guardian Sword. Today, he intended to dismantle Mega Steelix's defenses with the might of this sacred sword. With a resonant cry, the Paper Guardian Sword concentrated a formidable aura, then angled straight for Mega Steelix's head. The azure glow of this sacred sword was magnified several times compared to before. Humph. Steelix, use Protect. I refuse to believe you can even shatter this energy shield. Ross snorted coldly, promptly directing Mega Steelix to defend. A white energy barrier gradually unfurled around Mega Steelix's body, just as the sword light descended. Boom. The immense sword light cleaved down from the sky, crashing into the energy shield. Crash. A crisp sound resonated. To everyone's astonishment, the light of the sacred sword engulfed Mega Steelix. Bang. The sword light suddenly exploded, and even Ross was swept up in this overwhelming surge of energy. Could it be? The boss's Mega Steelix has been defeated? We're doomed. Run. The elite team stared in shock as Ross and Mega Steelix were obliterated by the sword light, only able to express their lament. Clear the field, Aluminum Steel Dragon. Dragon Pulse. Zhou Jian waved his left hand, signaling the Aluminum Steel Dragon to annihilate the remaining personnel. He adjusted his slightly disheveled green hair, clenching his fists with newfound resolve. Last time, I let you escape, but this time, your luck has run out. Kalos. Chapter 144, Pursuing Eamon. Report, Minister. My team has completed the cleanup task in Area G. A member of the Death Mage Corps, clad in a light blue uniform, reported to the man in white before him, who was, of course, the captain of these members. Behind him, over a dozen team members glimmered with anticipation, poised like hounds ready to spring into action. Is this all the manpower we have left? The man in white was the minister of the Kanglan Division. He patted the captain's shoulder and inquired, I sincerely apologize, Minister. Some of these rats possess extraordinary strength, causing us considerable trouble. The captain admitted, lowering his head in shame for his inadequacy in the face of Eamon's inquiry. It's quite all right. Casualties are a commonplace occurrence in such missions. Go ahead. Lead the way personally toward the direction of the Kalos leader. The rest of the personnel are converging there. Eamon spoke in a deep voice, then clapped his hands, commanding everyone to advance immediately. Target, Xerneas. The group nodded in unison, marching in perfect formation towards the north. That region was the northwest area of the Primal Zone, a mysterious place erased from the trial map, the Misty Woods. As he watched his subordinates depart, Eamon quietly lit a cigarette, indulging in it alone. The Archeops circled warily above his head. After finishing the cigarette, he swiftly extinguished the butt. That's enough. There's no need for further surveillance. What is destined to come will come. We shall face it head on. Speaking of which, this time, it might lead to total annihilation. Those dynamic balance individuals were able to detect our movements. Why is that? Could there be a mole among us? With a gesture towards the sky, the Archeops understood and obediently returned to Eamon's side. Eamon then retrieved 5 pokeballs from his waist, calmly stating, "However, I am nothing like that Ivan fellow. No matter who you are, I shall not underestimate you. Not even a champion will gain the upper hand against me." With that, Eamon recalled the Archeops into its pokeball and began formulating his battle strategy. Roar. The roar of the blood-winged dragon reverberated around, descending like a tempest. Crack. The flat grassland trembled violently for several seconds due to its fierce landing. "This is the place. That senior officer is hiding in this thicket," Su Nuo declared with conviction. "Is that so? Su Nuo, we must hasten to catch up with that individual. We cannot allow him to escape." With that, Cynthia gracefully rose and leaped off the back of the blood-winged dragon. Swish, swish, swish. Several faint sounds sliced through the air, but were swiftly detected by the hyper-alert Su Nuo. "Danger, Miss Cynthia," Su Nuo shouted, leaping in front of Cynthia. In a flash of white light, the martial arts bear leapt from its pokeball, launching a powerful fire punch that incinerated the several razor-sharp leaves aimed at Cynthia. In the face of the flames, those swiftly approaching leaves were reduced to ashes. There, in that tree, within mere seconds, Su Nuo accurately pinpointed the lurking figure of a yellow-green Pokémon, Victreebel, hidden in a pine tree. Pokémon, Victreebel. Type, grass, poison. Gender, dash. Ability, chlorophyll. This Pokémon's speed doubles in sunny weather. Qualification, champion level. Level, 68, high-tier champion. Skills, leaf blade, powerful whip, leech seed, growth, acid, sleep powder, solar beam, hypnosis. Toxic. This Victreebel is indeed champion level. Su Nuo furrowed his brows silently, as the situation exceeded his expectations. Had that senior officer already set up an ambush trap? Were they waiting for us to walk into their snare? Following Su Nuo's gaze, Cynthia quickly spotted the concealed Victreebel. As a champion, she too recognized that this was the enemy's encirclement tactic. Haru haru. A furious bird call erupted from the sky, instantly stirring a violent gale around them. It was Eamon's flying mount, Archeops. The technique known as Tailwind instantaneously elevates the action speed of both itself and its allies. Just as Su Nuo was observing the majestic origin bird suspended in midair, a colossal black energy sphere hurtled directly towards them. Boom. It was a ghost-type shadow ball, racing forward with astonishing swiftness. Step back, Su Nuo. This time, Cynthia's reaction was swifter. She effortlessly retrieved a pokeball from her waist and tossed it in front of Su Nuo. Catcho. Cynthia's pokeball exploded open, revealing a mysterious purple Pokémon in an instant. It emitted a spine-chilling screech, then promptly executed a shadow sneak, forcibly restraining the shadow ball. In the very next moment, that shadow ball astonishingly hovered in midair, unable to proceed. Florges, counter it with shadow ball. Tula commanded immediately. Without hesitation, Florges unleashed a similar black energy sphere, sending it crashing toward the suspended shadow ball. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the two attacks forcibly negated each other. How formidable! Truly deserving of the title champion, Miss Cynthia. While praising her, Su Nuo also swiftly grasped the complete information of the 3 Pokémon. Pokémon, Florges. Type, Ghost, Dark. Gender. Ability, Infiltrator. This Pokémon is unaffected by all protective barriers. Its attacks can penetrate them. Qualification, champion level. Level, 75, mid-champion. Skills, Nightshade, Shadow Sneak, Strange Light. Last Gift, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Will-O-Wisp, Calm Mind, Trick, Substitute. Trainer, Cynthia. Pokémon, Origin Bird. Type, Rock, Flying. Gender. Ability, Weakness. This Pokémon's attacking power decreases when its status is poor. Qualification, near champion level. Level, 73, beginner champion. Skills, Tailwind, Agility, Stone Edge, Quick Guard, Origin Pulse. Air Slash, Aerial Ace, Iron Defense. Pokémon, Duskull. Type, Ghost. Gender. Ability, Forewarn. This Pokemon can sense the items its opponents are carrying. Qualification, near champion level. Level, 71, beginner champion. Skills, Shadow Punch, Gravity, Ice Punch, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Disable, Nightshade, Misfortune, Shadow Ball, Curse. Clap, clap, clap. Behind Duskull, a man clad in a white uniform approached leisurely, applauding. Welcome to my arena, Champion Cynthia. Allow me to extend my warmest hospitality. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a Primarina stealthily appeared from the right side of Duskull. Chapter 145, Entanglement. Pokemon, Primarina. Type, Water, Ice. Gender, Ability, Oblivious. This Pokemon cannot be provoked or infatuated. It is also unaffected by the Intimidate ability. Qualification, near champion level. Level, 75, mid-champion. Skills, Surf, Aurora Beam, Liquidation, Hydro Pump, Ice Fong, Bite, Avalanche, Blizzard, Water Cannon. 2 elite-tier Pokemon, alongside 2 near-champion level 1s. How formidable. This individual was significantly stronger than the previous elite opponent. The composition of this man in white sent a shiver down Su Nuo's spine. To intrude upon their encirclement in such an unprepared manner was hardly a rational act. Martial Bear Master, Bloodwing Dragon, return. Faced with such formidable foes, Su Nuo promptly withdrew his 2 Pokemon into their Pokeballs. Their influence in this battle would be negligible. Therefore, it was wiser to conserve their strength rather than let them serve as mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Kyogre, prepare for battle. Their combined defense is exceptionally solid. This will be a challenging breakout. Su Nuo communicated telepathically to Kyogre. Understood, Su Nuo. Within the excessive space, Kyogre was also poised and ready to strike. Just then, Cynthia positioned herself behind Su Nuo, speaking softly. Allow me to take charge of this battle. You can trust me. Her gaze was resolute, and in that moment, she exuded the formidable aura of a champion. As a champion, it was almost instinctive for Cynthia to protect weaker trainers. Florges, Trick. Cynthia commanded with a commanding tone, then immediately retrieved her second Pokeball. Nightshade, Water Cannon. Eamon directed with a calm demeanor. In an instant, Duskull and Primarina unleashed their attacks on Florges. The pitch-black energy and powerful Water Cannon surged towards Cynthia's Florges, which was currently channeling power to enhance its special attack, leaving it vulnerable. Meow. The Pokeball burst open, and a melodious cry caught Su Nuo's attention. It was Milotic. To Su Nuo's surprise, Cynthia's second Pokemon was none other than her Milotic. Milotic. Intercept their attacks. Use Protect. A stunning, serpentine Pokemon darted in front of Florges. In an instant, a white energy shield enveloped its body, forcibly blocking the simultaneous attacks of Nightshade and Water Cannon. Beautiful. Cynthia's defense was executed flawlessly. Milotic, being a defensive powerhouse, served as an impeccable shield for the team. Pokemon, Milotic. Type, Water. Gender. Ability, Competitive. When this Pokemon's abilities are lowered, its special attack increases. Qualification, Champion level. Level, 76, Mid-Champion. Skills, Recover, Waterfall, Mist, White Mist, Protect, Hydro Pump, Coil, Rain Dance, Mystic Water, Dragon Tail, Aqua Ring, Water Pulse, Ice Beam, Scald. Seeing the offensive fail, Eamon nonchalantly snapped his fingers. Boom. A yellow-green beam of energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards Milotic. It was the solar beam of Vileplume. It turned out that it had been gathering energy, and now was the moment to unleash its full power. Moreover, as Vileplume executed Solar Beam, the Origin bird once again flapped its wings, summoning fierce gusts of wind. This whirlwind enhanced the speed of each of Eamon's Pokemon. Is this true teamwork and collaborative combat? As long as every Pokemon in the team plays its unique role, absolute dominance can be achieved. When the synergy of a Pokemon team reaches its zenith, they can unleash unparalleled strength under the trainer's command. Within the team, they can even exhibit several times the power compared to when they fight individually. Solar Beam? How troublesome. Cynthia shook her coat and immediately instructed Florges to counterattack. Use Dark Pulse to restrain that Solar Beam. With a fierce cry, Florges erupted with pure black Dark-type energy. Enhanced by Trick, its special attack surged dramatically. Boom. Dark Pulse erupted forth, meeting the intense Solar Beam head-on. The green and black energies devoured each other, dissolving in a spectacular display. However, it quickly became apparent which side would prevail. Vileplume's Solar Beam proved to be superior. It suppressed Dark Pulse while forcefully advancing towards the vulnerable Milotic. Can it really break through like this? In that case, as the Solar Beam's attack was about to strike Milotic, Cynthia summoned another Pokemon into battle. She understood all too well that she could not allow Milotic to be hit by this grass-type energy. In such a scenario, the meticulously maintained defensive formation would be instantly shattered, plunging our side into a disadvantageous position. A reduction in personnel during the midst of battle is an unforgivable blunder for those who prefer to counterattack. Roar. A commanding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the arena as Sharona dispatched her third Pokémon, her ace, Garchomp. Garchomp unleashed a colossal flamethrower to obstruct the searing sunlight. Understood. With a swift leap into the air, Garchomp expelled a torrent of blistering flames. This searing fire surged from above, relentlessly assaulting the sunlight, ultimately striking it without a hint of hesitation. Boom. The two immense energies collided, resulting in a powerful explosion. This blast conjured swirling clouds of dust and debris, engulfing Sharona's 3 Pokémon in its wake. Had it successfully neutralized the threat? No, not at all. Su Nuo initially believed that Garchomp's appearance had effectively defended against the fierce onslaught of the enemy's Pokémon. However, a glint of cold light flashed across his eyes, heightening his alertness. Miss Sharona, danger looms above. Be wary of that blizzard. Su Nuo shouted, offering his warning. Futile. My trap has long been laid. I have awaited your arrival into my snare. Kingra, eliminate that Garchomp at once. At that moment, a triumphant smile spread across Eamon's face. He had already grasped the ebb and flow of the battle. Everything was within his calculations. Phew. The ancestral bird descended rapidly to the ground, where an overwhelming surge of frigid ice energy had already coalesced. That was Kingra's blizzard. Eamon had meticulously prepared this strategy for Sharona, specifically designed to counter her ground-type Garchomp. Whoosh. The blizzard, akin to a barrage of piercing ice arrows, mercilessly struck towards the multitude of Pokémon on the ground, as well as Sharona and Su Nuo. Chapter 146, Eamon's Ace, Mega Gyarados. A blizzard, with Su Nuo's reminder. Sharona too sensed the oncoming chilling ice energy piercing towards them. No, we cannot allow Garchomp to endure this attack. This formidable ice move, even if it cannot vanquish Garchomp instantly, would inflict severe damage. In such a situation, the odds of breaking through would be exceedingly slim. Milotic. Immediately use Water Tail to dispel those ice arrows. Milotic. Under Sharona's command, Milotic bravely stepped forward, sweeping through the dense barrage of ice arrows with a powerful strike. Crack. Countless ice arrows were swiftly cleared away, yet the blizzard's might was far from diminished. The ensuing frigid onslaught was even more ferocious than before, even with Milotic's utmost defense. It found itself helpless. Witnessing Milotic's inability to counter the blizzard, it charged directly ahead, intending to use its own body to forcibly shield against this violent assault. A gust of icy wind swept by. Cold, bone-chilling cold. Milotic managed to withstand the blizzard with its body, emanating an aura of icy energy. Had it successfully blocked it? Gazing at the gravely injured Milotic, Su Nuo was momentarily taken aback. Snap! With a crisp sound, just as the blizzard's attack faded, Eamon launched a follow-up strike. Unbeknownst to anyone, a formidable Pokémon had appeared by his side. This Pokémon floated in the air, possessing an oval, UFO-like gray body. Pokémon Electrode. Type, Steel Electric. Gender, none. Ability, Sturdy. This Pokémon cannot be knocked out in one hit. Qualification, Near Champion level. Level, 72, initial stage of Near Champion. Skills, Electric Terrain, Mirror Coat, Electro Ball, Triple Attack. Thunder Wave, Euro Ball, Magnet Rise, Cannon Pulse, Discharge, Lock On. It was Electrode. Beware of its Electro Ball. As soon as Su Nuo uttered the warning, Electrode unleashed its attack. A terrifying black and yellow electric cannon erupted from its metallic arms, hurtling toward Milotic with an incomprehensible speed. Once locked on, Electrode's attack is guaranteed to hit. Eamon's expression flickered with pride. What does it matter if you are the champion? Under my meticulous strategy, you shall meet your downfall. Trapped in a passive position, unable to fully deploy your Pokémon team, you now resemble a prisoner shackled in chains, your overall strength severely diminished. In team battles, I am the most formidable among all the high-ranking officers of the Death Demon Legion, undefeated. Speaking thus, he caressed the last dive ball at his waist, within which lay his true secret weapon. Boom. Electrode's Electro Ball struck Milotic without hesitation, delivering a devastating blow that felled Milotic. Go finish it off. Gardevoir, Shadow Sneak. Garchomp. Unleash Earthquake. Witnessing Milotic's defeat, Sharona was enraged. She commanded her 2 Pokémon to counterattack, subsequently releasing her other 2 Pokémon. In a flash of white light, it was Roserade and Togekiss. Gardevoir's Shadow Sneak launched forth, silently striking at the distant Electrode. Meanwhile, Garchomp surged forward, unleashing a powerful earthquake shockwave toward Electrode. Heh. I have already secured the advantage. No matter how you strike, victory is assured. Eamon chuckled as he commanded Electrode to fly straight ahead. This is bad. Extremely bad. He intends to forcibly exchange Pokémon to gain an even greater advantage. Su Nuo was acutely aware of Eamon's intentions, and his next move was to use Electrode to secure an advantage. Snap! Suddenly, the ancestral bird and the elusive night spirit simultaneously launched an assault on Gardevoir. Air Slash and Shadow Punch struck simultaneously, interrupting Gardevoir's Shadow Sneak and injuring it severely. On the other side, the Earthquake Shockwave struck Electrode, yet it withstood the blow due to its ability. In this exchange, Eamon once again gained the upper hand. Roar! Garchomp emitted an enraged roar, delivering a devastating Dragon Claw that took down Electrode, then rushed to support Gardevoir. Futile. This was also within my calculations. Kingdra, Avalanche. Upon witnessing Electrode's downfall, Eamon exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, his smile broadened. Kuna. Kingdra summoned a furious blizzard and directed it toward Garchomp. Everything unfolded too swiftly. Eamon and his Pokémon coordinated seamlessly. Crash. Distracted, Garchomp was struck by the avalanche, causing it to stagger back several steps. Its body instinctively feared the ice energy. Garchomp shook its head, producing a Babiri berry from seemingly nowhere and swallowing it whole. This fruit, also known as the anti-ice berry, is exceptionally effective at healing ice-related injuries, and it is its favorite fruit. Roar! Garchomp emitted a low growl, gradually recovering from the freezing damage inflicted by the avalanche. At that moment, the attack from the Carnivine also followed. It lashed out with several vines, directly whipping Gardevoir, delivering a powerful strike that ultimately defeated Sharona's Gardevoir. The battlefield had now shifted to a 4-3 scenario, with Eamon's advantage glaringly apparent. What does it matter if you are the champion? In the realm of team battles, I am the strongest. Any enemy who steps into my web of encirclement faces but one outcome: death. Recognizing his definitive advantage, Eamon unhesitatingly released his final ace Pokémon, an extraordinarily ferocious Gyarados, its crown adorned with a Cerulean Mega Evolution Stone. It is time to unleash the full potential. Mega Evolve Gyarados. Roar! A deep azure light enveloped Gyarados instantaneously, and 3 seconds later, its form surged dramatically, completing its Mega Evolution. Pokémon Gyarados. Status: Mega Evolved. Type: Water, Dark. Gender: Ability: Mold Breaker. This Pokémon can nullify certain abilities of nearby Pokémon. Qualification: Near Champion level. Level: 79, High Tier Near Champion. Moves: Hurricane, Hyper Beam, Outrage, Hydro Pump, Dragon Dance. Waterfall, Bite, Dive, Rampage, Dragon Tail. Mega Gyarados. This Pokémon is the absolute core of his team. Cynthia delicately pursed her lips, her expression wavering. The current battle conditions were decidedly unfavorable for her. Perhaps she should not have employed such reckless pursuit tactics from the outset. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. That's enough, Miss Cynthia. Leave the next steps to me. This individual's prowess in team battles was indeed astonishing. However, just as Cynthia was still in a state of indecision, Su Nuo gently patted her shoulder and resolutely stepped forward to the battlefield. Chapter 147. A shocking revelation for Cynthia. Cynthia was taken aback by Su Nuo's words. What did he mean by leave it to him? She was currently embroiled in a fierce struggle. There was no time for jest. Observing the young high school student who had suddenly advanced, Eamon displayed a look of confusion. What was this lad's intent? With that handsome face, could he possibly be seeking mercy? While he was indeed striking, could charm suffice in battle? His Mega Gyarados was poised for carnage. Attack! Mega Gyarados. Crush this fool. Eamon commanded without hesitation, eager to commence the slaughter. Roar! Gyarados lunged forward with its robust body, racing towards Su Nuo. Its gaping maw brimmed with a chaotic, turbulent power, waiting to be unleashed. Danger, Su Nuo. Garchomp, Togekiss, Roserade, go to his aid. Cynthia exclaimed anxiously. Su Nuo's actions had thrown her off balance. It's our turn to strike. Zygarde, prepare for battle. A perfect arc graced Su Nuo's lips, for he had achieved his objective. This seemingly frivolous maneuver could easily become the target of the enemy's focus. However, it would undoubtedly disrupt that fellow's predetermined battle strategy. Battle mode. A dark green energy veil materialized before Su Nuo, and Zygarde in its 50 form erupted from the veil with blinding speed. Its resounding roar reverberated throughout the arena. Every Pokémon present halted at the sound of Zygarde's bellow. Even the Mega Gyarados, originally charging at Su Nuo, recoiled in fear, retreating several meters. What is that? What Pokémon is that? Eamon too recognized the peculiar nature of this serpent-like Pokémon. Its mere presence seemed to compel Mega Gyarados into submission. As its trainer, Eamon could even feel the deep-seated fear emanating from it. It wanted to tremble. It wanted to yield to the strange Pokémon before it. This sensation was palpable even to Eamon, a trainer. Is that Zygarde? Su Nuo, are you its trainer? Cynthia gasped, her body trembling as she gazed at Su Nuo's nonchalant silhouette. Nearly entranced. Within the Dynamic Balance Organization, her extensive knowledge placed her among the elite. Thus, recognizing the divine beast before her was a trivial feat. To successfully forge a bond with a Pokémon of such legendary status, a trainer must possess unparalleled strength on a global scale. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would scarcely believe that Su Nuo was a bearer of a divine beast. He appeared merely as an ordinary high school student from the Flame Nation. This revelation was indeed staggering for Cynthia, one that would resonate throughout the year. It is worth noting that the Dynamic Balance Organization was currently in dire need of such top-tier trainers. Consequently, her gaze towards Su Nuo became laden with significance, and her thoughts began to shift regarding him. Miss Cynthia likely lacks experience in desperate battles, which is why she hesitates to unleash her full might. When facing such highly threatening, evil trainers, according to the rules of the Flame Nation, reasoning is unnecessary. Su Nuo did not respond to Cynthia's query, but instead proved his point through action. Battle mode. Roar. The earth. Zygarde radiated a verdant glow. An iridescent green light erupted from the ground, instantly unleashing a terrifying explosion. The verdant luminescence swiftly enveloped Mega Gyarados. Boom. A massive surge of energy exploded against Gyarados' muscular form. Gyre. Mega Gyarados let out a piercing cry of agony, its body sustaining grave injuries in an instant. This strike from Earth power had flipped it onto its back. Such terrifying power. Could that strange Pokémon truly be a divine beast? Eamon watched helplessly as his Mega Gyarados was grievously wounded by this formidable attack, beginning to doubt the identity of the mysterious Pokémon. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. However, regrettably, I have not prepared any rewards for you. Su Nuo remarked with a faint smile. By the way, your voice sounds oddly familiar. You are the high-ranking official whom I spoke with on the phone, aren't you? I mentioned that you would be next. So now, consider death as your reward. With that, Su Nuo casually gestured towards all of Eamon's Pokémon, softly declaring, Rain of Arrows. Swish, swish, swish. In mere seconds, Zygarde unleashed innumerable dark green energy orbs, which ascended into the sky and transformed into arrows, raining down like a torrential storm. The barrage of arrows struck Mega Gyarados, bringing it crashing to the ground, followed closely by the incapacitation of the legendary bird and the Emperor Sea Lion. A Venusaur attempting to flee from the low-lying shrubbery found escape futile against the relentless onslaught of arrows. After a brief struggle, it was ultimately consumed by Zygarde's assault. The last remaining Nightshade silently shielded Eamon, taking the hit meant for its master, but ultimately succumbed as well. Is it you? The mysterious figure who took down Ivan is you. Eamon's pallor deepened as he beheld his Pokémon team shattered and in disarray. In his eyes, the smiling Su Nuo now resembled the Grim Reaper, radiating an aura of terror. Your team coordination is indeed impressive. Collectively, they could momentarily surpass a champion-level opponent. However, it is unfortunate that the enemy you have encountered is me. Su Nuo affirmed Eamon's capabilities before unhesitatingly commanding Zygarde to execute a decisive strike. Zygarde, fully understanding the command, summoned an invisible wave of energy from the ground. Boom. The black-green energy wave consumed the entire arena, claiming Eamon and several of his Pokémon as its victims. After completing this annihilation, Su Nuo waved his left hand, and the portal opened immediately, skillfully returning Zygarde to its dimensional space. This entire eradication process was executed seamlessly, without a trace of hesitation. Witnessing Su Nuo's series of thunderous maneuvers, Cynthia's impression of him underwent a profound transformation. She had not anticipated that this seemingly affable young man could so decisively sever the ties of the dark forces, akin to a sharpened blade. By this measure alone, Su Nuo far surpassed his peers. Moreover, did he not mention that he had just recently reached adulthood? Truly, a talent ripe for development. Cynthia surely nodded in agreement. Then, she turned to Su Nuo and inquired, Your decision-making is quite resolute. But allow me to ask, how shall we embark on the quest to uncover the elusive Xerneas hidden within this vast expanse? This question left Su Nuo momentarily speechless. The high-ranking official they had just encountered was their sole lead, yet Su Nuo harbored no illusions that this individual would readily divulge any valuable information. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this troublesome matter. After all, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Cynthia's inquiry indeed prompted Su Nuo to reflect. 30 miles northwest. There is a faint surge of life energy emanating. I can sense it. Xerneas is gradually awakening. At this moment, the voice of Zygarde echoed in his mind. Chapter 148, The Final Step. The border of the misty forest. Over 100 members of the Death Demon Legion stood ready, each brimming with energy and poised for action. The surrounding wild Pokémon, including the likes of Tylo, Kirin, and Electrike, hastily fled in the face of this dark force's menace. Their sole leader, Carlos, remained silent with his eyes closed, head tilted skyward, lost in contemplation. Within this peculiar shadowy forest, the sunlight was but a flicker, rendering the mist dense and visibility sparse. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps echoed, as yet another squad from the Death Demon Legion arrived to join the main force. The squad leader was none other than Martha, another officer from the Coastal City branch. Is this all the manpower we have? Carlos questioned without turning, barely sparing Martha a glance. Many had perished en route, and others were still engaged in cleanup tasks, unable to arrive in time. I deeply apologize, Chief. We may have underestimated the enemy's strength. Martha gestured for her squad to integrate into the main unit, lowering her head slightly, hesitant to speak further. I am already aware of the general situation. Eamon and Ivan have been eliminated. This is a clarion call for us. Carlos clenched his fists tightly, yet an inexplicable smile crept onto his face. While mourning the loss of the two division leaders from Area 13, his heart brimmed with an unsettling delight. No one would now share in the spoils of victory. A staggering sum of 120 million would soon fill his pockets. Furthermore, I have recently lost contact with Ross. I have confirmed that among the personnel involved in this operation of dynamic balance is the coastal dragon, Zhou Jian. That individual poses our greatest threat. Martha, anxiously adjusting her voluminous waves of hair, expressed her concern. What? Coastal dragon, Zhou Jian. Carlos's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this name. While others may be unaware of Zhou Jian's prowess, he was all too familiar with it. After all, Wu Hao had once suffered defeat at his hands, narrowly escaping with his life. Now, that decisive coastal dragon had eliminated his formidable ally, Ross, leaving Carlos in a state of disarray. Upon learning of their leader's demise, the members of the Death Demon Legion exchanged apprehensive glances. Cough, cough, cough. Carlos cleared his throat, pulling everyone back from the brink of fear. I will lead 50 men deep into the misty forest to seek and capture Xerneas. Martha, you and the remaining members will guard this entrance. Eliminate all outsiders who dare approach. All members, heed my command. Prepare yourselves. The final phase of our plan begins now. Your time to prosper has arrived. With that, Carlos produced a miniature positioning screen, its red markers densely clustered, all pointing towards the depths of the misty forest, 2 to 3 kilometers away. Understood. Acknowledged. At the mention of wealth, the eager members of the Legion's eyes brightened. Men die for riches, birds perish for food. This was what they yearned for. Upon receiving the orders, the members of the Death Demon Legion swiftly divided into 2 factions. One followed Carlos into the shadowy depths of the forest, while the other formed a defensive formation under Martha's command. U-15 commenced patrol within a radius of 200 meters. As Carlos departed, Martha began delegating tasks to prepare for defense. Meanwhile, skirmishes erupted throughout the trial grounds, with participants from various academies unhesitatingly engaging the Death Demon Legion in battle. In the wilds bordering the Lost Marsh, a sturdy high school student bellowed, "Darumaka, unleash Flame Punch." His fury fueled his Pokémon, launching a fierce assault. The Darumaka, seemingly venting its emotions, delivered a powerful flame punch, shattering an enemy Mytina. This student was none other than Yang Tianming, a classmate of Su Nuo. Behind him stood several students from the Tianyuan Pokémon Academy's S1 class, forming a small contingent from groups 7 and 10. Onyx, charge forth and intercept that thunder punch. As the enemy's Electivire lunged at the Darumaka, Li Muxiao quickly instructed his Onyx to provide defense. Has anyone seen Su Nuo? Alakazam, Psychic. Simultaneously, Lin Yinyu commanded his Alakazam to obliterate the enemy's Onyx with a swift psychic attack. I saw Su Nuo earlier. He seemed to head towards Dragon's Gorge. Ningyuman promptly replied. Dragon's Gorge? Isn't that marked as a high-risk area on the map? What could he possibly want there? Lin Yinyu glanced at Ningyuman, pressing on with concern. All these individuals had been gathered under his leadership, striving to survive against the Death Demon Legion. Now, with their strongest member, Su Nuo, mysteriously absent, his worry intensified. Watch out. Ninetales, use Flamethrower. As a Grimer spewed sludge towards Alakazam, Tao Shuxian quickly commanded her Ninetales to protect and retaliate. Boom. The collision of Flamethrower and sludge resulted in a small explosion, filling the air with a foul odor. If it were Su Nuo, he would undoubtedly handle this. After all, he is the best in our school. Let us focus on the battle at hand. We cannot afford to lose. Tao Shuxian replied. Before them, more than a dozen members of the Death Demon Legion glared at the five with sinister smiles, surrounding them. Indeed, Su Nuo is currently ranked 6th on the trial leaderboard. There is no need for us to worry about him. We should prioritize our own safety. Starmie, use water gun to scatter those 4 onyxes. Ning Yuman dismissed Lin Yinyu's concerns as unnecessary. She had witnessed Sano's true strength firsthand. Not to mention Dragon's Gorge, Su Nuo could dominate this entire primordial land. His mysterious trump card Pokemon still instilled awe in her. That is true. Su Nuo is now ranked number 6. He is exponentially stronger than anyone here. With that thought, Bai Shaoxing set aside his worries. Yang Tianming, watch your right side. That shift tree is closing in. Li Muxiao, pull Onyx back. That distance is beyond my effective defensive range. As the enemy's offensive intensified, Lin Yinyu hastily commanded his team to fortify their defenses. Chapter 149, Awakening. Xerneas, hurry Boltund. Even faster. It lies within the mist ahead. Zhou Jian, clutching a miniature locator, galloped on his Boltund. The multitude of crimson markers densely populated the shadowy forest ahead. Woof. Boltund nodded, launching forward with great speed. After several minutes of frenzied sprinting, they finally reached the periphery of the misty forest. There's trouble. Rainwing Moth, unleash Bug Buzz against them. Devourer Beast, assist. Use Mud Bomb on that one. Tongue Lick, employ Rollout. Just as Zhou Jian stepped into the outer region, he was met by 3 patrolling members of the Death Demon Legion. As the team's vigilant hound, they wasted no time, commanding their Pokemon to launch an attack on the green-haired man who approached with fierce intent. Buzzing echoed as weak waves of Bug Buzz surged toward Boltund, followed closely by clusters of foul-smelling mud bombs. Have you already set up your spies? Your operational efficiency is quite impressive, Zhou Jian remarked nonchalantly, immediately ordering Boltund to counterattack. Boltund, unleash Flare Blitz with all your might. We shall pierce through their defenses. Awoo. Boltund's keen eyes glimmered as it summoned a fierce flame that surged toward the enemy. Whoosh. In Flare Blitz mode, Boltund dashed forward at lightning speed, heading straight for the 3 patrolling members. In this state, the Rainwing Moth's Bug Buzz attack proved entirely ineffective against Boltund. The surging flames transformed into a protective barrier. Moreover, the mud bombs were mercilessly dissolved by the intense fire before they could even reach Boltund. Tongue Lick curled its body to execute Rollout, intending to match Boltund's prowess, but was swept away by the latter's Flare Blitz. In that instant, Boltund became a fiery war chariot, toppling the 3 Pokemon in a heartbeat. There's trouble. Reinforcements, quickly. We have encountered suspicious individuals. Before the second person could finish, a streak of white sword light sliced through the air toward the 3. Zhou Jian silently released his paper sword, delivering a clean and decisive strike that eliminated the 3 spies of the Death Demon Legion. I hope we haven't alarmed the snake in the grass. With that, Zhou Jian patted Boltund's head, signaling it to proceed, while the paper sword followed closely behind. You are the dragon of the Azure Sea, Zhou Jian, aren't you? A cold female voice inquired, appearing in Zhou Jian's line of sight. Dozens of members of the Death Demon Legion and their Pokemon trailed behind her. Is this your final line of defense? Carlos, Xerneas is indeed within this misty forest. Leaping from Boltund's back, Zhou Jian swiftly produced 3 Pokeballs, unleashing his battle-ready Pokemon. Despite the odds stacked against him, he felt no fear. Naya, Hu, Roar. 3 beams of white light flashed, revealing his team of Dragapult, Chandelure, and Steelix before him, with Boltund and the paper sword following suit. All of you attack. Whoever can capture this individual will receive an additional bounty of 20 million Alliance coins. Martha bellowed, immediately urging her subordinates to spring into action. She intended to exhaust Zhou Jian's strength through sheer numbers before seizing the opportune moment to take down this formidable foe. The members, resembling a pack of greedy wolves, displayed expressions of avarice as they advanced, releasing their own Pokemon in a dazzling display of light. Various Pokemon, including Meowstic, Abomasnow, Servine, Ariados, and Houndoom, gathered to form a formidable torrent, aiming to encircle and eliminate Zhou Jian and his Pokemon team. Prepare to tear through them with all our might. The quicker, the better. Our time is limited. Zhou Jian promptly commanded his 5 Pokemon to commence their assault. In the face of the enemy's encirclement, Zhou Jian's Pokemon showed no signs of fear. They boldly surged forward to confront the multitude of opposing Pokemon. Dragapult unleashed a massive dragon-type shockwave, sweeping across the battlefield. This single strike felled several weaker adversaries and severely wounded many others. Immediately following, Steelix's cannon beam erupted, not only dispatching the injured enemy Pokémon, but also taking out their trainers in the process. Fear not. Charge. His Pokémon will inevitably exhaust their energy. A member of the Death Demon Legion shouted as he charged forward, only to be incinerated to ashes by Chandelure's overheat. Servine, Poison Fong, take him down. Coconuts. Unleash Solar Flare. Despite the continuous losses, the members of the Death Demon Legion pressed on fearlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Several of their Pokémon executed self-destruct attacks, causing numerous explosions. Yet Steelix stood resolutely in defense against them. In an instant, the battlefield descended into chaos. Snap, snap. Suddenly, the paper sword floated into the air, charging with several massive beams of light, its sword energy expanding further. Meanwhile, Martha silently observed the fray, clutching 2 high-grade Pokeballs tightly in her hands. Ding ding ding. The locator in Carlos's hands suddenly began to beep incessantly. Closer, closer. Xerneas is within my grasp, he shouted in a near-manic tone. The 50 members behind him displayed gleaming eyes, revealing their insatiable thirst. After much hardship, they were finally about to encounter the ultimate quarry of their mission, the legendary Pokémon. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. As the distance diminished, Carlos swallowed hard, feeling his heart race wildly. At last, the locator trembled violently before abruptly going silent. We have arrived. The great god of life. Xerneas, share your eternal life energy with me. Carlos's voice oozed with fervent obsession. As the crowd gazed ahead, a peculiar tree radiating a kaleidoscope of colors stood rooted at the forest's end, surrounded by vibrant, tiny energy crystals. Is this the target of our operation? It looks more like an ancient tree. The members of the Death Demon Legion looked on in confusion. Ixia, human, why do you disturb my slumber? A voice of profound authority reverberated through the hearts of all present. It brimmed with palpable wrath, as if about to erupt at any moment. The multicolored light illuminated the scene as Xerneas, in its tree form, awakened once more. Chapter 150, The Wrath of the God of Life. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing Xerneas manifest before him, Carlos erupted into a fit of arrogant laughter. This was precisely what he had long awaited. All units, prepare to engage. Activate the suppression devices. Carlos commanded with a wave of his hand. Instantly, the 50 members split into 5 teams, with 2 of them advancing to encircle Xerneas. Boom. Crack. Crack. Many among them extracted black devices from their packs, embedding them into the ground. This specialized restraining device was designed solely to suppress Pokemon's powers. Power levels to the maximum. One member shouted, flipping the switch on his red device. Beep. Crack. In the blink of an eye, multiple layers of energy fields enveloped Xerneas as powerful currents began to bombard its jewel-like, resplendent form. Faced with the onslaught of several powerful currents, Xerneas' body trembled not in the slightest, nor did it sustain any injuries whatsoever. As the deity of life, such lethal force was merely a drizzle to it. Iksha. Foolishness. Xerneas let out a furious roar, and at that moment, the antlers atop its head erupted with a resplendent array of colors. This transformation from a relaxed state to an active mode signified that the deity had entered combat. Intense, multicolored beams of light cascaded from Xerneas' form, instantly striking the 20 members of the Death Demon Legion. Enveloped by the light of life, they emitted cries of anguish. Shortly thereafter, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. Their bodies began to sprout. Like plants, they rooted and branched, ultimately transforming into 20 stunted trees firmly anchored to the ground. Such is the power of life. Xerneas was sharing its eternal essence. Carlos licked his lips, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Quickly, the pressure devices are set. Retrieve your secondary gear and commence the operation. Cast the net. With that, he darted to the rear of the formation, maintaining a safe distance from Xerneas. The remaining members swiftly took action, unleashing a barrage of gunfire, alloy nets, and tear gas canisters towards Xerneas. Boom. Several explosions erupted around the deity, as over a dozen members fired their specially designed firearms. Simultaneously, several tear gas canisters detonated at its feet, releasing a noxious odor that momentarily disoriented Xerneas. Swish. 2 metallic ropes rapidly ensnared Xerneas, forming a tightly woven net that bound it securely. Haha, let the games begin. One of the Death Demon Legion members sneered, pressing the switch in his hand. The alloy net and pressure devices reacted instantaneously, beginning to siphon Xerneas' energy. This series of control measures had indeed rendered the deity immobile. Humph, even a divine beast is no match for my meticulous planning. Surrender now, deity of life. Witnessing his subordinates successfully subduing Xerneas, Carlos beamed with pride. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze. Iksha, die human! Xerneas bellowed in fury, its form straightening as it effortlessly broke free from the alloy net. It was enraged. At this moment, it was truly furious. Disturbed from its slumber in this misty forest, it had already been irked. And now these humans dared to employ such treacherous tactics in an attempt to capture it? Unthinkable. A pink aura radiated from its body. Xerneas unleashed a misty field that enveloped the area, subsequently releasing beams of energy reminiscent of moonlight in all directions. The rays of lunar power emanated from the crown atop the deity's head. What the hell? Are these tricks of yours ineffective? As Xerneas' attack commenced, Carlos yanked two of his subordinates in front of him for protection against the impending strike. Those struck by this force did not explode. Rather, their bodies instantly transformed into trees, forever ensconced in slumber. Such is the deity of life. Its power was indeed extraordinary. The more formidable you are, the more I desire to conquer you. Carlos marveled, witnessing his two members morph into trees before his very eyes. Iksha, only you remain, fool. Xerneas roared at Carlos, scanning the surroundings, while the other nuisances that had disturbed its peace had all been transformed into peculiar trees of eternal life. The real spectacle is just beginning. Allow me to showcase my true strength, Xerneas. Carlos grinned widely, promptly releasing two Pokémon. A golden-hued bird ascended into the sky, surrounded by crackling currents of electricity, as if ready to obliterate everything in its path. The other was a robust and towering Kangaskhan, seemingly no less formidable. Kangaskhan, Mega Evolve. Carlos produced his evolution stone, unleashing the radiant light of Mega Evolution, which enveloped Kangaskhan in an instant. 1,000,000-ton kick. Roar. Both Kangaskhan and its offspring launched a powerful kick towards Xerneas' abdomen. In the face of such a relentless onslaught, the deity executed a masterful close combat maneuver, effortlessly countering the assault of the Mega Kangaskhan. This perfect retaliation appeared to require no effort whatsoever. Zapdos, Electro Cannon. Observing Kangaskhan's failed attack, Carlos immediately commanded Zapdos to initiate a follow-up assault. Grah. The low-flying Zapdos emitted a piercing cry, unleashing a massive, dark electric sphere aimed squarely at Xerneas. Boom. The electro cannon struck Xerneas directly, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the misty forest. Outside the misty forest, the steel dragon unleashed its counterattack. Roar. The steel dragon roared, mercilessly shredding the Meowth and the panda Pokémon before it into shreds. Those were the last two battling Pokémon of Marcia, now decisively defeated by Zhou Jian's steel dragon. Was that the sound of an explosion? Has the battle between Carlos and Xerneas commenced? Hearing that terrifying blast, Zhou Jian was momentarily taken aback, then waved his right hand, signaling his Pokémon to engage. The Crystal Flame Spirit unleashed a fierce blaze, clearing away all members of the Death Demon Legion stationed at the entrance. Subsequently, Zhou Jian mounted his Manectric and dashed deep into the forest. Chapter 151, The Escaping Carlos. The cannonball-like dark electric sphere struck Xerneas squarely on the head. That terrifying current instantly left visible scars on its magnificent, multicolored antlers. Zapdos' strike had forced Xerneas to lower its proud head. Roar. The deity exhaled a plume of white mist, its roar gradually diminishing in intensity. The sensation of the electro cannon was certainly no pleasant experience. Was it Xerneas? Witnessing the effectiveness of Zapdos' attack, a triumphant smile spread across Carlos's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved two more Pokeballs from his waist, preparing for a supplementary assault. Come forth, Scyther and Boscodora. Boom. As the Pokeballs burst open, two additional battle companions materialized before Carlos. One was the towering and robust Boscodora, while the other was the sleek, blade-like Scyther, known colloquially as the Steel Soldier. Zapdos, unleash your discharge. Boscodora, advance. Scyther, follow closely and be ready to strike. Feeling that he had gained the upper hand in the confrontation, Carlos eagerly directed Zapdos to launch another offensive. Simultaneously, as his steel sword and shield, Scyther and Boscodora moved in unison. Cree. Zapdos emitted a piercing cry, releasing a staggering current of electricity from its body. This immense discharge surged forth like a relentless wave towards Xerneas. But that wasn't all. Scyther stealthily charged in at that moment. A silvery energy vortex coalesced upon its hardened head, propelling it forward in conjunction with Zapdos' attack towards Xerneas. The discharge inevitably struck Xerneas, while Scyther's iron head successfully connected with its leg. You shall soon be mine. Carlos scratched his nose. Yet he had no inkling of the chilling events that were about to unfold. As Zygarde shuddered, It unexpectedly delivered a powerful kick that sent the Slash commander sprawling. Following this, a pink fairy aura emanated from its being, enhancing its strength while simultaneously healing its wounds. Ikusha, with a thunderous roar, Zygarde unleashed a dazzling spectrum of light that radiated in all directions, obliterating the nearby Slash commander in an instant. Danger! Zapdos, retreat, commanded Carlos. Bashikadora, hold the line. It's up to you to withstand its assault. The sudden onslaught from the ex-deity left Carlos in utter disarray. He had presumed himself to be in a position of power, only to realize it was merely an illusion. Zygarde was far more formidable than he had anticipated. At this critical juncture, he could only order the steel shield Bashikadora to brace itself. Bashikadora, undaunted, moved forward to intercept, yet was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of the magical assault that crashed upon it, leaving it in tatters. And this was merely the beginning. In the aftermath, Zygarde leaped forward, directly confronting Zapdos. The pink fairy energy coalesced around it, and with a single impact, it sent Zapdos reeling back over 10 meters. This technique, known as Frolic, wielded astonishing destructive power, leaving Zapdos gravely injured. Ikusha, humans, you shall perish. Zygarde fixed its piercing gaze upon Carlos, its bright eyes ablaze with fury. Now a deep crimson, this was a dire predicament. Witnessing all three of his Pokémon incapacitated and Zapdos in a perilous state, Carlos realized that he might be facing imminent defeat. Finally catching up, a chilling voice echoed from behind Carlos. You have once again broken my rules, Carlos. Now, you must perish by my hand not once, but twice. Zhou Jian arrived on the scene, riding his swift hound. Carlos. Zhou Jian's name escaped Carlos's lips in a barely audible whisper. Upon seeing Zhou Jian, a fierce fire ignited in his eyes. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and an unexpected smile broke across his face. Roar! Zygarde unleashed a battle cry, then without hesitation, launched an attack at Zhou Jian. The silvery moonlight surged toward Zhou Jian atop his canine companion, leaving him astonished. How could Zygarde attack him? Yet, his surprise lasted only 2 seconds before his exceptional combat reflexes kicked in to confront this daunting situation. Niasha, use Protect to absorb this blow. A flash of white light heralded the arrival of a purple figure that dashed in front of Zhou Jian. In a moment of crisis, Niasha conjured a white energy shield, bracing against the powerful attack. However, the overwhelming moonlight still forced it back several steps, nearly colliding with Zhou Jian. Ikusha, another meddling human. Why must you disturb my peaceful dreams? Zygarde roared at Zhou Jian, its sole desire now to unleash its pent-up rage. As long as I have the Green Mountains, I need not worry about firewood. This time I was careless, unprepared, but next time, it shall be a different story. Seizing the opportunity, Carlos swiftly recalled his Pokémon one by one. Zhou Jian's arrival had made him acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. If this continued, he would find himself ensnared between the ex-deity and the champion. Thus, he chose to retreat in haste. Zhou Jian, no matter how powerful you are, in the presence of this being, even the champion must tread carefully. With that, Carlos released a steel wing and fled right beneath Zhou Jian's nose. Seeing the enemy ascend into the sky on his steel wing, Zhou Jian exclaimed, "Damn it, we must pursue." Just as he prepared to summon his Tropius for aerial pursuit, Zygarde charged at him once more. The ex-deity, fueled with unbridled energy, barreled toward Niasha with a devastating ultimate strike. How is Zygarde fixated on me? I'm the innocent party here. I came to assist you. Zhou Jian couldn't help but curse, as anyone would be frustrated in such a scapegoated situation. Aluminum Dragon. Unleash Steel Wall for full defense. Anticipating that Niasha would likely be unable to withstand the blow, Zhou Jian unhesitatingly released his Aluminum Dragon. In this instance, the defensively superior Aluminum Dragon certainly had the upper hand over Niasha. Roar. The Aluminum Dragon's tough exterior shone brilliantly as it strived to bolster its defenses against Zygarde's ultimate assault. Just then, a towering silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the Aluminum Dragon, intercepting Zygarde's strike. Kygor. A voice called from Zhou Jian's left flank. Chapter 152, Enhanced Master Ball. Upon hearing that commanding roar, Zhou Jian instinctively glanced forward. A giant, black-green figure loomed before the Aluminum Dragon. Crash! It extended its powerful arms, effortlessly absorbing Zygarde's ultimate attack. The two engaged in a fierce battle of strength. Is this the Z deity, Kygor? Zhou Jian murmured in awe, recognizing the guardian of ecological balance before him. Moreover, he could have sworn he heard a trainer commanding it. Swish! A whirlwind heralded the arrival of a bloodwing dragon. from which Sharona and Su Nuo leaped down to confront Zhou Jian. Are you alright, Zhou? Where's Carlos? Is he still in the area? Sharona inquired directly, leaving Zhou Jian little chance to ponder. That scoundrel has fled, and he took Zapdos with him. His escape skills have always been impressive. After responding to Sharona, Zhou Jian cast a meaningful glance at Su Nuo. This young man, seemingly just over 18, had been the one directing Zygarde. Su Nuo touched his cheek, feeling a sense of unease. Vague memories of the individual before him flickered in his mind, and he recalled hearing quite a bit about someone named Zhou Jian in the coastal city. Crash! Crash! The clash between Zygarde and Zygarde heightened the tension among the trio. Leave this to Su Nuo and me. You pursue Carlos, Zhou. After all, chasing down foes is your forte. Sharona offered a sound suggestion. All right, I'll leave it to you to quell Zygarde's wrath. I'm confident that Carlos won't get far. Zhou Jian readily accepted her proposal, gathering his Pokémon before mounting Tropius to swiftly chase after Carlos. Hapulu. Sharona released her fully restored Garchomp and softly asked, Su Nuo, have you thought of a way to handle Zygarde? She intended to gauge Su Nuo's capabilities as a trainer in the forthcoming battle. How to handle it? This is how. Su Nuo smiled subtly, swiftly commanding the fully formed Zygarde to engage in battle. To quell Zygarde's fury? That is entirely unnecessary. As he had arrived at this place, it was only natural for him to directly capture Xerneas. System, check my points balance. With a mere thought, Su Nuo invoked the system. Detected host. Remaining points balance is 2,800 points. 2,800 points, you say? Exchange for the Master Ball in the second-tier shop. Ding. 1,500 points consumed. Acquired 1 Master Ball. Ding. Due to the specialized buff for a righteous trainer, the abilities of this Master Ball have been enhanced. A hidden effect has been acquired. Energy enhanced. And it possesses a hidden effect? What is happening? Su Nuo pondered, as a Master Ball silently materialized in his right hand. Simultaneously, Zygarde opened the fissure in its chest, unleashing waves of green energy that formed a Z-shaped beam, which astonishingly drove Xerneas back several paces. Moreover, this core Punisher move completely dissipated the surrounding pink aura. In that moment, Xerneas' fairy aura was rendered entirely ineffective. The majestic deer cast a surprised glance at Zygarde before turning its gaze towards Su Nuo. That glance revealed its astonishment. Ikusha, so it was you who captured Zygarde. Xerneas roared, clearly recognizing Su Nuo's identity. What of it? Don't be hasty. You will soon belong to me, my dear ex-dear. Su Nuo shrugged and offered Xerneas a faint smile. Ikusha, then it remains to be seen if you have the capability. With that, Xerneas unleashed a powerful pink beam aimed at Zygarde, executing the fairy-type move, Magical Shine. Upon swiftly identifying Xerneas' attack, Su Nuo unhesitatingly commanded Zygarde to initiate defense. Zakuto. Understood. Zygarde swung its arms, and a dark energy shield rapidly unfurled, promptly absorbing the magical strike. Subsequently, Xerneas erupted with pink energy, charging vigorously towards Zygarde. Once again, it employed the move Play Rough. This fairy-type maneuver was a cunning close-range assault. Tyranitar, assist. Su Nuo commanded, unleash Hyper Beam. Witnessing Xerneas entering a vulnerable position, Cynthia wasted no time in ordering Tyranitar to lend a hand. Roar. Tyranitar unleashed a powerful beam from the side, striking Xerneas, who was entirely focused on countering Zygarde and had no time to evade the Hyper Beam. Do not falter. Directly unleash Earth Power, then use Thousand Waves. Su Nuo's gaze shifted, immediately instructing Zygarde to retaliate. Zakuto. Roar Earth. Zygarde promptly complied with Su Nuo's command. As Xerneas engaged in close combat once more, pure black-green energy surged forth from beneath its feet. In the midst of their struggle, this energy shockwave engulfed Xerneas. Moments later, Thousand Waves activated again, delivering a physical strike to Xerneas in the same location. Simultaneously, Tyranitar's Hyper Beam followed suit. Boom. The deep yellow beam struck Xerneas at this very moment. The cornered deity found itself utterly bewildered by the consecutive onslaught of attacks, despite its Play Rough successfully suppressing Zygarde. Yet, the relentless barrage of Earth Power, Thousand Waves, and Hyper Beam left Xerneas feeling overwhelmed. Oh, a chance has arrived. Time to make a move. Su Nuo caressed the Master Ball in his hand, and its sphere expanded, growing more than twice its size. Su Nuo, is that a Master Ball in your hand? Cynthia's keen eyes widened slightly upon seeing the orb in Su Nuo's right hand. She had certainly encountered such a sphere before, but witnessing it before her was still a surprise. Chapter 153, The Mark of Destruction. Yveltal's gaze. You could say that. Su Nuo smiled faintly, skillfully throwing the enhanced Master Ball. The reinforced Master Ball traced a perfect arc through the air, ultimately releasing a red light that absorbed the beleaguered Xerneas within. The ball gently landed on Zygarde's right palm. Ding, ding, ding dong. After merely shaking twice, Xerneas within the Master Ball fell silent. Just as Su Nuo successfully captured Xerneas, the system began to chime incessantly. Ding. You have successfully captured the God of Life, Xerneas. Reward points, 1,500 points. Ding. SS level task, the 3 Gods of Life Authority. Task progress has reached 2-3, successfully captured the X-God and Z-God. Ding. Host has awakened A-level special ability, Fairy Power. Meanwhile, the host's 4-dimensional values and Dragon Mastery level have been enhanced. Name, Su Nuo. Trainer 4-dimensional data, Strength, 10 points. Constitution, 92 points. Agility, 12 points. Spirit, 218 points. Average human 4-dimensional data is 5 points. Special abilities possessed by the trainer. A-level, Dragon Mastery, the range, duration, and effects of Dragon Mastery have been enhanced. Detailed effects. A-level, Fairy Power. 1 enhances 4-dimensional values, reducing the probability of injury in battle. 2 Fairy Instinct. Elevates affinity with all Pokémon encountered. 3 Active Skill, Charm, condenses and briefly consumes mental energy, causing any Pokémon to enter a temporary state of lost combat awareness and approach without hostility. Feeling the renewed enhancement of his abilities, Su Nuo experienced a euphoric transformation. The significant boost in mental energy granted him formidable defensive capabilities against intangible attacks. Su Nuo gently closed his eyes, wishing to savor this extraordinary mental prowess. Suddenly, a large red-black bird Pokémon materialized in his mind. This caused Su Nuo to furrow his brow slightly. Is that Yveltal? Why is it appearing at this moment? Ding. Host has acquired a new status, Mark of Destruction. This is Yveltal's mental mark, which can only be erased upon capturing it. Mark of Destruction? So, just after capturing Xerneas, Yveltal has set its sights on me? This revelation left Su Nuo in a state of both laughter and tears. Meanwhile, in a mysterious space, Yveltal glowered fiercely, emanating waves of dark, malicious energy. Just moments ago, it had marked Su Nuo with its mysterious gaze. That human has successfully captured Xerneas? Interesting. It seems as the last member of the 3 Gods of Life Authority, I must pay this fellow a visit. Yveltal erupted with waves of destructive energy, vanishing into the void. Su Nuo, wake up, Su Nuo. The voice of Cynthia roused the still Su Nuo, whose eyes had been tightly shut. Su Nuo rubbed his eyes, realizing that Yveltal's gaze had plunged him into a brief slumber. Ah, my apologies, Miss Cynthia. I was a bit lost in thought. Su Nuo yawned, offering a sheepish smile, while Zygarde had already passed the Master Ball into his hands. Inside lay Xerneas, peacefully slumbering as it appeared to be utterly exhausted, resting serenely. Roar. Tyranitar, who had somehow appeared by Su Nuo's side, greeted him with a low growl. Afterwards, it gently patted Su Nuo's shoulder twice before returning to Cynthia's side. Hey, Su Nuo. I have long harbored a notion I wish to discuss with you. However, considering that you are still a high school student, I find myself hesitating. Sharona brought her hands together, casting a gentle smile towards Su Nuo. This breathtaking smile rendered Su Nuo momentarily speechless, leaving him frozen in place. Huh, what does this imply? After retrieving Zygarde into the dimensional space, Su Nuo questioned in confusion. Have you ever contemplated joining our dynamic equilibrium? I speak earnestly, and this is an official invitation. Sharona gazed at Su Nuo with hopeful anticipation, pressing further. Joining dynamic equilibrium? Su Nuo scratched his head, pondering. On the other hand, Tropical Dragon, charge at full speed. That fellow is just ahead. Zhou Jian lightly patted the back of Tropical Dragon. After a 10-minute pursuit, he finally caught sight of a steel-winged crow in the distance. This was indeed the steel-winged crow that Carlos had previously ridden. Roar. Tropical Dragon bellowed, flapping its wings with all its might to give chase. TCH. Aerial combat is not my forte. Zhou Jian spat, unleashing his Paper Spirit Sword and Crystal Flame Spirit. The Crystal Flame Spirit unleashed a torrent of searing flames to ensnare the steel-winged crow. Seizing the moment, the Paper Spirit Sword moved in closer, ready to deliver a decisive blow. 0, 0, 0. Upon receiving the command, the Crystal Flame Spirit floated above Tropical Dragon's head, then unleashed several streams of scorching flames aimed at the steel-winged crow. These flames were no less than 5 in number, all targeting the steel crow's metallic wings. Alakazam. Feeling the intense heat of the flames, the steel-winged crow immediately altered its flight path, consequently slowing its speed. Tropical Dragon accelerated in pursuit. Holy Sword. Observing the situation, Zhou Jian commanded the Paper Spirit Sword to strike forth with a swift blade of light, targeting the steel-winged crow's wings. If the steel-winged crow is incapacitated, Carlos shall plummet to his demise. Alakazam. The steel-winged crow, witnessing this, executed a dive, expertly evading the holy sword slash. Humph. Did you think you could escape so easily, Carlos? Guillotine. Zhou Jian, without so much as a glance, commanded the paper spirit sword to unleash its most ferocious slashing attack. Whoosh. At such close range, the paper spirit sword's guillotine strike was far more precise than usual. It landed a blow upon Carlos's neck. An astonishing scene unfolded as Carlos's body abruptly transformed into a mass of soft purple goo. This goo ultimately condensed into a minuscule form, revealing Carlos's true identity at that moment. Is this a Ditto? I've been tricked again. Zhou Jian leaped onto the back of the steel-winged crow, only to realize it was a Ditto masquerading as Carlos, merely to lure him into pursuit. The real Carlos had long since made his escape. That Wu-Hao. If I ever encounter him again, I shall personally ensure his demise. Scoundrel of Beihai City. Zhou Jian shouted in rage at Carlos's name, his knuckles cracking ominously. This caused the already quivering Ditto to tremble even more. Chapter 154, The Final Contest. Within the conference room of the District 13 Pokemon League. Below, 5 principals and the league's council members awaited Chairman Feng's address. Ahem, ahem. League Chairman Feng Peng stepped before the screen and cleared his throat. The crisis at the trial site has largely been resolved. As soon as he uttered these words, applause erupted from the audience. The chairman is indeed wise and formidable, truly deserving of his title. Incredible, incredible. Such an efficient resolution to this crisis could only be achieved by our chairman Feng. Several council members began to extol Feng Peng's virtues. However, the principals held differing opinions. Their primary focus was on the champion of this operation, Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian's methods are ruthless. His efficiency surpasses that of any champion within the league. Principal Tan of Hengqi No. 1 Middle School was the first to speak up. Indeed, if only we could find a way to connect with Mr. Zhou, it would be a tremendous advantage to befriend such an absolute powerhouse. I've heard that Zhou Jian employed thunderous tactics to annihilate numerous undead legions. He truly is a formidable individual. Listening to the principal's remarks, Principal Li Cheng of Tianyuan Pokemon School silently smiled, shaking his head in resignation, prompting confusion among the other principals. Hey, Principal Li, what does your head shake imply? Are you dissatisfied with our statements? Principal Peng of Huanshui Middle School expressed his displeasure. Exactly. Is there any fault in what we've stated? Or do you believe this is all the chairman's doing? Faced with their inquiries, Principal Li waved his hand, responding, not at all. I simply just realized the purpose of Chairman Feng convening this meeting today. With that, Li Cheng smiled enigmatically, leaving the other principals in suspense. Meanwhile, Chairman Feng finally arrived at the crux of his address. Today, I have specifically gathered the principals and council members for this meeting to discuss the upcoming trial content. Feng Peng brought up the leaderboard for the trials on the screen, displaying only the top 10 rankings. Are these the top 10 students from this trial? What is the chairman planning? Moreover, 5 of the names on this list are marked in black. What does this mean, Chairman? The council members inquired eagerly. 5 names in black indicate that only 5 individuals have survived to this point in the trial. Principal Li glanced at the remaining 5 names, his eyes lighting up. Su Nuo from Tianyuan Middle School is unexpectedly on the list. The other 4 trial participants are from Huanshui Middle School and Hengqi No. 1 Middle School. At this moment, both Principal Peng of Huanshui Middle School and Principal Tan of Hengqi No. 1 Middle School wore enigmatic smiles. Conversely, the other 2 principals wore grim expressions, seemingly realizing the unfavorable news. It is rather embarrassing that none of the 5 trial participants hail from their institutions. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. The trial's progress had originally reached a considerable extent, but due to unforeseen events impacting the results. Therefore, I, the chairman, have decided to temporarily alter the subsequent trial rules. Only the students displayed on the screen, these 5 individuals, are qualified to represent their schools in the forthcoming trials. We shall now vote on whether to implement this change in trial rules. Feng Peng, stroking his shiny bald head, pointed to the 5 names still illuminated on the screen. The chairman's sudden decision to alter the trial rules ignited a fervor throughout the room. A sudden change in trial regulations? Moreover, a forced selection of trial participants. This bears an unsettling resemblance to underhanded dealings. Is the chairman? Principal Tan of Hengqi No. 1 Middle School raised an eyebrow, his expression brimming with satisfaction. The new rules sound rather advantageous. Principal Peng of Huanshui Middle School crossed his arms, seemingly unfazed by the abrupt change in trial regulations. After all, 2 of the remaining 5 qualifications belong to their school, which provides them a significant edge. However, the expressions of the other 2 principals darkened. Chairman Feng's sudden alteration of the trial rules blatantly aimed to eliminate their 2 schools. They had previously held on to some hope regarding the final trial outcomes. Now, such thoughts appeared utterly foolish. It seems that both their schools are destined to be eliminated from this trial. Indeed, the unexpected changes to the trial content imply that Chairman Feng, that cunning fox, has likely made some clandestine arrangement. Principal Li observed Principal Tan and Principal Peng with an inscrutable expression before finally shrugging, left with no words to express. I agree with the chairman's decision to alter the trial rules. I concur. Soon, 2 members of parliament raised the green placards on the conference table, signifying their support. If you are in agreement, please raise the green placard on your right. If opposed, raise the red placard on your left. I will tally the votes to ensure the integrity of the results. Chairman Feng remarked with a smirk. At these words, Principal Li from Tianyuan Spirit High School could no longer maintain his composure. Ensure fairness? He thought to himself. There are at least 20 members here who are aligned with Feng Peng. Isn't this a blatant attempt to forcibly enforce changes to the trial's content? It is merely that Feng Peng's approach is more subtle. In a swift motion, a wave of green placards was raised, quickly overwhelming the majority. While Principals Tan and Peng lazily lifted their green placards in agreement. It appears I must acquiesce as well. This is the prevailing trend. To be regarded as a thorn in Feng's side is hardly a rational course of action. After all, the school has greatly benefited from the support of the Spirit Alliance. Li pondered, ultimately raising the green placard to indicate his consent to the alteration of the trial's content. It seems that those expressing agreement constitute a majority. Thus, we shall adhere to the will of the majority and proceed, as I have stated. Immediately notify the 5 challengers above to commence the final trial competition. Their rankings will determine the victorious school in this inter-school trial. Feng Peng clapped his hands and announced loudly. As he made this declaration, the 2 principals who had already been tacitly eliminated had no choice but to depart. After all, whether it be in terms of competitive eligibility or rewards, these matters no longer pertain to their schools. It seems this is now a matter solely between us. Principal Tan of Hengqi No. 1 chuckled, addressing Li Chengzheng and his companion. What of being at the top? The upcoming competition will likely be a team battle. Our school's 2 challengers are a perfectly synchronized pair of brothers. The outcome remains uncertain. They could very well be the dark horses. Principal Peng scoffed. Li Chengzheng glanced at the 2 and silently exited the conference room. Chapter 155, The Target of Many. Several days later, Zhou Jian led over a dozen direct trainers from the 13th District Spirit Alliance to the top floor of the Black Dragon building. This was the base of the Death Demon Corbihai division, but it was now deserted. Let us see if there are any valuable clues left behind here. This division should have been abandoned, as the vast majority of its members perished outside the 13th district. Zhou Jian gestured for his trainers to commence their search. Understood, Mr. Zhou. The group responded in unison, beginning to scour the opulent office space for various documents. Before long, a young trainer excitedly shouted, Mr. Zhou, I have found an abandoned operation plan. The plan was discovered in a wastebasket. The young man carefully smoothed out the wrinkled paper and handed it to Zhou Jian at his desk. The document succinctly outlined their mission to capture Xerneas and Yveltal. Zhou Jian, his expression unreadable, disregarded the operation plan, striding towards the dim room at the end of the corridor. Inside, an old yellowed monitor sat, surprisingly still illuminated. To his astonishment, a message was displayed in the Eagle language. Its translation in the Flame language read, I knew you would eventually come here, Behind Dragon Zhou Jian. You have planted spies with Wu Hao, haven't you? Thus, that fool is destined to fail. I am aware, but it matters not. Moreover, your entanglement with us is far from over. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? Who is this person? Zhou Jian felt a flicker of confusion. He did not recall ever encountering this so-called Mr. Lin. Moreover, although this person belonged to the Death Demon Corps, it seemed he was not aligned with Zhou Jian. Was the message deliberately intended to provoke him? Yet, it did not entirely seem so. A web of uncertainty. Despite having thoroughly eradicated all members of the Beihai division, Zhou Jian could not shake a lingering sense of unease. Just then, his phone rang. It was Sharona calling. Hello. What is it? Zhou Jian answered. Getting straight to the point. Have you considered the suggestion I mentioned last time? I'm not joking. Sharona's tone was resolute, even somewhat aggressive. You mean the young man with the legendary Pokémon, Su Nuo, right? I can tell you are quite invested in this matter. Zhou Jian replied swiftly. Exactly. I am not jesting. Inviting Su Nuo to join our dynamic balance is undoubtedly a wise decision. She began, but Zhou Jian interrupted her. Yes, I agree. He replied affirmatively. The moment Su Nuo made his move, Zhou Jian had shared Sharona's sentiment. Su Nuo, dynamic balance must have this individual, though he is just over 18. His qualities as an exceptional trainer far exceed those of his peers. Furthermore, he currently possesses both Zygarde and has successfully captured ex-god Xerneas. Su Nuo, wielding 2 legendary Pokémon, would undoubtedly bolster dynamic balance significantly. I was also considering, perhaps you could find a time to discuss his joining us. Sharona suggested. Sure. As fellow trainers hailing from Beihai City, I believe he will understand the path we wish to pursue. Where is Su Nuo now? I will set off to discuss this with him immediately, Zhou Jian declared, pulling out his digital camera to capture the message displayed on the old monitor. At the Spirit Alliance headquarters in the 13th district, he mentioned that the Alliance informed him he would undergo his final trial there. This is crucial for him. Alliance headquarters. Zhou Jian tucked away his camera, emerging from the dim room, calling out, Xiao Ku, I leave this place in your hands. I'm heading back to the Alliance headquarters. Remember to seal off this floor after today? Understood, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Jian clapped his hands and walked toward the elevator. At this moment, on the stage of the White Stone Arena of the 13th District Spirit Alliance, Su Nuo, I entrust everything to you. You are our school's last hope, the sole remaining seedling. Principal Li Chengzheng said solemnly, patting Su Nuo's shoulder. This made Su Nuo feel as though he was the village's hope, with Principal Li as the village chief. Don't worry, Principal. I will win. Su Nuo replied with a slight smile, his tone light and carefree. He certainly would win. The rewards of this inter-school trial were as good as his. Meanwhile, not far from them, the 4 challengers from Hengqi No. 1 and Huanshui Middle School cast sinister glances at Su Nuo. The rules are simple. You 5 will represent your schools in a mixed battle, with only 1 Pokémon allowed per participant. As for the location, it will be right here in the arena. The Alliance chairman clapped his hands and quickly outlined the rules. Half an hour? Hee. My brother and I will finish this in just a few minutes, esteemed chairman. Indeed. No one can surpass the synergy of our duo. The 2 challengers from Huanshui Middle School declared, leaping off the 2-meter-high steps into the arena. The 2 challengers from Hengqi No. 1 silently followed suit, entering the arena as well. It appears that this battle promises to be quite exhilarating. Su Nuo silently chuckled and followed suit. Come forth. Solrock. Engage. Lunatone. Both Guotung and Guoda simultaneously unleash their Pokémon, demonstrating an impressive synergy even in their choice of battle companions. Prepare for combat. Sandaconda. In the first group of challengers, Tao Huiyong selected a peculiar serpentine Pokémon coiled in a spiral. As the top contender on the trial leaderboard, his strength remained an enigma in Su Nuo's memory, as the 2 had never clashed before. Incineroar follows suit. Another challenger from the same group, Kai Ji, summoned his battling Pokémon, a fiery red simian creature. The 4 trial participants from these 2 schools paired off, brimming with confidence as they positioned themselves on opposite sides of the arena. To Su Nuo's astonishment, they all simultaneously directed their gazes toward his position. Damn, now I am the target. Su Nuo smiled broadly, internally cursing. Blaziken, let's go. Prepare for a 1 against 4. Chapter 156, A Fierce Struggle Against Many. Roar. Mocha. As Blaziken entered the fray, flames erupted from its arms, exuding an indomitable fighting spirit amidst the chaos. Solrock, unleash Psyshock. Lunatone, employ Psychic. Guotung and Guoda swiftly commanded their respective Pokémon to launch a fierce assault on Su Nuo's Blaziken. The Psychic-type moves posed a significant threat to Blaziken, given their type advantage. Pokémon, Solrock. Type, Rock, Psychic. Gender, None. Ability, Levitate. This Pokémon is not immune to ground-type moves and is unaffected by terrain and barriers. Aptitude, Gym Leader level. Level, 36, Mid-Expert. Moves, Stone Edge, Psyshock, Psychic, Rock Slide, Morning Sun, Flare Blitz. Pokémon, Lunatone. Type, Rock, Psychic. Gender, None. Ability, Levitate. This Pokémon is not immune to ground-type moves and is unaffected by terrain and barriers. Aptitude, Gym Leader level. Level, 36, Mid-Expert. Moves, Stone Edge, Psybeam, Psychic. Moonlight, Explosion, Rock Slide. Both of these Pokémon possess Gym Leader level potential, and their coordination is likely to be exceptionally high. Su Nuo was still contemplating how to counter this twin duo's combined assault when another adversary's attack arrived. Incineroar, unleash Fury Swipes. Seeing Su Nuo being besieged by the duo from Huanshui Middle School, Kaiji immediately chose to join them. Roar. With a swift motion, Incineroar brandished its sharp claws, charging towards Blaziken. Pokémon, Incineroar. Type, Fire. Gender, None. Ability, Blaze. When in a pinch, the power of Fire-type moves is increased. Aptitude, Expert level. Level 35, Mid-Expert. Moves, Fury Swipes, Flare Blitz, Bite, Lava Plume, Throw, Acrobatics, Lick. An opportunity has arisen, Blaziken. Mimic. Let us replicate that move, Psychic. Despite facing the onslaught of 3 Pokémon, Su Nuo remained completely unfazed. Incineroar's reckless advance provided Su Nuo with the perfect moment to strike. Synchronizing with Su Nuo, Blaziken executed the same move as Lunatone. Psychic. Accompanied by a resonant roar, Blaziken's psychic attack sliced through the air like an invisible blade. Swish. This psychic strike effortlessly knocked the charging Incineroar off course. Subsequently, Solrock's Psyshock was also nullified. Even Lunatone's psychic assault was directly countered. In a mere exchange, Blaziken had repelled the combined offensive of these 3 adversaries with ease. This fellow is no simple opponent, Guotung remarked, furrowing his brow. How is this possible? Not only can he mimic my Lunatone, but his attack is even stronger. Guoda hurriedly ruffled his hair in frustration, clearly displeased with the outcome. The most unfortunate was Kaiji. His Incineroar, being at the forefront, bore the brunt of the devastating psychic attack. Now, it wavered precariously, utterly weakened. Pull yourself together, Incineroar. Don't collapse at this moment, Kaiji shouted, his expression filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, his schoolmate Tao Huiyong observed patiently, seemingly not yet inclined to intervene. From the observation platform, "Oh, Principal Li, it appears your student is quite formidable." Feng Peng chuckled, patting Li Chengzheng on the shoulder. The principal, however, maintained a silent smile. While Principals Tan and Peng wore stern expressions, saying nothing. Su Nuo's flawless counterattack had evidently caught them off guard. Just as the principals and the league president marveled at Su Nuo's performance, his offensive commenced. First, let us eliminate that weakened Incineroar. Use Aerial Ace. Casting a glance at the seemingly indifferent Sandaconda, Su Nuo resolved to target Incineroar first. Since the top contender Tao Huiyong had no intention of taking action, he would eliminate his ally first. Mocha. Blaziken leaped high, soaring over Su Nuo's head, and then unleashed its claws upon the Incineroar 3 meters away. Cloaked in a whirlwind, Blaziken's aura resembled an unseen blade. Not good. Incineroar, evade that move, Kaiji exclaimed, realizing too late that Blaziken's aerial ace was already upon them. While his schoolmate Tao Huiyong remained unresponsive. Gur. Incineroar emitted a feeble cry, its legs faltering. The earlier psychic attack had shattered its fighting spirit. It was now a mere shadow of its former self. Break. Aerial Ace struck Incineroar squarely on the head, and at that moment, Guotung and Guoda launched their counterattack. Now, Stone Edge. The twin brothers spoke in unison, evidently having awaited Su Nuo's opening. So, they intended to seize this opportunity? Su Nuo mused with a slight smile, shaking his head in denial. Mocha. After executing Aerial Ace, Blaziken nimbly leaped into the air, successfully evading their assault. The powerful Stone Edge attacks simultaneously struck the unfortunate Incineroar. Crack. Incineroar collapsed, utterly unconscious from the immense damage inflicted. Consequently, Kaiji was left with no choice but to withdraw in defeat. How could this be? He managed to defend against that? Brother, stop pondering. We must launch a fierce attack now. Our opportunities are dwindling. Guotung and Guoda were clearly frustrated by their previous failure. Is Tao Huiyong still not going to make his move? Seizing the moment, Su Nuo carefully examined Sandaconda's stats. Pokemon, Sandaconda. Type, Ground. Gender, None. Ability, Shed Skin. This Pokemon has a chance to heal from abnormal status conditions. Aptitude, Gym Leader Level. Level, 37, High Expert. Moves, Headbutt, Stomp, Glare, Dig, Sandstorm, Coiling. Status, currently coiling to enhance its attributes. Goodness. It seems Tao Huiyong is secretly coiling up to accumulate strength, planning to take down everyone in one fell swoop. This revelation caused Su Nuo to raise an eyebrow. Clearly, his ability and combat awareness were exceptional, enabling him to maintain his position at the top. In the initial moments of battle, refraining from action was merely a strategy to suppress all opponents at the pivotal moment. This encapsulates Tao Huiyong's principle of enduring tactics. Alas, your cunning scheme has been laid bare before me. Henceforth, I shall not permit you to remain at ease any longer. With that, Su Nuo caressed the Mega Evolution Keystone. Chapter 157, Victory Within Reach. Blaziken, feel the bond we share. Mega Evolution. Su Nuo and Blaziken united in spirit. A cascade of vibrant colors enveloped Blaziken, culminating in its instantaneous Mega Evolution midair. Brother, what kind of ability is that? Why does his Blaziken possess a new form? Guoda gazed intently at Blaziken, astonished. Is that Mega Evolution? This fellow wields such a formidable technique. Guoteng exclaimed, slapping his thigh, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Hurry, Tao Huiyong. Su Nuo's Blaziken has already achieved Mega Evolution. After recalling his Exploud back into its Pokeball, Kaiji shouted towards Tao Huiyong. Yet, the latter merely cast a sharp glance at him before coldly retorting, silence. You worthless fool. What right do you have to command me? I am the one at the top. Ignore them, Sandaconda. Continue to coil and amass your energy. Soon, we shall take them down in one fell swoop. Tao Huiyong commanded, his eyes glinting with cold determination. In the spectator area, President Feng Peng chuckled, oh, Principal Li seems to have invested quite a bit of effort into Su Nuo. He even bestowed upon him the item for Mega Evolution. That must have cost you a pretty penny. Those capable deserve more. After all, Su Nuo is a key focus of our nurturing. Li Changzheng stroked his chin, chuckling with pride. It was evident that he relished showcasing such prowess before the president. Goodness. The technology of Mega Evolution is truly remarkable. Principal Li is genuinely devoted to his students. Indeed, it seems Principal Li is wholeheartedly striving to seize the prestige and fame of this year's district's top high school, remarked both Principal Tan and Principal Peng, their tones dripping with sarcasm, seemingly complimenting Li Changzheng while actually ridiculing him. If Su Nuo were to fail, it would merely reflect the mediocre prowess of Tianyuan High School. Li Changzheng was acutely aware of this, yet out of respect for President Feng, he refrained from retorting, opting for silence instead. At that moment, Guoteng suddenly interjected, brother, let us employ a different strategy. A different strategy? Guoda pondered briefly before comprehending his brother's intent. Lunatone, unleash Psychic in charge. In a flash, Lunatone levitated, radiating a brilliant white light as it surged towards Mega Blaziken. The surrounding luminescence intensified. A diversionary tactic? Or perhaps, faced with Lunatone's sudden advance, Su Nuo hesitated for mere seconds before finally countering. Blaziken. Use Flare Blitz to distance yourself, and then strike Soul Rock. Blaziken. At Su Nuo's command, Blaziken dove from the air, its speed significantly enhanced. With a resounding impact, it unleashed a fiery force, striking Lunatone, which, at that moment, had its white energy at its zenith. Explosion. Guoda's voice rang out, and the white energy surrounding Lunatone erupted outward in a cataclysmic blast. Boom. The radiant explosion compelled all spectators to squint against the dazzling light. Now Soul Rock. Execute Confusion. Within the blinding light, Guoteng immediately commanded Soul Rock to attack. Bang, bang. The sound of two collisions echoed through the brilliance, and as vision returned, astonishment gripped the faces of all present. Both Lunatone and Soul Rock plummeted towards Sandaconda, while Blaziken remained poised in midair. The explosion from Lunatone failed to inflict any damage on Mega Blaziken. Even Soul Rock was sent crashing down by its two strikes. The combined assault of the Guo brothers had proven utterly ineffectual against Su Nuo's Mega Blaziken. Brave Bird, unleash a fierce onslaught. At that moment, Su Nuo gestured with his right hand, directing Blaziken to deliver the finishing blow, ensuring his opponent had no chance to recuperate. Blaziken. With a battle cry, Mega Blaziken reached unparalleled speed, transforming into a silver-white blur as it descended. Crack, crack. Following two crisp impacts, Soul Rock and Lunatone crashed to the ground, incapacitated. The brothers from Huanshui Middle School stared blankly at their fallen Pokémon, momentarily at a loss for words. But the onslaught did not cease there. In its brave bird state, Blaziken showed no intention of halting, its relentless assault surging towards the still charging Sandaconda. From this point onward, only Tao Huiyong remained as the sole adversary on the field. Sandaconda. Prepare for battle. Rock Headbutt. As Mega Blaziken's attack approached, Tao Huiyong swiftly commanded a response. He believed that Sandaconda had reached its peak state through coiling, assuring him of an undeniable victory. Saga. Sandaconda coiled its hardened head, bracing for Mega Blaziken's fierce onslaught. In the next instant, the brave bird collided head-on with the Rock Headbutt. The fierce forces clashed, yet neither could gain the upper hand. This formidable physical defense was indeed a challenge to breach. However, Blaziken used its agility to create distance. Sandaconda's coiling rendered its physical defense nearly impenetrable, prompting Su Nuo to ponder an alternative strategy. Don't even think about escaping. Sandaconda. Use Glare. Tao Huiyong commanded sharply. Now it was just him and Su Nuo. If he could eliminate Su Nuo's Blaziken, he would retain his top position. Pierce through. Then, use Swords Dance. Su Nuo reacted swiftly, instructing Blaziken to evade the opponent's controlling move with ease. Very well. I'll exploit the battlefield conditions. Sandaconda. Conjure a Sandstorm. Realizing Su Nuo's meticulous counter, Tao Huiyong resolved to gain an advantage from the environment. Saga. Sandaconda suddenly emanated waves of deep yellow energy, summoning a localized sandstorm that swirled within a radius of 4 to 5 meters, concealing itself within the swirling sands. In midair, Blaziken, which had already heightened its offensive capabilities through Sword's Dance, found its vision obstructed by Sandaconda's sandstorm. Furthermore, the storm inflicted minor abrasions upon Blaziken. Was he attempting to wear down Blaziken's stamina gradually with this small-scale sandstorm, then strike decisively? Such tactics may work on others, but not on me. Blaziken. Charge directly through the sandstorm. Unleash your raging fire. Use flame charge. Su Nuo pointed decisively at the heart of the sandstorm, where Sandaconda had initially positioned itself, the eye of the small storm. Eliminating this final adversary would grant him victory in this trial, and success was tantalizingly close.